Chapter 1, The God-Level Pretentious System. Next, Lin Fan. The cold electronic voice echoed in the martial arts arena. Hundreds of gazes instantly focused. The crowd automatically parted, creating a path. A boy, wearing a slightly faded school uniform, with a slightly thin frame, silently walked out. He walked towards the center of the arena, towards the 3-meter-tall force-measuring monument that emitted a cold metallic glow. It's him again. I wonder if he can break 0.9 this time? Last time 0.85, dead last in the school. Maybe he'll improve by 0.01 this time? Low laughter spread through the line. A few boys dressed in high-end martial arts uniforms showed no concealment of the sneers on their faces. The leader, Xiaozhan, crossed his arms and smirked. A piece of rotten mud is still rotten mud, it can't be pushed up the wall. His voice wasn't small. Many people around heard it. No one refuted. Because Lin Fan, from Class 7 of Grade 3 in Yunqing 3rd High School, had been at the bottom of the martial arts test's blood and energy value for 3 years in a row. In this world where martial arts rule, the blood and energy value represents potential, represents the future. 1.0 is the minimum qualification line for the martial arts college entrance exam. And Lin Fan's best result was 0.85. It was far from enough. Lin Fan stood still in front of the force-measuring monument. The black surface of the monument reflected his calm face. No one knew what storm was hiding beneath this calm. It had been 3 days. 3 days since he had crossed into this high martial world and become this 17-year-old boy, also named Lin Fan. Fragments of the original body's memories told him his parents died young, killed in a cave exploration, leaving behind a small amount of compensation. He had a weak personality, long-term malnutrition, and carried hidden injuries. His martial arts talent was almost non-existent. Lin Fan, begin. The invigilator, Li Fan, spoke without any emotion. He didn't even look up at the record board. The result was already determined. It was just a waste of time. Lin Fan threw a punch. Bang! A muffled sound. The monument didn't move a bit. The LCD screen at the top flickered a few times and then displayed a line of bright red numbers. Blood and energy value, 0.87. The arena fell silent for a moment. Then, louder laughter erupted. 0.87. Ha, a 0.02 improvement from last time. Amazing, at this rate, maybe he can break 0.9 before the college entrance exam. Break what? There's only 1 month left before the exam, and he's gonna headbutt it? Xiaozhan laughed the loudest, taking a few steps forward, almost pressing against Lin Fan's back. Not bad, Lin Fan, with this improvement speed, even a turtle would be moved to tears. Let me give you a piece of advice. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, not light-handed. Don't bother with the exam, seriously. After the martial exam, just come work at my family's construction site. I'll feed you 3 meals a day, and pay you daily. That's way more realistic than dreaming of entering martial university. A few lackeys echoed with creepy laughter. Li Fan finally raised his head and frowned. But he said nothing. He just marked a D next to Lin Fan's name in his notebook. Then, in a flat tone, said, "Next." As if Lin Fan was just air. Lin Fan retracted his fist. The knuckles were slightly pale. He silently walked back to the end of the line. Around him, various mocking voices occasionally reached his ears. In the front row, a cold figure slightly turned her head. Su Mu Yu. The school beauty, a genius in swordsmanship, said to have already broken through a blood and energy value of 2.0, a top candidate for the school's admission to a top martial arts university. She glanced at Lin Fan. There was neither mockery nor sympathy in her eyes. She quickly shifted her gaze away. As if it was just a casual glance. Lin Fan lowered his eyes. In the depths of his mind, some memories that didn't belong to him began to churn. The era of martial arts, where strange beasts roamed, the underworld invaded, and warriors were revered. Survival of the fittest, naked and cruel. Survival of the fittest. He whispered those 4 words. His fingertips subconsciously dug into his palm. A slight, almost imperceptible pain surged through him. Suddenly, an electronic synthesized voice directly exploded in the deepest part of his mind. Detected strong soul fluctuations compatibility 99.9%. Environment judgment, high martial world, weak start, conditions met for binding. Binding in progress 1%, 50%, 100%. God-level pretentious system, activation successful. Welcome, host, Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes widened suddenly. Before him, a translucent virtual panel with a faint blue glow appeared. Only he could see it. On the left side of the panel was his 3D image, and on the right were a few lines of simple text. Host, Lin Fan. Realm, martial artist, uninitiated. System? A standard feature for transmigrators? Lin Fan's heart suddenly raced. It's not a dream. That cold, mechanical voice sounded again, carrying a subtle and indescribable temptation. Friendly reminder, the core of this system is the show-off value. Impress others with words and actions, surpass expectations, shatter perceptions, elegantly slap faces, all can earn show-off value. Show-off value can be used for lottery draws and to exchange for anything. Newbie gift pack, would you like to claim it? Lin Fan held his breath for a moment. Show off? In the past, it was always others showing off in front of him. Now, could he, a newbie, show off in front of others? Does he dare? He looked at the massive, cold power measurement stone in the center of the venue. He glanced at the faces around him, some mocking, some indifferent. He looked at teacher Li Jinhai's back, devoid of any hope. He saw Xiao Zhan's smug profile. Damn it! He had a system now, and yet he was still thinking whether he dared. He truly had no dignity. After cursing himself harshly, he remembered the system's last sentence. He immediately understood. Claim. He silently whispered in his heart. Newbie gift pack opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Supreme Internal Martial Arts Technique Yi Jin Jing, Black Grade Floater Triple War Rune Realm. Already activated, internal force undergoes qualitative change, perpetual cycle. Legendary Palm Technique Tathāgata Palm First Form, Enlightenment of Buddha's Light. Crowned. Initial show-off value, 100 points. Boom. It was as if thunder exploded within his body. Lin Fan could distinctly feel an intense, burning sensation in his lower abdomen, near his dantian. A pure and extreme airflow erupted, spreading instantly through his limbs and bones. Every inch of muscle. Every bone. Every meridian. They were all trembling wildly. Screaming. Reassembling. Strengthening. Under his skin, complex and profound patterns flickered and vanished. That was the symbol of the Black Great Floater. At the same time, his mind was flooded with countless images and lights. A towering golden Buddha slowly raised its hand. Palm facing the sky. Endless Buddhist light gathered. Supreme. Most young. It seemed as though it could purify all evil, suppress any defiance. The trajectory of that palm, the strength it carried, the circulation of energy and blood. All deeply etched into his soul. Ah! Lin Fan let out a low grunt, his body uncontrollably swaying slightly. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. But his eyes, at that moment, became sharp as a knife, calm as an abyss. Within him, the supreme Yi Jin Jing internal force flowed like a docile giant beast. It flowed quietly, yet could erupt with destructive force at any moment. Black Grade Floater. Tathāgata Palm. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. As expected of the god-tier show-off system, the newbie gift pack was too damn powerful. When his gaze swept over Xiao Zhan again, it was no longer filled with humiliation and resentment, but anticipation. Xiao Zhan, oh Xiao Zhan, the roles have reversed between us. 3 days later. The school's official martial arts test. This was the last official record before the college entrance exam, and the results would be directly entered into the martial arts examination system. The martial arts hall was packed with people. All the senior class students, every teacher, the school leaders, and even 2 military observers. The atmosphere was so tense that it felt like you could squeeze out water. The force measurement stone was replaced with a new one. Bigger, thicker, the metallic shell gleamed coldly under the lights. On the side of the stone, there was a small inscription, Standard Type 3, Max Load, Peak Martial Artist. Peak Martial Artist. Near Martial Master. Martial Master. For these high school students, that was an unreachable realm. At present, the only person in the whole of Yun City No. 3 High School who was publicly known to have reached the Martial Master realm was the school principal. Test according to class order. The director of education shouted into a megaphone. Remember, you only have one chance. Give it your all. This is related to your martial arts exam volunteer selection and resource allocation. The queue began to move. One student after another stepped forward, gathering their strength, roaring, throwing punches. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds kept ringing out. The numbers on the screen kept flashing. Zhang Tao. Qi and blood value 1.42, B grade. Li Jing, 1.35, C+. Wang Chao, 1.58, A dash. Every time one good result was announced, a wave of low gasps sounded under the stage. Xiao Zhan stood at the very front of the Class 7 line. He wore a custom high-level martial way uniform today, with the Xiao family emblem embroidered on the cuffs. His expression was proud and arrogant. Xiao Zhan, step forward. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath and strode out in big steps. All eyes in the place focused on him. He was one of the face signs of this year at Yun City No. 3 Middle School. The Xiao family spent huge money to train him. It was said he alone ate no less than 30 body-tempering pills. Drink ah! Xiao Zhan roared in anger, all his muscles tightened, qi and blood surged wildly. His fist carried a tearing wind sound, and smashed hard into the center of the strength test stone. Dong! A huge sound. The stone body shook slightly. The numbers on the screen jumped crazily. 1.78, 1.85, 1.91, 1.94. Finally froze at qi and blood value, 1.94. Wow! The whole place boiled. 1.94. Close to a martial master already. The Xiao family really paid in blood this time. With this result, a key martial university is steady. The two military observers also nodded slightly and wrote something in their notebooks. Xiao Zhan pulled back his fist and enjoyed the shocked looks from all directions. He turned his head and looked toward the end of the Class 7 line. The corner of his mouth hooked up with an undisguised mockery. Lin Fan stood there, wearing that school uniform washed until pale white. Head lowered, expression unclear. Next, Class 7, Lin Fan. When the dean read this name, his voice paused for a moment. The hall suddenly fell quiet for an instant. Right after, low buzzing discussion sounds rose. Lin Fan? That 0.87? He really dares to come. Making a fool of himself, anyway it is not the first time. If I were him, I would have quit school long ago, why bother? Teacher Li Zhenhai frowned, and behind Lin Fan's name in the book, he wrote a D in advance. Principal Wang Zongshi sat in the center of the viewing stand, his face without expression. But the middle-aged man beside him in military uniform, with colonel rank on his shoulder, stayed his gaze on Lin Fan for 2 more seconds. Colonel Zhao. Sent by the military to observe seedlings. Old Zhao, what are you looking at? Principal Wang asked in a low voice. That student, Colonel Zhao lifted his chin, his eyes are not right. Lin Fan? He? Not qi and blood, Colonel Zhao interrupted, it is the eyes. Principal Wang was stunned and looked at Lin Fan again. Lin Fan had already walked out of the line. His steps were very steady. Step by step, he walked toward the huge strength test stone in the center of the field. Everyone's eyes followed him moving. Like watching a funny play with an ending already known. Xiao Zhan crossed his arms and sneered coldly. Several followers were already ready for how to mock later. Su Muyu stood in the front row, her cold clear eyes looking at Lin Fan's back. She frowned slightly. She always felt, this classmate who was always silent, today seemed a bit different. But where it was different, she could not say. Lin Fan stood still in front of the strength test stone. He raised his head. The pitch-black stone surface reflected his face. Calm. Even a bit indifferent. Ding. Large show-off scene detected. System suggestion, go all out, shock the whole place, can gain a large amount of show-off value. Current show-off value, 100 points. Lin Fan silently said in his heart. Are you teaching me how to do things? If showing off in front of the system also counted. Just with this sentence, the system wanted to reward Lin Fan 99.99 show-off value. And praise with one sentence, the child can be taught. Sadly it does not count. Looking at the huge strength test stone in front of him, Lin Fan took a deep breath. Not nervous. He was feeling the surging power inside his body. Gene Scripture Black Level Pagoda. In 3 days, this supreme inner skill had already run automatically through 72 small cycles. Every minute and every second, his qi and blood were growing, his body was strengthening. The black battle patterns under his skin were hidden and not shown, but that extremely hard and extremely young endless power had already seeped into every inch of flesh and blood. And also, Buddha Pong. First form, Buddha light first appears. Those understandings poured into his head were constantly digested and absorbed during these 3 days. Now, he only lacked one chance. He had to prove he was amazing. And take back what he lost before. By the way, make those who look down on him shut up. To be exact. Not shut up. But make them open their mouths wide. Don't mock, just say wow. Lin Fan, start. The voice of the head teacher sounded impatient. It meant for him to hurry up and finish the test, not to waste time. The venue was very quiet. Everyone was waiting to see the joke. Let's see how much this useless person with 0.87 vitality can score this time. 0.88? 0.89? Maybe he can barely hit 0.9. Then they can laugh all they want. Lin Fan moved. He didn't charge up like the other students, shouting or striking an exaggerated pose. He just calmly raised his right hand. His 5 fingers were together. Forming a palm. What is he doing? Palm technique? Shouldn't he be using his fist? The standard move for the force test is a straight punch. What the hell? As the murmurs began, Lin Fan's palm lightly pressed forward. The movement was slow. So slow that everyone could clearly see its path. It was like gently pushing open a half-closed door. PFF. His palm touched the cold metal surface of the test stone. There was no sound. Or rather, the sound was so faint it was nearly inaudible. Time seemed to freeze for a second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ha! Xiaozhan was the first to laugh out loud. Lin Fan, you haven't woken up, huh? Use some strength, you useless trash. Before his words even finished. Hum. A deep rumbling suddenly came from inside the test stone. On the observation platform, Colonel Zhao suddenly sat up straight. Principal Wang also sharply raised his head. In the next second. Crack. A tiny crack appeared where Lin Fan's palm had made contact. Then. A second one. A third. A fourth. Countless cracks, centered on Lin Fan's palm, rapidly spread in all directions. Like a spider web instantly spreading open. What? The stone cracked? Impossible. That's a standard Type 3. It can withstand the peak strength of even an ordinary warrior. The cries of shock exploded. But the bigger shock was yet to come. A small golden light suddenly appeared in the center of Lin Fan's palm. At first, it was tiny. Then it rapidly expanded. Boom! A golden Buddhist light, as strong and as bright as it could be, erupted from Lin Fan's palm. It instantly engulfed the entire stone. The light was so dazzling. It forced everyone to instinctively close their eyes. In the dimness, there seemed to be a golden Buddha shadow, towering and fleeting, appearing behind Lin Fan. Boom! A deafening explosion. The test stone completely shattered from the inside. It didn't crack open. It was destroyed. Pieces of metal, like a violent rain, splattered in all directions. Watch out! Colonel Zhao shouted sharply. His body flashed to the edge of the arena, raising his hand to create an invisible air wall that blocked all the flying fragments. The smoke and dust filled the air. The whole arena fell into silence. Everyone stood still, staring blankly at the center of the arena. Lin Fan was standing there. He slowly withdrew his hand. The golden Buddhist light in his palm gradually faded away. Under his feet were the completely destroyed metal remains. And a liquid crystal screen, its edges still sparking with electricity. On the screen, the last flicker of a message flashed wildly and then completely disappeared. Vitality, error, overflow. No one spoke. No one moved. Xiaozhan's mouth was wide open enough to fit a fist. The mockery on his face completely froze, turning into disbelief and terror. Sumuyu's cold eyes widened for the first time, and her sword hand unconsciously tightened. Teacher Li Jinhai's clipboard thudded to the ground. On the observation platform, Principal Wang slowly stood up, staring intently at Lin Fan. Colonel Zhao retracted his hand, his gaze piercing and sharp, focused on Lin Fan. Ding! 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 Lin Fan's mind was bombarded with system notification sounds. Game-changing performance. Shocking the whole venue. Show-off points plus 1,000. Destroying the standard test stone beyond rank. Show-off points plus 500. Drawing the military observer's attention. Show-off points plus 300. Slapping the faces of the mockers. Show-off points plus 200. Current show-off points, 2,100. Achievement unlocked, showing off the first signs of strength. Reward, 1x intermediate lottery. Lin Fan was shocked inwardly. Since receiving the Tathāgata palm and the black level pagoda, today was his first time using them. As for their power, to be honest, he didn't have a clear concept. A 12-character summary, I knew it was powerful, but I didn't know it was this powerful. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, he raised his head and looked at the observation platform. He looked at Colonel Zhao. He looked at Principal Wang. Finally, he looked at Xiaozhan, whose face was as pale as paper. He spoke. His voice was not loud. But in the dead-silent arena, it clearly reached everyone's ears. Sorry. I used a bit too much strength. This monument. The quality seems to be poor. Silence. 10 seconds of absolute silence. The whole martial arts hall was so quiet, you could hear breathing. No, there was no breathing. Everyone seemed to have pressed the pause button. Eyes wide open, mouths agape, all staring fixedly at the pile of smoking metal debris in the center of the arena. And in front of the debris, the young man whose expression was terrifyingly calm. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, whose vitality value was 0.87. The martial arts failure recognized by the entire school for 3 years. With one slap. A light, casual slap. He shattered the standard 3 force testing monument, which was designed to withstand a peak martial artist's full force attack. Gulp. Someone unknowingly swallowed. The sound was especially clear in the silence. Then. Boom. It exploded. Completely exploded. What? What did I just see? Buddha's light. Was that Buddha's light? A single slap shattered the monument. Damn, he shattered the force testing monument with one slap. Impossible, absolutely impossible, it's an illusion, it must be an illusion. You can't scare me. Damn, who pissed themselves? Damn. He tricked us. Damn, I should have held back too, this is way too much showing off. There's something wrong, absolutely something wrong. Holy sh*t. Screams. Exclamations. Voices of doubt. Shouting. Mixed together, almost shaking the roof of the arena. All the students were going crazy. The teachers were also going crazy. Teacher Li Zhenhai bent down to pick up the record board, his hand trembling so much that he failed 3 times to pick it up. In the end, he gave up, stood up straight, and looked at Lin Fan, his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. On the viewing platform, Principal Wang slowly sat down. Then suddenly stood up. Sat down again. His Adam's apple bobbed, he opened his mouth but no sound came out. He had taught for 30 years and seen many geniuses. But a high school student who could shatter a standard 3 force testing monument with one slap? Never heard of it. Colonel Zhao, on the other hand, was completely different. From the moment he saw the Buddha's light, his gaze had never left Lin Fan. Sharp, scrutinizing, but deep down, there was an excitement that he couldn't hide. Like a hunter discovering the top-level prey. Old Zhao. Principal Wang finally regained his voice, speaking hoarsely, this. Shut up. Colonel Zhou interrupted him, his eyes still locked on Lin Fan. Just watch. In the center of the field. Lin Fan stood there, bearing the gaze of everyone. In the depths of his mind, the system's prompt sound was still ringing non-stop. The scene is still shocking. Showing off value plus 50. Plus 50. Plus 50. Continuous shock has reached the maximum for this round of showing off. Current showing off value, 2,600 points. Lin Fan listened to these sounds, feeling an immense satisfaction in his heart. Showing off feels so damn good. No wonder Xiaozhan, that furball, always shows off in front of him whenever he gets the chance. He turned his head and scanned the 7th class lineup. He looked at Xiaozhan. At this moment, Xiaozhan's face was a spectacle that words couldn't describe. A mix of green and white, his lips were trembling. His eyes were filled with terror. Disbelief. Jealousy. And there was a trace of collapse. He had just been mocking Lin Fan. Boasting about his vitality value of 1.94. Dreaming about how he would humiliate this useless person after the martial arts test. But now, Lin Fan, with one slap. A light, casual slap. Had shattered all his pride, all his superiority, all his mockery. Crushed it to pieces. Not even a shred was left. No, no way. Xiaozhan's lips trembled as he mumbled to himself. He must have cheated. He must have used some banned drugs. Or the monument was already faulty. The more he spoke, the louder his voice became, as if trying to convince himself. Yes. It must be the monument's problem. This round's monument is of poor quality. No sooner had he finished speaking. Poof. Lin Fan smiled. He looked at Xiaozhan, his expression calm. Rather than barking like a dog, why don't you try to test like I did earlier? Shatter it. Xiaozhan's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. You. He wanted to curse, to rush up, to tear apart Lin Fan's calm face. But his feet seemed nailed to the ground, unable to move. Because Lin Fan had looked at him. Just one glance. Xiaozhan's body hair stood on end. It felt like being stared at by some ancient beast of prey. The feeling of death instantly enveloped his entire body. He had no doubt that if he rushed forward now, he would die. He would truly die. Silence. The director of education finally snapped back to reality, grabbing a loudspeaker and shouting. All students. Maintain order. Homeroom teachers, uphold discipline. Lin Fan. He looked toward the crowd, his voice complicated. You wait over there. Lin Fan nodded and walked toward the side. Wherever he passed, the crowd automatically parted, creating a path. The looks all students gave him had completely changed. Before, they were mocking, indifferent, disdainful. Now, they were full of awe, fear, curiosity, even admiration. In the front row, Sumuyu watched him walk closer. Her cold eyes flickered slightly. As the two brushed past each other, she suddenly spoke, her voice soft. That poem, what was it called? Lin Fan paused for a moment. He turned his head to look at her. Sumuyu was also looking at him, her gaze serious. Ha! Lin Fan smiled lightly, not answering, and continued walking forward. Is the school beauty really that impressive? Does she deserve an answer just because she asks? Sumuyu stood still, Lin Fan's smile lingering in her mind. She wasn't angry. She just found it very interesting. Lin Fan. I remember you. On the observation platform. Colonel Zhao finally withdrew his gaze and looked at Principal Wang. Principal Wang, change the force measurement tablet, continue the test. As for Lin Fan. He paused for a moment. After the test is over, bring him to see me. Yes. Principal Wang quickly nodded. Colonel Zhao added one more sentence. Alone. Chapter 4, The Conditions for Opening the System Mall. The test continued in a strange atmosphere. But everyone's mind was no longer on the test. Before each student took the stage, they couldn't help but glance at the pile of wreckage at the side. They glanced at Lin Fan, who was resting with his eyes closed in the lineup. Then, they distractedly threw a punch. Their results were generally 0.1 to 0.2 points lower than usual. Their mindset was shattered. Completely shattered. Lin Fan, however, was very calm. He appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, he was communicating with the system. Ding! Detected that the host has completed an epic level show-off. Additional rewards are being calculated. Reward 1, show-off points plus 1,000. Reward 2, intermediate lottery chances times 2. Reward 3, fragment of golden Buddha lamp, second form of the Tathāgata poem times 1, collect 3 fragments to comprehend. Current show-off points, 3,600. Current lottery chances, 3 intermediate lotteries. Lin Fan's heart moved slightly. A fragment of the second form? Nice. Although there were still 2 fragments missing, at least there was hope now. System, how many show-off points do I need to open the mall? He silently asked. Reply to host, to unlock the mall for the first time, show-off points need to reach 10,000. Once unlocked, the mall will unlock corresponding items based on the host's strength and the world's level. The preview function has been activated, the host can view some of the items available for exchange. Preview? Then, let me take a look first. Lin Fan thought to himself. Immediately, a new semi-transparent panel appeared in front of him. On it, several lines of gray text listed the items. 1. Starfighter Combat Suit, Damaged Version, 15,000 show-off points. 2. Basic Gene Optimization Liquid, 8,000 show-off points. 3. Basic Mental Power Training Method, 12,000 show-off points. 4. Random Earth Level Martial Skill Scroll, 5,000 show-off points. 5. Small Storage Ring, 1 cubic meter, 20,000 show-off points. Lin Fan's eyelid twitched. Good stuff. All of them are good stuff. But the prices were outrageous. The cheapest item, the Random Earth Level Martial Skill, costs 5,000 points. He only had 3,600 points in total right now. It's a long road ahead. Lin Fan sighed inwardly and closed the preview. Looks like I'll have to keep showing off. Really show off. The test finally ended amid distractions. Apart from Lin Fan, the other students' results were mostly as expected. Xiaozhan's 1.94 was still the highest among the boys. Sumuyu's 1.98 gave her a slight edge in first place. But everyone knew who the real first place was. That monster who shattered the force measurement tablet with one palm. Class leaders, take them back. The director of education announced. Lin Fan, stay behind. The crowd began to disperse. But many students turned their heads back, their eyes still glued to Lin Fan. Xiaozhan lowered his head and hurriedly left. His back looked disheveled. When Sumuyu reached the door, she turned and took one last glance. It just matched Lin Fan's lifted gaze. She lightly nodded, turned around, and left. Very soon, only Lin Fan, Principal Wang, Colonel Zhao, and several school leaders were left in the hall. Lin Fan. Principal Wang walked over, his expression complicated. This is Colonel Zhao from the military, he wants to talk with you. Lin Fan looked at Colonel Zhao. Colonel Zhao was also looking at him. 4 eyes met. Principal Wang, you all go out first. Colonel Zhao spoke, his voice calm and steady. Yes. Principal Wan led the other school leaders out, and casually closed the door. Inside the hall, only 2 people were left. Colonel Zhao walked in front of Lin Fan and looked him up and down. His gaze was like a knife, as if it wanted to cut him open and see through him. Lin Fan, 17 years old, Yun City No. 3 High School, Senior Year Class 3, Class 7. Both parents dead, living on compensation money. For 3 years, martial test blood energy value never exceeded 0.9. But today, with 1 palm, you shattered a standard Type 3 strength testing stone. Colonel Zhao slowly said. Explain it. Lin Fan was silent for 2 seconds. If I say, 3 days ago I had a dream, in the dream a golden Buddha passed power to me, and after waking up I knew it all, would you believe it? Colonel Zhao stared at him. Suddenly, he smiled. I believe. Lin Fan froze. Why? Because this world is full of unbelievable things. Dream power transfer, ancient book enlightenment, relic inheritance, although rare, they do exist. You are just one of them. Lin Fan let out a breath. This reason, it seems, fooled him successfully. However, Colonel Zhao changed his tone. That palm strike of yours, was it Buddhist martial arts? It should be. Lin Fan didn't lie. Colonel Zhao nodded, not asking further about the origin of the martial technique. This was a taboo among martial artists. Lin Fan, let me be direct. He looked at Lin Fan, his expression serious. Your potential has exceeded my expectations. The military has a special recruitment reserve camp, specifically for absorbing talented young people and training them in advance. I am inviting you to join. As he spoke, he took out a dark golden badge from his chest. The badge was engraved with a sword, crossed with a spear. The background was made of stars. This is the badge of the reserve camp, also a token. Colonel Zhao handed it over. It's not compulsory, not restrictive, just represents a qualification. With this badge, you will enjoy some military resources, including intelligence, training facilities, and even some restricted area access. In return, when the country needs it, you have an obligation to stand up. Lin Fan took the badge. It was cold to the touch, heavy. What do I need to give in return? He asked. Not now. Colonel Zhao shook his head. When you truly grow, you will naturally know what you need to do. Lin Fan gently rubbed the badge, remaining silent for a moment. All right, I'll join. Colonel Zhao smiled. Smart. He patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Do well in the martial arts exam, bring back the top honors. The reserve camp also needs some heavyweights. With that, he turned and left. When he reached the door, he paused again. He turned back and gave Lin Fan a deep look. By the way, I'll make a call to the Xiao family. But you also need to be careful. This world has more rules than just the obvious ones. The door opened, then closed. Lin Fan stood there, looking at the badge in his hand. His eyes gradually became deep. The Xiao family. The military. And that so-called special recruitment reserve camp. Indeed, strength is the absolute truth. Without today's palm strike, Colonel Zhao wouldn't even have glanced at him. But now. Ding. Received a personal invitation from a military colonel. Show-off value plus 500. Obtained the qualification for the Special Recruitment Reserve Camp. Show-off value plus 300. Current show-off value, 4,400 points. The system prompt sounded at the right moment. Lin Fan put away the badge and turned to leave the hall. Xiao family. Lin Fan muttered softly. Then, the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold arc. They better not come and mess with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind showing off again. Chapter 5, Did your vocal cords break at home? The school bell had rung a long time ago, and the campus was already empty. Lin Fan, carrying an old backpack, walked out of the teaching building. He didn't head toward the school gate. Instead, he turned toward the small woods on the back mountain. That was the place where Xiao Zhan and his group often hung out. That's right. Lin Fan had decided to take the initiative today. Although he had strength a few days ago, he had no backing, so Xiao Zhan had been comfortable for 3 days. But now, he had been recognized by the military. He had a backing. Some grudges. It's time to calculate. At the same time, in his mind, the system excitedly chattered. Host. Take the initiative. This is the proper way to show off. A passive counterattack is satisfying, but an active slap in the face is even better. According to the system's calculations, Xiao Zhan has an 87% chance of being in the small woods behind the mountain, bragging with his underlings. Host, go now. This system is ready to record the iconic scene. The small woods behind the mountain. Sure enough, someone was there. Not just Xiao Zhan, but also his three underlings, Zhang Biao, Li Meng, and Wang Hao. The four of them were sitting around a stone table, with several cans of high-end energy drinks and a box of opened body-enhancing pills on the table. Brother Zhan, are we just letting this go today? Zhang Biao gritted his teeth. That Lin Fan must have used some kind of evil magic. The power testing monument must have been broken long ago, and he just picked up a bargain. Li Meng also chimed in. Exactly. How could a waste like him with only a 0.87 score suddenly become so powerful? I think it's just a trick. Xiao Zhan didn't speak. He squeezed the energy drink can, his fingers turning white from the pressure. The can was already deformed. Everything that had happened in the martial arts hall today played over and over in his mind, like a nightmare. The golden light from that palm. The deafening sound of the power testing monument shattering. Everyone's eyes on him, from envy to pity. And then Lin Fan's last words. Instead of barking like a dog, why didn't you smash it like I did during the test? Every word felt like a slap to his face. It burned with a sharp pain. Brother Zhan? Wang Hao asked cautiously. Should we tell the family? Get uncle to send someone to investigate Lin Fan? Xiao Zhan suddenly looked up. His eyes were dark and menacing. Investigate? Investigate what? What if it turns out he really has some opportunity, and the family decides to recruit him? Then watch as I'm trampled under his feet forever? The three underlings fell silent. Xiao Zhan stood up and kicked over the stone bench. I don't care if he's truly powerful or just pretending. I must get my dignity back. Tomorrow no, tonight. Tonight I'll find someone. Before he could finish, a calm voice came from outside the woods. Find someone? Looking for me? The four of them froze. They all turned their heads. At the entrance to the woods, Lin Fan stood there. The sunset behind him cast his shadow long, stretching all the way to the foot of the stone table. He carried an old backpack, his school uniform faded from repeated washing. His expression was as calm as if he were just taking a walk. Lin Fan. Xiao Zhan's pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively took a step back. But soon, anger and humiliation surged up. Had he really been intimidated by this useless person? You're just in time. Xiao Zhan sneered, flexing his wrist. I was just worrying about how to find you. The three underlings also reacted quickly, swiftly spreading out to form a half encirclement, trapping Lin Fan in the middle. Zhang Biao sneered. Lin Fan, you dare come here alone? Do you really think you're impressive just because you broke a broken stone tablet with some underhanded method? Li Meng cracked his knuckles, the sound of his joints popping sharply. Today, we'll teach you what true strength is. Wang Hao didn't speak, but his eyes were cold. Lin Fan looked at them. His gaze swept over Zhang Biao, Li Meng, and Wang Hao's faces. Finally, his eyes rested on Xiao Zhan. For 3 years, you guys have been bullying me, time and time again. He spoke softly. You four cornered me against the wall. Xiao Zhan, you've slapped me 81 times in total over these 3 years. Zhang Biao, you've kicked me 36 times. Li Meng, you've stolen 9 months of my living expenses. Wang Hao, every time you were recording. With every sentence, the expressions on the four men's faces grew darker. Originally, I didn't plan to come for you so soon. Lin Fan continued. With the martial arts exam coming up, I didn't have time to deal with trash. But... He paused, looking at Xiao Zhan. I didn't like the look in your eyes today at the martial arts hall. Did you want to kill me back then? Xiao Zhan's face turned ashen. So what if I did? Lin Fan, I'm telling you. Today you're not getting away. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan moved. He didn't rush towards Xiao Zhan. Instead, he took a step to the left. This step was light. But the moment his foot hit the ground. Boom! The ground trembled slightly. Leaves flew everywhere. Zhang Biao only felt his vision blur. Lin Fan was already standing right in front of him. So fast. The thought just flashed through his mind. A hand, already lightly pressed on his chest. No sound. No momentum. It was like a greeting between friends. But the next second. Bang! Zhang Biao's 180-pound body was hit like a wild rhinoceros charging at him. He flew backwards. He crashed into a small tree as thick as a bowl. Then rolled another 7 or 8 meters on the ground. Finally collapsing on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood and passing out. Show-off value plus 100. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Lin Fan didn't stop. His feet pressed forward again. His figure appeared like a ghost, on Li Meng's right side. Li Meng reacted faster than Zhang Biao, roaring loudly as his fist, with all his blood and energy, smashed towards Lin Fan's face. Die! Lin Fan didn't dodge or avoid. He raised his hand, fingers spread wide. Slap. A light sound. Li Meng's full-force punch was firmly held in Lin Fan's palm. Not even a twitch. What? Li Meng's eyes nearly popped out. Lin Fan looked at him, his expression indifferent. His fingers slowly tightened. Ah! A shrill scream. Li Meng felt his fist as if being crushed by a hydraulic press. Finger bones, palm bones, wrist bones, all shattered. Let go. Let go. Lin Fan let go. Then, with a kick, he struck Li Meng's stomach. Ugh! Li Meng bent over, kneeling on the ground, vomiting bile, curling up like a shrimp on the floor. Show-off value plus 100. Only Wang Hao was left. Wang Hao was completely stunned. He looked at Lin Fan like he was a monster. I didn't attack. I just filmed it. I didn't hit you. He backed away while shouting. Lin Fan. Brother Fan. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Lin Fan looked at him. He looked for 3 seconds. Then, he raised his hand. Slap. A loud slap. Wang Hao spun around 3 times in place, half of his face swelling up, 2 teeth flying out. He slumped on the ground, holding his face, tears and snot streaming down. Show-off value plus 50. Finally. Lin Fan turned around and looked at Xiao Zhan. From the moment Lin Fan made his move to knocking down the 3 people, the whole process took less than 10 seconds. Xiao Zhan didn't even react in time. By the time he snapped back to his senses, the 3 henchmen were already lying on the ground. You. Xiao Zhan's throat was dry, his calves trembling. But he couldn't retreat. Lin Fan. I'm not afraid of you. Xiao Zhan roared, his blood energy rushing wildly. Die. Xiao Zhan charged forward. His fist howled through the air. There was a faint sound of air being torn apart. With this punch, he used all his strength. Even exceeded his usual limits. Lin Fan looked at the incoming Xiao Zhan. He looked at the awe-inspiring punch. His expression remained completely unaffected. He didn't even move. He just stood there. Waiting. Die. Xiao Zhan's fist was right in front of him. Lin Fan finally moved. He simply raised his right hand. The 5 fingers were together. His palm moved forward in a push. The movement was exactly the same as when he shattered the power testing stone at the martial arts hall today. This move again? Xiao Zhan's pupils shrank sharply. But with the arrow on the string, it must be released. The fist and the palm collided. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a light muffled sound. Put. Like a balloon being popped. All of Xiao Zhan's momentum, all his strength, all his blood energy. It wasn't crushed. Xiao Zhan's expression froze on his face. He felt a power, pure and vast as the ocean, like the strongest sun, pouring into his body through his fist. Wherever it passed, his blood energy fled like a mouse fleeing a cat. His meridians were in excruciating pain. His bones were crying out in agony. Ugh! Xiao Zhan screamed as his whole body was sent flying. Further than Zhang Biao. He crashed through 2 trees, and finally slammed into a giant rock. Wow! A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. He struggled to rise but found, his entire body felt like it had fallen apart, not a single bit of strength left. He could only lie there among the rubble, fearfully watching as Lin Fan slowly walked closer. Lin Fan walked up to him. He looked down at him. The sunset shone from behind Lin Fan, casting his face in shadow against the backlight. Only 1 pair of eyes, so bright it was terrifying. Xiao Zhan. Lin Fan spoke, his voice calm. Didn't you always say this world is survival of the fittest? Now, between us, who is strong and who is weak? Xiao Zhan squeezed out a smile, one more sorrowful than a cry, and said, Fan. Fan good, you're strong. He had originally planned to hold his ground and say something tough. But as soon as he saw Lin Fan's eyes, he inexplicably backed down. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit. Even if the other person killed him right now, he wouldn't need to pay with his life. Seeing Xiao Zhan's pitiful, submissive look, Lin Fan raised his hand. Slap. A slap landed on Xiao Zhan's left cheek. Did your vocal cords break? Speak louder. Chapter 6, I hit you, why aren't you laughing? Lin Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it felt like an ice pick digging into Xiao Zhan's ears. Xiao Zhan shuddered all over. His left cheek burned with pain, his mouth full of the taste of blood. He lifted his head and looked at Lin Fan's calm face in the backlight. In those eyes, there was no anger, no hatred. Only a kind of indifference that made his bones feel cold. It was like looking at a dog. Fan Ge. Xiao Zhan's lips trembled, his voice a little louder. You're strong. Lin Fan nodded, keep going. Keep going? Say you were wrong. Lin Fan leaned down, getting close to him, say you shouldn't have bullied me these 3 years. Say you won't dare anymore. Say you regret it now. Every word felt like a whip lashing at Xiao Zhan's heart. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. But he dared not resist. That slap earlier had shattered all of his confidence. I was wrong. Xiao Zhan closed his eyes, his voice dry, I shouldn't have bullied you. I won't dare anymore. I regret it. Open your eyes. Lin Fan said. Xiao Zhan opened his eyes. Look at me and say it. Xiao Zhan looked at Lin Fan. He looked into those calm eyes. I was wrong. He repeated, this time his voice clearer, I shouldn't have bullied you. I won't dare anymore. I regret it. Lin Fan stood up straight. The sunset cast his shadow over Xiao Zhan. Words aren't enough. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. In these 3 years, you slapped me 81 times. Today, I'll collect some interest. Slap. Another slap landed on Xiao Zhan's right cheek. It was symmetrical. This is the interest. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, looking at Xiao Zhan's swollen face. Remember the rest. If I'm ever in a bad mood, I'll come collect a bit more. Xiao Zhan lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, falling onto the broken stones. Listen. Lin Fan's voice grew cold. From now on, don't look at me with that kind of gaze. Don't even think of anything funny. He paused, speaking one word at a time. If I find out you or the Xiao family are up to anything, I won't hesitate to make your Xiao family change the air. The last 5 words were spoken lightly. But it was like a heavy hammer smashing into Xiao Zhan's heart. He suddenly lifted his head, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Change the air? Lin Fan, how dare he? But when he looked into Lin Fan's eyes, Xiao Zhan suddenly realized. He dared. He really dared. Understand? Lin Fan asked. Understood. Xiao Zhan's voice was hoarse. Louder. Understood. Lin Fan nodded and turned, get lost. Xiao Zhan felt as if a huge burden had been lifted. He struggled to get up. But his body felt like it had fallen apart, and after trying twice, he failed. Lin Fan turned back and glanced at him. I told you to get lost. Don't you understand? Xiao Zhan froze. Then, his face drained of color. He understood. When Lin Fan said get lost, he really meant, get lost. Lin Fan, you. Lin Fan gave him a look. Xiao Zhan's words got stuck in his throat. He looked at Lin Fan. He looked at that calm face. He looked at those indifferent eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth. He turned over. And truly, began to roll away. The broken stones dug into his wounds, and every time he rolled, the pain was excruciating. But he dared not stop. He rolled out of the little woods. He rolled up the stone path. Only when he was out of Lin Fan's sight did he struggle to get up, limping away, disappearing into the sunset. In the little woods, Lin Fan stood in place, watching the direction where Xiao Zhan had disappeared. He touched his chin. Ding! Crushing defeat of 4 opponents. Coolness points plus 400. Shocked Xiao Zhan with absolute power. Coolness points plus 300. Force your opponent to publicly humiliate themselves. Show-off points plus 500. Leave a deterrent warning. Show-off points plus 200. Current show-off points, 6,050 points. Achievement unlocked, School Bully. Reward, Intermediate Lottery Chance ×1. The system prompt cheerfully echoed in his mind. But Lin Fan wasn't thinking about that. He was thinking about the way Xiao Zhan had scrambled out just now. He was thinking about that face, swollen like a pig's head. He was thinking about those eyes full of humiliation and fear. Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. Xiao Zhan, I've got plenty of time to play with you. You better be tough, or I might just accidentally play you to death. The next day. At Yunqing Third High, the senior year building. The early self-study had just ended, and the hallway was packed with students. Xiao Zhan arrived. He wore a mask, sunglasses, and a hat pulled low. But his walk was still a bit awkward. The fall from yesterday had left him badly hurt. A few sharp-eyed students recognized him, pointing and whispering. "Look, it's Xiao Zhan. I heard he got beaten by Lin Fan yesterday?" "Not just beaten, I heard he even knelt down." "Is that true? Isn't Xiao Zhan supposed to be so tough?" "Tough my ass. In front of Lin Fan, he's just a little brother." The whispers weren't loud, but they were clear enough. Xiao Zhan lowered his head and quickened his pace. He just wanted to get into the classroom and avoid those eyes. But just then, "Xiao Zhan." A calm voice came from the other end of the hallway. It wasn't loud. But in the noisy hallway, it clearly reached everyone's ears. All the noise suddenly stopped. Everyone turned their heads at the same time. They looked towards the source of the voice. Lin Fan. He was standing at the far end of the hallway with an old backpack. He looked at Xiao Zhan. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Come here." Lin Fan waved his hand. It was like calling a dog. Xiao Zhan froze all over. The face under the mask instantly turned pale. He stood still, not moving. "Didn't you hear me telling you to come over?" Lin Fan repeated. But this time, there was a hint of impatience in his voice. The hallway was dead silent. Everyone was watching. They were all waiting to see what Xiao Zhan would do. Xiao Zhan clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palm. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. But he didn't dare to move. That slap from yesterday had completely shattered his courage. He slowly turned around. Step by step, he walked towards Lin Fan. His steps were as heavy as if filled with lead. It took him nearly a minute to cover the 10-meter distance. Finally, he stood in front of Lin Fan. He lowered his head, not daring to look Lin Fan in the eyes. "Fan. Fan bro." His voice was hoarse. "What do you need?" Lin Fan didn't speak. He just stared at him. He stared for a full 10 seconds. Then he raised his hand. Slap. A slap landed on Xiao Zhan's left cheek. The mask was knocked askew. It revealed his swollen face, bruised and purple. "This one is just the interest from yesterday," Lin Fan said. Xiao Zhan lowered his head, trembling all over. But he didn't dare to move. "Look up," Lin Fan said. Xiao Zhan slowly raised his head. "Look at me." Xiao Zhan looked at Lin Fan. He looked into those eyes, cold and terrifyingly calm. "Do you know why I hit you?" Lin Fan asked. "I know." Xiao Zhan's voice was raspy. "Why?" Because I used to bully you." "Whom?" Lin Fan nodded. And yesterday in the martial arts hall, I was disrespectful to you." "And?" Xiao Zhan froze. "And? What else was there?" His mind went blank. "Looks like you forgot." Lin Fan raised his hand. Slap. Another slap landed on Xiao Zhan's right cheek. It was symmetrical. "This one is to help you remember. I told you, the next time you see me, keep your head down. Why didn't you listen?" Xiao Zhan was confused. Didn't he say look up just now? But he didn't dare to argue. Not at all. Fan bro, I was wrong, it won't happen again." Xiao Zhan lowered his head, his voice trembling. "Louder, didn't you have breakfast?" "Fan bro, I was wrong." "Whom?" Lin Fan nodded and suddenly asked. "Why aren't you smiling?" "You're not smiling. You're not secretly cursing me in your heart, are you?" Xiao Zhan was stunned. Now he finally understood a phrase: when you want to add a charge, there's no shortage of excuses. He opened his mouth. "I'm asking you," Lin Fan interrupted him, "why aren't you smiling?" Xiao Zhan looked at Lin Fan. He looked into those calm eyes. He gritted his teeth. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. "That's more like it." Lin Fan patted his shoulder. "Next time you see me, remember to smile. Smile a little more happily. Do you understand?" "Understood." Xiao Zhan forced a smile. "Get lost." Xiao Zhan felt as though he'd been granted a pardon, turning and walking away. His steps were unsteady. His back looked pathetic. The hallway was still silent. Everyone watched as Xiao Zhan disappeared at the stairwell. Then, they all turned their heads in unison, looking at Lin Fan. In their eyes, there was awe, fear, incredulity. Lin Fan stood in place, staring in the direction Xiao Zhan had disappeared. A smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ding! 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 Ding. The system prompt sounds went crazy. Shouting at an opponent like a dog in public. Arrogance points plus 500. Slapping them in public consecutively. Arrogance points plus 300. Forcing the opponent to smile awkwardly. Arrogance points plus 800. Shocking the entire room. Arrogance points plus 400. Current arrogance points, 8,050. Achievement unlocked, public execution. Reward, 1 medium-level lottery draw. Current lottery chances, 5 medium-level draws. Lin Fan listened to these sounds, feeling pleased. He was less than 2,000 points away from the 10,000 required to open the store. It's almost there. He turned around and walked towards the classroom. As he passed, the crowd automatically parted. At the front, Sumuyu stood at the classroom door, watching him. Her gaze was complicated. Lin Fan stopped in front of her. Something wrong? He asked. Sumuyu was silent for 2 seconds, then whispered. What you're doing, isn't it too much? Lin Fan looked at her, frowning, with the expression of an elderly man on the subway looking at his phone. Too much? When they bullied me over the past 3 years, why didn't you ask if they were going too far? Sumuyu opened her mouth but didn't speak. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Lin Fan walked past her, his voice soft. That's how I, Lin Fan, do things. If you don't like it, you can always kill me. He finished speaking and entered the classroom, leaving Sumuyu standing there, lost in thought. At the back row of the classroom, Lin Fan sat down and opened his book. But his mind was communicating with the system. System, lottery. Lin Fan silently thought. Consuming 1 lottery chance. Medium-level lottery wheel starting. The phantom image in front of him spun. Lights flickered. Although the power of the Lishan palm is great, its movement and sound are also enormous. These 6 pulse divine swords. Invisible sword energy. Sneak attack. Long range attack. Show off. Simply perfect. Do you want to comprehend immediately? Comprehend. In an instant. A large amount of insights about the first sword of the 6 pulse divine swords flooded into his mind. Lin Fan felt that with just a thought, his fingers could shoot out invisible sword energy. Find a chance to test it on Xiaozhan. He. 5 consecutive draws completed. All rewards have been sent to the system space, ready to be extracted or used at any time. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. This round of draws. A huge profit. Movement technique, elixirs, double cards, stealth skills, earth-level sword pointers. Comprehensive enhancement. System. Lin Fan asked in his heart. How much more is needed for the show-off value to reach 10,000? Current show-off value, 8,050 points. Need 1950 more points to open the store. Just a reminder, host, show-off points can also be used for draws. The basic draw requires 100 show-off points, and the grand prize is 1,000 show-off points. 100 show-off points for 1,000 show-off points? It's hard not to be tempted. System, what's the probability of the grand prize? Although tempted, Lin Fan still didn't lose his rationality. The probability of the grand prize is 0.01%. 1 in 10,000? System, Damn. Sounds like there's also a system mama thing going on. No draw, I'll wait until the store opens and then decide. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. This system is wicked. Is it easy for me to accumulate show-off points? All day long, it's focused on these show-off points. The first class in the morning, martial arts theory. The teacher was an old professor wearing glasses, with a calm voice that made people sleepy. But today, no one was sleeping. Everyone's attention, from time to time, drifting towards the last row where Lin Fan was sitting. Lin Fan sat there, seeming to be listening to the class. But in reality, he was taking a body refining pill in the system space. Taking 1 primary body refining pill. A warm current slid down his throat and quickly spread through his limbs and bones, his muscles slightly heating up, a delicate tingling sensation spreading through his bones. Hidden injuries were slowly being repaired, and his vitality was faintly increasing. Not bad. Lin Fan felt the changes in his body. He continued taking 1 pill, 2 pills, 3 pills. By the time he had taken the 5th pill, he clearly felt it. A faint crack sound came from within his body, as if some kind of shackles had been broken. Ding. Host's hidden injuries have been repaired by 85%. Vitality has suddenly increased by 0.3. Foundation solidity, good. Lin Fan clenched his fist. The sense of strength was even clearer now. Continue. He took all 10 bottles of body refining pills in one go. Exactly 100 pills. If it weren't for the high quality of the Ajin Jing inner force, which could quickly dissolve the medicinal effects, a normal person would have exploded and died by now. Ding! All body refining pills have been digested. Hidden injuries completely repaired. Vitality has subtly increased by 1.1. Foundation solidity, perfect. Physical condition slightly improved. Lin Fan let out a long breath, his breath smooth, his gaze sharper. Now this body truly matched the inner strength of a black-level Futu. At the podium, the old professor pushed up his glasses. He suddenly said, "Lin Fan, please answer." The whole class went silent, all eyes turned to him. Lin Fan looked up. "You explain." The professor pointed at the meridian diagram on the board. When the vital energy and blood flow reaches the Shaoyang triple burner meridian, if there is obstruction, how should it be cleared? This question was the final question in last year's martial arts written exam. He originally wanted to challenge Lin Fan a bit, to kill his recent momentum. But, unexpectedly, Lin Fan stood up and directly simulated it using black-level Futu inner force. Then, combining the memories of the original host and some insights from his Ajin Jing guidance, he quickly thought of the answer. There are 3 methods. He spoke, his voice steady. First, gently use internal force to slowly flush it, 3 times a day, each time for 15 minutes. Second, combine with a meridian-clearing herbal bath, both external and internal use, for 7 consecutive days. Third. He paused. If the situation is urgent, you can use the acupoint puncturing needle technique to stimulate Yangqi and Guanjian acupoints, forcing the flow. But this method has risks, and should only be used by professional doctors. The old professor was stunned for a moment. Then slowly nodded. Correct answer. And very comprehensive. He looked at Lin Fan with a gaze that showed a bit more surprise. This student seems different from the rumors. Lin Fan sat down. A few students beside him whispered. Does he understand theory too? Of course, he used to just have low energy, not that he was stupid. But this is way too comprehensive. Tisk, he's really hiding deep. Classroom answering causes astonishment, coolness points plus 50. Current coolness points, 8,100. The system notification rang. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. Coolness is truly everywhere. It's like coolness is the wind, always with me. Chapter 8, Coolness, I have my own rhythm. The bell rang for the end of class. Lin Fan was about to stand up. Suddenly, a commotion came from the door of the classroom. A young man in a black military uniform stood there. Shoulder insignia, second lieutenant. Excuse me, is Lin Fan here? His voice was loud, with the unique toughness of a soldier. The entire class fell silent. All eyes turned to Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood up. I am. The second lieutenant walked into the classroom, stood at attention, and saluted. Lin Fan, Colonel Zhao sent me to pick you up. The preliminary training of the prep camp starts this afternoon. The car is outside the school gate. After speaking, he handed over a metal folder. Lin Fan took it. Opened it. Inside was a gold-embossed invitation and a confidentiality agreement. We're leaving now? Lin Fan asked. Yes, the second lieutenant nodded. The training lasts for 3 days and is closed door. Lin Fan closed the folder. All right. He grabbed his backpack and walked out of the classroom under the gazes of the entire class. As he passed Su Muyu's seat, she suddenly whispered, "Be careful." Lin Fan paused his steps. He glanced at her, nodded, and didn't say anything. The black off-road vehicle sped on. It passed through the bustling city and entered a heavily guarded military base on the outskirts of the city. High walls, electric fences, armed sentries. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive. The second lieutenant remained silent, driving silently. Lin Fan leaned against the car window, watching the training grounds fly by. Tall figures were running with weights, their energy surging, far beyond that of ordinary high school students. This is the foundation of the military. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. It's nothing special. Host. High-quality coolness environment detected. Suggestion, stay low-key, then shock everyone, maximizing coolness points. The system popped up a prompt at just the right time. Lin Fan chuckled inwardly. Great suggestion, but don't suggest next time. In terms of data analysis, he was not good. In terms of coolness, the system wasn't good. Coolness. Lin Fan had his own rhythm. The vehicle stopped in front of a gray building. We're here. The second lieutenant got out of the car and led Lin Fan into the building. The interior space was vast, brightly lit. A number of young people were already waiting. Men and women, about 20 to 30 people. Each one had strong energy, sharp eyes, and the arrogance of a genius. Clearly, these were the seeds selected from various schools. As soon as Lin Fan entered, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. He was too eye-catching. His school uniform, faded and thin, and his slightly frail physique. And that weak aura caused by the passive skill. He was completely out of place among this group of geniuses dressed in high-end martial arts outfits, with sharp, strong auras. Who is this person? I don't recognize him. Which school is he from? His energy feels so weak. How did he get in here? Did he use connections? Whispers came from all sides. Their scrutiny and disdain were unabashed. Lin Fan's expression remained calm, and he walked to a corner to sit down. He closed his eyes and rested, completely ignoring the whispers. Ding! Faced with group ridicule, remain calm. Coolness points plus 50. Current coolness points, 8150. After a while, a middle-aged man in a military officer's uniform with a stern face walked onto the podium. The shoulder insignia showed he was a lieutenant colonel. His aura was powerful. As soon as he appeared, the hall instantly became quiet. All the geniuses sat up straight. I am Lei Bao. The middle-aged man spoke, his voice booming. I am the chief instructor of your prep camp. Here, your little talent means nothing. If you're a dragon, keep coiled. If you're a tiger, stay lying. Do you understand? Yes. The class responded in unison. Lei Bao's eyes swept across the room like an eagle. Finally, they landed on Lin Fan in the corner. He paused for a second. Now, let's begin the first test of the camp. Energy test. When your name is called, step forward for the test. A soldier brought over a piece of equipment. Unlike the school's strength assessment stone. More precise, more advanced. Zhang Hong. Blood value 2.58. Li Shui. Blood value 2.51. Wang Meng. Blood value 2.55. The talented individuals who were called stepped forward one by one. Their scores were generally around 2.5. This drew waves of admiration. Truly worthy of being seed candidates. Soon, it was the turn of a tall, rebellious-looking young man. Jiang Bei. Step forward for testing. The young man proudly stepped out. His palm pressed against the instrument. Buzz. The instrument emitted a dazzling light. The numbers on the display jumped wildly. Finally, it stabilized. Blood value, 3.08. The whole room was in an uproar. 3.08? So high. Truly a genius from Jiangcheng First High. The number one of this preparatory camp must be him. Jiang Bei enjoyed the amazement of the crowd, proudly pulling back his hand. His gaze provocatively swept across everyone. Finally, it landed on Lin Fan. A smirk formed on his lips, full of disdain. Lei Bao nodded, rarely showing a hint of approval. Not bad. Next. He looked at the list and read aloud. Lin Fan. Swish. All eyes once again focused on Lin Fan. Curiosity, doubt, waiting to watch a joke. Jiang Bei crossed his arms, wearing an expression of anticipation. Lin Fan slowly stood up. He walked toward the testing device. Wait. Lei Bao suddenly spoke, pointing to a larger, rune-covered metal pillar nearby. Use this one. Ha! Everyone was stunned. That device looked more advanced, perhaps, specially made? Lin Fan was also slightly taken aback. Quickly, he understood the reason behind it. He walked up to that special device. Place your hand on it and channel your blood energy with all your strength. Lei Bao said, a hint of expectation in his eyes. Colonel Zhao specifically instructed to pay special attention to this kid. He wanted to see just how strange the boy who could smash the testing monument really was. Lin Fan took a deep breath. He did not activate the black-level floating tower of Yi Jing. He merely called upon a portion of his basic blood energy. His palm pressed against the cold metal pillar. The device shook slightly. The screen lit up. The numbers began to jump. 0.87, 0.88, 0.89. The rise was turtle paced. But someone couldn't help but laugh. Not even 0.9? What is going on? How did this data get here? Sure enough, it's a beneficiary. Seriously, anyone can come in now. Jiang Bei directly scoffed. A waste. Lei Bao frowned. Is this really it? Did Colonel Zhao make a mistake? The crowd's ridicule reached Lin Fan's ears, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, just when everyone thought the result was set, Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. Within him, the inner strength of Yi Jing quietly surged. The black-level floating tower battle pattern flickered beneath his skin. Boom! Like a slumbering giant dragon awakening. The device shook violently. The numbers on the screen shot up like a rocket. 0.91. 1.0. 1.5. 2.0. 3.0. Rising like crazy. What? This is impossible. Is the machine broken? Everyone was dumbfounded. The mocking expression on Jiang Bei's face froze instantly, replaced by an unbelievable shock. Lei Bao also stood up straight, his gaze sharp as a knife. The numbers kept jumping. 3.5. 4.0. 4.5. Finally, it froze at a number that brought silence to the crowd. Blood value 5.0. Silence. A deathly stillness. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's mouths gaped open, their eyes nearly popping out. 5.0? Is this seriously a level a high school student can reach? Many martial masters don't even have such a high blood value. Lin Fan slowly retracted his hand. His expression remained calm, as if just doing something trivial. He looked at the dazed Lei Bao, saying lightly, "Report, instructor, the test is completed." Then, he turned his head. His gaze swept across the petrified geniuses, finally stopping on the pale-faced Jiang Bei. A slight arc formed at the corner of his mouth. Just now. Who was barking like a dog? Why is there no barking now? Ding. 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 Hidden strength, a revolutionary reversal, shocking the entire audience. Show-off value plus 500. Instrument effects maxed out, visual effects full score. Show-off value plus 200. Accurately slapping the face of the provoker. Show-off value plus 100. Causing the chief instructor to be deeply shocked. Show-off value plus 200. Current show-off value, 9,150 points. Achievement unlocked, standing out among the flock. Reward, high-level lottery chances x1. Chapter 9 Hell Level Test? Not fast enough, not ruthless enough. Silence. In the entire hall, only the instrument screen's 5.0 glowed softly, reflecting a series of stunned faces. Lin Fan's words, "who was barking just now," felt like a silent slap, striking every person's face. Especially Jiang Bei. The defiance on his face shattered completely, leaving only fear and disbelief. 5.0, how is this possible? He muttered to himself, his worldview shattered. The chief instructor, Lei Bao, was the first to regain composure. He dashed to the instrument, examining it closely. The device was functioning normally, with no signs of malfunction. He suddenly turned his head, looking at Lin Fan as if he were a rare treasure. No. It was a monster. Lei Bao's voice slightly trembled. How did you do this? Lin Fan shrugged, speaking casually. Isn't it just about having hands? Ding. Casual remarks, full points for style. Show-off value plus 150. Current show-off value, 9,300 points. Having hands, really? A blood chi value of 5.0, and just having hands? Do you even hear what you are saying? The geniuses present almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Which of them wasn't grinding hard every day, using pills as food, and barely breaking through to 2.5? What, are their hands not hands? Indeed. People compared to people, just makes you mad. Lei Bao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart. He understood why Colonel Zhao valued this boy so much. This was not just a genius. It was a freak. Return to formation. Lei Bao regained his stern demeanor, but the fiery excitement deep in his eyes could not be concealed. Lin Fan walked back to the corner. This time, wherever he passed, the crowd automatically parted. There was no longer a hint of disdain and contempt. What replaced it was awe. Fear. Even a hint of submission. In a world where strength reigns supreme, this is how realistic it is. Jiang Bei instinctively took a half step back, not daring to meet Lin Fan's gaze. His face felt as if it had been slapped, burning with pain. The following tests were dull and unexciting. With Lin Fan setting the standard, the ensuing scores of 2.5, 2.6 seemed utterly dim. All the geniuses wilted, feeling crushed. The testing quickly concluded. Lei Bao stood at the front, his gaze sweeping over everyone, finally landing on Lin Fan. Blood chi value is just the foundation. A true warrior looks at practical combat. Next, we will conduct a practical reaction test. You will enter the simulation pod to face a virtual beast attack. Score based on evasion efficiency, number of hits taken, and reaction speed. Lin Fan. Lei Bao called out his name. You are first. Whoosh. All eyes focused again. Everyone wanted to see how this ridiculously high blood chi value guy would perform in real combat. Would he just be a pretty face with no substance? Lin Fan's expression was calm as he walked towards the silver simulation pod lined up on one side of the hall. Wait. Lei Bao spoke again, a meaningful smile on his lips. We will adjust the difficulty of your test to hell level. What? Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Hell level? That was the level of difficulty meant for formal officer training. It was said to simulate the terrifying beasts deep in the caves, moving at lightning speed, with cunning attacks. Ordinary martial masters couldn't last 3 minutes inside. Let a high school student try hell level? What is the chief instructor planning? Jiang Bei and the others were first shocked, then displayed gloating expressions. Humph. What does having high blood chi matter? At hell level, if your reactions can't keep up, you'll still be beaten like a dog. Just wait and see how you keep posing. Lin Fan paused his steps and looked at Lei Bao. Lei Bao's gaze was sharp. What, afraid? Lin Fan smiled. Someone sent a pillow when he was sleepy. He wanted to actively raise the testing standards and show off even more. No need to say more, love you, old Lei. There are many things I am afraid of, but this is not one of them. After saying that, he directly stepped into the simulation pod. The pod door closed. The huge screen in front of the hall lit up, displaying Lin Fan's first-person perspective. Practical reaction test hell level, start. As soon as the electronic voice fell. Roar. Lights and shadows flickered. 3 virtual shadow wolves pounced at Lin Fan in a triangular formation, shadows trailing behind them. The angles were ruthless. The speed was more than 5 times faster than the ordinary level. It's over. The beginning is an absolute kill. How can this be dodged? The crowd exclaimed. Even Lei Bao held his breath. But inside the simulation pod, Lin Fan's figure flickered like a ghost. Lingbo micro step. Whoosh. 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 The attacks from the 3 shadow wolves all missed. They brushed past the edges of his clothes. Perfect dodge. Score +10. A prompt popped up on the screen. What? He can dodge this? A chorus of gasps filled the hall. Jiang Bei's eyes widened again. But it wasn't over. More shadow wolves materialized, attacking from all directions. Claws slashing. Fangs biting. Pouncing. The onslaught was like a raging storm. On the screen, Lin Fan's figure turned into a series of afterimages, shifting and darting in the confined space. Each dodge was flawless. Each movement seemed to predict every attack. Perfect dodge. Score +10. Perfect dodge. Score +10. The prompt sound echoed crazily. Scores soared to new heights. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What kind of movement is this? Simply inhuman. Lei Bao's fists unconsciously clenched, his eyes shining brighter. Good kid. I really didn't misjudgment you. Inside the simulation pod, Lin Fan felt incredibly comfortable. Lingbo microstep combined with the internal power of the Isa transformation flowed smoothly. The attacks from these virtual monsters were full of flaws in his eyes. He even had the leisure to comment. Not fast enough, and not fierce enough. It's virtual after all, ultimately virtual. As soon as the words fell, the scene changed abruptly. The wolf pack disappeared. A massive cave bear virtual shadow materialized. Its roar shook the heavens. A gigantic bear paw, carrying terrifying wind pressure, slashed down. It covered the entire dodging space. There was nowhere to dodge. It's the bear's ultimate skill, earth-shaking palm. This move can only be taken head-on. He can't dodge this. Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. As the bear paw was about to smash Lin Fan into pulp, Lin Fan suddenly stopped all dodging movements. He stood still. Looking up. He stared at that paw that blocked out the sun. You dare to show off your tricks to me? I won't play with you anymore. Just as his voice fell, in everyone's incredulous gaze, Lin Fan slowly raised his right hand. He extended his middle finger, pointing at that virtual bear paw capable of crushing steel. Also pointing at the crowd outside. With a gentle flick. There was no grandeur. No blood surging. Just like casually swatting away a fly. Is he crazy? Blocking with a finger? Is he looking for death? Jiang Bei almost shouted out. The next moment, the fingertip virtually touched the bare paw. Put. A slight muffled sound occurred. Like a bubble bursting. That enormous bare shadow appeared to be punctured, twisting violently, and then, boom! It collapsed, transforming into countless specks of light. One-hit kill. Exceedingly completed. Score plus 1000. Hell level challenge, cleared. Total score, SSS. Historical high. On the screen, 3 giantesses glowed brightly, illuminating the besotted faces in the hall. The simulation pod door opened. Lin Fan walked out slowly. His expression still calm. As if he hadn't just passed the hell level difficulty. He looked at Lei Bao and said flatly. Instructor, this simulated monster. The quality doesn't seem that great. Ding. 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 Hell level difficulty crushed and cleared. Show off value plus 500. Breaking with a finger, overturning cognition. Show off value plus 300. Reproducing classic lines. Show off value plus 100. Total score SSS, creating history. Show off value plus 500. Current show off value, 10,700 points. Achievement unlocked, Hell Conqueror. Reward, advanced lottery chances x1. Ding. Detecting that show off value exceeds 10,000 points. Would you like to spend 10,000 show off value to open the system mall? Lin Fan was ecstatic. He finally broke 10,000 points. The long-awaited system mall, here I come. Chapter 10, A Real Man Wants It All. Outside the simulation pod, silence lingered for a full half-minute. Until Lin Fan's light remark, the quality doesn't seem that great, fell. It was like a stone dropped into a lake, stirring up monstrous waves. SSS historical high. A genius repeated the words on the screen like a dream. Did he just poke the hell level bear with a finger? Another voice trembled. Am I not awake? Is this really a high school test? Mom, I want to go home. There are monsters here. What am I doing here, jumping around like a fool? I said I'm not coming, the principal is misleading me. Originally, those geniuses wanted to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself. At this moment, their hearts were completely shattered. They shouldn't be here, they should be in the hot springs at the bottom of the sea, playfully swishing their tails. Especially Jiang Bei. This kid was completely dumbfounded now. His mouth was agape, and he made ha-ha sounds from his throat, but not a word came out. His face alternated between red and white. Just a moment ago, he had mocked Lin Fan for being a silver-painted gunhead. Yet, the other party had turned around and slapped him across the face with a hell-level SSS rating. No, it wasn't just a slap, it ground all his pride into the dirt. Lei Bao took a deep breath, then took another deep breath. He barely suppressed the urge to dissect Lin Fan on the spot for research. He walked in front of Lin Fan, his gaze complex as he examined the boy. Lin Fan. Lei Bao spoke, his voice carrying a dryness he didn't even notice. What was that finger move you just did? What martial art is it? Lin Fan smiled. You don't know this? It's the Lingxi finger. Haven't you seen the Imperial Secret Agent 00FA? Lei Bao. Ding. Rambling carelessly, and still maintaining style. Show-off value plus 100. Current show-off value, 10,800 points. Forget it. Lei Bao waved his hand, giving up on the inquiry. It's normal for a genius to have a little secret. As long as they are a genius of the human race, that's enough. I will record and report your test results honestly. Lei Bao said in a deep voice. Now, return to your team. The others, continue testing. Lin Fan walked back to the corner. This time, everyone's eyes on him were no longer filled with awe. It was like looking at a deity. They actively parted to make way, the path wide enough for a horse to run. Lin Fan felt relaxed, closing his eyes in concentration. In his heart, he silently chanted. System, open the store. Ding. Spend 10,000 show-off value, the system mall has officially opened. Current show-off value balance, 800 points. The moment Lin Fan's consciousness sank into his mind, the scene before him changed drastically. No longer was it a simple semi-transparent panel. Instead, it was an enormous virtual hall. The towering dome above was filled with swirling stars. Around him, the walls shimmered with countless glowing products, categorized in dazzling. Cultivation techniques area. Martial arts area. Elixir area. Weapon area. Rare Objects Area. Technology Area. Each area extended deep, the sheer number of items enough to make one's scalp tingle. This is the real system mall. Lin Fan took a deep breath. His gaze first landed on the upper right corner. There was a prominent golden number, 800, show-off value. And what attracted Lin Fan's attention the most was a central area flashing with red light 0.1 discount zone. Below it, there was a line of small text. Refresh every Monday at midnight, fixed 5 items, be quick. 0.1 discount? Lin Fan's heart raced. If an item was originally worth 10,000, it would only be 100 after the discount? He focused his thoughts. Clicked into the discount zone. Before him floated the three-dimensional projections and detailed introductions of 5 products. Lin Fan's consciousness immersed in the grand system mall. His gaze was fixated on those 5 products in the 0.1 discount zone. He subconsciously held his breath. This discount, too fierce. He concentrated his thoughts and carefully looked at the first product. Product 1, Heavenly Tier Fragment 9 Profound Skill Beginner's Volume. Original price, 1 million show-off value. 0.1 discount price, 10,000 show-off value. Description, Ancient Body Refining Holy Method Fragment, only the first 3 levels of training method remain. Once completed, the body becomes like a treasure, capable of lifting tripods, ordinary swords cannot harm. Note, training requires a large amount of body refining resources, progress is slow, but the foundation is extremely solid. Lin Fan's heart raced violently. Heavenly Tier. Although it was a fragment, and just a beginner's volume. But the original price was 1 million. Now it's only 10,000. He immediately looked at his balance, 800 points. That's quite a bit short. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. The feeling of seeing something you can't afford was too painful. He forced himself to look at the second item. Product 2, Space Ring, 10 cubic meters. Original price, 50,000 show-off value. 0.1 discount price, 500 show-off value. Description, built-in stable space, can store non-living objects. Requires blood to recognize master, and thoughts for access. Note, produced by the system, quality guaranteed. This is good. A normal 1 cubic meter space ring costs 20,000 show-off value, but now 10 cubic meters only costs 500. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. 10 cubic meters of space is enough to hold a lot of supplies. But he didn't act immediately. He decided to wait and see. After all, there were still 3 items he hadn't looked at. Item 3, Disposable Experience Card War King Level Full Strike. Original price, 20,000 show-off points. 0.1 discount price, 200 show-off points. Description, after use, temporarily gain the power of a War King level full strike, duration of 3 seconds. Warning, disposable item, disappears after use. The overwhelming power may be too much for the host's body to fully bear, use with caution. Lin Fan gasped. War King level. In this world, martial artists' ranks are divided into Martial Artist, Martial Master, Grand Martial Master, Martial Sect, War King, War Emperor. War King level, that's already a gigantic figure ruling a territory. Although it's only for 3 seconds, and it might harm oneself. But this is a life-saving trump card. In a critical moment, it could turn the tables. Item 4, Washing Marrow Pill, Perfect Quality, ×1. Original price, 30,000 show-off points. 0.1 discount price, 300 show-off points. Description, wash the essence and marrow, remove impurities from the body, slightly enhance martial talent. Perfect quality has no side effects, best effect. Note, effective only for the first use by each person. Enhancing talent. Lin Fan's heart stirred. The martial talent of this body's original self is indeed not very good. Although there is a system, it's a good thing if the foundational ability can be improved. Item 5, Random Underground Cave Map Fragment ×1. Original price, 10,000 show-off points. 0.1 discount price, 100 show-off points. Description, a broken map that records the terrain of a certain underground cave, distribution of strange beasts, and resource points. Content is random, quality is random. Note, it may record treasures, or it may lead to danger. Bet cautiously. Underground Cave Map. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. In this world, underground caves are danger, but also opportunity. Countless martial artists explore continuously, just to find resources or inheritance inside. A map's value is immeasurable. Although it's random, and might be a trap. But for just 100 points, it's worth a gamble. After finishing looking at the 5 items, Lin Fan fell into a dilemma. He only had 800 points. But damn it, he wanted to buy them all. System. Lin Fan asked in his heart. The 0.1 discount area, will it refresh every week? Yes, host. Refreshes every Monday at midnight, items are completely random, discount is fixed at 0.1. After each refresh, unpurchased items will disappear. Lin Fan frowned. Refresh every Monday. And today is Friday. Counting today, there are 2 days left to earn show-off points. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. It seemed like he grasped something important. I really am a genius. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled, as if he saw a massive amount of show-off points waving at him. A real man never makes a choice, he wants them all. Chapter 11, I want to show off. No, I want to enter the underground cave. System, I want to buy the space ring and the washing marrow pill from the 0.1 discount store. Ding. Spend 500 show-off points, successfully purchased space ring, 10 cubic meters. Spend 300 show-off points, successfully purchased washing marrow pill, perfect quality, times 1. Current show-off points, 0 points. Both items appeared in the system space. The system space can only store items from the system. Extract the space ring. Lin Fan thought silently. In the next moment, he felt a slight chill on his left index finger. An ancient silver ring quietly appeared on his finger. The style was simple, not eye-catching at all. Lin Fan moved his thoughts slightly. Instantly saw the inside of the ring, a stable space approximately 2.15 meters in length, width, and height. It was empty. He tried to transfer the washing marrow pill from the system space into it. With a thought, the pill appeared in the corner of the ring. Easy to store. Good stuff. Lin Fan was secretly delighted. With this, carrying supplies would be much more convenient in the future. Then, he gave the system a command. Consume the washing marrow pill. Ding. Consumed the perfect quality washing marrow pill. A warm yet powerful current instantly flowed throughout his body. Unlike the warmth from the body refining pill, this current seemed alive, penetrating every inch of flesh, every bone, every vein. Lin Fan's body trembled slightly. He felt that certain deep-seated impurities within him, even the body refining pill could not touch, were slowly being stripped away by this current. From his pores, fine black oil seeped out, with a faint fishy smell. But soon, it was automatically dispersed by the internal energy of the Yi Jin Jing, turning into nothingness. This process lasted about 10 minutes. The heat gradually subsided. Lin Fan opened his eyes and gently exhaled. His breath was long, and his gaze became clearer. Washing of the marrow is complete. 37% of impurities removed from the body. Martial arts talent slightly improved. Blood and chi operation efficiency plus 15%. Physical affinity plus 10%. A series of prompts rang out. Lin Fan clenched his fist. There was no obvious increase in strength, but he could feel that his body was much more transparent. When circulating his blood and chi, it was much smoother and easier. If before it was a bumpy dirt road, now it was a smooth asphalt road. The effect is good. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. This 300 points were well spent. The next tests were dull and uninteresting. With Lin Fan's shining performance as a precedent, everyone else's performance seemed dim. Even Jiang Bei barely got an A rating. Compared to SSS, there was a world of difference. When the test was about to end, Lin Fan took the initiative to find Lei Bao. Instructor Lei, can you help me contact Colonel Zhao? I have something important to discuss with him. Lei Bao stared at Lin Fan for 2 seconds. Looking for Colonel Zhao? He frowned slightly. What's the matter? I can relay it. Lin Fan shook his head, his tone calm yet firm. This matter, I must say in person. Lei Bao was silent for a moment. He could feel that this young man was serious. And with the potential Lin Fan had shown today, he had that qualification. Follow me. Lei Bao turned and walked briskly into the depths of the base. Lin Fan followed. The two passed through several alloy doors that required fingerprint and iris verification. The corridor grew deeper. The atmosphere also became more solemn. On both sides of the walls hung some old photos, all scenes of martial artists battling strange beasts. Blood and fire, life and death. Lin Fan's gaze swept past, his eyes slightly focused. This is the truth of this world. Here we are. Lei Bao stopped in front of a heavy black metal door. There was no marking on the door, just a small scanning device. Lei Bao stepped forward and verified his identity. Click. The door slid open to both sides, revealing a simple office inside. Colonel Zhao sat behind the desk, reading a document. Hearing the noise, he raised his head and showed a hint of surprise when he saw Lin Fan. Instructor Lei, Lin Fan. Sit down. He closed the document and pointed to the chair opposite. Lei Bao saluted and stepped aside. Lin Fan sat down, sitting up straight. Is the test over? Colonel Zhao asked. Just concluded, Lei Bao replied, his tone complex. Lin Fan's score is SSS. Colonel Zhao lightly tapped his fingers on the desk. Hell level? Yes. Time taken? 3 minutes and 17 seconds. The office fell silent for a moment. Colonel Zhao looked at Lin Fan with deep eyes. 3 minutes and 17 seconds, passing the hell level. Lin Fan, you once again surprised me. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Colonel Zhao, I did not come today to report my score. Oh? Colonel Zhao leaned slightly forward. Then what is it? Lin Fan stared directly into his eyes, word by word. I apply to enter the dungeon for training. As soon as the words fell, the air in the office seemed to freeze. Lei Bao suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Fan, his eyes as if looking at a madman. Colonel Zhao's smile also slowly faded. The dungeon? He repeated these 2 words, his tone low. Do you know what the dungeon is? I know. Lin Fan nodded, a place where strange beasts run rampant, full of dangers, with a death rate exceeding 30%. Then do you still want to go? I want to go. Why? Lin Fan was silent for 2 seconds. The truth is, he wanted to impress others, racking up some show-off value. Of course, the truth could not be said directly. He had to process it a bit. Just like exchanging beauty and wealth for career and love. Because the training at school is too gentle. Even the simulation chamber, as realistic as it is still fake. I want to experience real life and death battles. I want to see what level my strength truly reaches on a real battlefield. After a pause, he added. And I need resources. Real resources. Colonel Zhao looked deeply at him. He stared for a long time. The clock in the office ticked away. At last, Colonel Zhao spoke. Training in the underground is not child's play. Even I cannot casually approve a high school student to enter. I need a reason. A reason that can convince me. Lin Fan took a deep breath. This time he understood, empty words were useless. He had to show strength. Sigh. I originally wanted to get along with you as a positive and ordinary high school student. But what I got in return was distrust. No more pretending. I'm going to impress you. Colonel Zhao, don't you want a reason? Then I will give you a reason right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. Within him, the inner strength of the Yi Jing Jing quietly cycled. 6 Meridian Sword Xiaoshang Sword. Buzz. At his fingertips, a wisp of invisible sword energy quietly condensed. The air in the office seemed to be stirred by an unseen force. Lei Bao's pupils contracted sharply. He felt a sharpness so extreme it was piercing. Colonel Zhao suddenly stood up. He stared intently at Lin Fan's fingertips. There, the air was slightly distorted. Although it didn't take shape. But that characteristic sharpness of the sword energy was unmistakable. This is. Colonel Zhao's voice was hoarse. Sword energy? Ding. A slight display of power has already reached the limit of their understanding. Style points plus 200. Current style points, 200 points. Lin Fan nodded. Earth level martial arts, 6 Meridian Sword. What I master is not just this. He withdrew the sword energy, his tone calm. But these martial arts need practical combat to refine. They need the pressure of life and death to break through. In school, there is no such pressure. Here, there isn't either. Colonel Zhao slowly sat back down. His fingers unconsciously tapped the table. Once, twice, 3 times. He was weighing it. It wasn't that Lin Fan's strength didn't move him. A long while passed. He raised his head, looking at Lei Bao. Instructor Lei, what do you think? Lei Bao smiled wryly. Colonel, according to the rules, high school students are absolutely not allowed to enter the underground. But he looked at Lin Fan. This kid's strength can no longer be measured by high school students. In the hell level test just now, his reaction speed and combat awareness even surpassed many veterans. Colonel Zhao nodded. He looked back at Lin Fan. Are you sure you want to go? Absolutely. Even if it might cost you your life? The path of a warrior is always a matter of life and death. Lin Fan's eyes were firm. Moreover, fear of death cannot make one strong. Of course, this statement was pure bravado. He was definitely afraid of death. But he believed he wouldn't die. Colonel Zhao fell silent. He reopened the folder, reviewing Lin Fan's profile. 17 years old. Both parents deceased. 3 years as a waste. 1 day awakening. Crushed the power measurement stone. Hell level SSS. Also knows earth-level sword techniques. Such a seedling. Should it be protected and cultivated slowly? Or, let it out to experience the storms? All right. Colonel Zhao suddenly closed the folder, making a decision. I approve. But there are a few conditions. Lin Fan's eyes brightened. You say. First, you must join a squad and cannot act alone. Second, you can only operate on the outer perimeter of the safe zone, no deep infiltration. Third, the duration is 7 days, and you must return when the time is up. Fourth. Colonel Zhao paused, his tone serious. If you encounter uncontrollable danger, prioritize your survival. Coming back alive is more important than anything. Lin Fan nodded seriously. I understand. There is a saying that when soldiers are outside, they are not subject to the orders of their superiors. Whatever the specifics, as long as he could enter the underground, he would agree to these conditions first. Colonel Zhao took out a silver badge from the drawer and handed it to Lin Fan. The badge was engraved with a fortress, with crossed swords and daggers below. This is the underground pass. Wearing it, you can access the perimeter of the third underground safe zone. Tomorrow morning, Instructor Lei will take you to check in. Lin Fan took the badge, feeling its slight weight. Thank you, Colonel Zhao. Colonel Zhao waved his hand. No need to thank me. Remember, the underground is not a game. Every minute there, someone is dying. Prepare yourself well. Lin Fan stood up, saluted, and then turned to leave. The office door closed. Lei Bao couldn't help but speak. Colonel, is this too risky? He's only 17. Colonel Zhao looked towards the door, his expression complex. 17? Lei Bao, what were you doing at 17? Lei Bao was taken aback. I was training in military school. Yes. Colonel Zhao said slowly. When we were 17, we were still in training. And some people are already ready to face life and death. He walked to the window, looking at the shadowy figures sweating in the training ground outside. This world needs geniuses. But it needs even more. Strong ones who can crawl out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Lin Fan. He has that potential. Thunder Leopard was silent. He understood. Colonel Zhao was betting. Betting that Lin Fan could come back alive. Betting that he could transform into a true warrior. I hope. Thunder Leopard said softly. He won't let us down. Chapter 12, The Snow-Drinking Mad Blade and the Proud Cold 6 Techniques. Lin Fan returned to the temporary dormitory. He closed the door. Leaning against the door, he let out a long breath. In his palm, the silver badge was slightly warm. The cave has to be interesting. In his eyes, there was no trace of fear. Only excitement and anticipation. Ding. Hidden mission triggered, cave trial. Mission requirement, survive in the cave for 7 days and hunt at least 10 first-order exotic beasts. Mission reward, show-off points plus 2,000, high-level lottery chances times 1, Rulei's Palm second style insight fragment times 1. Failure penalty, none, but you might die. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Hunt 10 first-order exotic beasts. The rank of exotic beasts corresponds to the level of warriors. First-order exotic beasts, equivalent to the warrior realm. With his current strength, it should not be difficult. But the cave environment is complex, and exotic beasts often gather in groups. Then that's even better. Lin Fan's lips curled up. Another 2,000 show-off points for free. Love you, system. System, open the attribute panel. Lin Fan silently thought. Host, Lin Fan. Realm, Peak Warrior, can break through at any time. Cultivation method, Yujinjing, Black Level Stupa. Martial skills, Rulei's Palm First Style, Buddha's Light Emerging, 6 Meridian Sword First Sword, Xiaoshang Sword, Lingbo Weibu, Fragment. Talent, Body of Washing Marrow, Beginner. Items, Space Ring, 10 cubic meters, show-off points doubling card, 24 hours, times 1, high-level lottery chances times 2. Show-off points, 200. Mall, open. Looking at the panel, what to do next was very clear. First, break through to a martial master. Second, lottery. In the temporary dormitory. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the bed. In his palm lay the silver cave badge, slightly warm. Peak Warrior, can break through at any moment. He felt the rushing internal energy of Yujinjing within his body. The black level stupa battle pattern glimmered under his skin. In this high martial world, the division of warrior realms is simple yet cruel. Warriors are entry level. Blood and chi over 1.0, strong bones, able to shatter stones with bare hands. But strength is limited to the body, fighting relies on hard impacts. 90% of students in the entire school remain stuck at the warrior level for their entire lives. Martial masters represent a qualitative change. Blood and Chi Breakthrough 3.0, internal energy can extend 3 inches outward. Injure people from a distance, protect self with true energy, combat power skyrockets. Ordinary firearms can no longer be fatal. In the whole Yunqing No. 3 school, only the principal is a martial master. Of course, blood and chi are not rigid conditions. People have different physiques, but generally, warriors break through to martial masters around this blood value. Besides these differences, what attracts warriors the most is that after breaking through to martial master, life expectancy can be extended by about 20 years. And above that, there are great martial masters, martial sages, martial kings. Each level is a formidable barrier. Martial master. Lin Fan murmured to himself. A few days ago, he was just a waste with a blood value of 0.87. Now, he is going to challenge a realm that countless people dream of. The world is unpredictable. System. He silently thought. What should I pay attention to when breaking through to martial master? Ding. The Yujinjing you cultivate is a supreme mental method, and there are no bottlenecks. Just accumulate enough, and it will happen naturally. Lin Fan no longer hesitated. He closed his eyes and focused. At the Dan Tian. The internal energy of Yujinjing was like a sleeping giant dragon, slowly awakening. The black level stupa battle pattern lit up inch by inch beneath his skin. Black mixed with dark gold. Profound and complex, resembling ancient runes. Boom. A low rumble echoed within. Bones resonated. Blood and chi surged like the roaring Yangtze River. Lin Fan's breath became long and deep. With each breath, the air in the dormitory was gently shaking. The most critical step from warrior to martial master is external release of internal energy. To release the originally restricted blood and chi internal energy. Protruding from the body, forming substantial attack or defense. This requires. First, the internal force must be sufficiently pure. Second, the control must be fine enough. Third, the meridians must be tough enough. And the Yi Jin Jing black level stupor. These 3 points are all full marks. Give me. Break. Lin Fan silently shouted in his heart. Internal power in the Dantian exploded with a bang. Rushing wildly along the meridians. Under the skin, black battle patterns blazed brilliantly. Faintly, a voice from the sutra sounded. Buzz. The lights in the dormitory flickered on and off. The tables and chairs trembled slightly. Outside, night birds were startled and flew away. In the next room. Thunder Leopard suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a terrifying wave of blood energy coming from Lin Fan's room. This is a breakthrough? He instantly flashed out the door. At the same time, deep within the base, Colonel Zhao also raised his head, looking towards the dormitory, his expression puzzled. This momentum. Could it be? In the dormitory. 3 feet around Lin Fan. The air distorted. Invisible airwaves spread out in circles around him. The floor made a crack sound, with fine cracks appearing. External release. Success. Lin Fan opened his eyes. Bright light shot out from his eyes. Hiss. He raised his hand and pressed vaguely against the wall. Buzz. A semi-transparent palm imprint shot out. It flew 3 feet in the air. Then slowly dissipated. Wherever it passed, the air made a booming sound as it was compressed. Internal force external release, 3 feet. Not relying on any martial arts. Martial Master Realm has been achieved. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Martial Master Realm. Yi Jin Jing automatically operates to the black level stupor second layer battle patterns. Total internal force plus 200%. Purity plus 150%. Physical strength significantly increased. Gained exclusive ability, True Chi Protection, primary. Lin Fan felt the earth-shaking changes within his body. Power. Endless power. It felt as if with just one punch, he could shatter his previous self. This is the martial master. He clenched his fist, causing the air to explode with a bang. Awesome. Outside the door, Thunder Leopard and the hurried Colonel Zhao exchanged glances. Both saw the shock in each other's eyes. From the fluctuations of the aura, Thunder Leopard's voice was dry. Not the initial stage of martial master. At least, mid-stage martial master. Colonel Zhao remained silent for a long while. Then slowly uttered a sentence. Monster. A true monster. Ding. The shock from the breakthrough aura astonished the two, showing off value plus 200. Current show-off value, 400 points. The dormitory door opened. Lin Fan stepped out. Seeing the two outside, he showed no surprise. Colonel Zhao, Instructor Lei. He smiled. Did I disturb your rest? Colonel Zhao looked him up and down. His gaze was complicated. You broke through? Yeah, just broke through. Lin Fan replied casually. Martial Master Realm, feels pretty good. Ding. Casually describing the breakthrough, show-off value plus 100. Current show-off value, 500 points. Colonel Zhao. Thunder Leopard. Feels pretty good? How many people have struggled a lifetime? And you just said feels pretty good and that's it? Cough. Colonel Zhao cleared his throat. Since you've broken through, the journey to the underground cave has more confidence. Rest well, we depart tomorrow morning. After saying that, he turned and left. His back appeared slightly hurried. Thunder Leopard deeply looked at Lin Fan, then left as well. Both had one thought in mind. We can't stay with this guy for too long. It's too discouraging. Back in the dormitory. Lin Fan closed the door. Feeling cheerful. Next, the lottery. High-level lottery, much higher than the middle-level lottery. The chance of getting good stuff is greater. System, let's do a high-level lottery first. The so-called single draw for a miracle. Ding. Consuming high-level lottery chances times 1. High-level lottery roulette starting. A huge golden roulette appeared before him. It was several times more gorgeous than the middle-level lottery. The pointer spun rapidly. The light was dazzling. Lin Fan held his breath. Come on, something good. Something good. The roulette gradually slowed down. In the end, the pointer stopped at a long knife pattern radiating icy blue chill. Congratulations to the host. Obtained a top-tier divine weapon of Earth-rank snow-drinking mad knife. Buzz. The temperature in the dormitory suddenly dropped. A long knife, entirely ice blue and imposing, appeared out of thin air in Lin Fan's hand. The knife was 4 feet 2 inches long, with a thick blade. The edge like frost and snow, chilling to the bone. Faint dragon patterns could be seen dancing on the blade. Snow-drinking mad knife. Lin Fan caressed the blade. Cold as ice, yet faintly resonating with the internal force of Yi Jing within him. That divine weapon from Feng Yun. A good knife. Snow-drinking mad knife, earth-level top tier. Characteristic 1, extreme cold air. Where the blade passes, the ice freezes 3 feet deep. Feature 2, the blade is indestructible, able to clash with heavenly weapons. Feature 3, interacting with the pure yang internal force, achieving balance of yin and yang, power doubled. Feature 4, can grow, requires absorption of ice-type heavenly materials and treasures. Lin Fan loves it dearly. With this blade, his battle power is at least increased by 30%. System, continue the lottery. Ding. Consumes high-level lottery chance times 1. The high-level lottery wheel starts again. The pointer spins wildly. This time, it stops on a manual glimmering with cold light. Congratulations, host. Obtained Earth-level top-quality sword technique Pride of Frost 6 techniques. A flood of insights pours into his mind. 6 blade techniques, each move sharp and domineering. Perfectly fits with the snow-drinking mad blade. Pride of Frost 6 techniques, Earth-level top quality. First technique, startling frost glance, blade speed extremely fast, like a startled swan glance. Second technique, ice freezing 3 feet, blade chi turns into cold ice, sealing movement. Third technique, red apricot in snow, blade momentum is strange, hard to defend against. Fourth technique, peach branch withering, using softness to overcome hardness, resolving attacks. Fifth technique, treading snow seeking plum, body technique coordinated, like shadow following shape. Sixth technique, cold blade ice heart, person and blade in one, absolute kill move. Lin Fan closes his eyes to digest. After a moment, he opens his eyes. There seems to be a flash of blade light in his gaze. The blade is here, the sword technique is here. He looks toward the window. Night deepens. Dawn approaches. Underground. I am truly looking forward to it more and more. He picks up the snow-drinking mad blade. With a thought. The long blade transforms into a blue light, disappearing into the space ring. Time to rest. Tomorrow. Continue to show off. Chapter 13, You Don't Shout When You Have a King Bomb in Poker? Morning. At the military base assembly ground. The sky is just dimly lit, the cold wind is biting. Lin Fan wears the black combat uniform issued by the military, carrying a tactical backpack, with the underground access badge hanging from his waist. The snow-drinking mad blade is stored in the ring. Light on gear. Thunder Leopard stands in front of him, serious expression. One last reminder. The underground is not an amusement park, death can come at any second. Your team number is Falcon Team 7, the captain is a retired soldier, nicknamed Old Blade. Once inside, listen to commands, don't show off. Lin Fan nods, understood. Thunder Leopard stares at him for a few seconds, suddenly lowers his voice. Come back alive. Colonel Zhao values you. Lin Fan smiles. Don't worry. My life is tougher than my second brother's. Ding. Confident speech, show-off value plus 50. Current show-off value, 550 points. Half an hour later. The armored transport vehicle drives into the underground tunnel. The light is dim. Only the roar of the engine and the heavy breathing of other warriors in the compartment can be heard. Lin Fan sits opposite 3 people. 2 men and 1 woman. They are all members of Falcon Team 7. Newcomer? The bald man sitting in the middle speaks, voice hoarse. He has a hideous scar on his face, stretching from the left brow bone down to the chin. His eyes are sharp like an eagle. Yes, newcomer. Lin Fan nods. What's your name? Lin Fan. How old? 17. The compartment falls silent for a moment. The other 2 lift their heads at the same time. The woman looks to be in her early 20s, with a high ponytail, her eyes alert. The man is very young, about 23 or 24, carrying an alloy longsword. 17? The bald man Old Blade frowns. What does the higher-ups think? Sending a kid into the underground? The ponytail girl coldly says, if you'll hold us back, just go back early. The young man doesn't speak, but his contempt is obvious in his eyes. Lin Fan's expression is calm. Whether I hold you back, we'll know once we go in. Old Blade stares at him for a few seconds, suddenly grins, interesting. Fine, since you're here, you're a brother. Let me introduce myself. He pats his chest. I'm called Old Blade, former captain of the 3rd Squad of the Guerrilla Army, retired for 5 years, been into the underground 37 times. Pointing at the ponytail girl. She's called Ice Spike, skilled in sniping and assassination, early martial master. Pointing to the young man. He's called Swordsman, has a family sword technique, mid-martial master. Finally looking at Lin Fan. And you? What realm? What are you good at? Lin Fan thinks for a moment. Realm just broke through to martial master. Specialized in. He pauses, killing people, and showing off. Ding. Honest speech, show-off value plus 50. Current show-off value, 600 points. The compartment falls silent again. Ice Spike's mouth twitches. Swordsman directly laughs out loud, showing off? You'll die the fastest in the underground by showing off. But Old Blade laughs heartily, good. So straightforward. I like your unpretentious style. He patted Lin Fan's shoulder, kid, remember. In the underground, strength speaks. You're really something, I would even serve you footbath water. You're not capable. His gaze turned cold, no one will collect your corpse. Lin Fan smiled, then let's wait and see. The armored vehicle stopped. The heavy alloy gate slowly opened. A biting coldness, mixed with the smell of blood and decay, hit them hard. We're here. Old Blade jumped out of the car first. Falcon Team 7, assemble. Including Old Blade, for stood in front of the gate. Before them was a dark tunnel stretching downward. Dim emergency lights flickered on the walls. In the darkness, faint OOAD sounds could be heard. As if something was crawling. Outer area of the underground, entrance to the 3rd safety zone. Old Blade spoke in a deep voice, our mission is to clear the first-tier mutated beast, iron beetles, from this area and collect the cores. Mission duration, 7 days. Now, check your gear. Ice Spike checked his sniper rifle. The swordsman wiped his long sword. Lin Fan took out the snow-drink mad blade from his spatial ring. Buzz. The moment the ice blue blade appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. Old Blade's pupil shrank, storage space? Impressive. This blade. The swordsman abruptly turned, his eyes burning, earth-tier weapon? Ice Spike looked at Lin Fan with a serious expression for the first time. Ding. Resource crushing, showing off value plus 300. Current showing off value, 900 points. Lin Fan twirled the blade, it's just average, barely usable. Ding. Invisible showcasing, showing off value plus 100. Current showing off value, 1000 points. Let's go. Old Blade asked no more questions and stepped into the tunnel first. Ice Spike followed closely. The swordsman glanced at Lin Fan, his expression complicated, and joined in. Lin Fan walked at the back. His fingertips brushed the cold blade. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Underground. I'm coming. The tunnel was long. The deeper they went, the darker it became. The air grew more damp and cold. Slimy substances and claw marks began to appear on the walls. Caution. Old Blade lowered his voice. Iron beetles are pack creatures, usually moving in groups of 10 to 20. Their shells are hard, ordinary bullets hardly hurt them. Their weak points are the abdomen and joints. If we encounter a swarm, don't fight head-on, try to outmaneuver. Before he finished speaking. Hisses. A piercing shriek echoed from the darkness ahead. In the next second, countless red dots of light, like ghost fires, flickered into view. There were at least 30 pairs. Damn. It's a swarm. Old Blade's face changed. Prepare for battle. Ice Spike instantly raised his sniper rifle. The swordsman drew his long sword. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the Snowdrink Mad Blade. Buzz. The blade radiated ice-blue cold light. Darkness surged like a tide. More than 30 iron beetles, each the size of a calf. Their shells were as dark as iron, 6 crimson compound eyes, and jaws dripping with corrosive slime. They moved as fast as lightning. Kill. Old Blade roared, swinging his alloy battle axe towards the leading iron beetle. Clang. Sparks flew. The iron beetle was pushed back, but the shell only left a white mark. Damn, so tough. Ice Spike pulled the trigger. A specially made armor-piercing bullet struck one of the iron beetle's compound eyes. Puff. Green juice burst out. The iron beetle screamed and collapsed, twitching a few times, then became still. Weak spot is the eyes. Ice Spike calmly reported. The swordsman's movements were agile, his long sword striking like a viper, targeting the joints. But the swarm was too numerous. One iron beetle broke through the defenses, charging at Lin Fan. Its jaws opened wide, a putrid wind rushing at him. New guy, be careful. Old Blade shouted urgently. But in the next second, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. Lin Fan stood still, not dodging. He simply raised the blade. The ice-blue blade, in the dim tunnel, carved an astonishing arc. Arrogant cold 6 techniques. First technique. Cold shock glance. Would shouting the technique be embarrassing? Could you resist shouting when you play a winning hand in Do Diju? All they could see. The blade moved faster than lightning. No one even saw how Lin Fan drew the blade. They only saw a blue line flash by. Then, the iron beetle lunging at Lin Fan froze in place. 1 second later. Crack. It was neatly split in half, from head to tail. Before the green blood could spurt out, it was frozen into icy shards by the cold. Hiss. Old Blade gas. Chapter 14, Real Men Never Look Back at Explosions. Ding. 1 strike kills, shocking teammates. Show-off points plus 300. Current show-off points, 1,300. The swarm paused for a moment. But soon, they pounced even more frantically. Good kid. Old Knife laughed wildly, that's powerful. Brothers, don't let the newbie outshine us. The battle began again. But this time, everyone's mindset had changed. Lin Fan stood in the center of the swarm. With every swing of Snowdrink Crazy Knife, an armored bug met its end. The knife technique was sharp and domineering. Cold air surged forth. Where he passed, the ground frosted over, and bug corpses froze. Second move, 3 feet of ice ceiling. The knife energy swept across. 3 armored bugs were instantly sealed in ice, turning into ice sculptures. Third move, red apricots in the snow. The blade light was as strange as a snake, piercing the bug's belly from an unimaginable angle. A single strike, instant death. Show-off points plus 100. Plus 100. Plus 100. Current show-off points, 1,600. In less than 5 minutes. More than 30 armored bugs were all exterminated. The tunnel was a wreck. Bug corpses were everywhere, and the cold air lingered. Old Knife leaned on his axe, panting heavily, looking at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. Ice Spike silently stored his sniper rifle. The swordsman's hand, holding the longsword, trembled slightly. In that battle just now, Lin Fan single-handedly killed at least 20. The 3 of them combined only killed a dozen. And Lin Fan didn't even catch his breath. You. The swordsman's voice was dry, are you really a martial master? Lin Fan shook off the ice from his knife, absolutely. Ding. Calmly putting away the knife, full marks for coolness. Show-off points plus 50. Current show-off points, 1,650. Old Knife came over and patted Lin Fan hard on the shoulder. Kid, Old Knife, am convinced. What I said before counts. When we go back, I'll fetch you foot-soaking water. Lin Fan laughed. No need for foot-soaking water. Just share more of the bug cores with me. No problem. Old Knife waved his hand. Ice Spike, swordsman, clean up the battlefield. Lin Fan, you rest. Lin Fan was taken aback. It seemed that he was not the one who needed rest now. But he was happy to be idle. Ice Spike quietly nodded. The swordsman glanced at Lin Fan and finally lowered his head. Earlier, I'm sorry. Lin Fan waved his hand. It's a small matter. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, just give me more show-off points in the future. Soon. The bug cores were collected. A total of 38 pieces, the size of peanuts, gleaming with metallic luster. Distribute according to effort. Old Knife was very fair. Lin Fan 20 pieces, I take 8, Ice Spike 5, Swordsman 5. No one had any objections. Strength speaks. Lin Fan stored the bug cores. These could be exchanged for military merits, or absorbed to enhance his vitality. Keep moving forward. Old Knife looked at the map. Ahead is the area of the armored bug nest. We might encounter the Bug Queen. The Bug Queen is at the peak of the second stage, close to the third stage. With a tougher shell and can also spray venom. Everyone be careful. The four reorganized and set off again. This time, the swordsman and Ice Spike naturally walked on either side of Lin Fan. Strength earns respect. The Bug Queen's nest was a huge underground cave. The rock walls were filled with holes, with sounds of oh at it coming from inside. The ground was piled high with many bones, both human and beast. The stench was overwhelming. We're here. Old Knife lowered his voice. The Bug Queen is usually at the deepest part. Before he finished speaking. Boom! A deafening roar came from the depths of the cave. Then, the ground shook. A gigantic creature slowly crawled out from the darkness. It was about 3 meters high and 5 meters long. Its shell shimmered with a dark golden hue, 6 pairs of compound eyes were as red as blood. Its mouth parts opened, dripping goo that corroded the ground, rising in smoke. Armored Bug Queen. Peak of the second stage. Stronger than most peak human martial masters. Prepare for battle. Old Knife's face was grave. Ice Spike, aim for its eyes. Swordsman, attack its joints. Lin Fan, you. He hadn't finished speaking. Lin Fan had already picked up his knife and walked out. Lin Fan. Don't be impulsive. Old Knife shouted urgently. But Lin Fan didn't look back. Captain. This big one is mine. You all. Clear the minions. As soon as the words fell. From the holes around the cave, swarms of armored bugs surged out. There were at least 100 of them. Old Knife's scalp tingled. Damn. It's an ambush. The Bug Queen summoned the swarm. Lin Fan. Come back. We're retreating. But his voice suddenly stopped. Because he saw. Lin Fan stood between the swarm and the Bug Queen. Facing them with his back. He raised the knife. The ice blue blade reflected the dim light in the cave. It also reflected his calm profile. Just right. Let's try a new move. He whispered to himself. Then, in the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, he closed his eyes. Inside his body, the inner strength of the I Ching Jing surged like a dragon. The black-level Buddha warrior tattoo lit up beneath his skin. Buzz. The snow drink mad blade trembled violently. Ice blue blade energy shot up into the sky. The temperature in the cave dropped to freezing point. Frost formed on the rock walls. The swarm of insects slowed down. The insect queen let out an anxious roar. Sixth skill. Lin Fan opened his eyes. In his gaze, cold light shone like a blade. Cold blade ice heart. The man and blade became one. With one slash. No extravagance. No tricks. Only extreme power. Extreme speed. Extreme coldness. The blade light rolled back like a galaxy, tearing the darkness apart. Freezing time. Roar. The insect queen roared wildly, dark golden shell shining with light. It felt death coming. It wanted to dodge, but couldn't escape. The blade light was too fast. So fast that it exceeded the limits of vision. Put. A slight sound, like cutting tofu, echoed. The blade light swept past the insect queen. Swept past the rock wall behind it. Swept past half the cave. Then, It vanished. Lin Fan sheathed his knife. Turned around. Walked back to Old Knife's side. A true man never looks back at an explosion. No, it should be the aftermath of death here. Done. He said softly. Behind him. The insect queen stood frozen in place. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Crack. A thin ice line appeared on the dark golden shell. From the head, extending to the tail. Boom. The huge body of the insect queen cracked neatly in half along the ice line. Green blood had not yet spilled out, but froze into ice columns. And behind it, the rock wall. A deep knife mark, several meters long, was clearly visible. At the edge of the knife mark, frost spread. The entire cave was dead silent. Hundreds of armored insects stood frozen in place, not daring to move. Old Knife's mouth was open, unable to speak. The ice spike sniper rifle fell to the ground. The swordsman's long sword clattered to the ground. Ding! Instant kill on the insect queen. Show-off value plus 300. 1/odd 100 insects. Show-off value plus 300. Showing off in front of others, full of prestige. Show-off value plus 200. Current show-off value, 2,450 points. Achievement unlocked, first showcase in the cave. Reward, Rulai Divine Palm Second Form Insight Fragment ×1. Current fragments, February 3rd. Lin Fan listened to the system prompt. Looking at the three people's dazed expressions. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Captain. He patted Old Knife's shoulder. I suddenly feel a bit cold on my feet. Remember to heat the footbath when we go back. Old Knife. Ice Spike. Swordsman. Chapter 15, Something Big is Coming, Double Show-Off Value Card Use. The insect queen's body was still emanating cold air, and the cave was dead silent. Hundreds of armored insects were dumbfounded in place. Bright red compound eyes stared at the insect queen, now split in half, then looked at the human boy with the ice-blue long knife, walking towards his teammates. Animal instinct told them run. Hisses. No one knew which insect was the first to sound the alarm, but in the next second, the swarm of insects rushed back to the surrounding holes like a receding tide, the crawling sounds quickly fading away. In less than half a minute, in the cave, apart from the ground covered with insect corpses and cold air, only 4 living humans remained. Gulp. Old Knife swallowed hard, the sound particularly clear in the silence. He turned his head to look at Lin Fan, his eyes like looking at a primitive fierce beast in human skin. Bro brother, I'll make sure to heat your footbath when we get back. Old Knife's throat was dry. Too impressive. The swordsman's fingers still trembled around the long sword. Lin Fan, no, brother Fan. That insect queen was peak second level. Peak second level. Many Grand Martial Masters would choose to avoid it. Just a peak second level, what's the big deal? Lin Fan chuckled. The swordsman silently gave a thumbs up, impressive. Ice Spike silently picked up the sniper rifle, walked to the corpse of the insect queen, and squatted down to inspect. The blade cut was as smooth as a mirror, from head to tail, perfectly even. The cutting surface was covered in a thick layer of ice crystal, even the blood was frozen. One slash, she raised her head, looking at Lin Fan, her cold eyes showed clear fluctuation for the first time. Are you really just a martial artist? Lin Fan smiled, not answering. Some things, the more mysterious, the more impressive. Ding. Mystery level maxed out, show-off value plus 50. Current show-off value, 2,500 points. Alright. Don't ask anymore. Old Knife rubbed his face, forcing himself to calm down. Brother Lin, you took care of the bug queen. Its corpse and bug core belong to you. Clean up a bit, and then let's go report our mission. Lin Fan nodded and stored the bug core in his space ring. He couldn't be bothered to take the bug queen's corpse, so he let Old Knife and the others split it up. After that, the 4 of them returned to the supply point in the safe zone. It was a steel fortress built into the rock wall of the cave, bright with lights and heavily guarded. Most of the people coming in and out were covered in blood, their eyes fierce warriors who had been living on the edge for years. As soon as the 4 entered, they attracted a lot of attention. There was no way around it, they were too eye-catching. 3 veterans brought in a young boy who was carrying a knife that clearly was not an ordinary one. Old Knife? Your Team 7 is back, a scarred muscular man greeted them. Oh, brought a newcomer this time? Old Knife grinned, what newcomer? This is a big shot from our team. The scarred man was taken aback and looked toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan happened to raise his eyes to meet his. His gaze was calm, but the scarred man felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Impressive. The scarred man murmured, asking no further questions. In the cave, it was best not to be too curious. The 4 of them reported their mission and exchanged it for military merit. Lin Fan alone earned over 3,000 military merit points, enough to exchange for a lot of cultivation resources. Rest for a night today, continue tomorrow? Old Knife asked. Lin Fan nodded, sure. He needed the time to gather information about the cave, preparing for the big event tomorrow. But sometimes, fate is just that magical. As the saying goes, the harder you look, the less likely you are to find it. It often comes without effort. Lin Fan was already equipped with the prerequisite conditions he desired. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm rang throughout the supply point. Woo! 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 The alarm lights flashed red. All warriors instantly got up. What's going on? Beast tide alert? How is this possible? Where would a beast tide come from in the outer safe zone? Listen! The ground is shaking. Boom! 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 A deep rumble resonated from the ground, as if thousands of troops were approaching. At the fortress's ally gate, guards shouted hoarsely, "Beast tide! It's a beast tide! It's coming through the third tunnel! The numbers are too many! Prepare for battle! All warriors! Immediately assemble at the gate! Repeat, all warriors immediately assemble at the gate! The safe zone is entering a level 1 combat readiness state. Chaos! The entire supply point was thrown into disarray in an instant. But those who could survive here were no novices. After a brief moment of chaos, all warriors began to quickly gather and rush toward the gate. Fight to the death, wait for support, and there might be a chance to survive. Waiting to die meant there was only one road: death. Old Knife's face turned ashen. Damn it, how could a beast tide erupt in the outer area? This is not normal. Ice Spike had already slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder. Captain, what do we do? The swordsman gripped his long sword tightly. If we can't hold it, we're all dead. Lin Fan remained silent. He held his knife and walked toward the gate. In his mind, the system notification sound went off wildly. Ding! Large disaster scene detected. Beast tide eruption. The world is watching. Epic chance to show off. Suggestion for the host: go against the tide, turn the tide. If paired with the show-off value doubling card, the gains will be unimaginable. A 17-year-old boy. Going against the tide? Turning the tide? Even if there are thousands of people going against it, I will. Isn't this just too showy? So you're stealing my ideas, huh? Not again. Lin Fan warned the system. He reached the gate. At this moment, hundreds of warriors had already gathered there. Everyone was looking at the surveillance screen, their faces pale. On the screen, the image from the third tunnel showed a black mass of alien beasts surging like a tide. Iron-armored insects, shadow wolves, burrowing spiders, poisonous scaled pythons, and even a few fourth-tier rock-armored earth dragons. Those beasts were comparable to human martial masters. The total number of alien beasts was probably close to 100,000. It's over. How are we going to defend? The defenses of the safe zone can hold out for at most half an hour. What about military support? There's no time. It would take at least an hour to deploy troops from the surface. Then let's get a few martial masters down. At least to hold off those fourth-tier ones for now. Lin Fan in the crowd did not plan to act immediately. He is waiting. Waiting for this group of warriors and those strange beasts to truly clash. Waiting for this group of warriors to genuinely feel the terror of the strange beasts. Waiting for despair to reach its peak. Why wait? Have you heard the story of BNK and his two brothers? Big brother BNK has the best medical skills, able to treat diseases before they occur. The second brother is next, able to treat early-stage diseases. BNK is the worst, able to treat diseases that have already developed. But BNK is the most famous. This is why Lin Fan is waiting. Old Knife's face is ashen, staring fiercely at the screen. Ice Spike has already set up the sniper rifle, his finger trembling on the trigger. The swordsman's hand gripping the long sword is turning pale. Lin Fan Old Knife looks at the boy beside him. If we can't hold the line later, follow me. I know an emergency exit, maybe. No need. Lin Fan interrupts him, his gaze still fixed on the screen. He is waiting. Waiting for the arrival of that group of martial masters. Waiting for despair to truly ferment. Waiting for that most suitable moment to show off. Just when the beast horde's vanguard is less than 500 meters from the safe zone gate. Boom! For terrifying auras descend from the sky. No, not from the sky, but directly breaking through the rock walls from the upper cavern passages. For figures stand like four drawn swords outside the gate. At the forefront is a bald old man, dressed in gray cloth, empty-handed, but the air within 3 meters around him is distorting. Behind him, one middle-aged man with a knife, one woman with a gun, and one slender young man with metal finger sleeves on his 10 fingers. It's the martial masters. The military has come to provide support. That's Master Chen, the Thunderfist martial master. Also, the king of the broken mountain knife, the soul-seeking gun, and ghost hand. The crowd bursts into cheers of survival after disaster. The bald old man, Master Chen, speaks with a voice like a bell, echoing throughout the safe zone. All warriors, rely on the defensive works and clear out the low-tier strange beasts. Leave the 4th tier ones to us. As soon as he finishes speaking, the 4 figures move simultaneously. Master Chen steps forward, his right fist glowing with dazzling lightning, and he punches toward the leading rock-armored earth dragon. Thunderstorm Fist. Boom! The fist force transforms into a 3-meter diameter lightning ball, smashing fiercely against the head of the earth dragon. The earth dragon lets out a tragic howl, its massive body hurled back several dozen meters, its head's armor shattered, blood pouring out. Almost simultaneously, the king of the broken mountain knife draws his long knife, the blade energy spanning 30 meters, striking another earth dragon. The woman with the soul-seeking gun moves like lightning, her spear transforming into countless spear shadows, blocking the movements of the third earth dragon. Ghost Hand bizarrely vanishes from his spot, and the next moment appears in the middle of the beast horde, his 10 fingers metal sleeves gleaming coldly. Wherever he passes, strange beasts fall as if cut by invisible blades. The 4 martial masters stand like 4 insurmountable mountains, firmly blocking the vanguard of the beast horde. Kill. Within the safe zone, all warriors are filled with hot blood, madly unleashing firepower. Bullets, blade energy, arrows pour down on the beast horde like a torrential rain. Low-tier strange beasts fall in droves, but more strange beasts rush in fearlessly. The battle instantly enters a fever pitch. Outside the gate, it has already turned into a bloody meat grinder. Though the martial masters are strong, the sheer number of beasts is overwhelming. Tens of thousands of strange beasts, among them not lacking 3rd and 4th tiers. Master Chen. 2 3rd-tier venomous scaled pythons have broken through on the left. Leave it to me. The woman with the soul-seeking gun sweeps her long gun, the spear shadow like a dragon, pushing the 2 venomous scaled pythons back, but immediately 3 shadow wolves pounce from behind. Be careful. The king of the broken mountain knife slashes back with a knife, the blade energy shattering the shadow wolves, but he is also struck by the tail of an earth dragon, groaning, blood oozing from his mouth. Ghost Hand weaves through the beast horde, each strike harvesting dozens of strange beasts, but his complexion is growing paler. This high-frequency massacre is taking a heavy toll. And the beast horde seems endless. In the monitoring room, the safe zone commander's face is ashen. The number of beasts is still increasing. Detecting the 5th 4th tier, no, the 6th. The 7th. There are even more high-tier strange beasts pouring in from the depths of the cavern. At this rate, even the martial masters won't be able to hold on. Despair spreads once more. Outside the gate, Master Chen shatters a 3rd-tier cave spider with a punch. Gasping for breath, he looked deep into the horde of beasts. There, at least 3 4-ranked earth dragons were lurking menacingly. Deeper still, he even sensed the presence of something close to the 5th rank. This pack of brutes, what has gotten into them today? Chen Lao gritted his teeth. Inside the safe zone, Old Dao sliced open an iron-armored bug with a single strike, covered in blood. He roared, "Lin Fan! Stop looking! Get ready to retreat through the emergency passage. We can't hold on any longer." The barrel of the ice-spike sniper rifle was already overheating. She tossed away her gun and drew 2 daggers, her eyes resolute. The swordsman's long sword broke. He picked up a composite alloy combat knife from the ground, his arms trembling. Everyone was pushing themselves to the limit. Except for Lin Fan. He still stood on the observation platform inside the gate, quietly watching the fierce battle outside. Watching the martial arts masters fight with blood. Watching the warriors fall one after another. Watching the beast horde draw closer. It's almost time. After muttering to himself. System. Use the doubling card for Dobie value. Ding. Dobie value doubling card, 24 hours, has been activated. For the next 24 hours, all Dobie value gains will be doubled. In the next moment, Lin Fan finally moved. Chapter 16, Martial King Experience Card, activate. Buzz. The snow-drinking wild blade was drawn. The Ling Bo step unfolded. In the eyes of Old Dao and the others, they only saw Lin Fan leaving behind after images. The blade light flickered. Cold air filled the air. Black level floating pagoda automatically protected him. Lin Fan didn't make any defenses, just focused on attacking. Everywhere he passed, there were corpses of strange beasts behind him. And his destination was none other than Thunder Fist Master Chen Lao. Ding! 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 The system prompt echoed chaotically in Lin Fan's mind. Like a torrential downpour. Shocked a martial artist. Dobie value plus 200, after doubling. Shocked a martial artist. Dobie value plus 200, after doubling. Shocked a martial artist. Dobie value plus 200, after doubling. Shocked a martial artist. Dobie value plus 200, after doubling. Shocked a martial artist. Dobie value plus 200, after doubling. As long as any martial artist saw Lin Fan along the way, without exception, they all provided him with Dobie value. When he got close to Thunder Fist Master Chen Lao. Current Dobie value, 9,300 points. Use the Dobie value doubling card. Exchange for Martial King Experience card. Martial King Experience card is ready. After use, can obtain a full strength strike from a Martial King level powerhouse, duration 3 seconds. Warning, host's current physical strength is insufficient, using it will cause severe backlash. At this moment, Chen Lao had already sensed Lin Fan's presence. He punched back an Earth Dragon, turned to look at Lin Fan, and shouted angrily, "Kid! Get back! This is not a place for you." Lin Fan looked at him and suddenly smiled. "Chen Lao. Do me a favor, lure the 4 ranked beasts together, I have a way to deal with them." Chen Lao was stunned. What kind of bragging is this? A little kid of martial arts master level dares to say he can handle 4 ranked beasts? When he was still a martial master, even if he drank fake wine, he wouldn't dare to boast like this. Seeing that Chen Lao didn't believe him, Lin Fan helplessly shook his head. Relying on heaven, the earth, and ancestors is indeed not as good as relying on oneself. System, exchange for Life Burning Pill, Martial Master version. Exchange successful. Life Burning Pill, Martial Master version, has been issued to System Space. After use, consumes lifespan, battle power doubles, the longer the duration, the more lifespan consumed. Life Burning Pill, activate. In an instant, Lin Fan felt a surge of immense power erupting within him. His protective aura became denser. Its range also widened. The next moment, Lin Fan concentrated his energy at his fingertips. Aiming at the 4 ranked beast's vulnerable spot, the 6 Meridian's Divine Sword Xiaoshang Sword. Whoosh! Invisible sword energy burst forth, causing the 4 ranked beast's body to stiffen. Soon, its eyes turned fiery red. It locked onto Lin Fan, who had already used Lingbo Step to flee. Chen Lao was attacking it from behind. It didn't care at all. Now. At this moment. In this instant. It only wanted to kill that human kid who had deprived it of joy for the rest of its life. A few minutes later. Roar! In the 3rd tunnel of the underground, the roar shook the rock walls, causing dust to fall. 7 4-ranked rock-armored earth dragons, each comparable to a 3-story building, their dark golden scales glimmering coldly under the emergency lights. Their crimson eyes locked firmly onto the same target. A human warrior, weaving through the beast tide, leading them together on the battlefield as if walking a dog. Lin Fan. The shadowless step was pushed to the limit, leaving shadows in the midst of the dense horde of strange beasts. The cold aura of the snow-drinking Mad Blade trailed behind him, creating a path of frost, where low-level beasts were either frozen solid or torn apart by the knife's residual energy. Ding! Walking the dragon among 10,000 beasts, status breaking through the sky. Show-off points plus 500, doubled. Ding! 7 4-stage earth dragons at full hatred, all eyes on the stage. Show-off points plus 800, doubled. Current show-off points, 15,000. The system notification flooded the screen wildly. But Lin Fan didn't even have time to smile. The potency of the life-burning pill surged through his veins, burning his life away every second, but he could feel it, power, unprecedented power roaring within his limbs and bones. The barrier of the peak martial master was loosening. Almost there. Lin Fan glanced back from the corner of his eye. The 7 earth dragons had been lured to the widest part of the tunnel, fanning out to surround him in the center. Further away, Elder Chen and 3 other martial lords tried to rush over to help but were tightly entangled by even more 3rd-stage strange beasts. On the safety zone gate, all warriors held their breath. In front of the monitor screen, the commander's fist turned white from gripping tightly. What does that kid want to do? Bringing 7 4-stage beasts together, has he gone mad? Elder Chen and the others can't get over. It's over. In the center of the hall, Lin Fan stopped. Turned around. The metal finger sleeve of the ghostly hand did not continue cutting for the first time. Ding! 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 The system's alert sound at this moment engulfed Lin Fan's mind like a tsunami. Chapter 17, Experience Card Backlash, a new show-off plan is here. 1 strike slaughters 7 dragons. Epic scene. Show-off value plus 5,000, after doubling. Shocking the entire martial artist crowd. Show-off value plus 3,000 after doubling. Shocking the 4 martial masters. Show-off value plus 2,000 after doubling. Causing the beast tide to halt. Show-off value plus 1,500 after doubling. Achievement unlocked, Dragon Slayer. Reward, advanced lottery chances times 3. Fragment of understanding for the second move of Rulai's divine poem times 1, collected 3/3, can comprehend. Current show-off value, 32,000 points. The numbers danced wildly. But Lin Fan could no longer see it. 3 seconds ended. The power of the Martial King experience card receded like a tide. What replaced it was a tidal wave of backlash. Puff. Lin Fan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. His skin erupted, blood seeping from every pore. Bones cried out in despair, as if they would fall apart in the next second. His vision blackened, and a buzzing filled his ears. But he gritted his teeth, using the blood-drinking mad blade to hold up his body, refusing to fall. He couldn't fall. After such a big show-off, to end up lying on the ground like a dead dog? That would be a damn joke. Moreover, he still had one last thing to say. He swayed and turned to look towards the safety zone gate. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, wanting to smile. But he couldn't smile. He only squeezed out a hoarse, "In 7 days, take me out." Truly the Lin Peeler, even at this moment, he still didn't forget the underworld trial mission. After speaking, before completely losing consciousness, Lin Fan issued his last command to the system. System, exchange for the Celestial Level Fragment 8-9 Profound Art Entry and a random underworld map fragment. Before the system could respond, everything in front of him went completely dark. Ding! Consumed 10,000 show-off points, successfully purchased the Celestial Level Fragment 8-9 Profound Art Entry. Consumed 100 show-off points, successfully purchased a random underworld map fragment. Current show-off value, 21,900 points. The system alert sound rang out as usual, only Lin Fan could not hear it anymore. Half a month later. In the first martial artist hospital of Cloud City, intensive care unit. The smell of disinfectant invaded his nostrils. Lin Fan opened his eyes, seeing a pale ceiling and drops of nutrition solution slowly falling. His body felt as if it had been taken apart and reassembled. Every inch of muscle protested in aching softness, his meridians were empty, and the once flowing black-level Buddha internal energy was now weak like a flickering candle in the wind. He tried to move his fingers. So heavy. Awake? A slightly tired but steady voice came from beside him. Lin Fan turned his head. Colonel Zhao sat in a chair by the bed, holding a document in his hand, bloodshot eyes but still in fair spirits. Colonel Zhao. Lin Fan spoke, his voice rough like sandpaper rubbing together. Don't move, and don't hurry to talk. Colonel Zhao put down the document and pressed the call bell by the bed. You were in a coma for half a month, waking up is already a miracle. Half a month? Lin Fan felt a shiver in his heart. His last memory was of the dark hall in the underworld filled with ice dust, the system alert about his soaring show-off value, him redeeming 8-9 profound art, then endless darkness and excruciating pain. Soon, doctors and nurses came in for a series of checks. Vital signs are stable, but the blood energy fluctuates greatly. There are many hidden injuries in the meridians, especially, it seems there has been a significant drop in realm. The attending physician looked at the instrument, frowning, the exact reason is unclear. It may be a side effect of overexerting some forbidden power. Long-term recuperation is needed. Realm drop? Lin Fan understood in his heart. The backlash from the Martial King experience card, plus the consumption of the life-burning pill, it was a miracle not to die. His Yi Jin Jing and Black Level Buddha were tough enough. What realm am I in now? Lin Fan asked. The doctor glanced at Colonel Zhao, who nodded. Preliminary instrument detection shows the blood energy value at about 1.5, it barely counts as early-stage martial master, but it's extremely unstable, and could slip back to martial artist at any time. The doctor said with regret, young man, please never act recklessly again. Your foundation is damaged. More troublesome than anything else. 1.5? Lin Fan felt inside his body. Indeed, the inner power in the Dantian was almost depleted, the black-level floating tower battle pattern dim and dull. But he was not anxious. Ding! Detected host awakening. The system prompt sound timely rang out. Host current status, serious backlash, realm dropped, 37% of meridians damaged, foundation shaken. Solutions, 1. Rest and recover, estimated time, 6 months. 2. Use system repair function, requires boasting value, 50,000 points. 3. Practice 8-9 Profound Arts Introductory Chapter, reshape the foundation using body refining methods, recommended, success rate 85%, that. Friendly reminder, host current boasting value, 21,900 points. 8-9 Profound Arts Introductory Chapter and Random Dungeon Map Fragment have been issued to System Space. Hidden Task Dungeon Trial not surviving for 7 days in the dungeon, task failed, no reward. What a pity, the dungeon trial was not completed. But Lin Fan could also understand. After all, with his state at that time, those people could not possibly leave him in the dungeon. Fortunately, 8-9 Profound Arts was successfully exchanged. No matter what. This time the gain from boasting was very high. As for the realm drop. So-called fortune hides within misfortune, misfortune leans on fortune. A fallen genius, this storyline he was too familiar with. At this moment, Lin Fan was already beginning to brew the next grand boasting plan. Needless to say, lying on the hospital bed yet still not forgetting the boasting plan. Some boasting truly should be his to do. Suddenly, Lin Fan seemed to remember something. He looked towards Colonel Zhao about the dungeon. The beast tide has retreated. Colonel Zhao said succinctly, your one strike severed 7 4th-level Earth Dragons, the beast tide lost its high-level command, fell into chaos, and was exterminated by the subsequent arriving military forces. The third safety zone has been held, casualties are much lower than expected. He paused, looking at Lin Fan with a complex gaze, your contributions have been noted by the military. First-class merit, medals and rewards will be issued once you are better. Moreover, Colonel Zhao's voice lowered, regarding your ability to unleash king-level power, it has been classified as top secret. To the outside, it will only be said that you used an earlier acquired forbidden symbol, the cost being your current state. Understand? Lin Fan nodded, understood. A commoner is innocent, possessing a treasure is a crime. A high school student able to unleash king-level power is too eye-catching. What you need now is rest and recovery. Colonel Zhao stood up, the martial arts exam is in a week. Regarding your situation, I can apply for a special admission, allowing you to enter the top martial university without an exam, even a military direct school. No need. Lin Fan shook his head, his tone calm but firm, I will participate in the martial arts exam. Colonel Zhao frowned, with your current state. A bad state doesn't mean a bad performance. Lin Fan smiled, a somewhat weak smile, but his eyes shone brightly, besides, some people are still waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Colonel Zhao looked at him, watching for a long time. In the end, he sighed, but a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Good. This is more like you. Stay in the hospital for 3 more days, then we'll send you back to school. If you need any resources, just tell Lei Bao directly. Yes. After Colonel Zhao left, Lin Fan was going to start preparing for the plans ahead. Half a month of coma wasted 2 chances for 0.1 discount in the mall. He couldn't waste it anymore. The next moment, his consciousness entered the system mall. Chapter 18, what? Chaos Supreme Treasure Pango Axe? Lin Fan's consciousness sank into the system mall. That magnificent virtual palace reappeared. The stars in the dome flowed, the light and shadow around fluttered. But his gaze was fixed intently on the center area flickering with red light. 0.1 discount zone, refreshing this week. 5 items 3D projections floated in the air, emitting different colors of auras. Lin Fan concentrated and looked at the first item. Item 1, Chaos Supreme Treasure Pango Axe, Replica. Original price, 99999999999, less than 10 trillion, boasting value. 0.1 discount price, 99999999999, less than 100 billion, boasting value. Description, a billionth of the replica of the legendary Pango Axe that opened up the heavens and the earth. Although it is a replica, it still contains a trace of the intent of opening the heavens. One strike can shatter the void, sever the rules. Warning, requires a Martial Emperor level body to barely control it, using it below Martial Emperor will result in backlash and fall. Lin Fan's pupils shook with disbelief. 999 billion? Even after the discount, it's still 99 billion? System, he said with a dry voice, is this price adding too many nines? Ding. Price is correct. Even a counterfeit of the Chaos Treasure far exceeds the understanding of this world. Current host flamboyance value, 21,900 points. Lin Fan. He silently looked away. He couldn't afford it, not even if he sold himself. Next one. Item 2, Unidentified Beast Egg. Original price, 100,000 flamboyance points. 0.1 discount price, 1,000 flamboyance points. Description, a beast egg from the depths of an unknown cave, with weak life fluctuations, breed unknown. It may hatch into a rare battle pet, or it may hatch into a powerless decorative beast. Note, gambling on eggs is risky, purchase with caution. The system does not guarantee after sales. This is cheap. Only 1,000 points. And he just needs to quickly recover his strength, if he could hatch a powerful battle pet. Gamble. He was always confident in his luck. Item 3, Time Stopper, defective product. Original price, 999,999,999,999, less than 10 trillion, flamboyance points. 0.1 discount price, 9,999,999,999, less than 100 billion, flamboyance points. Description, a defective product from a high-tech civilization. Can stop the flow of time within a 10-meter radius centered on the user, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Warning, defective products have a 5% chance of failure, a 3% chance of causing temporal chaos, and a 1% chance of causing time confusion for the user. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. Another 99 billion. And this description? 30 seconds? He usually needed at least an hour, 30 seconds? How could that be enough? System, am I being punished, or are you? Why are all these products so outrageous? Ding. Product description has been truthfully displayed, the decision to purchase is up to the host. The system's voice was emotionless. But Lin Fan understood what the system meant: if you can't afford it, stop complaining. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. He now seriously suspected that the things he said to curse the system had been remembered. Heh, stingy system offspring. After cursing a few more times, Lin Fan looked at the fourth item. Item 4, 6 Pulse Divine Sword Second Sword, Shangyang Sword Insight. Original price, 50,000 flamboyance points. 0.1 discount price, 500 flamboyance points. Description, the absolute art of the Dali Duan family, 6 Pulse Divine Sword, Second Sword. Shangyang Sword, sword path is clever, appearing and disappearing, changes are subtle. After learning, sword energy can bend and turn, catching enemies off guard. This is good. He has already mastered the Xiaoshang Sword. If he adds the Shangyang Sword, his long-range attack methods will become even more unpredictable. And it's only 500 points. It must be bought. Item 5, Ice Crystal Stone times 10. Original price, 20,000 flamboyance points. 0.1 discount price, 200 flamboyance points. Description, a mine containing pure ice energy, can be used for ice-related martial arts training, nurturing ice weapons, or as auxiliary materials for certain pills. Note, after absorption by the Shui-Yin blade, it can slightly enhance cold energy power. Nourishment for the Shui-Yin blade. Lin Fan's eyes brightened. His battle strength had significantly dropped, and the Shui-Yin blade was one of his key trump cards. If it could enhance the blade's power, these 200 points were worth it. After reviewing the 5 items, Lin Fan quickly calculated. Beast Egg, 1,000 points. Shangyang Sword Insight, 500 points. Ice Crystal Stone, 200 points. Total, 1,700 points. He currently had 21,900 points, which was more than enough. System, purchase the Beast Egg, Shangyang Sword Insight, and Ice Crystal Stone. Ding. Consumed 1,700 flamboyance points, purchase successful. Current flamboyance points, 20,200 points. Items have been delivered to the system space. Lin Fan's consciousness exited the mall and returned to the hospital room. He first extracted the Ice Crystal Stone. 10 palm-sized, crystal-clear blue stones appeared in his hand, feeling cool to the touch and radiating pure ice energy. With a thought, he summoned the Shui-Yin blade from the spatial ring. As soon as the blade emerged, it trembled slightly and emitted a cheerful humming. Are you hungry? Lin Fan smiled, pressing one ice crystal stone against the blade. Sizz. The ice crystal stone melted at a visible speed, turning into wisps of blue gas, absorbed by the blade. The Shui-Yin blade's brightness visibly increased. Shui-Yin blade absorbed ice crystal stone times 1, cold energy power plus 0.5%. Continue. Lin Fan kept feeding one stone after another. When all 10 ice crystals were absorbed, Shui-Yin blade enhancement complete. Current cold energy power increased 5%. New feature added, extreme cold domain, beginner. When holding the blade, it can slightly lower the surrounding temperature, slowing down the enemy's actions. Not bad. Lin Fan was satisfied as he sheathed his sword. Next, it's time for the Shangyang Sword Comprehension. System, comprehend. Ding. Loading Shangyang Sword Comprehension for the second sword of the 6th Meridian Divine Sword. In an instant, a vast amount of energy techniques, sword chi trajectories, and change tactics of the Shangyang Sword surged into his mind. Unlike the fierce and powerful Xiaoshang Sword, the Shangyang Sword follows a path of agility and cunning. The sword chi can curve or go straight, can turn or whirl, as if it had a life of its own. Lin Fan closed his eyes to digest this knowledge. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes. His fingertips moved slightly. An invisible sword chi gathered at his fingertips, and with a thought, the sword chi traced an arc in the air, bypassed the vase at the head of the bed, and eventually dissipated. Wonderful! Lin Fan's eyes sparkled. This Xiangyang sword is simply a master technique of tactical maneuvers, not that, it's the art of tactics in battle. Finally. It was the unidentified beast egg. Lin Fan took it out from the system space. The egg was the size of a basketball, with a dark gray shell covered in fine crimson patterns. It felt heavy, and he could faintly sense a weak life fluctuation within. System, can you identify it? Ding. Identification requires 500 show-off points. Proceed with identification? Damn. What a ripoff, system. Identify. Identifying. Chapter 19, 8-9 Xiangong, begin training. The crimson patterns on the egg's surface suddenly lit up. An ancient and fierce aura surged from within the egg. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly. The instruments began to alarm. Warning. High-risk lifeform fluctuation detected. Identification result, Ancient Fierce Beast Qiangqi, extremely diluted bloodline, 1 in 10,000. Status, near death, requires a large amount of life energy or nourishment to hatch. Potential, unknown, bloodline concentration too low, may degenerate. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. Qiangqi? One of the 4 ancient fierce beasts? Though the bloodline is diluted to 1 in 10,000, it is still a descendant of fierce beasts. System, how do I hatch it? Option 1, nourish with the host's own life energy daily, will slow down host's recovery speed. Option 2, invest a large amount of energy crystals or rare materials, recommended. Option 3, leave it alone, the life inside the egg will completely perish within 30 days. Lin Fan stared at the egg in his hand, his eyes flickering. He made the right bet. Even if the bloodline is diluted, it is still Qiangqi. Once it hatches and grows, it will definitely be a powerful ally. But the problem now is he doesn't have resources to nourish it. I'll put it away for now, and deal with it after I'm discharged. Lin Fan stored the egg back into the system space. The spatial ring cannot hold living creatures. Now, the priority is to restore his strength and participate in the martial exam. System, open the attribute panel. Host, Lin Fan. Realm, Early Martial Master, Unstable. Life Energy Value, 1.5, Fluctuating. Techniques, Yi Jin Jing, Black Level 1 Battle Mark Stim. Martial Skills, First Style of Rulai Palm, 6 Meridian Divine Sword, Xiaoshang Sword, Xiangyang Sword, Lingbo Weibu, Fragment, 6 Cold Techniques. Talent, Body of Cleansing Marrow, Beginner. Items, Spatial Ring, 10 cubic meters, Xuan Mad Blade, Enhanced, Unhatched Qiangqi Egg, 8-9 Xiangong Entry Edition, Underground Cave Map Fragment ×1, High Level Draw Chances ×3, Second Style of Rulai Palm, can comprehend. Show-off points, 20,200 points. Mall, opened. Looking at the words Early Martial Master, Unstable, Lin Fan frowned tightly. A week later is the martial exam. In his current state, forget about showing off, passing the minimum requirement is a problem. I must recover quickly. His gaze fell on the 8-9 Xiangong Entry Edition. Heavily grade body refining sacred method. Even merely the entry-level 3 transitions are absolutely powerful. Moreover, the system recommends using this to reshape his foundation. System, comprehend the 8-9 Xiangong Entry Edition. Ding. Loading the 8-9 Xiangong Entry Edition. Warning. This technique requires massive resources to practice, and the process is extremely painful. Continue? Continue. Boom. As if countless ancient scriptures were directly engraved into the depths of Lin Fan's soul. 8-9 Xiangong, also known as 9 Transformations Primordial Technique. First transition, refining skin. Second transition, refining flesh. Third transition, refining tendons. Fourth transition, refining bones. Fifth transition, refining organs. Sixth transition, refining blood. Seventh transition, refining marrow. Eighth transition, refining orifices. Ninth transition, refining spirit. Every transition is a rebirth. And the Entry Edition only has the cultivation methods for the first 3 transitions. But even so, it is terrifying enough. Lin Fan could feel that this technique demand for resources. It's simply a bottomless pit. For an ordinary warrior, practicing the first turn might just cost them everything. No wonder the system says cultivation is slow. Lin Fan smiled wryly. But the benefits are also evident. His foundation is solid to the point of being abnormal. Once he masters the first 3 turns, his physical strength will far exceed others of the same rank, and he might even challenge those above his level. Without resources, I'll just practice the first turn's breathing technique. Lin Fan closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing according to the first turn of the 8-9 mysteries. Each breath was long and deep. The air in the hospital room seemed to flow slowly, as if pulled by an invisible force. The readings on the machine fluctuated slightly. 1.51, 1.52, 1.53. Though the increase was slow, it was indeed recovering. Moreover, Lin Fan could feel that each breath was eliminating the deeper hidden injuries inside him, solidifying the foundation that had shaken due to backlash. It's working. Lin Fan's spirits lifted. Thus, under the guidance of the breathing technique, 3 days passed in a flash. On the morning of the 4th day, Colonel Zhao and Lei Bao entered the hospital room. "You're being discharged today, I'll take you back to school." Colonel Zhao looked at Lin Fan. "The martial arts exam is in 4 days, are you really going to participate?" Lin Fan sat up from the hospital bed. His face remained pale, but his eyes had regained their previous sharpness. "I will participate." "Your condition," Lei Bao hesitated. The machine showed Lin Fan's blood vitality stabilizing around 1.6, far from his previous peak. "A poor condition doesn't mean I will lose." Lin Fan smiled, got out of bed and stretched his muscles. In 3 days, relying on the breathing technique from the 8-9 mysteries, he managed to stabilize his realm and repaired some of the internal injuries in his meridians. He had also mastered the second form of the Buddha's poem. Though his fighting power compared to his peak was barely 1/10, it should be enough to handle an ordinary martial artist. As for someone like Xiaozhan, just an ant. "Let's go." Lin Fan slung his backpack over his shoulder, which was empty. His important belongings were all in his spatial ring. The three of them exited the hospital. The sunlight was a bit dazzling. Lin Fan squinted his eyes, looking toward the direction of the 3rd middle school of Cloud City. "I, Lin Fan, have returned. This time, let's play something different." At the entrance of Cloud City's 3rd middle school, morning light pierced through the thin mist, casting a golden edge on the bronze statue at the school gate. At this time of day, the school gate should usually be crowded with students in uniforms, still groggy with sleep. But today, the atmosphere was strange. On both sides of the school gate, a dense crowd stood. They were not students. They were reporters. With long lenses, cameras, and drones buzzing around. "They're coming!" someone shouted. All the cameras turned toward the end of the street. A black military SUV slowly approached, stopping 20 meters from the school gate. The car door opened. First to step out was Lei Bao, dressed in military uniform, with a stern expression. Then came Colonel Zhao, the stars on his epaulets shining brightly in the morning light. Finally, Lin Fan. His school uniform looked faded, his frame thin, and his face pale. He even needed to hold onto the car door to steady himself. Click. 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 The sound of shutters was like a downpour. The reporters surged forward like madmen. "Classmate Lin Fan. I'm a reporter from the Martial Artist Daily. Can you talk about the battle with the underground beast tide? There are rumors that you used forbidden powers and your realm dropped, is this true? What is your current blood vitality? Can you still participate in the martial arts exam? There are reports that the military will give you a special recruitment. Does this mean you are giving up on the martial arts exam?" Questions bombarded him like cannonballs. Lin Fan raised his head. The sunlight was a bit dazzling, he squinted. Then he smiled. The smile was weak but held an indescribable meaning. "There are too many questions." He spoke up, his voice not loud but clearly penetrating through the noise to reach each reporter's ears. "I will answer them one by one." The crowd fell silent instantly. "First, in the battle underground, I simply did what I had to do. Second, my realm has indeed dropped. Third, blood vitality? You will know after the martial arts exam. Fourth." He paused, looking at the reporter who asked about the special recruitment. "Who said I gave up on the martial arts exam? I am the man who will become the top scorer in the martial arts exam." After saying this, he ignored everyone else. He lifted his foot and walked towards the school gate. The crowd automatically parted. All eyes turned to him. To that silhouette in an old-school uniform, his steps even somewhat unsteady. Ding. Injured presence, igniting media attention. Style points plus 500. Ding. Calmly facing the reporter's siege, maintaining coolness. Style points plus 300. Current style points, 21,000. Lin Fan felt no ripple in his heart. This was just the beginning. The real show had yet to start. In the high school third-year teaching building. The moment Lin Fan appeared in the corridor, the whole floor fell silent. All classroom doors were open, and all students leaned out. Their gazes were complex. Shock, curiosity, sympathy, schadenfreude. It really is Lin Fan, he really came? He looks so weak, he can barely walk straight. His health points must have dropped terribly, probably not even 1.0. TSK, from heaven to hell, how glorious he was before, now. Xiaozhan must be thrilled now. Whispers surged like a tide. Lin Fan heard nothing. He walked to the door of Class 7 and pushed it open. Inside the classroom, it fell into instant silence. All eyes focused on him. Xiaozhen sat in the third row. The moment he saw Lin Fan, his eyes lit up. That was uncontainable joy. He stood up, wearing a concerned smile on his face. Fan Gu. You're back. How's your health? We heard you were seriously injured in the underground. We were worried sick. His tone was sincere. But his gaze was like it was poisoned. Lin Fan gave him a glance, preparing to instinctively slap him. But thinking of his plan, he just smiled and said nothing. He walked straight toward his seat in the last row. Xiaozhen's smile froze on his face. But soon he sat back down, curling his lips into a cold sneer. Show off. Keep showing off. We'll see how you hold up during the martial arts examination. In the front row, Sumu Yu turned to look at Lin Fan. There was a hint of worry in her eyes, but more than that, there was curiosity. She always felt, this boy, even when he fell to the bottom, his eyes held no despair. Only a kind of terrifying calm. 3 days later, after the morning self-study ended, the head of the teaching department burst into the teaching building with a loudspeaker. All third-year students, assemble on the playground. The first item of the martial arts examination, theory written test, starting in half an hour. Bring your admission ticket. ID. No prohibited items are allowed in the examination room. Chapter 20, the martial arts exam begins. Can Lin Fan really not do it? The crowd surged. Lin Fan followed the flow of people down the stairs. At the stair corner, Xiaozhen accidentally bumped into him. The force was small. Lin Fan staggered as if about to fall. Oh. I'm sorry, Fan Gu. Xiaozhen hurriedly helped him, voice loud. Are you okay? Look, I didn't mean to. You're too weak now. Why not ask the teacher to apply for a waiver? Don't take the exam. Many students looked over. Their gazes varied. Lin Fan steadied himself and patted his shoulder that had been bumped. Then he looked up at Xiaozhen. His gaze was as calm as a deep pool. Xiaozhen. Ha? You have a piece of vegetable leaf on your teeth. Xiaozhen was taken aback, instinctively covering his mouth. Around him came muffled laughter. Lin Fan no longer paid him any mind and turned to head downstairs. Ding. Casually diffusing provocation, style points plus 100. Current style points, 21,100. Xiaozhen's face turned pale. There was no piece of vegetable leaf on his teeth. He had been played. Lin Fan, you wait for me. He gritted his teeth and growled. Once the written test ends and we go to the practical test, just wait and see how I deal with you. On the playground. The makeshift examination venue neatly arranged with hundreds of desks and chairs. Outside the security line, reporters wielding cameras, school leaders, military observers, and various martial arts university admission representatives sat on the observation platform. The atmosphere was tense. Lin Fan found his seat at the back row corner. Just as he sat down, the invigilating teacher walked in holding a sealed box of test papers. Now announcing the examination rules. No whispering. No looking at others' exam papers. No electronic devices allowed. Violators will immediately disqualify from the examination and cannot participate in the martial arts exam for 3 years. Now, distribute the test papers. The test paper was in hand. Lin Fan glanced at it. High Martial Era Martial Arts Theory Comprehensive Paper. Question types, single choice, multiple choice, judgment, short answer, essay. Total score 300, passing line 180. Time, 150 minutes. For ordinary students, the question volume is enormous, and the difficulty is extreme. But for Lin Fan, he picked up the pen. In his mind, the inner energy of the I Ching Jing slowly operated, making his thoughts exceptionally clear. The theoretical knowledge accumulated over 3 years, the martial arts insights from the system, and the practical experiences of this time. All merged together. Question 1. When a martial artist breaks through to become a martial master, what is the best distance for releasing inner power? A. 1 inch to 3 inches B. 3 inches to 1 foot C. 1 foot to 3 feet D. Over 3 feet. Lin Fan's pen touched the paper. He chose C. A martial master's early stage releases inner power 3 feet, the middle stage 1 yard, and the late stage 3 yards. This is common knowledge. Question 2. What is the weakness of the common cave creature, the iron-armored bug? Abdominal joints, compound eyes. Question 3. Briefly describe 3 methods to clear blockages when the qi and blood flow to the Han Tien Lung meridian is obstructed. Lin Fan's pen flowed like a dragon and snake. Gentle inner power cleansing, medicinal baths as assistants, acupoint breaking needle techniques. Not only answered all, but added a fourth method forcing through with higher quality inner power, along with precautions. Time passed second by second. In the examination room, there was only the sound of pen tips scratching on paper, along with occasional sighs. Many students were scratching their ears and cheeks, beads of sweat on their foreheads. The theory had always been Lin Fan's strength. The original body in martial arts was lacking, so he could only grind through theory. And now, with the system's assistance, Lin Fan's answering speed was astonishingly fast. Multiple choice questions, he glanced and found the answer. True or false, a sweep and he judged. Short answer questions, key points were all complete. Essay questions, unique viewpoints. 40 minutes. Lin Fan stopped writing. He looked up. Check? No need. He raised his hand directly. Teacher, I'm finished. His voice was not loud. But in the quiet examination room, it sounded like thunder. Swish. All the examinees raised their heads simultaneously. The supervising teacher was also stunned. This student, there are still over 100 minutes left in the exam, would you like to check again? No need. Lin Fan stood up, took his paper, and walked toward the podium. The entire examination room was dumbfounded. 40 minutes to submit the paper? This was a comprehensive paper worth 300 points. The number of questions was huge. Many people didn't even finish half of it. Xiao Zhan looked at Lin Fan's back, first startled, then was overjoyed in his heart. Definitely couldn't answer. Just giving up. He suppressed his laughter and lowered his head to continue answering questions. The supervising teacher took Lin Fan's paper and subconsciously glanced at it. Then, his eyes widened. The paper was neat, handwriting clear. All multiple choice questions were filled, the short answer questions written fully, and the essay question densely written with nearly 1,000 words. This doesn't look like someone who couldn't answer? You. The supervising teacher looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan had already turned and walked out of the examination room. The sunlight on the playground was dazzling. Reporters saw someone coming out and quickly surrounded him. Student. Why did you submit your paper so early? Were the questions difficult? Is it because of health reasons that you couldn't hold on? Lin Fan looked at the camera, smiling indifferently. The questions? They were okay. Just a bit simple, finished a bit too quickly. After saying this, he walked toward the resting area, leaving the reporters in disarray in the wind. Ding. Submitting the paper 2 hours early, shocking the whole scene. Show-off value plus 500. Ding. Facing the interview, calmingly showing off. Show-off value plus 300. Current show-off value, 21,900 points. In the resting area. Lin Fan sat down and closed his eyes to rest. The system's notification sound echoed in his mind again. Detected that the host is about to participate in the martial arts practical test. Environmental analysis, thousands watching, many concerns, host role a fallen genius. Show-off strategy suggestion, feign weakness, lure the enemy in deep, reverse the situation at a key moment, create an extreme contrast. If executed properly, expected show-off value gain, 5,000 plus. Lin Fan's mouth curled up. The system was thinking along the same lines as him. However, the system is still thinking too small. Just flipping the situation isn't enough. If we're playing, let's play something bigger. He opened his eyes and looked at the distant examination room. A glint of madness flashed deep in his eyes. The theory exam was over. Students streamed out of the examination room, most looking pale, as if mourning their chances. It's over. I didn't have time to write the last 2 big questions. I just made up for the essay question. I don't know how many points I'll get. This theory was too difficult. Will the passing score be lowered? Xiao Zhan walked out of the examination room, his face was also not good. He only wrote half of the last essay question. But when he saw Lin Fan resting with his eyes closed in the resting area, his mood instantly improved. What use is it to do well in theory? In martial arts exams, it ultimately depends on real combat. And real combat. He felt the surging energy in his body, just a step away from breaking through to a martial master. And Lin Fan, a waste. Lin Fan, just wait. He licked his lips, his gaze cold. In the upcoming combat test, I will crush your last bit of dignity into dust. After the lunch break. The playground was cleared, and 10 metallic arenas were set up in the center. The second part of the martial arts exam combat testing officially begins. The rules are simple. Draw lots to decide opponents, compete in pairs. Winners advance, losers are eliminated. Finally, rankings are based on match wins, performance ratings, and overall scores. Next to the arena stood 10 of the latest blood energy detectors, which must be tested before each battle as the basis for scoring. Now, students whose names are called, come up for testing, and then draw your opponents. The head instructor held a microphone. First group, Zhang Tao. A sturdy boy went up, pressing his palm on the detector. The screen flickered. Blood energy value, 1.45. Second group, Li Jing. Blood energy value, 1.38. The testing proceeded in an orderly fashion. Most students had blood energy values between 1.2 and 1.6, and those reaching above 1.7 were already top-notch. Soon. Seventh group, Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan strode onto the stage. Today he specially wore a custom martial arts uniform, with the Xiao family crest shimmering in the sunlight. He took a deep breath, pressing his palm on the detector. Internal energy activated. Buzz. The device shook violently. The numbers jumped frantically. 1.80, 1.85, 1.90, 1.93, 2.54. Finally fixed. Blood energy value, 2.54. Wow! Gasps erupted from the crowd. 2.54. Xiao Zhan has improved again. He can break through to a martial master now. It seems the Xiao family has invested a lot in him. Xiao Zhan withdrew his hand, enjoying the awe-filled gazes. Then, he turned to look at Lin Fan below the stage. His eyes were provocative. As if to say, see? This is real strength. Lin Fan leaned against a chair in the rest area, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Eighth group, Sumu Yu. The cool girl stepped onto the stage. Her palm gently pressed. The device shook even more than Xiao Zhan's. The numbers soared. 2.95, 2.97, 2.98, 2.99. Finally. Blood energy value, 3. The crowd went wild. 3. Sumu Yu broke through to a martial master? My god, this martial arts exam is going to bring out the real dragon. On the observation platform, eyes of various martial universities' enrollment representatives sparkled. A high school student at the martial master level. Wherever you place them, they are top talents. Sumu Yu remained calm, glancing at Lin Fan before stepping down. Her eyes were complex. Finally. 10th group, Lin Fan. Swish. The attention of the entire crowd focused. Journalists pointed their cameras. School leaders straightened their bodies. Military observers narrowed their eyes. Xiao Zhan grinned, already prepared to mock. Chapter 21 Combat Assessment, Xiao Zhan vs. Lin Fan, a crush? Lin Fan slowly stood up. He walked onto the arena. His steps were slow, even a bit unsteady. He reached the detector. Raised his hand. His palm pressed against the cold sensing area. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The device screen flickered. The numbers bounced. 0.90, 0.92, 0.95, 0.97. Slowly rising. Soft chuckles arose from the crowd. Not even 1.0? This is even worse than his previous 0.87. He's finished, completely finished. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but laugh. Brother Fan. Put in some effort. Don't hold back. Lin Fan seemed to hear nothing. The numbers continued to jump. 0.98, 0.99, 1.00. Finally broke 1. But that was as far as it went. Finally fixed. Blood energy value, 1.02. Silence. Then, a bigger wave of laughter erupted. 1.02? Ha 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 ha. I thought he could recover to 1.5, yet it turns out to be this? Laughing to death, with this strength, why even take the martial arts exam? Go home and raise pigs. Xiao Zhan laughed the loudest, almost in tears. On the observation platform, many enrollment representatives shook their heads. A blood energy value of 1.02, let alone the martial university, even the door of an ordinary military school couldn't be touched. Colonel Zhao's face remained unchanged, but his fingers lightly tapped the armrest. Lei Bao frowned, speaking softly, Colonel, how could his blood energy drop so much? Clearly at the underground. Watch. Colonel Zhao interrupted. Lin Fan withdrew his hand. His expression remained calm. As if the glaring 1.02 was not his result. He walked to the lottery box, reaching out. He drew a piece of paper. Unfolded it. Written on it was a name, Xiao Zhan. Boom. The crowd erupted. What the hell? Lin Fan versus Xiao Zhan? Encountering him in the first round? This is going to be a good show. Does this even need to be fought? Xiao Zhan could crush him with one finger, right? Will Lin Fan surrender directly? Xiao Zhan was also stunned, and then he was filled with wild joy. Heaven helps me. He was worried that he had no chance to humiliate Lin Fan himself, and now it was delivered right to his doorstep. He jumped onto the nearby stage and beckoned to Lin Fan with his finger. Fan Gu. Come up. Let's catch up. Lin Fan looked at the note in his hand. Then he looked at the arrogant Xiao Zhan on the stage. Suddenly, he smiled. The smile was faint, but it made Su Muyu, who had been staring at him, feel a chill in her heart. Interesting. Lin Fan murmured to himself as he walked up to the stage. The referee teacher looked at the two of them and hesitated. Lin Fan, are you sure you want to fight? You can apply for a forfeit. No need. Lin Fan shook his head and looked at Xiao Zhan. As old classmates, how can we not greet each other? Xiao Zhan grinned. Don't worry, Fan Gu, I'll give you a proper greeting. Seeing this, the referee could only retreat to the edge of the stage. Rules: no deliberate killing or maiming. The match ends when one side concedes or falls off the stage. Now, start. The whistle blew. Xiao Zhan moved instantly. He had no intention of testing the waters, he started with full force. Breaking Wind Fist. A yellow-grade upper-tier martial skill, he had mastered it completely. The wind from the punch howled, faintly making a tearing sound. This punch aimed directly at Lin Fan's face. He wanted to smash this face that he hated to the core. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Xiao Zhan is going all out. Lin Fan is finished. Quick, dodge. Lin Fan didn't dodge. He didn't even move. He just quietly watched the fist enlarging in front of him. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Half a meter. At the moment the fist was about to strike his face, Lin Fan moved. He simply tilted his head lightly. The wind from the punch brushed past his ear. A few strands of hair were blown away. Too slow. Lin Fan said softly. Xiao Zhan's pupils shrank suddenly. How is this possible? His full-strength punch was easily dodged like this? Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. He gritted his teeth, changed his fist into a claw, and lunged for Lin Fan's throat. Tearing eagle claw. Lin Fan took half a step back. The claw wind brushed past his throat, not even touching his collar. Still slow. Xiao Zhan was going crazy. Die for me. His entire body surged with blood and energy, fists, claws, elbows, knees, a torrential storm of attacks poured out. The air on the stage was filled with violent energy. The students below watched in a daze. Xiao Zhan is so strong. This offense, even an early-stage martial artist can't block it, right? Why does Lin Fan just keep dodging? Dodge? Look closely. Xiao Zhan has thrown over 30 blows, and he hasn't even brushed against Lin Fan's clothes. Someone exclaimed. Everyone looked closely, and sure enough, Lin Fan on the stage moved like he was taking a leisurely stroll. Every step landed in the gaps of Xiao Zhan's attacks, and every dodge was perfectly timed. As if he had already predicted all of Xiao Zhan's movements. Ding. Agile footwork, style points plus 200. Ding. Everyone is stunned, style points plus 300. Current style points, 22,400 points. The more Xiao Zhan fought, the more frightened he became. The more he fought, the more he felt suffocated. He felt like he was hitting air. Hitting shadows. Every punch hit empty space, blood and energy were wildly consumed, but he couldn't even touch a hair of his opponent. Lin Fan. You worthless piece of trash. If you have the guts, don't dodge. Fight me head-on. He roared. Lin Fan stopped moving. He stood in the center of the stage, looking at him. All right. As you wish. He raised his right hand. 5 fingers together. Forming a palm. This posture. Xiao Zhan's pupils trembled. He remembered that palm from the martial arts gym. He remembered the fragments of the force measuring stone. No, impossible. You are a cripple now. You can't unleash that palm. He frantically urged himself on while pushing all his energy to the limit, his skin turning a blood-red color. Blood-burning secret technique. Xiao Zhan is using forbidden techniques. Gasps erupted from below. The blood-burning secret technique can temporarily enhance combat power, but it will severely harm vitality afterwards. Xiao Zhan was going all out. Lin Fan. Lie down for me. He roared, his fist engulfed in all his blood and energy, like a blood-colored shooting star, smashing toward Lin Fan. This punch was no less than that of an average martial artist. Below, Su Muyu gripped her sword tightly. On the spectator stand, Colonel Zhao sat up straight. Everyone held their breath. Then they saw. Chapter 22, The Correct Use of the Six Meridians Divine Sword. Smack! The familiar sound exploded in Xiao Zhan's ears, clearer than all the gasps below the stage combined. The whole person spun out of control and flew up. His vision was spinning, and he saw the swirling sky, the stunned audience, and Lin Fan's terrifyingly calm face. Then, bang! His back slammed heavily against the edge of the arena, shaking his insides. His left cheek first went numb, then a sharp, hot pain surged in like a wave. His mouth was filled with a sweet and metallic taste. He instinctively opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood, mixed with 2 white teeth. Silence. The entire playground, thousands of people, was as silent as death. Everyone's eyes were wide open, mouths agape, like frozen statues. What just happened? Wasn't Lin Fan's blood value only 1.02? Wasn't he so weak he could barely walk? Wasn't Xiao Zhan's blood ignited, with a momentum comparable to a martial artist? How just a slap? Just one slap? Put. Xiao Zhan held onto the railing, barely getting up. His left cheek was swelling visibly, purple and blue, like a steamed bun. He looked at the 2 bloodied teeth on the ground and then up at the calm figure in the center of the arena. No, impossible. His voice was muffled, as half of his face was swollen and leaking air. Your blood value was clearly only 1.02. How could you? Lin Fan shook his right hand as if he had just swatted a fly. Who told you? He spoke slowly, his voice clearly resonating throughout the venue, that a low blood value can't kill someone. Someone in the audience couldn't hold back and laughed, then quickly covered their mouth. But more people were shocked to the point of tingling on their scalp. They recalled the shattered strength stone in the martial arts center. They remembered the legend of the blade that froze 7 dragons in the beast tide. Could it be the rumors were true? Even if Lin Fan's realm had fallen, he still possessed some kind of terrifying means? Ding! A slap sent the blood-burning opponent flying, a revolutionary contrast. Show-off value plus 800. Ding! The entire place fell into a collective stun state, show-off value plus 500. Current show-off value, 23,700 points. Xiao Zhan's face turned the color of pig liver, a mix of humiliation, anger, and a hint of fear he himself was unwilling to admit, all swirling together, almost making him explode. Lin Fan! I will kill you! He completely lost his sanity, forgetting that he was still in the martial exam, forgetting the rules, forgetting everything. The remaining blood in his body burned wildly, blood droplets even seeping out from the surface of his skin. He looked like a blood-colored monster, rushing towards Lin Fan again. This time, he was faster. Stronger. Even creating a piercing sonic boom. The referee turned pale. Xiao Zhan. Stop. You will cripple yourself. But Xiao Zhan couldn't hear. His eyes only had Lin Fan. Only that calm face. He wanted to tear it apart. Facing this nearly self-destructive frenzy, Lin Fan shook his head. Ants dream of shaking the sky? 6-pulse divine sword. He thrust a finger out. A bloody hole appeared in Xiao Zhan's left leg. He could no longer maintain his balance, falling forward, directly kneeling on one knee before Lin Fan. Another finger thrust out. A bloody hole appeared in his right leg. Both knees were now on the ground. Lin Fan. I will kill you. Kill you. Lin Fan nodded. What a man. But you won't be so soon. After saying that, the third finger thrust out. A very weak spot shattered by itself. The scent of blood on the arena had yet to disappear. Xiao Zhan curled up on the ground like a cooked shrimp. Apart from unconscious convulsions and sounds of air leaking from his throat, he couldn't even scream. The pain of being shattered surpassed all his knowledge over 17 years of life. The referee's face turned pale, holding the whistle, unsure whether to blow it or not. According to the rules, the match ends when one side surrenders or falls off the arena. In Xiao Zhan's current state, he couldn't even surrender, let alone speak. But Lin Fan's last finger was too ruthless. This had gone beyond the scope of sparring. Lin Fan, the referee gritted his teeth and spoke, your opponent has lost combat capability, you. I know. Lin Fan retracted his finger, the invisible sword energy at his fingertips quietly dissipating. He didn't even look at Xiao Zhan on the ground. Turned to the referee, so, I won, right? The referee. In the audience, the dead silence was finally broken. What the hell? His eggs are crushed? I saw it with my own eyes. When that finger pointed over, a burst of blood mist exploded in that spot. So ruthless Lin Fan is so ruthless. From now on is Xiao Zhan considered a sister? Not just sisters, this is like graduating directly. Hiss, it hurts just to watch. The boys instinctively squeezed their legs together, their faces turning green. The girls mostly had complex expressions, some in shock, some in fear, and a hint of barely noticeable satisfaction. Xiao Zhan usually bullied not just Lin Fan at school, but many others too. On the viewing platform, there was an uproar. The representatives from Wu University whispered to each other, their eyes toward Lin Fan filled with complexity. This student, his methods are too vicious. Although it was a martial arts competition, crippling someone, especially in this way, is seen as a negative point by many schools that value martial ethics. But a few representatives' eyes lit up. Decisive. What we need in the underground battlefield is this kind of ruthless person. The wishy-washy ones would have been eaten by monsters. Unpredictable strength, sharp means he's a rising star. This personality needs to be polished well. Principal Wang had already stood up, his face dark as charcoal. Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. In a martial arts match, how can one use such heavy hands? What kind of order is this? He looked at Colonel Zhao, hoping the military personnel could say something. Colonel Zhao stroked his chin, deep in thought. Principal Wang, where did Lin Fan violate the rules? Principal Wang choked. He has crippled Xiao Zhan. Crippled? Colonel Zhao raised an eyebrow. When Xiao Zhan used the blood-burning secret technique just now, he didn't think about holding back. That punch, if it had landed on Lin Fan, with Lin Fan's current 1.02 vitality, he would be the one lying there now. What, is it only okay for Xiao Zhan to kill, while Lin Fan can't defend himself? This is different. Principal Wang hurriedly said. Xiao Zhan was eager to win. Lin Fan is taking revenge on purpose. Eager to win means he can kill? Colonel Zhao's voice grew cold. Principal Wang, the monsters in the underground won't care about your eagerness to win. Today's lesson, I think, is quite good. Some students always think the martial arts exam is child's play, not seeing blood, not knowing what real combat is. Principal Wang opened his mouth and couldn't find words. Colonel Zhao no longer paid attention to him, his gaze returned to the arena. In the audience, a medical team rushed up to carry the unconscious Xiao Zhan away on a stretcher. As they passed by Lin Fan, the medical staff dared not lift their heads to look at him. Lin Fan silently got off the stage. Wherever he walked, the crowd automatically cleared a 3-meter-wide path. All those mocking, pitying, or gleeful eyes had vanished. What replaced them were awe, fear, and deep-seated dread. This seemingly fragile boy had truly struck with deadly force. And how was he able to win? With a vitality of 1.02, how could he toy with Xiao Zhan in blood-burning state? How could he crush an egg with just one finger? Everyone's minds were filled with questions. Ding! Crippled a rival, methods fierce, causing deep fear throughout the venue. Show-off value plus 1,000. Ding! Deterred all potential provokers, show-off value plus 500. Ding! Caused disagreement between the school and the military, highlighting the host's special status, show-off value plus 300. Current show-off value, 25,500 points. Lin Fan sat back in the rest area, closing his eyes to recharge. It was as if the ruthless act of smashing eggs on stage was not done by him. Su Muyu's gaze had been following him. In her cool eyes, confusion grew deeper. Vitality 1.02 absolutely impossible. The dodging technique he used just now was exquisite, and his timing grasp was terrifying. This requires extremely strong mental perception and combat instinct. That last finger, invisible sword energy? Earth-level martial skill? How much more does he have hidden? Also, Sumuyu remembered the way Lin Fan looked at her before in that sentence. Lin Fan, do things this way. Doing things this way. She softly repeated. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. Interesting. The practical test continued. But the atmosphere had completely changed. The students who would come on stage next. One by one, they trembled with fear, especially those who drew opponents stronger than themselves, sneaking glances at Lin Fan in the rest area before taking action. Afraid that if they hit too hard, they might be the next one to be graduated. The competition became somewhat mild. Until... Next match, Sumuyu versus Lu Koan. Sumuyu stood up, gracefully stepping onto the stage. Her opponent, Lu Koan, with a blood level of 1.88, was considered top among ordinary students, but now his face was filled with bitterness. Su classmate, please enlighten me. Lu Koan cupped his hands, adopting a very low posture. Sumuyu nodded slightly. Please. The whistle blew. Lu Koan let out a low growl and charged forward. He knew his chances of winning were slim, he just wanted to lose gracefully. However, Sumuyu merely lifted her sword sheath. She didn't even draw her sword. Buzz. A condensed sword energy erupted from the sheath, fast as lightning. Lu Koan's rushing figure suddenly froze. Looking down, he saw a neat cut on his martial suit across his chest, leaving a faint white mark on his skin. One more inch, and it would draw blood. I concede. Lu Kuan broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly raised his hand. Gasps arose from the audience. Sword energy unleashed. Sumu Yu has really broken through to the martial master level. She didn't even draw her sword so powerful. In this martial arts exam, Sumu Yu will definitely be number one. Wait, where's Lin Fan? Everyone turned their eyes towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan still wore his eyes closed, as if asleep. Before stepping down, Sumu Yu glanced at Lin Fan. Their gazes briefly met in the air. Lin Fan opened his eyes a slit and nodded at her. Sumu Yu was startled for a moment, then she slightly nodded back and walked down from the ring. A silent mutual understanding. The matches continued one after another. Lin Fan's subsequent opponents turned pale as soon as they heard their names. The first opponent hesitated for 3 seconds after stepping onto the stage and, pushed by the referee, gritted his teeth and cupped his hands to Lin Fan. Fan Gu. I have a stomach ache. I forfeit. After saying that, he jumped off the ring and ran away. The entire venue was stunned. The second opponent was even more straightforward, shouting directly at the referee, I can't beat him. I forfeit. The third opponent, after stepping onto the stage and looking at Lin Fan, was trembling. Barely gone through 2 exchanges, he was pushed back by a casual wave of Lin Fan's palm wind and immediately shouted, I concede. I concede. In this way, Lin Fan almost effortlessly lay into the top 10. Then into the top 5. Into the top 3. Finally, it was time for the battle for the first place in the school. On the ring, only 2 people remained. Lin Fan. Sumu Yu. The whole venue held its breath. This was the true meaning of a peak showdown. The fallen yet strangely powerful mysterious genius against the already broken through martial master Cool School Flower. Finally, Xiao Zhan had already been sent to the hospital, his lackey Zhang Biao hid in the crowd, glaring at Lin Fan with a vengeful look. Sumu Yu, you must teach him a lesson. Avenge brother Zhan. Someone whispered beside, avenge? Xiao Zhan has already graduated, what revenge? Zhang Biao glared, and the person speaking shrank back their neck. In the viewing platform, everyone sat up straight. Colonel Zhao's eyes were filled with expectation. Principal Wang felt complicated. He hoped Sumu Yu would win to dampen Lin Fan's prestige, yet he vaguely felt things might not be that simple. The referee looked at the 2 on the stage and took a deep breath. Final match, Lin Fan vs Sumu Yu. The rules remain the same. Begin. Chapter 23. It's time for a lottery again. The whistle blew. This time, Sumu Yu slowly drew her sword for the first time. The sword body gleamed like a pool of autumn water, exuding a chilling aura. The sword tip pointed towards Lin Fan, her cold voice resonated. Lin Fan, I know you have hidden your strength. No need to pretend anymore. Let me see, someone who can freeze 7 dragons in one slice, truly how strong are you? As her voice fell, her aura suddenly exploded. The blood level of early martial master was completely unleashed. Sword energy surrounded her, her dress moving without wind. Gasps erupted from the audience. Sumu Yu is serious now. Such strong sword energy. Lin Fan can't just hide this time, right? Lin Fan looked at Sumu Yu with her full power, and finally, he sighed gently. Why bother? Getting second place isn't shameful. Sumu Yu's eyes sharpened, let's talk after we fight. She moved. Her movement was like smoke, her sword light as lightning. Flowing cloud sword technique, cloud rising. The sword light transformed into a hazy cloud. A shroud enveloped Lin Fan, sealing off all avenues for evasion. This sword strike already carried a hint of the profound level martial skills. However, Lin Fan simply raised his right hand. His index and middle fingers came together. He lightly stroked the cloud energy. 6 meridians divine sword, Shangyang sword. Whoosh! An invisible sword energy, curved like a snake, appeared out of thin air, piercing through the cloud energy at an odd angle. Precisely, it struck the spine of Sumu Yu's long sword. Ding! A clear metallic tremor resounded. Sumu Yu only felt a numbness in her wrist, and the sword's momentum instantly shattering. That exquisite cloud rise technique was effortlessly broken. What? She was shaken to the core. Before she could change her move, Lin Fan's second finger was already on the way. Xiaoshang's sword. A powerful and fierce sword energy rushed through the air, directly aimed at the wrist holding her sword. Sumu Yu gritted her teeth, retreating swiftly, while her long sword spun around, attempting to block. But the odd sword energy of the Shangyang sword attacked from the side again. 2 sword energies, one fierce and one soft, one straightforward and one strange, perfectly coordinated. It was as if 2 invisible sword masters were simultaneously attacking her. Below the stage, everyone was dumbfounded. Sword energy. Another sword energy. 2 different sword energies. Can he control them at the same time? Sumu Yu was completely suppressed. What kind of martial skills are these? On the viewing platform, several knowledgeable martial representatives suddenly stood up. Sword energy differentiation? Isn't this a realm that only grand martial artists can barely reach? Not just that. Look at the attributes of those two sword energies. One is fierce and overbearing, the other is agile and strange. This is like the legendary 6 Meridians Divine Sword. 6 Meridians Divine Sword? A top-tier earthly technique? How could a martial artist do this? A monster. A true monster. Colonel Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, his fist clenched unconsciously. On the stage, Sumu Yu had retreated 7 steps. She was sweating on her forehead, her breathing slightly chaotic. Lin Fan remained standing in place the entire time, using only 2 fingers. Yet she felt a suffocating pressure as if facing an entire sword formation. Do you still want to fight? Lin Fan spoke, his voice calm. Sumu Yu bit her lower lip, her cold eyes fixed on Lin Fan. Suddenly, she sheathed her sword. I lost. Clean and crisp. The entire venue fell silent. This is admitting defeat? Schoolflower Sumu Yu, a genius who broke through to martial artist, didn't even touch her sword against him and was forced to concede by 2 invisible sword energies? Lin Fan retracted his fingers, and the sword energy dissipated. Thank you for your kindness. Ding. Overwhelmingly defeating the martial artist Schoolflower, show-off points plus 800. Ding. Displaying the 6 Meridians Divine Sword with dual sword strikes, shocking all experts, show-off points plus 1,200. Ding. Winning first place without shedding blood, show-off points plus 500. Current show-off points, 28,000 points. Achievement unlocked, School Authority. Rewards, advanced lottery chances times 2. Show-off points plus 2,000. Current show-off points, 30,000 points. Advanced lottery chances, 5 times. The referee was stunned for a few seconds before announcing loudly. Final match winner, Lin Fan. In this year's Yun City No. 3 Martial Exam Practical Test, first place, Lin Fan. Applause rang out sporadically. Most people were still immersed in the astonishing sword energy duel and hadn't come to their senses. Principal Wang's expressions changed, eventually becoming a long sigh. Colonel Zhao, however, smiled, whispering to the nearby Lei Bao, record this clearly. Lin Fan, first in practical test, theory written test handed in 2 hours early, estimated score can't be low. Comprehensive ranking, undoubtedly first in school. Yes. The award ceremony was simple and quick. Lin Fan received the certificate representing the first in school and a top student badge. Below the stage, the flashes of cameras erupted again. Reporters asked questions frantically, but Lin Fan ignored them and headed straight for Colonel Zhao. Colonel Zhao, when is the next city-level competition? Colonel Zhao looked at him, 7 days later. All 38 high schools in the city, the top 10 from each school, a total of 380 people, will participate in a ranking competition at the Municipal Martial Arts Gym. The top 3 will represent Yun City in the provincial competition. Lin Fan nodded, all right. Do you have confidence? Colonel Zhao asked. Lin Fan smiled, just now, I used about 10% of my strength. Colonel Zhao. Lei Bao. Ding. Understating the victory, show-off points plus 300. Current show-off points, 30,300 points. Prepare well. Colonel Zhao patted his shoulder, city level, there are some young talents. The resources at home are stacked heavily, and with strong talent, he is already at the Martial Master realm, even having one who might have touched the mid-stage of Martial Master. Don't let it capsize in the gutter. Mid-stage of Martial Master? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, I hope he can let me use 10% more strength. Colonel Zhao was both amused and frustrated, get lost. Go back and solidify your realm. You've just broken through and fallen again, an unstable foundation is a huge taboo. Understood. Lin Fan turned and left. As he walked out of the playground, the sunset was just right. Behind him were countless complex gazes. Ahead of him was a broader battlefield. Sumu Yu stood not far away, watching his departing figure, suddenly speaking, Lin Fan. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks and turned around. During the provincial exam, Sumu Yu's eyes were clear, I will catch up to you. Lin Fan smiled. This smile was quite sincere. Eat more melatonin, there are all sorts of things in dreams. The hot words of 37 degrees spoke of things not even at 0 degrees. After speaking, he waved his hand and vanished into the sunset. Sumu Yu tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. On her cool face, a trace of determination appeared. Night. In Lin Fan's small rental room. He sat cross-legged on the bed, with 2 things floating in front of him. One was the unhatched Xiangqi egg, the dark gray shell seemed to have blood-red patterns that were slightly brighter than before. The second was the illusory scroll of the entry-level chapter of 8-9 Profound Arts. System, let's draw the lottery first. Use up all 5 high-level draws. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled. 30,000 style points in hand, plus 5 high-level draws. It's time for a big upgrade. Ding. 5 high-level draws, is this confirmed? Confirm. Lottery begins. In his mind, a magnificent golden wheel spun wildly. The light was dazzling. Chapter 24, Holy Heart Technique. And in the rental room, the light was dim. Lin Fan stared at the gigantic golden wheel spinning wildly before him, instinctively holding his breath. 5 high-level draws. Whether it was good or bad depended on this wave. System, give me some strength. Make it big. Make it big. Lin Fan silently thought. The wheel finally began to slow down. First time. The pointer trembled as it passed the thank you for your support area, though very small, skimmed over a pile of golden unknown items, and finally, it stopped at a phantom of an ancient book radiating soft white light, the pages seemingly crafted from jade. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a low-grade Heavenly Tier Heart Technique Holy Heart Technique, complete version. Buzz. Lin Fan's head went bang. Heavenly Tier. Complete version. The perverse technique created by the Emperor Shirtian, who lived for 1,000 years in the storm and clouds. It can grant eternal life and can train a bug-like martial art called the 4 Calamities of the Holy Heart. Though it is only a low-grade Heavenly Tier, in this world, Heavenly Tier techniques are already legendary existences. Most Wuzong and Wu Wong only practice low-grade techniques. I've struck it rich. Truly rich. Lin Fan was ecstatic. Holy Heart Technique, complete version low-grade Heavenly Tier Heart Technique. Characteristic 1, Longevity, greatly slows aging, enhancing the life source. Characteristic 2, Embracing all, can parallel with other techniques without contradiction and slightly improve their training efficiency. Characteristic 3, for Calamities of the Holy Heart, Mind Calamity, Evil Blood Calamity, Heavenly Heart Calamity, Divine Slaying Calamity, needs to be comprehended gradually. Characteristic 4, Healing Holy Chi, inner strength that possesses strong healing and recovery effects. Comprehend it immediately. Lin Fan did not hesitate. Boom. An information stream, more vast than any technique comprehended before, surged into his mind. Not just words and formulas, it felt as if there was 1,000 years of insights accumulated, a sense of indifference towards life and death, and the coldness of manipulating countless fates. Lin Fan groaned, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. The inheritance of Heavenly Tier techniques, even with the system's assistance, brought a tremendous mental burden. Fortunately, the black-level Buddhist foundation of the I Ching Jing was solid, combined with his strong soul from 2 lifetimes, he managed to withstand it. Moments later, he opened his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of time in his gaze, which soon returned to clarity. Inside him, the black-level Buddhist inner strength that had been weakened due to backlash began to operate automatically. And deep within the Dantian, a trace of vibrant silver inner strength quietly germinated, distinct from the exceedingly young and strong inner strength of the I Ching Jing. And yet they do not contradict, even starting to slowly heal the hidden injuries in his meridians. Indeed tyrannical. Lin Fan felt the changes in his body, just this healing effect is worth the price. My recovery speed has at least increased by 30%. Ding. First time obtaining a Celestial Tier technique, showing off value plus 1,000. Current showing off value, 31,300 points. Continue the lottery. In the second lottery, the wheel began to spin. The pointer stopped on a long sword with an ancient design, entirely black, its blade adorned with scale-like patterns. At the sword guard, there was a deep blue gem embedded, faintly surrounded by a ghostly dragon soul. Congratulations, host. Obtained a top-tier earthly weapon reverse scales, sword spirit asleep version. A long sword infused with cold, murderous energy fell into Lin Fan's hands. The sword was about 3 feet 3 inches long, heavy in hand, and its blade was as black as ink, the scale patterns felt real to the touch. The guard of the sword hilt resembled interlocking dragon teeth, and the middle deep blue gem shimmered faintly. Reverse scales, sword spirit asleep top-tier earthly weapon. Feature 1, indestructible blade, the sword body is exceptionally hard and difficult to destroy. Feature 2, Dragon Soul's Killer Intent, can awaken the residual Dragon Soul's killer intent within the sword, intimidating the mind and weakening opponents. Feature 3, protects its master, in the face of deadly danger, the sword spirit may briefly awaken to protect its master. Feature 4, can grow, needs to absorb dragon blood or killer intent to nourish it and awaken the sword spirit. Reverse scales. Han Fei's sword. Lin Fan caressed the sword body, feeling the dormant ferocity and sadness within, a good sword. Just right to pair with the snow-drinking mad blade, 1 ice and 1 killer intent, used together. He stored reverse scales into his spatial ring. The third lottery began. As the pointer moved, it ignited a blaze of intense fire. Congratulations, host. Obtained a top-tier earthly sword technique, Fire Dance Whirlwind sword technique, 13th layer mind method. A rush of profound insights about flames, whirlwinds, and sword energy merging together flowed in. Fire Dance Whirlwind sword technique, 13th layer top-tier earthly technique. Characteristics: powerful and tyrannical, raging fire, eternal whirlwind sword energy. Cultivated to the 13th layer, sword energy like a fire dragon whirl, integrated offense and defense, boundless power. Note, the combined power with 7 swords can reach celestial tier. Individually wielded, it is a top-tier earthly technique. Fire Dance Whirlwind. Childhood memories. Blue Rabbit is dead, and I no longer care to discern right from wrong. Fire. Dance. Whirl. Wind. This is truly a classic iconic scene. Lin Fan was delighted. This technique is grandiose, suitable for group battles and showing off. The 4th lottery began. The pointer stopped on a crystal-clear purple pill the size of a dragon's eye. Congratulations, host. Obtained a 5th-tier pill, Purple Palace Spirit Nourishing Pill ×1. Effect: greatly nourishes mental strength, enhances mental perception, with a small probability of activating the embryonic form of spiritual consciousness. Best effects for martial masters. A pill that enhances mental strength? That's a good thing. Lin Fan's eyes brightened. The 6 Pulse Divine Sword and Lingbo Microstep require high mental perception. A strong mind increases battle power. The 5th lottery, the last one. The wheel spun, and the light seemed brighter than the previous 4 times. Finally, the pointer stopped at a piece of seemingly dull and unremarkable soft armor vest. Congratulations, host. Obtained special armor, Rebound Spike Armor, Replica. Tier: low tier earthly, special. Feature: when worn, it automatically reflects 30% of the damage from physical attacks back to the attacker. The type of rebound damage is the same as the attack suffered. Ineffective against energy attacks. Note: replica, with durability. Overuse may cause damage. Rebound armor? Lin Fan nearly laughed out loud. King send money. Saying it aside, laughing aside, this thing is something of value. Imagine it, if an opponent throws their full strength punch at him, and he suddenly spits blood and flies back. The picture is too beautiful. 5 high-level lotteries complete. Current possessions: Sacred Heart Technique, Low-Tier Celestial, Reverse Scale Sword, Top-Tier Earthly, Fire Dance Whirlwind Sword Technique, Top-Tier Earthly, Purple Palace Spirit Nourishing Pill, 5th Tier, Rebound Spike Armor, Low-Tier Earthly Special. High-level lottery attempts, 0. Awesome. Lin Fan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. This round of lottery was a blood profit. With attacking power from Reverse Scales and Fire Dance Whirlwind, defensive power from Rebound Armor, Mind Method from Sacred Heart Technique, and a pill to enhance mental strength. Comprehensive strength skyrocketing. System: consume the Purple Palace Spirit Nourishing Pill. The Dan medicine melted instantly in his mouth, a cool stream of air rushing straight into his mind. Lin Fan felt his thinking speed suddenly accelerated. The dust particles in the surrounding air moved, the faint chirping of insects outside the window, even the sounds of neighbors playing poker in the next apartment, all became clear and distinguishable. His mental power continuously grew stronger. It lasted for about 15 minutes before the effects of the medicine slowly calmed down. The Purple Mansion Essence Pill has been fully digested. Mental power strength increased by 45%. The range of mental perception has expanded to a radius of 50 meters. Gained passive effect: mental focus, learning and comprehension efficiency slightly increased. Not bad. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Although the backlash hasn't healed yet. But with my current foundation, compared to my peak period, not counting the Warrior King experience card, it's really hard to say who is stronger. The National Martial Arts Examination Champion, I must obtain it. Chapter 25, Boosting System Performance. What the heck? As night deepened. In the rental room, Lin Fan counted his gains, his gaze landing on the balance of bragging points on the system panel. Current bragging points, 30,300 points. 30,000 points. Lin Fan rubbed his chin. Sounds like a lot, but it's still not enough to buy good things. Just as he was thinking, the system's prompt in his mind suddenly turned flattering. Ding. Detected that the host has a large amount of idle bragging points. Do you want to consider a round of high-level lottery? Friendly reminder, the high-level lottery will has accumulated 50 unused draws, triggering the lucky charging mechanism. The chance of obtaining rare items next time is increased by 300%. Special reminder, if the host conducts the first draw, it will additionally trigger the gold legend guarantee mechanism. The first draw will definitely yield an item of celestial tier or above. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. System, you seem off. This system is perfectly fine, just thinking of enhancing the host's strength. Leaving bragging points unused is like wearing a fine robe in the dark, a pearl covered in dust. Speak plainly. The performance metrics for the lottery will haven't been met. Host, can you help out? Lin Fan almost laughed out loud. This system is quite honest. So, a high-level draw costs 10,000 points, and you want me to draw now? Yes. And the first draw will definitely yield a gold legend. Host, think about it, celestial tier techniques, divine weapons, heaven-defying elixirs, only 10,000 points, no loss at all. Lin Fan looked at the 30,000 points on the panel and felt a bit tempted. Last time he drew 5 times and gained a lot, this time with the gold legend guarantee, it seemed even safer. One draw, and I'd still have 20,000 points left, that's enough. Lin Fan pondered, alright, let's go for it. Ding. Consumed 10,000 bragging points to conduct a high-level lottery. The gold legend guarantee mechanism has been activated. Lucky charging effect is in effect. In his mind, the golden roulette reappeared. But this time, a dazzling golden halo appeared at the center of the roulette. The pointer began to spin at an incredible speed. The images of items on the wheel became blurry, only golden lights streaking across. 3 seconds later. The pointer suddenly stopped at the top of the wheel, a mysterious area shrouded in golden clouds. Congratulations, host. Triggered the gold legend. Gained, Celestial Tier Mid-Grade Special Constitution Ancient Saint Body, Initial Awakening. Boom. Lin Fan's whole body shook violently. A terrifying power from deep within his bloodline, like a slumbering ancient beast, awakened with a roar. The air in the rental room instantly solidified. The water cup on the table exploded with a crack. The wall centered around Lin Fan revealed a spiderweb-like crack. On the surface of his skin, mysterious pale golden patterns emerged, resembling ancient runes. Blood surged through his veins like dragons, rumbling like a roaring river. Ancient Saint Body, Initial Awakening Celestial Tier Mid-Grade Special Constitution. Characteristic 1, Invincible Body, crushing the strength of the same tier, can withstand higher tiers. Vitality Recovery Speed plus 500%. Characteristic 2, Immune to all laws, extremely strong resistance to elemental and mental attacks. Characteristic 3, Battle Intent Arousal, the heavier the injury, the stronger the combat power. Can trigger Berserk Mode when close to death. Characteristic 4, Growth Ability, can devour special energy and heavenly materials for advancement. Current, Initial Awakening Minor Success Major Success Perfection Ultimate. Warning, awakening the Saint Body consumes a tremendous amount of resources, requires massive sustenance. Otherwise it may backfire, leading to exhaustion and death. A sharp pain came from every limb and bone. Lin Fan felt his body was like a bottomless pit, crazily devouring the little vital energy he had just recovered. Damn, system, you've tricked me. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, I can't afford to nurture this awakening right now? Ding. Rapid loss of host's vital energy detected, it is recommended to immediately take replenishing pills or resources. Lin Fan quickly rummaged through his spatial ring. There were still more than 20 bug cores he brought back from the cave, and he took them all out, holding them in his hand. The ancient holy body seemed to smell blood like a shark, automatically generating suction. The energy in the bug cores was wildly extracted, transforming into pure vital energy flooding into Lin Fan's body. 1, 2, 3. In less than 3 minutes, all the bug cores in the spatial ring turned to ashes. And the hunger of the holy body was only barely suppressed. Lin Fan felt pain in his flesh. Is this much bug cores only enough to fill the gaps? Host, the ancient holy body is a heavenly grade constitution, and its awakening naturally requires a large amount of energy foundation. This is a good thing, the more stable the foundation, the stronger it will be in the future. I don't believe you. Lin Fan felt the still empty vital energy within, exchange all the remaining flaunting points for replenishing vital energy pills. Ding. Consumed 20,000 flaunting points, exchanged for blood essence pills, 3rd grade, times 20 bottles, 10 pills each. Current flaunting points, 300 points. Use them all. In an instant. A tremendous surge of vital energy exploded within, finally allowing the holy body's hunger to gradually subside. He felt the changes in his body. Power. Pure to the extreme power. The faint golden lines under his skin slowly faded away. But that heavy feeling deep in his bloodline, the sense of power, still truly existed. Ancient holy body. Lin Fan clenched his fist, and the air was crushed with a loud bang. It was worth it. Although he spent 30,000 flaunting points all at once and even burnt those bug cores. But this constitution is definitely a strategic trump card. Ding. Host is wise. Flaunting points are meant to be spent. Only by spending can one grow stronger, and only by growing stronger can one show off even more. Shut up, you salesman system. Lin Fan chided with a smile. He looked at the time, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. Good gracious, it took a lot of time to awaken the body. Today is Monday. The 0.1 discount zone has just refreshed. System Mall 0.1 discount zone, this week. Item 1, Space Expansion Stone ×1. Original price, 30,000 flaunting points. 0.1 discount price, 300 flaunting points. Description: can expand the existing spatial ring to increase to 100 cubic meters of space. Item 2, entry-level array technique jade slip. Original price, 80,000 flaunting points. 0.1 discount price, 800 flaunting points. Description: contains basic array principles, common array setups, and methods to break them. After learning, you can set up simple trapping arrays, illusion arrays, and defense arrays. Item 3, one-time teleportation talisman, random. Original price, 50,000 flaunting points. 0.1 discount price, 500 flaunting points. Description: after use, can randomly teleport to any location within 100 miles. A tool for escape, but the destination is uncontrollable. Item 4, second grade alchemist's notes. Original price, 60,000 flaunting points. 0.1 discount price, 600 flaunting points. Description: the lifelong insights of a second grade alchemist, including dozens of common first and second grade pill formulas and refining techniques. Item 5, unknown beast bone fragment times 1. Original price, 2,000 flaunting points. 0.1 discount price, 20 flaunting points. Description: a fragment of an unknown beast's bone, emitting weak energy fluctuations. It may contain some kind of inheritance, or it may just be ordinary bone. Lin Fan scanned through the list. Space expansion stone, this is practical. My ring is only 10 cubic meters, later if I encounter large high-level alien beasts, I won't be able to fit them in. Array technique jade slip, arrays can be magical if used well. Essential for trapping and killing ghostly beings. Teleportation talisman, a life-saving card. Though random, it's better than dying. Alchemist notes, making pills can make money fast, and I can be self-sufficient. In the long run, it's necessary to learn. Beast bone fragment, only 20 points, worth a gamble. He glanced at his remaining 300 flaunting points and thought for a moment. The beast bone fragment is only 20 points, buying it would not be a loss. The remaining 280 points. I still need 220 more for the teleportation talisman's 500 points. Looks like I have to get some flaunting points quickly. Ding. Friendly reminder, the host will participate in the municipal martial arts exam tomorrow. The crowd was watching, it was the perfect time to harvest the show-off value. No need to say it, Lin Fan rolled his eyes, purchase beast bone fragments. Ding. Consumed 20 show-off value, purchase successful. Current show-off value, 280 points. A palm-sized, gray-white bone covered in strange patterns appeared in Lin Fan's hand. It felt cold to the touch and indeed had a slight energy fluctuation, but it was very subtle. Lin Fan tried to input a hint of inner power. The bone showed no reaction. System, identify this thing. Identification requires 50 show-off value. You really are squeezing every penny. Lin Fan helplessly said, identify. Chapter 26, the clear windsword technique is a mess. Identifying. The patterns on the bone's surface suddenly glowed softly. A fragment of a broken image forcefully rushed into Lin Fan's mind. Deep in the dark cave, an enormous beast roared to the heavens. It had 9 heads, and each head spewed different types of energy, flames, frost, lightning, and poisonous mist. The scene flashed and disappeared. The bone cracked and shattered into several pieces, the energy completely dissipated. Identification result, Ancient Beast of Terror, 9 infants, bloodline memory fragment. Contains information, incomplete 9 infants bloodline talent, water and fire immunity, passive, slight increase in resistance to water and fire attribute attacks. Would you like to absorb it? Absorb. The shattered bone turned to powder, and a warm flow entered Lin Fan's body. He felt as if a very faint layer of energy membrane had formed on the surface of his skin. Better than nothing. Lin Fan clapped the dust off his hands, at least the 20 points weren't wasted. He looked at the remaining 3 items he wanted. Space expansion stone, formation jade slip, teleportation talisman. Still short on some show-off value. Tomorrow is the city exam, I need to perform well. Morning. Yun City Martial Arts Hall. The main hall, which can hold 50,000 people, was packed. The top 10 from 38 high schools, a total of 380 elite candidates gathered here. In the audience, besides student parents and school leaders, there were observers and admissions representatives from major martial arts schools, the military, financial groups, and martial arts families. The atmosphere was over 10 times more grand than during the school exam. In the VIP box, Colonel Zhao and Lei Leopard sat in the front row, next to the director of Yun City Education Bureau and the president of the Martial Arts Association, among other big shots. Old Zhao, I heard your military has taken a liking to a kid named Lin Fan, the director of Education Bureau, Zhang, asked with a smile. Yes, he's a good seed. Colonel Zhao nodded. I looked at the materials, martial exam vitality value 1.02. This director Zhang hesitated. Just watch, Colonel Zhao did not explain further. On the other side, several representatives from noble families dressed in luxurious martial arts uniforms were also whispering to each other. The Xiao family is really embarrassed this time. Xiao Zhan has been crippled. I heard the old man of the Xiao family is so angry he spat blood. That Lin Fan was too ruthless. But I heard he has achieved merit in the cave. The military is protecting him. Heh, there won't be military interference in today's city exam. My nephew Wang Tang broke through mid-level martial master last year, aiming for first place in the province. If he meets that Lin Fan. Wang Tang is indeed impressive. They say he's already at the threshold of late-level martial master. Look, the candidates are entering. At the entrance, 380 candidates walked into the venue in succession. They stood according to school divisions. In the area of Yun City No. 3 High School, Lin Fan stood at the front, with Su Muyu and 8 other classmates behind him. He could feel countless gazes focused on him. Curiosity, scrutiny, hostility, disdain. Fangu, there are so many people today. A boy from the No. 3 High School whispered, his voice trembling a bit. Afraid? Lin Fan didn't turn his head. A little. If you're scared, bow your head, don't let people see your legs shake. The boy. Su Muyu walked to Lin Fan's side and whispered, I see several noteworthy opponents. Wang Tang from No. 1 High School, vitality value estimated to be over 3.5, mid-level martial master. Li Kuang from No. 2 High School, trains in horizontal martial arts, has an extremely strong body. And there's that girl from the experimental high school, called Jiqing Xue, her sword technique is very strange. Lin Fan nodded, which rank are you aiming for? Top 3. Su Muyu's eyes were firm, enter the provincial exam. Ambitious. Lin Fan smiled, then I will reluctantly take first place. The corners of several No. 3 high school students' mouths twitched. Fan, can we not take this for granted? At the high platform, the chief examiner, a white-haired old man with unfathomable presence, stood up. Silence. His voice was not loud, but it clearly overpowered the noise of the crowd. A martial arts master. I am the chief examiner for this Yun City martial exam, Zhou Xinshan. The rules are simple, 380 people, through 3 rounds of elimination, will determine the top 10. The top 10 will compete in a round robin, ranked by wins. During the competition, no intentional killings are allowed. Other methods are not restricted. Now, the first round of elimination begins. The big screen will randomly assign opponents. Buzz. The massive light screen in the center of the venue began to flicker, swiftly scrolling through 380 names to match. 3 seconds later, the matchup was set. First round, Platform 3, Lin Fan from Yun City No. 3 Middle School, versus Zhao Hu from Yun City No. 7 Middle School. Lin Fan glanced at his platform and leisurely walked over. His opponent Zhao Hu was already standing on the stage, a nearly 2-meter-tall muscular man, with bulging muscles and strong blood vitality, likely around 2.0. Seeing Lin Fan approach, he grinned, Lin Fan? I heard you crippled Xiao Zhan. This is interesting. Lin Fan ignored him and looked at the referee. The referee confirmed their identities and waved, start. Zhao Hu let out a low roar, his muscles bulging, charging forward like a human-shaped violent bear. Brawny bull charge. A top-tier yellow-ranked martial technique, combined with his already strong physique, powerful indeed. People below the stage gasped, Zhao Hu is No. 2 in his school, this move can even smash through steel plates. Look at Lin Fan's build, he'll fall apart with just one hit, right? As Zhao Hu was about to crash into Lin Fan moved. He simply lifted his right foot. Then, with a gentle trip, he caught Zhao Hu, charging straight at him. The motion was as casual as kicking a small pebble while strolling. Bang! Zhao Hu's momentum abruptly stopped, losing his balance as he slammed face-first onto the ally stage. Blood sprayed from his nose. His front teeth flew out. He lay on the ground, dazed for 2 seconds, before letting out a howl, my teeth. The referee was dumbfounded. This is over? Lin Fan retracted his foot and looked at the referee, can he still fight? The referee glanced at Zhao Hu, who was groaning on the ground, his lips twitching. Zhao Hu has lost his combat ability, Lin Fan wins. The entire venue went silent. Then erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. He tripped? Zhao Hu was tripped. I'm dying of laughter, such a big guy, felt like a dog eating poop. What luck for Lin Fan? Luck? Look closely at the replay. The timing and angle of Lin Fan's kick were perfect. Just at the moment when Zhao Hu's balance was the weakest. This is insight. This is prediction. In the VIP area, a few family representatives frowned. Just a trick. In the next round, faced with a real master, such small tricks won't work. Colonel Zhao, however, chuckled, this kid still knows how to conserve energy. On the platform, Lin Fan slowly stepped down. In his mind, the system prompt sounded with a ding. Ding. Trip the strong man, a contrast show-off value plus 300. Ding. Causing laughter and controversy, show-off value plus 200. Current show-off value, 780 points. Lin Fan felt happy. This is how it should be. Show-off value should be earned this way. He returned to the resting area, closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the next round. Sumuyu's match was on platform 5, her opponent was a young man wielding twin knives, at the initial stage of martial arts master. The battle was brief. Sumuyu only made one strike. The sword light flowed like water, sliding through the gaps of the twin knives, striking the opponent's wrist. The twin knives fell to the ground. The opponent conceded. Clear and neat. Sumuyu has become stronger too, Lin Fan thought, nodding secretly, her sword intent is more refined than during the school exam. The first round of the elimination round quickly ended. 190 people advanced. In the second round, 95 matches. Lin Fan's opponent was a girl wielding a long spear, named Hong Ying, with blood vitality of 1.8 and sharp spear techniques. Then, when she thrust her third spear, Lin Fan casually grabbed the spear shaft. With a pull, the girl stumbled forward, crashing into him. Duong. Not bad. Lin Fan secretly sighed in his heart. Hong Ying blushed, quickly releasing the spear handle and stepping back. But she stepped back a bit too far. Lin Fan wins. The third round, the key battle to determine the top 10. Lin Fan's opponent, finally someone up to par. Platform 2, Lin Fan from Yun City No. 3 Middle School. In Cloud City 1, Wang Hao. Wang Hao ranked 5th in the first high school, with a blood value of 2.5, at the peak of the initial stage of a martial artist, excels in sword techniques. He is the cousin of Wang Tang. Before going on stage, Wang Tang patted him on the shoulder and coldly said, "Don't hold back. Take him down, and I will give you a third-grade breakthrough pill." Wang Hao's eyes burned with excitement. "Don't worry, Tang Gu." On the arena, Wang Hao drew his long sword, the tip pointing at Lin Fan, his tone proud. "Lin Fan, your previous 2 rounds were just luck, encountering trash. Now, your good luck has come to an end." Lin Fan yawned, "So many wall paintings." Wang Hao's face darkened. "You're asking for death." Gentle breeze sword technique, wind sweeping the clouds. The sword light transformed into a green whirlwind, enveloping the entire arena. Sword energy crisscrossed, tearing through the air. It's a low-grade mysterious sword technique, and he has practiced it to a small success. Gasps erupted from the audience. Wang Hao is getting serious. This sword technique can't be stopped even by ordinary initial stage martial artists. Lin Fan is finished. In the VIP seats, Wang Tang smirked coldly. However, in the swirling sword light, Lin Fan's figure moved like a ghost, stepping on the gaps of the sword energy with every step. The wave step, combined with his just enhanced mental perception, exposed all the flaws in Wang Hao's sword strikes to him. 3 seconds later, Lin Fan passed through the sword net, appearing right in front of Wang Hao. The distance between them was less than half a meter. Wang Hao's pupils constricted. How is that possible? Gentle breeze sword technique? Lin Fan sneered, "It's a total mess." Chapter 27, Haven't you ever seen Covering the Sky? He raised his hand. His index finger. He gently flicked Wang Hao's sword body. Ding! The crisp metallic sound echoed throughout the arena. Wang Hao felt a terrifying force coming from the sword, causing his hands to tremble and the long sword to fly out of his grip. Lin Fan took the opportunity to lift his leg and kicked him in the stomach. Wang Hao screamed as he flew backward, crashing into the edge of the arena, curling up while clutching his stomach. The battle was over. From start to finish, it took less than 5 seconds. The arena fell silent. This time, no one mentioned luck. In the VIP seats, Wang Tang stood up suddenly, his face pale. Colonel Zhao laughed heartily. "Old Zhang, did you see that? This is called strength." Director Zhang was dumbfounded. How did he do that? His blood value is so low. On the arena, Lin Fan bent down to pick up the sword that Wang Hao dropped and weighted in his hand. "This sword is trash, the person is even worse." After saying that, he exerted strength with his hand. The sword broke into 3 sections. Ding! Kicked an initial stage martial artist and easily shattered the sword. Conquering power. Show-off value plus 600. Ding! Provoked strong hostility from Wang Tang and others from noble families, show-off value plus 300. Here, system prompts are omitted. Current show-off value, 2,280 points. Lin Fan looked at the remaining show-off value and nodded in satisfaction. That's enough. System, purchase space expansion stones and teleportation talismans. Ding! Consume 300 show-off points to purchase space expansion stones. Consumed 500 show-off points to purchase a one-time teleportation talisman, random. Current show-off value, 1,480 points. The space ring automatically expanded to 20 cubic meters. The teleportation talisman was a yellowed piece of talisman paper. It looked ordinary. Still have 1480 points left. The formation jade slip costs 800, I can afford it. But I need to keep some for emergencies. Lin Fan thought for a moment and decided to observe for now. The top 10 round-robin matches were about to begin, where the real stage is. Show-off value will still be there. After a half-hour break, Chief Examiner Zhou Jinshan's voice echoed again. The top 10 contestants come on stage to draw lots. In the round-robin matches, everyone needs to fight 9 matches. The final rankings will be based on the number of wins. Now, let's draw lots to determine the first-round opponents. Lin Fan walked onto the central arena. The other 9 contestants also took the stage one after another. He glanced around. Sumuyu stood beside him and quietly said, "Besides me, you should be careful of these few people." She gestured with her gaze. A young man in a white martial arts uniform with a stern face. Wang Tong. A height of 2 meters 3, a muscular man like an iron tower. Li Kuang. A blue-clothed girl holding a long sword, eyes closed in meditation. Yi Qing Xue. And another, a boy wearing glasses, looking weak and gentle, was smiling at Lin Fan. That glasses guy is Zhu Gaming, who is said to excel in bizarre arts. Sumuyu said with a serious tone. Lin Fan nodded. In the first round, Lin Fan versus Li Kuang. Sumuyu versus Yi Qingxue. Wang Tang versus Zhu Gaming. In the first match, Lin Fan against Li Kuang. On the main arena, the crowd erupted in excitement. The cross-training genius Li Kuang against the mysterious trash genius, a fallen genius, Lin Fan. This comparison is too intense. Li Kuang grinned, revealing his white teeth. Lin Fan, your tricks from the past few rounds are useless against me. I practice my skills thoroughly, even mid-level martial masters find it hard to break my defense. If you are smart, you should admit defeat now, or I'll crush your bones. Lin Fan looked at him and suddenly asked, are you training Ironcloth or Golden Bell? Li Kuang was taken aback. What does that have to do with you? That thing is only at the mystic level, too low. Lin Fan replied calmly, why not practice the heavenly level techniques? Is it because you don't like them? Heavenly level techniques aren't expensive, you can't be too poor to buy them, right? Li Kuang? The audience? Ding. Heavenly level techniques aren't expensive? Show-off value plus 500. Current show-off value, 1,980 points. The referee's mouth twitched, both sides ready, start. Li Kuang roared and his skin shimmered with a bronze glow, his muscles bulged like they were made of bronze. He charged forward with big strides, each step shaking the arena. The Overlord lifts the cauldron. His fists slammed down like hammers. The force of his punches made Lin Fan's clothes flutter wildly. However, Lin Fan did not dodge or evade. He simply raised his right hand, fingers spread, and gently pressed against Li Kuang's fist. Pack. The fist and palm met. The scene where Lin Fan would be blasted away did not appear. Li Kuang felt his fist smash into a pile of cotton, as if it had hit an invisible barrier. All the force vanished without a trace. What? Li Kuang's eyes widened. Lin Fan's palm pressed against his fist, smoothly guiding it away. Connect. Transform. Li Kuang's enormous forward force was deflected, and he stumbled awkwardly forward. Lin Fan sidestepped, lightly patting his back with his left hand. Release. Go. Bang. Li Kuang was like a shot put thrown with full strength, flying over the 10-meter-wide arena and crashing into the protective wall beneath the audience. Boom. The wall developed spider web cracks. Li Kuang was embedded in the wall, his eyes rolling back, unconscious. The entire venue. Complete silence. In the VIP section, Wang Tang's cup was crushed in his hand with a crack. Colonel Zhao clapped and laughed heartily, good. Using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. This kid even knows the moves of Taijiquan? On the arena, Lin Fan looked in the direction where Li Kuang fell, shaking his head and saying, having strength is good for picking up dirt, coming to compete is just ridiculous. The referee was dazed for 3 seconds before announcing, Lin Fan wins. Ding. Using gentleness to overcome strength, defeating a martial master, show-off value plus 800. Ding. Causing a shock to the whole audience, show-off value plus 500. Current show-off value, 3,480 points. As Lin Fan left the arena, he passed by Wang Tang. Wang Tang stared at him, his voice cold, Lin Fan, you better not cross paths with me. Lin Fan did not stop, only throwing back a line, haven't you read Heavenly Shield? My son Wang Tang has the potential to be an emperor. Wang Tang vs. Yi Fan. Wang Tang loses. Yi Fan is the ancient sacred body. Lin Fan is also the ancient sacred body. Who wins, who loses, need I say more? Even the late Emperor Qindong has written it out. Chapter 28, Shi Men Dun Jia is quite interesting. Lin Fan's line "haven't you read Heavenly Shield" left Wang Tang stunned, unable to grasp its meaning for a long time. But it didn't matter. Wang Tang watched Lin Fan walk down the arena, his fists cracking with tension. Arrogant. I'll make you understand what true distance is later. The round-robin competition continued. In the second match, Sumu Yu faced Yi Qing Shui. The two sword-wielding girls stood on the arena, a visually pleasing scene, yet with a chilling killing intent. Yi Qing Shui opened her eyes. They were a pair of ice-blue pupils, devoid of warmth. Your sword is very pure, she spoke, her voice as cold as snow, but unfortunately, it's not fast enough. Sumu Yu held her sword level. Speed is something you only know after trying. The referee waved his hand. Start. As the voice fell, Yi Qing Shui's figure suddenly vanished. It wasn't speed, she truly disappeared. In the next second, she appeared on Sumu Yu's left side, the tip of her sword already piercing into her side 3 inches. Phantom steps, someone in the audience gasped, top-grade mystic level movement technique. Sumu Yu's expression remained unchanged, her sword spun back, the blade accurately blocking. Ding! Sparks flew. Yi Qing Shui failed her strike, she vanished again, appearing from the right with her sword like a venomous snake striking. Sumu Yu defended again. Ding! 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 On the arena, for a moment, only the flashing sword light could be seen. Yi Qing Shui's figure moved like a ghost, attacking from the most cunning angles. Sumu Yu stood in place, her long sword dancing into a curtain of light, guarding without a single flaw. Sumu Yu is being suppressed. Yi Qing Shui's movement technique is so bugged, she can't be touched at all. A long defense must lead to loss. In the VIP seats, several representatives from sword families nodded in approval. Yi family girl has grasped the essence of illusionary sword technique, blending reality and illusion, making it unstoppable. Su family girl is also quite good, her foundation solid, her sword heart bright. Unfortunately, her cultivation level lacks. Lin Fan leaned against the railing in the resting area, squinting his eyes to watch. Illusionary step combined with illusionary sword, interesting. He stroked his chin, but the flaws are quite obvious. On the stage, Yi Qing Shui couldn't break through after a long assault, her gaze turned cold. How long can you block? Her figure suddenly split into 3, stabbing towards Sumu Yu from 3 directions at the same time. Triple illusion. The audience gasped in surprise. 3 Yi Qing Shuis, with identical presence, movement, and sword momentum. Which one is real? Sumu Yu's pupils constricted. In an instant, she could not tell. In a critical moment, she suddenly closed her eyes. Sword intent, follow the heart. The long sword hummed, a clear sword light blossomed in front of her. Flowing cloud sword technique, final form, clouds part to see the moon. The sword light poured down like moonlight, blurring the line between true and false, covering the entire stage. Puff. Puff. 2 illusions shattered. The third Yi Qing Shui let out a groan, blood bursting from her shoulder, staggering back. She looked at the wound on her left shoulder, then looked towards Sumu Yu, a hint of surprise flashing in her ice-blue pupils. Sword intent so bright, you win. Saying this, she sheathed her sword, turned, and directly jumped off the stage. Sumu Yu wins. The audience erupted into warm applause. This match was spectacular. Sumu Yu panted slightly, looking towards Lin Fan in the resting area. Lin Fan smiled but did not speak. A faint smile curved at the corner of Sumu Yu's lips as she walked down from the stage. In the third match, Wang Tang faced Zhuge Ming. Wang Tang leaped onto the stage, his momentum like a rainbow, the pressure of a mid-level warrior completely unhidden. Zhuge Ming walked slowly, pushing up his glasses, with a gentle smile. Brother Wang, please guide me. Wang Tang sneered, Zhuge Ming, I know your Zhuge family is skilled in strange formations. But the stage is just this big, how much use can your formation have? Zhuge Ming smiled, you'll know once you try. The referee, start. Wang Tang moved instantly. He had no intention of giving Zhuge Ming time to form his techniques. Thunder palm. The wind from his palm wrapped the power of thunder, fast as lightning. However, Zhuge Ming only took 1 step back. Just 1 step. Wang Tang's palm weirdly veered 3 inches, barely grazing the edge of Zhuge Ming's clothes. Wang Tang frowned. He struck again, this time with an even greater force. Zhuge Ming retreated 2 more steps, his figure like willow fluff, managing to evade with the slightest margin each time. Wang Tang unleashed 17 strikes, and yet he didn't even touch the edge of Zhuge Ming's clothes. Are you fooling me? Wang Tang grew furious. Zhuge Ming pushed up his glasses. Brother Wang, your words are incorrect, I am only moving. The audience below watched dumbfounded. What is happening? Why can't Wang Tang hit? Zhuge Ming's every step is perfectly positioned in the dead angles of Wang Tang's attacks. This calculation ability is terrifying. Lin Fan watched with great interest. Jimen Dunjia, positioning and movement, quite remarkable. On the stage, Wang Tang's face was dark. He knew he could not continue like this. Since you only know how to dodge. Wang Tang took a deep breath, his whole body's vital energy boiling. Then I'll make it impossible for you to dodge. Thunder domain open. Boom. Centered around Wang Tang, within 10 meters, thunder raged. Countless electric snakes danced, blocking all escape routes. Mystical high-level martial technique, Thunder Domain. Now let's see how you dodge. Wang Tang grinned savagely, both palms striking out, double thunder explosion. 2 thunder palm imprints sealed off the sides, directly striking at Zhuge Ming. Zhuge Ming pushed up his glasses. It's indeed impossible to dodge now. So, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Xian, Can, Zhen, Zhen. For symbols confinement formation, activate. Hum. The 4 corners of the stage suddenly lit up with 4 beams of light. Green, black, white, red. The light beams intertwined to form a net, forcefully suppressing Wang Tang's thunder domain. What? Wang Tang was shocked. When did you set the formation? Zhuge Ming smiled, from the first step on the stage. Wang Tang tried to rush out but found himself sinking like being stuck in mud, his movements slowed down by several times. A formation within a formation. While you are in my thunder domain, you set up another confinement formation? Wang Tang found it hard to believe. Brother Wang has sharp eyes. Zhuge Ming nodded. Then, it's my turn to counterattack. He lightly tapped his fingers. Fire of departure, go. From the red beam of light, a fiery arrow shot out. Wang Tang gritted his teeth, thunder protecting his body. The flames and thunder clashed, exploding. Zhuge Ming pointed again, metal of gung, slash. From the white beam of light, a golden sword energy slashed down. Wang Tang waved his palm to meet it. Bang! He was shaken back 3 steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. You. Wang Tang's eyes flashed with cruelty. You forced me. He bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood. Blood Thunder secret technique. Vital blood merged into the thunder field, and the thunder instantly turned blood red, its power skyrocketing. Break for me. Blood red thunder surged violently, crashing against the 4 symbols array. The beams of light trembled violently, cracks appearing. Zhuge Ming's face turned slightly pale, clearly maintaining the formation consumed a lot of energy. Break! Wang Tang roared, the blood-red thunder finally tore open a gap. He charged like a fierce tiger, lunging at Zhuge Ming. It's over. A thunderous palm smashed toward Zhuge Ming's face. Zhuge Ming sighed. Sure enough, the cultivation gap is still too great. He brought his hands together, a ray explosion. 4 beams of light simultaneously exploded. Boom! The terrifying energy shockwave swept across the platform. Wang Tang was blasted back, his clothes tattered, his whole body charred black. Zhuge Ming was also propelled by the rebounding force, landing at the edge of the platform, one of his glasses shattered. Both of them lay on the ground, unable to rise for the moment. The referee looked carefully for a few seconds and announced, both sides have simultaneously lost combat ability. It's a draw. The whole arena erupted in uproar. Wang Tang, a mid-level martial artist and genius of the Wang family, was actually forced to a draw by Zhuge Ming. That Zhuge kid from the Zhuge family. His future is limitless, someone in the VIP seat side. Wang Tang underestimated his opponent. If he had gone all out from the start, he wouldn't have given the chance to set up the formation. But being able to force out Wang Tang's Blood Thunder secret technique, Zhuge Ming is already impressive enough. Medical staff came up to carry both down for treatment. As Wang Tang was carried away, he stared fiercely in Lin Fan's direction. Lin Fan simply ignored him. The round robin continued. Lin Fan's second opponent was Yi Qingxue. Her left shoulder was wrapped in a bandage, but her gaze remained frosty. Lin Fan, your movement technique is very fast. Yi Qingxue gripped her sword, but my phantom step counters all speed. Lin Fan nodded, makes sense. So? He paused, I won't use movement techniques. Yi Qingxue was taken aback. The audience below was also stunned. No movement techniques? How to fight? Referee, start. Yi Qingxue instantly vanished. Phantom step pushed to the extreme, her after images appeared on the platform, stabbing Lin Fan from 4 directions. This time, she held nothing back. However, Lin Fan really didn't move. He stood there, even closing his eyes. What is he doing? Has he given up resisting? It's not how you show off. At the moment the sword tip reached his body, Lin Fan opened his eyes. His right hand lifted. His index and middle fingers came together. He lightly traced the air in front of him. 6th Meridian Divine Sword, Shaoshang Sword. Boom! An invisible sword energy burst forth, but it was not aimed at any afterimage. Instead, it slashed at a certain spot on the platform floor. Bang! The ground shattered. A figure was violently jolted out of the void, staggering back. It was Yi Qingshua's true body. Blood spilled from her mouth, and she was incredulous. How did you see through it? Lin Fan retracted his fingers. The principle of Phantom Step is to use high-speed movement and light refraction to create afterimages. But when the true body moves, the airflow, vital blood fluctuations, and even heartbeat frequency all have subtle differences compared to the afterimages. He paused, and I just happened to have a strong perception. Yi Qingxue fell silent. After a while, she put away her sword. I lost. Simple and straightforward. Lin Fan wins. Ding. Closed eyes break the afterimage, full points for showing off. Show off value plus 700. Current show off value, 4,180 points. When Lin Fan left the stage, the audience was in an uproar. 2 consecutive victories. And he won them all with overwhelming ease. What kind of strength does he have? Vital blood value 1.02? Are you kidding me? In the VIP seats, Director Zhang turned to Colonel Zhao. Old Zhao, tell me the truth. What is this kid's actual vital blood? Colonel Zhao smiled. It measured to 1.02, but the real fighting power, you can see for yourself. Director Zhang smiled bitterly. I can't understand. In the following matches, Lin Fan faced a burly man wielding an axe in his 3rd match. The opponent, having learned from experience, dared not attack recklessly. As a result, Lin Fan used a clever twist of the Shangyang sword to hit a pressure point from behind, leaving the opponent frozen in place for 3 minutes, automatically conceding defeat. In the 4th match, the opponent was a girl skilled in poison techniques. Lin Fan directly used the impenetrable ancient sacred body to withstand the toxic mist and walked over to knock her out with a single slap. Why did the girl choose to study something like this? The 5th match. The 6th match. Halfway through the round-robin tournament, Lin Fan had won all 6 of his matches, each in under 10 seconds. A complete domination. An unstoppable crushing. The audience had gone from shock to numbness. In this year's city exam, who can stop Lin Fan? Wang Tang also has 5 wins and 1 draw, but his performance isn't as shocking as Lin Fan's. Sumuyu has 5 wins and 1 loss, she lost to Wang Tang. Zhuge Ming has 3 wins and 3 draws, he's too good at stalling. In the 7th match, Lin Fan's opponent was Zhuge Ming. Zhuge Ming adjusted his newly replaced glasses and smiled wryly as he stepped onto the stage. Brother Lin, please show some mercy, don't defeat me in a second. Lin Fan thought for a moment. Alright, I'll let you 3 moves. Zhuge Ming's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Then I won't hold back. Zhuge Ming quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Mysterious Gate Escape Technique 8 Golden Locks. Buzz. Golden light illuminated the 8 positions of the arena, forming a cage. First move, Trap. Lin Fan stood still, allowing the golden locks to surround him. Second move, Suppress. Patterns of the formation appeared on the ground, and the gravity suddenly increased tenfold. Lin Fan's body sank slightly. Third move, Kill. Golden swords materialized from the formation, slashing towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his head, watching the incoming swords. Then, he exhaled. Whoo! The energy of the ancient sacred body exploded. Faint golden lines flickered just beneath his skin. Boom! The 8 golden locks shattered. The gravity formation collapsed. The golden swords vanished into thin air. Zhuge Ming was thrown back by the recoil, landing squarely on the ground, his glasses askew again. He stared blankly at Lin Fan for a while, then gave a thumbs up. Awesome. I admit defeat. Ding. Broke the mysterious gate formation and displayed the power of the sacred body. Coolness points plus 700. Current coolness points, 4,880. At this point, Lin Fan had achieved 7 victories in 7 matches, firmly holding the top position. Wang Tang, with 6 wins and 1 draw, followed closely behind. There were still 2 rounds remaining in the round-robin tournament. In the 8th match, Lin Fan faced Sumuyu. The two stood on the stage. Sumuyu looked at Lin Fan, her gaze complicated. I know I can't beat you, but I want to see the difference. Lin Fan nodded. Go all out. Sumuyu took a deep breath, her sword intent soaring to its peak. The final form of the flowing cloud sword technique, clouds parting to reveal the moon. This time, the sword light was even more condensed and pure than before. The sword intent was clear, with a hint of breakthrough potential. Lin Fan raised his hand. It was still just a finger. But this time, he used 30% of his strength. The Shaoshang sword and the Shangyang sword struck together. One was fierce and the other was sly. The sword energy collided with the sword light. Sizzle. Sumuyu's sword light held on for 3 seconds before shattering with a loud crash. She retreated 7 steps, supporting herself with her sword to avoid falling. I lost. She panted, but her eyes shone brightly, thank you. This sword made her see the path ahead. Lin Fan smiled, no problem, it's normal for you to lose. Lin Fan wins. 8 victories in total. In the final match, Lin Fan faced Wang Tang. The highlight battle. The gaze of 50,000 spectators focused on the main stage. Wang Tang stood on the platform, his momentum adjusted to its peak. He stared at Lin Fan and said, word for word, Lin Fan, I've waited for this moment for a long time. Lin Fan casually stepped onto the stage, oh? I didn't wait for you. Wang Tang's expression darkened, it's useless to boast. Today, I will publicly crush you underfoot, for my younger brother and for everyone you have humiliated. Lin Fan dug at his ear, silly, beep, censored. You. Wang Tang laughed in anger, good. Good. I'll see how long you can keep being arrogant. The referee sensed the tension between the two and quickly announced, both sides, get ready, start. Thunder domain, fully open. Wang Tang held nothing back, directly entering his strongest state. Crimson thunder filled the arena, its power 3 times stronger than before. Blood thunder secret technique, raging thunder dragon. He pressed his palms together, and all the thunder converged, transforming into a crimson thunder dragon roaring toward Lin Fan. This strike had already touched the threshold of a late martial master. In the VIP section, everyone changed their expressions. Wang Tang is giving it his all. This strike, a mid-stage warrior takes it head-on, and he will definitely die. How will Lin Fan block it? Lin Fan looked at the charging thunder dragon. He smirked with disdain. Then, he took a step forward. Pale golden patterns spread from his neck all over his body. Ancient Sacred Body initial awakening form. Then, his right hand formed a fist. No fancy moves. No techniques. Just simply, a punch thrown out. At the moment the punch was thrown, the air exploded. The bloody thunder dragon collided with the fist. Boom! A deafening explosion swept the whole arena. The thunder dragon, shattered. Blown apart by a single punch, it turned into a sky full of bloody electric scraps. Wang Tang stood frozen in place, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. He looked down at his trembling hands, then back at Lin Fan. No, it's impossible. Lin Fan retracted his fist and said lightly, what are you pretending for? Thought you were strong or something? Wang Tang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell back, gazing up at the sky. Before losing consciousness, he only heard Lin Fan's casual remark. Is that all? Ding! A punch blew apart the blood thunder secret technique, absolutely crushing. Show-off value plus 1,000. Ding! Ending Wang Tang's undefeated myth, triggering madness across the arena. Show-off value plus 800. Current show-off value, 6,680 points. The referee was stunned for several seconds before shouting, Lin Fan wins. 9 matches, all victories. This year's Yin City Martial Arts Exam champion Lin Fan. Applause, cheers, and screams erupted like a tsunami. Lin Fan stood in the center of the stage, basking in the spotlight of thousands. Then, he suddenly raised his hand. The crowd gradually quieted down. Everyone looked at him, waiting for the champion's speech. Lin Fan picked up the microphone at the edge of the stage and tested the sound. Hello, hello. The sound clearly spread throughout the arena. He looked around, scanning the other 9 contestants, the VIP seats, and the audience. Then, he spoke. Having to play 9 matches in a round-robin is too troublesome. Next time, for the provincial exam. He paused, his tone calm yet utterly arrogant. I think we can change the rules. For example. Let the rest come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Deathly silence. Then it erupted into complete chaos. So arrogant. Too cocky. Provincial exam, let everyone come at him together? Is he crazy? But, it seems he really has that strength. In the VIP seats, Colonel Zhao laughed heartily, good kid. That was uplifting. Director Zhang wiped his sweat, old Zhao, this isn't in accordance with the rules, right? Rules? Colonel Zhao raised an eyebrow, the strong or the rules? Wang Tang, just revived, heard this and spat out another mouthful of blood, passing out once more. Sumuyu looked at Lin Fan on the stage, her expression complex yet smiling. Yi Qingshue's ice-blue pupils showed for the first time a hint of battle intent. Zhu Gaming pushed up his glasses. All together? That sounds interesting. Ding. Public declaration challenging all, igniting the crowd, show-off value plus 1,500. Ding. Achievement unlocked, city-level king. Reward, advanced lottery draws times 3. Show-off value plus 3,000. Current show-off value, 11,180 points. Advanced lottery draws, 3 times. Lin Fan put down the microphone and walked off the stage. As he passed, the crowd parted automatically, gazing at him with awe as if he were a deity. He knew that saying those words today, the provincial exam, would be very interesting. Chapter 30, Provincial Exam Rule Change, Lin Fan ignites. Just after exiting the contestant passage, a group of reporters who had been waiting for a long time swarmed toward him like sharks smelling blood. Cameras almost poked Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan. I'm a reporter from Martial Arts Frontline. Did you really mean it when you said all contestants should come at once for the provincial exam? Lin Fan. Do you know that the provincial martial arts exam gathers the elite from the entire province, including late-stage warriors and even peak geniuses? Where does your confidence come from? There are rumors that you're hiding your strength, that your actual blood energy value is not 1.02. Can you reveal the truth? Wang Tang's family just stated they want to file a formal protest against you, claiming you deliberately humiliated him. What are your thoughts? The questions were sharper than the last, and the flashes of cameras were popping non-stop. Lin Fan stopped, raised his hand to quiet them. The reporters instinctively fell silent, aiming their cameras at him. There are a lot of questions, but I'm in a hurry, so I'll answer a few. Lin Fan's tone was flat, as if the earlier declaration of challenging everyone in the province wasn't made by him. Firstly, I'm serious. Playing round-robin matches is a waste of time. Secondly, late-stage warriors? Peak? He paused. I hope they let me use one more point of strength. The reporters gasped in shock. The livestream chat exploded instantly. Crazy. Reaching a new height. 1 point of strength? How many points did he use against Wang Tang? I guess, 3 points? At most 5? Wake up upstairs, did it look like he used 5 points when he blasted the Blood Thunder secret method? So what he said is true. He might not have even used 1 point of strength against Wang Tang? I don't believe it. Unless he can really take on everyone in the provincial exam. Lin Fan continued. Third, the value of qi and blood? It's measured at 1.02, then that's 1.02. If the strength monument could measure my true power, it would have exploded already. Ding. Questioning the authority of the strength monument in public, boast value plus 300. Current boast value, 11,480 points. The reporter's eyes lit up. This was major news. Fourth, Wang Tang's family wants to protest? Lin Fan thought for a moment. Tell them, protests are useless. If they are unhappy, we can arrange for Wang Tang to compete in the provincial exam again. I'll offer a free graduation service. When he said the word graduation, his tone was very calm. But all the reporters, including the viewers watching the live stream, felt a chill underneath them. Wow. He wants to break that thing again? Wang Tang, don't come over. Killing with words. This is killing with words. Wang's family must be going crazy. Only visiting the scene can truly feel the atmosphere of boasting. Other channels lack that atmosphere, and the obtained boast value is greatly discounted. Actually, it's mainly because they are afraid of boasting too much, leaving them with nothing to write about. A female reporter squeezed forward, her voice a bit excited. Lin Fan. I'm your fan. What are your plans next? Will you do any special preparations for the provincial exam? Lin Fan glanced at her. Plans? Going back to eat and sleep. Special preparations? His lips curved slightly. It's not me who needs to prepare, it's them. After saying that, he ignored any further questions, pushed through the crowd, and walked straight out. The reporters wanted to follow but were politely stopped by several soldiers in military uniforms. Mr. Lin needs to rest, everyone please go back. They were arranged by Colonel Zhao. Lin Fan got into the waiting military off-road vehicle, with Lei Bao driving personally. You kid, really not afraid of offending people? Lei Bao looked at him from the rearview mirror. The Wang family has a lot of power in Yun City, and they have connections in the province too. What you said in public, they will definitely pull some tricks. Lin Fan leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Let them. If it gets big, I'll graduate the Wang family too. Lei Bao. Ding. Speaking arrogantly and threatening the noble family, boast value plus 200. Current boast value, 11,680 points. The car drove away from the martial arts center, heading towards Lin Fan's rental apartment. Colonel Zhao asked me to ask you, are you really planning to do that in the provincial exam?
Lei Bao said seriously, taking on everyone, this has never happened in the history of national martial exams.
The rules might not allow it. Rules are made by people.
Lin Fan opened his eyes. If they think it's unfeasible, I can change my words.
What words?
For example, Lin Fan smiled, if I stand on the stage, whoever makes me use my second move, I'll consider it a loss.
Lei Bao's hand shook, and the car almost veered into the green space. Damn, that's even more ridiculous than taking on everyone. Using a second move counts as losing? Isn't that a guaranteed one-hit kill?
The key is, with Lin Fan's strength shown today, easily dispatching the mid-stage martial artist Wang Teng. Taking down a late-stage martial artist, perhaps, is not impossible. When Lin Fan returned to his rental apartment, it was already dark. He opened the door, didn't turn on the lights, and collapsed directly onto the bed. It wasn't exhaustion, given the recovery speed of the ancestral sacred body, those matches felt like just a warm-up.
It was mental exhaustion. Boasting is also a technical job.
Lin Fan stared at the ceiling. It needs to be both arrogant and not excessive, to crush yet still leave some suspense.
TSK, tough. Ding.
Detected host's deep reflection on the art of boasting, comprehension value +1.
Of no use whatsoever. Second rank alchemist's notes, 600 points. Buy. Ding. Consumed 800 show-off points, purchased an introductory jade slip on formations. Ding.
Consumed 600 show-off points, purchased the notes of a second-rank alchemist.
Current show-off points, 10,280 points. 2 items appeared in the system space.
Lin Fan first extracted the formation jade slip.
Buzz.
A large amount of basic formation knowledge flooded into his mind, gathering spirit formation, confusion formation, defense formation, killing formation. From the principles to the methods of layout, and then to the skills of breaking formations, it covered everything.
Good stuff.
Lin Fan's eyes lit up. In the future, I'll lay down formations before fighting, sneak attack. No, the tactical layout will be more relaxed.
Next was the alchemist's notes.
This time it was a physical item, a yellowed, thread-bound ancient book, the ink smudged, exuding a herbal aroma. Flipping through a few pages, from identifying herbs to controlling the heat, from deducing formulas to refining techniques, it was detailed to an astonishing degree.
Second rank alchemist.
I can almost refine pills suitable for martial masters.
Lin Fan thought, in the future, I won't have to rely on the system for exchanges, I can be self-sufficient and even make money. Just as he finished counting his gains, his phone rang. An unknown number. Hello. Is this Lin Fan?
I am Zhou Jinshan from the Provincial Martial Arts Association. The voice on the other end was the chief examiner from earlier in the day. Your performance today was quite impressive.
Is there something you need, Zhou Examiner? The provincial exam will take place in 7 days at the Tianwu Sports Center in the provincial capital.
Your words have sparked some discussion.
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, and then? After the high-level research of the Provincial Association and consulting with the Ministry of Education.
Zhou Jinshan paused, his tone subtle. In principle, they agree with your proposal.
Lin Fan was taken aback.
In the first round of the provincial exam, among 300 contestants, you can choose to defend the ring alone.
The remaining 299 people will attack in batches.
As long as you can stand until the end, you will be the provincial champion.
Lin Fan smiled. Sounds interesting.
But the rules have been adjusted. Zhou Jinshan said seriously. First, during your defense, you cannot rest and are not allowed to use recovery-type pills.
Second, the attackers can use a rotating battle and cooperate. Third, once you lose, you will be directly eliminated, with no rank. So, if I lose, I'm out, and if I win, I'm first? Correct. Deal.
Lin Fan replied without hesitation. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds.
Lin Fan, are you sure? This is not a joke.
The provincial exam brings together the top geniuses from the province, with no fewer than 20 at the late martial master level, and even 3 who have touched the threshold of martial master peak.
There are also special physiques and family secret techniques. Zhou Examiner. Lin Fan interrupted. Do you know why I made this request? Why? Because going one by one is too boring.
Lin Fan hung up the phone. A few minutes later, his phone exploded. Class group, school group, local forum of Yun City, provincial martial exam discussion board, all crazily spread a piece of news. Provincial exam rules temporarily changed.
Yun City's Lin Fan will fight against all provincial geniuses alone.
The accompanying image was a side profile of Lin Fan on the ring saying "Let's go together," with a calm expression and a smile at the corner of his mouth. Under the post, comments refreshed a few hundred times per second.
Crazy. The Provincial Association has gone crazy too? If this succeeds, it will go down in history. It won't succeed. Who does he think he is? A martial king?
Don't forget, he blew up Wang Tang's Blood Thunder secret technique with one punch today.
Wang Tang doesn't even rank in the top 30 in the province. Those monsters in the provincial exam are not on the same level at all.
Waiting to see Lin Fan get slapped in the face. I've already bought a ticket to the provincial capital, I must witness the scene with my own eyes. In his rental room, Lin Fan scrolled through his phone, amused.
With this much hype, how many show-off points will there be at the provincial exam site? He thought for a moment, logged into his long-dormant social account. ID, mortal body, standing with the gods. The last post was half a year ago, today measured blood energy at 0.8, ranked last again. But I will work hard.
There were dozens of comforting comments below, along with a past taunt from Xiao Zhan, if effort is useful, then why do we need geniuses?
Lin Fan lightly tapped his finger and posted a new update. Provincial exam, I'm here to collect the crops.
At all candidates in the province, I suggest you prepare stretchers in advance, fainting quickly saves me time. Accompanied by a picture of himself in front of a mirror giving a yay sign, with the background being the shabby wall of his rental room.
Click, send. 5 seconds later, the comments section exploded. Me? Wow. The main character is here. So cool. Too cool. What's up? At Yunqing Wangtang, what do you think? Wang Tang is still lying in the hospital. At Shengcheng Chu Kuanga at Zhangnanshui Yilingshao at Shanchang Mansi. Big shots, come quickly. Someone has made a big move.
Lin Fan put down his phone with satisfaction.
Ding. Provoking all the geniuses in the province on social media, boast value plus 800. Ding. Triggering collective anger from all candidates in the province, boast value plus 1,200. Current boast value, 12,280 points. Feels good.
Lin Fan stretched, just as he was about to practice 8-9 mysterious skills, there was a knock at the door again.
Knock, knock, knock. The sound was very soft.
Lin Fan frowned and expanded his senses, there was someone at the door, their aura was weak, but their breath was special.
Like a sword hidden in a sheath. He walked over and opened the door.
Outside, Sumuyu was carrying a long sword and holding a thermal box in her hand. Moonlight spilled on her cool face, making her look somewhat unreal.
How did you know I live here? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. I asked Major Zhao.
Sumuyu handed over the thermal box, my mom made soup for you to nourish you.
Nourish? I'm nourishing your egg. Chapter 31, 7 days breaking through another dimension, I first let you wait for 100,000 years.
The thermal box was handed over, and Lin Fan froze for half a second.
The thought of nourishing an egg flashed through his mind, but he didn't say it. After all, one doesn't strike a smiling face.
Sumuyu stood outside the door, the moonlight stretched her shadow long. She wore a simple white t-shirt and sweatpants, her long hair tied up in a high ponytail, missing the coldness from the competition earlier, now a bit, filled with human warmth.
What are you dazed for?
Sumuyu pushed the thermal box forward again, take it. Lin Fan took it. The box was warm, and through the plastic, he could smell a faint herbal and meaty aroma.
Your mom made it, he asked. Yeah.
Angelica and astragalus stew with black-bone chicken, for nourishing chi and blood.
Sumuyu paused, she said you looked too weak.
Lin Fan's mouth twitched, that's just my act.
I know.
Sumuyu nodded, but the soup has already been made. The two stood at the door, momentarily silent. The motion sensor light in the hallway turned off, and moonlight slanted through the window, coating their outlines with a silver edge.
Come in and sit?
Lin Fan stepped aside.
Sumuyu shook her head, no need, I'm leaving soon.
She looked into Lin Fan's eyes, I saw what happened in the provincial exam.
Then? It's crazy. Sumuyu said, but if it's you, maybe you can really do it. Lin Fan smiled, you trust me that much? I only believe what I see.
Sumuyu turned to leave, then stopped, drink the soup while it's hot.
About the provincial exam, don't die.
After saying that, she went downstairs without looking back, her footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. Lin Fan closed the door and placed the thermal box on the table. He lifted the lid, and steam rose. The soup was clear, the black-boned chicken meat was tender, and the angelica and astragalus were sunk at the bottom. He scooped a spoonful to his mouth. Warm, sweet, the bitterness of the herbs perfectly balanced.
Not bad at all. Lin Fan murmured.
After finishing the soup, he felt warm all over. Lin Fan sat cross-legged back on the bed, his consciousness sinking into the system.
Current boast value, 12,280 points.
High-level lottery chances, 3 times.
System, 3 consecutive draws. Ding. Consuming 3 high-level lottery chances. The golden roulette reappeared. First draw. The pointer passed by, thank you for your patronage, stopping on an ancient book with a cover ablaze with flames. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Fire Cloud Technique, Super Beast Armor World Fragment. A flood of information surged in. Fire Cloud Technique, the technique of the Fire Beast Lin Fan in Super Beast Armor. Control flames, condense fire clouds, balance attack and defense. Though it's only a fragment, up to the 3rd level, in this world, at least it's top tier in the Earth rank. Fire Cloud Technique, Fragment 3rd level. Feature 1, Fire Cloud Protection, condense fire clouds surrounding the body, greatly increases defense, can burn close enemies. Feature 2, Fire Cloud Slash, condense fire into blades, long range attack, with burning effect. Feature 3, Fire Cloud Escape, short distance fire escape technique, extremely fast. Interesting. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, 7 days to break through another dimension, I first let you wait for 100,000 years, forcing the King of Kings, Lin Fan, right? Second draw. The roulette spun, stopping at a pair of absurd running shoes with electric light patterns. Congratulations, host. Obtained 9 Heavens Thunderstorm Double Foot Kick, record of Lolo's Adventure World, Wind and Fire Wheel special move. Lin Fan? In the next second, all information about this move surged into his mind. Then he fell silent. 9 Heavens Thunderstorm Double Foot Kick, the name is mighty, but the actual effect, kick the enemy rapidly in succession, each kick accompanied by a faint lightning paralysis effect. Power, could probably kick a chicken to death? Short cooldown time, low consumption, but the lethality is pathetic. System, Lin Fan said expressionlessly, you tell me, besides the impressive name, what use does this have? Ding. The move name is extremely intimidating, suitable for showing off at the start. Accompanied by lightning effects, full marks for visual impact. Short cooldown, can be frequently used for continuous showing off. Lin Fan, so this thing is made for showing off? Exactly. Lin Fan rubbed his forehead. Well, showing off value is also a value. Third draw. The wheel spun, this time, the pointer stopped on a purple fruit pattern covered in spiral patterns. Congratulations, host. Obtained rubber fruit, awakened version from One Piece World. Boom. Lin Fan trembled all over. Unlike any previous skills, this time, it directly changed the essence of the body. Every cell in his body was cheering, reorganizing. Skin, muscles, bones, organs, all gained rubber-like elasticity and extensibility. At the same time, information about his awakened ability flooded in. Not just simple rubberization, but the prototype of imagination as combat power Nika form. Although it is only a prototype, it is already beyond the realm of normal devil fruits. Rubber fruit, awakened prototype. Feature 1, Rubber Physique, body can stretch and deform freely, immune to most physical impacts. Feature 2, Power Transmission, can transmit power to any part without loss, extremely large attack range. Feature 3, Awakened Ability, Imagination Armed, prototype, can partially change the material of the environment to rubber, and can initially change body shape for attacks with imagination. Weakness, Afraid of Sea Stone, non-existent in this world, Armament Hockey, non-existent in this world. Remark, combined with Ancient Sacred Body, the body's strength and elasticity are unmatched, a truly invincible combination. Lin Fan opened his eyes and raised his right hand. With a thought, his arm instantly stretched 5 meters, and he punched the wall opposite. Bang! The wall dented, and the punch power blasted a small pit in the open space outside the building. Strong. Lin Fan retracted his arm, and, very fun. He tried to stretch his leg, bouncing himself to the ceiling, then bouncing back like a rubber ball. Now I really am Luffy. Ding. 3 consecutive draws reward special skills, showing off value plus 500. Current showing off value, 12,780 points. Lin Fan landed, feeling the surging power in his body. Ancient Sacred Body provides an invincible physique and vitality. Rubber Fruit provides extreme flexibility and strange attack methods. Fire Cloud Technique provides fire-based long-range attacks. 9 Heavens Thunderstorm Double Foot Kick provides showing off effects. Moreover, combined with the originally learned Easy Muscle Technique, Sacred Heart Technique, 6 Pulse Divine Sword, Tathāgata Palm. Provincial exam, Lin Fan grinned, national exam or not? What if they all come together? He looked at the remaining showing off value. More than 12,000 points. System, has the 0.1 discount zone refreshed? Refreshing tomorrow morning. Alright, then wait until tomorrow. Lin Fan was just about to cultivate when his phone rang again. This time it was Colonel Zhao. Lin Fan, did you receive the notice about the change in provincial exam rules? Yeah. The Wang family has started to move. Colonel Zhao's voice was serious, they have someone in the province, are lobbying other families, planning to unite against you during the provincial exam. Oh. Lin Fan was indifferent, let them come. Don't be careless.
Colonel Zhao said, I got news that several top geniuses in the provincial exam, who originally were at odds, but the Wang family has offered an irresistible deal. As long as they eliminate you, each can receive a grade 4 breaking realm pill, along with a spot to enter the underground secret realm.
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow.
Grade 4 breaking realm pill can increase the success rate by 30% for peak martial masters attempting to break through to great martial masters. The underground secret realm is a legendary place that houses ancient heritage.
The quota is extremely precious. You invested heavily, huh?
Lin Fan smiled. So during the provincial exam, what you will face is likely not 300 people fighting individually, but an organized encirclement alliance.
Colonel Zhao paused. Should the military step in to apply pressure?
The rules allow them to team up, but if they go too far?
No need. Lin Fan interrupted, it's better this way. What? Fighting one by one is indeed boring.
Lin Fan said, but if 300 people work together to break through my defenses, this plot, I like. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Then Colonel Zhao's laughter came through, you little rascal.
All right. I'll leave it alone. But I need to remind you of something.
Colonel Zhao's tone became serious. The chief examiner for the provincial exam is the vice president of the Provincial Martial Arts Association, a martial king level expert, Chen Shanha. This person is strict and values rules above all. He also dislikes arrogant, overbearing young people.
Your comments online today have already reached his ears.
He has stated that he will pay special attention to you during the provincial exam.
Lin Fan laughed, a martial king is paying attention to me? What an honor. Don't be so cheeky.
Colonel Zhao said, if Chen Shanha really wants to make things difficult for you, he has plenty of ways. For example, increasing the difficulty of your defense within the rules.
Such as
allowing the attacking side to use unlimited recovery pills, or permitting the use of disposable talismans and array scrolls.
Lin Fan's eyes lit up, is there really such a good thing? Colonel Zhao, are you out of your mind?
Colonel Zhao, Lin Fan said seriously, if they can use external items, can't I too?
In theory, yes.
But those aristocratic heirs have deep backgrounds, they have plenty of talismans and array scrolls.
How can you compare?
Lin Fan smiled but remained silent. In his system space, he still had a disposable teleportation talisman and the introductory array he had just learned.
More importantly, the awakened initial form of the rubber fruit, combined with the arrays, could create what kind of tricks? He had already begun to look forward to it.
Don't worry, Colonel Zhao, Lin Fan said, I will definitely win the provincial exam.
Chapter 32, everyone is here? Then let's begin.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan stretched his muscles. His rubber physique made his body extremely flexible, easily capable of performing various difficult movements.
Let's try the fire cloud technique.
He focused his mind and transformed a strand of blazing energy from the inner power of the I Jin Jing in his dantian. Following the flow of the fire cloud technique, this energy coursed through his meridians and finally burst forth from his palm.
Whoosh!
A red flame burned in the palm of his hand, extremely high in temperature, yet it didn't harm him at all. The flame twisted and changed, gradually condensing into a palm-sized fire cloud, slowly rotating above his palm.
Fire cloud slash.
Lin Fan waved his hand, and the fire cloud shot out, leaving a red trajectory in the air, striking the wall.
Hiss!
The metal wall was burned out into a fist-sized pit, the edges melted, and red liquid flowed.
Not bad in power.
Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, and the consumption isn't high. He tried the fire cloud defensive technique again. With a thought, 3 rotating fire clouds appeared around him, protecting him in the middle. The temperature soared, causing the plastic products in the room to begin softening.
Area attack plus defense, practical.
Finally, he tested the fire cloud escape.
Lin Fan's figure suddenly transformed into flames with a loud boom, instantly appearing in another corner of the room. The speed was so fast that it left an afterimage. Faster than the Lingbo Weibo in straight-line speed, but less flexible. Suitable for rushing in and escaping.
After testing the 3 abilities, Lin Fan had a good understanding of the fire cloud technique.
Next, let's try that. He looked at his feet. 9 Heavens Thunderbolt Kick.
Lin Fan shouted, and both feet instantly became afterimages, continuously kicking the air.
Kick, 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 kick. The speed was so fast that it was hard to discern by the naked eye. Each kick emitted faint blue electric light, crackling in the air.
The visual effect was indeed cool. The power was also truly impressive. Lin Fan estimated that this move might be tough against initial martial masters, but it should be able to kick any martial artist down.
This is a skill for showing off, certified. He withdrew his moves and checked the time. It was midnight. Ding! The 0.1 discount area has refreshed. Lin Fan's consciousness sank into the mall.
Item 1, Earth Grade Medium Quality Movement Technique God's Variable Steps, Complete Edition.
Original price, 80,000 show-off points. 0.1 discount price, 800 show-off points.
Description, a unique skill from the Iron Sword sect in Jin Yong's world, shape-changing and unpredictable, suitable for arena battles.
Item 2, 3rd grade pill Dragon Blood Body Strengthening Pill times 3. Original price, 90,000 show-off points, 30,000 each. 0.1 discount price, 900 show-off points, 300 each. Description, made primarily from the blood of earth dragons, can greatly enhance the body and increase vitality. Best effects when consumed by martial masters. Item 3, one-time formation scroll Little 5 elements trapping formation. Original price, 50,000 show-off points. 0.1 discount price, 500 show-off points. Description, tear it open to release the Little 5 elements trapping formation, covering a radius of 50 meters, lasting for 10 minutes. Difficult to escape for those below the martial sovereign level. Item 4, Mystic Grade Top Quality Fist Technique 7 Wounds Fist Fragment. Original price, 40,000 show-off points. 0.1 discount price, 400 show-off points. Description, a unique skill from the Kontong sect, 7 wounds with 1 punch, injuring oneself before injuring the enemy. The fragment only contains the first 3 punches, powerful but with strong backlash. Item 5, Mysterious Beast Milk times 1 jug. Original price, 1,000 show-off points. 0.1 discount price, 10 show-off points. Description, a daily drink from a certain baby beast, containing mysterious energy, can slightly boost physical foundation. The taste is sweet and fragrant. Lin Fan scanned through the items. God's variable steps. I already have the Lingbo Weibo and Fire Cloud Escape, so I don't need it for now. Dragon Blood Body Strengthening Pill, just right for cultivating the ancient holy body, I'll buy it. Little 5 elements trapping formation, might be useful for the provincial exam, I'll buy it. 7 wounds fist, injuring oneself to injure the enemy, with my holy body and holy heart technique, what do I have to fear? I'll buy it. Mysterious Beast Milk. 10 points? I'll buy it as a drink. Ding. Consume 900 plus 500 plus 400 plus 10 is equal to 1810 show-off points. Current show-off points, 10,970 points. 3 dragon blood pills were in hand, as big as pigeon eggs, red as blood, emitting a strong wave of vitality. The formation scroll was made of yellowed beast skin, with complex patterns drawn in cinnabar. The fragment of the 7 wounds fist was a piece of jade slip. The beast milk was a jug of milky white liquid, packed in an unknown beast skin bag, with a rich milky aroma. Lin Fan first picked up the beast milk and tilted his head to gulp it down. Sweet and rich, it warmed his abdomen, a warm current spreading through his limbs. Drinking the mysterious beast milk, foundation stability slightly improved. Ancient holy body absorbed special energy, growth plus 0.01%. Lin Fan's eyes brightened, this is useful. He finished it in a few sips, feeling his body lighten and his vitality flowing more smoothly. No wonder it's a baby beast's daily drink, just wish there was more. Next, he swallowed a dragon blood body strengthening pill. The pill entered his abdomen, turning into a raging torrent of vitality. The ancient holy body absorbed crazily, like a long-awaited rain in a drought. Lin Fan's skin developed faint golden lines, and his internal vitality visibly surged. 1 hour later, the effect of the medicine was fully digested. Vitality value increased to 2.8. Lin Fan, feeling the surging power within him, swallowed the second pill. 2 hours later, vitality value increased to 3.5. The third pill. Vitality value increased to 4.1. 3 pills made his vitality soar from 1.02 straight to 4.1. Although he was still a little away from the peak, it was already very impressive. Moreover, the backlash from using the experience card earlier had improved a bit. Soon, it was time for the provincial exam. In the provincial city, at the Tianwu Sports Center. A giant venue that could hold 100,000 people, now filled with loud voices. In the sky floated dozens of huge holographic projection screens, broadcasting the excitement inside and outside the venue live. Drones swarmed like bees, and reporters with cameras filled the media area. This was the annual martial arts exam event in Jiangnan province, but this year's heat was unprecedented. All because of one person. Lin Fan. Dear viewers, you are now watching the live broadcast of the Jiangnan province martial exam. I am commentator Li Hao. I am commentator Su Wan. Today's competition rules, you all probably already know: an unprecedented solo challenge, the whole province attacking. Lin Fan from Yun City No. 3 Middle School will face 299 top geniuses from the province in a wheel battle alone. Can he create a miracle? The commentary echoed passionately, stirring the atmosphere of the entire venue. The audience seats were already full, with many people holding banners. Lin Fan. 1 against 299. God Fan sets out, nothing grows.
Rational watching the match, Lin Fan is bound to lose. This line has been thrown with eggs.
In the VIP box, the atmosphere is tense.
Colonel Zhao and Lei Bao sit by the window, next to them are some big shots from the provincial military district and the education department. To their right, there are representatives from various prominent families, among them a middle-aged man with a sinister face sitting in the Wang family's spot, Wan Lai, Wang Teng's father. Colonel Zhao, the person your army is protecting will probably fall hard today, Wan Lai sneers. Colonel Zhao stares at the entrance passage intently. Mr. Wang, don't be too confident.
Confident?
Wang Lai scoffs. I've already contacted Chu Kuanga, Yi Lingxiao, and Manshur, they've agreed to team up. Among the 300 people, at least 50 are late-stage martial artists, and 3 are peak martial artists.
What can Lin Fan use to defend against this? His 1.02 blood energy? Then let's wait and see.
The two stopped talking, but the air was filled with a smell of gunpowder.
Inside the contestant passage,
300 provincial geniuses entered one after another, standing according to city subdivisions. In the Yun City area, there are only 9 people, Su Muyu, Yi Ching Shui, Zhu Gaming, and 6 other top 10 candidates from the city exam. Lin Fan is not among them. Where's Brother Fan? A boy from the 3rd middle school whispered.
I don't know. Su Muyu shook her head, scanning the whole venue.
Suddenly, the lights in the whole venue dimmed.
A beam of light shone down directly on the main ring. There was a sofa added in the center without anyone noticing.
A black genuine leather sofa sat in the middle of the metal ring, looking extremely out of place.
On the sofa sits a person. With his legs crossed, holding a cup of milk tea?
The straw made a suction sound.
Silence filled the venue.
100,000 pairs of eyes watched the figure drinking milk tea on the ring.
Lin Fan.
He finished the last sip of pearls and casually tossed the cup behind him. The cup drew an arc and accurately landed in the trash bin at the edge of the ring.
Burp.
He burped and picked up the microphone next to him.
Is everyone here?
His voice spread throughout the venue, relaxed and lazy.
If everyone is here, let's begin.
I'm in a hurry, I have an appointment for hot pot in the afternoon.
Ding. Drinking milk tea on the ring, ultimate relaxation show-off points plus 500. Ding. Causing confusion in the entire venue, show-off points plus 300. Current show-off points, 11,570. The audience went wild. Holy crap. A sofa? Milk tea? Is he not awake? This is the provincial exam. The provincial exam.
I'm impressed, he's showing off so much I give him full marks.
Chapter 33, If Heaven Wants You to Lose, How Can I Go Against Heaven?
Under the spotlight, Lin Fan stood up from the leather sofa and stretched lazily. The characteristics of the rubber fruit made his stretch extremely exaggerated, his arms stretched 3 meters long, joints crackling with slight sounds. The entire audience of 100,000 people simultaneously gasped.
What martial skill is that? Can the arms stretch? Is this something humans can practice? Illusion? Or a special physique?
In the VIP box, the teacup in Wang Lai's hand shattered with a crack. Colonel Zhao's mouth crazily lifted. This kid has come up with new tricks again. On the ring, Lin Fan retracted his arms and moved his neck around.
Referee, can we start?
The main referee, a peak-level elder in martial arts, glanced at Lin Fan with a complex expression, then looked toward the podium. At the center of the podium sat an old man in a blue robe with a stern face.
Vice President of the Provincial Martial Arts Association, Marshal King Chen Shanha. He nodded slightly.
The referee took a deep breath, and his voice spread throughout the venue with inner strength. Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Exam, Final Round.
Defending match, begin.
The rules are as follows: Lin Fan will defend alone, while the other 299 candidates are divided into 10 groups, each with 30 people, one group with 29.
They will attack the ring in turn. Each group has a time limit of 15 minutes. If no one can defeat Lin Fan within 15 minutes, everyone in that group will be eliminated. If Lin Fan loses, he will be directly out of the competition, with no ranking. Now.
First group, step up. As the words fell, 30 figures emerged from the eastern passage. They are all top geniuses from Jiangnan's 2nd and 3rd tier cities, the highest cultivation being late-stage martial artists. The 30 people spread out in a fan shape, surrounding the ring.
Killing intent filled the air. The audience fell silent. Everyone held their breath. 1 against 30.
Is truly useless against Lin Fan.
How did this happen?
The first wave led by the late-stage martial artist.
Can Lin Fan hold on?
Lin Fan, the leader, a young man with purple hair, said coldly, "My name is Lei Jin, late-stage martial artist."
If you admit defeat now, you can still save some face.
Lin Fan glanced at him but did not speak. He simply took out a sunflower seed from his space ring. Crack! He crushed one, spitting the shell on the ground. Lei Jin's face instantly turned dark. Seeking death. All together. Quick fight and quick decision. 30 people erupted with energy at the same time. The air on the stage twisted, as all kinds of internal power glowed and burst. Blade light, shadow of swords, punch winds, palm prints, roared towards Lin Fan from all directions. In that moment, many in the audience closed their eyes. They didn't dare to look. However, Lin Fan only raised his eyelids. Too slow. Rubber fruit awakening the initial form of imagination armed. With a thought, his arms instantly expanded and transformed. Not just elongated, but turned into two giant rubber palms with a diameter of over 2 meters. The palms were covered with faint golden ancient holy patterns. Rubber rubber. Lin Fan pushed his hands to the sides. Palm storm. Boom. 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 All 30 attacks were shattered by the two giant palms. The giant palms pressed forward like two moving rubber walls, fiercely slapping the 15 people on each side. Pooh! 15 people simultaneously spewed blood and flew back, like flies being slapped away, crashing into the protective shield at the edge of the stage, sliding to the ground, unconscious. The remaining 15, including Lei Jin, were all dumbfounded. What is this thing? Palms? So big? 15 laughed. Lin Fan retracted his giant palms, his arms returned to their original shape, and he crushed another sunflower seed. Hurry up, I'm quickly finishing my seeds. Ding! Rubber palms sent 15 people flying, visual impact exploded. Style points plus 800. Ding! Crushed sunflower seeds as taunt, hate maximized. Style points plus 300. Current style points, 12,670. Lei Jin's eyes turned red. Form the formation. Form the Thunder Battle Array. The remaining 14 people quickly gathered, their internal powers connected, forming a 5-meter diameter thundercloud above Lei Jin's head. Thunder of 10,000 June. From the thundercloud, dozens of purple lightning bolts struck down, covering the entire stage. This was a combined martial skill, its power comparable to a strike from a great martial artist. In the VIP seats, someone exclaimed, "Thunder Battle Array." These kids are risking their lives. Wang Lai sneered, "Let's see how you block this." On the stage, Lin Fan finally put down the sunflower seed. He looked up at the descending lightning, sighed. That's not how you play with thunder. He raised his right hand, his index finger pointing to the sky. 6 meridians divine sword Shuoshang sword. But this time, it was infused with the fire cloud technique and a hint of electrical conductivity from the rubber fruit. A red sword aura shot up into the sky, suddenly splitting in midair into dozens of small red serpents. The red serpents collided with the purple thunder. ZZ. No explosions, no shockwaves. The purple thunder was devoured by the red serpents. No, it was absorbed. The rubber fruit's electrical conductivity combined with the fire cloud technique's flame control made Lin Fan's sword aura the best lightning rod and energy storage device. All the purple lightning was absorbed and transformed, merging into the red serpents, causing them to swell several times. Then, Lin Fan swiped his finger. Here's your lightning back. Dozens of thick red serpents turned direction and rushed towards Lei Jin and the 15 others. No! Lei Jin's pupils shrank suddenly, wanting to withdraw and defend, but it was too late. Boom! The red serpents, having absorbed the opponent's thunder, smashed down, the thunder light exploded. 15 people were simultaneously electrocuted, their bodies convulsing, hair standing. We have to save it. Wang Lai gritted his teeth, this is just the first group. There are still 9 more to go. I want to see how long he can last. On the stage, Lin Fan sat back down on the sofa. He pulled out a bottle of soda from the ring and opened it. Gulp, gulp, he took a few swigs. Burp. He looked at the referee, next group, hurry up, I might finish my soda. Referee. Ding. Drinking soda during the interval boosts Wang's aura. Show-off points plus 400. Current show-off points, 13,070. Chapter 34, too weak to fight, yet claiming to be a genius. The second group comes on stage. This time it was a joint team from several medium-sized cities in Jiangnan province, led by 2 peak late martial masters. They learned from the lesson of the first group, not getting close at all, and bombarded from a distance on the edge of the arena. Sword energy, blade light, flames, ice spikes, all kinds of attacks rained down on Lin Fan. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the sofa, not moving at all. He just raised his hand. Fire cloud protection. 3 spinning fire clouds appeared, encircling him.
All attacks hit the fire clouds, either burned to nothingness or bounced off. You guys are useless, Lin Fan commented, can't you hit the mark? Aim for the gaps, I'm giving you a chance, and yet you can't do it. He put down the soda and formed a seal with his hands. Basic formation learned on the spot. Small 5 elements enclosure, activate. He tore open the recently bought formation scroll. Buzz. 5 pillars of light lit up simultaneously at all 5 positions of the stage: gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. The 5 colored light pillars intertwined to form a net, enveloping the entire arena. All 30 members of the second group were trapped in the formation. No. It's a formation. Quick. Break the formation. The crowd frantically attacked the formation walls, but the small 5 elements enclosure can trap anyone below Martial Sovereign. Their attacks were like mud thrown into the ocean. Time is precious, Lin Fan stood up, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Rubber fruit rubber rocket cannon. He stretched his arms back and stretched, until they reached 50 meters long. Then, he brought his fists together, aimed at the 30 people in the formation. Launch. Boom. His fists shot out like cannonballs, creating flames as they sliced through the air. Set up defenses. The 30 people gritted their teeth and worked together to create a solid energy shield. However, the moment the rubber fists hit the shield, Lin Fan focused, imagine armament spiked form. Countless rubber spikes burst from his fists. Puff. The shield was pierced. His fist smashed into the crowd. Ah, ah, ah. Amid the screams, the 30 people were sent flying like bowling pins, crashing into the formation wall, bouncing back, and rolling into a heap. Lin Fan withdrew his fists and dispelled the formation. The 30 people lay on the ground, moaning and unable to get up. Second group, disqualified. The referee's voice had become numb. Third group. Fourth group. Fifth group. Each group's time on stage did not exceed 5 minutes. Lin Fan's tricks became more and more outrageous. Sitting on the sofa, not moving, using rubber legs to kick his opponents like shuttlecocks. Forming a barbecue grill with fire clouds, pretending to roast his opponents. Once, he even let an opponent hit him, then activated a counterattack spike armor, making the opponent faint from their own punch. The audience went from shock to numbness, from numbness to frenzy. The live broadcast room's bullet screen was going crazy. Watching American sci-fi movies is just for fun, real sci-fi has to watch my brother Fan. Is this a martial arts test? Is this a talent show? Lin Fan, I want to fight 10. Oh no, 300. Be a bit more precise upstairs, to be exact, it's 299. Provincial examination has turned into Lin Fan's skill showcase. Those geniuses are so miserable, treated like toys. In the VIP seats, Wang Lai's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. Colonel Zhao was laughing to the point of tears. The 6th group ended. The 7th group ended. The 8th group ended. Finally, it was time for the real main event. The 9th group, an elite team led by the 3 top geniuses of the provincial capital Chuquanga, Yi Lingxiao, and Manshur. All 30 of them were monsters ranked within the top 50 of the provincial examination. The lowest was a late martial master. The highest, Chuquanga, peak martial master, with the special physique berserker body, gets stronger the more he fights. Yi Lingxiao, peak martial master, heir of the sword lineage, has already comprehended the rudimentary form of sword intent. The barbarian stone, martial master peak, born with divine strength, has mastered martial arts to the highest level, his physical body rivals that of a grand martial master. 3 people lead 27 late martial masters onto the stage. The killing intent solidifies into reality. The audience falls silent. Everyone knows. The real battle is only just beginning. Lin Fan finally stands up from the sofa. He pats the non-existent dust and looks at the 3 people opposite him. After waiting for half a day, he says, finally a few decent ones have arrived. Chuquanga, 2 meters tall, with muscles like rock, stares at Lin Fan, his voice hoarse. Lin Fan, you are strong. But your arrogance ends here. Lin Fan raises an eyebrow, oh? Yi Lingxiao, dressed in white, draws his long sword, the sword intent locking onto Lin Fan. The Wang family gave us conditions we cannot refuse. So today, you must lose. The barbarian stone pounds his chest, making a dull drumming sound. Don't blame us for overwhelming you with numbers, blame yourself for being too arrogant. Lin Fan smiles. He takes a step forward. The rubber fruit ability is lifted. The inner strength of the fire cloud technique retracts. Even the black level floating tower of the evolving muscle classic disappears. He stands there, looking ordinary, like a common person with no cultivation. You all misunderstood something. Lin Fan says. I am arrogant because I have the reason to be arrogant.
The law of nature, the weak are prey to the strong survive and the weak perish. He raises his right hand, his index finger pointing one by one at Chu Kuangda, Yi Lingxiao, and the barbarian stone.
If heaven wants you to lose, how could I go against heaven?
As his voice falls,
the ground beneath him explodes with a bang. Not an outbreak of inner strength, but pure power.
The ancient holy body begins to awaken, fully unleashed. Faint golden lines cover his entire body, his blood and energy roaring like a dragon. With a blood value of 4.1, under the blessing of the holy body, it erupts with a terrifying pressure comparable to a grand martial master.
Come.
Lin Fan curls his fingers.
Let me see, this so-called group of geniuses, can you push me to use my second move? Ding. Openly provoking 3 martial master peaks, show-off value plus 1000. Ding. Ancient holy body pressure fills the entire arena, show-off value plus 800. Current show-off value, 14,870 points. The faces of Chu Kuangda and the others change at the same time. Make your move.
On the stage, the air becomes solid. Chu Kuangda, Yi Lingxiao, and the barbarian stone exchange glances, a fierce look flashing in their eyes.
Since you seek death, then let us fulfill you. Chu Kuangda moves first. The Rage War body fully opens, blood value instantly soaring to 5.0, red battle patterns appearing on the surface of his skin. Mountain destroying fist, shatter peak. The fist strikes like cannon fire, the fist wind tearing through the air, with a piercing sonic boom, directly smashing toward Lin Fan's chest. This punch can penetrate half a meter thick alloy steel plate. However, Lin Fan really doesn't move. He even yawns. The fist strikes solidly against his chest. Bang! The muffled sound echoes like a drum, the airwave bursts open. Then, Chu Kuangda is stunned. He feels his fist hit like a blow against a billion-year-old divine mountain. No, it wasn't a hit. That mountain simply couldn't be bothered with him.
Lin Fan looks down at his chest where the fist hit, then looks up at Chu Kuangda, his eyes puzzled.
You can't even muster the strength to hit, yet you call yourself a genius? Chu Kuangda? Ding. Enduring a punch from a martial master peak, full of ridicule. Show-off value plus 500. Current show-off value, 15,370 points. The entire arena erupts in an uproar. He took it head-on? He took Chu Kuangda's mountain-destroying fist head-on? He didn't even take a step back? What kind of body is this? In the VIP seats, Wang Lai stands up with a start, impossible. He must have used a protective treasure. Colonel Zhao sips tea leisurely. Wang, the referee and the Martial King are both watching. If he could use external objects he would have already been disqualified. On the stage, Chu Kuangda's face turns liver-colored, retracts his fist, and strikes again. Shatter peak second strike. The fist strength stacks, doubling the power. Bang! Lin Fan's chest shirt bursts open, exposing his strong upper body. Golden lines flow on his skin, without even a red mark. Is that it? Lin Fan lets out a sigh. The geniuses from your provincial city must eat vegetarian food all the time? Let me tell you, eating more meat will give you strength. Make sure to eat more meat in the future. Chu Kuangda goes mad. Rage War Overlord body. Activate. He burns his blood, punch speed, and power increase. A torrential rain of fists crash down on Lin Fan's body. Bang 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 bang. The sounds blend into one, airwaves continuously explode. Lin Fan stands in place. Let him hit. Even, digging in his ears. Use some strength, he said to Chu Kuangda, I'm still fine. Chu Kuangda, pfft. With anger boiling, a mouthful of blood spurted out, staggering backward. Ding. Standing still while someone spits blood, show-off value plus 600. Current show-off value, 15,970 points. Brother Chu, step back. Yi Lingxiao moved. The sword light was like snow, the sword intent like frost. Lingxiao sword art, snowfall without trace. The sword speed reached its peak, and the sword energy condensed into a cold light, stabbing straight at Lin Fan's throat. This was the Yi family's ultimate skill, specifically meant to break through mixed martial arts. However, Lin Fan still didn't move. He merely tilted his neck slightly. The sword tip grazed his skin, leaving a white mark. That was all. Yi Lingxiao's pupils shrank. How is this possible? Lin Fan touched his neck and looked at him. So slow? Go home and do some embroidery, fighting isn't for you. Yi Lingxiao's face turned pale, gritting his teeth and stabbing again. Thousand snow sword formation. Sword energy split into thousands, stabbing toward Lin Fan's vital points from all directions. Clang 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 clang. The sword tip struck his skin, creating a sound of metal clashing, sparks flying. Lin Fan looked down at the myriad white dots on his body, smiling. Are you scraping skin? What, didn't you eat? How about I order you some takeout, eat first then we fight. Chapter 35, An End to Pretending, A New Beginning of Pretending. Yi Lingxiao's hand holding the sword began to shake. Ding. Sword energy scraping skin mocking, show-off value plus 700. Current show-off value, 16,670 points. Ah. I don't believe it. Mancher finally moved. With every step he took, the arena shook.
Mixed martial arts pushed to the extreme, his skin radiating a bronze metal sheen, looking like a statue made from copper. Wild King collides with Mountain. He roared, his body like a runaway locomotive, crashing fiercely into Lin Fan. This was his strongest attack, concentrating all his power into one point, charging with his body, the force comparable to a full-strength blow from a great martial master.
In the audience, many people covered their eyes. If this hit. Bang! A muffled sound like a meteor hitting the ground. Mancher crashed solidly into Lin Fan. And then.
He simply pressed against Lin Fan, not moving at all. Lin Fan looked down at the puzzled Mancher, who had crashed into his chest. Don't mess around, I'm not interested in guys, he patted Mancher's shoulder. If you like this kind, after this, go buy a ticket to Shu, I'll reimburse you.
Mancher.
He slowly retreated, looking down at his reddened shoulder, then looking at Lin Fan. His expression slowly crumbled.
Monster, monster. He is a monster. Ah.
Mancher's mindset broke, he squatted down holding his head.
Ding. Wild King collides with Mountain, suspected of repressed orientation, show-off value plus 800. Current show-off value, 17,470 points. The entire venue fell silent.
Three peak martial masters, attacking with all their might, Lin Fan stood still and let them hit. Result, one spat blood, one hand trembled, one mindset collapsed.
How could they continue fighting?
In the VIP section, Wang Lai sat back in his chair, his face ashen.
Colonel Zhao laughed heartily, Mr. Wang, the people you found aren't great either. On the arena. The remaining 27 late martial masters were now all soft-legged. Shall we still fight? Fight what? Brother Chu and they couldn't break through the defense. How about, we admit defeat?
Lin Fan heard their whispers.
He smiled. Don't. Since you've come, don't let you come for nothing. He slowly raised his right hand. Let me give you a little specialty from Lin Fan. No need to thank me.
As soon as he finished speaking.
Boom. The primal holy body's vital energy erupted completely. Light golden patterns spread all over his body, hair standing on end without wind. He looked at the collapsed Chu Kuanga, the trembling Yi Lingxiao, the crumbling Mancher, and the 27 shivering martial masters. His right hand slowly rose. Not the six-vein sword. Not the fire cloud technique. But. Like a Buddha's palm. Second style. Golden top Buddha lantern. Buzz. The entire Tianwu Sports Center changed color. Above the arena, the clouds tore apart. A giant golden Buddha palm phantom, over 100 meters in diameter, slowly condensed. In the center of the Buddha palm, a golden Buddha lamp appeared, its wick burning with brilliant Buddha fire. Buddhist chanting echoed, the light of Buddha radiated everywhere. 100,000 spectators all looked up, dumbfounded. In the VIP section, King Wuqin Shanha suddenly stood up and exclaimed, heavenly level martial arts? On the arena, Chu Kuanga and the others turned pale. They felt an utterly irresistible pressure. It was a crushing force of life level. No, don't. Dami. Da Mayo. I concede. I concede. Referee. Save us. But it was too late. Lin Fan gently pressed down with his palm. Time to sleep, kids. Boom. A golden Buddha palm, carrying the burning Buddha lamp, fell from the sky. It didn't smash. It pressed. Lightly, it pressed onto the arena. No explosion. No shockwaves. Only light. Brilliant to the extreme, golden Buddha light engulfed the entire arena. 30 geniuses, without a single scream, were drowned in Buddha light. In the Buddha light, the golden-topped Buddha lamp slowly spun, the lamp wick's Buddha fire danced, purifying all attacks, all resistance, all unwillingness, all of it was cleansed. 3 seconds later, the Buddha light faded away. The arena vanished. No, it didn't disappear. It turned into a 10-meter deep, 50-meter wide giant palm print pit. At the bottom of the pit, smooth as a mirror, the palm prints were faintly visible. 30 geniuses lay sprawled at the bottom, all unconscious, their bodies unharmed, but their breathing weak to the extreme. Lin Fan had held back. His goal was to show off, to make the scene look intimidating, but in reality, the power wasn't too strong. Most of the power was absorbed into the deep pit. As for the fainting, it was achieved with some subtle methods. As long as the audience believed it was caused by the roulai palm, that was enough. The entire arena. Silence fell like a heavy fog. In the venue of 100,000 people, it was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. The referee's mouth opened, and the whistle in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Commentator Li Hao's voice trembled. A single palm took out 30 people. Su Wan responded, including 3 peak martial masters. VIP seats. Wang Lai slumped in his chair, his eyes empty. Colonel Zhao took a deep breath and slowly muttered 2 words, impressive. The live broadcast exploded. 1 palm. Just 1 palm. 30 top geniuses slammed into the pit by a single palm. What kind of martial arts is this? Heavenly level? It must be heavenly level. The number 1 in the provincial exam history. No, the number 1 in the national martial arts exam history. From today, Lin Fan is my dad. You there, does your dad know you're randomly calling him dad? I don't care. Fanshin is awesome. I want to give birth to little Fan with Lin Fan. 100 years ago, high martial arts started with the roulai palm, paying homage to this moment. That's clearly plagiarism. Ding. The second style of the roulai palm shocked the audience, showing off value plus 2,000. Ding. 1 palm annihilated 30 top geniuses, achievement unlocked, provincial exam impenetrable. Reward, advanced lottery chances times 5. Showing off value plus 5,000. Current showing off value, 24,470 points. Advanced lottery chances, 5 times. In the air above the arena. Lin Fan slowly landed, standing at the edge of the palm print. He patted the non-existent dust off his hands and looked at the referee. Is there still 1 group left? Hurry up, I'm really in a rush to eat hot pot, I just bought a limited time group purchase. The referee jolted and glanced at the 10th group, the last 30 people, now all huddled at the tunnel entrance, desperately shaking their heads. We concede. No more fighting. I'd rather die than fight. Let him be first. Let him be first. The referee's mouth twitched as he looked at the chairman's seat. King Wuchen Shanhe was silent for a long time, slowly rising. His voice spread throughout the venue. The final round of the provincial exam, the defending battle. Lin Fan, defense successful. This year's Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Exam first. Lin Fan from Yuncheng San Middle School. Wow. Applause, cheers, and screams erupted like a landslide tsunami. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. 100,000 people shouted in unison, the sound waves shaking the sky. Lin Fan stood at the edge of the palm print, bathed in the roar of the crowd. Showing off in front of people feels so damn great. At this moment, he suddenly understood why his ex-girlfriend always asked him for emotional value. So fragrant, this bowl of duck soup was worth it. He waited for a while, allowing the voices to gradually fade. Then, he walked to the side of the stage and picked up the microphone. As they say, the end of one show-off is just the beginning of another. So, Lin Fan was ready to lay the groundwork for the next show-off. Thank you for your applause. However, he paused and looked at the camera. To be honest, this level of the provincial exam is a bit disappointing. So here, I have a suggestion. Lin Fan's lips curled into that wildly arrogant, familiar smile. During the national exam, make the arena bigger. And don't have just 30 at a time. Everyone, let's go together. He raised his hand and pointed at the camera broadcasting live nationwide, holding up one finger. It's the 3rd finger from the left. I'm in a hurry. After saying that, he dropped the microphone and turned to walk down the corridor. Behind him was a venue that had gone utterly wild, and a blank barrage of comments in the nationwide livestream. National exam, everyone together? He's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. But why do I feel like he can actually do it? I've already started looking forward to the national exam. Such a person is the most clever. If he loses, he'll say it's unfair to outnumber others. The geniuses of Longjing and Modu can't sleep tonight. He's so arrogant, I really like him. Lin Fan thinks of other provincial geniuses, Papa. The one upstairs, not that smart. VIP box. Colonel Zhao shook his head, chuckling, this kid. Wang Lai lay limp in his chair, muttering, the Wang family picked a fight with the wrong person. In the corridor. As soon as Lin Fan walked in, Sumuyu was standing there. She looked at Lin Fan, her eyes complex. Is the national exam really that intense? Yeah. You could die. I won't die. Lin Fan smiled, my life is more than that. What am I telling you all this for?
Sumuyu fell silent for a moment and suddenly said, "If I make the top 10 in the province, I can participate in the national exam." So when the national exam happens. She raised her head, the fighting spirit burning in her cool eyes. "I will go all out." Lin Fan laughed. "With your three-legged cat skills, is there really a difference between going all out or not?" The words almost came out, perhaps remembering the soup from that evening. "Then I'll be watching closely." After saying that, he hummed a tune that didn't quite fit, swaying as he walked out of the corridor. The sunset stretched his shadow long. Behind him was thunderous applause. Ahead was a broader battlefield. National exam. Talents from all over the country. Everyone together? Tisk, Lin Fan grinned, "Just thinking about it is thrilling." He took out his phone and glanced at the time. "There's still time. I'll have the 7 hot pots, you'll have the hot pot seasoning, and I'll smile at you ho-ho." Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from an unknown number. "Lin Fan, see you at the national exam. When the time comes, I'll let you know what a real genius is. Longjing, Xian Yuan Padian." Lin Fan finished reading and shook his head. 2 words popped out of his mouth: "Those who understand, understand." Chapter 36, National Exam Rules announced. Lin Fan exclaims it's not worth playing. After the provincial exam ended, Lin Fan lay on the sofa of his rental apartment, scrolling through his phone. In the top 10 trending topics, 7 were related to him. Hashtag Lin Fan's National Exam Bravado Hashtag. Hashtag Lin Fan Challenges 300 Alone Hashtag. Hashtag Lin Fan Strikes Down Hashtag. Hashtag Rulei's Palm Suspected to be Heavenly Stage Martial Skill Hashtag. Hashtag National Exam Committee held an all-night meeting discussing Lin Fan Hashtag. Hashtag National Talents jointly request to limit Lin Fan Hashtag. Hashtag Lin Fan the King of Trash Talk Hashtag. Tisk, quite the commotion. Lin Fan munched on seeds, but my show-off value is rising slowly. That wave of let's go together bravado from the provincial exam boosted his show-off value to 25,000, but the growth slowed afterward. Relying solely on online popularity, the benefits would decrease. I need to come up with something new. A few days later, Colonel Zhao called. Lin Fan, the national exam rules are out. Colonel Zhao's voice was a bit serious, and they are not what you expected. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. They didn't dare to let me challenge everyone? Not only did they not dare, but they also specifically customized rules for you. Colonel Zhao's tone was helpless. The National Exam Committee held 3 days of meetings and finally decided 2 phases to limit your performance. Tell me more. The first phase is a dungeon trial, 3-person teams, ranked by team total points. The second phase is single combat ranking matches. Using theoretical written test scores, provincial exam rankings, and performances from the first phase, a preliminary ranking will be given. Lower-ranked candidates have 3 chances to challenge those ranked above them. If they win, ranking is exchanged. If they lose, 1 chance is consumed. Lin Fan fell silent for 2 seconds after listening. So, he summarized, they didn't dare let me fight everyone directly and instead set up a team-based points and challenge system? Disguised as a comprehensive evaluation? Exactly. Colonel Zhao sighed. The official explanation is to evaluate teamwork, tactical adaptability, and sustained combatability. Everyone knows that they are afraid you will crush the competition, making the other talents feel ashamed. Can't play, right? Lin Fan laughed. Alright, I'll play with them. There's one more thing. Colonel Zhao paused. Your teammate has been predetermined. Can they force team up? Special circumstances require special handling. The organizing committee said you're an unprecedented provincial champion, so to keep things balanced, they arranged suitable teammates for you. Who? Someone you know, Sumuyu. Lin Fan nodded. Sumuyu was strong and ranked in the top 10 in the provincial exam. Her sword intent was clear. She was a reliable teammate. The other one. Colonel Zhao's tone became subtle, is a transfer student from Longjing No. 1 High School, named Xinyu. Lin Fan's hand froze. A sunflower seed dropped to the ground. Xinyu. This name was like a key, unlocking a dusty box in the depths of the original owner's memory. 3 years ago, in the first year of high school. At that time, Lin Fan was still a waste with a bloodline of 0.7, the bottom of the school, often bullied in the bathroom by Xiao Zhan and his group. Once, Xiao Zhan pinned him against the wall, ready to strike. Stop it. A clear voice rang out. A girl with a high ponytail and bright eyes rushed in, brandishing a broom without saying a word. She charged at Xiao Zhan. What kind of ability is it to bully classmates? She stood in front of Lin Fan, her ponytail swaying under the dim light. Later, Lin Fan learned her name was Xinyu, who had transferred from Longjing, and was extremely talented, with a bloodline of 1.5 upon enrollment. For the next 6 months, Xinyu was like a beam of light, illuminating the original owner's dark youth. Whenever she was bullied, she would suddenly appear. When she was tired from training, she would hand him a bottle of water. When she struggled with theories, she would slip him a densely written notebook. "Don't give up," she would always say with a smile, "the path of martial arts is long, if you're slow now, you might be fast later." Half a year later, Xinyu transferred back to Longjing, and there was no news afterwards. The original owner buried that memory deep in his heart.
Until this moment. Xinyu.
Lin Fan whispered in repetition.
"Do you know her?" Colonel Zhao asked. "Sort of." Lin Fan snapped back to reality. "What is her strength?"
"It is said she is in the late stage of a warrior, but her true strength is unclear. But to get into Longjing #1 and be designated as your teammate by the organizing committee, it's definitely not simple."
"Interesting." Lin Fan smiled, "Stuffing me with a white moonlight teammate, is this to disturb my mindset?" "I'm afraid it's more than that."
Colonel Zhao said solemnly, "After Xinyu returned to Longjing, it is said she was spotted and cultivated by a major power. Her goal in this martial arts exam is also to become the national champion."
"So the organizing committee grouped her with me to make us fight against each other?" "Most likely."
Lin Fan stretched lazily. "All right, a teammate is a teammate."
"Aren't you worried?" "Worried about what?"
Lin Fan tilted his head. "If she drags me down, I'll just throw her into a pit to feed the beasts." Xinyu was the white moonlight of the waste original owner, not his.
Did she really think she could manipulate him? Damn. Colonel Zhao. "What about the second stage?" Lin Fan asked. "What's my initial ranking?" "First." "Oh. Provincial exam first, theoretical written test estimated to be first in the province as well, so the initial ranking is first in the national exam." "That's pretty thoughtful." Lin Fan nodded. "Saves me from having to fight my way up." "But the challenge rules are not in your favor." Colonel Zhao reminded, "Those with lower rankings have 3 chances to challenge and can tire you out with wheel battles. Moreover, I've heard some people have already organized to challenge you in turn. Even if they can't win, they'll exhaust your stamina." "Then let them come." Lin Fan didn't care, perfect to stretch my muscles. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan gazed out the window. The night deepened. "Xinyu," he murmured softly. "It's been 3 years since we last met. I hope you aren't too weak." 3 days later. Longjing National Martial Arts Center. The main hall with 200,000 seats was packed, and the cameras for national live broadcast were aimed at the entrance passage. Provincial champions and geniuses entered one after another, each radiating a stronger aura than the last. When Lin Fan walked into the venue, the entire hall fell silent in an instant. Then came a deafening wave of mixed cheers and boos. "Lin Fan. It's that madman. He really dares to come to Longjing. One against the whole country? Let's see how he dies today." Lin Fan was wearing the faded uniform from Yun City No. 3 High School, hands in his pockets, strolling slowly into the Jiangnan province area. Wherever he went, the eyes of geniuses from other provinces varied: fear, hostility, curiosity, disdain. "Lin Fan," Sumuyu walked over, still cold as ever. "The team member list is confirmed." "Aha." Lin Fan nodded. "You, me, Xinyu." Sumuyu's gaze shifted slightly. "Do you know her?" "Sort of." Lin Fan did not explain further. Just as he was speaking, there was a commotion at the entrance. A girl in a white martial arts uniform from Longjing No. 1 High School walked into the venue. She had her hair in a high ponytail, her eyes clear, and her skin fair, standing about 1.7 meters tall, her posture upright, and her aura as pure as a mountain spring. But when she lifted her gaze, within her eyes seemed to be the depths of an ocean of stars. Xinyu. As she walked, everyone, whether male or female, couldn't help but steal a few glances. Not just because she was beautiful, though she certainly was, but because of that unique aura about her that brought peace to the heart. Xinyu walked straight to the Jiangnan province area and stopped in front of Lin Fan. The two looked into each other's eyes. 3 seconds. Suddenly, Xinyu smiled. Her smile was as clean and bright as 3 years ago. "Lin Fan, long time no see." Lin Fan nodded. "Long time no see. I didn't expect us to become teammates." Xinyu blinked. "Even less did I expect you to be so impressive now." She used the word impressive naturally, without a trace of jealousy or pretense. "It's okay," Lin Fan said. "I hope you won't be a burden." Xinyu was not angry, still smiling. "I will work hard." Sumuyu watched the two from the side, her gaze deepening. At 9 a.m., the national examination opening ceremony began. On the podium sat the Minister of Education, the President of the Martial Arts Association, military representatives, and other big shots. The chief examiner was a middle-aged man in military uniform, with a general star on his shoulders, Peak Marshal King, Long Xiaotian. "Silence." Long Xiaotian spoke, his voice overpowering the noise of the crowd.
This national martial arts examination officially begins. The first phase, the Abyss Trial. All examinees form teams of 3, enter the Abyss, and kill monsters to earn points, using beast cores as the scoring standard.
The scoring rules are as follows. Data lit up on the big screen. Stage 1 beasts, corresponding to martial artists 1 point. Stage 2 beasts, corresponding to martial masters 10 points. Stage 3 beasts, corresponding to great martial masters 100 points.
Stage 4 beasts, corresponding to martial monks 1000 points. Note, the Abyss has been cleaned in advance, the exam area will have at most peak Stage 3 beasts, but some beasts may suddenly break through.
Trial duration, 7 days. The top 100 teams in total points will advance to the second phase. Now, all teams, enter the preparation area. Chapter 37, there are countless ways to show off, let's try a different approach this time. At the entrance of the Abyss, 100 teams of 3 were ready to go. The teleportation lights blinked continuously, with each team being randomly placed in different areas of the Abyss. The live broadcast split screen showed, with all online viewers glued to their screens. In the Jiangnan province live room, the viewer count had surpassed 30 million. Comments scrolled wildly. Here we go. Let's see how Lin Fan performs this time.
I bet Lin Fan's team will score over 1,000 points on the first day.
The one above is conservative, I bet 2,000.
His teammates Sumuyu and Qinyu aren't weak either, this team is simply luxurious. But I heard geniuses from other provinces have teamed up to target Lin Fan's team.
The Abyss is so large, they might not even find them, right? Lin Fan's strength might be above me. The one above, say something people don't know.
In the third layer of the Abyss, in a certain cave. As the light dissipated, Lin Fan and his 2 companions landed. Qinyu immediately observed her surroundings. This is the third layer of the Abyss. According to the manual, it mainly hosts Stage 2 and Stage 3 beasts. Sumuyu drew her sword, there's movement nearby. Lin Fan, however, directly found a flat stone to sit down. He took out a lounge chair from his space ring.
He lay down.
He then pulled out a cup of chilled juice with a straw from the ring.
Slurp. Qinyu. Sumuyu, what are you doing? Resting.
Lin Fan closed his eyes. I just had breakfast, not suitable for intense exercise.
Qinyu couldn't help but laugh and cry, classmate Lin, this is the national examination, we are in a competition. I know.
Lin Fan opened one eye, that's why I want to save my strength.
Anyway, there's 7 days, why rush?
Sumuyu frowned, but our starting score is 0, other teams have already started hunting. Lin Fan waved his hand, let them kill, the more they kill, the better. Qinyu and Sumuyu looked at each other, both seeing confusion in the other's eyes. The live stream chat was also bewildered.
Recliner? Juice? Is Lin Fan on vacation? Save strength? He once slapped away 30 during the exam and didn't seem tired. I got it, he's playing a big game. Game? He's just being lazy.
Look at the other team's streams, they've already killed several alien beasts.
Lin Fan's team still has a score of 0, they're at the bottom. Did Lin Fan get scared? Planning to stay low?
He must be scared, maybe he's been educated by some big shots behind the scenes.
I understand, Lin Fan is thirsty now. Damn, what's he doing?
It's just a free novel, so bland, otherwise the readers would have cursed you already.
Laughing to death, they'd curse even if it wasn't bland. In another part of the cave.
The team from Longjing No. 1 High School, led by Xian Yuan Patian, had already defeated 3 second-tier alien beasts, scoring 30 points.
Xian Yuan Patian glanced at the real-time rankings on his watch, scoffing, Lin Fan's team still at 0? What is he doing? Teammate, maybe they got transported to a safe zone? Doesn't matter.
Xian Yuan Patian sheathed his sword, keep hunting, we need to widen the gap.
The team from Modu No. 1 High School.
The genius of the Yi family, Yi Wuchen, with the flash of his sword, caused a third-tier armored rhino to crash to the ground.
Score plus 100.
Captain, Lin Fan's team still has 0 points, a teammate reported. Yi Wuchen wiped the blood off his sword, don't worry about him.
This cave trial isn't just about strength, but also efficiency, strategy, and endurance.
No matter how strong he is, if he doesn't kill any beasts in 7 days, his score will stay low.
Teams of geniuses across the country were frantically hunting. The scoreboard kept refreshing.
1. Longjing No. 1 High School, Xian Yuan Patian 420 points.
2. Modu No. 1 High School, Yi Wuchen 380 points. 3. Shuzhong Tangmen Team, 350 points.
97. Yunqing No. 3 High School, Lin Fan 0 points.
Lin Fan's live chat was already exploding. 97th place? 4th from the bottom? What are you doing, Lin Fan? I'm dying of anxiety.
Other teams are killing like crazy.
Zoom in. I want to see if he's really asleep. +1 times 99.99. The camera zoomed in.
Lin Fan was really lying on the recliner, asleep.
Breathing steadily, chest rising and falling.
Sumuyu and Chinyu sat on a nearby rock, one sharpening a sword, the other adjusting her breathing.
Chinyu finally couldn't hold back. Lin, are we really going to stay like this for 7 days? Lin Fan didn't open his eyes. Why rush? It's only the first morning.
But the points. The points will come. Lin Fan turned over, and it will be more than theirs.
Sumuyu suddenly spoke. Are you planning to steal? Lin Fan smiled. Stealing is boring.
I want them to come voluntarily.
As soon as the words fell,
from deep in the cave came hurried footsteps and growls. The three looked over at the same time. They saw a small 3-person team fleeing in panic, chased by 2 third-tier bloodthirsty wolves.
Help! Help!
The boy running in the front saw the 3 of them, his eyes brightened. Classmates!
Help us!
The badge on the chests of the 3 showed Shishan Provincial Experimental High School. Normal team formations are usually composed of familiar people within the province. It's normal for students from the same school to team up. Lin Fan was the exception.
Chat. Here it comes, here it comes.
The first wave of encounters.
It's 2 third-tier bloodthirsty wolves.
A single team would find it hard to cope.
Is Lin Fan going to make a move? Finally, we can see Lin Fan's performance. However,
Lin Fan sat up from the recliner and stretched. Then showed a friendly smile to the 3. I can help you. But it will cost.
The 3 from Shishan province? The leading boy froze. Charge.
Charge?
Yes.
Lin Fan counted on his fingers. 2 third-tier bloodthirsty wolves. The market price for a complete corpse is about 500,000 each, and the core is extra. I help you deal with them. Just a little service fee, let's say 30 points each. That's 60 points total. I'll round it down for you, say 50 points. The boy's mouth dropped open. But we only have 80 points total.
That's perfect.
Lin Fan nodded. You give me 50, you keep 30, no loss.
A girl couldn't help but say, classmate, this is an exam. Where is the logic of saving people for points?
Lin Fan shook his head, pitying their foolishness. Ignorant.
If I don't save you, the supervisor will come and eliminate you. As long as the Green Mountains remain, I need not worry about firewood. 3 seconds, if you don't agree, I will leave right now.
3. Before the words were finished, the leader of the boys quickly said, 50 is fine, hurry up. After saying that, a bloodthirsty wolf lunged forward, its claws almost reaching the girl's back.
The girl screamed. The customer is God, dare to touch my God? Looking for death.
With a point of his finger. 6 meridian swords, Shangyang sword. The sword energy curved around the girl and precisely pierced the bloodthirsty wolves, the spot where Xiao Zhan exploded.
The bloodthirsty wolf howled and fell to the ground.
The other wolf, seeing this, growled and pounced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not stand up. He simply extended his right hand to the air and gently squeezed.
Rubber fruit, rubber bound. His arm instantly elongated, turning into a rubber rope, tying the wolf in midair. Bang!
The wolf was smashed down hard, knocked unconscious.
The whole process took only 3 seconds. The 3 people from Shishan province were stunned.
Lin Fan retracted his arm, grinning as he extended his hand.
All done, time to settle up. Here.
The watch connected, 50 points transferred to Lin Fan's watch. Lin Fan's team points, 50. Ranking, from 97 jumped to 78.
The barrage exploded. What the hell? Can you play like this? Charging for saving someone? What operation is this? The key is he really collected it. Those 3 really paid. Shameless. So shameless. Isn't this robbing in the midst of disaster? But why do I feel so good? Lin Fan, I'm not here to compete, I'm here to do business. Ding. New trick to show off, refreshing, show off value plus 1,000. Current show off value, 27,070 points.
Most of the points were gone, and the 3 looked dejected.
They turned to leave, clearly wanting to hunt other beasts to recover their points. Wait.
As the 3 were about to leave, Lin Fan's voice rang out again.
Is there something else? The 3 turned back, looking a bit scared.
Lin Fan helplessly shook his head. Students nowadays are really rude.
I saved you, and you didn't even say thank you? Say thank you. The 3. The leading boy's face turned bright red as he squeezed out, "Th. Thank you. I can't hear you. Thank you. Not sincere enough." The boy almost cried, "Classmate. Thank you for saving us. Thank you very much."
Only then was Lin Fan satisfied. Alright, let's go. Next time you encounter danger, you can still look for me. Regular customers get a 10% discount. The three ran away as if escaping.
Shin Yu watched in astonishment. Sumu Yu rubbed her forehead. Lin Fan, won't this be too? Too what?
Lin Fan lay back down on the chair. The cave rules didn't say I couldn't charge for rescue fees.
I saved their lives. Is 50 points too much? Without me, they would have been eliminated.
If it weren't for the fact that Sumu Yu had brought him soup, Lin Fan would have definitely revealed the classic scene in black gold on the spot. His words seemed very reasonable. In fact, they really were very reasonable. Though Sumu Yu felt a little uncomfortable, she didn't continue to discuss it. At this time, Lin Fan looked at his watch, ranking 78.
See, now there are points. No need to do it myself. Shin Yu suddenly laughed. Classmate Lin, you are really a genius. A business genius.
The live stream's barrage had gone crazy.
Goddamn business genius.
I declare, the biggest dark horse of this national exam, cave capitalist Lin Fan. While other teams work themselves to death hunting monsters, he lies down collecting protection fees.
The key is that people are really paying.
Those three had no choice. If they didn't pay, they might have been eliminated. I'm starting to look forward. How many teams will be rescued next? Lin Fan team points prediction, over 10,000 in 7 days. Chapter 38, about my days working for Lin Fan in the cave.
For the next half day,
Lin Fan lay on a lounge chair at the entrance of the cave, switching from juice to cola, and pulled out a bag of chips. Sumu Yu and Shin Yu, from initial helplessness, had grown accustomed to it, practicing on their own.
At 3 in the afternoon, the second wave of customers arrived.
This time it was a 3-person team, chased desperately by a peak-level rock giant lizard.
Classmate, help! Points are negotiable.
The captain shouted from afar. It seemed the news had spread. Lin Fan stood up and said, a peak 3-tier creature, then 70 points. Deal, deal, deal. Lin Fan acted swiftly, using the rubber rocket launcher combined with Fire Cloud Slash, finishing the battle in 3 minutes.
Rescue points and points for killing the beast were credited to his account.
His ranking rose to 55.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Fan.
This time, the captain bowed without Lin Fan needing to remind him.
Very sensible.
Lin Fan waved his hand. Remember to promote me more.
Evening.
3rd wave. 4th wave. By the end of the first day, Lin Fan's team scored 520.
Ranking 22nd.
And on this day, the total time Lin Fan actually fought was less than half an hour. The rest of the time was spent lounging in a chair, eating snacks, drinking beverages, and sleeping.
Trending on the internet.
Hashtag Lin Fan starts rescue operations in the cave. Hashtag national examination turns into a toll station. Hashtag teams rescued by Lin Fan over the years. Hashtag cave capitalists. Hashtag my days working for Lin Fan in the cave. Hashtag. The number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 50 million.
The comments changed from initial shock to joy.
Best moment today, Lin Fan tying up beasts with a rubber arm while eating chips. The expressions of those teams when turning in points, I could laugh for a year. The key is Lin Fan even makes them say thank you. That's truly ruthless. Other genius teams work hard all day and still earn less than Lin Fan collecting protection fees. Xian Yuan's team scored 850, killing all day, their eyes are dry.
Yi Wuchen's team 820, also a bloody battle, all tired as dogs.
Lin Fan's team 520, of which 300 was collected in protection fees.
This comparison is not very damaging but extremely insulting.
Meanwhile, Lin Fan's show-off points steadily increased, almost reaching 30,000.
Current show-off points, 29,870.
In the cave at night, Lin Fan and the 2 others lit a campfire in a cave.
Shin Yu roasted her own bread and couldn't help but ask, Lin Fan, will we continue like this tomorrow?
Of course. Lin Fan chewed on roasted beast meat. This is just the first day, we have 6 more days. But, Sumu Yu spoke up, other teams will be cautious and may not come to this area again.
Then we take the initiative.
Lin Fan wiped his mouth. Starting tomorrow, we'll change location and head deeper into the cave. The beasts in the deeper areas are stronger, the teams that fall into danger will be more.
Shin Yu's eyes lit up, and the signal might be poor down there, they won't be able to escape, only able to call for help?
Lin Fan looked at her approvingly, smart.
Sumu Yu. Comments. Are we finally going to take the initiative? Excited.
Lin Fan is here, another team has to pay. I'm already starting to mourn for the teams deeper down tomorrow.
Is this still a national exam? This is probably an intern exam in the cave. Early the next morning,
Lin Fan packed up the lounge chair, and the 3 headed toward the 4th layer of the cave. As soon as they entered the 4th layer, they heard fierce fighting and screams ahead.
Let's go take a look. The three sneaked closer. They saw a team being attacked by three peak 3-tier shadow leopards. One student was already lying on the ground, unconscious. The remaining two were struggling to hold on, facing grave danger. It's a team from Dongshan No. 1 High School. Qin you recognized. Their captain has already fallen. The shadow leopard was known for its speed, with three teaming up, their power was incredible. Lin Fan observed for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. This deal, we need to raise the price. He stood up and walked out directly. Hey, friends over there. The two were desperately holding out when they heard the voice. They turned and saw Lin Fan, first stunned, then overjoyed. Lin Fan. It's Lin Fan. God Fan, save us. Lin Fan raised his hand. Let's talk price first. 3 shadow leopards, each worth around 1 million on the market, I'll charge you 200 points. The two's faces stiffened. 200 for each? Our team only has 250 points in total. Then give me all 250. Lin Fan spread his hands, or you can choose to be eliminated. A boy gritted his teeth. Fine. We'll pay. Lin Fan nodded, then looked at the 3 shadow leopards. Now, it's time to work. He didn't use the rubber fruit, nor did he use fire cloud technique. Instead, he formed hand seals and softly whispered an incantation. Small illusory formation, rise. 3 array flags flew out from his spatial ring, landing around the shadow leopards. Buzz. Fog filled the air, and the 3 shadow leopards immediately lost their direction, spinning in place. Sumu Yu. Xinyu, Lin Fan turned around, let's practice a bit. The 2 girls exchanged glances and rushed out together. Sword light and palm shadows danced in the air. With the support of Lin Fan's formation. 8 minutes later, all 3 shadow leopards lay dead on the ground. Lin Fan walked over, dug out the cores, and collected the bodies. That's a wrap. The wristwatch connected, 250 points credited to the account. Lin Fan's team points, 770. The ranking instantly jumped to 12th place. Bullet screen. 250 points. A huge sum. 12th place now. And it's only the morning of the second day. Other teams will cry, despite hard work killing beasts, they can't compare to Lin Fan's easy deal, business. The key is those teams are still grateful. Of course, if they don't give points, they get eliminated right away, with no chance of turning things around. Current boasting value, 31,070. Lin Fan received his points, and the boasting value rose again. He nodded in satisfaction. The two approached cautiously. Fan God, thank you. Not at all. Lin Fan smiled. If you need help next time, feel free to reach out. Oh right, he added, I'm planning to set up a fixed rescue point on the 4th level. You can help promote it. The rescue fees will be priced according to the danger level, fair to everyone. Bring clients and you'll get a commission. The two were left speechless. The live chat was already going crazy. Fixed rescue point. He really wants to start a business in the cave. Commission for introducing clients. I admire this marketing strategy. While other geniuses think about hunting exotic beasts, Lin Fan is already thinking about expanding his business. The Best Business Model Award for this national exam goes to Lin Fan. Fan God is amazing. The news quickly spread. On the 4th level of the cave, Lin Fan established the Fan God Rescue Station, clearly priced, conducting business with integrity. The next afternoon, 2 more teams came seeking help, paying a total of 200 points. Lin Fan's team points, 970. Ranking, 6th. Only behind the Xianyuan Breaking Heaven team, 1500 points, Yi Wuching team, 1400 points, and Shuzhong Tangmen team, 1200 points, and other strong teams. These strong teams had been genuinely battling exotic beasts for 2 days, exhausted to the bone. Somewhere in the cave. Xianyuan Breaking Heaven looked at the ranking on his wristwatch, his expression dark. Lin Fan. 970 points? How did he manage that? A teammate cautiously said, I heard, he's charging for rescue services. What? When other teams are in danger, he comes to the rescue, then collects points as a reward. Xianyuan Breaking Heaven slammed his fist on the rock. Shameless. This is a national exam. Not a business battlefield. Captain, what should we do? Xianyuan Breaking Heaven's eyes froze cold. Go find him. Huh? Isn't he opening a rescue station? Xianyuan Breaking Heaven sneered, then we'll go, bring him a grand gift. At the same time, Lin Fan was studying a new business. To be precise, a new impressive point. Suddenly, in the distance, a 3-person team was running wildly toward this side. Leading them was none other than Xianyuan Breaking Heaven. Trailing behind were exactly 5 peak tier 3 lava beasts.
Dust billowed, and the ground trembled. Xian Yuan breaking heaven shouted from afar, Lin Fan.
Help! I can offer points. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. A big client is coming.
But he immediately squinted his eyes. Because on Xian Yuan breaking heaven's face, there was no panic.
Only a cold smile. The bullet screen instantly flooded the chat. Here he comes.
The genius Xian Yuan breaking heaven from Longjing. He attracted 5 lava beasts.
Isn't this intentional? Trying to test Lin Fan's strength?
It's clearly looking for trouble. Who asks for help and smiles like that? If Lin Fan takes this job, he will have to face 5 peak tier 3 beasts at once.
If he refuses, his rescue station's reputation will be ruined. This is getting exciting. Now we have a show to watch.
Lin Fan watched Xian Yuan breaking heaven nearing closer, a slow smile forming on his lips.
Interesting. Trying to set me up? Chapter 39. I, Lin Fan, have 3 rules for rescue.
Lin Fan stood in place, hands in pockets. Sumu Yu and Xin Yu had already gotten up, their expressions grave.
Lin Fan, something's not right. Sumu Yu whispered, he intentionally brought so many beasts here. Xin Yu nodded, he wants to ruin your reputation, maybe even have you eliminated.
Lin Fan said nothing, just watched Xian Yuan breaking heaven drawing closer.
50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters.
Xian Yuan breaking heaven had reached the rescue station. Behind him 5 lava beasts opened their massive mouths, searing magma swirling in their throats.
Lin Fan. Hurry up. I'll give you 500 points.
Xian Yuan Padian shouted, a gleam of pride flashing in his eyes. He had calculated perfectly. If Lin Fan accepted, he would have to face the attacks of 5 peak 3rd stage beasts. Even if he could win, he would undoubtedly reveal his trump cards and exhaust his resources. If he didn't accept, then the sign of Fan God Rescue Station would be smashed here today. Seeing death yet refusing to save, what business could he run?
No matter how he chose, he would lose. However,
Lin Fan scratched his ear. Then, he slowly raised 3 fingers. Sorry, his voice calm, I, Lin Fan, have 3 rules of non-rescue in business.
Xian Yuan Padian paused. What? Lin Fan counted on his fingers, each word deliberate. First, I won't rescue fools. Second, I won't rescue idiots. Third, I won't rescue orphans. He paused, surveying Xian Yuan Padian up and down, revealing a look of regret. Unfortunately, you fit all 3. The entire place fell silent. The roar of the magma beast seemed to grow quieter.
Xian Yuan Potion's smile froze on his face, then slowly twisted.
You, what did you say? Lin Fan shrugged, can't understand human language? Let me say it again, cough cough. You, fool. You, idiot. You, orphan. So, I won't save. Get lost. Ding. 3 non-rescue critical taunt, swagger value plus 1,200. Ding.
Publicly insulting dragon capital genius, causing shock among the audience, swagger value plus 800.
Current swagger value, 32,070 points. The comments went crazy. Wow. 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 3 non-rescue. Fool, idiot, orphan. Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Xian Yuan Potion's face turned green. This refusal deserves full marks. Not only did he not take the bait, but he also countered with insults. Lin Fan, want to trick me? Do you deserve it?
Xian Yuan Padian truly failed, not only being insulted but also having to deal with the 5 beasts he brought out, laughable. Xian Yuan Padian stood in place, trembling all over. It wasn't fear, it was anger. He, the heir of the Xian Yuan family, a peak martial master, a super genius challenging beyond his level.
Lin Fan, you're asking for death.
His teeth ground together, making a crunching sound.
Lin Fan yawned, the one asking for death isn't me. First, deal with those 5 magma brothers behind you, then talk to me.
As soon as his voice fell,
a magma giant beast had already spewed out a stream of scorching lava, attacking Xian Yuan Potion's back. Damn it!
Xian Yuan Padian had to turn around to face the battle, drawing his sword to shatter the lava. But the 5 beasts had already surrounded him. His 2 teammates just arrived breathlessly, and upon seeing the scene, their faces changed dramatically. Captain!
Form the formation. Hurry! Xian Yuan Padian roared. The 3 instantly formed a triangular battle formation, barely holding off the attacks of the 5 beasts. But it was clearly strenuous. Lava, sharp claws, heavy tails, attacks fell like a rainstorm. While Xian Yuan Padian defended, he glared fiercely at Lin Fan.
Lin Fan had already sat back down on a foldable chair he didn't know when he had taken out, and he took out a bag of sunflower seeds.
Crunch!
He even shared some with Chinyu and Sumuyu. Enjoy the show, it's not easy to find such a real-life monster fighting scene.
Chinyu couldn't help but laugh and cry, Lin Fan, is this really okay? What's wrong with it?
Lin Fan cracked open a seed, he brought the monsters himself, he should handle them, it's only fair. Sumuyu looked at the three fighting hard in the arena, her cold eyes flashing a hint of complexity.
They won't hold on for long. If they can't hold on, then they're eliminated.
Lin Fan shrugged, the underground rules never said one couldn't see death and not save.
Besides, can't they ask the proctor for help? Don't worry, they won't die. At most, they'll be eliminated.
He spoke with such righteous indignation. The comments had already split into two factions.
Support Lin Fan.
It's clearly Xianyuan Padian who caused his own death trying to set someone up.
Don't, Fan God, I still want to watch the second phase where he battles you. Lin Fan is right.
For someone trying to set themselves up, there should be no mercy. But it looks so miserable. Xianyuan Potion's clothes are all burned.
In the arena, Xianyuan Padian and his two teammates truly couldn't hold on any longer. A heavy tail of a magma giant beast swept across, striking hard on the protective barrier of the formation. The barrier shattered. A teammate spat blood and flew backward, crashing into the rock wall, unconscious. The formation broke. Xianyuan Padian and another teammate were instantly exposed to the siege of 5 giant beasts. Taking out a blood-colored talisman from his bosom, this is what you forced me to do. He bit his tongue, and his essence blood sprayed onto the talisman. Buzz. The talisman burned, turning into a blood-colored sword shadow, slashing towards the nearest lava giant beast. Sizzle. The sword shadow pierced through the giant beast's head, and the lava giant beast howled and fell to the ground. But the talisman was a one-time use item, once used, it was gone. There are still 4 left. Xianyuan Patian's face turned pale, this talisman was one of his life-saving trump cards, and he never expected to use it here. Captain. Let's retreat, another teammate screamed. Xianyuan Patian looked at Lin Fan, who was leisurely eating melon seeds not far away, his eyes filled with resentment. But he knew that if he didn't retreat now, he might truly be eliminated right here. If he didn't even make it to the second round, then this so-called top genius of Longjing would be too laughable. Let's go. The two picked up their unconscious teammate and turned to flee. The 4 lava giant beasts chased closely behind. Lin Fan watched their awkward retreating figures and shook his head. Why bother? Trying to act tough but getting punished, this is exactly about people like this. He stood up and brushed off the seed shells from his hands. Alright, the show is over, it's time to get down to business. Chinyu asked curiously, what business? Lin Fan pointed to the corpse of the lava giant beast that Xianyuan Patian had killed with the talisman. Collecting the body. A peak 3rd-tier exotic beast, a complete body plus the core, market price at least 1.5 million. Although it was killed by someone else, but since it fell on my territory, that makes it mine. As he spoke, he walked over, skillfully dug out the core, and stored the corpse into his space ring. His movements were smooth and fluid, it was clear he was experienced. Bullet comments. I give up, truly no waste at all. Xianyuan Patian fought hard to kill one, yet it ended up benefiting Lin Fan. Killing with heart, this is killing with heart. Lin Fan, thanks for the beast corpse, bro. If Xianyuan Patian knew, he would probably spit blood 3 more times. After collecting the bodies, Lin Fan glanced at the time. It's about time to wrap things up, today's business was good. He looked at Chinyu and Sumuyu, let's find a place to rest, we continue tomorrow. The 3 left the rescue station, delved deeper into the 4th layer, and found a hidden cave to spend the night. In the deep of night, Lin Fan sat cross-legged in the depths of the cave, his consciousness sinking into the system. Current acting cool value, 32,070 points. 0.1 discount area has refreshed. His eyes lit up, and he opened the shop. Chapter 40, An Intimate Call with System Mommy. This week's 0.1 discount area. Item 1, Slavery Scroll ×1. Original price, 100,000 acting cool value. 0.1 discount price, 1,000 acting cool value. Description, can be used on non-human beings to forcefully establish a master-servant contract. Success rate is related to the opponent's resistance ability, the stronger the resistance, the lower the success rate. Slavery Scroll, interesting, it can be another way to act cool. Buy. Item 2, Earth-Grade Middle-Tier Dan Furnace, Purple Cloud Furnace. Original price, 120,000 acting cool value. 0.1 discount price, 1,200 acting cool value. Description, comes with fire control array, increases pill refining success rate by 20%, can refine 4th grade and below pills. Just right, I need a Dan Furnace, I can refine pills myself now. Alchemist, perfect hit, a rare item. Buy. Item 3, third tier talisman Earth Escape Talisman times 3. Original price, 60,000 acting cool value, 20,000 each. 0.1 discount price, 600 acting cool value, 200 each. Description, can be used to escape underground, maximum movement distance of 500 meters. Difficult to detect under Martial Sovereign. Acting cool easily attracts lightning strikes, so having more life-saving items is better. Buy. Item 4, Energy Crystal times 100, pet exclusive version. Original price, 500,000 acting cool value. 0.1 discount price, 5,000 acting cool value. Description, for pets to absorb, it can accelerate their growth. Qiongqi egg. Feeding with qi and blood is too slow, with this thing, maybe I can hatch the egg right away. Buy. Item 5, Mysterious Source Stone times 1. Original price, 1 million acting cool value. 0.1 discount price, 10,000 acting cool value. Description, Mysterious Source Stone, contains great secrets, perhaps it seals powerful beings, or heavenly skills, divine weapons, combat techniques. Holy crap, system, you've changed gender? Why are all the items this time so amazing? Love you, system. Buy. Get them all. Ding. Consumed 1,000 acting cool value, purchase slavery scroll times 1. Ding. Consumed 1,200 acting cool value, purchased earthgrade middle tier Dan furnace, purple cloud furnace. Ding. Consumed 600 acting cool value, purchased third tier talisman Earth Escape Talisman times 3. Ding. Consumed 5,000 acting cool value, purchased energy crystal times 100. Consumed 10,000 show-off points to purchase a Mysterious Source Stone X1. Current show-off points, 14,270. The Slave Enslavement Scroll is in hand. It is a leather scroll glowing with a dark golden light, inscribed with a contract spell in ancient text. The Purple Cloud Furnace is a palm-sized purple alchemy furnace, exquisitely carved, with swirling cloud patterns on its body. 3 Earth Escape Talismans, made of thick yellowish talisman paper. 100 energy crystal stones, resembling crystals, brimming with energy inside. The Mysterious Source Stone is a humanoid stone over 3 meters tall. Oh my gosh, it won't open into an untamed emperor, will it? System, identify. Identification requires consuming 10,000 show-off points. 10,000, such an expensive identification price, it must be an incredible treasure inside. Identify. Clearly, Lin Fan had fallen into a cognitive error. Cheap items usually aren't good. But sometimes, expensive ones aren't good either. Identifying. The silver spots on the surface of the earth suddenly lit up, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. Identification result, a spirit stone within the realm of Alai country in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, mainly composed of silicon dioxide. Effect, can be taken out from the system space to smash things. Lin Fan. This section omits 10,000 words of Lin Fan's intimate conversation with System Mama. System, if I trust you again, I am a dog. 20,000 show-off points. What good things could that buy? In the end, I just got a broken stone. A sleepless night. Furious, he argued with the system all night before it grudgingly refunded him 1,000 show-off points. Current show-off points, 5,270. How much is too much? This is the system's original words. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Fan, having calmed his mood, continued to expand his business. He vented all his frustrations onto the clients he had experienced from the system. Today, for rescue operations, it would be a price increase without increasing the amount. What used to cost 100, now would be 200. By the end of the morning, Lin Fan's total team score reached 1,270, pushing his rank up to 5th. At noon, the 3 were resting under a rock wall when suddenly a deafening roar erupted from the distance. Not one, but a group. What's happening? Yu stood up. Sumuyu narrowed her eyes. At least a dozen alien beasts are going wild. No, they are chasing something. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Business is coming. The 3 quickly approached. They saw a team of 6 people, clearly 2 teams teaming up temporarily, being chased by 7 third-tier alien beasts. At the forefront was a peak 3rd-tier steel-armored earth dragon, over 10 meters long, completely covered in metallic scales, spraying corrosive venom from its mouth. It's the steel-armored earth dragon. The overlord among peak 3rd tiers. Yu's face turned serious. That team is in trouble. Sure enough. The 6-person team was in a perilous situation, with 2 injured, retreating while fighting. Fan God. Help. Our 2 teams are willing to offer 400 points. Someone saw Lin Fan and screamed hoarsely. Lin Fan stroked his chin.
7 third tiers, one of which is the Steel Armored Earth Dragon. Its market value is at least 3,500,000
points. He negotiated. Yes. Yes. Hurry up and act.
Lin Fan nodded, about to step forward.
Suddenly. Roar. The Steel Armored Earth Dragon hurled to the sky, and dazzling golden light erupted from the gaps in its scales. Its aura began to surge wildly. Peak third tier, limit of the third tier. Boom. An overwhelming pressure far beyond the third tier exploded. The Steel Armored Earth Dragon broke through. Fourth tier. An aura comparable to the early stage of Wuzong swept the entire area. The faces of the 5-person team turned pale instantly. Fourth tier? How is that possible? A dungeon has at most only peak third tier, right? It's over. All over. Even Qin Yu and Sumu Yu's faces changed drastically. Fourth tier alien beasts are no longer at their level to deal with. The barrage exploded. Fourth tier. Steel Armored Earth Dragon breaks through during the battle. How can we fight this? Even a great martial artist would have to run. That 6-person team is doomed. Lin Fan, run. You can't take this job. Yes, Fan God, don't forget, everyone below Wuzong is an ant. There's a gap of 2 major realms, run quickly. Iron is not alive, run fast, run fast. However, Lin Fan looked at the Steel Armored Earth Dragon, whose aura was just breaking through and still unstable. But their eyes became brighter and brighter. Fourth stage, just broke through, unstable breath. Severely injured state. Perfect. He grinned widely. Then, in the terrified gazes of everyone, instead of running away, he charged straight at the 4th stage Armored Earth Dragon. Lin Fan. Qin Yu exclaimed. Sumu Yu tightened her grip on the sword, ready to follow. Don't move. Lin Fan called back, this job, I'll take it personally. Chapter 41, Hard Resistance Against 4th Stage Beast. Is Fan God injured? In the next second, he unleashed all his power. Ancient Sacred Body fully activated. Light golden pattern spread. Rubber fruit. His arms instantly swelled. Fire cloud technique. 3 fire clouds surrounded him. Rubber. Buddha's Wrath fire cloud palm. A giant palm, fused with rubber power, Ancient Sacred Body's blood, and fire cloud flames, slammed hard on the Armored Earth Dragon's head. Bang! The just broken through Armored Earth Dragon tilted its head, its scales shattered. But it is still a 4th stage beast, roaring angrily, its massive tail sweeping. Lin Fan did not dodge, hands forming seals. Little 5 elements enchantment. Rise. A column of light rose, temporarily trapping the Armored Earth Dragon. Although it couldn't hold the 4th stage for long, a few seconds were enough. Lin Fan seized the opportunity, charging forward. 6 Meridians Divine Sword. 2 sword energies erupted simultaneously, piercing accurately into the Armored Earth Dragon's eyes. Roar. The Armored Earth Dragon howled in agony, struggling madly. The formation began to crumble. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, pulling out the last offensive talisman. This was the Lightning Storm talisman he just bought from the system for 3,000 assertive points. Current assertive points, 2,270 points. Go! The talisman activated, transforming into a thick purple lightning that struck the wound of the Armored Earth Dragon. Boom! The Armored Earth Dragon finally couldn't hold on, crashing heavily to the ground, on the brink of death. But it wasn't dead yet. The life force of the 4th stage beast was too strong. Lin Fan landed, taking a breath. This burst of energy consumed a lot. But he smiled. Because the plan succeeded. The bullet screen erupted with excitement. What am I seeing? Lin Fan solo kills a 4th stage beast? Although it just broke through, it's still a 4th stage. What talisman did he use in the end? A lightning talisman? All trump cards out. But it was worth it, 500 points earned. Fan God is amazing. Current assertive points, 4,270 points. At the same time, Lin Fan directly gave a command to the system. Use the enslavement scroll. Target, Armored Earth Dragon. The enslavement scroll took effect immediately, so no one would see it. Enslaving. Target, Armored Earth Dragon, 4th stage early, severely injured. Strength comparison, host, mid-martial master / actual strength great martial master, target, early martial monarch / severely injured and weak. Success rate calculating. Target strength exceeds the host by 1 major realm, but in a severely injured and dying state, will is weak. Success rate correction, 75%. Enslavement, success. Buzz. Lin Fan felt a mysterious connection established with the Armored Earth Dragon before him.
A weak but respectful consciousness entered his mind.
Master. Master. Lin Fan smiled.
He turned around to look at the 6-member team who were already stunned in the distance, as well as the other teams rushing over upon hearing the noise. Then, he directly gave a command to the system.
Use 10 energy crystals. Target, Armored Earth Dragon. Roar.
The Armored Earth Dragon, which was on the brink of death, let out a heart-shocking roar.
Be careful.
When everyone saw this, they quickly shouted. But it was still a step too late. The powerful tail of the Armored Earth Dragon had already struck Lin Fan.
Boom. A muffled sound echoed.
Lin Fan was thrown out directly.
Actually, it wasn't flying.
At most, he stumbled back a dozen meters.
His feet left clear traces in the ground. Not good. You all run first. I'll hold them off.
Lin Fan shouted loudly. With a push of his foot, he charged back towards the Armored Earth Dragon.
At this moment,
Lin Fan's image instantly grew tall and mighty in everyone's eyes. Comparable to those generals in Shaosong who saw the mighty duck dragon flag before them.
Lin Fan, we're here to help you. In this moment, a fire in the hearts of his classmates was about to explode. Previously, they thought Lin Fan was arrogant and annoying.
But when they saw Lin Fan risking his life to protect them,
that bit of annoyance completely disappeared long ago. Even if Lin Fan was being paid, earning points to do things. But to fight for them to this extent, what could a little bit of points compensate for? If they were in the same situation, they couldn't do this. We'll help you too. In matters like this, where there is one, there will be another. To put it nicely, young people have a lot of passion. In an instant,
the original 2 teams, along with Lin Fan's 2 teammates and a few teams that came to watch, all rushed forward in a surge.
Lin Fan, not my friends, how did the plot develop like this? Since that's the case, you all go ahead and fight, I won't fight anymore. Teaching people doesn't work. Practical. That moment when Brother Fan protected everyone was so cool. I'm totally a fan now.
Those students who thought Lin Fan only knew how to collect points must now realize who the real boss is.
Chapter 42, Self-Directed and Starring, Second in Points.
The 6-person team stumbled over, supporting each other. The leading boy had a complex expression and deeply bowed to Lin Fan.
Brother Fan. No, Brother God. Thank you so much just now. If it wasn't for you, we might have.
Lin Fan struggled to stand up straight and waved his hand.
No need to be polite, remember to transfer the 500 points.
The boy was stunned, but the Armored Earth Dragon ran away, we didn't kill it.
Lin Fan's eyes widened, what? I fought it off despite being injured to save your lives, is that not worth 500 points? Or do you think your lives are not worth that much? The 6 looked at each other, finally gritted their teeth, it's worth it. Transfer. Lin Fan's team points, 1770. Ranking, rose to 3rd.
Looking at the numbers jumping on his wristband, Lin Fan showed a slight satisfied smile on his pale face.
That's more like it. Happy cooperation. If you run into that beast again in the future, come find me for free rescue.
After the 6 supported each other away, Lin Fan immediately returned to normal and stretched lazily.
Xin Yu's eyes widened, Lin Fan, you. Just pretending. Lin Fan grinned, if I don't pretend a little more, how can it seem like I fought so hard? How will they willingly transfer points? Sumu Yu, so you were really leaning on Xin Yu just now?
Lin Fan replied confidently, I was tired.
It's mentally exhausting, okay? Ding. Pretending to be seriously injured for sympathy, secretly controlling the situation, showing off points plus 800. Current show-off points, 7,070 points. Half an hour later. In the northwest area of the 4th level of the underground cave, a team from Beha province was cautiously moving forward. 2 people were injured, one had his left arm bandaged, and the other had difficulty walking. Captain, we only have 820 points, and our rank is about to drop out of the top 50.
The boy with the injured leg said with a sad face. We can't help it, encountering that group of shadow leopards and escaping with our lives is already lucky.
The captain sighed, let's find a place to rest, wait. Before he could finish speaking, the ground ahead suddenly exploded. A massive creature burst forth from the earth, it was the Armored Earth Dragon. Although its aura was significantly weakened and many of its scales were damaged, the pressure of the 4th tier still made their legs weaken. 4th tier Armored Earth Dragon. Didn't they say the highest was peak 3rd tier? How could there be a 4th tier one? Run. Run fast. The 3 turned to flee, but one with the injured leg couldn't run fast. The Armored Earth Dragon leisurely chased behind, occasionally spraying a weaker version of corrosive venom, forcing them to dodge awkwardly. It wasn't trying to kill them for real, but they felt the despair of death approaching. Help! Is anyone nearby? The captain shouted desperately into the wristband's public channel while running.
If their ranking dropped any further, they might have already called for a proctor to intervene. They were annoyed because their rank was just stuck at the line for promotion. Of course, compared to being annoyed, their lives were the priority. Their courage wouldn't hold out for long. If no one appeared to help them within a minute, they would have to seek a proctor and give up on the underground trial.
Meanwhile,
Lin Fan was leading Sumuyu and Xinyu to leisurely explore in the northwest direction.
Lin Fan, where are we going? Xinyu asked. I smell the scent of points.
Lin Fan sniffed, looking mysterious.
Sumuyu, is that true?
Of course it's true, better than your 36D.
Just trust me. Lin Fan quickly withdrew. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Did you hear that?
A call for help.
The three quickened their pace and soon saw the classic scene.
3 students were rolling and crawling, with the armored earth dragon leisurely chasing behind, like a cat catching a mouse.
Brother God! It's Brother God!
The captain saw Lin Fan, as if he saw his own father. Help us, 500 points.
We will give you 500 points. Lin Fan crossed his arms and frowned. Huh? Is this armored earth dragon the same one from just now?
He carefully examined. The damaged scale positions are the same. The level of weakness and breath also matches.
Goodness, what a narrow road for enemies. Bullet screen. Wow. How coincidental.
Lin Fan has a connection with this ground dragon.
Just ran away, and now I meet it again? This underground cave is so big, the probability is like winning the lottery.
The steel-armored ground dragon saw Lin Fan and roared angrily, acting well, but seemed to mind its injuries and did not rush at him immediately. Lin Fan forced a smile. Brothers, it's not that I won't save you. I'm already injured from fighting it just now, and now.
800 points.
The captain almost cried. Our whole team has 800.
All for you. Lin Fan, I beg you.
Lin Fan hesitated for 3 seconds, gritted his teeth. All right.
Since you are so sincere, I will give it another shot.
He turned to Sumuyu and Xinyu and said, You two step back, this time.
I might have to use my trump card. The 2 women nodded and stepped back. Lin Fan seriously walked towards the steel-armored ground dragon, secretly giving orders.
Act a bit more. I will use the fire cloud technique to hit your damaged left scale. You pretend to be in pain and retreat, then spray venom at me but intentionally miss, and finally I will unleash a strong sword energy to scare you away. Got it?
The steel-armored ground dragon understood, Master. Thus, an earth-shattering drama unfolded.
Lin Fan was surrounded by fire clouds and struck out with a palm. The steel-armored ground dragon screamed miserably as it retreated, its scales bursting apart. They were already cracked. The ground dragon counterattacked, spraying venom. Lin Fan narrowly dodged, and the venom grazed his body, shooting into the rock wall. In the end, Lin Fan pointed his fingers like a sword, and a concentrated sword energy shot out.
The steel-armored ground dragon roared in fear, turned, and burrowed into the ground, fleeing in haste.
Lin Fan staggered back, supported by Xinyu. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth.
It's over, he said weakly. The 3 fell to their knees. Lin Fan, from now on, you are my real brother. Ding. Lin Fan's team score, 2,570. Ranking, 2nd. Only behind Xianyuan Padian team's 2,800 points.
The bullet screen went completely crazy.
2nd time driving off a 4th tier. Lin Fan is amazing. Although it seems worse, he really did it. Is this steel-armored ground dragon having problems? Met the same person twice, and both times it ran away? Maybe it was scared out of its wits.
Lin Fan made a big profit this time.
800 points in hand. Wait, doesn't anyone think this is too coincidental? Ding. Self-directed self-acted hero saving guest, showing off points plus 1,200. Ding. Causing audience suspicion but finding no evidence, showing off points plus 500. Current show-off points, 8,770 points.
Lin Fan regulated his breath for a moment, then waved his hand at the 2 who were endlessly grateful. All right, hurry and leave this area, that guy may come back.
The 2 quickly nodded and helped each other to run away.
Once they were far away, Lin Fan immediately straightened up, wiped away the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, and smiled brightly. Next order, prepare.
Chapter 43, Dare to slaughter my dragon? Then I'll play with you well.
In the next 3 days, a terrifying legend spread throughout the 4th level of the underground cave. A 4th-tier steel-armored ground dragon that appeared out of nowhere, specifically hunting injured or isolated teams. And whenever a team was in despair, that man named Lin Fan would always miraculously appear, risking injury to drive off the dragon and collect high rescue fees.
Strangely.
1. The steel-armored ground dragon never truly tried to kill, as if playing a cat-and-mouse game. 2. Lin Fan appeared just in time every time. 3. Every time the dragon fled, it would give Lin Fan a glance of unwillingness. 4. Lin Fan's injuries were heavier each time, yet he could still fight desperately.
Some teams began to suspect. Is that ground dragon raised by Lin Fan? How is that possible?
A 4th-tier weird beast could never be tamed by a martial artist. But isn't this too coincidental? But despite the doubts, when the terrifying figure of the steel-armored ground dragon really appeared, no one dared to take a gamble.
Lin Fan. Save us. All the points are yours. Brother Fan. From now on, we in Beijiang province will follow your lead. Lin Fan, please. Lin Fan's points skyrocketed like a rocket. After the 4th day, 4,100 points, ranking first. After the 5th day, 6,200 points, far ahead. On the 6th evening, 8,500 points, almost 3 times that of the second-ranked Xianyuan Padian team, 3,200 points. And Lin Fan's injuries had become so serious that he needed assistance from Qinyu and Sumuyu to walk. The barrage of comments has evolved from initial shock, to later skepticism, and now to numbness and worship. I am too lazy to analyze whether it's staged, I only know that Fanshin is the first in points. Even if it's staged, controlling a 4th-tier beast is still a skill. While other teams are struggling to kill monsters, Fanshin has already started a chain rescue company in the cave. I suggest the National Exam Committee award Lin Fan the Best Business Model Innovation Award. Am I the only one concerned about Fanshin's injuries?
The blood from the corner of his mouth hasn't stopped. Hey upstairs, I bet 5 dimes that's ketchup.
In the deep night of the 6th day,
Lin Fan and his 2 companions hid in a concealed cave, counting their harvest.
Tomorrow is the last day.
Xinyu looked at her watch. We have 8,500 points, the second place has 3,200, the third has 3,000.
Unless they can kill dozens of 4th-tier beasts, first place is secure. Sumuyu stared at Lin Fan. Can you still perform tomorrow with your injuries?
Lin Fan was chewing on a roasted beast leg and patted his chest when he heard this. Don't worry, my only virtue is dedication. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly sharpened.
Through the vision of the armored earth dragon, he saw a special team. They were not being hunted,
but actively hunting the armored earth dragon.
Interesting. Lin Fan grinned. Someone actually wants to backstab my pet? Qinyu asked, what's wrong?
Lin Fan stood up and stretched his muscles. Big business is coming.
A team that wants to slay dragons. In the 4th level of the cave, the lava valley, Xianyuan Padian held a long sword, surrounded by lightning.
Behind him were more than 10 teammates, all geniuses from various schools in Longjing, temporarily formed into a dragon-slaying alliance.
Are you sure that armored earth dragon often appears in this area? Xianyuan Padian asked coldly. Confirmed.
A tall, skinny boy nodded. I tracked it 5 times in the past 3 days and found its activity pattern is regular. After hunting down a team, it always returns to this river valley to rest.
Another girl frowned. Captain, I always feel something is off.
The behavior of that earth dragon is too unusual, and Lin Fan's timing of appearance. No matter if Lin Fan is behind this. Xianyuan Potion's eyes flashed a fierce look. Tonight we lay ambush here, wait for it to return, and directly surround and kill.
A 4th-tier beast is worth 1,000 points.
More importantly, if that beast is really controlled by Lin Fan, then killing it would be equivalent to breaking one of his arms. More than 10 people dispersed, hiding behind the rock walls on both sides of the valley. They set up 3 trapping arrays, prepared 7 attack talismans, and even had a precious space sealing talisman to prevent the earth dragon from escaping underground. In the distant darkness, Lin Fan watched all of this through the earth dragon's vision and smiled.
Want to slay a dragon? Then let's play with you.
He gave new instructions to the armored earth dragon. Return to the river valley normally, pretend to be caught in the trap, and then, unleash all your strength to play with them.
Remember, don't kill anyone, but you can seriously injure them.
I want them to know, some dragons are not for everyone to slay. The armored earth dragon let out a low roar in response, slowly swimming towards the river valley.
The night is still long. The good show has just begun. In the lava valley, heat waves rising.
Xianyuan Padian held his breath and focused, his long sword darkly radiating lightning. Behind him, 17 young talents from Longjing schools crouched like leopards, their eyes locked on the entrance of the valley.
Last confirmation.
Xianyuan Padian lowered his voice. 3 trapping arrays, covering a radius of 50 meters.
7 thunderstorm talismans, all aimed at the damaged scales on the earth dragon's head.
I will personally activate the space sealing talisman once it tries to escape underground, seal off this space.
Captain, isn't our lineup too risky for killing a 4th-tier beast?
A boy wearing glasses asked softly.
Risky?
Xianyuan Padian sneered. That beast has been ambushed by Lin Fan at least 8 times in the last 6 days, and it escaped each time with injuries.
Even if it's acting, it's at least 70% real and 30% fake.
Now it's barely strong enough to shoot its last arrows. As soon as he finished speaking,
boom! 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 The ground trembled. A massive black shadow slowly appeared at the entrance of the valley. The armored earth dragon.
It was even more tragic than 3 days ago. The left eye tightly closed, seeping dark golden blood. Large patches of scale armor had fallen off around the neck, exposing bloody, mutilated wounds. Even that signature giant tail was missing a chunk. The breath was so weak it was only at the peak of the 3rd stage. It's really heavily injured. Xianyuan Potion's eyes burst with light. Everyone prepare. The armored earth dragon seemed completely unaware, dragging its damaged body slowly crawling into the center of the river valley, lowering its head to lick a spot at the magma pool.
Now's the time. Activate the formation. Xianyuan Padian shouted fiercely. Buzz! Buzz! Buzz!
3 golden beams of light shot up into the sky from the valley, intertwining to form a giant web of light, instantly enveloping the armored earth dragon. At the same time, 7 storm talismans transformed into purple lightning snakes, tearing through the night sky, and striking hard at the wounded head of the earth dragon.
Boom! 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 Lightning erupted, magma splattered.
The armored earth dragon let out a sorrowful howl. Its massive body struggled wildly within the formation but could never break free.
We did it, someone shouted excitedly. But Xianyuan Padian frowned. Too smooth.
So smooth that it felt a bit fake. But at this moment, the arrow was on the string, and there was no room for more thought.
Seal the space talisman, seal. He threw out the final yellow talisman.
The talisman burned, transforming into an invisible force field, covering a radius of 100 meters.
The ground instantly hardened like iron, completely cutting off any chance of escape. Dragon slaying. 17 people erupted at once. Various martial arts struck down upon the earth dragon in a torrential downpour. Sword chi, blade light, fist prints, ice spikes.
The armored earth dragon was retreating step by step, its scales constantly shattering, blood gushing like a fountain.
It's not holding up. Put in more effort. Let's kill it. 1,000 points will be ours.
If Lin Fan knew that his money tree was cut down by us, his expression would definitely be wonderful.
The group became increasingly excited as they fought.
Only Xianyuan Potion's unease grew stronger in his heart. He stared intently at the earth dragon in the formation. Although it appeared heavily injured and on the brink of death, deep within its remaining right eye.
Did it seem to flash with a hint of mockery? Not good. Xianyuan Padian suddenly shouted, retreat. Quick, retreat. But it was too late.
In the formation, the armored earth dragon suddenly stopped struggling. It slowly lifted its head, the pupil of its right eye shifting from dark golden to blood red. Its previously weak aura abruptly surged like a volcanic eruption. Peak of the 3rd stage, early 4th stage, mid 4th stage.
Chapter 44, All eyes on me, I declare something. Roar.
The roar shattered the rocky walls of the valley. That was not a wail of a heavily injured creature, but the furious wrath of a king.
Boom.
The 3 beams of the binding formation exploded into pieces in that very moment. The 3 students closest were blasted back, spitting blood.
It's been pretending all along, someone screamed in shock.
The red light in the armored earth dragon's right eye blazed brighter, and beneath those bloody and mutilated wounds on its neck, new dark golden scales grew at a visible speed to cover them. At the broken tail, a new and even more robust metallic giant tail with barbs began to form.
What heavy injuries, what desperate struggles. It was all an act. Not a bit of truth to it. Run!
Someone screamed, and the 17 people instantly collapsed, scattering in all directions.
But the armored earth dragon was faster than them.
Its giant tail swept, 5 people were sent flying like bowling pins, crashing against the rock wall and falling unconscious. Toxic venom sprayed, corrosive liquid dissolved the ground under 3 people's feet, leading them to scream as they fell.
Where is the space sealing talisman?
Quickly cancel the space seal, someone shouted at Xianyuan Padian.
Xianyuan Potion's face turned pale.
Once the space sealing talisman was activated, it lasted 10 minutes, and there was no way to cancel it early. They had cut off their only escape route with their own hands.
Form the array.
Quickly form a defensive formation, he gritted his teeth and shouted. The remaining 9 barely gathered and worked together to raise an energy shield. The armored earth dragon approached slowly, each step causing the earth to tremble. It stopped in front of the shield, its blood-red right eye looking down at the trembling dragon slayer warriors. Then, it opened its giant mouth full of sharp teeth.
That expression was clearly one of laughter. A mocking laugh. Beast, you dare to toy with me?
Xianyuan Potion's eyes were about to split.
The armored earth dragon tilted its head. It seemed to think for a moment. Then, it raised its front paw, lightly pressing against the shield. Crack!
The shield shattered like glass. The 9 people were shaken and stumbled. Fight it! Shen Yuanpadian went completely mad, burning his essence, and his sword transformed into a 100-foot-long thunder dragon slashing at the armored earth dragon. The armored earth dragon didn't even dodge. It simply opened its mouth and unleashed a dark golden breath that was refined to perfection. The thunder dragon collided with the breath. Hiss! The thunder dragon melted instantly. The breath rushed forth, crashing into Shen Yuanpotian's chest. Puff! Shen Yuanpadian spewed blood wildly, his martial arts outfit exploding, revealing an inner armor filled with cracks, a low-grade protective treasure, completely wrecked by one blow. He flew back like a kite with a broken string, smashing into the rock wall and embedding himself into a human-shaped indentation.
Captain, Captain.
The remaining few were utterly despaired.
At that moment.
Old man is here.
Stop it.
Lin Fan's voice echoed.
Immediately, 3 figures appeared here.
It was Lin Fan, Qinyu, and Sumuyu. Upon hearing this, the armored earth dragon actually stopped its attack. Next, Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings and called out loudly, "Everyone, look at me.
I have an announcement.
This armored earth dragon is my pet, everyone stay calm, it will not kill you.
All it needs is for each of you to pay 100 points, and you can leave."
As soon as he finished speaking, the armored earth dragon cooperatively revealed a flattering smile.
It trotted over, affectionately rubbing its huge head against Lin Fan. Everyone was shocked. The way they looked at Lin Fan was not like looking at a person, but like looking at a ghost. Panic. Extreme panic.
The barrage went completely crazy at this moment.
What did I just hear? The armored earth dragon is pretending? It was all an act? So all those injuries and escapes before were all part of Lin Fan's show? Lin Fan controlled a 4th-tier beast? How is this possible? How many trump cards does he still have hidden?
I now believe he can take on the whole country. They say Lin Fan is hard to fight, I didn't believe it, but today I do.
After an hour of fighting, nothing came out.
Upstairs, you better be talking about fighting. And those big shots watching the live broadcast also wore expressions of disbelief. Lin Fan actually managed to tame a 4th-tier beast, how is it possible?
How much more does this kid have that we don't know about?
This boy must be taken by our Longjing Martial University.
Arrogant, this kid belongs to our Yinbei Martial University.
Everyone stop fighting, this child is destined for our National Defense Martial University.
No, does this kind of seed really need to go to a martial university? Ding. Counter killed Dragon Slaying Alliance, revealing the truth of the movie Emperor, bragging value plus 5,000. Ding.
Taking advantage of the fire to rob no, providing quality life-saving service, bragging value plus 800.
Ding. Achievement unlocked, Underground Capitalist. Reward, advanced lottery chances times 2. Bragging value plus 3,000. Current bragging value, 18,570 points.
Advanced lottery chances, 7 times. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's team points also reached 10,300, firmly in first place. Lin Fan didn't care about the increase in points.
There was only 1 day left in the underground trial. He was thinking about how to perform a grand move to make this series of bragging even more spectacular. Alright, everyone rest well, tomorrow is the last day. Work hard and kill monsters to earn back points. He waved goodbye, hiding his merit and fame. Once Lin Fan's figure disappeared at the valley's end,
a boy weakly leaned against the rock wall, looking at the single-digit points left on his wristwatch, suddenly filled with sorrow.
Did we come to take the national exam or to work for Lin Fan?
Next to him, a girl sighed, "Don't say it, I calculated it. In these 6 days, our team earned a total of 1,200 points. Adding the rescue from Lin Fan a few days ago along with today's opportunistic robbing, we spent a total of 1150 points. So we've toiled for 6 days and barely earned 50 points." The girl covered her face, Lin Fan hardly lifted a finger and made over 10,000.
Everyone fell silent.
In the valley, only the bubbling sound of magma remained. And in the distance, from the rock crevices, Lin Fan's singing voice faintly came through.
Today is a good day, wishes come true. Everyone. Puff. Someone got so angry they spat blood again. On the road back to the camp,
Lin Fan was in a good mood.
Not only because his points and show-off value skyrocketed,
but also because he discovered something interesting through the vision of the armored earth dragon.
Deep in the magma valley, in the lair of the armored earth dragon,
there was a soon-to-mature core fire lotus. A tier earth-grade treasure, containing pure fire attribute energy, greatly beneficial for fire-based techniques. No wonder the little dragon insisted on returning to the valley to rest, it was guarding this treasure. Lin Fan stroked his chin. Tomorrow is the last day, I'll go pick it, and it will be just right for upgrading the fire cloud technique. When he returned to the hidden cave, it was already late at night.
Tomorrow is the last day, do you have any plans? Xin Yu asked.
Lin Fan lay down, placing his hands behind his head, looking at the cave ceiling.
Tomorrow. Harvest the last wave of leeks.
Then, pick a lotus.
Finally, wait for the second phase.
He closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile.
A solo challenge. I am really looking forward to it. Chapter 45, this is a notification, not a discussion. On the 7th day, morning.
In the 4th layer of the cave, deep in the magma valley. The armored earth dragon was crouched by the magma pool, its dark golden pupils reflecting the red lotus in the center of the pool. The core fire lotus, 9 petals had opened, with just a final trace of fire attribute energy needed to fully mature.
Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the dragon's head, closing his eyes to rest.
Overnight, he had given dozens of commands to the armored earth dragon through the enslavement contract, and the dragon, with the pressure of a 4th-tier king, passed the commands down to all beasts above tier 3 in the entire 4th layer, even affecting the 3rd layer. At this moment, centered around the magma valley, within a radius of 20 kilometers.
27 peak tier 3 beasts.
163 mid to late tier 3 beasts.
More than 400 tier 2 beasts.
All gathered, like an army waiting for review, lurking in rocks, caves, and magma flows.
They were waiting for a signal. A clearing signal.
Master, all clans are in position. The consciousness of the armored earth dragon came through.
Very good.
Lin Fan opened his eyes, looking at the fire lotus in the magma pool.
The last half petal was unfolding at a visible speed. Lin Fan, you've gathered so many beasts, what exactly do you want to do?
Beside him, Sumu Yu felt a bad premonition.
Let me guess, Lin Fan, do you want to harvest another wave of leeks on the last day? Xin Yu looked curious. Too small, too narrow-minded.
I am going to be the man of the great love immortal lord.
I want to help everyone advance to the second round.
After saying this, Lin Fan's mouth slightly lifted. As if he could already see the confused expressions of those big shots. The real-time rankings on his wristwatch were still constantly changing. First place, Lin Fan's team, points 10300. Second place, Xianyuan Potion's team, points 4100. Third place, Yi Wuchen's team, points 3980. 91st place, Shishan Experimental Middle School's team, points 620. Except for the 9 teams eliminated midway, there were still 91 teams remaining.
The show is about to begin.
He raised his hand and snapped his fingers.
Roar! The armored earth dragon roared towards the sky.
That was not an ordinary roar, but a war horn.
The next second, the earth shook, and the mountain swayed.
In the 4th layer of the cave, northwest area, Yi Wuchen was leading his team to surround and kill a late tier 3 shadow leopard. The sword light was like snow, and the shadow leopard shrieked and fell. Captain, points reached 3,100, solidly in the top 5, a teammate said excitedly. Yi Wuchen, however, frowned, something's off.
What? Too quiet.
Yi Wuchen scanned the surroundings. Since half an hour ago, I haven't heard any other beasts' calls, not even the chirping of insects. As soon as he finished speaking,
boom! 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 The ground began to shake violently. An earthquake? No. Look over there. The crowd turned to see a dark tide of beasts surging around the corner of the rock wall, like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing towards them. Leading the charge were 5 peak tier 3 lava beasts. Following them were dozens of tier 3 and hundreds of tier 2 beasts. Their target seemed very clear: every human team. Run! Yi Wuchen's scalp tingled, and he shouted hoarsely. But where to run? Every direction was full of the beast tide. In the southeast area, in a certain cave,
the team from the Tang sect in Shizhong was setting up a poison formation, preparing to lure and kill a group of poison spit spiders. Young master, if we succeed this time, our points will exceed 3,500.
Ha! The lookout boy suddenly widened his eyes. Well, what is that? Outside the cave, on the horizon,
hundreds of rock-armored lizards formed a military formation, like a moving wall of rocks, crushing forward. Wherever they passed, the rock walls crumbled.
Beast tide. It's a beast tide. Fall back deeper into the cave. Hurry! In the northeast district, by an underground riverbank,
the team from Beha Province No. 1 had just killed a water arrow turtle and was resting. Suddenly, the captain felt a tremor underfoot. Looking down, the river water was flowing backward. Looking up, on the opposite rock wall, countless blade edge mantis were coming like a green wave, flapping their wings. In their compound eyes, a violent red light flickered. Heaven and earth, there's no way to escape, the captain murmured. The same scene was playing out simultaneously on the fourth level of the cave. 90 teams, no matter if they were hunting, resting, or fleeing.
All were locked on and driven by the beast tide.
It was not a siege, but a conscious drive. Like a shepherd dog herding sheep, aiming to push all the sheep in the same direction.
Towards the magma valley. These beasts are driving us towards the valley. A clever person caught on.
The valley is the lair of that armored earth dragon.
What does it want? Are we walking into a trap? But no one had a choice.
If they didn't run towards the valley, they would be immediately drowned by the beast tide.
Running towards the valley, at least they could live a few more minutes.
Thus, a spectacle appeared on the fourth level of the cave.
More than 270 elite students from various provinces were desperately fleeing in front.
At the back, on the sides, even in the air, thousands of strange beasts formed a surrounding net, slowly driving them forward. Like a massive migration. Except that the migrants were desperate humans.
In the magma valley.
Lin Fan sat on the head of the armored earth dragon, watching the rescue signals flashing on his watch.
The public channel had exploded. Help! Beast tide.
A super large beast tide has erupted on the fourth level. All teams are running towards the valley.
It's a trap. Where's the examiner? Examiner, intervene. This is an exam accident. No. Asking for help now means elimination. My points just barely meet the upgrade line. Is life more important or upgrading?
Lin Fan turned off the channel and stretched.
Almost there.
He looked at the entrance of the valley. The first batch of escapees had appeared. It was the team from Shishan Experimental Middle School, 3 people covered in blood, tumbling into the valley. Then, they froze.
In the center of the valley, by the magma pool.
The armored earth dragon was crouched like a mountain.
On the dragon's head, a boy in a Yunqing No. 3 middle school uniform was sitting with one leg crossed, holding a cup of steaming hot milk tea. Lin Fan?
The captain's voice trembled.
Lin Fan took a sip of milk tea, smiled and waved. Hey, you're here?
Find a place to sit, make yourself at home.
The 3 people? Then, the second batch, the third batch.
The Yiwuchen team, the Tangsek team from Shuzhong, the Beha province team, the Dongshan province team.
More and more teams were being herded into the valley. When everyone saw Lin Fan, their expressions were unified, bewildered, shocked, terrified, dazed.
The valley quickly filled with people. More than 270 individuals, some standing, some sitting, some slumped over, all with pale faces, shaken to the core. And at the entrances of the valley surrounded by rock walls.
The dark beast tide quietly waited. They no longer attacked, simply encircling the valley tightly.
As if waiting for some command.
All right, everyone is here.
Lin Fan's voice resonated clearly across the valley with his inner strength.
Everyone looked up at the boy on the dragon's head.
First of all, welcome everyone to my clearing party. Lin Fan set down the milk tea and stood up. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Fan, from Yunqing No. 3 Middle School, a candidate in this national exam. I am also the temporary commander of these strange beasts.
Wow. The crowd was in an uproar. Impossible. How can you control the beast tide? There are thousands of strange beasts.
Plus the 4th tier armored earth dragon.
Cheating. This is definitely cheating. I got it.
You are controlling the armored earth dragon to command the lower level beasts.
Lin Fan, what exactly do you want to do? Lin Fan, I had given you points before, don't you remember?
Lin Fan smiled slightly, without explaining. He just raised his right hand and snapped his fingers.
Roar. The armored earth dragon responded with a roar.
On the rock wall, thousands of strange beasts howled at the sky simultaneously. The sound waves shook the valley, causing stones to fall. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they fell silent.
All right, let's get to the point.
Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets, looking down at more than 200 terrified faces.
There are still. He glanced at his watch, 6 hours and 23 minutes left in the underground trial.
But I feel there's no need to delay further.
You 90 teams now have 2 choices.
He raised one finger. 1. Actively crush the rescue talisman and call for the examiners for rescue, resulting in elimination.
Then he raised a second finger.
2. Get beaten up by my little friends, then crush the rescue talisman, resulting in elimination.
He paused and added, don't worry, they know their limits, at most they'll break a few bones, but you won't die. Choose. Silence.
Only the sound of bubbling magma remained in the valley.
Lin Fan.
Yiwuchen tightened his grip on his sword and gritted his teeth. By doing this, you are making enemies of all martial schools and families in the country.
So what? Lin Fan tilted his head. What can you do to me? You. Don't get excited.
Lin Fan waved his hand. I'm not discussing this with you.
I am notifying. Chapter 46, there is only one first, but many seconds.
His eyes suddenly turned cold.
I'll give you 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the teams that do not crush the rescue talisman, I will let the little dragon personally greet you.
The armored earth dragon lowered its head as if in cooperation, scanning the crowd with its crimson pupils, its huge mouth slightly open, dark golden breath rolling in its throat.
Pressure. A tangible pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. 10.
Lin Fan began to count down.
9. Someone trembled and pulled out a rescue talisman. 8.
Yi Wuchen's forehead pulsed, but seeing the dense mass of strange beasts around, in the end he loosened his grip on the sword.
7.
The young master of the Tang clan of Shu smiled bitterly. I didn't expect it would end this way.
6.
Xian Yuan Padian lay in the corner of the crowd, chest wrapped in bandages, glaring fiercely at Lin Fan, filled with unwillingness and resentment in his eyes.
5.
The captain of Shishan Experimental Middle School was the first to crush his rescue talisman.
Buzz.
White light enveloped him, and his figure vanished.
Eliminated. 4. Someone took the lead, and the collapse was like a chain reaction. One after another, white lights kept lighting up. 3. Beha Province Team, Dongshan Province Team, Shishan Province Team. 2.
Yi Wuchen closed his eyes and crushed the talisman.
Shu's Tang clan, other teams from Longjing. 1. In the last 10 seconds, there were less than 20 people left in the valley still holding on, including Xian Yuan Padian. Time's up.
Lin Fan looked at the 10 or so people, very brave. He patted the armored earth dragon's head. Little dragon, play with them.
Don't kill them. Roar. The armored earth dragon moved. Not breath, not claws, but its tail. The giant tail swept like a whip. Bang. 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 Dozens of people flew toward the rock wall like baseballs struck by a home run, screaming. In midair, they instinctively crushed the rescue talisman. The white light lit up during the fall, barely teleporting them away right before hitting the rock wall. Finally, only Xian Yuan Padian remained. He leaned against the rock wall, propping himself up with his sword, struggling to stand. Lin Fan.
His voice was hoarse. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Lin Fan jumped down from the dragon's head, landing lightly, walking up to Xian Yuan Padian.
One-on-one, he laughed. Are you worthy? Xian Yuan Padian wanted to say something else. Lin Fan raised his hand and gently flicked it.
His fingertip tapped Xian Yuan Potion's forehead from a distance.
Puff. Xian Yuan Padian rolled his eyes and fell straight back.
Before losing consciousness, he heard Lin Fan's last words.
Weaklings have no right to bargain.
White light enveloped him.
The last resistor, eliminated.
Thus, in the fourth layer of the underground, 90 teams, 270 candidates.
Annihilated. And the time had passed less than an hour.
Lin Fan turned around and jumped back on the dragon's head.
He looked at the magma pool.
The heart of Earth's fire lotus, with 9 petals fully unfolded, a ball of reddish golden flame essence condensed at the center.
It had matured. Time to wrap up. He raised his hand and pulled it from the air.
The fire lotus was uprooted and flew into his hand. Obtained the Earth-level middle-grade heavenly material, Earth Core Fire Lotus.
Do you want to absorb it? Wait, let's absorb it when we get back.
Lin Fan put the fire lotus into his space ring, then waved his hand at the beast tied on the surrounding rock walls.
You all worked hard, disperse now.
Roar, the armored earth dragon howled at the sky, issuing the disband order. Thousands of strange beasts retreated like a tide, disappearing into the depths of the cave in an instant. The valley returned to silence. Only Lin Fan remained, along with the mess around him.
Oh, and the pit left in the center of the lava pool after the fire lotus was taken.
Lin Fan opened his wristwatch to check the leaderboard. First place, Lin Fan's team, points 11150.
Second place, eliminated. Third place, eliminated. 91st place, eliminated. On the leaderboard, all gray words read eliminated.
Only his team shone brightly, sitting at the top.
First in the division. Feels good.
Lin Fan stretched lazily. At that moment, the system prompt sound rang out like a torrential rain.
Ding.
Controlled the beast tide and cleared out 90 teams, shock level show off points plus 5,000.
Ding. Dominated the field alone, powerful declaration, show off points plus 3,000. Ding.
Broke the national exam history record, number of people eliminated by 1, achievement unlocked, cave ruler.
Reward, high level lottery chances times 5. Show off points plus 10,000. Ding.
National live broadcast audience peak broke 200 million, sparked national level discussion, show-off points plus 8,000.
Current show-off points, 36,070. High-level lottery chances, 12 times. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. 36,000 show-off points. 12 high-level lottery chances. What a huge gain. But it wasn't over yet. He looked up at the sky above the valley. There, a dozen figures had appeared at some point. All were standing in mid-air. The leader was King Wu, Chen Shanhe. Their expressions, each one more splendid than the last. Shock, anger, disbelief, and even a trace of fear? Lin Fan. Chen Shanhe's voice was somewhat dry. You, explain yourself. Lin Fan smiled. He cleared his throat and loudly addressed the monitoring group in the air, as well as the 200 million live audience across the nation. Explain what? The rules allow for team formation, allow for collaboration, and allow the use of any means to gain points.
I just formed a particularly special team.
He pointed to the empty valley around him. You see, the leaderboard is quite clear right now. I'm first.
The others are tied for second. Everyone can advance to the second round together. How comfortable.
They should thank me. Chen Shanhe. Other monitors.
What the heck is tie for second? Those are the geniuses from all provinces in the country.
They just got packed off by you alone?
Lin Fan, a monitor from the Longjing family, couldn't help but shout in anger. You're disrupting the order of the national exam.
We will disqualify you.
Oh?
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Which rule says I can't control the strange beasts? The rules didn't mention it, but it's common sense. Common sense is meant to be broken.
Lin Fan interrupted him. Just like it's common sense that a martial artist can't control tier 4 strange beasts, I've broken that.
Just like it's common sense that one can't challenge 300, I've broken that. Just like now, you think I shouldn't clear out everyone.
He smiled widely, revealing a set of white teeth.
But I still did.
So, Lin Fan spread his hands. You can either change the rules now and eliminate me,
or admit I'm first. Choose.
In the air, there was a dead silence. All the monitors looked at Chen Shanhe.
Chen Shanhe's face changed, and he finally took a deep breath.
The rules, indeed, do not prohibit that.
Your performance is valid.
But Lin Fan, he stared at the boy below. In the second stage, you will become everyone's public enemy.
So what?
Lin Fan smiled. Public enemy is public enemy.
Anyway.
He turned around, walking out of the valley. His voice floated with the wind.
They cannot beat me either.
His figure was graceful, gradually moving away, leaving behind a confused monitoring group in the sky, and 200 million viewers going completely crazy in the live broadcast room.
3 hours later.
The news that the cave trial ended early exploded across the nation.
Hashtag Lin Fan controls the beast tide and clears out 90 teams. Hashtag.
Hashtag most absurd ending in national exam cave trial history. Hashtag.
Hashtag one person eliminates 270 people. Hashtag.
Hashtag just how strong is Lin Fan. Hashtag.
The top 10 trending topics were all dominated by Lin Fan.
At this moment, the main character of the event was lying on a military plane returning to Yuncheng,
deeply asleep.
In the dream, the system prompt still rang out. Detected that the host is still causing societal discussions while sleeping. Coolness points plus 100, plus 100, plus 100. Coolness points, increasing even while lying down, but rising slower and slower.
And the second phase of the national exam, the solo challenge, will take place 3 days later.
By then, all the geniuses eliminated by Lin Fan will desperately strive to improve themselves within these 3 days and seek revenge on Lin Fan.
They might not enter the second round. But they cannot be humiliated like that. Chapter 47, Powerful Families Join Forces to Pressure, Rules Changed. 3 days later, at the National Martial Arts Center in Longjing.
The main hall filled with 200,000 people was packed, yet the air was so heavy it could be wrung out for water. In the audience, there were no shouts or cheers like in the past. Only suppressed whispers and countless gazes directed at the main arena. There, Lin Fan stood alone. Wearing a faded uniform from Yuncheng No. 3 Middle School, hands in pockets, slightly tilting his head to look at the VIP seats.
His expression was calm. Even carrying a hint of boredom? VIP seats.
Usually occupied by big shots from the Ministry of Education, Martial Arts Association, and military.
But today, an extra row of special seats was added in the front. The Xianyuan family from Longjing, the Wang family, the Yi family.
The Yi family from Modu, the Chu family.
The Tang family from Shu. The Qin family from Beiha.
The heads or representatives of the top 20 martial arts families in the country were all present.
Their expressions were surprisingly consistent, cold sneers. As if watching a bug about to be crushed.
Meanwhile, on the military representative seats, Colonel Zhao's face was ashen, his fists cracking with tension. Old Zhao, calm down. A nearby general with 2 stars on his shoulder pressed down on his shoulder. The rules were set by the organizing committee, we have no right to interfere.
This is what the hell you call rules? Colonel Zhao growled, 299 people in a wheel battle against Lin Fan alone? Only a full win can take first place? Lose one match, and the score is cancelled directly? This is clearly meant to ruin him.
The general fell silent. He also felt that it was too much.
But the influence of the families present today was so massive that even the military had to be wary.
In the underground trial, Lin Fan eliminated 90 teams, sending all the carefully nurtured geniuses from the families home early.
This was like a slap to all the families' faces. How could they possibly endure it?
So, in 3 days, all the families joined forces to pressure, forcing the National Exam Committee to change the rules for the second phase.
And the chief examiner Long Xiaotian.
General Long has also been left with no choice. The general sighed, though he is at the peak of the martial king level, there are still martial emperors above him and those hidden old monsters, united families, he can't withstand it. Colonel Zhao stared firmly at the young man in the main arena. Lin Fan, don't be rash, concede, as long as there's life, there's hope.
But in the next second, he knew, Lin Fan would not concede. Never. Silence. The chief examiner Long Xiaotian stepped in from the air and landed on the main arena.
The pressure of the peak martial king spread, and the entire venue instantly quieted. This military-clad old man glanced at Lin Fan with a complex expression, then shifted his gaze away, his voice resonating through the venue.
Phase 2 of the national exam, solo challenge, the rules are as follows.
He paused, seemingly finding each word difficult to say. Due to special circumstances of the underground trial, except for Lin Fan's team, all other 90 teams have 0 points.
After deliberation by the organizing committee, Phase 2, all players advance. Wow! The audience erupted. All players advance? That means 299 people? Didn't it say previously that only the top 50 teams advance? This is clearly aimed at Lin Fan.
Long Xiaotian raised his hand to quiet the noise and continued.
In Phase 2, a challenge system will be used. All candidates will challenge in order according to their surnames pinyin. He looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Dead silence. Then, a complete uproar erupted. 299 people in a wheel battle against one? How can this be done? They'll tire him to death. A conspiracy. A blatant conspiracy. The live stream comments exploded instantly. What the hell? Do they even have a shred of shame? Families unite to suppress the genius from humble backgrounds. This is blatant class oppression. Lin Fan, withdraw from the competition. It's not worth participating in this national exam. God Fan, don't agree. They just want to ruin you.
Long Xiaotian ignored all protests.
Continue to recite the most brutal part.
Lin Fan must accept all 299 challenges.
If he wins all, he will be the first in this national exam. If he loses one. He took a deep breath.
Then the national exam results will be void, all rankings will be cancelled, and he will be banned from participating in any official martial arts assessments for 3 years.
Boom. Now even the ordinary audience in the VIP seats couldn't sit still. This is too much.
This is going to completely destroy Lin Fan's martial arts path.
Can the noble families do as they please?
But on the noble seats, the representatives of each family finally showed smiles. The head of the Xian Yuan family stroked his beard and chuckled, "Young man, you must pay the price for your arrogance." Wang Lai, Wang Teng's father, gritted his teeth with satisfaction, "Lin Fan. Today I want to see you crawl out of this venue on your knees." The head of the Yi family slightly shook his head. What a pity for a good seedling, but who told him he doesn't understand the rules? Rules. In their eyes, Lin Fan's greatest sin was not understanding the rules. How dare a child from a poor family stand on the heads of noble families? How dare he cut their geniuses down like chives? Today, they were going to tell him in the most brutal way. Some lines cannot be crossed. On the arena. Long Xiaotian finished reading and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, do you have any objections? If you have objections, you can raise them, the rules can be negotiated. He had made this quite clear. As long as Lin Fan admitted his mistake, there might still be room for maneuver. After all, such a genius was also one the military did not want to see destroyed. But Lin Fan smiled. He raised his head, scanning the triumphant faces in the VIP seats, the angry audience in the stands, and the densely packed comments in the livestream. Then, he looked at Long Xiaotian. The rules are excellent. I accept. Those 4 words, spoken lightly, plunged the entire venue into silence once more. Even the representatives of the noble families were stunned.
He accepted? No resistance? No protest? Not even bargaining? Lin Fan.
Colonel Zhao suddenly stood up. Don't be impulsive.
We can.
Colonel Zhao, Lin Fan interrupted him, still smiling, thank you. He turned again to the noble seats. I heard a saying before. The world slanders me, bullies me, insults me, laughs at me, belittles me, scorns me, deceives me. How should I handle that?
I can't remember the answer. But I have my own answer. That is to fight until they don't dare to nag anymore.
I know you don't like me, I don't care. With these words, he stepped forward and faced the group of students challenging him, but you are going to suffer today. Today, I only want to either kill each of you or be killed by you. For your safety, don't come up one by one, come at me together. Let's share the damage together, maybe you can save your worthless lives.
Silence. Silence. Still silence. Then, a wave of uproar like a mountain roaring and the sea surging. He's crazy. He really is crazy. 299 people at once? Those are national geniuses. Even someone with martial sovereign strength wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. The representatives of the noble families first flew into a rage, then roared with laughter. The head of the Xian Yuan family shook his head. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Wang Lai slammed the table. Good.
Since you seek death, I will grant your wish.
Long Xiaotian looked deeply at Lin Fan. Are you sure?
Sure.
Good.
Long Xiaotian no longer tried to persuade him. The rules are updated, all challengers can come to the stage together, no limit on numbers, no limit on methods.
Lin Fan, if you can defeat everyone at once, then, you will rightfully be the first in the national exam. Now.
He raised his hand, pointing to the contestant passage. All candidates, come to the stage.
299 people had complex expressions.
Some were angry, ashamed by the humiliation of Lin Fan clearing the dungeon.
Some were excited, able to personally eliminate this madman.
Some were hesitant, this kind of siege is beyond fair means. And there were worries.
For example, Sumu Yu and Qin Yu.
But in the end, everyone still stepped onto the main stage. The stage was large, each side was 100 meters long and wide. But with 300 people crammed in, it still felt crowded. Lin Fan stood at the center of the stage. Opposite him, 297 people formed a loose formation, blood boiling, murderous intent filling the air.
At the front were Xian Yuan Patian, Yi Wuchen, and the Shuzhong Tongmen's young master Tanging, among other top talents.
They had suffered from Lin Fan before. At this moment, the eyes were especially serious. Sumu Yu and Qin Yu stood at the back of the team, their faces full of confusion, as if they were considering something.
Everyone. Xian Yuan Patian suddenly spoke, his voice spreading across the arena.
No matter how strong Lin Fan is, he is just one person.
Together, we 299 can wear him down until he's exhausted. But for fairness.
He looked at Lin Fan, coldly saying.
We won't attack together.
The top 10, come up first.
If defeated, then 20 more will come.
If still defeated, 50 will come.
And so on. Lin Fan, don't say we are bullying you.
This sounded very grand and righteous. Yet, in fact it was still a wheel battle. Only now it had changed from one-on-one to a group assault. The audience erupted in curses.
Despicable. Do you still have any shame? Is this how the talented descendants of noble families behave?
But Lin Fan smiled.
Xian Yuan Patian.
He called out the opponent's name seriously for the first time.
You are better than your father. At least, you still know about face. Xian Yuan Patian's face turned dark. You. Enough. Lin Fan waved his hand, stop acting. If you come at me all together, I might think a bit better of you. But now like this. He sighed. It's rather boring. As soon as these words fell, Lin Fan moved. Not charging towards the 299 opponents. Instead, he raised his foot, gently stepping down. Boom. A muffled sound. The arena's floor erupted from where his foot landed, faint golden patterns spreading out like a spider's web. Ancient holy body, blood and energy all open. Chapter 48, National Exam First Place, Massive Rewards. Boom. The terrifying force of blood and energy erupted, turning into a tangible golden beam of light that pierced through the venue's dome. The clouds in the sky were forcibly torn apart. What kind of blood and energy is this? How could a martial artist possess such pressure? Monster. He is a monster. In the audience, countless people stood up in shock. The smiles on the faces of the noble representatives froze instantly. On the arena, the 10 people in the front row turned pale, forced to retreat 3 steps by this pressure. All together. Xian Yuan Patian yelled hoarsely, no longer caring about any grace.
The 10 people unleashed their attacks simultaneously, various martial arts striking towards Lin Fan. Sword light, blade edges, fist imprints, hidden weapons, poison fog.
However,
Lin Fan simply raised his right hand.
5 fingers spread, pointing forward, gently pressing down. Suppress. Buzz. The air froze. The 10 attacks collided with an invisible wall, all halting mid-air.
Then, Lin Fan pressed his palm downward.
Bang. 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 The 10 people were like being struck by an invisible giant hammer, kneeling down on the ground at the same time. Knees hitting the arena made a crisp sound of bone cracking. Ah! Screams echoed. One-hit kill. A true one-hit kill.
Without even using a move, relying solely on pressure, he suppressed 10 top geniuses.
20 more. Come on. Xian Yuan Patian's eyes looked like they would explode.
Another 20 charged out. This time they were smarter, not attacking from a distance, but forming a battle formation, attempting close combat.
Lin Fan didn't even glance at them.
His left hand raised, index finger lightly tapping.
Break.
6 Meridian Sword, Shaoshang Sword. But this time, the sword energy was not just 1.
Instead, it was 20. Puff. 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 Puff.
20 people's chests exploded in bursts of blood, flying out and falling unconscious, their meridians completely broken. Unless there were miraculous encounters, they would be useless from now on, living worse than dead. This was Lin Fan's punishment for them. Since they dared to strike at him, then they must be prepared to bear this kind of cost. If Lin Fan hadn't yet reached the strength to stop eating beef, these people would all have died today.
50 people. Xian Yuan Patian's voice trembled. 50 people formed 5 battle formations, charging from 5 directions simultaneously.
Lin Fan finally moved.
Not to dodge,
but to step forward.
Rubber Fruit awakened initial giant form.
His body instantly swelled to 5 meters tall, skin turning into dark golden rubber, the holy body patterns flowing like lava. Then, his arms spread wide, as if embracing the world.
Rubber. 360-degree Buddha's anger fire cloud palm.
On his palms, the fiery red flames of the fire cloud formula and the golden Buddha light of the Tathāgata's palm intertwined.
He spun like a top. Boom.
Flames and Buddha light transformed into a destructive whirlwind, sweeping across the entire arena.
The battle formation of 50 people shattered like paper. Amidst the screams,
shadows flutter like fallen leaves. When they hit the ground, all were blackened and smoking, unaware of life or death.
20 people might still be able to control their strength. 50 people, if not well controlled, some might die. Isn't that very normal, very reasonable? Silence. Deathly silence.
In the audience, 200,000 people all opened their mouths, unable to make any sound. In the live broadcast room, the screen was blank for 3 seconds.
Then, what did I just see? 1 palm killed 50 people? What kind of martial skill is that? Fire and Buddha light can actually merge? Is the immortal really human? Who said the immortal would be worn down? Step forward. In the VIP seats, the representatives of noble families all stood up.
The head of the Xian Yuan family dropped his teacup, which shattered with a loud crack.
Wang Lai's face turned as white as paper.
The head of the Yi family narrowed his eyes. Such battle power has touched the threshold of martial sovereign. He's just a martial master.
On the arena, there were still 219 people left. But at this moment, no one dared to move.
Everyone looked at the 5-meter-high rubber giant in the center of the arena, watching the blazing flames and Buddha light, looking at the 80 warnings lying on the ground.
Fear.
Like a cold snake, it coiled around everyone's heart. I told you all to go together, but you didn't listen.
How could I harm you?
Lin Fan returned to his original height, brushing off imaginary dust from his hands. His voice was calm,
but it rang like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Xian Yuan Patian trembled all over. He glanced at his trembling teammates behind him, then at his father in the VIP seat with a pale face. Finally, he looked at Lin Fan.
In his eyes, despair finally surged.
Lin Fan, his voice was hoarse. What realm are you at?
Lin Fan thought for a moment.
Realm? Not important. You just need to know. He raised his hand, pointing to the remaining 219 people, speaking slowly. I'm in a hurry. So, I'll ask one last time. Go together, or get lost? Silence. A prolonged silence of 10 seconds. Then, thud. A girl's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. I surrender. She cried as she jumped off the arena. Once this breach opened, the breakdown spread like a plague. I surrender. Me too. Can't win. Simply can't win. One after another. In just 1 minute, nearly half of the 219 people were gone. The remaining more than 100, mostly the direct descendants of the families, still held on for face's sake. Originally thinking of helping Lin Fan in the chaos, Sumu Yu, after witnessing the opponent's strength, jumped down calmly. Qin Yu still stood on the stage. Though this group of direct descendants still stood on stage, their eyes had already betrayed everything. Trash. A bunch of trash. In the VIP seats, Wang Lai slammed the table in rage. The family has trained you for so many years, you don't even have the courage to fight? Calm down, Mr. Wang. The head of the Xianyuan family had a dark expression. This child is indeed creepy. What should we do? Let him win like this? Of course not. The head of the Xianyuan family looked at the arena, his gaze icy. Padian, use that move. Xianyuan Padian shuddered all over. He suddenly looked up at his father, terrified. Father. I haven't fully mastered that move, it will. Use it. Xianyuan family head shouted, otherwise, you are no longer my Xianyuan family descendant. Xianyuan Potion's face turned pale. In the end, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a blood-colored jade pendant from his pocket. He bit his tongue, his blood spraying onto the jade pendant. Buzz. The jade pendant exploded, turning into an expanse of blood mist, merging into Xianyuan Potion's body. His aura began to surge crazily. Peak Martial Master. Early Great Martial Master. Mid Great Martial Master. Late Great Martial Master. Bloodfire Secret Method. The Xianyuan family actually gave this forbidden technique to the juniors. Colonel Zhao in the VIP seat stood up suddenly. This is to go down together. Bloodfire Secret Method, forcibly raising one's realm at the cost of burning lifespan and potential. The side effects are enormous. The lightest could lead to the waste of martial arts, the heaviest could result in instant death. Xianyuan old dog. Are you insane? Colonel Zhao glared at the head of the Xianyuan family. The head of the Xianyuan family remained expressionless. The rules allow the use of all means. You. And at this moment, on the arena, Xianyuan Patian was enveloped in a mist of blood, his eyes crimson and his breath wild. He stared hard at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you forced my hand. Lin Fan looked at him and suddenly sighed. Why bother? For the so-called family honor, turning yourself into such a wretched figure. Is it worth it? Shut up. Xianyuan Patian roared, today, I must win. The Xianyuan family cannot be humiliated. He formed hand seals, and the blood mist condensed into a 100-foot-long blood-red sword shadow. Xianyuan Forbidden Technique, Blood Sacrifice Heavenly Strike. The sword shadow descended, shaking the space itself. This strike had already touched the threshold of a martial sovereign. The whole arena changed color. However, Lin Fan simply raised his head, looking at the blood-red sword shadow. Then, he extended his right hand. Not to block, but, gently grasping at the sword shadow. Disperse. Buzz. The blood-colored sword shadow, as if grasped by an invisible hand, stopped mid-air. Then, in front of everyone's horrified gaze. Boom! The sword shadow shattered, turning into a rain of blood. The backlash struck, and Xianyuan Patian spat out blood, his energy instantly deflating. Impossible, impossible. He murmured, collapsing to the ground. Lin Fan walked up to him and squatted down. Do you know? The meaning of martial arts is not to win face for the family. Nor is it to trample on others. But to. He reached out and patted Xianyuan Patian's shoulder. To surpass yesterday's self. Unfortunately, you don't understand. These words can be believed when said by others. But spoken from Lin Fan's mouth, not a single word can be trusted. Of course, he didn't believe it either. It was just to put on a show. Just like how a nameless figure broke the martial world but then told others not to commit killings. After saying that, he stood up and looked at the last few dozen people remaining. Mainly looking at Qin Yu. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? No one answered. Except for Qin Yu, everyone bowed their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Qin Yu just smiled without speaking. Lin Fan seemed to ponder, then turned to Long Xiaotian. General Long. Announced the results. Long Xiaotian looked deeply at him, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Eventually, he took a deep breath and his voice resonated throughout the arena. National Examination Second Phase, Challenge Match. Lin Fan, undefeated. This national examination's first place. Cloud City number 3 Middle School, Lin Fan. Wow. The delayed cheers finally erupted like an avalanche. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Lin Fan.
200,000 voices roared in unison, shaking the heavens. The live stream comments went completely crazy.
Fan God is amazing. Slap in the face. Slap them hard. So what if the great families team up? So what if the rules are against them? In the face of absolute power, it's all a joke. From today on, Lin Fan is my idol. One person fights against a nation's talents. The first in national exam history. Meanwhile, in the VIP seats, the family representatives had pale faces, sweeping their sleeves as they left.
Wang Lai shot Lin Fan a venomous glare before leaving, his eyes full of hatred like a snake. But Lin Fan just smiled at him. Using lip movements, he said 3 words.
You're welcome. Pooh.
Wang Lai was so furious that he spat out blood right there, being helped away by his attendants in embarrassment.
Ding.
One person defeated 299 top talents, breaking national exam history, show-off value plus 10,000.
Ding. Publicly slapping the faces of national families, causing class upheaval, show-off value plus 8,000. Ding. Achievement unlocked, national examination unmatched. Reward, high-level lottery chances times 10. Show-off value plus 20,000. Current show-off value, 74,070 points. High-level lottery chances, 22 times. The system's notification sounded like heavenly music. Lin Fan stood in the center of the arena, basking in the roaring waves of cheers. He raised his head, looking at the cloud hole ripped open by his own energy. The sunlight poured down, perfectly shining on him. Golden light glimmered, as if he was being crowned. First in the national exam. He murmured softly. Not bad. Next. It's time to meet those real old monsters.
Chapter 49, He Transforms Freely, Divine Elephant Taming the Prison.
The award ceremony ended hastily.
When Lin Fan received the Golden Dragon Medal symbolizing first place from Long Xiao Tian's hands,
the applause thundered, but the family area in the VIP section was mostly empty. Those big shots couldn't even be bothered to put on a facade.
Lin Fan didn't care, casually putting the medal into his pocket as if it were just a piece of candy.
Backstage, in the waiting room.
As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Colonel Zhao and Lei Bao waiting inside, along with several middle-aged military officers exuding the presence of stars on their shoulders.
Lin Fan.
Colonel Zhao stepped forward, patting his shoulder hard. Good kid.
Awesome.
Lin Fan grinned, stay humble, stay humble.
Come, let me introduce you.
Colonel Zhao stepped aside. This is the commander of the Eastern Theater, General Lu Qingtian, at the peak of martial king. The stern-faced General Lu nodded at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with admiration. Lin Fan, I have seen your performance.
Are you interested in coming to the Eastern Theater?
I will give you the rank of colonel, directly under the Special Operations Team, with resource support.
The peak martial king personally recruiting. This treatment was unprecedented for any national examination champion in the past.
But before Lin Fan could respond, the lounge door was pushed open again. An elderly man dressed in a blue robe walked slowly in, followed by several middle-aged individuals with ethereal presences. Young friend Lin, the old man smiled, I am Zhou Weigua, representing the National Martial Arts Association, formally inviting you to join the Qianlong Project.
The Qianlong Project?
The expressions of several generals changed slightly. This was the country's highest-level genius training program, rumored to allow participants access to the most advanced techniques, resources, and even personal guidance from martial emperor-level experts.
Once every 10 years, only one person is recruited.
Chairman Zhou, General Lu frowned, your martial arts association's hands are reaching a bit too far.
Zhou Weigua's smile did not waver. General Lu was joking. A talent like Lin Fan should naturally be nurtured with national resources.
The Martial Arts Association can provide him with the best mentors, the most comprehensive library of techniques, and an opportunity to enter the ancient secret realm.
The ancient secret realm.
Even the generals were moved. That was a legendary place containing ancient legacies, opening once every 50 years.
However, excuse me, but I need to interrupt. Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him. Thank you all for your kindness.
Lin Fan scratched his head, but I haven't really thought about it yet.
The crowd was stunned. Lin Fan, Colonel Zhao was anxious, this is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whether it's the military or the Martial Arts Association, they can provide you. I know.
Lin Fan interrupted him, that's why I want to think it through. He paused, looking at everyone with a sincere smile. After all, I'm only 18 and haven't even gone to university yet. I need to experience campus life, right?
Everyone. What campus life?
You're already strong enough to slap away 50 top talents, why go to university?
What could university teachers teach you? Teach you how to show off correctly?
But Lin Fan's expression was very serious. Serious enough that everyone was left speechless.
All right.
General Liu was the first to recover, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Young people should see more. He handed over a business card. This is my personal contact information. If you ever figure it out, feel free to reach out.
Zhou Weiguo also took out a jade token. This is the Qinlong Order. Holding this order allows you to enter the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association anytime.
Young friend Lin, our door will always be open for you. After they finished speaking, they did not linger and turn to leave. They knew that a genius of this level cannot be forced. Once everyone left, Colonel Zhao sighed. Lin Fan, you shouldn't have refused so decisively just now.
I didn't refuse. Lin Fan blinked. I just said I want to think about it. You.
Colonel Zhao shook his head helplessly. All right, just keep it to yourself. But be careful during this time, you've embarrassed so many families, they won't just let it go.
I know. Lin Fan nodded. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Hearing Uncle Zhao softened Colonel Zhao's expression considerably. All right, you should rest.
The military has a celebration banquet tonight, you must attend.
Okay.
Once Colonel Zhao and Lei Bao left, Lin Fan was finally alone in the lounge. He locked the door, set up a small soundproof array, and then plopped down on the sofa.
Ha! He let out a long breath. Showing off feels great. But always showing off feels even better.
However, after the thrill, one has to transition into reflective time slowly.
System, bring up the panel. Host, Lin Fan.
Realm, Midstage Martial Master.
Vitality, 6.8.
Cultivation techniques, E Jing Jing, Black Level Stupa, Sacred Heart Formula, Heavenly Tier Low Grade, Fire Cloud Formula, Fragment Version 3, 8-9 Mystic Arts, First Transformation. Martial Skills, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Lightwave Step, Buddha's Palm, Second Style, Proud Cold 6 Arts, Fire Dance Whirlwind Sword Technique, 7 Wounds Fist, Fragment, 9 Heavens Thunderstorm Double Feet.
Special Physique, Ancient Holy Body, Initial Awakening. Special Ability, Rubber Fruit, Awaken Form. Show Off Value, 74,070 points. High Level Draw Chances, 22 times. System Space, Purple Cloud Furnace, Earth Escape Talisman ×3, Snow Drinking Crazy Blade, Reverse Scale Sword.
Looking at the show-off value balance, Lin Fan's eyes gleamed.
More than 70,000. 22 chances for high-level draws. System, what's the best thing in the high-level draw pool now? Ding.
Detected that the host has a large number of draw chances, triggering a special prompt. 10 high-level draws can be combined into one diamond-level draw, which contains top-notch cultivation techniques, divine weapons, and physiques from all worlds.
Do you want to combine? Diamond level. Lin Fan took a sharp breath. Is there anything amazing in the diamond draw pool? Give me a hint to open my eyes?
Since the host has spoken, the system kindly informs you. The diamond draw pool has Pango Axe, Fragment, Eastern Emperor Bell, Imitation, 3000 Thunder moves. What's with the excitement, Great Desolate Prison Skyfinger?
Damn. The draw pool is impressive.
Lin Fan did not hesitate.
Combine for 2 diamond draws. Ding. Consume 20 high-level draw chances, combine diamond-level draws ×2. Remaining high-level draw chances, 2 times. Do you want to draw now? Draw. Diamond-level draw, first time.
In his mind, the roulette was no longer golden. Instead, it was shining like a starry sea of diamonds. The floating items on it emitted a breath that could destroy the heavens and the earth. There were bells, cauldrons, towers, swords. There were scriptures, runes, bloodlines. The pointer began to spin. Lin Fan held his breath. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The pointer gradually slowed down, crossing one after another enticing item. Pango Axe, Fragment, Eastern Emperor Bell, Imitation, Juxian 4 Swords, Sword Chi Fragment.
Finally. It stopped at a roll, an unclear ancient scripture. On the cover of the scripture, for twisted words could be faintly seen a transcendence into freedom. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Transcendence into Freedom Law, Fragment 1st Volume. Boom. Lin Fan's mind exploded. It wasn't an information stream pouring in, but a vast river of time unfolded directly in his consciousness. In the river, there was his past self, silently training in Yun City No. 3. There was his current self, looking down on all living beings on the national examination arena. And there were countless future selves, conquering, falling, and being reborn in all worlds. Transcendence into freedom, freedom into others. One thought in the past, one thought in the future. Lin Fan murmured, his eyes swirling with fragments of time. After a moment, the phenomenon dissipated. He took a deep breath and looked at the system panel.
Transcendence into Freedom Law, Fragment 1st Volume The Supreme Law of All Heavens. Current forms available: past self, within 24 hours, present self, the entity, future self, a phantom, lasting 3 seconds.
Note, this volume is only an entry level, the full version requires subsequent volumes. The transformed self holds 70% of the entity's power, and the duration increases with cultivation level. 70% power enough. Lin Fan suppressed his excitement, rubbing his hands like a fly. System, second diamond draw. Chapter 50, The Divine Elephant suppresses the prison skill, can I blame myself? Diamond level draw, second time. The roulette spun again. This time, as the pointer moved, a faint sound of a giant elephant roaring resounded in his mind. Lin Fan's heart raced. Stop. Just stop. The pointer slowly decelerated. Crossing over Chaos Body, Fragment, Devouring Heaven Demon Skill, Fragment, Grass Character Sword Technique, 1 style. Finally. It stopped on the illusion of a divine elephant, stepping on hell to suppress all heavens. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Divine Elephant Suppresses Prison Skill, first 8 levels. Boom. This time, it wasn't a shock to the consciousness. But the ancient holy body's vitality erupted directly within Lin Fan. Holy body's vitality felt like it had found its king, frantically cheering, boiling. Under his skin, faint golden lines automatically emerged, then began to reorganize. More complex, more ancient dark golden patterns. Starting from the spine, it gradually spreads and covers the entire body. Every line, like a miniature divine elephant roaring to the sky. Divine Elephant Hell Suppression Technique, first 8 levels awakens 840 million particles in the human body, each particle comparable to the strength of a giant elephant. Practicing to the 8th level allows awakening 1 million particles, with a single swing of one arm, unleashing the force of 1 million divine elephants. Note, 100% compatibility with Ancient Sacred Body, automatic fusion, body evolution into Ancient Sacred Elephant Body. Lin Fan felt his body undergoing earth-shattering changes. Bones are being reorganized, density skyrocketing. Blood is boiling, every drop weighing 1,000 pounds. Muscle fibers becoming as powerful as dragons and elephants, a gentle fist squeeze creates a sonic boom in the air. Fusion complete. Ancient Sacred Elephant Body, beginner level combines the invincible physical body of Ancient Sacred Body, the characteristic of being impervious to all laws, and the terrifying power of Divine Elephant Hell Suppression Technique. Current awakened particles, 1,000 pieces. Single arm strength, increased by 500%. Vitality points, 6.812.5. Directly breaking through to Great Martial Master. Physical strength, can withstand early attacks from martial lords. Power. Pure, ultimate power. Lin Fan felt that with one punch, he could explode his former self 10 times over. So refreshing. He couldn't help but let out a low roar. The roar turned into a tangible sound wave, crashing against the soundproof array. The array trembled violently, almost shattering. Ding. Obtained 2 supreme laws, strength skyrockets, showing off value plus 5,000. Current showing off value, 79,070 points. Lin Fan calmed his blood and looked at the remaining 2 advanced lottery draws and over 70,000 showing off value. System, let's have 2 more advanced lottery draws, use them up. Advanced lottery draw, first time. Congratulations, host. Obtained, Earth level high grade flying martial skill golden pong chasing sunsteps. Advanced lottery draw, second time. Congratulations, host. Obtained, 4th grade pill breakthrough pill times 1, using it can increase the success rate of martial master breakthroughs by 50%. Not bad. The flying martial skill is exactly what he needs. Although the rubber fruit can bounce and the fire cloud escape can dash short distances, a proper flying martial skill is still required for long distance travel. The breakthrough pill is even more precious. The bottleneck of martial masters has stuck countless great martial masters. If he takes this pill out, they would fight over it. System, open the 0.1 discount mall. I'm gonna spend big. The screen unfolded before him, and the familiar 0.1 discount area refreshed with a flashing golden prompt. Here it comes, the moment I look forward to every week. Flies rubbing their hands.jpg. This week's 0.1 discount area, limited time 24 hours. Item 1, 9 turns golden pill times 1. Original price, 98 million showing off value. 0.1 discount price, 980,000 showing off value. Description, produced by Taishan Lao Jun, it must be a premium product. Taking it can reshape the foundation, raising one great realm, effective below Martial Emperor, with no side effects. Note, the effect decreases above Martial Master. Lin Fan's corner of the mouth twitched, 98,000? Can't afford it, next one. Item 2, Time and Space Tower, Replica. Original price, 120 million showing off value.
0.1 discount price, 1,200,000 showing off value. Description, contains the laws of time and space, 1 year inside the tower equals 1 day outside. Can accelerate up to 365 times, but the duration decreases with the user's strength. Use with caution below Martial King, as it may be torn apart by time and space turbulence. 1.2 million. Lin Fan clutched his chest, pass. Item 3, Immortal Slaying Flying Knife, Replica. Original price, 15 million showing off value. 0.1 discount price, 1,500,000 showing off value. Description, same version as Taoist Luya, Youth Edition. When summoned, it can lock onto a target, guaranteed to hit below Martial Emperor, those struck will have their souls extinguished. Usage mantra, baby, please turn around. Lin Fan, are you seriously trying to mock me for not being able to afford these 3 items today? Item 4, Great Desolation Prison Heaven Finger, first 3 fingers. Original price, 7 million showing off value. 0.1 discount price, 70,000 showing off value. Description, from the world of martial movement in the universe, an ancient divine technique. 1 finger traps the heavens and the earth, 2 fingers shatter mountains and rivers, 3 fingers extinguish all beings. Practicing to perfection can allow one to kill enemies 2 realms higher. Note, requires ancient type physique to practice, hosts compatibility 99%. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. 70,000 showing off value. Just enough to buy it. This is good. The ancient sacred elephant body combined with the Great Desolation Prison Heaven Finger is simply a perfect match. But he didn't rush to make a move, looking at the last item. Item 5, Heavenly Blind Box ×1. Original price, 500,000 showing off value. 0.1 discount price, 5,000 showing off value. Description, contains random items from all realms and worlds, it could be a divine weapon, or useless scrap iron, or a skill, or even a sock. A must-have for gamblers, take a risk, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Blind Box. Lin Fan fell into deep thought. The lesson from the last mysterious source stone was still fresh in his mind. But for some reason, he still wanted to take a gamble. System, could you give me a hint? What's the drop rate of this blind box? Ding. This system adheres to principles of fairness, justice, and openness, and absolutely does not disclose probabilities. However, I can tell you that last week a host opened a blind box and obtained a fragment of the stellar transformation technique. Stellar transformation? Lin Fan gasped. That's a super technique that could lead to becoming a primordial ruler. Although it's just a fragment. There was also a host who opened a smelly sock, the system supplemented. Lin Fan. So conflicted. Rationality told him that the chances were probably the same as last time with the mysterious source stone. The show-off value gamble system was a one-way street. But the gambler's spirit was igniting. What if? What if he opened flame technique? What if heaven-eating demon art? What if the complete version of transformation of freedom? Let's do it. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, buy a blind box first. Ding. Consumed 5,000 show-off value, purchased heavenly blind box ×1. Remaining show-off value, 74,070 points. A plain wooden box appeared in the system space. No glow, no special effects, even a bit old. System, are you sure this thing is worth 5,000 show-off value? Love it or leave it, no refunds. Open it. The wooden box slowly opened. No dazzling gold light. No spectacular phenomena. Only a wrinkled piece of sheepskin, with crooked lines drawn on it. Lin Fan? Congratulations, host. Obtained, treasure map of the multiverse, fragment 1/9. A treasure map? Or a fragment? Lin Fan picked up the sheepskin. The texture of the paper was ancient, and the lines on it vaguely formed some kind of terrain but were incomplete, making it impossible to identify its location. Treasure map of the multiverse, fragment 1/9. Collect all 9 fragments to piece together the complete map leading to the multiverse treasure house. Note, the treasure house contains lost treasures, techniques, divine weapons, and also dangers. Lin Fan's eyes brightened. The multiverse treasure house. Sounds amazing. Although it's just a fragment, this is a long-term investment. Worth it, worth it. Lin Fan happily put away the fragment. Actually, he wasn't that happy. But after all, it was his purchase, could he blame himself? At least he only lost 5,000. Compared to last time's 20,000. No, to be precise, it should be 19,000. Compared to 19,000, 5,000 seems somewhat acceptable. Moreover, the treasure map of the multiverse was more useful than that stone. System, by Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger. Chapter 51 Celebration Feast, Ancient Relic. Ding. Consumed 70,000 show-off value, purchased Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger, first 3 fingers.
Remaining show-off value, 4,070 points.
A mighty stream of information surged into his mind. In a daze, Lin Fan seemed to see the ancient world, a colossal giant reaching for the sky, 1 finger imprisoning the heavens, 2 fingers shattering the earth, and 3 fingers extinguishing millions of lives.
Dominant. Absolutely dominant.
Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger, first 3 fingers, has been comprehended. First finger imprison heaven, second finger shatter mountains and rivers, third finger extinguish lifeforms.
Current proficiency, entry level. Note, this technique consumes a great deal, with the host's current cultivation, using even 1 finger will deplete all energy. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Worth it. Although he could only use 1 finger now, the power of that finger. He felt that even in the initial phase of martial sovereign, taking a hit would severely injure them. Not a family, not entering a family door. Lin Fan ultimately still had to walk the path of the Lin family. Still got 4,000 show-off value left. Lin Fan glanced at the ordinary shop. Let's buy something practical. Grade 3 healing pill times 10, 1,000 show-off value. Grade 4 vitality pill times 5, 1,500 show-off value. Random talisman pack times 1, contains 3 to 5 random level talismans, 1,000 show-off value. Pet food, special for demon beasts, times 100, 500 show-off value. I'll buy them all. Ding. Consumed 4,000 show-off value, purchase complete. Remaining show-off value, 70 points. Lin Fan looked at the single-digit balance and sighed, now I'm broke again. But looking at the new treasures added to the system space, he smiled again. Transformation of freedom. God elephant suppressing prison power. Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger. Treasure map of the multiverse fragment. And a pile of pills and talismans. This round, a blood profit. Exiting the system space, only a few minutes had passed in reality. A knock sounded from outside the lounge. Lin Fan, the celebration feast is about to start. It was Lei Bao's voice. Coming. Lin Fan stood up and loosened his muscles and bones. Crack. Crack. His whole body cracked like firecrackers, and his energy and blood naturally released. The air rippled. I need to calm down. He controlled his breath, returning to the form of a mid-level martial artist. He opened the door. The Thunder Leopard saw him and was stunned for a moment. You kid, how come you seem stronger again? It's just an illusion, Lin Fan grinned. Let's go, Uncle Zhao must be waiting anxiously. The military celebration banquet was held at the highest standard Longyuan Pavilion in Longjing. Not only were there high-ranking military officials present, but also representatives from the Martial Arts Association, and even a few admissions directors from top martial universities came uninvited. As soon as Lin Fan entered, he became the center of attention. Lin Fan. Over here. Colonel Zhao waved. Lin Fan walked over and found several deep and inscrutable big shots sitting next to Colonel Zhao. Lin Fan, this is the president of the National Defense Martial University, King Qinwu, Colonel Zhao introduced. An elderly man in military uniform nodded at Lin Fan, his gaze sharp like an eagle. Kid, are you interested in coming to the National Defense Martial University? I'll give you the special student treatment, and you'll graduate as a major. Old Qin, that's a bit much, interjected a refined middle-aged man with a smile. Lin Fan, I'm the president of Yanbei Martial University, Zhou Wenyuan. In Yanbei, we have the largest collection of martial arts techniques in the country, ancient mysterious realms open year-round, and 3 martial kings to choose from. Our Longjing Martial University will give double resources, another chubby president pounded the table. My Modu Martial University. The several presidents almost started arguing on the spot. Lin Fan found himself in the middle, helpless and amused. Dear presidents, he raised his wineglass, thank you for your kindness, but I really need time to think. How about this, King Qinwu suddenly said, in 3 days, all martial universities will hold a genius training camp for a month, and all top 100 of the national examination can participate. There will be mysterious realm exploration, practical combat, lectures from martial kings, and opportunities to gain ancient legacies. Lin Fan, you can experience it first and then decide which martial university to attend. The other presidents nodded, this proposal is good. Lin Fan's eyes brightened, training camp? Where is it? Deep in the Kunlun Mountains, President Zhou Wenyuan smiled mysteriously, there is an ancient ruin that has just opened. Ancient ruin? Everyone present perked up their ears. Yes, King Qinwu continued, according to our scans, that ruin is at least 30,000 years old, well-preserved, and may contain complete legacies. But there is a restriction on the ruin, it only allows young martial artists under the age of 20 to enter. So this training camp is also a selection for exploring the ruins. Lin Fan's heart raced. Ancient ruins. Complete legacies. This is much more attractive than the martial university recruitment.
I'll go, he said without hesitation.
Good. King Qin laughed heartily, gathering Kunlun Mountain in 3 days.
Halfway through the banquet, Lin Fan excused himself to get some fresh air and slipped out to the balcony.
The night breeze was cool.
He leaned on the railing, looking at the brilliant night view of Longjing. What's the matter? Not used to this kind of occasion, a cold voice came.
Lin Fan turned around. Sumuyu had approached quietly and was standing not far away.
The moonlight poured over her, looking ethereal and clear. Indeed, I'm not used to it, Lin Fan smiled. I still prefer the days of collecting protection fees in the caves.
Sumuyu's lips curled slightly. You are quite honest. She walked to the railing and stood side by side with Lin Fan. After a moment of silence, Lin Fan, Sumuyu suddenly spoke. Are you feeling wronged? Wronged? Why do you ask that?
Sumuyu looked at him. Although you look annoying while collecting points, at critical moments, you did save them. Though they could have called the invigilators for help, there are many times when the invigilators may not be able to make it in time. You saved them and also gave them the chance to participate in the second round.
But their families are thinking about how to deal with you. Aren't you feeling wronged?
Lin Fan was left speechless.
He purely did it to show off, never thinking so much. He should be thanking these families for giving him show-off points. Wronged? How could that be possible? How could I not feel wronged?
Lin Fan blinked, as if trying to squeeze out a tear.
He looked up at a 45-degree angle to the sky, looking melancholic. Since ancient times, the more one loves, the more hate remains. Just as Lin Fan was about to put on a show, Sumuyu interrupted directly. She turned her head, looked seriously at Lin Fan. Let's team up for the training camp 3 days from now. Lin Fan was taken aback. Team up? Yeah. Sumuyu nodded. The ancient ruins are full of dangers, it's hard to handle alone. And
I heard that the noble families have already joined forces.
Lin Fan squinted. They still want to get me? Not to get you, Sumuyu shook her head, but to ruin you. She lowered her voice. Today, on the arena, you incapacitated 80 people, 37 of whom are from the noble families. They would love to eat you alive right now. So what? Lin Fan shrugged. Can they still do anything in the training camp?
On the surface, they wouldn't dare, Sumuyu said, but secretly, it's normal for someone to die in the ruins. Lin Fan smiled, then let them come.
You? Sumuyu frowned. I know you're strong, but 2 fists can't fight 4 hands.
And this time the noble families might use their real trump cards. They have cooperation with some ancient secret realms, and those realms contain ancient species.
Ancient species?
Monsters that were sealed when they were young to delay their growth, training in secret realms for more than 10 years.
Sumuyu's tone was serious. They might only be 18, but their actual training time exceeds 30 years, reaching at least the peak of a great martial master, and they might even be martial sovereigns. Martial sovereign. 18-year-old martial sovereign. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Not out of fear, but excitement. Interesting. He licked his lips. Then I look forward to it even more. Sumuyu looked at him this way, shaking her head helplessly. You're still so arrogant. What's wrong with being arrogant? Lin Fan grinned. If you're not arrogant, are you still a young person? Sumuyu was speechless. About teaming up, I agree.
Lin Fan suddenly said, but there will be more than just you as a teammate.
Who else? That girl Qin. You should also go, right? Lin Fan smiled.
Sumuyu was taken aback, a strange look flashing in her eyes, but she concealed it well.
Qin Yu's background isn't as simple as you think, be careful.
After thinking for a moment, Sumuyu decided to share this news.
Even if Lin Fan would misunderstand.
Lin Fan didn't speak, just stared at Sumuyu.
Staring hard.
Until Sumuyu's face turned into a red apple. Just when she was about to run away from the embarrassment, Lin Fan spoke. People are shaped by their environment.
You are a good person. Thank you. After saying this, Lin Fan waved his hand. Let's not talk about this, how about we go back for drinks? Okay.
The two returned to the banquet hall. No one noticed that in the shadow of the balcony, a figure slowly emerged. It was a person completely shrouded in a black robe, with only a pair of scarlet eyes visible. He looked at Lin Fan's back, the corner of his mouth curling up, revealing sharp white teeth.
Lin Fan. The ancient ruins will be your place of burial. The master's plan should begin now.
The shadow dissipated, as if it had never existed. In the banquet hall, Lin Fan was surrounded by a group of principals pouring him drinks. He suddenly felt something and turned to look at the balcony.
It was empty. An illusion? Lin Fan frowned. Ding. Malicious spying detected. Source unknown.
Warning, the host has been targeted by an unknown force.
The system prompt suddenly rang.
Lin Fan's gaze sharpened.
Sure enough. Trouble is coming again. But.
He raised his glass and drank it all at once. A smile curved on his lips.
Bring it on. The more trouble, the better. If it's not troublesome, how can I keep showing off?
Chapter 52, Potential Test, Martial Emperor Potential? 3 days later, deep in the Kunlun Mountains. A military transport plane was flying through the clouds. Inside were the top 100 geniuses of this national examination. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like water could be squeezed out. Lin Fan sat by the window, eyes closed, resting. Next to him were Su Muyu and Qinyu. These two somehow ended up together, whispering something to each other. Lin Fan, Qinyu suddenly leaned over, lowering her voice. I received news that this training camp isn't quite right.
Lin Fan opened his eyes. What's wrong?
It was supposed to be a regular training camp held jointly by the martial arts universities, Qinyu said seriously, but yesterday the rules were suddenly changed and taken over directly by the Kunlun Secret Realm Management Committee.
The Kunlun Secret Realm Management Committee? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. I've never heard of it.
It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Su Muyu took over the conversation. That's the country's highest secret organization, directly responsible to the central government, specifically managing all ancient secret realms and ruins in the country. In previous years, they never interfered with the training of the younger generation, but this time they're suddenly involved. Qinyu frowned. I suspect it's related to the newly opened ancient ruins. Lin Fan pondered thoughtfully. At this moment, an announcement echoed through the cabin. Dear students, we will arrive at Kunlun Base in 10 minutes. Please get ready and follow the instructions to the assembly point after disembarking.
Repeating, this training camp is fully managed by the Kunlun Secret Realm Management Committee. All actions must comply with the orders. Violators will bear the consequences. The last 4 words carried a cold warning. A commotion arose in the cabin. What's going on? Why so serious?
I heard that the death rate in this training camp might reach 10%.
10%? That's so high. Exploring ancient ruins has always been a matter of life and death.
Lin Fan listened to the discussions around him, the corner of his mouth curling up.
Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting.
The transport plane landed at a secret base surrounded by mountains. On both sides of the runway stood fully armed soldiers, with a breath that was at least that of a grand martial artist. Further away, dozens of silver-white buildings crouched like giant beasts, filled with a sense of futuristic technology.
Is this Kunlun Base?
A student exclaimed. I heard that the country's top research achievements and martial arts heritage are hidden here.
Shut up. A cold voice rang out. Everyone looked up. On a high platform stood 3 people.
In the middle was a middle-aged woman in a white research uniform, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a cold demeanor. Behind her stood 2 young people, one male and one female, both in black combat uniforms, expressionless. I am the chief instructor of this training camp, Bai Su. The middle-aged woman pushed her glasses, her voice amplified across the venue. For the next month, you will be trained entirely by me.
Now, let's count off. Everyone instinctively lined up. 1, 2, 3, 100.
Instructor Bai Su scanned the crowd, her gaze paused on Lin Fan for a moment before moving away.
Very good, everyone is here. First, I will announce 3 iron rules. She raised one finger. First, no private fighting during the training period.
Violators will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the camp.
She raised a second finger. Second, all training content must be completed. Those who do not complete it will be eliminated.
And the third finger. Third, and the most important rule. Her eyes suddenly turned sharp. All information regarding the ancient ruins of Kunlun Su is prohibited from being leaked.
Violators will be treated as traitors. The venue fell silent. Treason.
Now, we will conduct a power assessment. Instructor Bai Su stepped aside. Everyone, step forward one by one and place your hand on the spirit testing stone. Next to the platform stood a half-person high black stone tablet, its surface covered with mysterious patterns. The spirit testing stone can accurately detect your true realm, blood value, and potential rating. The rating ranges from F to SSS and will determine the resource allocation in the training camp.
Start.
The first student stepped forward and placed his palm on the stone tablet.
Buzz. Name, Wang Hao. Realm, Late Martial Master. Blood value, 4.2. Potential rating, B. B level, next. The second student stepped forward. Realm, Peak Martial Master. Blood value, 4.8. Potential rating, A. A-, not bad. The assessment went quickly.
Most students were between B2 levels, and occasionally an A+ would elicit small gasps of surprise.
Yi Wuchuan stepped forward. Realm, Early Grand Martial Master. Blood value 5.5. Potential rating S. S-. Someone exclaimed. No wonder he is the genius of the Yi family, he actually broke through to Grand Martial Master after the national exam. Instructor Baisu nodded slightly, S-. Very good. Next. Tang Ying, the young master of the Tang sect from Sichuan, stepped forward. Realm, Peak Martial Master. Blood value 4.9. Potential rating A+. What a pity, so close to S level. Then came Xianyuan Padian. His complexion was still pale, clearly the injuries from 3 days ago had not fully healed. He placed his palm on the stone tablet. Realm, Peak Martial Master. Blood value 4.5. Potential rating B+. B+? Everyone was taken aback. Xianyuan Padian was the top genius of Longjing. Previously at least S level. The side effect of the blood-burning secret method, someone whispered, his potential is burned away more than half, this life, probably stopping at Martial Zone. Xianyuan Padian's fists creaked as he clenched them tightly, his head lowered, walking back to the team. Next, Sumu Yu. Sumu Yu stepped forward, gently pressing her palm. Buzz. The stone tablet shone brightly. Realm, Early Great Martial Master. Vitality value, 6.1. Potential rating, S+. S+. The crowd was in an uproar. Higher than Yi Wuqin. She was hiding her strength before? Instructor Baisu's eyes flashed with surprise. Sumu, you are from the Su family? Sumu nodded calmly, yes. No wonder. Instructor Baisu seemed to ponder. Next, Qin Yu. Qin Yu stepped forward. In the instant her palm pressed down. Buzz. The light erupting from the stone tablet was almost blinding. Realm, Mid-Great Martial Master. Vitality value, 7.3. Potential rating, SS. SS level. My god. Mid-Great Martial Master. She's only 18. This potential, destined to become a martial king in the future. Even Instructor Baisu was moved. Qin Yu, your data says you are at the pinnacle of Martial Master. Just broke through. Qin Yu smiled slightly, returning to the team. But Lin Fan noticed that as she returned, she winked at him. Hiding quite deep. Lin Fan murmured in his heart. Last one, Instructor Baisu looked at Lin Fan. All eyes focused. This national exam champion, the cave cleaner, the monster who challenged 299 on the platform. What rating would he get? Lin Fan leisurely stepped forward and pressed his hand on the stone tablet. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The stone tablet showed no response. Instructor Baisu frowned. Is the measuring spirit stone broken? A young man behind her stepped forward to check. Instructor, the equipment is normal. Then why is there no response? Everyone began to murmur. Lin Fan wouldn't actually be weak, right? Maybe he used some secret method to temporarily boost his strength, and now his true self is revealed? I said it, how could a martial master be that strong? A flash of delight crossed Xianyuan Padian's eyes. However, at this moment. Buzz. The stone tablet suddenly shook violently. It did not emit light. It cracked. Crack. A fissure spread from the top of the stone tablet to the bottom. Then. Boom. The entire measuring spirit stone exploded into powder. The crowd was dumbfounded. The two young men behind Instructor Baisu immediately stepped forward, protecting her in front, watching Lin Fan warily. What did you do? Instructor Baisu's expression turned serious. Lin Fan looked innocent. I just pressed it. The measuring spirit stone can withstand Martial King level vitality tests. Instructor Baisu stared at him, unless your vitality or potential exceeds the Martial King level. Silence. Dead silence. Exceeding the Martial King level? Doesn't that mean Martial Emperor potential? Martial Emperor potential at 18? Impossible. Xianyuan Padian exclaimed, he must have used some method to damage the instrument. Right. The measuring spirit stone must have had problems long ago. Request for retesting. Many people echoed. They couldn't accept that a Lin Fan from a humble background might have potential surpassing their genius from noble families by a whole level. Instructor Baisu remained silent for a moment, suddenly pulling out another smaller piece of jade from her pocket. This jade was purple all over, with dragon patterns entwined on its surface. This is the dragon blood measuring jade, specifically designed to detect special physiques and hidden potential. She looked at Lin Fan. Dare to try again? Chapter 53, What's Wrong with Ancient Species? Let's do this together. Lin Fan shrugged, whatever. He took the jade, holding it in his palm. 3 seconds later. The dragon blood measuring jade shattered. It didn't explode.
It turned to powder, drifting down from Lin Fan's fingertips.
Instructor Bai Su's pupils constricted.
The two young men behind her were even more on guard, their breath surging instantly. Both were actually martial zones.
Instructor, this person is dangerous, one youth warned in a low voice.
Instructor Bai Su raised her hand to stop them. She looked deeply at Lin Fan and slowly spoke. The measuring spirit stone and dragon blood measuring jade both detect the current state.
They shatter. There are only two possibilities. First, your strength or potential far exceeds the detection limit. Second. She paused, articulating each word. Your physique or martial arts, the grade is too high for these two instruments to analyze, even to backlash.
Lin Fan, Instructor Bai Su's eyes sparkled.
Who exactly are you? Lin Fan grinned widely.
A regular student from Yunqing No. 3 High School.
A fine regular student.
Instructor Bai Su glanced deeply at him. Your rating is provisionally SSS.
Resource allocation will be at the highest standard. Wow. The whole place exploded. SSS level. Highest standard. Instructor. This isn't fair.
Xian Yuan Patian shouted with red eyes, he hasn't even completed the test.
Why does he get SSS?
Because he can destroy 2 testing devices.
Instructor Bai Su said coldly, not satisfied? You can challenge him. If you win, his resources belong to you. Xian Yuan Patian instantly choked. Challenge Lin Fan? The memory of being slapped away 3 days ago in the arena was still fresh.
He gritted his teeth. I demand a fair test.
Test?
Instructor Bai Su suddenly laughed. All right.
She turned around and said to the young woman behind her, Xiaoyi, go fetch that thing. The young woman was stunned. Instructor, you mean? Yes, that one.
The young woman's face changed slightly, but she still hurried away.
A few minutes later, she returned holding a metal box. The box opened, and inside was an eyeball. A perfectly black eyeball with a bright red pupil.
This is a replica of the eye of the demon god, Instructor Bai Su said lightly. It can see through all disguises and detect true strength.
Lin Fan, dare to try?
Lin Fan looked at the strange eyeball, feeling a stir in his heart. He sensed a trace of familiar energy from that eyeball. The same source as his transformation method, the divine elephant subduing prison skill.
The energy of the myriad worlds.
Interesting, Lin Fan smiled, I'll try. Instructor Bai Su nodded, picked up the eyeball, and pressed it against her right eye.
Buzz.
The eyeball merged, and her right eye instantly turned a bright red-black.
She looked at Lin Fan. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Put.
Instructor Bai Su suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood.
The black eyeball from her right eye fell off automatically, covered in cracks.
And she herself looked pale as a paper, her breath weak.
Instructor.
2 young men rushed to support her. Instructor Bai Su waved her hand, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked at Lin Fan with shock and fear.
Her voice trembled. What is inside you? What had she seen just now? She saw a chaos. Saw a divine elephant shadow stepping across the heavens. Saw a river of time flowing through past and future. Saw towering figures bowing to Lin Fan. That was not a sight belonging to humans. That was a god. A demon.
An existence beyond the understanding of this world.
Instructor? Lin Fan said with a caring face, are you alright? Instructor Bai Su took a deep breath, forcibly calming the surging blood. I announce, her voice hoarse, Lin Fan, rating SSS+, resource allocation unlimited. During the training period, all his requests, as long as they do not violate discipline, will be fully met.
After saying that, she gave Lin Fan a deep look and turned to leave.
Her back appeared a bit unsteady.
The whole place fell silent.
Everyone looked at Lin Fan, their expressions complicated.
There was envy, jealousy, fear, and confusion.
And Lin Fan only yawned. Can we take a break? I'm a bit sleepy. Ding.
The testing instrument exploded 3 times, shocking the audience, boasting value plus 3,000.
Ding.
Instructor Bai Su spat blood, causing higher level attention, boasting value plus 2,000.
Ding. Rating SSS+, unlimited resources, causing collective jealousy, boasting value plus 1,500. Current boasting value, 6,570 points. Feeling great. The boasting value is back up. The next morning.
A piercing alarm sounded throughout the base.
All trainees. Gather at the training ground immediately.
Emergency situation. Lin Fan rushed out of the villa and found the entire base in lockdown. At the training ground, Instructor Bai Su looked grim. Behind her stood 5 people. 5 young people dressed in ancient attire, their aura like savage beasts of the primordial age. Let me introduce, instructor Baisu's voice was icy, these 5 are ancient tribesmen who just awakened from the time-secret realm.
They will train with you during this training camp. At the same time.
She paused, speaking each word slowly.
They have the right to eliminate.
Any trainee defeated by them will be immediately expelled from the camp and lose the qualification to explore the ruins. The room erupted in chaos.
Why should we? This is unfair. They look much bigger than us. In the ancient clan, the leader was a red-haired youth.
He was 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging like rocks, his skin covered in red scales, and his pupils were vertical like a snake's.
Unfair?
The red-haired youth grinned, revealing sharp teeth.
Weaklings have no right to talk about fairness.
He stepped forward.
Boom!
A terrifying pressure of blood and energy erupted. The training ground fissured. The dozens of students in the front row were directly blasted away.
Martial Master?
Someone screamed. And he's in the middle stage of Martial Master. Yi Wuqing's face went pale.
18 years old and in the middle stage of Martial Master? How could they fight?
The red-haired youth scanned the crowd, finally landing on Lin Fan.
Are you the one with SSS+?
He licked his lips, you seem very weak.
Lin Fan yawned, who are you?
Qi Lin, from the Qilong Secret Realm, trained for 38 years. The red-haired youth sneered, little boy, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down, bow 3 times, and I can make your defeat look better.
Lin Fan dug in his ear, what did you say? I couldn't hear you, the wind is too strong.
Qi Lin's eyes turned cold, you're asking for death.
He vanished in an instant.
When he reappeared, he was in front of Lin Fan. His red claws tore through the air, aimed directly at Lin Fan's throat. This claw could easily shred the defense of a beginner martial master. However, Lin Fan simply raised his right hand.
His index finger extended. He lightly tapped. First finger. Prison of heaven. Buzz. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly froze.
Qi Lin's claws stopped just 3 inches from Lin Fan's throat, unable to advance even a fraction. He was as if trapped in an invisible cage, unable to even move his eyeballs.
What martial art is this?
Qi Lin was filled with horror. Lin Fan retracted his finger and clapped his hands.
Is that all?
He turned around and looked at the other 4 ancient clans.
You guys can join in. I'm in a hurry. Ding. Successfully immobilized a mid-stage martial master of the ancient clan, the crowd is shocked, show-off points plus 4,000. Ding. Provoked all ancient clans, prestige exploded, show-off points plus 3,000. Current show-off points, 14,070. Show-off points, over 10,000 again. So satisfying. Chapter 54, 4 against 1, countered, trash.
The training ground was deathly silent. Qi Lin's terrifying red claws were frozen just 3 inches from Lin Fan's throat, like a fly trapped in amber. He maintained a forward lunging position, even his fierce expression was frozen. Only in his vertical snake eyes did fear flow that was hard to believe.
This is impossible.
Qi Lin squeezed out a hoarse voice from his throat, my Qilong bloodline, actually suppressed? Lin Fan dug in his ear and blew on his finger.
Qilong bloodline? He tilted his head, are you talking about that lizard sent on you? You.
Qi Lin's eyes nearly popped out. Don't get excited, Lin Fan waved his hand, I'm just speaking the truth.
He turned and looked at the remaining 4 ancient clans.
The expressions of the 4 changed at this moment. They knew Qi Lin's strength, mid-stage martial master, with 30% awakening of the Qilong blood, he could rank in the top 5 of geniuses in the secret realm.
Yet, he was immobilized by just a finger? All together? Lin Fan yawned, or do you all want to stand as statues like this lizard brother? The 4 ancient clans exchanged glances. Their eye contact was fleeting. The next second, the 4 erupted simultaneously. Boom. 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 For terrifying aura shot to the sky, shaking the protective formation of the training ground violently. Martial Masters. All Martial Masters. That blue-haired one has the Ice Phoenix bloodline. I've seen it in ancient texts. The one in purple is a thunder body. The one in gray robes is from the Shadow Clan. And the last one, my god. He has a phantom behind him. It's the bloodline of the ancient demon ape.
The students retreated in terror. This lineup, just the pressure alone could make them vomit blood. Instructor Baisu's 2 martial master youths behind her also turned serious, ready to intervene at any moment. However, Baisu raised her hand to stop them. She stared at Lin Fan intently.
Let him fight.
I want to see just how strong this SSS Plus is.
In the center, the four ancient clans positioned themselves at the four corners, surrounding Lin Fan in the middle.
Kid, the blue-haired girl spoke coldly, her voice like ice. Forcing the four of us to join forces, you have enough reason to be proud. She made a hand sign, and a chill spread around her, thick ice instantly covering the ground.
Ice seals 1,000 miles. Crack.
The ice layer spread wildly from her center, freezing the air as it passed. This was a low-grade Earth-level martial technique, combined with the Ice Phoenix bloodline, enough to freeze a late-stage martial zone. At the same time, the young man in purple roared, thunder exploding around him.
Thunder prison descends. Boom.
Dozens of purple lightning bolts descended from the sky, forming a thunder network that sealed off all of Lin Fan's escape routes. The man in the gray robe gradually became blurry, merging into the shadows.
Shadow Clan talent shadow kill technique. Impossible to defend against.
The last man, a giant at 2.5 meters tall, roared to the sky, a 10-meter-tall demon ape phantom appearing behind him.
Demon ape mountain shaking fist.
With one punch, the wind from his fist ripped through the air, bearing the force of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. 4 martial zone joined forces. 4 kinds of earth-level martial techniques. Plus the boost of special bloodlines. This strike, even a peak martial zone would have to avoid its edge.
It's over.
Some students closed their eyes. No matter how strong Lin Fan is, he can't. Before the words fell, Lin Fan moved.
It wasn't evasion. It wasn't defense. But
he stepped forward. His right hand raised, fingers spread wide.
Then, facing forward,
he gently gripped, leaving only one finger pointing up.
Which finger? Of course, it was the middle one. Second finger. Shatter mountains and rivers. Buzz. The world lost its color. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone saw, behind Lin Fan, manifested the shadow of a giant standing tall. The giant's face couldn't be seen, only one finger, slowly pointing out. With one finger, the ice layer shattered. The thunder was extinguished. The shadows collapsed. The demon ape wailed. Boom.
The ground of the training field exploded, creating a giant pit 50 meters in diameter centered on Lin Fan.
The 4 ancient races were hit as if by an invisible giant hammer, spitting blood and flying backward. The blue-haired girl's ice phoenix wings broke into pieces.
The young man in purple had his thunder body completely shattered. The gray-robed man was forcibly shocked out of the shadows, his bones shattered to 70%. The burly man of the demon ape suffered the worst. The phantom behind him exploded instantly, the backlash causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices as he collapsed, convulsing.
And Lin Fan stood in place, not even a corner of his clothing moving.
He retracted his hand, brushing off non-existent dust.
Is that all?
2 words. Light and airy, yet they struck everyone's face like 2 sharp slaps. The whole place fell silent. Only the heavy breathing of the red-scaled creature in the distance, and the 2 words squeezed from its throat.
Monster. Ding. One finger fixed on the red scale, showing off value plus 1,000. Ding.
The 4 ancient races joined forces but were shattered by one finger, stunning the audience, showing off value plus 6,000.
Ding.
Coached by Su and 2 martial zone guards were stunned, showing off value plus 2,000.
Ding. All students doubted life, showing off value plus 1,500. Current showing off value, 24,570 points. Comfortable. A big gain.
Lin Fan happily looked at the system panel. At this moment, the 4 ancient races finally struggled to get up from the ground. The blue-haired girl had half of her face swollen, blood dripping from the broken ice phoenix wings. She stared at Lin Fan, eyes full of hatred.
You dare to hurt my ice phoenix bloodline. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. What if I hurt you?
He stepped forward, instantly appearing in front of the blue-haired girl.
I dare to hit you. Slap. A loud slap.
The blue-haired girl was directly slapped, flying, spinning through the air, crashing into the training ground's protective shield, and falling to the ground. Half of her face's bones shattered.
Ice Phoenix?
Lin Fan shook his hand. A wild chicken is more like it.
You!
The purple-clad youth roared in fury, struggling to get up. Lin Fan didn't even look at him and slapped again with the back of his hand.
Slap!
The purple-clothed youth was also sent flying, losing half of his teeth.
Thunder body?
Lin Fan sneered, more like a leaking body. The gray-robed man wanted to slip away into the shadows. Lin Fan gently stomped his right foot.
Come out. Boom.
The ground exploded, and the gray-robed man was shocked out, collapsing on the ground, spitting blood.
Shadow Clan?
Lin Fan stepped on his chest. The Rat Clan is more like it. Finally, the demon ape burly man, sensing danger, turned to run. Lin Fan raised his hand, grasping the air.
Come back. Rubber fruit rubber net. His arm instantly stretched, transforming into a large net.
The magic ape strongman was caught, harshly pulled back, and smashed to the ground.
Magic ape?
Lin Fan stepped on his face, more like an oversized gorilla.
4 against 1 and still killed, trash. Hey! Damn! The entire arena went silent.
Everyone watched Lin Fan as he trampled the 5 ancient species like they were garbage. These ancient species had cultivated for decades in the secret realm, coming out with big claims, calling themselves the genius among geniuses. In front of Lin Fan, they were even worse than dogs.
Now, Lin Fan looked around, who else is not convinced? Chapter 55, Life Fire Pill for Grandmasters, so worth it. The training ground was dead silent for a full 10 seconds. Then it exploded with shocked voices. What did I just see? 5 ancient species. Trampled by Lin Fan alone? But those are martial grandmasters. 5 martial grandmasters. What realm is Lin Fan even in? Peak martial grandmaster? Or martial king? Impossible. He's only 18. An 18-year-old martial king? This is a damn myth.
The students went completely crazy. Some rubbed their eyes, some pinched their thighs, and some directly slapped themselves. Ouch.
It's not a dream.
The 2 martial grandmaster guards behind instructor by Su turned pale, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. They were just thinking of intervening if necessary to protect Lin Fan.
Now it seemed. Protect what? The ones that needed protection were those 5 ancient species.
Instructor by Su stared at Lin Fan, her pupils behind the gold-rimmed glasses constricting violently. Her right hand trembled slightly. Just now, when Lin Fan unleashed that finger move, her inner perception went crazy with warnings, danger.
Extreme danger. The power contained in that finger exceeded her understanding. That was not martial skill. That was the embryonic form of a law. This kid. Instructor by Su murmured, what kind of monster is hidden inside him? In the arena.
Lin Fan kicked the magic ape away, casually took out a bag of crispy snacks from his storage space and opened it. He crushed it and poured it into his mouth.
Crunch, crunch. So tasty. Hey, lizard brother. While eating, he kicked the frozen cheese scale with his toe. Still gonna fight?
Cheese Scale's eyes rolled desperately, a hiss sound came from his throat.
He wanted to speak. But he was damn frozen.
Lin Fan seemed to remember, then snapped his fingers.
Release. Buzz. The binding disappeared.
Cheese Scale fell to the ground with a thud, gasping heavily. He struggled to get up, but his whole body was in chaos, his meridians damaged, he couldn't even stand steady.
You. Cheese Scale looked up, blaring at Lin Fan, what kind of dark art did you use? Dark art? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, can't win, so you say it's dark art? Is that all you ancient species amount to? He squatted down and patted Cheese Scale's swollen face like a pig's head. Listen up, little lizard. I don't care where you came from or how many years you've cultivated. Here, if you're a dragon, you have to coil, if you're a tiger, you have to lie down. If you dare to keep jabbering with me. Lin Fan's eyes grew cold. Crack. He stepped down on Cheese Scale's right hand. The bones shattered completely. Ah. Cheese Scale let out a terrible scream. I just crippled one of your hands, Lin Fan said lightly, next time, it'll be your dantian. The entire arena gasped. Harsh. So harsh. This is an ancient species. Standing behind them is an ancient secret realm. Lin Fan actually said he would cripple them just like that. Lin Fan. Instructor by Su finally couldn't hold her tongue, that's enough. Lin Fan looked up, grinned, Instructor, why didn't you say enough when they were trying to kill me? Instructor by Su was taken aback. Training camp rules prohibit private fights, offenders will have their cultivation wasted. Lin Fan stood up, dusting off his pants, I'm just helping you enforce the rules. He pointed to the 5 half-dead ancient species on the ground, they started it, I'm just defending myself. Actually, I went easy on them. Lin Fan shrugged, what can I say? I'm a kind-hearted person. Others want to kill me, I just crippled them. Help me tell their backers, no need to thank me. You. Instructor by Su was speechless with anger. But she really had nothing to say. They did attack first, and it was a lethal move right out of the gate. Lin Fan's counterattack was reasonable. It's just, that counterattack was too damn harsh. Take them to the medical room. Instructor by Su said to the guards behind her, use the highest specification healing pod. The 2 guards quickly stepped forward, carrying away 5 ancient species in disarray.
When they passed by Lin Fan, the two instinctively took a wide detour. They feared that if this master was displeased, they would also be crippled.
All right, everyone disperse.
Instructor Bai Su waved her hand. Today's training is cancelled.
Everyone return to your dorms and stand by.
The students felt like they had been pardoned, rushing away in a crowd. But their gazes toward Lin Fan had completely changed.
Awe, fear,
and a hint of admiration. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, strength is everything. Lin Fan used the most brutal way to prove who the real boss was here.
Lin Fan returned to his own villa, a treatment of SSS Plus rating, 1 villa per person, with an independent training room and hot spring.
Once the door closed,
the arrogant expression on his face instantly vanished.
In its place was pallor. Poo. A mouthful of dark red blood spattered on the ground. In the blood, faint golden flames were burning. Warning, side effects of the life-consuming pill have erupted. Host's lifespan reduced by 3 years.
Permanent loss of 5% vitality.
Current status, meridians damaged by 17%, vitality dropped from 12.5 to 11.8, realm dropped from Great Martial Master to Martial Master Peak.
Damn it.
Lin Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Putting on a show really costs life. What seemed effortless when he took on 4 opponents was actually the result of using the life-consuming pill, the same as the Beast Tide, but this time it was the Great Martial Master version. Last time on the Beast Tide, the backlash from the Martial King experience card and the life-consuming pill combined was overwhelming. Afterwards, with the Saint Heart technique and various elixirs recovery, he had basically fully healed. He didn't actually need the life-consuming pill to deal with those 5 ancient species today. But what he wanted was not just to win. It was to crush. It was to shock. It was the kind of show-off effect that made everyone question life.
So, he took the medicine. Anyway, with the Saint Heart technique and the system, this bit of backlash, he could handle. System, open the status panel. Host, Lin Fan. Realm, Martial Master Peak, temporarily fallen. Vitality, 11.8, originally 12.5. Lifespan, remaining 97 years, originally 100 years.
Injuries, moderate damage to meridians, needs 3 days to recover.
Show-off points, 21,570 points, exchange 3,000 show-off points for the life-consuming pill. Seeing his lifespan reduced by 3 years, Lin Fan's mouth twitched. What a loss. Next time I need to choose a cheaper way to show off. Though he said that, deep down he knew, it's worth it. That wave just now directly harvested over 10,000 show-off points. And it shocked the entire venue. From now on, in this training camp, he would walk with swagger. Who dares to provoke him? Ancient species? 5 martial kings united couldn't defeat him. Aristocratic family geniuses? 300 on the national exam stage couldn't beat him one-on-one. But Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Those 5 ancient species and their hidden realm probably won't let it go. When he crushed the crimson-scaled handbone just now, he vaguely sensed a secret mark within them. That was a bloodline mark. Once damaged, the old monsters in the hidden realm would immediately be able to sense it. Come if you want. Lin Fan grinned, just in time to need show-off points. He sat cross-legged, circulating the easy muscle technique and the Saint Heart technique, beginning to heal. Faint golden and ice-blue true energy flowed through his meridians, gradually repairing the damage. Chapter 56, The Ruins Open Early, Hidden Realm Forces Seek Revenge. At the same time, at Kunlun Base, deep inside a silver building, 5 healing pods were arranged side by side, with Qilin and others soaking inside. Instructor Bai Su stood in front of the monitoring screen, her expression grave. Behind her stood 3 elderly men in ancient robes. The 3 of them exuded deep and profound energy, all at the peak of Martial King. Bai Su, the leader, an elder in a red robe, spoke in a deep voice. That Lin Fan, what is his background? Bai Su shook her head, no information found. The file is suspiciously clean, an ordinary student from Yunqing No. 3 High School, parents deceased. Ordinary student? Another elder in a black robe scoffed. An ordinary student can disable 5 martial lords with a single finger? Bai Su, are you trying to fool us? Bai Su turned to face the black-robed elder directly. Elder San, I speak the truth. Lin Fan's file has been doubly encrypted by the military and the Martial Arts Association. My authority is insufficient, I can't access deeper information. Then let those who can investigate come and investigate. The man in the red robe said with a cold gaze, Qilin is the most outstanding inheritor of my Qilong secret realm in this generation. Now, his right hand is crippled and his bloodline is damaged. This grudge must be avenged. Second elder is right. The last grey-robed elder spoke slowly. The ape gang of my demon ape secret realm has had its shadow shattered, and its foundation damaged significantly. This boy must pay the price.
Bai Su furrowed her brow. 3 elders, Lin Fan is currently a trainee in the training camp and is under national protection.
Moreover,
She paused, his potential rating is SSS+, and there is no limit on resource allocation.
You should know what this means. The 3 elders' expressions changed slightly. SSS+. No limit. This is the highest level of attention from the nation. So what?
The red-robed elder gritted his teeth. He harmed the inheritor of the secret realm. The agreement between the ancient secret realm and the nation states clearly secret realm inheritors enjoy privileges.
Privileges?
Bai Su laughed. The agreement also states that inheritors of the secret realm must abide by national laws and training camp discipline.
I've watched the battle surveillance just now. It was Qi Lin's 5 who attacked first and used lethal moves. Lin Fan's counterattack was reasonable. You. The red-robed elder glared angrily. Enough.
The gray-robed elder raised his hand to stop him. Bai Su is right. In this matter, we are at fault. He looked at the 5 in the healing chamber, sighed, we were outclassed.
There's nothing more to say.
Third brother.
The black-robed elder exclaimed anxiously, are we just going to let it go? Of course not. The gray-robed elder's eyes flickered with coldness. On the surface, we can't touch him, but secretly. He lowered his voice, the ancient ruins of Kunlun Void will be opened in advance. The time is set for 3 days later. There are dangers everywhere there, losing a couple of people is quite normal. The red-robed elder and black-robed elder's eyes brightened. Yes. In the ruins, who can control us? By then, we arrange for a few death warriors. Bai Su listened to the 3 men's conspiracy, her brow tightly knitted. But she didn't speak. There were some things she couldn't control. Inside the villa,
Lin Fan was halfway through healing when the doorbell rang.
Who is it? He said unhappily. It's me, Sumu Yu. Lin Fan frowned and got up to open the door. Outside stood Sumu Yu and Qin Yu side by side. Both of them were holding things. Sumu Yu had a food box, and Qin Yu was carrying a medical kit. What are you two doing? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Sumu Yu said calmly, I brought you some medicinal dishes. Qin Yu shook the medical kit, the highest quality healing medicine, snatched from home.
Lin Fan stepped aside, come in. As the 2 entered the room and saw the dark golden blood on the floor, their faces changed. They only guessed that Lin Fan might have taken some drugs, but didn't expect to be correct.
You really got hurt? Qin Yu quickly stepped forward. Where are you hurt? Is it serious?
Lin Fan waved his hand, just a small injury, just spitting blood.
Small injury?
Sumu Yu crouched down, dipped her finger in the blood, sniffed it at her nose, and her face changed drastically. This is the smell of the life-burning pill.
Did you use the life-burning pill? Lin Fan was stunned. You can smell that? I have an alchemist at home.
Sumu Yu stood up, her expression complicated.
Lin Fan, do you know the side effects of the life-burning pill?
That is a forbidden drug that burns life.
I know.
Lin Fan shrugged. Otherwise, how do you think I overturned 5 martial ancestors with just 1 finger?
You. Sumu Yu was furious. Is it worth it to do this?
Worth it. Lin Fan grinned. Very worth it.
Sumu Yu was speechless.
Qin Yu then opened the medical box and took out a completely green pill. This is a 6th grade life creation pill. It can repair meridian damage and replenish qi and blood.
Eat it quickly.
Lin Fan looked at the pill, his eyes brightened.
A 6th grade pill. The market price is at least 50 million. Qin Miss, so generous? He didn't stand on ceremony and took the pill, swallowing it.
As the pill entered his stomach, it transformed into a powerful medicinal force, pouring into his limbs. The damaged meridians began to heal at a visible speed, and qi and blood began to rise again.
Ding!
Taking the 6th grade life creation pill, meridian damage repaired to 3%, qi and blood value rose to 12.1.
Comfortable. Thanks.
Lin Fan smiled, I'll pay you back later.
No need to return.
Qin Yu shook her head, this is. She hesitated, not finishing her sentence, instead lowering her voice to change the subject. Lin Fan, you must be careful. Just now, I received a family secret letter. The elders of the 5 great secret realms, Red Dragon Secret Realm, Ice Phoenix Secret Realm, Thunderbolt Secret Realm, Shadow Secret Realm, and Demon Ape Secret Realm, have arrived at the base.
They are here to seek justice. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Oh? Then what?
Then Qin Yu forced a smile. They don't dare to act against you openly, but once the ruins open, they will definitely send someone to kill you.
Oh.
Lin Fan nodded, got it.
Is that your reaction?
Sumu Yu couldn't help but say, but that's the 5 great secret realms.
Each realm has a martial king overseeing it. There might even be martial emperor ancestors. So what?
Lin Fan yawned, if one comes, I'll fight one, if two come, I'll fight two.
You. Sumu Yu was so angry she wanted to hit someone. Xinyu stared deeply at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, what exactly do you have up your sleeve? Lin Fan smiled. He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the distant snow-capped peaks of the Kunlun Mountains. What I have? I have many. So many that they are enough to turn this world upside down. He turned around and looked at the two women. When the ruins open, you both come with me. Why? Sumu Yu asked. Because Lin Fan grinned, I need an audience. It's no fun to show off without an audience. Sumu Yu. Xin Yu. Ding. Showing off in front of two beauties, full of flair, show off value plus 500. Current show off value, 22,070 points. Chapter 57, I, Lin Fan, am known for my kindness, but I never said kindness cannot charge a fee. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, Lin Fan kept to himself, concentrating on healing and consolidating his realm. With the life creation pill as a base, his injuries had healed, and his vitality had returned to 12.3, stepping back into the threshold of a Grand Martial Master. He had also become more proficient with the first 3 moves of Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. The first move Prison Sky could now trap a peak martial zone for 3 seconds. The second move Shatter Mountains and Rivers could heavily injure a beginner martial king when fully unleashed. The third move Exterminate All Beings he still dared not use. The system warned that with his current cultivation, using the third move would instantly drain all his vitality and might even harm his foundation. Need to level up again. Lin Fan pondered, there should be good things in the ruins. On the morning of the 4th day, the sharp assembly horn sounded again. All students, gather at the training ground. The ruins are about to open. Lin Fan pushed the door open and walked out. Outside, Sumu Yu and Xinyu were already waiting. Both had changed into combat suits, carrying weapons. Let's go. Lin Fan stretched lazily, time to collect protection fees. Sumu Yu, that's a ruin, not a pit. It's the same. Lin Fan grinned, wherever there are people, there is business. The 3 arrived at the training ground. 100 students were already gathered. But the atmosphere was clearly off. The students were divided into 2 groups. One group stood on Lin Fan's side, about 30 people, all of whom had been educated by Lin Fan during the national exam and were now obedient. The other group stood behind the 5 ancient clan members. Red Scale's right hand was in thick plaster, and his face was bandaged, exposing only a pair of vengeful eyes. Behind him stood more than 20 students, all descendants of various families, now looking at Lin Fan with the eyes of the dead. Instructor Baisu stood on the high platform, her expression grave. Behind her stood the 3 elders of the secret realms. Everyone is here. Instructor Baisu began, I have a few announcements. First, the ancient ruins Kunlun Ruins will open in 1 hour. The entrance is deep in the base and will last for 7 days. Second, the ruins are fraught with danger, with ancient formations, ferocious beasts, and traps, and there may even be remnants of consciousness. The death rate is estimated at 15%. Third, there are areas in the ruins such as the Heritage Hall, Spirit Medicine Garden, and Armory. Each person can pursue opportunities based on their abilities. Fourth, after discussion, there will be no screening for entering the ruins this time, everyone present can enter. However, everyone can voluntarily give up. Oh, and one more thing to tell everyone. There is not only this entrance to the ruins, there are other entrances outside our territory. So, when you enter, you are likely to encounter people from other countries. In the training ground, there was a deathly silence. Instructor Baisu's last words fell like a bomb into the crowd. People from other countries? There is not just one entrance to the ruins? So we have to compete with foreign fighters for opportunities inside the ruins? The trainees exploded in uproar. The national exam was only a competition within the country, no matter how hard they fought, it was ultimately their own affair. But foreign warriors. They really know how to kill. Quiet. Instructor Baisu shouted coldly, Kunlun ruins are ancient remains, located in a spatial layer, so there are naturally multiple entrances. According to intelligence, there are currently 4 known entrances, our Kunlun base, the Siberian Training Camp, North American Sanctuary, and the European Union Roundtable. Each entrance will send in the top young warriors of their respective countries. She scanned the crowd, her gaze sharp as a knife. Remember, inside the ruins, there are no rules. When you encounter foreign warriors, there are only 2 choices. Kill, or be killed. The entire room gasped. Killing intent, at this moment, truly enveloped the air. Qi Lin licked his lips, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing in his eyes. Foreigners interesting. The young masters behind him were also cracking their knuckles. For these geniuses who grew up in a greenhouse, the national exam was already a battle of life and death. But compared to real international fighting, that was just child's play.
Are you scared? Lin Fan's voice lazily rang out. Everyone turned to look at him.
Lin Fan stuffed his hands in his pockets and yawned. Isn't it just killing a few foreigners? Look at how scared you all are.
You. A young master glared angrily at him. Lin Fan, stop talking nonsense. Foreign warriors are nothing like those in our country, their methods are more ruthless.
Ruthless? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. How ruthless can they be?
He walked up to the young master and patted his face. Someone like you is useless domestically and abroad. You're even worse than useless. You. The young master trembled in anger.
What? Don't believe it?
Lin Fan grinned. Why don't you just back out now and go home to drink milk with your mom?
Laughter erupted.
The young master's face turned red, yet he dared not retort. 3 days ago, Lin Fan's act of easily defeating 5 ancient clans was still fresh in everyone's memory.
All right.
Instructor Bai Su interrupted. In 50 minutes, the ruins will open.
Now, we will distribute supplies.
Behind her, staff members pushed in dozens of metal boxes. Inside the boxes were standardized combat uniforms, communication devices, emergency distress signals, and a vial of light red potion. This is the blood escape pill. Instructor Bai Su held up a vial. After consuming it, you can burn your vital energy within 3 seconds and instantly teleport a kilometer, but it will damage your foundation, so use it cautiously.
1 vial for each person, it's your last means of survival. Now, change into your gear. 50 minutes later.
Deep within the Kunlun base, in a valley covered by layers of formation. In the center of the valley, a 10-meter-tall silver light gate hovered in the air, its surface rippling, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. In front of the light gate, 100 trainees stood in line. Everyone changed into black combat uniforms, swords at their waists, their breaths filled with a murderous intent. Instructor Bai Su stood at the forefront, flanked by 3 elders of the secret realm. A few last reminders. Instructor Bai Su's voice was low. First, the ruins will open for 7 days. After 7 days, regardless of where you are, you will be forcibly teleported out. Second, modern communication devices cannot be used inside the ruins, you can only rely on yourselves. Third, and most importantly. She paused, articulating each word carefully. If you encounter an insurmountable danger in the ruins, immediately crush the distress signal.
Although you may miss opportunities, at least you can survive.
Survive. These 3 words felt heavy as 1,000 pounds at this moment.
Time's up.
The elder in red robes spoke, his voice booming like a great bell. Activate the formation.
The 3 elders struck at the same time. 3 mighty streams of genuine energy surged into the light gate.
Buzz. The light gate violently trembled, the surface ripples spinning faster, ultimately forming a stable silver vortex.
Go in. Instructor Bai Su shouted.
Qi Lin was the first to rush in.
Immediately after, more than 20 young masters followed closely.
Yi Wuchen, Tang Ying, and others gritted their teeth and followed.
Let's go.
Lin Fan said to Su Muyu and Qin Yu. The 3 of them stood shoulder to shoulder and stepped into the light gate.
A dizzying sensation hit them.
It felt as though they had passed through a long tunnel. A few seconds later, standing firm on the ground, Lin Fan opened his eyes. Before him was a vast and boundless wasteland. The sky was an eerie dark red, with no sun, yet there was light. The earth was cracked, and in the distance were the ruined remnants of buildings towering into the clouds.
An ancient and decayed breath lingered in the air. Is this Kunlun ruins?
Qin Yu looked around, her expression grave. Su Muyu tightened her grip on her sword. Be careful, the aura here is very strange. Lin Fan said nothing.
He was feeling that faint call within this world.
A call from deep within the ruins.
Fan God.
A voice called from behind. More than 30 students standing with Lin Fan gathered around him. At the front was a boy wearing glasses named Wang Xiaoming, ranked 47th in the national exam, with average strength but a sharp mind.
Fan God, how should we arrange ourselves? Wang Xiaoming adjusted his glasses. The ruins are too large, splitting up for exploration is more efficient, but it's also more dangerous. Lin Fan glanced at him. Do you want to stick with me? Wang Xiaoming nodded. Staying with you is safer. The other students also nodded in agreement.
Lin Fan had already proven with his strength following him was indeed safe. Alright, Lin Fan grinned, if you want to stick with me, you need to pay a protection fee. Chapter 58, this time, showing off with a different target, the foreigners are in trouble.
Everyone was taken aback. Protection fee? Of course, Lin Fan said matter-of-factly, I protect you, shouldn't you show some gratitude?
I take 70% of the gains from the ruins, and you divide the rest among yourselves.
Agree to follow, disagree, and scram.
The students exchanged glances.
70%. That's worse than a landlord.
But thinking about the dangers in the ruins.
I agree.
Wang Xiaoming was the first to raise his hand. Life is more important than money.
I agree too. Count me in.
Soon, more than 30 people expressed their agreement.
Sumuyu couldn't help but whisper, Lin Fan, is this too much? Too much? Lin Fan laughed, Miss Su, do you know what is the most valuable in the ruins? It's not opportunities, it's not treasures. It's life. He looked at those students. I take 70% from them because I can ensure they go out alive. If you don't believe it, ask them if they would trade 70% of their gains for a life. The students fell silent. Then, they nodded heavily. They were willing. So willing. See that?
Lin Fan shrugged, that's called a win-win.
Ding. Recruited 33 students and established a protection fee system, showing off value plus 1500. Current show-off value, 23,570 points. Feeling great.
Lin Fan waved his hand, let's go, find a place to set up camp first. Fan God, Wang Xiaoming took out a palm-sized compass. This is a dragon-seeking plate passed down from my grandfather. It can detect energy fluctuations and should help find areas rich in spirit energy.
Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Good stuff, lead the way. Half an hour later.
The group arrived at the ruins of a dilapidated palace. The palace, though broken, was grand in scale, vaguely revealing its former glory. Most importantly, the spirit energy here was at least 3 times denser than outside.
This is it.
Lin Fan made a decision, let's search around first and see if there are any good things. The group spread out to explore. Lin Fan, however, led Sumuyu and Xinyu into the main hall of the palace. The hall was empty, with only a few broken stone pillars and dust everywhere. It seems like this place has already been scavenged.
Xinyu frowned. Not necessarily.
Lin Fan walked to the center of the hall, squatted down, and lightly tapped the ground with his fingers.
Tap tap. It was hollow. There's something below. His eyes brightened, step back. Sumuyu and Xinyu took a few steps back.
Lin Fan raised his hand and punched down at the ground.
Bang!
The stone slab shattered, revealing a staircase leading down. The staircase was deep, pitch black, exuding a chilling aura.
I'll go in first.
Lin Fan stepped down.
Sumuyu and Xinyu followed closely.
The staircase twisted downwards, and after walking for about 5 minutes, they came to a stone door. The stone door was tightly shut, with ancient runes carved on it.
This is an ancient sealing array.
Sumuyu examined carefully. It requires a special method to unlock. Forcing it open will trigger a mechanism. Lin Fan leaned in for a look. Then, he raised his hand.
He punched the stone door. Boom! The stone door exploded. Amid the smoke and dust, Lin Fan's lazy voice came through. What the hell are you trying to solve? Just smash it open. Sumuyu. Xinyu. Ding. Violet break of ancient seal, show off value plus 500.
Behind the stone door, there was a small secret room. Inside the secret room, there was only one stone table. On the table, there were 3 items. A jade slip.
A broken sword. And an egg.
Egg? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and walked over to pick up the egg. The egg was the size of a fist, completely black, with dark golden patterns on its surface, feeling icy cold to the touch.
Detected ancient beast egg, shadow dragon, deceased. Status, bloodline exhausted, life extinguished. Can extract, residual dragon blood times 1 drop, shadow law fragment times 1. The system prompt sounded. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Dragon blood. Law fragment.
This egg is dead. He threw the egg to Xinyu, but it's still somewhat useful, keep it. Xinyu caught the egg and sensed it carefully. Her expression changed slightly. This is a dragon egg? Once it was. Lin Fan picked up the broken sword, now it's just material. The broken sword was rusty, but from the broken edge, one could see that the sword's edge was definitely sharp beyond compare in its prime.
Ancient divine weapon fragment, dragon slaying sword, remnant.
Grade, heaven grade low, complete state.
Current, earth grade medium, fragment. Characteristic, 300% damage bonus against dragon race. Good stuff.
Lin Fan directly stored it in the system space. Finally, he picked up the jade slip and pressed it to his forehead.
Buzz.
A flood of information surged into his mind.
Acquired ancient skill, shadow escape technique, earth grade low.
Description, can transform into a shadow, escape into the void, and with great mastery, can teleport in shadows.
Lin Fan pouted, trash. He casually tossed it to Sumuyu, do you want it? Sumuyu received the jade slip and after sensing it, her expression changed, earth grade low body technique, you call it trash? What else? Lin Fan shrugged, it's far inferior to my current body technique. Sumuyu was speechless. She silently accepted the jade slip.
An Earth-grade low-body technique, outside it would be enough to spark a fierce competition among martial kings, but in Lin Fan's eyes, it turned out to be trash.
Comparing people can be infuriating. Let's go, let's see what the others have found.
The three returned to the surface. Wang Xiaoming and the others had already gathered outside the hall, each one with an excited expression.
Fan God. We found a lot of good stuff. Over here, there's a spirit herb garden.
Although most of the spirit herbs are dead, a few are still alive.
I dug up a piece of refining material. I found a broken skill manual.
Everyone chattered excitedly, displaying their gains on the ground. Lin Fan took a glance. Most were garbage of mystic grade, with only 3 items of earth grade, a 500-year-old purple blood ginseng, a piece of star iron, and a broken earth grade low boxing skill. According to our agreement, I take 70%. Lin Fan said without hesitation, taking the purple blood ginseng and star iron, tossing the boxing skill to Wang Xiaoming. You all can divide this. Wang Xiaoming took the boxing skill, his hands trembling with excitement. Thank you, Fan God. Although the others felt pained, they had no words to say. After all, Lin Fan was the one who protected their lives. Alright, rest for half an hour, then continue exploring. Lin Fan found a stone pillar to lean against and sat down, taking out the purple blood ginseng and directly stuffing it into his mouth.
Crunch!
The powerful medicinal power exploded within him, and his vitality began to slowly grow.
Consumed 500-year purple blood ginseng, vitality value plus 0.3. Current vitality value, 12.4. Even a mosquito leg is meat.
Lin Fan closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. The others also found places to rest, digesting their gains. However, the calm did not last long. In the distance, a sudden sound of rushing air broke through the quiet.
Someone is coming.
Wang Xiaoming's expression changed.
Everyone immediately got up to be on guard.
A few seconds later,
5 figures descended from the sky.
They landed in front of the palace ruins. They were 5 tall, golden-haired youths dressed in white combat uniforms, looking fierce and strong. The leader was a tall man with blue eyes, carrying a huge sword on his back. He glanced at Lin Fan and the others, and a grin spread across his face, revealing his white teeth. Oriental monkeys, he said in broken Chinese, hand over what you found.
Then, scram.
59th chapter, called Daddy but still showed intent to kill, unfilial, should be killed.
Dead silence.
Then, a burst of murderous intent erupted. Foreign devils, one of the students shouted angrily, you're asking for death.
The blue-eyed man raised an eyebrow, it seems you choose to die.
He drew his giant sword.
The sword pointed straight at Lin Fan. Are you the leader?
I give you 3 seconds, kneel down, and offer all your treasures.
Otherwise. He licked his lips, I will hang your head at the entrance of the ruins.
Lin Fan smiled. He stood up, dusted off the dirt from his pants.
Then, he looked at the blue-eyed man. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Say it again?
The blue-eyed man frowned. I said, kneel down, offer treasures, or else. Before he could finish his sentence,
Lin Fan moved. Not towards the blue-eyed man. But
he raised his hand
and struck through the air. A slap flew out. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the ruins.
The blue-eyed man was sent spinning 3 times in midair, crashing heavily onto the ground. Half of his face swollen like a pig's head, 7 or 8 teeth knocked out. Now, Lin Fan dug at his ear, I heard clearly.
But
he grinned, displaying a brilliant smile.
It seems you don't have the chance to say it a 3rd time. Ding! A slap sends a foreign warrior flying, show-off value plus 300. Current show-off value, 24,370 points. The scene fell into silence. The 4 foreign warriors stared dumbfounded at their captain, lying on the ground like a dead dog.
Half of his face swollen high, blood mixed with broken teeth oozing from the corner of his mouth.
Captain!
A red-haired youth reacted, rushing forward to assist. The blue-eyed man, now should be called the pig-headed man, struggled to rise, his eyes filled with shock and fury.
You dare hit me? He shouted incoherently, the massive sword pointed at Lin Fan. Do you know who I am?
I am John Wick, captain of the 3rd team of the Holy Order Knights.
Holy Order? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, never heard of it. He turned to ask Wang Xiaoming, do you know? Wang Xiaoming's face turned pale, Fan God. The Holy Order is the strongest martial artist organization in North America, equivalent to our Martial Arts Association. Oh, Lin Fan nodded, then looked at John, so? John's body trembled with rage, so?
So if you dare to touch me, the Holy Order won't spare you. Your family, your country, will all pay the price.
Price? Lin Fan laughed. He walked step by step towards John.
The 4 foreign warriors immediately blocked his way, their auras bursting forth each at the peak of the Grand Master level.
Eastern Monkey, stop!
The red-haired youth shouted angrily, take another step, and die. Lin Fan did not stop.
He continued walking.
He reached in front of the red-haired youth, raised his hand.
Another slap. Smack! The red-haired youth followed in John's footsteps, spinning through the air, crashing into the ruins and fainting. The remaining 3 looked horrified. Let's attack together. The 3 moved simultaneously. Swordlight, fist marks, fireballs. 3 types of martial arts struck at Lin Fan.
Lin Fan didn't even look. He raised his hand.
Smack! 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 3 crisp sounds echoed. The 3 flew through the air in the same posture, the same arc, towards the same direction.
When they hit the ground, they all fainted in perfect unison. The whole scene was silent. Only the wind whistled through the ruins.
Lin Fan walked in front of John, squatted down. Now, he patted John's pig-headed face. Tell me, who will pay the price? Fear finally surged in John's eyes. This man, too strong. So strong it was outrageous. I was wrong. He mumbled, pleading for mercy, spare me. I'll give you all the treasures I have. Treasures? Lin Fan raised his eyebrow. If I kill you, aren't the treasures mine too? John froze.
But, Lin Fan stood up, dusting off his hands, I'm in a good mood today. How about this, you kneel, knock your head 3 times, and call me daddy.
I will spare your life.
John's face turned red, though it was swollen and hard to see.
You, don't bully people too much. Bully too much?
Lin Fan laughed, when you just told me to kneel, why didn't you say that?
He raised his foot, stepping on John's right hand. 3 seconds. 3. Crack. Finger bones shattered. Ah!
John screamed in agony.
2.
Lin Fan moved his foot to the left hand.
Daddy! Daddy! I'll knock! I'll knock! John broke down.
He struggled to climb up, knelt on the ground, thumping his head 3 times.
Daddy, spare me. Good.
Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, get lost. John Wick felt as if he had been pardoned, his face mixed with humiliation and relief, scrambling to stand up, turning to flee this shameful ruin for the rest of his life. He didn't even dare to look at the 4 comrades lying unconscious on the ground, survival was the priority. The moment he turned and took his 3rd step to run. With his back to Lin Fan, in his swollen, slit-like eyes, a trace of barely noticeable hatred and viciousness flashed. Dongfang pig, wait until I get out, I will gather the elite of the Holy Whole Night Templars and I will skin you alive.
And your family, your country. This thought just arose. Put.
A faint yet extremely sharp sound of breaking air suddenly sounded behind his head. John's body stiffened, his warrior instinct making him want to tilt his head to dodge, but his movements were slowed down by more than half due to his serious injury.
He didn't even manage to fully turn his head.
He only felt a slight chill on the back of his head. Immediately after, a scorching, domineering, and razor-sharp sword chi pierced through his forehead.
Shoo!
A faint golden sword chi, as solid as substance, cut through the air, trailing a mixture of blood droplets and brain matter, then slowly dissipating. John Wick's body froze in place, the hatred on his face completely solidifying, replaced by boundless confusion and disbelief. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But he only let out a wheezing sound, gasping for air.
Boom!
His body fell forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. A blood hole the size of a finger appeared in his forehead, penetrating through from front to back, with blackened edges.
The entire area was silent. Even the wind seemed to stop at this moment.
All the students, including Sumuyu and Shinyu, stared at the scene in shock, their throats seemingly blocked, unable to make a sound.
Killed? Just like that, killed? Didn't he just say, I'll spare your life, and even had someone call him father? How did it turn around so quickly?
Tisk, Lin Fan withdrew his right index finger, blowing on the non-existent smoke at the tip of his finger. You called me father and then wanted to kill, unfilial, deserves to die. His tone was as calm as if he were discussing what to have for dinner. As if the one he just killed wasn't a captain of the Holy Whole Night Templars, but just a noisy fly.
Fan God.
Wang Xiaoming's voice trembled, pointing to the other 4 unconscious foreign martial artists on the ground. Lin Fan glanced at them. He raised his hand.
Put.
3 invisible sword chis shot out precisely, penetrating the foreheads of the 3 men. The 3 corpses twitched once, then completely stopped moving. Only the red-haired youth, who was the first to be slapped away, remained unconscious on the ground.
Leave one.
Lin Fan said indifferently, someone has to go back to report.
He walked to the red-haired youth and kicked him in the dantian. Ah!
The red-haired youth screamed in pain as he woke up, clutching his abdomen and curling into a shrimp-like position.
His martial arts foundation was completely destroyed by this kick.
From now on, even if the injury heals, he will be a cripple. Listen, Lin Fan crouched down and patted the red-haired youth's pale face. Go back and tell the one in charge of your holy hall. The person who killed them is me, Lin Fan. If you want revenge, you're always welcome. But next time, the people you send should better bring enough money to buy a life. Otherwise. He grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth.
Send as many as you want, I'll bury as many.
The red-haired youth was so scared that his soul left his body. A wet patch instantly formed in his pants, and he scrambled away, muttering incoherently, "No.
I dare not, spare my life. Get lost."
The red-haired youth, as if granted amnesty, scrambled to his feet and stumbled away in the direction he came from, not daring to look back even once. When his figure disappeared at the end of the ruins, the scene was still dead silent. The students looked at the 4 corpses on the ground, then at Lin Fan's side profile, which was eerily calm, and a chill ran up from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads.
Cruel. So damn cruel. He killed just like that, without hesitation or delay. After killing, he even left a cripple to go back and report and provoke. This is no longer arrogance. This is naked trampling. It's stepping on the face of the holy hall, and then grinding it a few more times. Ding. Killed foreign martial artist, 500 cool points. Ding.
Letting a live one go back to report, completely indifferent to their revenge, 500 cool points.
Current cool points, 25,370.
Chapter 60, a precious pill casually given to a little brother, cool points plus 500.
Why are you all standing there in a daze?
Lin Fan turned around and looked at everyone. Clean up the battlefield, search the bodies.
Ah. Yes.
Wang Xiaoming was the first to react, quickly leading the others forward, forcing himself to search through the 4 corpses while suppressing his disgust.
Soon, the findings were placed before Lin Fan.
4 storage rings, filled with a variety of items, though not many valuable ones.
Is the holy hall this poor? Lin Fan frowned.
Fanshan, Wang Xiaoming whispered, these should be standard equipment, the good stuff is probably on their captain. Oh, the one called John. Lin Fan then remembered, walked over, and kicked John's body, pulling a ring with a ruby embedded in it from his finger. His spiritual power entered.
Wow.
The space was more than 10 times larger than the previous 4 rings. Inside, hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones were neatly arranged, dozens of vials of pills, several sets of backup combat uniforms, and a pile of miscellaneous materials. The most important thing was a short sword wrapped in silk, resting in the corner. The scabbard was engraved with intricate holy hall patterns. Lin Fan took the short sword, drew it from its sheath.
The blade was completely silver, shimmering with a faint holy light, and the sharp aura was overwhelming.
Detected, high-tier earth-grade holy light attribute short sword, blade of judgment, replica. Attributes, 200% bonus damage to dark and undead creatures, comes with the skill Holy Light Slash, once per day.
Not bad.
Lin Fan casually tossed it to Qinyu, this suits you.
Qinyu caught the short sword, stunned for a moment. For me? Don't want it? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. I do.
Qinyu quickly hugged it tightly, her face blushing slightly, thank you. Sumu Yu watched from the side, her lips moved, but she didn't say anything.
Ding. Randomly giving away a high-tier Earth-grade divine weapon, show-off value plus 500. Current show-off value, 25,870 points. Lin Fan continued searching, pulling out a piece of parchment from John's ring. It was a rough map, marking only the outer regions of the ruins, with several places crossed out in red, and next to them, in English, the words danger or explored. One of the red crosses was near the palace ruins they were currently in, labeled as Ancient Alchemy Room, abandoned. Alchemy Room?
Lin Fan's eyes lit up, let's go check it out.
Half an hour later.
Deep in the ruins, a stone door blocked by a massive rock was blasted open by Lin Fan's punch. The dust cleared, revealing a small stone room. In the center of the room stood a half-human-sized bronze cauldron, its surface covered in verdigris, but faintly showing exquisite cloud patterns. Next to the cauldron was a weathered skeleton lying on the ground, with a dull ring on one of its bony fingers.
Found something after all.
Lin Fan stepped forward and picked up the ring first. His spiritual power entered. The ring's space was small, containing only 3 items, a few broken alchemy recipes on jade slips, a dozen empty jade bottles, and a palm-sized black token.
The token was neither metal nor wood, and was heavy to the touch.
The front was engraved with an ancient Dan character, and the back had a pattern of continuous mountain ranges.
Detected, Ancient Alchemy Sect Identity Token, Core Disciple Token. Effect, can unlock specific alchemy room seals, might be usable in the deeper areas of the ruins at the Alchemy Sect site.
Lin Fan kept the token and looked at the bronze cauldron. The cauldron's surface seemed ordinary, but after using his spiritual power to carefully investigate, he found that the inner walls were engraved with miniature spirit-gathering arrays and fire control arrays. Although old and damaged, the foundation was excellent. This cauldron. Sumuyu also noticed its rarity, at least a mid-tier earth grade. If in perfect condition, it might even reach a high-tier earth grade. Perfect. Lin Fan grinned and stored the cauldron in his system space. My purple cloud cauldron can retire now. The purple cloud cauldron he had bought from the system was only a mid-tier earth grade, and although this new one was damaged, it had greater potential after restoration. Continue searching. The group continued to search around the stone room and found a small jade box in a hidden compartment in the corner. Opening the box, there were 3 pill-sized, red pills inside. The pills had golden patterns on them, and even after who knows how many years, they still emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. Detected, 4th tier pill, dragon blood tempering pill, about 30% of its medicinal effect remains. Effect, temper the body. Strengthen the energy and blood. The effect is significant for those below the martial sovereign. Good stuff. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled, and he directly picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth. The elixir melted upon entry, transforming into a scorching torrent that surged into his limbs and bones. Lin Fan's skin instantly turned crimson, white steam billowed from his body, and the energy and blood surged uncontrollably. Taking the dragon blood body refining pill, fragment, energy and blood value plus 0.8. Physical strength slightly increased. Current energy and blood value, 13.2. Refreshing. Although the drug's effect was only at 30%, it was still a 4th grade elixir, greatly benefiting his current cultivation. The remaining 2, share among yourselves. Lin Fan tossed the jade box to Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming fumbled to catch it, his voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, Fan God. A 4th grade elixir. Even if the effect was only 30%, it was enough to make great martial masters fight to the death for it. Fan God just casually rewarded them? Fan God is generous. It's definitely right to be with Fan God. The students flattered one another, their gazes toward Lin Fan becoming even more fervent and respectful. Ding. Casually giving precious elixirs to little brothers, show-off value plus 500. Current show-off value, 26,370 points. Lin Fan waved his hand. Less chatter, hurry up, let's explore 2 more points before dark. In the next few hours, Lin Fan led the team to explore 2 marked points around the ruins. One was an abandoned armory, where most weapons had rusted and decayed, only a few usable refining materials were found. The other was a small spiritual herb garden, but unfortunately, the herbs had long withered, leaving only a few struggling to survive, which Lin Fan casually distributed to the injured students in the team. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's show-off value skyrocketed. Current show-off value, 28,070 points. The sky gradually darkened. The dark red sky became even deeper, and a chilling aura began to permeate the air. Nights in the ruins are very dangerous. Sumuyu looked up at the sky. Ancient texts record that at night, there will be show beasts that hunt living beings. Show beasts? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Monsters formed from resentment, residual souls, and special energy in ancient ruins, Chinyu added. They have no intelligence, only a killing instinct, making them very difficult to fully kill. Just as they were speaking, from the distant ruins came a teeth-gritting creak sound. As if something was dragging a heavy object while crawling. Then came a low, inhuman roar. They're here. Lin Fan's eyes brightened, and instead of fear, he felt a bit excited. He was just worried about not having a place to test the newly practiced Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. Everyone, form a defensive circle. Wang Xiaoming quickly reacted and immediately instructed the students to back-to-back form a circle. Sumuyu and Chinyu also drew their weapons, ready for battle. In the darkness, several distorted figures slowly crawled out from the shadows of the ruins. They were 3 indescribable monsters. Overall, they resembled humans, but on all fours, their skin was a rotting gray-green, covered with pus-filled sores and cracks. Their heads had no facial features, only a large mouth split to the roots of the ears, packed tightly with sharp teeth. They emitted a nauseating stench of decay, and wherever they passed, even the stones were corroded, sizzling. They are corpse show beasts, a knowledgeable student exclaimed, mid-martial sovereign level of power, be careful of their venom and corrosive nature. Before the voice fell, the 3 corpse show beasts moved at the same time. Swift as a ghost, they morphed into 3 gray shadows, lunging toward the crowd. Looking for death. Lin Fan stepped forward, standing at the forefront. Chapter 61, some have, host, some don't. His right hand raised, index finger extended. He gently pointed at the fastest charging show beast. First finger. Prison sky. Buzz. The void solidified. The charging corpse show beast was as if gripped by an invisible hand, forcefully frozen in midair. It thrashed frantically, with decayed flesh and pus splattering everywhere, yet it couldn't break free at all. The other two show beasts saw this and howled, changing directions to lunge at Lin Fan from the left and right. Lin Fan didn't even look. His left hand raised, thumb and middle finger pointed out simultaneously.
Second finger. Shatter mountains and rivers. Boom. Two pale golden finger forces shot through the air, precisely hitting the chests of the two show beasts. The moment the finger jabbed into the body, it erupted with a roar. Boom. Boom. The two rotting corpse beasts didn't even let out a scream, directly blasted into pieces of flesh and green pus flying everywhere. The beast trapped by prison sky seemed to sense the threat of death and struggled even more wildly. Lin Fan glanced at it. His right index finger pressed down slightly. Destroy. Crack. The void shattered like glass. The body of that beast, along with a 3-meter area around it, was crushed into powder by an invisible force. Turned to ash. Not even a drop of pus was left. After finishing all this, Lin Fan withdrew his hand and shook his wrist. Not bad, warm up. He turned to look back. Everyone, including Sumuyu and Chinyu, had their mouths agape, staring blankly at him. Their eyes looked like they were gazing at a deity. 3 mid-tier martial cult beasts. Just like that. Gone? 1 move for each? No, 3 moves. No, 3 fingers, and he killed 3? What kind of monster is this? This is a beast. So hard to kill. Much harder than killing a normal mid-tier martial cultivator. Ding. Instantaneously killed 3 mid-tier martial cult beasts, shocking the entire audience, boast value plus 3,000. Ding. Used Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger, boast value plus 1,000. Current boast value, 32,070 points. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. This wave is not a loss. Continue to keep watch. He turned back to the group. Tonight, I am on duty, you all rest. Fan God, how can this be? Wan Xiaoming quickly said, you've been tired all day, let us keep watch. Stop talking nonsense, Lin Fan interrupted, if I say rest, then rest. There will be tough battles tomorrow. He paused, looking towards the dark depths. There, faintly, more roaring sounds were coming. The beasts seemed to be getting more numerous. Ding. The boss guarding for his little brothers, moving the whole crowd, boast value plus 1,000. Current boast value, 33,070 points. Meanwhile, in another area of the ruins, by a broken altar, a dozen figures dressed in silver holy hall uniforms formed a circle. In the center was the disheveled red-haired youth, incapacitated and despondent. That's how it is, the red-haired youth knelt on the ground, tears streaming down. Captain John and the others were all killed by that guy named Lin Fan, only I returned to report. He even told the holy hall to send more people, so he could bury them all together. Silence. The temperature around the altar suddenly dropped to freezing point. At the forefront was a tall man with golden hair, his features cold and sculptural. He wore silver heavy armor, with a cross-sword emblem carved on his chest, and carried a giant sword as wide as a door panel on his back. At this moment, he closed his eyes, and veins pulsed slightly on his forehead. Lin Fan, he slowly opened his eyes, his pupils a rare silver color, the one from the east, who ranked first in the martial examination. Yes, Sir Lancelot, the red-haired youth stammered, it's him. The national exam champion, who reportedly defeated 300 peers in the arena all by himself. Beside Lancelot, a red-haired female knight sneered, an Eastern genius? Just a flower in a greenhouse. That waste John actually died at the hands of such a person, truly disgraceful. Elena, don't underestimate him. Another knight with glasses, elegant in demeanor, adjusted his spectacles, being able to instantaneously kill John's team. His strength is at least mid-tier martial sovereign. This generation from the east has produced an extraordinary individual. Lancelot raised his hand, silencing the debate. He looked at the red-haired youth, his voice icy like iron. Which direction did he go? West. The ruined palace area. Very good. Lancelot stood up, lifting the giant sword solely with one hand, resting it on his shoulder. With silver-white pupils, he gazed towards the west. Relay my orders. The Holy Hall's 3rd Knight Brigade, all personnel assemble. Target, ruined palace area. Task. He paused, each word heavy with murderous intent, rising to the sky. Kill Lin Fan. Blood debts. Must be paid in blood. Deep into the night. Lin Fan sat atop a broken pillar high in the ruins, chewing on a blade of grass, gazing at the dark red sky. Below, the students took turns keeping watch and resting, snoring rising and falling. Sumuyu and Chinyu sat not far away, eyes closed in meditation, but clearly, neither had fallen into deep sleep. Fan God. Wang Xiaoming quietly approached, lowering his voice, just now, when you killed those 3 foreigners. Isn't this too impulsive? Lin Fan glanced at him. What, are you scared? Not scared.
Wang Xiaoming quickly shook his head. It's just, the Holy Hall is the strongest organization in North America, they will definitely seek revenge. We killed their people, and then left some alive to provoke them, they will surely send experts to retaliate.
I want them to come.
Lin Fan spat out a blade of grass. I'm killing John, not just for fun.
Ha! Wang Xiaoming was taken aback. The ruins are so big, searching for opportunities everywhere is too slow.
Lin Fan grinned, better to let them come to us.
The people from the Holy Hall must have many good items on them. Kill one, get a haul. Kill 10, make a fortune. What a deal. Wang Xiaoming was dumbfounded. Are we treating the Holy Hall Knights like delivery boys? This thinking is so incredibly unique.
But, what if they send a martial king? Wang Xiaoming still worried.
Martial kings can't enter. Lin Fan shook his head, the ruins have restrictions for those under 20. A 20-year-old martial king? Do you think martial kings grow on trees? Wang Xiaoming thought for a moment and agreed.
A 20-year-old martial master is already a once-in-a-lifetime talent, a martial king, that must be a legendary figure. Don't worry, Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder, bring as many as they come, I'll kill as many. You just focus on looting the bodies and splitting the reward.
Wang Xiaoming swallowed hard and nodded earnestly, got it.
Once Wang Xiaoming left, Lin Fan turned to look at the night sky.
In his mind, the system prompt flashed again. Warning, intense hostility detected. Source, Holy Hall Knights.
Danger level, high, may include peak martial masters or even half-step martial kings.
Suggestion, avoid confrontation or set traps. Lin Fan smiled. Avoid? Avoid my ass.
System, he asked in his heart, how much longer until the Chaos Egg hatches? Report to host, the Chaos Egg has absorbed the remaining energy crystals, and it will hatch in exactly 1 hour.
Are there any items in the store to speed up the hatching?
Yes, host, there are.
In the early morning hours. On the western side of the ruins, 30 miles away.
50 knights in silver armor from the Holy Hall stood in neat formation. Their aura was imposing, their blood essence joining together like a massive sleeping beast. Lancelot stood at the forefront, his silver-white pupils glowing coldly in the night. My lord, ahead is the palace ruins area, Alina pointed to the map, according to intelligence, Lin Fan's team should be camping around here. Lancelot nodded, search in groups of 3, signal immediately upon finding the target, do not engage alone.
Yes. The knights quickly dispersed, flowing into the ruins like a stream of silver.
Lancelot led Alina and the bespectacled knight toward the most prominent broken main hall in the center of the ruins.
Lancelot, the bespectacled knight suddenly frowned, don't you feel there are unusually many ruins beasts tonight? Indeed.
On their way, they had encountered at least 10 waves of ruins beasts. Although they were all early martial masters and could be wiped out easily, the density was clearly abnormal. It might be an anomaly in the ruins, Alina shrugged, good, let's kill a few more in exchange for merit when we return.
Lancelot remained silent. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It was too quiet. Aside from the roars of the ruins beasts, the entire ruins were terrifyingly silent. As if something was, in the darkness, waiting for them. Suddenly,
a shrill scream came from around the corner of the ruins.
Ah! It was the voice of a Holy Hall Knight. Something happened.
Lancelot's face changed, and his form instantly turned into a silver flash as he rushed forward.
Alina and the bespectacled knight quickly followed. Turning the corner,
the 3 suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their pupils dilated in shock. Before them was an open space.
The ground was densely packed, filled with ruins beasts.
Corrupted corpse beasts, bone spire beasts, shadow retreat beasts, at least 100 of them.
They were attacking 3 Holy Hall Knights in the center like a tidal wave.
The 3 knights were back to back, wildly swinging their swords, their holy light shining, but they could not break through the encirclement at all. On the ground around them lay 7 or 8 torn apart remains of ruins beasts.
But even more ruins beasts surged forward. How is this possible? Alina gasped, so many ruins beasts gathered together? Don't they have no intelligence? The glasses knight's face turned pale, unless someone guides us. As soon as the words fell. At the high point of the ruins, on a broken beam,
a huge beastly figure loomed, and on the beast's back, a human figure sat lazily, swinging his legs. It was Lin Fan and the newly hatched Xianqi. With the help of energy crystals, the bloodline was no longer 1 in 10,000 but reached 1 in 1,000. Just hatched, he had already reached the peak of the 4th tier in this world. At the same time, he had awakened his talent's secret method. Slavery. At the 4th tier, he could enslave 1 beast of a lower level than himself. With each elevation of tier, the number of enslaved beasts would also increase by 1.
Among these ruins beasts, the one with the highest strength was the one enslaved by Qianqi. Lin Fan was a professional in causing beast tides. The ruins beast tide was still a beast tide. He looked down at the holy knights surrounded by the ruins beasts, and then glanced at the arriving Lancelot and his companions. He grinned and smiled. "Oh, you're here? I've been waiting for you. Do you like this? This. Welcome gift. Ding. Layout to lure and kill holy knights, style explosion, show off value plus 5,000. Current show off value, 38,070 points." Lin Fan smiled even happier. "Wow, system, why so generous all of a sudden? Is the lottery business lacking performance?" Chapter 62, the last one who said this, their corpse is already cold. "Do you like this? This, welcome gift." Lin Fan sat on Qianqi's broad back, crossing his legs, smiling like a waiter serving a fruit platter to guests. But this fruit platter was made up of hundreds of howling, roaring ruins beasts. And the guests were the pale-faced Lancelot and his companions, and the three holy knights surrounded and in a precarious situation. "Lin Fan!" Elena's scream nearly tore through the night sky, her beautiful blue eyes burning with raging anger. "You dare to use these filthy monsters to surround and kill holy knights? This is blasphemy. It's a declaration of war." "Declaration of war?" Lin Fan dug at his ear, looking confused. "Didn't you come to find me first? What, is it only permissible for you to kill and seize, and not for me to set up a welcoming ceremony?" He patted the head of Qianqi beneath him. Qianqi let out a low growl, its crimson vertical pupils sweeping over the crowd below, that gaze filled with pure ferocity and hunger, as if evaluating which piece of meat was more tender. This was a true ancient ferocious beast. Even if the bloodline had only awakened to 1 in 1,000, the pressure coming from the depths of the bloodline was enough to make any martial artist below the martial sovereign weak in the knees. "Lord Lancelot! Save us! Ah!" One of the surrounded knights screamed in agony as its left arm was torn apart by the claw of a bone-spike ruins beast, the holy light armor shattering like paper. Lancelot's silver-white pupils shrank violently. "No more waiting! Elena, Carl, save them!" He growled low, and the giant sword behind him was already drawn. Buzz! The sword body trembled, and silver holy light surged into the sky, illuminating half the night sky as bright as day. Holy light judgment! Slash! Lancelot took a step forward, transforming into a silver meteor, with the giant sword carrying the momentum of splitting mountains and breaking the earth, fiercely slashing towards the most concentrated part of the ruins beast tide. This sword clearly showed the peak cultivation of a martial sovereign. Wherever the sword light passed, the air was ripped apart with sharp explosions, and the ground was plowed into a deep trench. No wonder he is the leader of the 3rd Knight Regiment of the Holy Temple. The glasses knight Carl pushed up his frames, and the staff in his hand glowed with a complex magic array, Light's Prison. Countless chains of light shot out from the void, wrapping around the ruins beasts trying to pounce on Lancelot. Elena then drew her rapier, her figure flickering like a ghost, targeting the weak points of the ruins beasts such as their eyes and joints. The three of them coordinated perfectly, instantly tearing a gap in the ruins beast tide. The three knights surrounded saw hope and desperately rushed towards the opening. TSK, a bit of something. High above, Lin Fan watched with great interest, even pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds from his storage ring and starting to crack them. God Fan. Below, Wang Xiaoming and others were already dumbfounded. They hid in the concealment formation arranged by Lin Fan, watching the world-destroying battle outside, their legs trembling. Is this the power of the world's top genius? Lancelot's sword seemed like it could kill all 30 of them in an instant. What's the rush? Lin Fan spit out a sunflower seed shell. Just watch. Before he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred in the arena. Just as Lancelot was about to reach those three knights. Roar! The peak 4th level soul-devouring beast, which had been enslaved by Qianqi and lurking deep in the beast tide, suddenly moved. It did not attack Lancelot. Instead, it opened its massive mouth filled with spiral teeth, aimed at the three knights who were about to escape. No! The three knights' pupils shrank suddenly, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late. A terrifying suction aimed at the soul erupted from the soul-devouring beast's mouth. Puff! 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 The three bodies froze suddenly. Then, from their 7 orifices, 3 shadowy human figures were forcibly pulled out. Those were their souls. The souls struggled and screamed as they were swallowed into the soul-devouring beast's mouth. As for their bodies, they fell straight down, their pupils dilating, their lives gone. Instant kill. A true instant kill at the soul level. Johnson. Hank. Martin. Elena's eyes widened in anger, crazily charging towards the soul-devouring beast. I will kill you, monster. Elena. Come back. Carl shouted urgently. But it was already too late.
The soul-devouring beast swallowed the three souls, its crimson single eye turning towards the charging Elena, its massive mouth opening again.
Get away! Lancelot's roar exploded like thunder.
He abandoned the rescue, turning his giant sword, wrapped in overwhelming holy light, slashing fiercely at the head of the soul-devouring beast. This sword was struck out in anger. Where the sword light passed, the space subtly distorted. The soul-devouring beast seemed to sense danger, a glimmer of cunning flashing in its single eye as its massive body strangely shrank backward.
Boom!
The sword light slashed down, carving a trench over 100 meters long in the ground. But the soul-devouring beast was only severed a few tentacles.
It retreated deep into the beast tide, its single eye mocking Lancelot. It's toying with us.
Carl's face turned pale. This beast has intelligence.
Not intelligence.
Lin Fan, high up, cracked sunflower seeds lazily as he spoke. I'm giving the orders. He patted Xiangqi's head. Little Qiong, tell that big octopus to stop playing and finish this quickly.
Roar!
Xiangqi howled to the sky, emitting a sound wave containing commands only beasts could understand. The soul-devouring beast's single eye flickered, no longer holding back.
Hiss! It let out a sharp hiss, and gray-black resentment surged wildly around it.
Immediately after, all the beast tide, as if receiving the highest command, went into a frenzy simultaneously.
The attack frequency surged threefold in an instant. Moreover, it was no longer mindless slaughter, but began tactically to divide, surround, and wear down. Damn it! Lancelot's expression finally changed.
He could feel that the coordination of these beasts was like a well-trained army. And the commander of the army was that eastern boy sitting atop the beast, cracking sunflower seeds and watching the show.
Lin Fan.
Lancelot's silver pupils locked onto Lin Fan fiercely. If you're a man, come down and fight me.
Using these monsters means nothing. A provocation technique?
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and spat out the sunflower seed shell. That trick is too old-fashioned. I haven't used it since I was 3. He stretched and stood up from Xiangqi's back.
However, you are right.
After watching the show for so long, it really has become a bit boring. Lin Fan stepped out, lightly dropping from a broken pillar several dozen meters high.
He landed silently. He walked to the front of the beast tide and raised his hand.
All the beasts parted like a tide to the sides, creating a pathway. In this way, Lin Fan walked to stand 10 meters in front of Lancelot and the three, welcomed by hundreds of fierce beasts.
All right, he clapped his hands, now no one will disturb us. You 3.
Lin Fan grinned, revealing his white teeth.
How do you want to die? Ding.
A man controls 100 beasts, surrounding the elite of the Holy Hall, bursting with prestige, showing off value plus 3,000.
Ding.
Casually asking how do you want to die, exuding dominance, showing off value plus 2,000.
Current showing off value, 43,070 points.
Lancelot's hand, gripping the sword, bulged with veins. He stared fiercely at Lin Fan, the murderous intent in his silver-white pupils almost solidified. Lin Fan, you will pay the price for your arrogance.
Price? Lin Fan laughed, I've already heard that twice today.
The last person who said that is now a cold corpse.
He tilted his head and looked at Elena. By the way, that John, is he your lover? Elena's face turned pale, then flushed. You. So it seems not.
Lin Fan shrugged. That's good, otherwise, I would have to comfort you in your mourning, which would be quite troublesome.
You're asking for death.
Elena finally couldn't hold back. Her thin sword transformed into a sky full of sword lights, stabbing towards Lin Fan's vital points. This sword, filled with fury, was extremely fast. Within the sword light, there was even a faint sound of wind and thunder. Earth-level low-grade martial skill wind and thunder swift sword.
Elena. Don't be impulsive. Carl hurriedly reminded, but it was already too late.
Lin Fan looked at the sky full of sword light inside.
Is that it?
He didn't even draw his sword. He simply raised his right hand. His index and middle fingers were joined like a sword. Facing the sky full of sword light, he gently sliced.
Break. Sizzle.
A pale golden sword energy, like cutting tofu, ripped through the sky full of sword light.
The sword energy didn't diminish, accurately chopping down on Elena's thin sword. Clang.
The thin sword broke at the sound.
The residual wave of sword energy swept across Elena's cheek. Slap.
Turning into a crisp slap. Elena was spun in midair 3 times before heavily crashing to the ground. Half of her face instantly swelled, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, and her broken sword flew out of her hand. She lay on the ground, her head buzzing, unable to comprehend what just happened.
Elena.
Carl rushed over quickly to help her up.
Lancelot did not move. His pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints.
That finger just now, he saw it clearly. That was not a martial skill. That was the external projection of vital energy refined to the extreme.
But how could the external projection of a martial master be this powerful? It seems you are a bit stronger than that, John.
Lin Fan flicked his fingers, at least enough to make me move my fingers.
So? He looked at Lancelot and Carl. You two, are you coming together, or one by one?
Carl helped Elena up, his face serious as he looked at Lancelot. Sir, this person's strength. I'm afraid it's not beneath yours.
Chapter 63, with your looks, do you wish to serve me? Lancelot fell silent. He certainly saw it.
That finger just now, although simple, contained an astonishing level of refined vital energy and control over power.
This was absolutely not something a normal martial master could possess.
Lin Fan, Lancelot slowly spoke, you are indeed very strong.
But do you think the Holy Hall only has this little depth?
He reached out, taking out a silver-white cross pendant from his bosom.
The surface of the pendant was covered with dense ancient runes. Holy Hall Forbidden Technique. Angel's Descent. Lancelot bit the tip of his tongue, spraying a mouthful of vital blood onto the cross. Buzz. The cross erupted with blinding holy light. In the light, there was vaguely a pair of illusionary pure white wings slowly unfolding behind Lancelot. His aura began to soar wildly.
Peak Martial Master Half-Step Martial King's Threshold.
Burning life to exchange for temporary power? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Why does your Holy Hall only have these self-harmless tricks? But his eyes lit up. This makes it a bit interesting. Otherwise, it would be too boring to fight. Ding. Lancelot used Forbidden Technique. The host not only did not fear but was excited, showing off value plus 1,500. Current showing off value, 44,570 points.
As the light gradually dissipated, Lancelot hovered in midair, the illusory pure white wings slowly flapping, scattering spots of light dust. His pupils had completely turned into pure silver, his hair dancing without wind, surrounded by a holy and mighty aura.
Half-Step Martial King.
Though it was only temporary, at this moment, he truly reached the threshold of the Martial King. Lin Fan, Lancelot's voice became ethereal, as if tinged with an echo, forcing me to use this move. You have every reason to be proud.
Now, kneel and confess. I can make your death a little easier. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is it true that all of you from the Holy Hall graduated from the same training class? Can you change your lines? I'm already tired of hearing them.
He rubbed his eyes, which were filled with tears from laughter, and looked at Lancelot.
How about this? I'll give you a chance.
You kneel down now, call me Dad, and then hand over everything valuable on you.
I can consider.
Lin Fan paused, grinning widely.
Making your death a little easier. You.
Lancelot's ethereal voice instantaneously shattered, murderous intent boiling.
Seeking death.
His wings behind him flapped, transforming him into a silver streak, instantly appearing above Lin Fan's head. A giant sword raised high, holy light gathering.
Holy Hall Forbidden Technique. Sword of Judgment. Boom.
A terrifying column of holy light, over 10 meters in diameter, descended from the sky, heavily crashing down towards Lin Fan. This strike truly touched the power of the Martial King level. Wherever the sword column passed, the space trembled, the ground cracked, and several nearby ruins beasts were directly purified into fly ash by the holy light's aftermath.
Fan God. In the hidden formation, Wang Xiaoming and others gasped in shock.
Sumu Yu and Qin Yu's expression suddenly changed, instinctively wanting to rush out.
But in the next moment, they stopped. Because Lin Fan looked up.
Gazing at the world-destroying holy light sword column, he not only did not evade but instead extended his right hand.
5 fingers spread wide, facing the descending sword column. Gently gripped. Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. First finger. Prison Sky. Buzz. Time seemed to stand still at this moment.
That world-destroying holy light sword column, less than 3 meters from Lin Fan's head,
was forcefully stopped. It was as if an invisible giant hand was tightly gripping it.
The sword column trembled violently, holy light splashing everywhere, yet it could not drop even a fraction.
Lancelot's pupils constricted.
He felt that his connection to the Sword of Judgment was severed.
No. Not severed. It was that space being imprisoned.
Along with his sword column, trapped there.
What kind of martial art is this?
Carl cried out, his glasses slipping down his nose. Elena covered her face, her eyes filled with horror.
Break. Crack. The surface of the holy light sword column displayed an array of dense cracks. Then, boom. Like glass, it exploded into countless glowing particles. The backlash hit, Lancelot spurted a mouthful of blood, his phantom wings dimming instantly, and he fell from midair. My lord. Carl and Elena rushed forward to catch him.
Lancelot's face turned pale as a sheet, his breath weak to the extreme. The forbidden technique backlash, coupled with his martial art being broken, left him severely injured.
Is this all?
Lin Fan shook his hand, as if dusting off some dirt. He walked in front of the three, looking down at them from a height.
Half-step martial king? Forbidden technique? Sword of judgment? Lin Fan sneered. All show. He lifted his foot, stepping on Lancelot's chest. Now, tell me. What is the Holy Hall? Ding.
One finger breaks the forbidden technique, stepping on the Holy Hall leader, show off value plus 5,000.
Ding.
Asking what is the Holy Hall, dominance unmatched, show off value plus 3,000.
Current show off value, 52,570 points.
Lancelot was stepped on by Lin Fan, his chest in severe pain, but it was only a fraction of the humiliation he felt inside.
Who is he?
The leader of the third knight group of the Holy Hall, the first genius of the Holy Hall under 20, destined to become the knight commander of the Holy Hall in the future.
But now,
he was being stepped on the ground by an Eastern youth, like walking on a dog. Lin Fan, the Holy Hall will not let you go, he rasped, his eyes full of resentment.
Oh.
Lin Fan nodded, applying more pressure with his foot.
Crack.
The sound of ribs breaking was clearly audible. Lancelot groaned, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth.
I'm tired of hearing that line too. Lin Fan dug at his ears. Can't you come up with something fresh?
He looked at the trembling Carl and Elena beside him.
What about you? Any last words?
Carl adjusted his glasses. Force yourself to calm down, Lin Fan. If you kill him, you will be against the entire Holy Hall. The Holy Hall has 12 knight commanders, each one a martial king. The Grand Knight Commander is even at the peak of the martial king.
So what? Lin Fan interrupted. Are you threatening me?
Carl was speechless.
It seems so.
Lin Fan nodded and raised his hand.
Put.
One sword energy pierced through Carl's brow. The brains of this strategist of the Holy Hall expanded in an instant, his body fell limply.
I don't like being threatened.
Lin Fan shook his fingers and looked at the last remaining Alina.
Alina trembled all over and instinctively stepped back. You don't come any closer. Weren't you fierce just now? Lin Fan tilted his head. Why are you scared now?
He walked in front of Alina, grabbed her chin, forcing her to raise her head.
Not bad looking.
Lin Fan commented. Too bad, the heart is dark.
I can serve you, Alina said tremblingly. I am the niece of the Grand Bishop of the Holy Hall. I know many secrets of the Holy Hall. I can.
Slap. Another slap. Alina's other cheek swelled up, completely turning into a pig's head.
With your looks, you think you can serve me? Lin Fan disdainfully shook his hand. Do you even deserve it?
Chapter 64 Relics. What a great place to show off. He released his hand. Alina slumped to the ground, covering her face and softly sobbing.
All right, stop crying.
Lin Fan turned around and walked toward Lancelot.
I'll give you a chance.
He squatted down, looking into Lancelot's eyes. Tell me everything about the Holy Hall's arrangements and the relics, the personnel distribution, and the locations of the opportunities you found.
I can consider sparing your worthless life.
Lancelot stared hard at Lin Fan, his silvery white pupils filled with struggle.
To speak is to betray the Holy Hall. To not speak means death now.
I'll say in the end, the will to survive surpassed loyalty. Lancelot trembled as he began to recount the Holy Hall's arrangements and the relics. Lin Fan listened, nodding from time to time.
After a moment. Are you done? Lin Fan asked. I am done, Lancelot gasped. Can you let me go now? Put.
Before his words were finished, Lin Fan's finger, like a sword, pierced through Lancelot's dantian.
Ah!
Lancelot let out a shrill scream, all his power dissipating like a deflated balloon.
You didn't keep your word.
I said I would consider sparing your life. Lin Fan withdrew his finger, shaking off the blood. Now the consideration is over.
No mercy. He stood up and looked at Alina. Alina was already scared silly, her pants dampening completely. As for you, Lin Fan thought for a moment, killing you would be a pity, better to keep you around for disgust.
He raised his hand, a sword energy ruined Alina's dantian.
Get lost. Go back and tell the Holy Hall, it was me, Lin Fan, who killed them. If you want revenge, I welcome you any time. But next time.
Lin Fan grinned, showing a devilish smile.
Remember to bring enough money for your life. Alina felt as if she had been given a reprieve, scrambling to get up, staggering away without even the courage to look back.
Once she disappeared into the night, Lin Fan turned around and looked in the direction of the hidden formation. Come out, clean up the battlefield. Wang Xiaoming and the others finally seemed to awaken from a dream, hastily dismantling the formation and rushing out. Looking at the bodies of Lancelot and Carl on the ground, and the hundreds of waiting tomb beasts around.
Everyone looked at Lin Fan as if they were gazing at a god.
God Fan, did you really wipe out the 3rd Night Regiment of the Holy Hall? Wang Xiaoming's voice trembled.
Yeah, the commander killed, the deputy commander killed, the strategist killed, left a waste to report back.
Lin Fan casually said, hurry up and search the bodies, don't miss any good stuff.
Yes. Everyone quickly started to act. Sumu Yu and Xin Yu walked up to Lin Fan, wanting to speak but hesitating. If you want to say something, just say it.
Lin Fan looked at them.
Lin Fan, Sumu Yu said softly, the Holy Hall will not let this go, you have completely torn the face this time. So what? Lin Fan shrugged, if I don't kill them, will they let me go?
He looked at the dark night sky in the distance. In this world, the bigger fist dictates the rules. If I don't kill them today, tomorrow they will come with more people to kill me.
In that case, Lin Fan grinned. Why not take the initiative first? We will make them afraid, make them dare not come again. Xin Yu looked deeply at Lin Fan for a moment, then suddenly said, did you use a life-burning pill again just now? Lin Fan was taken aback, then laughed, you noticed that?
When you broke that sword, there was an unusual fluctuation in your blood energy for a moment.
Xin Yu whispered, Lin Fan, the side effects of the life-burning pill are too great, don't use it too often. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Lin Fan waved his hand.
He indeed knew what he was doing.
Compared to the bonus show-off points and loot he gained,
it was a blood profit. Ding! Annihilated the elite of the Holy Hall's 3rd Night Regiment, show-off points plus 8,000. Ding!
Released Alina to report back, provoking the entire Holy Hall, show-off points plus 5,000.
Current show-off points, 65,570. Lin Fan's eyes brightened. 65,000. Time to spend it well. But now is not the time. Fan God. I found something.
Wang Xiaoming ran over, holding a pile of items, his face filled with excitement. We've struck it rich.
Really struck it rich.
Lin Fan glanced at the items. Lancelot's great sword, a high-quality Earth-tier weapon, with a built-in holy light attribute. Karl's staff, a mid-quality Earth-tier, enhances mental power and magic strength. And a dozen storage rings, filled with spiritual stones, pills, and materials piled like mountains. Most importantly, inside Lancelot's ring, there was a more detailed map than John's. The map marked 3 suspected inheritance points discovered by the Holy Hall within the ruins, as well as 2 danger zones. One of the inheritance points is located to the northeast of their current position, less than 100 miles away.
Interesting.
Lin Fan smiled, the Holy Hall has delivered us a great gift.
He put away the map and looked at everyone.
Rest for 3 hours, and we'll set off at dawn.
Goal.
Lin Fan pointed northeast. The first inheritance point discovered by the Holy Hall.
We will go. To claim the inheritance. Everyone answered in unison, their eyes filled with fervor. Following Fan God, indeed, is the right choice. Killing the foreigners, grabbing their treasures, seizing their opportunities. This is called trial. This is called showing off. 3 hours later. The sky was dimly bright.
Lin Fan led the team, heading northeast. Xiangqi shrank down to the size of a cat or dog, yawning while squatting on Lin Fan's shoulder. The Su beasts, except for the soul-devouring Su beast Lin Fan kept as a muscle, were all dispersed. Maintaining the beast wave consumed too much energy and was unnecessary.
The team's speed was very fast. 1 hour later. Ahead, a towering mountain peak appeared.
In the middle of the mountain, the outline of an ancient palace could be vaguely seen.
Surrounding the palace was a faint blue light shield that was the protective formation. And outside the light shield, at that moment, there were more than a dozen people desperately attacking the formation. From their clothes?
They are from the European Union Round Table Council. Wang Xiaoming lowered his voice, the blonde woman in the lead, I have seen her photo, she is Guinevere of this generation of the Round Table Council, reportedly stronger than Lancelot, the martial arts master. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes.
As expected. The inheritance point discovered by the Holy Hall could be discovered by others too. Fan God, what should we do? Someone asked. Should we wait until they break the formation, then snatch it? Wait? Lin Fan laughed, why wait? He stepped forward, walking towards the mountain peak.
His voice clearly spread halfway up the mountain.
Hey, over there.
This place, I Lin Fan have set my sights on.
I'll give you 3 seconds. Scram. Or. Lin Fan grinned. Die. Ding.
Assertively seizing the inheritance point discovered by the Round Table Council, show-off points plus 3,000.
Current show-off points, 68,570. Halfway up the mountain.
The more than a dozen European Union martial artists attacking the formation all froze in unison. The leader was a tall woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing silver armor. She slowly turned to look at Lin Fan down the mountain. In her bright blue pupils, a trace of coldness flickered.
Lin Fan? The Oriental, that madman?
In her hand was a gorgeous long sword embedded with gems, pointing at Lin Fan.
You say? For us to scram? Lin Fan nodded. Looks like your hearing is just fine. Guinevere smiled.
That smile was beautiful yet dangerous.
Very good.
I was just thinking, since the ruins are so big, finding you would be too troublesome.
Since you delivered yourself to my door.
She waved her long sword.
From the Round Table Council. Kill him. The bounty from the sanctuary belongs to us. Boom.
More than 10 powerful auras burst forth at the same time.
The lowest were peak Grand Masters.
Among them, 3 had even reached the early Martial Sovereign.
And Guinevere herself. Her aura was surprisingly at the late Martial Sovereign. Stronger than Lancelot by a line. Bounty? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. The sanctuary is quite quick. He looked at the EU warriors charging down, sighed. Why bother? Isn't living good?
As his words fell, Lin Fan raised his hand. Behind him, the massive body of the soul-devouring abyss beast slowly emerged from the shadows.
One-eyed and blood-red. Its giant mouth opened. Aimed at the 3 martial sovereigns charging in front. Little devourer, Lin Fan said lazily, it's dinner time. Roar.
The soul-devouring abyss beast roared excitedly, its soul-sucking power erupted. A new round of slaughter
started.
And Lin Fan's show-off points were rapidly soaring.
Ding. Summon Abyss Beast to shock the Round Table Council, show-off points plus 2,000. Current show-off points, 70,570. 70,000. Lin Fan smiled even more happily. Ruins. What a great place to rack up show-off points. Chapter 65, Your meat, fed to the dogs, even the dogs think it's dirty. The roar of the soul-devouring abyss beast echoed like the death knell of hell. The 3 martial sovereigns in front, not even having time to scream, had their souls violently torn from their bodies by that terrifying suction. Puff. 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 3 soulless bodies fell to the ground, their pupils dilated, their faces still twisted in the expressions of charging forward. Dead silence. An eerie, death-like stillness. The EU warriors who had been charging down the slope came to an abrupt halt. They looked at the 3 corpses, then at the mountain-like abyss beast behind Lin Fan, their faces turning paler by the moment. Soul. Soul-devouring abyss beast? Peak 4th tier. How could such a monster be tamed? Damn it. The intel didn't say Lin Fan could control abyss beasts. Elena, what if I say it and you don't dare to fight? Panic spread through the crowd like a plague.
Guinevere gripped her sword, her knuckles turning white. She stared intently at Lin Fan, and in her bright blue eyes, horror finally surged.
How is that possible? Possible what? Lin Fan interrupted her, slowly walking up beside the soul-devouring abyss beast, patting its slimy, wrinkled skin. Possible to tame this thing? He grinned. It's very simple. I'm stronger than it, so it has to listen to me. Just like now.
Lin Fan raised his hand, pointing to Guinevere and the trembling EU warriors behind her.
I'm stronger than you, so you have to listen to me. The 3 seconds are up. Now, tell me. Is it to roll away, or to die?
Guinevere's expression changed, her lips turning pale as she bit them. As the esteemed Guinevere of the Round Table Council, the designated next candidate for the Round Table Knight Commander, she had never suffered such humiliation.
But the reality was,
3 early martial sovereign teammates had been instantly killed.
The aura of that soul-devouring abyss beast made even her late martial sovereign feel uneasy. Not to mention Lin Fan, who always seemed lazy but was unfathomable.
Lord Guinevere, a red-haired youth spoke tremulously, should we withdraw?
Withdraw?
Guinevere suddenly turned her head, her gaze like a blade. The honor of the Round Table Council cannot be tarnished. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Lin Fan, Guinevere held her sword across her chest, her voice returning to its usual coldness. I admit, you are strong.
But do you think that just a single abyss beast can scare off the Round Table Council? She twisted her wrist, and a silver Round Table Knight medal appeared in her palm. Round Table Secret Technique. Protection of the 12 Knights. Buzz. The medal exploded, morphing into 12 illusory knight figures, circling around Guinevere. Each phantom had an aura reaching early martial sovereign. The 12 phantoms overlapping, unexpectedly formed a vague shape of a domain. Though rough, it genuinely touched the threshold of the martial king level. This is the heritage treasure of the Round Table Council. Wang Xiaoming exclaimed, it is said that every generation of Guinevere possesses a coin that can summon the heroic spirits of the 12 Round Table Knights. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Oh. This is interesting. He looked at the 12 powerful Night Phantoms, not only unafraid but showing a hint of excitement. Finally, a worthy opponent.
He twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds.
Little Shiyu, step back.
The soul-devouring beast growled reluctantly, taking a few steps back, still not full from its last meal.
Lin Fan stepped forward, confronting Guinevere from afar. Come, he beckoned with his hand, let me see how much weight you old relics of the Round Table really have. Arrogant. Guinevere barked, pointing her longsword. 12 knights, charge. Boom. The 12 Night Phantoms moved simultaneously.
Armed with various weapons, they formed a battle array, transforming into a silver torrent and swept toward Lin Fan.
Wherever they passed, the ground cracked, and the air screamed. The power of this strike was even stronger than Lancelot's judgment sword. It's over.
A European warrior murmured, Lord Guinevere has used the heritage treasure, this strike can seriously injure a martial king in the initial stage.
Lin Fan is doomed. Let him be arrogant. However, facing the world-destroying charge, Lin Fan simply
raised his right hand. His fingers spread wide. Then, he slowly clenched his fist, leaving just one finger raised.
Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. Second finger. Shatter mountains and rivers. Buzz.
This time, there was no earth-shattering explosion.
No dazzling light.
Only a force that seemed capable of crushing everything, centered on the tip of Lin Fan's finger, spread outward with a thunderous roar. The 12 charging Night Phantoms, upon making contact with this power,
like colliding with an invisible wall.
The momentum of the charge came to an abrupt halt.
Immediately after. Crack. 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 Cracks appeared on the Night Phantoms. From their armor, to their bodies, to the weapons in their hands. All shattered piece by piece. No.
Guinevere screamed in despair, trying to recall her secret technique, but it was already too late.
Boom.
The 12 Night Phantoms exploded simultaneously, turning into a shower of light points, dissipating into the air. The backlash hit, Guinevere spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her whole being feeling as though it had taken a heavy blow, crashing against the mountain wall.
My lady!
European warriors rushed forward to support her. Guinevere's face was pale as paper, her breath weak to the extreme, unable to even stand steady. She stared intensely at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with disbelief.
How is this possible?
The heroic spirits of the 12 Knights of the Round Table, actually, defeated by a single punch.
A punch?
Lin Fan flicked his hand, correcting her, it was a finger, not a punch. He walked up to Guinevere, looking down at her.
Now, tell me. Isn't the glory of the Round Table too dirty to smear? Guinevere's lips trembled, unable to speak. No response? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, then that means you've admitted it. He lifted his foot, stepping on Guinevere's exquisite face, pressing down hard, grinding it. Don't you Europeans think your bloodline is noble? Always talking about glory, dishonor, and heritage. Lin Fan scoffed. In my eyes, you're no different from those soul beasts. The only difference is.
He pressed down harder.
Crack. Guinevere's nasal bone broke.
The flesh of soul beasts, my little Cheong still is willing to eat.
As for your flesh. Lin Fan grinned. Feeding dogs, and even dogs despise it. Ding. Stepped on Guinevere's pride, show off value plus 4,000. Ding. Humiliated the heritage of the Round Table, show off value plus 3,000. Current show off value, 77,570 points. The scene was dead silent. Only Guinevere's suppressed and humiliating sobs echoed. Those European warriors lowered their heads, trembling, not daring to look at Lin Fan even once.
In their hearts, the lofty Round Table, their proud knight heritage, their extremely noble Lady Guinevere, at this moment, was being trampled underfoot like a dog by an Eastern youth. All the pride, all the glory, all the dignity, smashed into pieces.
Fan God, so awesome.
Wang Xiaoming and the others could no longer find words to describe their feelings at this moment.
They only knew that following Lin Fan was the most correct decision of their lives. What Holy Hall, what Round Table Council, what international top forces. In front of Fan God, they are all nothing. Alright, stop crying. Lin Fan withdrew his foot and rubbed the sole of his shoe on the grass, your crying is annoying me. He looked at those EU warriors. Now, you have two choices. First, kneel down, call me daddy, and then hand over all your valuable things. Second, die. Choose. As soon as his voice fell. Thud. 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 Dozens of EU warriors all knelt down at once. Daddy, spare my life. We'll give everything. Don't kill us.
They scrambled to take out storage rings, weapons, armor. Some even took off magic items they carried close to their bodies, fearing that if they were a moment too slow, their souls would be devoured by that soul-devouring beast.
Tisk, no backbone.
Lin Fan shook his head, waving for Wang Xiaoming to gather the spoils. He then squatted down, looking at Guinevere, who was covered in blood and had a vacant gaze.
What about you? Will you kneel down and call me daddy, or?
Lin Fan reached out and pinched her chin. Let my little beast have a taste of what the soul of Round Table Council Guinevere is like. Chapter 66, same as before, leave one crippled, kill the rest.
Guinevere trembled all over.
She looked into Lin Fan's terrifyingly calm eyes, then at the soul-devouring beast lurking not far away.
In the end, humiliating tears streamed down her face.
She struggled to rise, kneeling in front of Lin Fan, her forehead pressed against the ground. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz.
Hot. I can't hear.
Lin Fan dug at his ears. Guinevere trembled all over, took a deep breath, and used all her strength to scream.
Hot. Spare me.
After shouting, she felt as if all her strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground, sobbing helplessly.
Good. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, patting her head. Isn't it better to just do this earlier?
He stood up, looking at Wang Xiaoming.
Have you finished?
I've finished, Fan God.
Wang Xiaoming excitedly held a pile of storage rings. We've struck it rich. This time we really hit the jackpot.
The people of the Round Table Council are richer than the Holy Hall. That's normal, Lin Fan shrugged. Europeans love to collect antiques, things from ruins are treasures to them. He casually picked up a ring, scanning it with his mental power. Sure enough, it was filled with various ancient artifacts, magic scrolls, and dozens of high-quality magic crystals.
Not bad.
Lin Fan stowed the ring away, looking at the palace enveloped in a light blue shield.
Same as before, leave one crippled, kill the rest. Then handle the formalities. He walked to the shield and pressed his hand against it.
The shield rippled, a gentle pushing force came. Protection array, at least a high-grade earth level, breaking it hard will take some effort. Sumuyu walked to his side, carefully studying the array's patterns. However, this kind of ancient array usually has a special way to activate. No need to be so troublesome. Lin Fan interrupted her.
He raised his hand, extending his index finger.
With a gentle tap on the shield.
Third finger. Annihilate living things. Buzz. This time, there was no earth-shattering momentum. Only an almost invisible pale golden finger force quietly sank into the shield. Then, crack.
A fine crack appeared on the surface of the shield. The crack rapidly spread, expanding like a spider web over the entire shield.
The next second, boom.
The light blue shield exploded like a bubble, dissipating into the air.
The entire palace was completely revealed before everyone.
It was an ancient palace made entirely of white jade. Although eroded by time, it still stood majestically. The palace door was tightly shut, with two ancient large characters carved on it.
Sword Palace. Sword Palace?
Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Looks like it's a swordsmanship inheritance. He pushed open the palace doors. Inside was a spacious hall. In the center of the hall floated three things. A long sword with a completely black blade covered in dark red patterns. A jade slip exuding a sharp sword intent.
And a figure sitting on a cushion, facing away from them. That figure was dressed in ancient Dao robes.
White hair hanging down, motionless. As if it had been here for millions of years.
Is this the Guardian of Legacy? Qin Yu whispered.
Lin Fan did not respond. He walked in front of that figure and circled around to the front. Then he froze.
It was indeed an old man.
His face was withered, his eyes tightly closed, and his breath was gone. Clearly, he had been in meditation for many years. But what left Lin Fan stunned was not this. It was the small palm-sized token held in the old man's hand.
The token was engraved with one character. Shu. Shu? Mount Shu? Lin Fan's pupils constricted. At that moment,
the old man's long dry eyelids suddenly moved.
Slowly, they opened.
There were hollow eyes, with no pupils. Yet the gaze precisely looked at Lin Fan.
An old and ethereal voice echoed in the hall. People of the future. Do you wish to inherit my Shu Mountain? Sword Dao of exterminating immortals? Ding.
Triggered ancient legacy task, Shu Mountain Sword Dao of exterminating immortals.
Task requirement, pass the Sword Dao trial.
Task reward, exterminating immortal sword, replica, exterminating immortal sword art, first style, show off value plus 10,000, advanced lottery times 2.
Do you accept? Lin Fan laughed. Sword Dao of exterminating immortals? Sounds pretty showy.
He did not hesitate.
Accept. Ding. Accepted legacy task. Sword Dao trial is about to begin.
The old man's hollow eyes suddenly shone with dazzling sword light.
The entire hall was filled with soaring sword energy. Lin Fan's figure was engulfed by endless sword radiance. Outside the hall, Wang Xiaoming and the others looked at the sword energy soaring into the sky, exchanging glances. The god of Fan, has he gone in?
Sumu Yu and Qin Yu exchanged a glance and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Sword Dao of Exterminating Immortals of Shu Mountain.
This title was too big.
So big that they had never even heard of it.
But just the words Exterminating Immortals were enough to make one palpitate. What should we do now? Someone asked. Wait. Sumu Yu took a deep breath. Trust Lin Fan.
She looked at the sword radiance engulfing everything in the hall and tightened her grip on her sword.
He will definitely come out. At this moment. Outside the ruins.
At the Kunlun Base Monitoring Center. Instructor Bai Su and 3 elders of the secret realm stared intently at the screen showing the soaring sword energy column. This is the inheritance of the sword palace being triggered, the red-robed elder exclaimed.
And it's the highest specification of the sword Dao of Exterminating Immortals. The black-robed elder's face was serious. What kind of monster is this Lin Fan? How could he possibly pass the screening of the sword palace? The gray-robed elder was silent for a moment, then said slowly. Perhaps, we have always underestimated him. His potential may far exceed our imagination.
Instructor Bai Su stared at the screen, her pupils behind her golden-rimmed glasses flickering with complex light. She recalled the scene 3 days ago, when the spirit measuring stone and dragon blood measuring jade exploded in succession. She remembered the moment when the replica of the eye of the demon god backfired and made her spit blood.
Lin Fan. She murmured to herself. What secret is hidden within you? At this moment. Inside the hall of the sword palace.
Lin Fan stood in an endless world of swords.
Around him were countless swords densely packed.
Some were embedded in the ground, some hovered in the air, some even turned into mountains and rivers. Every sword emanated a sharp sword intent.
Before Lin Fan, the illusory figure of the Shu Mountain elder slowly appeared. People of the future.
The elder's voice was like the sound of 1,000 swords ringing together. The sword Dao of Exterminating Immortals is the highest inheritance of my Shu Mountain. To inherit this path, 3 trials must be passed.
The first trial is Sword Heart.
The elder raised his hand, pointing to Lin Fan's heart.
Let me see.
If your sword heart is pure.
Buzz.
Lin Fan felt his heart tighten suddenly.
An invisible force surged into his body, rushing straight to his heart.
As if wanting to strip away all his insights, understanding, and even obsessions about swords, from the depths of his heart.
Sword Heart? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. What is that thing? He thought for a moment.
Then, in his heart, he silently recited a phrase.
The sword is used to cut people.
A sword that can kill is a good sword. A sword that can't kill is scrap metal.
It's that simple.
As the words fell, the elder's illusory figure clearly stiffened for a moment.
In his hollow eyes, a trace of confusion flashed? As if saying, are you kidding me? But the next second. Boom! A dazzling golden light erupted from Lin Fan's heart.
In that golden light, a faint, simple, yet powerful sword shadow appeared, exuding an aura that could destroy everything. On the sword's body, 4 large characters were engraved.
If you're not convinced, come at me. The old man's shadow. He remained silent for a full 10 seconds.
Only then did the old man slowly speak, his voice dry. Sword Heart, passed. Although, it's ridiculous. But it truly has reached purity to the extreme.
Lin Fan grinned. Of course. I've always been pure. The old man's shadow took a deep breath, though it had no breath to take.
Second trial, Sword Intent. He raised his hand and waved. Countless swords shot towards Lin Fan from all directions. Each sword carried a different sword intent. Some sharp, some domineering, some ethereal, some mean, some of killing, some of protection. Endure the pain of 10,000 swords through the heart, and comprehend the various sword intents. If you can comprehend your own sword intent from them, then you pass. The old man's voice fell. The 10,000 swords reached Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the dense sea of swords inside.
This troublesome? He raised his hand, extending his index finger. Pointing at the flood of swords. He gently tapped. Great Desolation Prison Heaven finger. First finger, Prison Heaven. Hum. The 10,000 swords froze in midair. As if trapped in an invisible cage, they couldn't move an inch further. Sword intent? Lin Fan tilted his head. Why should I comprehend someone else's sword intent?
He took a step forward, walking toward a sword exuding sharp sword intent. He stretched out his hand,
grabbing the sword's hilt. Then, crack!
He crushed the sword intent in his hand.
My sword intent is...
Lin Fan grinned, showing his sharp white teeth.
I am #1 in the world. Anyone unconvinced? He looked at the old man's shadow. Come at me, then?
The old man's shadow. Again, he was silent for 10 seconds.
Sword intent, passed.
Although, this is even more ridiculous. But indeed, it is domineering to the extreme. Lin Fan let go of the sword, the shattered sword intent fading.
He clapped his hands. Third trial? Hurry up, I'm in a rush.
The old man's shadow stared deeply at Lin Fan.
Third trial, the sword way. He raised his hand, pointing at Lin Fan's brow.
The extermination of immortal sword way, with 9 moves. Each move contains supreme killing power.
Now, I will teach you the first move.
The old man's finger became like a sword, pointing at Lin Fan's brow, piercing through the air. The first move of extermination.
Boom!
A vast, ocean-like sword legacy surged into Lin Fan's mind. In a daze, he seemed to see a towering sword immortal, holding a giant sword to exterminate immortals and gods, slashing at the sky. He struck the first sword. That sword was plain, but it seemed to be able to sever karma, destroy reincarnation, and shatter all rules.
This move is called...
The old man's voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens.
Cut the rules. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly snapped open.
In his pupils, sword light flickered.
He raised his hand, his fingers becoming like a sword, aiming at the void.
With a light swipe.
Shoo!
A tiny crack appeared in the space of the hall. Within the crack, fragments of rules could be faintly heard, crying out, breaking apart.
Though it lasted only for an instant, it returned to normal.
But the power of that sword had already touched the level of laws.
Not bad.
The old man's shadow nodded, to comprehend even the skin of the first move of extermination in such a short time.
Your swordway talent is unprecedented.
He raised his hand, and the black long sword floating in the center of the hall flew into Lin Fan's hand. This sword is called the Extermination Immortal Replica. Although it is not even 1/10,000th of the true extermination sword, it is still a low-grade heavenly weapon. Combined with the extermination sword technique, it can slay a martial king. Lin Fan grabbed the sword. The sword felt heavy in his hand, the blade cool, dark red veins pulsating like blood vessels, as if it had a life of its own.
He swung it lightly. Shoo!
A pitch-black sword chi slashed out, carving a deep, bottomless trench into the floor of the hall. Where the sword chi passed, even the space twisted slightly.
Good sword. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Ding! Obtained low-grade heavenly weapon, extermination sword, replica. Ding!
Obtained low-grade heavenly sword technique, extermination sword technique, first move.
Ding!
Completed the trial of the Mount Shu swordway, coolness points plus 10,000.
Current coolness points, 87,570. Awesome! A huge boost of 10,000 coolness points straight into the account.
Also, he took a heavenly divine weapon and sword technique without paying.
This wave is a huge profit.
The old man's shadow looked at Lin Fan, paused for a moment, and slowly said,
in the future, the Xian killing swordway, I have passed to you. But you must remember. This path has too much slaughter and harms heaven and harmony. Use it with caution.
Lin Fan nodded, understood. Then he added a sentence.
Try not to kill our own people.
The old man's shadow. It suddenly felt that passing the Xian killing swordway to this kid might have been a mistake.
But the inheritance has been set, it cannot be changed. Forget it.
The old man's shadow slowly dissipated, his voice becoming more ethereal.
The lineage of Shushan, I entrust to you.
I hope you do not disgrace the name of Xian killing. As soon as the words fell, the shadow completely vanished. The great hall returned to silence. Only Lin Fan stood alone, holding a pitch-black long sword, at the spot. He looked down at the Xian killing sword in his hand, his lips curling up.
Xian killing. This name is really flashy. I like it.
He stored the sword in the system space and turned to walk out of the great hall.
Outside the hall,
the crowd had long waited anxiously. Seeing Lin Fan come out, they quickly surrounded him.
Fong Shen, are you okay? That sword aura not scary at all. Did you get the inheritance?
Lin Fan nodded, got it.
He looked at Sumu Yu and Qin Yu. Let's go to the next point. Wang Xiaoming was surprised. Fong Shen, aren't you going to rest a bit? You just received the inheritance. No need.
Lin Fan waved his hand, I'm in a hurry. He looked northeast, his eyes burning with intensity. The second inheritance point marked by the Holy Hall is less than 200 miles from here.
If we go now, we can arrive before dark.
Perhaps.
Lin Fan grinned. We can earn another score. The crowd. Fengshan is addicted to robbing? But they like it. Let's go. Follow Fengshan to get rich. Rob those foreigners. Let them know who the dad of the East is. The team reassembled, morale soaring.
Lin Fan led everyone toward the second inheritance point.
Not long after they left. Outside the Sword Palace Hall,
several black shadows silently emerged. They wore matching black tight clothing, their faces covered with horrifying ghost masks. The person in the lead looked in the direction Lin Fan left, a flicker of crimson flashed in the eyes behind the mask.
Lin Fan. The Xian-killing swordway, actually obtained by you. It seems the master's plan needs to be accelerated.
He raised his hand, and a blood-colored jade talisman appeared in his palm.
He crushed it.
The jade talisman transformed into a beam of bloodlight, soaring into the sky, disappearing at the horizon of the ruins.
Inform everyone.
Target, Lin Fan.
Mission. Seize the sword, kill. At any cost.
The shadows bowed in unison.
Yes. The next moment,
the shadows vanished, as if they had never appeared.
Only in the air lingered a faint smell of blood. At this moment,
Lin Fan, who was on his way, suddenly sensed something and looked back at the Sword Palace direction. His brow furrowed slightly.
What's wrong? Jin Yu noticed his abnormality. It's nothing.
Lin Fan shook his head, withdrawing his gaze. But in his heart, a hint of unease began to rise.
As if something was silently keeping an eye on him. Ding. Warning.
Detected unknown malicious targeting.
Danger level, extremely high. Suggestion, stay alert.
Lin Fan's gaze turned cold.
Come at me.
He licked his lips.
Just right.
Let's test the sharpness of the Xian-killing sword.
Show-off value, 87,570 points. High-level lottery chances, 2 times.
Current strength, late martial sovereign, can cut early martial king under the enhancement of Xian-killing sword. System, Lin Fan asked in his heart, how long until the next wave of 0.1-fold refresh?
Reporting to the host, 71 hours and 23 minutes left. Very good.
Lin Fan looked at the vast wilderness ahead, excitement flashing in his eyes.
Then, before the refresh, let's gather more show-off value. This time, I'll buy something big.
He quickened his pace, his figure leaving a blur on the wasteland. Behind him, the team closely followed.
And further away,
darkness was quietly gathering.
A deadly trap targeting Lin Fan had already been set.
Chapter 68, When I am speaking, trash should not interrupt.
200 miles of wilderness is not far for martial artists. But the wilderness within the ruins is full of danger.
The Sioux beasts are just the basic threat, the real deadly ones are those ancient traps lurking in shadows, incomplete formations, and hunting teams from other countries. Lin Fan led the team at a slow pace. On his shoulder, a miniature version of Qiongqi lazily yawned, but its scarlet vertical eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, occasionally emitting a deep warning growl. Fan God, 3 miles ahead, there is an energy fluctuation, Wang Xiaoming said, holding the dragon-seeking plate, lowering his voice, it's very subtle, but persistent, like some kind of protective array. Lin Fan lifted his gaze.
On the horizon, a faint outline of a group of buildings could be seen.
Unlike the grandeur of the White Jade Sword Palace, this group of buildings seemed more ancient and weathered, mostly built from gray-blue massive stones, many of which had already collapsed, but the core area's few palaces were still covered by a layer of light blue protective aura. That's it, Lin Fan said, comparing it with the map he had stolen from Lancelot, the second point marked by the Holy Temple, suspected ancient Dan sect ruins.
Dan sect. Everyone's eyes lit up.
In the martial world, the importance of elixirs goes without saying.
Healing wounds, breaking through realms, tempering bodies, extending life. A high-grade elixir can sometimes be more precious than an earth-level martial technique. And how many treasures would be hidden inside an ancient Dan sect's ruins?
Speed up, Lin Fan licked his lips, we can't let others get there first. The team quietly picked up speed. However, just when they were less than a mile away from the ruins.
Boom! A violent explosion suddenly came from the direction of the ruins.
Following that, there were the clashing sounds of weapons, the roaring of martial arts colliding, and angry curses and screams.
Someone is fighting. Wang Xiaoming's face changed.
Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, signaling the team to stop, hiding behind a pile of broken walls. He jumped onto a higher broken wall and looked toward the ruins. At the entrance of the ruins, a corner of the pale blue protective aura had been shattered. Outside the aura, 3 groups of people were in a chaotic battle. One group was made up of Eastern warriors dressed in black samurai outfits, carrying long and short knives at their waists, around a dozen of them, with fierce and deceptive sword techniques, exuding a cold aura. Another group consisted of Middle Eastern warriors dressed in white robes, brandishing curved blades, with a slightly larger number, their sword techniques broad and unrestrained, filled with the wild energy of the desert.
And the third group. Lin Fan's pupils shrank. It was a group of warriors dressed in blood-red robes, wearing evil ghost masks. There were not many of them, only 6, but each had a strange aura, striking fiercely, actually fighting against both the Eastern and Middle Eastern groups at the same time, and not falling behind. Ghost mask people. Sumu Yu had unknowingly arrived beside Lin Fan, whispering, "They are from the Blood God Hall." Blood God Hall? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. An international underground organization, acting mysteriously, with cruel methods, specifically hunting down talents from various countries and seizing their inheritances and resources. Xin Yu also walked over, her expression serious. They rarely operate in public, yet they appeared right in the ruins. There must be a scheme. Lin Fan looked at those 6 ghost-masked individuals. Their martial arts were strange, filled with a rich smell of blood, with bloodlight flickering between their moves. Warriors wounded by them had their injuries rapidly rot, blood and energy drained quickly. Interesting, Lin Fan touched his chin. At this moment, the battle became even more intense. Baka! Blood God Hall scum! This ruin was discovered first by our great Eastern Empire, an Eastern swordsman shouted angrily, swinging his long knife to create a multitude of knife shadows. Humph! In unclaimed land, the strong take it, a burly Middle Eastern man sneered, his curved blade transforming into a blood moon, cleaving towards a ghost-masked individual. That ghost-masked individual, however, did not dodge, merely raising his right hand, fingers clawing toward the blade of the blood moon. With a fierce grip. Shush! The blood moon's blade light was actually shattered by him. Then, like a ghost, he flashed in front of the burly Middle Eastern man, his claw aiming for the man's chest. "Be careful," a companion exclaimed. He forcibly dug it out. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, he opened his mouth and stuffed the heart into it. Chewing. Swallowing. Not bad. The ghost-faced man licked the blood on the corner of his mouth, his eyes under the mask, red as blood. Monster! The warriors from the East and the Middle East turned pale and instinctively stepped back. The Blood Temple's heart-eating demon art, Xin Yu whispered, it feeds on warriors' hearts, advancing in cultivation speed rapidly, but will gradually lose humanity, becoming a monster only knowing slaughter. Lin Fan looked at the ghost-faced man devouring the heart, his gaze growing cold. This kind of thing, can it even be called a warrior? He stepped out of the ruins. Hey! The voice was not loud, but it clearly spread across the battlefield. The 3 sides in the chaotic battle all froze in their movements. Everyone turned to look at Lin Fan. An East Asian swordsman sneered, "If you don't want to die, get lost." Lin Fan ignored him. He looked at the 6 ghost-faced men and raised his hand to point. Are you from the Blood Temple? The leader, the ghost-faced man who just devoured the heart, looked at Lin Fan with blood-red eyes, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. Lin Fan? Looks like you know me. Lin Fan grinned. Of course I know. The ghost-faced man licked his lips. Your heart must taste very good. Is that so? Lin Fan nodded, then you can give it a try. He raised his hand and beckoned to the ghost-faced man. Come. Let me see how much weight you heart-eating garbage. You really have. Ding. Facing a 3-way chaotic battle, directly provoking the most brutal Blood Temple, show-off points plus 3,000. Current show-off points, 90,570 points. Silence. The warriors from the East and Middle East were all stunned. This kid, has he gone crazy? Didn't they just see that Middle Eastern strongmen have his heart forcibly dug out? He even dared to actively provoke the Blood Temple? Unknowing of his own death. A East Asian swordsman sneered, perfect, let the monsters of the Blood Temple take care of you first, and then we. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fan moved. Not towards the ghost-faced men. But instead. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the East Asian swordsman who had spoken. He raised his hand. Smack. A loud slap. The East Asian swordsman was spun in midair 3 times by the slap, his mouth full of blood and teeth as he crashed heavily to the ground. When I'm speaking, Lin Fan shook his hand, garbage shouldn't interrupt. Chapter 69, The Blood Sacrifice Plan of the Blood Temple. Lin Fan is very angry. Baka. The other East Asians were enraged, drawing their swords one after another. Lin Fan didn't even look at them. He just raised his hand towards the East Asian swordsman who had just gotten up. A grab from afar. Rubber, the #1 male gun from the Foreign Service. His arm instantly elongated, and his fist bombarded the East Asian swordsman's chest like a cannonball. Bang! His ribs shattered completely.
The swordsman didn't even have time to scream, flying directly backward and crashing into a remaining wall, his fate unknown.
Who else wants to interrupt?
Lin Fan retracted his arm and surveyed the East Asian and Middle Eastern warriors. No one dared to respond. Everyone was shocked by this thunderous power.
A slap, a punch. A beginner warrior from the East had been crippled. This kind of strength.
Now, Lin Fan turned around, looking back at the 6 ghost-faced men. It's your turn. A glimmer of seriousness flashed in the blood-red pupil of the leading ghost-faced man. But he quickly grinned wickedly.
Interesting.
Your vitality is very strong.
Eating you must be very nourishing.
He waved his hand.
All together. Take him down. Offer him to the master. Boom.
The 6 ghost-faced men erupted at the same time. The blood-colored vitality soared into the sky, merging together to form a thick blood fog, enveloping Lin Fan within. Inside the blood fog, ghostly wails and cries echoed, as if countless wronged souls were howling.
The Blood Temple's blood prison formation.
Xinyu exclaimed, it can corrode vitality, devour life force, trapping and killing peak warriors.
Lin Fan. Sumu, you wanted to rush in. But the next second.
Within the blood fog, Lin Fan's lazy voice came through.
Is this it? Immediately after. Slay the immortal. Starting move. Slash the rules. Swoosh. A pitch-black sword energy sliced out from the blood fog.
Wherever the sword energy passed, the blood fog quickly melted away like snow encountering the scorching sun. Even the howls of the wronged souls came to a sudden halt. As if this one sword had severed the connection between the blood fog and some kind of rule.
What?
The leader of the ghost-faced men's pupils shrank suddenly. He had no time to react. Lin Fan's figure had already stepped out from the dissipating blood mist. With a pitch-black long sword in hand, the sword tip pointed diagonally to the ground.
Blood God Temple?
Lin Fan shook his head.
The name sounds impressive.
But the strength. He raised his sword, pointing at the leader of the ghost-faced men.
A heap of dog poop. You.
The leader of the ghost-faced men was furious, blood bond spell.
Kill him.
6 ghost-faced men simultaneously bit their tongues, spitting out essence blood. The essence blood gathered in the air, transforming into a fierce blood-red ghost face.
The ghost face opened its big mouth, letting out a silent scream.
A terrifying shock aimed at the soul swept towards Lin Fan.
Soul attack? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, coincidentally. I have one too.
The poor chi on his shoulder suddenly raised its head.
Opened its mouth. Roar.
This time, the roar was not aimed at the body, but directly at the soul. The ancient fierce beasts might transformed into an invisible soul shockwave, violently colliding with the scream of the blood-red ghost face.
Hiss. Like a hot knife cutting through butter.
The scream of the blood-red ghost face was brutally torn apart by the roar of chi. The backlash hit, and the 6 ghost-faced men simultaneously groaned, blood streaming from their 7 orifices.
Impossible. The leader of the ghost-faced men's voice changed. You actually have a soul defense treasure? Treasures? Lin Fan chuckled. You mean this little guy? He patted Chi's head. It's just a pet. Especially. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. To eat garbage like you.
As soon as his voice fell, the sword of extermination in his hand moved.
It was not a slash. It was a thrust. A plain, unremarkable thrust.
But where the sword tip passed, space twisted, and rules lamented.
The first style of exterminate immortals. Cut the rules. Hiss.
The sword light pierced through the chest of the leader of the ghost-faced men.
No blood spurted. No wound tore open.
But the body of the leader of the ghost-faced men began to crumble inch by inch.
Not a physical disintegration.
But the life rules, blood rules, soul rules that made up his body were forcibly severed by this sword.
No, no.
The leader of the ghost-faced men let out a desperate scream. He wanted to struggle, to resist, but found he couldn't even move a finger. With the rules severed, he lost even the concept of movement. He could only watch helplessly as his body, like sand sculptures, slowly dissipated into the air. In the end, it turned into a puff of flying ash.
The wind blew. And the ash vanished without a trace. Ding.
One sword slays the peak martial sovereign of the Blood God Temple, show-off value plus 5,000.
Current show-off value, 95,570 points. Silence.
The remaining 5 ghost-faced men watched their leader transform into flying ash, their eyes behind the masks filled with boundless fear.
Run.
The thought appeared in their minds simultaneously.
But before they could move,
Lin Fan's sword was already pointed at them.
Now, Lin Fan grinned. It's your turn. Tell me, who is your master? Why are you targeting me? Speak. Or. The sword tip trembled slightly. Cinders. The 5 ghost-faced men exchanged glances. Suddenly, they all raised their hands to strike their own heads. They wanted to commit suicide. However, before me, you don't even have the qualification to die. Lin Fan raised his hand, fingers spread wide. Rubber. Net. His arm instantly shot out, transforming into a large net that tightly bound the 5 ghost-faced men. At the same time, he pointed his fingers like a sword, tapping through the air. Puff 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 puff. 5 strands of sword energy accurately crippled their dantians and sealed their meridians. Want to die? Lin Fan walked to their front, squatted down. Did you ask me first? He reached out, tearing off a ghost-faced man's mask. Under the mask was a pale and twisted face, around 20 years old, filled with resentment in his eyes. Speak. Lin Fan looked at him. You wish. The ghost-faced man gritted his teeth. You have some guts. Lin Fan nodded and raised his hand. Puff. Fingers like a sword, slicing open the other person's scalp. This part omits the cruel interrogation methods. I'll tell you. The master wants to revive the ancient demon god's remnant soul, sacrificing the talents of various countries, to open the demon god seal. You are a special physique, a perfect sacrifice. After the ghost-faced man finished speaking, Lin Fan sent him straight to his end. Ancient demon god, revival plan? They treat me as a sacrifice? He looked at the remaining 4 ghost-faced men, his eyes cold. Your master has quite the guts. The 4 ghost-faced men trembled in fear. But, Lin Fan suddenly laughed, just right. I was just worried about not having a place to test my sword. Wait until I finish scavenging the opportunities in this ruin. He grinned, revealing his bone-white teeth. I will go meet your master. Let's see who sacrifices whom. Or if I chop him up to feed the dogs. At the end of his words. Puff. 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 For sword energies ended the lives of 4 ghost-faced men. Lin Fan stood up and looked at the already frightened warriors from the east and the Middle East. Now, he shook the blood off his sword. It's your turn. Kneel down, call me daddy, and hand over your things. Or die. Thud. 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 The 2 parties knelt down in unison. Daddy, spare us. We'll give everything. Everything. Don't kill us. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoming, collect the things. Yes. Fan God. Wang Xiaoming led the team forward, skillfully searching the corpses for loot. Once everything that needed to be handed over was collected, there was no more use. Without any value, what's the point of living? Old rules. After finishing this, Lin Fan walked toward the Dan sect ruins. A light blue protective shield, although broken at one corner, still had a solid core area. He walked to the shield and pressed a hand against it. Buzz. The shield rippled, and a gentle fragrance of medicine wafted toward him. The Dan sect's protective array is even harder to break than the sword palaces. Sumuyu said as she walked to his side, it requires a special alchemy mark or token to open it. Token? Lin Fan thought for a moment and took out the black token he had found in the sword palace's alchemy chamber. The front of the token had the character Dan carved on it, and the back featured a mountain pattern. He held the token and pressed it against the shield. Buzz. The moment the token touched the shield, it erupted with a soft blue light. The shield rippled like water, slowly opening a portal. It really works. Lin Fan's eyes brightened. Chapter 70, The Shinong Inheritance, The Medicinal Way to Save the World. He stepped into the shield first. Inside the shield was a relatively well-preserved complex of buildings. Blue stone-paved paths, ancient trees reaching the sky, and the air was filled with a light fragrance of medicine. Straight ahead stood a towering 9-story green tower, with 3 ancient characters carved on it, Wan Dan Gu. The tower door was tightly closed. But on either side of the door stood 2 stone statues. They were neither lions nor qilin. They were 2 stone statues shaped like medicinal cauldrons. As Lin Fan approached the door, within a 10-meter range, the 2 stone statues suddenly came to life. The surface of the stone cracked, revealing a dark metallic sheen inside. The mouths of the cauldrons spewed out blazing medicinal flames, rushing toward Lin Fan. Medicinal flame guards. Xinyu exclaimed, high-grade earth-level puppets, containing master-level medicinal flames. Anyone below the martial king rank will be burned upon contact. But Lin Fan just smiled. Medicinal flames? He raised his hand, and a ball of crimson golden flame appeared in his palm. Within the flame, a phantom of a lotus bloomed faintly. The source flame seed of the earth's heartfire lotus. Though it hadn't been fully refined, its rank exceeded ordinary medicinal flames. Better than fire?
Lin Fan pushed the flame seed forward. The crimson golden flame collided with the blue-black medicinal flame.
Hiss! Like pouring boiling water on snow.
The blue-black medicinal flame was instantly devoured and assimilated by the crimson golden flame.
The two medicinal cauldron guards shook violently, their array patterns flickering as if encountering a nemesis. Give me.
Lin Fan raised his hand, grasping at the two guards in the air.
Extinguish. Puff. Puff.
The flames in the mouths of the two medicinal cauldron guards extinguished simultaneously. Immediately afterward, the array patterns on their bodies darkened completely, reverting back to two ordinary stone statues, motionless.
Ding.
Using the Earth's Heartfire Lotus to crush the medicinal flame guards, show-off value plus 2,000.
Current show-off value, 97,570 points.
Lin Fan clapped his hands and walked to the door of Wan Dangu. There was no lock on the tower door.
Only a recessed imprint. The shape of the imprint.
It was just right for a medicinal cauldron.
A specific medicinal cauldron is needed to open it? Sumuyu frowned, where can we find that?
Before she finished speaking, Lin Fan took out the bronze alchemy furnace he had previously found in the Sword Palace's alchemy chamber from the system space.
Although it was damaged, its rank was not low. He pressed the alchemy furnace against the recessed imprint. It fit perfectly. Buzz. The tower door shook and slowly opened inwards.
A strong medicinal fragrance that could not be dissolved wafted through.
A rush came at him.
Lin Fan stepped in. The first floor of the tower was extremely spacious. The four walls were filled with densely packed jade grids, each holding a jade slip.
A rough glance showed at least 10,000. This is the pill recipe pavilion? Xin Yu exclaimed.
Lin Fan casually picked up a jade slip and probed it with his spiritual energy.
Third-grade pill recipe, bone cleansing pill. He picked up another one. Fourth-grade pill recipe, cultivation breaking pill, incomplete, but another one. Fifth-grade pill recipe, dragon blood nirvana pill, severely incomplete, but we've hit the jackpot.
Wang Xiaoming and the others stared with wide eyes. Over 10,000 pill recipe jade slips. Even if most were low grade, even if many were incomplete, their value was beyond measure.
You must know, what alchemists cherish most are the pill recipes. Many alchemists are willing to go broke just to obtain a high-level pill recipe. And here, there are over 10,000. Collect.
Lin Fan said just one word. Everyone immediately took action and began to frantically collect the jade slips.
Lin Fan then walked straight to the second floor.
The second floor was a medicinal herb storehouse. Rows of jade shelves were filled with jade boxes. Although most of the jade boxes were already empty, the herbs had long decayed over the years. But a small portion of jade boxes still emitted a faint spiritual light.
Lin Fan opened one.
Inside was a spirit herb that was ice blue all over, shaped like an orchid, though its leaves were a bit withered, it still emitted rich cold air.
Sixth-grade spirit herb, ice heart orchid, 70% efficacy lost, dot. He opened another one.
Fifth-grade spirit herb, crimson blood ginseng, 50% efficacy lost, dot.
Not bad.
Lin Fan collected all the herbs that still had efficacy. The third floor was a finished pill storehouse. Unfortunately, finished pills are harder to preserve than herbs. The overwhelming majority of pills in the jade bottles had turned into residues. Only at the very back on a cold jade platform, 3 jade bottles still emitted a faint aroma of pills. Lin Fan picked up the first jade bottle and poured out a pill the size of a longdan, entirely golden. The surface of the pill had 3 patterns.
6th grade pill, 9-turn golden pill, imitation, 90% efficacy lost, dot. 9-turn golden pill? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Though it was an imitation and had lost a lot of efficacy, it was still a 6th grade pill. He put the pill away and looked at the second jade bottle. Inside was a pill entirely red with flame patterns on the surface. 5th grade pill, fire cloud pill, 60% efficacy lost, dot. The third jade bottle contained a pill entirely black, emitting a strange fragrance. 5th grade pill, poisonous calamity pill, complete, highly poisonous, death upon touching for those below Martial King, dot. Good stuff. Lin Fan collected all 3 bottles of pills. He continued to walk up. The 4th floor was an alchemy room, which contained several decent quality alchemical furnaces, but none compared to the bronze furnace he had obtained earlier. The 5th floor was a library, housing numerous books on alchemy insights, herb illustrations, and techniques for controlling fire. The 6th floor. The 7th floor. The 8th floor. When Lin Fan stepped onto the 9th floor, he froze. The 9th floor was completely empty. Only in the center floated a small cauldron. It was entirely green, with 3 legs and 2 ears, engraved with countless patterns of plants and living beings. The cauldron was only palm-sized, yet radiated an extremely rich life aura. As if this cauldron was the source of life itself. Detected heavenly grade low-rank treasure, Divine Farmer's Medicine Cauldron, imitation, Description: forged by imitating the true Divine Farmer's Medicine Cauldron from ancient times, it contains a trace of the law of life, can autonomously cultivate spirit herbs, enhance pill quality, and suppress all poisons. Status: Cauldron spirit sleeping, blood is needed to recognize the master. Divine Farmer's Medicine Cauldron. Lin Fan's breath caught. Heavenly grade low rank. And especially a treasure of alchemy. This thing is probably even more precious than the Excalibur, imitation. He reached out, wanting to take the medicine cauldron. But just as his fingertip touched the body of the cauldron. Buzz! The entire pill pavilion shook violently. Outside the tower, the pale blue protective shield suddenly burst forth with dazzling blue light, shooting into the sky. All over the ruins, everyone saw this pillar of light shooting into the sky. That is, the direction of the pill sect ruins. A treasure has appeared. Hurry! Let's go! In an instant, countless figures. Rushing madly towards the dance sect ruins. Inside the tower. Lin Fan had already bitten through the tip of his finger, a drop of blood containing the ancient sacred elephant's essence dripped onto the Shinong medicine cauldron. The blood merged into the cauldron. The emerald green cauldron burst forth with dazzling light. An old and gentle voice resonated in Lin Fan's mind. People of the future. Are you willing to inherit my Shinong lineage? The path of alchemy to benefit the world? Ding! Triggered ancient inheritance task, Shinong's alchemy to benefit the world. Task requirement, pass the alchemy trial. Task reward, complete ownership of the Shinong medicine cauldron, replica, fragment of the Shinong herbal cannon, reputation points plus 15,000. Do you accept? Lin Fan looked at the radiant cauldron before him and smiled. The path of alchemy to benefit the world? Sounds less impressive than the sword path of killing immortals. But he licked his lips. I want it all. Accept. Ding. Inheritance task accepted. Alchemy trial is about to begin. The light of the Shinong medicine cauldron completely engulfed Lin Fan. Outside the tower. Sumu Yu and the others looked at the towering column of light, their expressions grave. The noise is too loud. Everyone in the ruins will be drawn over. Jin Yu tightened her grip on her short sword, looking towards the tower door. We will guard here. Waiting for Lin Fan to come out. As her voice fell. In the distant sky, countless black dots appeared. The first batch that arrived was the reinforcements from the Holy Hall. And the remnants of the Round Table Council. The killing intent spread once again. And this time, Lin Fan was still in the trial. Chapter 71, the damned evil cultivator actually possessed an innocent child. The light of the Shinong medicine cauldron, like a green cocoon, completely wrapped Lin Fan. All voices, killing intent, and conflicts from the outside world were blocked at this moment. Lin Fan found himself standing in an endless void, with a tumultuous sea of clouds beneath his feet, and in front of him floated a giant shadow of the Shinong medicine cauldron. On the cauldron, the etched patterns of plants and living beings seemed to come alive, blue dragon roiling in the sea of clouds, vermilion bird crying out in flames, Xuanwu supporting a towering mountain, white tiger roaring to the sky. Countless ethereal shadows of exotic flowers and herbs, fairy ginseng floating in and out of the cauldron's mouth, swallowing the rich and unyielding essence of life. People of the future. That old and gentle voice sounded again, with a hint of curiosity. You carry the intent of the sword of killing immortals, with killing aura soaring to the sky. Why would you touch my Shinong lineage's alchemy cauldron for benefiting the world? Lin Fan looked up at the enormous shadow of the cauldron, grinning. I want the sword that kills, and I also want the cauldron that saves. Is there a problem? The shadow fell silent for a moment. Interesting. In that case, let you give it a try. Shinong's alchemy emphasizes the heart to benefit the world first, then the understanding of plants, and third, the control of fire. The first trial, the heart to benefit the world. As the shadow finished speaking, the scene before Lin Fan suddenly changed. He found himself standing in front of a dilapidated village, with crumbling walls and corpses strewn about. The air was filled with a stench and the scent of blood, distant sounds of weeping echoed faintly. In the center of the village, a dirty little boy in a coarse linen shirt was holding an old woman, crying heart-wrenchingly. Grandma! Grandma, don't die! The little boy looked up, seeing Lin Fan suddenly appeared, and ran forward to question him. Why did you come so late? It's all your fault, you killed Grandma. If you had come sooner, Grandma wouldn't have died. Damn it! That evil cultivator actually possessed an innocent child. No. I don't care, if you can't save my Grandma, I won't let you go. Lin Fan looked at the little boy, a smile creeping onto his lips. Little friend, don't be anxious, okay? Looking at you, your bond with Grandma must be very good, right? I'm sure you want to be with Grandma forever, never to part? The little boy looked at Lin Fan smile, suddenly feeling flustered. He couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Fan continued, life does have its cliffs, and death has no boundaries. While you live, you can only accompany your grandma for a few more years. But if you die, it's different. You can be together forever. So do you still want me to save your grandma now? Lin Fan's smile became increasingly strange. The little boy was so scared that he ran far away, not caring about his grandmother's body. Lin Fan shook his head, today's children really have no filial piety. After saying this, he pointed a finger. The little boy died. Next, the first great kind-hearted person in history, Lin Fan, dug a deep pit for the grandmother and the little boy. He carefully placed the bodies of both into the pit and buried them. This way, you can be together forever. No need to thank me, it is what I should do. Then, he looked up at the void, the first level, has it been passed? The shadow remained silent for a long while. Passed. Your way of benefiting the world is quite unique. Unique? It means I didn't follow your script, right? However, Lin Fan did not expect that the other party actually let him pass. He was already prepared, in case of the other party questioning him, to teach them a lesson with some twisted theories. Could it be that the other party also thought he did the right thing? Ding! Unique way of benefiting the world shocked the shadow, style points plus 3,000. Current style points, 100,570. What about the second level? Hurry up. The shadow seemed to be choked for a moment but continued. The second level, understanding of plants. The scene changed again. This time, Lin Fan stood in a vast and boundless medicinal herb field. Looking around, there were strange flowers and herbs, Ganoderma and celestial ginseng, countless rare treasures from ancient texts, growing here like wild grass. The fragrance of medicine wafted, and spiritual energy lingered. There are a million kinds of herbs here, the shadow said. Within the time of an incense stick, find 3 pairs of herbs that are mutually restrictive, mutually beneficial, and mutually neutral, and explain the reasons. If you can't pass, you're eliminated. Identifying plants is the fundamental skill for an alchemist. But with a million kinds of herbs and the time of an incense stick, this was almost an impossible task. However, Lin Fan just glanced at the herb field and smiled. Is this it? He raised his hand and pointed to a plant on the left, its entire body crimson, with leaves burning like flames. Scarlet flame grass, fierce, fire poison. Then he pointed to a plant on the right, ice blue like jade, exuding a chilling aura. Refining a furnace of 9 transformations life elixir. The shadow said, 3 or more elixirs must be formed, with at least 1 Dan pattern, to pass the test. 5th grade elixirs. Moreover, a rare elixir for repairing severe injuries and reshaping the foundation. This difficulty. Even many veteran alchemists who have immersed themselves in the art of alchemy for decades do not dare to guarantee success in one attempt. But Lin Fan just glanced at the formula and smiled. 9 transformations life elixir? Main ingredient, life grass, auxiliary ingredients, jade spirit mushroom, 1000-year ginseng king, earth core milk. The method requires 3 transformations and 9 refinements, with gentle fire for 3/4 and strong fire for 1/4, repeated 9 times. Is that all? He walked to the alchemy furnace and sat cross-legged. But he didn't start refining immediately. Instead, he spent 10,000 show-off points to exchange for the divine level insight on refining the 9 transformations life elixir, only for this specific elixir. After absorbing all of these insights, Lin Fan's lips curled upwards, as if he thought of something joyful. Don't ask, just know that my wife is about to give birth. Chapter 72, Card Point Appearance, Xiaoyan gives you a thumbs up. Then, he took out a pile of bottles and jars from the system space. Salt, sugar, vinegar, soy sauce, chile, Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon. There was even an iron pot and a spatula. The shadow? What are you going to do? Refining elixirs. Lin Fan said as a matter of course, but I think your Shinnon lineage's alchemy methods are too rigid. Today, I will show you. He lit the furnace fire, set up the iron pot, and poured in a little earth core milk as the base oil. What do you mean by the stir-fry style of alchemy? The shadow, huh? Under the bewildered gaze of the shadow, Lin Fan began his performance. Life grass, warm and moist, should go in first, gently simmered to extract the medicinal properties, just like stir-frying vegetables. Too high heat makes it overcooked. He grabbed a handful of life grass and tossed it into the iron pot, the spatula flying. Jade spirit mushroom, with a hard texture, needs strong fire to quick fry to dissolve, just like frying kidneys, it must be over high heat to be tender. The jade spirit mushroom hit the pot, sizzling with an explosion of fragrance. 1000-year ginseng king, with potent medicinal power, should be mixed with soy sauce.
No, use earth core milk blended with a bit of red flame grass powder to neutralize its dryness, just like braised meat. You need caramel to balance the greasiness. Lin Fan moved skillfully, adding various seasonings while stirring. The scene looked less like refining a 5th grade spiritual elixir and more like cooking a farmer's stir-fried pork at a street stall. The shadow was already dumbfounded. It had existed for countless ages, seen countless alchemical talents, some adhered to conventions, some took wild paths, some were fierce and domineering.
But treating alchemy like cooking. This was the first time. The most crucial part was, as Lin Fan stirred, those medicinal materials in the iron pot actually began to merge. Not only did the medicinal properties not conflict, but under the bizarre operations of flipping the pot, quick frying, and thickening, they also achieved a certain subtle balance. The fragrance grew stronger and stronger. The elixir light began to gather in the iron pot. Final step, thickening the sauce. No, it's condensing the elixir into patterns. Lin Fan flicked his wrist, lifting the iron pot away from the fire, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. The spatula lightly tapped the bottom of the pot. Ding! 3 golden elixirs, the size of longan, flew out from the pot, each wrapped in 3 clear Dan patterns, landing in the jade bottle he had prepared earlier. 5th grade 9 transformations life elixir, success. And it was 3 elixirs made in one try, with 3 Dan patterns. Quality. Supreme. The shadow. It no longer knew what to say. Stir-frying. Was a 5th grade elixir really made through stir-frying? Want to try one?
Lin Fan poured out an elixir and offered it towards the shadow.
The shadow had no entity, so naturally could not receive it.
But it could clearly sense the overwhelming medicinal power within that elixir, as well as the perfect and flawless Dan patterns.
You? The shadow's voice became a bit hoarse. Where did you learn this alchemy technique? Self-created.
Lin Fan said without turning red, with steady heart. How's that?
Impressive, right?
The shadow fell silent for a long time. Eventually, it slowly uttered 2 words.
Impressive.
It had never seen such an absurd yet effective alchemy method.
This had completely overturned its understanding of alchemy.
3rd challenge, passed. The shadow's voice now carried a profound fatigue.
Ding.
The cooking and alchemy method shocks the phantom, style points plus 4,000.
Current style points, 97,570. The legacy of Shinnon's alchemy belongs to you.
As the words fell, the huge phantom of the medicinal cauldron in the void slowly shrank, transforming into a green flowing light that entered Lin Fan's brow. Lin Fan felt a massive amount of alchemical knowledge pouring into his mind. Shinnon's herbal classic, Fragment, records the characteristics, mutual benefits and harms, and cultivation methods of hundreds of thousands of medicinal herbs. 9 turns alchemy method, the core alchemy technique of the Shinnon lineage, a total of 9 turns, each turn enhances the quality of the elixir by 10%. World-saving elixir classic includes thousands of ancient formulas, from 1st grade to 9th grade, encompassing everything. And the palm-sized Shinnon medicinal cauldron, replica, in his hand also established a blood and flesh connection with him. The spirit of the vessel awakened, a childish voice rang in his mind.
Master. Master. It was the voice of a little girl.
Whom? Lin Fan responded, putting the medicinal cauldron back into his dantian for nurturing.
Ding.
Completed the Shinnon alchemy trial, obtained a low-grade heavenly Shinnon medicinal cauldron, completely acknowledged.
Ding.
Acquired Shinnon's herbal classic, Fragment, 9 turns alchemy method, world-saving elixir classic.
Ding. Style points plus 15,000. Current style points, 112,570 points. 111,000 style points. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Blood profit.
He exited the trial space, his consciousness returning to his body.
Still on the 9th floor of the Wan Dan Pavilion. But the Shinnon medicinal cauldron in his hand was now dripping with green, full of vitality.
Outside the tower, the sounds of shouting, explosions, and curses surged in like a tide. Lin Fan frowned, walked to the window, and looked outside. He saw on the open ground outside the tower, Sumuyu, Jinyu, Wang Xiaoming, and more than 30 others, backing against the Wan Dan Pavilion, forming a defensive formation, struggling to hold on.
And their opponents were at least over 100 martial artists.
Silver-armored knights from the Holy Hall, remnants of the Round Table Council, swordmasters from the East, curved-bladed warriors from the Middle East, and even a few scattered practitioners dressed differently with strange auras. Although they came from different countries and factions, at this moment, they had formed a bizarre tacit understanding.
Allied, to break the defense first in charge into the Wan Dan Pavilion. Sumu Yu. Xin Yu. You can't hold on for long.
A silver-armored knight from the Holy Hall shouted harshly, "Hand over Lin Fan.
Hand over the treasures he obtained in the tower. We can spare you from death."
Sumuyu slashed a sword, sending an East Blade Master flying, her face pale, blood at her lips, but her gaze remained cold.
Dream on.
Shinyu held the judgment blade, its holy light shining, the short sword piercing like a venomous snake through the throat of a Middle Eastern warrior, her voice cold. If you want to go in, step over our corpses first. Wang Xiaoming and the others were also drenched in blood, but no one retreated. Behind them was the tower where Lin Fan was. The tower that had given them elixirs, given them skills, brought them glory and uplifted them.
Stubborn fools.
A red-haired female knight from the Round Table Council sneered, then kill them all.
Then go in and seize the treasures. The attacks grew more frenzied.
Although Sumuyu and Shinyu were powerful, after all, 2 fists were hard to fight against 4 hands. The number of opponents was too many, and more martial artists were constantly being attracted by the light pillar, joining the fray.
The defense line was on the verge of collapse. Has the God of Mortals not come out yet?
A student gritted his teeth against the attacks, his voice filled with despair.
He will come out.
Wang Xiaoming roared, trust in the God of Mortals.
In the moment when the defense line was about to break,
the gate of the Wan Dan Pavilion slowly opened. A figure walked out slowly.
At just the right moment, Xiaoyan gives you a thumbs up.
Dressed in black, with black hair, hands in pockets. With a stem of something he randomly found in his mouth.
It was Lin Fan.
He glanced at the brutal battlefield, then at Sumuyu and the others who were covered in blood yet still standing tall.
Then, he spat out the grass stem. Wow, it's pretty lively.
His voice was not loud, yet it sounded like thunder, resonating in everyone's ears.
The battlefield fell silent in an instant.
Everyone turned to look at Lin Fan.
The silver-armored knight's eyes brightened. Lin Fan, you finally came out.
The red-haired female knight from the Round Table Council licked her lips. Hand over the treasures you obtained in the tower.
We can leave you with a whole corpse.
The East sword fighters tightened their grips on their sword handles, their gazes greedy. The Middle Eastern warriors unsheathed their curved blades, an aura of killing intent rising.
Lin Fan smiled.
He walked in front of Sumuyu and Shinyu, gently pulling the 2 women behind him. You've worked hard.
Next.
He looked up, scanning the hundreds of fierce warriors ahead. His eyes suddenly turned cold.
Leave it to me. Ding. Appeared at a critical moment, fiercely protecting teammates, show-off points plus 3,000. Current show-off points, 115,570 points.
Lin Fan took a step forward. Alone, facing over 100 strong enemies.
Who just said they wanted to kill me?
He looked at the commander of the Holy Hall Knights.
You? He then glanced at the red-haired female knight. Or you? Finally, his gaze swept over everyone. Or. Lin Fan grinned, showing his gleaming white teeth. All of you together? Chapter 73, Have Backbone, what now?
Lin Fan's voice echoed above the dead silence of the ruins.
All of you together?
These words felt light, but to the ears of hundreds of warriors from various nations, it was like thunder crashing down.
Crazy. Too crazy. A single person, facing hundreds of equally strong or even stronger warriors, still dared to provoke them? Bakayaro. Who do you think you are?
A Japanese sword fighter was the first to snap, drawing his long sword, turning it into a shadow that slashed towards Lin Fan.
The blade's light was fierce, its aura ripping through the air, clearly a full-strength attack from an early-stage martial sovereign.
Lin Fan didn't even look. He merely raised his hand. With a flick of his finger, he pointed at the blade's light.
Clang!
A crisp sound of metal clashing. That blade of light, capable of splitting mountains, was actually shattered by Lin Fan's finger.
Not only that. Phew! The invisible air force erupted, precisely hitting the Japanese sword fighter's brow.
The sword fighter froze mid-charge, his pupils dilating, a red mark seeping blood from his forehead.
Bang!
The corpse fell to the ground.
Instant kill. True finger killing. Trash. Lin Fan flicked his fingers, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. I'm in a hurry, you can all join together. After a brief silence. Kill. The commander of the Holy Hall Knights roared first, silver armor shining with holy light, giant sword raised. Holy Hall, unite. Execute this beast. Round Table Council. Knights, charge. Japanese warriors. Kill. Desert scimitars. Slash. Hundreds of warriors surged like a flood, attacking Lin Fan from all sides. Sword light, blade shadows, fist prints, magic, ninjutsu, all kinds of attacks converged into a devastating torrent, wanting to completely engulf Lin Fan. Fan God, be careful. Wang Xiaoming shouted in alarm. Sumuyu and Shinyu tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to advance. But Lin Fan just smiled. He not only did not retreat, but stepped forward instead. At the same time, he raised his hand.
In his palm, a green medicinal cauldron emerged. The cauldron was only palm-sized, yet it exuded a vast aura of life.
Just right, let's try out my new toy. Lin Fan tossed the cauldron into the air. Shinnong's secret technique. 10,000 medicines suppressed the heavens. Buzz.
The Shinnong medicinal cauldron swelled in the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a towering green giant cauldron, reaching a height of 100 zhang, blocking the sun. The cauldron's mouth faced downward, aimed at the hundreds of rushing warriors. On the surface of the cauldron, the etched patterns of plants and life seemed to come alive. The azure dragon roared, the vermilion bird sang, the black tortoise stomped the ground, the white tiger ripped through the sky. Moreover, countless illusory strange flowers and herbs, spiritual ginseng, and immortality herbs surged out from the cauldron's mouth, turning into a vast ocean of medicinal fragrance that enveloped the entire battlefield.
Wah! What is this? It's that cauldron. The treasure he got in the tower. Not good. Retreat. The warrior at the forefront's face changed drastically, wanting to pull back, but it was too late. The ocean of medicinal fragrance swept over, engulfing them all. In the next moment, a strange thing happened. Those warriors did not suffer any physical harm. But their movements began to slow down. No, not slow down. Their vitality, blood, and even cultivation were being nurtured back by that vast medicinal fragrance. My injury is healing?
One holy hall knight with a chest wound was stunned.
My old ailment seems to be gone?
A round table council knight touched his old injury and was surprised.
My bottleneck is loosening? A Japanese ninja exclaimed. The medicinal fragrance. It is pure life essence. It is the supreme transformative energy condensed by the divine farmer's cauldron, refining the heavens, earth, and plants. In theory, this should be a great tonic. But the problem is too much nourishment. Ah! My meridians, so swollen.
A Middle Eastern warrior suddenly screamed in agony, his skin began to crack, blood oozing from 7 orifices, his vital energy was too abundant, his meridians couldn't bear it, and started collapsing.
Stop. Quickly stop. There's something wrong with this medicinal fragrance.
The head knight of the sanctuary roared, feeling his vital energy surging crazily, already exceeding the limits he could control.
No, can't take it anymore. I'm about to break through. Ah!
A female knight from the Round Table Council screamed, her aura drastically increasing, about to break through her realm on the spot. But her foundation was unstable, and the forced breakthrough resulted in
put.
Her dantian exploded, and her cultivation was completely wasted.
Screams echoed one after another.
Over 100 warriors, at this moment, were like frogs thrown into hot soup. Some had their meridians burst, some were destabilized and weakened, while others even failed their breakthroughs and became invalid. They frantically operated their techniques, trying to resist the invasion of the drug fragrance, but found it utterly useless. This drug fragrance was not an attack.
It was a blessing.
It forcibly infused you with life essence, making you unable to absorb nourishment.
Lin Fan. The head knight of the sanctuary's eyes turned red, staring hard at the giant cauldron in the air. What evil sorcery is this? Evil sorcery? Lin Fan stood under the cauldron and dug at his ears. This is the divine farmer's cauldron, an ancient sacred instrument for aiding the world, understand? It is simply helping you heal, replenishing your bodies. You should thank me. He grinned. After all, I am always kind-hearted. Ding.
Using the divine farmer's medicine cauldron to nourish the dead enemies, show-off value plus 5,000.
Current show-off value, 120,570 points. The battlefield had turned into a purgatory. Only less than half of the 100 warriors could still stand. The rest either lay on the ground crying in pain from exploding meridians, or were weakened and paralyzed, or had their cultivation completely wasted with faces ashen. And the instigator of all this, Lin Fan, was slowly walking towards the head knight of the sanctuary. This vice-captain of the 3rd Knight group of the sanctuary, a powerful warrior at the late stage of the martial sect, was now covered in cracked skin, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, and his breath was in complete turmoil. He glared at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with hatred. Lin Fan, the sanctuary, will not let you go. I've heard that 3 times now. Lin Fan sighed, raising his hand. Smack! A slap struck the knight's face. Half of his face instantly swelled up, 3 teeth flew out. Can you use another word? The knight was stunned by the slap. He was the head knight of the sanctuary. An esteemed identity. How had he ever been humiliated like this? You dare slap my face? Smack! Another slap. The other side of his face swelled as well. I slapped you, so what? Lin Fan shook his hand. Do you want to take me out for a meal? I. Put. Before the words were even out. Line end.
Lin Fan's fingers, like a sword, pierced through his dantian.
Wasted cultivation, in one swift motion.
The knight screamed and collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Having his cultivation wasted, his life was over. Lin Fan didn't look at him again, turning to walk towards the red-haired female knight at the round table council. The red-haired female knight was sitting cross-legged on the ground, desperately suppressing the surging vital energy within her. Seeing Lin Fan approaching, her face turned pale.
Lin Fan.
I am the Guinevere candidate from the round table council.
You can't touch me. Guinevere?
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Oh, I remember, earlier outside the Sword Palace, someone named Guinevere was trampled under my feet calling me daddy. He squatted down and grasped the red-haired knight's chin.
Do you want to call me daddy too?
You. The red-haired knight shook with anger. A soldier can be killed but cannot be insulted.
You're spirited.
Lin Fan nodded and raised his hand.
Slap. 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 4 consecutive slaps.
The red-haired knight's mouth filled with blood, her cheeks swollen and looking completely like a pig's head.
Now, how is it? Lin Fan asked, is it insulting? Chapter 74, I let you roll, you make a fuss about it.
Tears streamed down the red-haired knight's face, humiliated to the extreme, but looking into Lin Fan's cold eyes, she finally trembled and spoke.
It's getting hot. I can't hear you. It's getting hot.
The red-haired knight screamed in despair.
Good girl.
Lin Fan patted her head.
Get lost.
The red-haired female knight, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to her feet, stumbling as she fled into the distance.
I told you to get lost, why are you walking like that? I didn't want to kill you, but since you're seeking death, don't blame me.
With that, the red-haired female knight perished.
Lin Fan then walked towards the group of Japanese martial artists.
At this moment, most of the Japanese martial artists had their meridians damaged, and when they saw Lin Fan approach, they turned pale with fear.
Lord Lin Fan. Please spare us. We are willing to surrender all our treasures. Yes, yes. We are willing to swear loyalty to you. Please give us a chance.
Lin Fan looked at the kneeling Japanese martial artists and smiled.
Loyalty to me? Do you even deserve that?
He raised his hand, and the Zhanxian sword appeared in his grasp. The blade was pitch black, with dark red veins flowing through it.
Trash from Japan, I'll kill everyone I see. Today? Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. I will slaughter them all.
With the words barely out of his mouth, the sword light flashed. The pitch-black sword energy, like the scythe of death, swept through the crowd of Japanese martial artists.
Puff 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 puff.
Heads rolled, blood splattering everywhere. More than a dozen Japanese martial artists didn't even have time to scream before their heads were severed.
Ding. Slain Japanese martial artist, show-off points plus 2,000. Current show-off points, 122,570 points.
Lin Fan wiped the blood off his sword and looked at the group of Middle Eastern martial artists. The Middle Eastern martial artists were so frightened that they were almost out of their minds, all dropping to their knees.
Lord Lin Fan. We are not allied with the Japanese. We were only coerced by the Holy Hall. Spare us. We are willing to give up everything.
Lin Fan thought for a moment.
Middle Eastern, huh? I've heard you have a lot of oil over there? The Middle Eastern martial artists froze for a moment, then immediately nodded frantically, yes, yes. Our family has oil fields. We have lots of money.
As long as you spare us, we are willing to offer all our wealth.
Fine.
Lin Fan nodded, swear an oath of martial arts, and after returning, each of you must transfer $100 billion to my family's account.
If it's even 1 cent short, I will personally go to the Middle East to collect your heads. $100 billion.
This was a huge sum for them too. But looking at the headless bodies of the Japanese martial artists on the ground, how could they dare to haggle?
We swear. We swear.
The dozen or so quickly bit their fingertips and swore a blood oath with their martial hearts. Within 7 days, their families must transfer $100 billion to the account Lin Fan designated, or their martial arts would collapse, their souls scattered.
Get lost.
Lin Fan waved his hand. The Middle Eastern martial artists scrambled away in fear. Finally, only the remnants of the Holy Hall and the Round Table Council, along with a few scattered cultivators hiding far away, were left. Lin Fan looked at the Holy Hall Knights. Holy Hall Knights, each of you, sever one arm, then get lost.
Otherwise, you will all die.
The Holy Hall Knights' faces changed, and in the end, with gritted teeth, they all swung their swords and severed their left arms. Amid the screams, severed arms fell to the ground. They covered their wounds and fled in disgrace. The Round Table Knights, seeing this, without Lin Fan's order, also severed one arm each and fled in panic. The few scattered cultivators were even more straightforward, directly placing all their treasures on the ground before running away without looking back. Watching them flee, Lin Fan smiled. I was lying to you, even if you sever an arm, you still have to die. His fingers tapped, and the 6th meridian sword acted like a machine gun. Bayu bayu bayu. Except for the Middle Eastern martial artists who owed him several hundred billion, almost everyone else was killed. Of course, following the usual rules, he left one person to deliver the message. Otherwise, who would avenge him? How could he continue to gain show-off points and loot resources? In just a few minutes, over 100 martial artists were either dead, fleeing, or crippled. The battlefield fell silent again. Only the corpses, severed arms, blood, and a mountain of spoils remained. Wang Xiaoming and the others, looking at this scene, had already become numb. Lord Fan. One man, standing against 100 enemies. With a snap of his fingers, killing people, slapping faces in humiliation, extorting billions, forcing others to mutilate themselves. This was no longer a martial artist. This was clearly a demon god. Clean up the battlefield. Lin Fan put away the divine farmer's medicine cauldron and Zhanxian sword and said to Wang Xiaoming, pick up the valuable things, throw the corpses far away, they're too distracting. Yes. Yes. Wang Xiaoming hurriedly led his people to begin cleaning up. Sumuyu and Xinyu walked to Lin Fan's side, seeming to want to say something but hesitating. What do you want to say? Lin Fan looked at them. Lin Fan, Sumuyu said softly, you were too cruel just now. Cruel? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. They didn't think it was cruel when they wanted to kill me. I'm not talking about killing, Sumuyu shook her head. I mean, you humiliated those female warriors, slapped them, forced them to call you daddy. So what? Lin Fan laughed. They didn't show mercy when they wanted to kill me just because I'm a man. In the martial arts world, strength is revered. If you lose, you have to admit it. If you get hit, stand straight. He patted Su Muyu's shoulder. Miss Su, you grew up in a prominent family, and you've been protected too well. This world is much crueler than you think. Su Muyu fell silent. She knew Lin Fan was right. But seeing those female warriors publicly humiliated, slapped, forced to call him daddy, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. Maybe it was because Lin Fan didn't slap her, and she felt jealous. Xinyu, on the other hand, showed no reaction, just looking at Lin Fan with a glint in her eyes. Lin Fan, the tripod you just used, is it the divine agricultural tripod? She asked. Yes, Lin Fan nodded, a low-grade heaven tier, not bad. Not just not bad. Xinyu smiled bitterly, that's a replica of the ancient divine farmer, if it were outside, even the martial kings would fight for it. Lin Fan shrugged and said no more. He walked over to the pile of spoils and started counting. Holy Hall, Round Table Council, Eastern Japan, Middle East, loose cultivators. The savings of hundreds of people piled into a small mountain. Spirit stones, pills, weapons, armor, martial arts jade slips, magic scrolls, ninjutsu secret scrolls, all sorts of things. Though most of it was trash to Lin Fan, there were always some items that caught his eye. Fan God. Look at this. Wang Xiaoming ran over holding a blood-colored jade pendant. I found it on an Eastern Japanese ninja. It seems to have strong energy fluctuations inside. Lin Fan took the jade pendant and probed it with his mental power. Inside the pendant was sealed a blood-colored knife aura, and within the knife aura, there was a vague, terrifying ghostly figure. Detected high-grade earth-tier forbidden technique, Ghost God 1-blade slash, one-time use. Description, an ancient secret transmission of the Eastern Japanese Ghost God sect, a strike sealing the power of the Ghost God, with power comparable to a martial king's full-force strike in the early stages. Usage, crush the pendant to release the knife aura. Good stuff, Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he put away the jade pendant. These guys didn't have a chance to use it, and it's cheaper for me. But this reminds me, I need to be faster next time when I kill. Wait. If they had used it, I could have counterattacked, maybe I'd get more show-off points. Forget it, why bother with this nonsense? Life and death are just fleeting, if you're not convinced, just fight. With the system here, can it really get me killed? And this, another student came holding a yellowed sheepskin ancient book, I found it on that Holy Hall Knight Commander. Lin Fan took the ancient book. The cover was in ancient Latin, which he couldn't understand. But the system's prompt rang in time. Detected Holy Hall Secret Classic, Sacred Body Forging Technique, incomplete. Grade, high-grade earth tier. Description, core body forging technique of the Holy Hall Knights, when cultivated to a high level, can condense a sacred body, with strong resistance against dark and undead attacks. Note, severely incomplete, only the first 3 layers are available. Body forging technique? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. He already had the ancient sacred elephant body and the first 3 layers of the 8-9 profound arts. His physical body was already absurdly strong, so this sacred body forging technique was not very useful to him. However, it could be sold for money or rewarded to his subordinates. Keep it. Lin Fan tossed the ancient book to Wang Xiaoming. Copy a few copies, one for each person.
Thank you, Fan God. Wang Xiaoming was overjoyed. The other students also became excited. A high-grade earth-tier body forging technique. Even if it's incomplete, it's worth a fortune. Following Fan God, indeed, there's meat to eat. In their eyes, this was a feast.
For Lin Fan, this could barely be considered soup.
Lin Fan continued counting.
In the end, he picked out a few useful items from the spoils. A void escape talisman that could teleport 100 miles, middle-grade earth-tier, one-time use. A bottle of spirit perception pills that could temporarily enhance sensory acuity, level 4, 3 pieces. A book titled The Record of Abandoned Sea Voyages, which documented various ancient ruin secrets, author unknown. In a distant place, there was a treasure trove that contained countless riches. But it was all kept in the hands of a young man named Wang Xiaoming. The other treasures were all shared with his team members.
Fanshin, where shall we go next? Wang Xiaoming asked.
Lin Fan took out a map and looked at the third inheritance point marked on it. It was a mark located deep in the ruins, next to which was written in English. Forbidden Land Demon God Altar, extremely dangerous, not recommended for exploration. Demon God Altar? Lin Fan recalled what the ghost-faced people of the Blood God Temple had said about the ancient demon god revival plan.
It seems we must visit.
He put away the map and glanced northeastward.
Rest for an hour, then set off. Target. Lin Fan grinned. Demon God Altar. I want to see.
What kind of thing dares to make me a sacrifice?
An hour later.
The team finished their rest, and their injuries were mostly healed with the help of medicinal pills.
Lin Fan led everyone deeper into the ruins. The deeper they went, the more strange the environment became.
The dark red sky grew deeper, almost dripping with blood. The earth transformed from cracked wasteland to blackened soil, with a faint scent of sulfur and blood. The surrounding ruins began to appear menacing, turning from palaces and temples into bizarre structures made of bones. Occasionally, they could see some incomplete statues, carved not of gods, but of various hideous monsters.
This place feels suffocating, a student whispered.
It's like a demon domain, Qinyu frowned. Sumuyu gripped her long sword tightly, scanning the surroundings with caution. However, Lin Fan did not seem to feel anything. The Qiangqi on his shoulder became excited instead, its crimson vertical pupils scanning the area, emitting a low growl.
The atmosphere here made it very comfortable. We're almost there.
Lin Fan looked at the map. Not far ahead should be the site of the demon god altar.
However, just as they were about to arrive,
a thick blood mist suddenly rose from the scorched earth ahead. In the blood mist, countless twisted figures could be seen writhing and howling. It's the blood god temple people.
Qinyu's expression changed.
Lin Fan squinted his eyes. The blood mist gradually dispersed, revealing the site inside. It was an altar made of piled white bones, towering 10 zhang high, entirely pale, with a 3-headed, 6-armed demon god statue on top. Around the altar stood dozens of ghost-faced people in blood-red robes and wearing evil spirit masks. Right in front of the altar stood a tall figure dressed in a dark red luxurious robe and wearing a golden ghost mask, with his hands clasped behind his back. His aura was deep as the sea, vast as a chasm.
It was unexpectedly a half-step martial king.
Moreover, this was a solidly grounded half-step martial king that truly touched the threshold of martial king. Stronger than the half-step martial king that Lancelot forcibly raised by burning his life.
Lin Fan.
The golden ghost-faced man slowly spoke, his voice hoarse and majestic, like metal scraping.
You have finally come. I have waited for you, for a long time.
Lin Fan stopped and looked at the golden ghost-faced man, smiling.
Wait for me? What's the rush to send me to death?
The golden ghost-faced man did not get angry, merely looking at Lin Fan calmly. Your body is very special. Ancient holy body, no, it seems there is also the aura of the divine elephant suppressing prison strength.
And the sword will to slay immortals, the rhythm of the Shinnong cauldron.
With each word he spoke, Lin Fan's eyes grew colder.
This guy actually saw through so many of his hidden cards? A perfect sacrifice.
The golden ghost-faced man slowly raised his hand. The master's revival requires a perfect flesh body to carry the soul of the demon god. You are very suitable. As the words fell, the dozens of ghost-faced people around the altar simultaneously knelt down, forming hand seals.
Boom!
The demon god statue at the top of the altar erupted with a sky-high beam of bloodlight. Within the bloodlight, a 3-headed, 6-armed, hideous demon god phantom gradually condensed.
A terrifying pressure descended like a mountain.
All students, including Sumuyu and Qinyu, felt it hard to breathe, their blood and energy stagnating.
That was the aura of a martial emperor.
although it was only a wisp of residual soul shadow. The pressure it exudes has far exceeded the level of the martial king.
The remnants of the demon god.
Lin Fan licked his lips, interesting. He stepped forward, blocking everyone behind him. You all, step back.
This.
Lin Fan glanced at the shadow of the demon god and then at the golden ghost-faced figure. He grinned, showing his sharp white teeth. I want to tear it apart with my own hands.
Chapter 76, It is you who should kneel.
The shadow of the demon god had 3 heads and 6 arms, with each face twisted and brutal. 6 arms held different demon weapons: dagger, sword, spear, axe, hammer, whip. Just standing there, the pressure it emitted twisted the space and shook the earth. That was not a mere martial king domain shape, but a true martial emperor pressure that touched the rules above the martial king level. Even if it was just a wisp of a remnant soul, even if it was just a shadow, that absolute suppression at the level of life still made everyone present feel like they had fallen into an ice cave.
Thump!
Wang Xiaoming and other weaker disciples were instantly crushed to their knees, blood flowing from their mouths and noses, unable to lift their heads. Sumo Yu and Qin Yu barely managed to stand, but their faces were as pale as paper, their hands holding swords trembling. This was a fear born from instinct, the trembling of ants before a dragon. Only Lin Fan remained resolute. He stood at the forefront, his back straight, unyielding against the tsunami-like pressure of the demon god. The golden blood of the ancient holy elephant surged beneath his skin, roaring fiercely, resisting the martial emperor level of pressure.
Oh!
The golden ghost-faced figure showed a trace of surprise in its eyes. To withstand the pressure of the master's wisp of soul, your physique is even more perfect than I imagined.
Perfect?
Lin Fan grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. Perfect enough to beat the crap out of your so-called master.
Presumptuous.
The shadow of the demon god seemed enraged, and the 3 faces roared in unison with a deafening sound.
All 6 arms swung the demon weapons at once.
The blade light ripped through the sky. The sword beam pierced the earth.
The spear shadow disrupted the void. The axe blade split the mountains.
The hammer's wind shook the universe.
The whip shadow shattered the rules.
6 attacks, each containing the power of the martial emperor level rules, overwhelming and crashing toward Lin Fan.
Wherever they passed, space crumbled inch by inch, revealing dark void fissures.
This strike was enough to kill any being below the martial king level.
Lin Fan, get out of the way. Sumo Yu screamed, wanting to rush forward but being firmly pinned down by the immense pressure, unable to move. Qin Yu's eyes widened in despair, yet she couldn't even make a sound.
Wang Xiaoming and others closed their eyes in hopelessness.
It's over.
Even if Fan God is strong, he cannot block the attack of the martial emperor level.
However, facing those earth-destroying 6 attacks,
Lin Fan not only did not dodge.
On the contrary, he stepped forward. Execution of the immortal sword starting style. Slice the rules. Swish. The pitch-black sword light shot into the sky, slicing toward the incoming blade light. Crack. The blade light shattered.
But the immortal sword chi also dimmed, barely breaking through. That was the limit. The divine farmer's cauldron, 10,000 medicines to stabilize the heavens. The emerald giant cauldron reappeared, its mouth spewing a vast aroma of medicine, trying to nourish the 6 attacks, disturbing their rule structure.
But how stable were the martial emperor level rules? The medicinal aroma's impact barely delayed the spear shadow and axe blade for a mere 1/10 of a second. Rubber, awakened giant form.
Lin Fan's body instantly swelled to 10 meters, his skin turning into dark golden rubber, holy body patterns flowing like lava. His fists clenched tightly, facing the crashing hammer wind and whip shadow.
He slammed out fiercely.
Rubber, rubber, calamity fist of the 3 disasters. On his fists, the core fires of the earth's heart, the crimson flames of the fire cloud technique, and the golden flames of the holy body's blood combined into a devastating flame fist.
Boom!
The fist wave violently collided with the hammer wind and whip shadow. The explosion created shockwaves that lifted the scorched earth within a kilometer radius, revealing the dark rock below. Lin Fan grunted, his giant form's right fist cracked inch by inch, the dark golden rubber shattered, exposing blood-soaked bones inside.
But he ultimately blocked. 1 attack shattered, 2 attacks delayed. 2 mighty clashes. The remaining sword light reached in front of him.
Damn it, Lin Fan gritted his teeth, blocking with his left arm.
Puff.
The sword light pierced through his left arm, spilling a pool of fresh blood. But the sword light was also stopped, its power exhausted, dissipating into the air. Lin Fan staggered back 3 steps, unable to maintain his 10-meter-tall giant form, returning to his original height. His left arm had a front-to-back blood hole, his right fist was a bloody mess, his chest was torn, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He was in a terrible state.
An unprecedented plight. But he was still standing. He blocked it. The God Fan blocked the attack of the martial emperor level?
Wang Xiaoming and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Sumu Yu and Qin Yu's eyes burst with a glimmer of hope.
The golden ghost-faced person's pupils shrank suddenly.
How is this possible? With the body of a martial zone, he hard hit the laws of the martial emperor.
Even the shadow of the demon god showed human-like astonishment on its three faces. Cough, cough, Lin Fan spit out a mouthful of bloody saliva and wiped the corner of his mouth with his tattered right sleeve. Martial Emperor? Is that all?
He raised his head, looking at the shadow of the demon god, his eyes showing no fear, but rather burning with fierce battle intent.
If your master only has this little ability.
Lin Fan opened his blood-stained mouth, revealing a mad smile.
Then he is definitely doomed today. Ding! Hard hit the martial emperor's shadow, shocking the crowd, showing off value plus 8,000. Current showing off value, 130,570 points. Arrogant.
The shadow of the demon god was completely furious, its three faces twisted at the same time, 6 arms waving wildly.
Ant. This emperor will shatter your soul. Boom.
The demonic might erupted with 10 times the strength of before. This time, the shadow of the demon god no longer attacked from a distance.
Instead, all 6 arms simultaneously formed seals. Demonic god forbidden technique, 10,000 demons devour souls.
Around the altar, dozens of ghost-faced people let out a shrill scream simultaneously, their bodies visibly shriveling. All their energy, souls, and cultivation were extracted, turning into beams of bloodlight, flowing into the body of the demon god shadow. The aura of the demon god shadow surged once again. The shadow became more solid, the three faces clearer, and the weapons in its 6 arms even began to emit a tangible metallic sheen.
It was temporarily recovering part of the true power of the martial emperor through the sacrifice. Not good. Qin Yu's face turned pale, it's sacrificing its subordinates to recover power. At this rate. Lin Fan. Run.
Sumu Yu shouted hoarsely, you can't stop it.
Run?
Lin Fan looked at the increasingly terrifying demon god shadow, then glanced back at his teammates who could barely stand.
He smiled. Run? There is no such word in my dictionary.
He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the system space.
System, open the store.
A familiar light screen appeared before him, a dazzling array of goods flying past quickly. Lin Fan's gaze locked directly onto the special items category.
Quickly scrolling down. Found it. Martial Emperor Experience Card, 3 seconds. Rank, Special.
Description, after use, gain all the power of the early Martial Emperor for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, enter a state of extreme weakness, and cultivation temporarily drops, meridians are severely damaged.
Price, 100,000 showing off value. 100,000 showing off value. 3 seconds of Martial Emperor.
Lin Fan did not hesitate at all.
Exchange. Ding.
Consumed 100,000 showing off value, acquired Martial Emperor Experience Card, 3 seconds.
Remaining showing off value, 30,570 points.
His showing off value instantly shrank to 30,000. But in Lin Fan's eyes, only madness remained. He opened his eyes, looking at the completely solidified demon god shadow, whose aura had surged to its peak. At this moment, the demon god shadow was completely solid, 3 heads and 6 arms, exuding overwhelming demonic might, as if a true ancient demon god had descended. It looked down at Lin Fan, as if looking down at an ant. Ant, you can force this emperor to use true power, you should feel proud.
Now, kneel and offer your soul and body. This emperor can make your death a bit more painless.
Lin Fan smiled. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing up.
Kneel? The one who should kneel. He suddenly clenched his 5 fingers tight. Is you. Martial Emperor Experience Card. Activate. Buzz.
An overwhelming power, vast like a sea of stars and terrifying like a heavenly wrath, erupted explosively from within Lin Fan.
Booming. The world changes color.
The dark red sky of the ruins was violently torn open, revealing the true blue sky outside. The earth shook violently, scorched soil surged, and countless skeletal structures collapsed. Centering around Lin Fan, an absolutely dominating domain instantly spread out, enveloping the entire altar area.
That is the Martial Emperor domain.
The true and complete Martial Emperor domain, containing the laws and powers of space. Within the domain, Lin Fan is the master.
This is impossible.
The golden ghost-faced man screamed in disbelief, his eyes wide under the mask, filled with boundless horror.
Martial Emperor? How could he suddenly become a Martial Emperor? This is impossible. The 3 faces of the demonic shadow simultaneously showed expressions of disbelief. The Martial Emperor domain, the true Martial Emperor domain. How is this possible? You are clearly just an ant.
Sumu Yu, Qin Yu, Wang Xiaoming, and others were all stunned. They looked at the figure, shrouded in the golden domain, hovering in midair like a god, their minds blank.
The mortal god has become a martial emperor? No.
This is not a breakthrough.
This is some kind of forbidden art? A secret method? But no matter what it is.
At this moment, Lin Fan truly emanated the pressure of a martial emperor.
First, second. Lin Fan's cold voice echoed within the domain. He raised his right hand, gently grasping at the demonic shadow. Shatter. Crack. The space around the demonic shadow shattered inch by inch, like glass.
The shadow's body was cut and torn apart by countless space cracks.
No.
The demonic shadow let out a terrified scream, its 6 arms waving frantically, trying to break free. But in front of the true martial emperor domain, its remaining soul had no power to resist.
Second.
Lin Fan raised his left hand, and the Zhuxian sword appeared in his grasp. The sword body was pitch black, with dark red patterns flowing madly, emitting an excited humming sound.
First style of the Zhuxian sword technique. Slice the laws. Ultimate version. Shu.
A pitch-black sword light that spanned the heavens and the earth was unleashed. This sword was no longer the previous form of slicing the laws, but a true strike that contained the power of martial emperor-level laws, capable of severing causality and annihilating the cycle of life and death. As the sword light passed, the demonic shadow's body began to crumble from the middle, inch by inch. This was not the collapse of flesh. It was the demonic law, residual soul mark, and sacrifice contract that constituted its existence. That was brutally severed at its very roots by the sword.
Aha! The demonic shadow let out a desperate wail. Third, second.
Lin Fan sheathed the sword, facing the demonic shadow that had already disintegrated mostly, leaving only half a head.
He uttered a single word. Annihilate. Hum.
The domain shrank, and endless powers of space and rules pressed towards the last remnants of the demonic shadow's soul.
Puff. Like a bubble bursting.
The demonic shadow, along with its desperate wails, completely dissipated into the air.
The soul scattered and fled. Not a trace was left behind. 3 seconds.
From using the experience card to the complete annihilation of the demonic shadow.
Exactly 3 seconds. Ding.
Used martial emperor experience card, killed the demonic shadow in 3 seconds, showing off points plus 15,000.
Current showing off points, 45,570. Deathly silence. A silence like death.
Around the altar, everyone looked as if they were petrified, staring blankly at the figure slowly descending from the sky. The effect of the martial emperor experience card ended. The martial emperor domain on Lin Fan instantly vanished, the vast aura receding like a tide, returning to the fluctuation of a martial zone, still at the great martial master level, with an aura comparable to martial zone. But at this moment, no one dared to view him as an ordinary martial zong anymore.
3 seconds of martial emperor. Killed the demonic shadow in 3 seconds. What the hell does this mean? Puff.
As soon as he landed, Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of dark golden blood, even mixed with pieces of his internal organs. The backlash from the martial emperor experience card has come. His meridians felt as if countless red-hot iron rods were repeatedly stabbing through them, intense pain sweeping through his entire body. The vital energy in his dantian surged wildly backward, slamming against his organs. His aura plummeted like a deflated balloon, collapsing from the late martial zone all the way down to early martial master.
And it was still continuing to fall. Weak. Extremely weak.
Lin Fan felt his eyelids heavy as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, and his body felt completely drained, leaving him with almost no strength to stand.
But he could not fall. Absolutely not. Fan Shen.
Sumu Yu and Qin Yu rushed forward, wanting to support him. Lin Fan raised his hand to stop them. He gritted his teeth, forcing his swaying body to steady. Step by step, he walked toward the golden ghost-faced man at the altar. With every step, a bloody footprint was left behind. But the expression on his face remained calm, even carrying a hint of mockery. The golden ghost-faced man was now completely stunned. His strongest card, the remnant soul of the demon god, was cut down by Lin Fan in just 3 seconds.
Now, he could only think of one idea: escape. Immediately escape. Want to run?
Lin Fan's voice was hoarse, like a demon's whisper, freezing the golden ghost-faced man in place.
Weren't you just so arrogant? Didn't you want to use me as a sacrifice?
Lin Fan stopped 3 meters in front of the golden ghost-faced man, raising his hand to wipe the blood constantly oozing from the corner of his mouth.
Now, it's my turn.
The golden ghost-faced man trembled all over, staring into Lin Fan's bloodstained but still cold eyes, and finally broke down.
Lord Lin Fan. Spare my life. I was just following orders. It was all my master's commands. I am willing to submit.
I am willing to offer all the secrets of the blood god's temple.
Submit?
Lin Fan laughed, then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Are you worthy? He raised his hand, and the Juxian sword appeared again. Although its aura was weak, the killing intent on the sword remained sharp.
Tell me, who is your master?
Where is his true body? Speak. Or. Lin Fan grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. I will send you down right now, to accompany your master's remnant soul. The golden ghost-faced man turned pale, his lips trembling.
He knew that whether he spoke or remained silent, he would die.
But if he spoke, perhaps it would be a quicker death.
Master, my master is the reincarnation of the ancient blood demon god's remnant soul, now possessing.
Before he could finish speaking.
Suddenly,
the golden mask on his face exploded violently. Under the mask, his face instantly twisted, black blood gushing from all 7 orifices.
Ah!
The golden ghost-faced man let out a heartbreaking scream, his body swelling like a blown-up balloon.
Master, spare me. I shouldn't have. Ah! Boom!
His body exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and his soul was destroyed. Clearly, a restriction had been planted inside him. Once he tried to leak crucial information, he would be detonated immediately.
Tisk, ruthless enough.
Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood foam and put away the Juxian sword. He no longer looked at the pile of crushed flesh and turned to walk towards Sumuyu and Shinyu. After taking 2 steps, his legs softened, and he almost fell. Sumuyu quickly supported him, but what she felt was icy cold, a frighteningly low temperature. Lin Fan's body was nearly empty of energy and blood.
Lin Fan! How are you? Shinyu shouted anxiously. Not dead.
Lin Fan gritted his teeth, frantically pulling out pills from his storage space and system space. 3rd-grade healing pills, he stuffed one into his mouth like eating a candy. 4th-grade blood-replenishing pills, he didn't even bother to open the bottle, directly crushing the jade bottle and swallowing the pills mixed with jade shards. 5th-grade Huoyun pills, the effects were violent, entering his mouth like swallowing a hot iron, scorching his damaged meridians, but he didn't even frown. At the same time, he frantically operated the Holy Heart Technique. The icy true energy and restorative power of the Holy Heart Technique surged into his limbs and bones like a clear spring, forcefully stabilizing his collapsing meridians and dantian. Creak! Creak! That was the sound of bones groaning, the meridians lamenting. But Lin Fan's eyes grew brighter.
He could not fall. At least not now.
In the distance, there were still a few ghost-faced people from the blood god's temple trembling in fear, lucky enough not to have been sacrificed. Further away, the Sacred Hall, the Round Table Council, the Eastern Japan, and the Middle Eastern remnants were probably still secretly watching.
He had to hold on. Even if his meridians were shattered, even if his cultivation dropped dramatically. He must hold on until he leaves the ruins. Go!
Lin Fan pushed Sumuyu away and stood up straight. Though his steps were unsteady, and his face was pale as paper. But he still managed to stand.
This place is not suitable for a long stay. Leave immediately, find a safe place. I need to go into seclusion and heal.
Wang Xiaoming and the others quickly stepped forward, wanting to support him, but were waved away by Lin Fan.
I can walk by myself.
He took a deep breath and stepped forward.
1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Each step felt like stepping on the edge of a knife.
But he did not stop. Behind him was the collapsed altar, the corpses everywhere, the dead silence of the scorched earth.
Ahead lay the vast depths of the ruins.
And Lin Fan's silhouette, under the dark red light of the sky, swayed precariously, yet
straight as a gun.
Sumuyu and Shinyu exchanged glances, both seeing shock and worry in each other's eyes. They silently followed behind Lin Fan, gripping their weapons tightly, on high alert around them. Wang Xiaoming and the others quickly kept up, forming a simple protective formation.
They knew. At this moment, the god of Fan was the weakest. But even so, he was still the Lin Fan who could slay the martial emperor in 3 seconds. He was there. God. Chapter 78, He transforms freely, past life. In the depths of the ruins, there was a basin covered by giant mushroom-like strange plants. The mushrooms here were as big as buildings, some half the height of a person, emitting a ghostly blue glow, illuminating the basin like a dream. In the center of the basin, there was a naturally formed entrance to a cave, hidden beneath several of the largest glowing mushrooms. An underground dark river flowed at the entrance, with mist rising, and the spiritual energy was several times denser than outside. This place should be temporarily safe. Sumuyu checked the inside of the cave, confirming there were no dangerous creatures lurking. Shinyu set up a few simple warning and concealment formations at the cave entrance. Although it couldn't stop a true master, at least it could buy them some time to react. Wang Xiaoming and the others carefully helped Lin Fan to the deepest part of the cave, where there was a small dry stone platform.
Got a fan, you should heal first, we will guard the entrance. After Wang Xiaoming finished speaking, he and the other students silently retreated to the middle of the cave, forming a defensive formation, vigilantly watching outside.
Sumuyu and Xinyu did not leave, staying by the stone platform.
Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the stone platform, his face as pale as paper, his breath weak like a candle flickering in the wind. But his eyes, however, were still bright.
Cough.
He coughed up a mouthful of dark golden blood, mixed with tiny fragments of internal organs. The backlash from the Martial Emperor experience card was even more terrifying than described by the system. His meridians felt like they had been repeatedly cut by countless dull knives, his Dantian's energy sea nearly dried up, even using the most basic sacred heart art was challenging. But he could not stop. Once he stopped, his injuries would immediately worsen, even possibly harming his martial foundation. Lin Fan, this bottle of jade essence is something I brought when I left home, it works wonders for repairing meridians. Xinyu took out a small white jade bottle from her storage ring, uncorked it, and immediately a fragrant scent wafted out. Jade essence, a 6th grade healing elixir, 1 drop worth of fortune, the small bottle was probably Qinyu's last resort. And this creation pill, its medicinal properties are mild, perfect for your current situation. Sumuyu also took out a green pill, precisely the same one Xinyu had given Lin Fan before. Lin Fan glanced at the two women, said nothing, took the jade bottle and the pill, and swallowed them in one go. The jade essence felt cool as it entered, turning into a warm current permeating his limbs. Wherever it flowed, the damaged meridians seemed to be caressed by a gentle hand, easing the pain slightly. The creation pill then melted in his dantian, its gentle yet powerful medicinal force began to replenish his exhausted energy and blood. At the same time, Lin Fan used all his strength to operate the sacred heart art. The icy true qi combined with the medicinal power, like the most delicate craftsman, slowly repairing the countless injuries within his body.
Time passed second by second.
The cave was quiet, only the gurgling sound of the underground dark river and Lin Fan's heavy, labored breaths.
1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours.
Lin Fan's complexion finally returned to a bit of color, and his breath stabilized slightly. But there was still a long way to go before regaining combat power. The meridians had only been repaired by less than 1/10, and the vital energy had only recovered to 30%. His cultivation still remained at the early stage of a martial master, and his foundation was precarious, likely to fall again at any moment.
Fanshan, something outside seems not quite right.
Wang Xiaoming's lowered voice came from the middle of the cave, tinged with a hint of tension.
Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked towards the cave entrance.
Xinyu had already gotten up and moved to the cave entrance, peering outside through the concealment formation she had set up. He saw, at the edge of the basin, in the shadows of the luminous mushroom forest, several indistinct figures appearing. They were dressed differently, but their auras were all powerful enough to make one's heart race. The first 5 people were the same 5 ancient lineage successors that Lin Fan had previously defeated with a mere finger at the Kunlun base. Qilong from the Red Dragon Secret Realm still had his right hand in a cast, but his aura was surprisingly even stronger than before, faintly touching the threshold of a martial zone. Ice Phoenix from the Ice Phoenix Secret Realm, although still pale, had an even denser chill surrounding her, with the shadow of crystalline wings faintly visible behind her. Thunderless from the Thunder Secret Realm crackled with electric arcs all over his body, his aura wild and furious.
Shadow Killer from the Shadow Secret Clan seemed to have merged with the shadows, appearing blurry and elusive. Yuan Gang from the Demon Ape Secret Realm appeared to have swollen again, his muscles bulging, exuding an aura like a ferocious beast. Behind them followed 7 or 8 young martial artists with equally strong auras. From their appearances, they seemed to be successors of other secret realms or young members of some hidden families. It was unclear whether they came in after or entered from other entrances. Lin, are you sure that Brat Lin Fan is hiding here? A strong man with grayish-blue skin and a massive bone knife on his back asked in a deep voice.
Absolutely. Lin licked his lips, his crimson vertical pupils filled with resentment and excitement. My Red Dragon Secret Realm's blood-seeking secret technique has locked onto his aura, he is right in this basin, and his aura is weak to the extreme. Ha, it truly is heaven helping us. Ice Phoenix sneered coldly, he humiliated us at the base, this grudge must not go unpunished. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. Thunderless eyes sparkled with electric light, he must have paid a heavy price for using that martial emperor technique, and now he is at his weakest. Kill him, take his fortune and treasures.
Shadow Killer's voice drifted out from the shadows, cold and piercing.
His physical body is very strong, I want it.
Yuan Gang grinned, revealing his sharp, white fangs.
The dozen or so ancient lineage successors, filled with murderous intent, surrounded the cave where Lin Fan was.
Inside the cave, Wang Xiaoming and the others turned pale. Although their strength could be considered excellent in the national examination. But facing these ancient lineages that had cultivated in secret realms for decades, they were simply not enough. Sumuyu and Xinyu tightened their weapons and moved back to Lin Fan's side.
Lin Fan, they are coming. Sumuyu's voice was grave, at least 15 of them, all martial zones, and the first 5 are all at the peak of martial zone.
We can't stop them. Qinyu calmly assessed the situation.
Lin Fan remained seated in meditation, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. He sensed the terrible state within him and looked at the system panel displaying 45,570 points of pretentious value.
Not enough. This amount of pretentious value could not be exchanged for anything that could turn the tide. 2 high-level draws? That was too much of a gamble. What if he drew trash? Then,
a strange light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. The first part of the transformation of the mind fragment. It could create a past self, within 24 hours, present self, i.e., the body, and future self, shadow, lasts for 3 seconds.
The past self possesses 70% of the body's strength. And within 24 hours. Exactly includes those 3 seconds when he used the Martial Emperor experience card.
Although it was only 70% of the Martial Emperor's strength, and it could only last for a short time, but
it was enough to deal with this group of ancient lineages. Sumuyu, Qinyu.
Lin Fan suddenly spoke, his voice still hoarse, but carrying an inexplicable calmness.
Take them behind me. As for what comes next. He slowly stood up.
Although the steps were still a bit unsteady, the back was already straightened.
Leave it to me.
The 2 women were taken aback, but seeing Lin Fan's calm and confident gaze, they still stepped back as instructed, signaling Wang Xiaoming and others to gather behind the stone platform.
At this moment,
the hidden formation at the cave entrance was suddenly shattered by a wild crimson fire pillar. The red-scaled figure was the first to step into the cave. Following closely behind were the Ice Phoenix Snow Girl, Lei Wujin, Shadow Kill, Yuan Gang, and other descendants of ancient races, entering one after another.
Dozens of fierce auras instantly filled the not-so-spacious cave space, making Wang Xiaoming and others feel breathless. Lin Fan.
The red-scaled figure immediately spotted Lin Fan in front of the stone platform, his eyes bursting with vengeful delight. So you are here.
And you really are as weak as a dead dog.
Feeling Lin Fan's faint aura, the initial fluctuations of a martial artist, and his paper-white complexion, the last trace of dread in his heart vanished.
TSK, who would have thought that the once invincible Lin Fan would fall to such a state now?
The Ice Phoenix Snow Girl mocked, her fingertips coalescing into icy, deadly crystals.
This is the price of forcibly using forbidden power.
Lei Wujin's body crackled with arcs of electricity. Today, we shall act on behalf of heaven and slay you, this arrogant fool.
Your body will belong to me.
Yuan Gang licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed. Lin Fan looked at this group of aggressively postured ancient races and suddenly smiled.
Acting on behalf of heaven? With all of you.
He paused, each word slow and deliberate.
Trash that I crushed with just one finger? Ding.
Even while gravely injured and weak, still boldly confronting ancient races, show-off value plus 3,000.
Current show-off value, 48,570 points. You seek death.
The red-scaled figure completely exploded in anger, his remaining left hand instantly transforming into a dragon, covered in crimson scales, fingers turning into fierce dragon claws, rushing toward Lin Fan's throat with the power to tear apart space.
Attack together. Don't give him any chance.
The Ice Phoenix Snow Girl shrieked, the phantom of the Ice Phoenix solidifying behind her, a storm of icy feather arrows blocking all of Lin Fan's retreat paths. Lei Wujin's body ignited with lightning nets, Shadow Kill melded into the shadows, Yuan Gang's muscles bulged like a giant ape, and the other ancient races unleashed their ultimate skills. They aimed to deliver a fatal blow, absolutely not giving Lin Fan any chance to turn the tables.
However,
in the face of this attack powerful enough to severely wound an early-stage martial king, Lin Fan simply raised his right hand slowly. Fingers spread wide, palm facing upward. Then, in a voice almost like a whisper, yet causing the temperature of the entire cave to plummet, he softly spoke.
He transforms freely. Past self. Present. Chapter 79, Who else wishes to die, can come in. Buzz.
It was not the tremor of space. It was the distortion of time. A figure identical to Lin Fan, enveloped in a faint golden martial emperor domain, appeared before Lin Fan without warning.
The instant that figure opened its eyes. Boom.
The pressure of the martial emperor imbued with spatial laws descended like a million ancient divine mountains, crashing down upon every ancient race member.
Thud. 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 Dozens of people, including the red-scaled figure charging at the front, were forced to the ground.
The sound of knees shattering against rocks, bones breaking, mixed with their incredulous screams, erupted in the cave.
No, impossible. Another martial emperor?
The red-scaled figure roared, desperately urging his red dragon bloodline, but couldn't even raise a finger.
What kind of secret technique is this? How can a clone possess the strength of a martial emperor? The Ice Phoenix Snow Girl turned pale, the Ice Phoenix wings shattering inch by inch. Run. Quickly escape.
Lei Wujin screamed, but his body was pressed firmly against the ground, electricity scattering everywhere. Past self Lin Fan looked coldly at this group of ants kneeling on the ground. He slowly walked over to the red-scaled figure.
Just now, you said you wanted me dead?
The red-scaled figure looked up, facing the past self's emotionless golden eyes, his blood turning cold all over.
No. Crack. Past self raised his foot, stepping down on the red-scaled figure's head. Not a crush. But, to explode. Like stepping on a ripe watermelon. The red-scaled figure's head, along with the soul within, and the essence of the red dragon bloodline, under the absolute power of the martial emperor domain. In an instant, it exploded into a sky full of blood mist and brain matter. The headless corpse twitched twice, then collapsed to the ground. One-hit kill. The strongest heir of the Crimson Dragon Secret Realm's current generation is dead. Ding. Killed Crimson Scales, show-off points plus 1000. Dead silence.
Ice Phoenix Snow Maiden and the others stared wide-eyed, looking at the headless corpse of Crimson Scales, their minds blank.
Killed? Just like that, killed? Not even giving him a chance to beg for mercy? Next, it's you.
The past self turned his head, looking at Ice Phoenix Snow Maiden. Ice Phoenix Snow Maiden trembled violently, tears and snot flowing down her face. Please.
I can be your servant. I can. Ice Phoenix? Past self interrupted her and raised his hand, grabbing the air. Ice Phoenix Snow Maiden was lifted into the air by an invisible force. Just a mutt of a bird. Put. Past self tightened his 5 fingers.
Ice Phoenix Snow Maiden's body, along with the Ice Phoenix shadow behind her, was crushed and shattered. Flesh, ice crystals, and soul fragments burst out like exploding ice blood fireworks in the cave.
Ding. Killed Ice Phoenix Snow Maiden, show-off points plus 1000. And you. Past self looked at Lei Wujie. Lei Wujie's face turned pale, burning his blood like crazy, trying to break free. Lin Fan. My Thunder Secret Realm has the Martial King ancestor. If you kill me. Oh. Past self nodded and pointed like a sword, gently swiping towards Lei Wujie. Extermination sword intent cuts through rules. Whoosh. A pitch-black sword light swept through. Lei Wujie's voice suddenly stopped. His body was cut neatly in half from the middle, the cut smooth as a mirror, even his soul was completely annihilated by the rule power in the sword intent. The 2 halves of his body fell to either side, intestines spilling everywhere. Ding. Killed Lei Wujie, show-off points plus 1000. Shadow kill? Past self turned his head, looking at the shadowy corner. Do you like hiding? He raised his right hand and grasped the air towards that shadow. Come out. Hum. The entire space of that shadow was forcibly ripped out from the real world. Shadow Kill's figure was violently squeezed out from the distorted space, his face filled with fear, wanting to beg for mercy. Past self closed his 5 fingers. The separated space, along with Shadow Kill inside, was crushed into a fist-sized piece of space debris. Inside the debris, Shadow Kill's compressed and deformed face still silently screamed. Past self casually threw it. The space debris fell into the underground dark river and disappeared without a trace. Ding. Kill Shadow Kill, show off points plus 1000. Demon Ape? Past self looked at Yuan Gang. At this moment, Yuan Gang had completely broken down, his pants soaked, frantically kowtowing. Dad. Grandpa. Ancestor. Spare my life. I will offer all the treasures of the Demon Ape Secret Realm. I will be your slave, your servant. Spare my life. Past self tilted his head. Your meat is too tough. He raised his hand and pointed at Yuan Gang from afar. Shinong Cauldron, refining all medicines. A greenish medicinal cauldron phantom appeared above Yuan Gang's head, its mouth inverted, releasing a vast stream of life essence. But this time, it wasn't for nourishing. It was refining. Ah! Yuan Gang let out a shrill, extreme scream as his enormous body, under the frenzied infusion of life essence, swelled like an inflated balloon. Skin cracked, muscles exploded, bones shattered. In the end. Boom! He exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist was swept up by the cauldron's phantom and refined into 3 drops of pure demon ape blood essence, falling into the past self's palm. Ding! Killed Yuan Gang, show off points plus 1000. In less than 10 seconds. The 5 strongest ancient heirs were all wiped out. Their deaths varied, but each was cruel to the extreme. The remaining 7 or 8 ancient heirs were now completely terrified, some fainted, others lost control of their bowels, some were kowtowing madly, their foreheads smashing into the ground until flesh and blood were blurred. Past self, Lin Fan, slowly turned around and looked at these shivering small fries. You. He paused. You're too weak, not even worthy of making me lift a finger. As soon as his words fell, Past self raised his right hand and lightly waved at the group of ancient heirs. It wasn't an attack. It was erasure. The power of the martial emperor domain swept across. The 7 or 8 ancient heirs, like pencil marks erased from the world by an eraser. Their bodies, souls, breath, and all traces of their existence disappeared completely. Not a drop of blood, not a strand of hair was left behind. As if they had never existed. Ding. Eradicate the remaining ancient species, cool points plus 4,000. Current cool points, 56,570 points. Inside the cave, silence returned. Only the sound of the underground dark river flowing, and the faint smell of blood still lingering in the air. Wang Xiaoming and the others had turned completely to stone. They stared at the few gruesome corpses, looking at the cleanly erased ground, their brains completely malfunctioned. Sumu Yu and Xin Yu also turned pale, although they had witnessed Lin Fan's decisive killings. Such brutality. Such efficient slaughter, still made their hearts race. The past self of Lin Fan completed all of this, and the pale golden field around him slowly began to dissipate. His figure also gradually became transparent. Before completely disappearing, he turned back to glance at Lin Fan's main body. The two Lin Fans exchanged a look. The past self nodded slightly. Then, he completely vanished into the air. As if he had never appeared. But what he left behind was a ground full of corpses, completely shocked souls, and the absolute majesty of the martial emperor. Lin Fan stood still, his body swaying, and another mouthful of dark golden blood was spat out. The backlash of his freedom method, together with the forced maintenance of consciousness, made his injuries even worse. His meridians were damaged over 80%, his cultivation had dropped to the peak of a martial artist, and he was swaying even while standing. But he still held on, not falling down. He looked toward the cave entrance, his voice hoarse yet clear. Is there anyone else who wants to die? You can come in now. Silence. Outside the cave, in the glow of the mushroom forest. Several figures that had been lurking in the dark, hoping to pick up the leftovers, were like scared rabbits at this moment, fleeing wildly without looking back. What a joke! More than a dozen ancient species, among them 5 at the peak or late stages of martial sect, had been slaughtered like chickens by Lin Fan's past self. How could they still pick up leftovers? Do they want to die? After confirming there were no more movements outside, Lin Fan finally couldn't hold on, and his body softened, falling forward. Sumu Yu and Xin Yu hurriedly came forward to support him. Lin Fan. How are you? Xin Yu said anxiously. She could feel Lin Fan's body was chillingly cold, his breath weak to the point of almost disappearing. I won't die. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, crazily taking pills from the system space, shoving them into his mouth like candy. At the same time, the Holy Heart technique operated at its peak, forcing the last trace of life essence to hang on. I need to enter seclusion immediately. Lin Fan's voice grew weaker. Help me guard anyone who gets close. He raised his eyes to look at the cave entrance, a hint of mad gold flashing in his eyes. Kill without mercy. Okay. Sumu Yu and Xin Yu nodded heavily. The two helped Lin Fan to sit cross-legged on the stone platform. Wang Xiaoming and the others also regained their senses, forcefully suppressing their fear of the corpses on the ground, and reformed their defense formation, staring intently at the cave entrance. They knew. Right now, Lin Fan was at his weakest. But also, the time he could not be disturbed the most. Inside the cave, only Lin Fan's heavy, labored breaths remained, along with the faint glow of the medicinal pills dissolving within him. And outside the cave, in the shadows of the glowing mushroom forest, that figure in a black robe wearing a pure white mask quietly watched the direction of the cave. Kill them all. Under the pure white mask came a low laugh. So ruthless, so decisive. No wonder the master values this perfect tool. However, he raised his hand, and a constantly jumping heart phantom appeared in his palm. Crimson Scale, Ice Phoenix, Thunderless, Shadowkill, Ape Might, the deaths of the 5 secret realmers should be enough to anger those old monsters, right? Once they go mad and force their way into the ruins, the master's plan can be advanced. The figure slowly retreated, blending into the shadows, leaving behind a barely audible mutter. Lin Fan. Enjoy your last piece. Chapter 80, The Martial King strongly enters the ruins, Lin Fan in danger. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the stone platform, his eyes tightly closed, his face as pale as a corpse. The icy true energy of the Holy Heart technique flowed painfully through his body, barely maintaining the life force flickering like a candle in the wind. Jade marrow and life-giving elixirs slowly repaired the damaged meridians. The effect was minimal. The injuries were too severe, so severe that ordinary healing pills were hardly effective. Inside the cave, there was a deathly silence, only the gentle sound of the underground river and the suppressed breaths of the group. Wang Xiaoming and the others stared intently at the cave entrance, their hands gripping their weapons, palms slick with cold sweat.
Not far beneath their feet lay the headless corpse of the red-scaled beast, the stench of blood in the air constantly reminding them of the brief but brutal massacre that had just occurred. Sumuyu and Shinyu stood vigil by Lin Fan's side, their expressions serious. They could feel Lin Fan's breath slowly weakening, like a candle that was about to burn out.
His injury is too serious.
Shinyu whispered, her voice carrying a tremor she was not even aware of. Over 80% of his meridians are damaged, and his dantian is nearly exhausted.
Even the sacred heart technique can only keep him hanging on, at this rate, I fear.
Sumuyu bit her lip, remaining silent, as she took out a vial of light golden healing pill from her storage ring. This was her most precious 6th grade life-sustaining pill, and there were only 3 in the entire Su family. She uncorked the vial and brought the pill to Lin Fan's lips. Lin Fan seemed to sense it and struggled to open his mouth to swallow. The life-sustaining pill entered his belly, transforming into a warm yet powerful surge of life energy, like rain on parched earth, causing his nearly motionless heart to beat again with strength.
But that was all.
The injuries were too severe.
Cough, cough.
Lin Fan coughed up another mouthful of blood, this time a dark purple color. Within it were crystal-like fragments of rules. That was the law power left in his body after the backlash from the Martial Emperor experience card, continuously destroying his foundation.
Lin Fan.
Sumuyu's voice was strained.
I won't die.
Lin Fan opened his eyes, a hint of golden stubbornness flashing deep in his pupils. I'm tough. He took a deep breath, preparing to continue the sacred heart technique.
Boom. The entire ruin suddenly shook violently.
It was not a localized earthquake. The entire ruin space seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, shaking madly. Rocks tumbled down from the cave ceiling, the ground opened up with sinister cracks, and the water level of the underground river surged.
What's happening?
Wang Xiaoming exclaimed.
Is the ruin collapsing? A student went pale.
Sumuyu and Shinyu exchanged glances, both seeing terror in each other's eyes.
Such a scale of trembling, it was definitely not a natural phenomenon. And at that moment,
outside the ruins, above the Kunlun base,
5 terrifying and indescribable figures hovered in the sky.
The pressure they emitted made the entire Kunlun mountains tremble, dark clouds roiling in the sky, and thunder crashing. The one in front wore a red dragon battle robe, his face old but his eyes bright like torches, surrounded by 9 phantom red dragons, each radiating the aura of a peak martial king.
The ancestor of the Red Dragon Secret Realm Chiefention.
Beside him was an ice-blue robed beautiful woman, her beauty unparalleled but her expression frost-like, standing on an ice crystal lotus, freezing the air into ice.
The ancestor of the Ice Phoenix Secret Realm Bingley.
Next to her was a burly old man, his body entwined with purple lightning, holding a thunder hammer, electricity crackling in the air.
The ancestor of the Thunder Secret Realm Lei Bao.
A tall, thin figure shrouded in shadows, his aura unpredictable, as if he did not exist in this world.
The ancestor of the Shadow Secret Realm Ing Wuhan.
Finally, the last figure stood over 3 meters tall, muscles bulging like granite, skin a dark blue-black, with a vague image of a giant demon ape roaring in the background.
The ancestor of the Demon Ape Secret Realm Yuan Pashan.
The 5 great secret realms, peak martial king ancestors, assembled. Red Scales, my dragon blood son of the Red Dragon Secret Realm, once in a millennium, is dead. Chifenshin's voice was hoarse, his eyes burning with immense rage. His soul has been destroyed.
Even the bloodline essence has been completely erased. Ice Phoenix Snowgirl, my personal disciple, is also dead.
Bing Li's voice was cold, the ice crystal lotus beneath her releasing a bone-chilling aura. The Ice Phoenix mark that I planted on her has completely dissipated. Lei Wuji. The thunder seed of our Thunder Secret Realm generation. The thunder hammer in Thunderstorm's hand sparked with electric light, and the sound was like a thunderclap, has also fallen.
Ing Wuhan and Yuan Pashansha did not speak, but the terrifying killing intent radiating from their bodies explained everything. The most outstanding heirs of the 5 secret realms in this generation all died in the ruins. Moreover, they were mercilessly killed and even erased in an extremely cruel way. Investigate. Find out clearly. Who did it?
Chifantian roared, his voice shaking the protective formation of the Kunlun base violently. Inside Kunlun base, instructor Baisu and the 3 elders of the secret realms turned pale.
Elders, please calm down.
Baisu flew out of the base with a stiff smile and bowed in midair. The ruins have rules that restrict entry, those over 20 cannot enter, and we cannot know the internal details.
Rules?
Chifantian's eyes flashed with cold light. Then let's break these rules.
He raised his hand, pointing towards the entrance of the ruins, and thrust out a finger. Red Dragon Breaking Boundary Finger. Boom.
A red dragon-shaped finger force tore through space and slammed violently against the silver light gate of the ruins.
The light gate trembled violently, cracks appearing densely on its surface. Everyone attacked together.
Icely shouted coldly, her jade hand waved, and an ice-blue cold current swept out.
Thunderstorm swung the thunder hammer, and billions of thunders roared down. Ying Wuhan's figure flickered and transformed into a shadow blade, slashing towards the light gate.
Yuan Pashanshu roared to the sky, throwing a punch, the punch wind transforming into a roaring demon ape, crashing into the light gate.
The 5 peak martial kings teamed up for a strike. This is a terrifying force capable of destroying a city. Rumble. The light gate at the entrance of the ruins finally couldn't withstand it and exploded.
The violent spatial turbulence surged out from the shattered entrance, tearing apart the surrounding mountains.
Go! Chi Fan Tian stepped out, leading the charge into the shattered entrance. Isley and the others followed closely behind. Not good.
Bai Su's face changed drastically. The rules of the ruins have been forcibly broken, and the internal space will fall into chaos.
All students will be in danger. But it was too late to stop it.
The 5 great martial kings had already forcibly entered the ruins.
Inside the ruins,
the tremors grew more intense. The sky cracked open deep red rifts, revealing the real blue sky and rolling dark clouds outside. The earth cracked, countless ruined buildings collapsed, and spatial turbulence rampaged through the ruins everywhere.
This is the ruins about to collapse?
Wang Xiaoming looked at the cave entrance in horror, as a spatial rift swallowed a nearby skeletal mountain completely.
Not a collapse. Xin Yu's expression was grave. It's that the entrance's rules of the ruins have been forcibly broken.
There are existences above Martial King that have broken in.
Martial King? Everyone gasped in shock. A Martial King breaking into the ruins? How can we play? Lin Fan. We must leave here immediately.
Sumu Yu said urgently, once a Martial King enters, the first one they will look for is you.
Who killed Shi Lin and them?
It was Lin Fan's past self who killed them.
This debt will definitely be counted on Lin Fan.
Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the doomsday-like scene outside the cave, but a strange smile crept across his lips.
Martial King finally arrived.
He struggled to stand up, and although his body was on the verge of collapse, his eyes grew brighter and brighter.
Fan God, where do we go?
Wang Xiaoming and the others surrounded him.
Lin Fan did not answer. He looked up at the deepest part of the ruins.
There, the area once shrouded in mist was now revealed due to the space tremors, exposing a giant tower built entirely of white jade.
The giant tower soared into the clouds, radiating a soft but ancient aura.
At the top of the tower floated 3 golden characters: Martial God Tower.
That is, the core of the ruins? Xin Yu's pupils contracted.
The place of the Martial God inheritance.
Sumu Yu murmured, it is said that only those who have passed all previous tests can enter. Qualifications?
Lin Fan laughed and coughed up a mouthful of blood. In my current state,
can anyone really pass the test?
Before the voice faded away, the Martial God Tower suddenly erupted with a sky-high golden light. The golden light transformed into a massive beam, sweeping across the entire ruins. Wherever the beam passed, the turbulent space was calmed, and the collapsing ground was temporarily stabilized. Immediately after, an ancient and majestic voice echoed in the minds of every living being still alive in the ruins. The rules of the ruins are shattered, the inheritance is opened early. All survivors, forcibly transported to the front of the Martial God Tower. Those who pass the test will receive the inheritance of the Martial God.
Those who fail will die. Chapter 81, Why should I explain myself to you? Buzz.
The golden light swept across the cave.
Lin Fan, Sumu Yu, Xin Yu, Wang Xiaoming, and everyone felt their bodies wrapped in an irresistible force, their vision blurring. The next moment, they found themselves in a huge white jade square.
Ahead of the square stood the majestic Martial God Tower. And in the square, over 100 people had gathered, all warriors from various countries who survived in the ruins. The Holy Hall, Round Table Council, Middle East, scattered cultivators, each one looked around in shock and confusion.
Is this, in front of the Martial God Tower? Forced transportation? What happened? My injuries seem to be temporarily suppressed?
The crowd murmured among themselves. Lin Fan's appearance immediately caught everyone's attention.
It's Lin Fan. He's still alive. His aura, so weak. He's heavily injured?
The remaining knights of the Holy Hall and a few from the Round Table Council instantly erupted with resentment and greed in their eyes.
Lin Fan is severely injured. This is the best chance to kill him and seize his treasures. But before they could act, boom, 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 boom. 5 terrifying auras descended from the heavens. Chi Fan Tian, Bing Li, Lei Bao, Ying Wuhan, Yuan Pashan, the 5 great martial kings, had arrived at the square.
The pressure of the martial kings was like millions of mountains, crushing down on everyone.
Thud. 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 Except for Lin Fan, everyone in the square, including Sumu Yu and Xin Yu, knelt down on the ground. Not even able to lift their heads.
This was the absolute pressure of peak martial kings.
Lin Fan.
Chief and Tian immediately locked onto the swaying black-clothed youth in the crowd, a storm of murderous intent erupting in his eyes.
You killed my disciple from the Qilong's secret realm?
Bingli, Lei Bao, Ying Wuhen, and Yuan Pashan's gazes simultaneously landed on Lin Fan. The killing intent from the five peak martial kings was like a tangible blade, slicing through Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan coughed softly, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but his waist remained straight. He looked up at the five godlike figures hovering in midair and grinned.
I did it.
His voice was not loud, but it clearly resonated across the entire square.
What? Only your secret realm people are allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill them? You. Chief and Tian was furious, little bastard. I want you to die a miserable death. He raised his hand, ready to strike. If this palm fell, let alone the severely injured Lin Fan, the entire square would be laid to waste. But just then, at the top of the martial god tower, the ancient and majestic voice rang out again. In front of the martial god tower, private fights are forbidden. Those who violate this will have their inheritance qualifications stripped away and will be expelled from the ruins. Chief and Tian's hand froze in midair.
His face changed as he stared hard at the martial god tower, then looked back at Lin Fan, the killing intent almost spilling out of his eyes.
But he didn't dare to act.
The aura of the martial god tower made even him feel a sense of dread. This is the place where the ancient martial god left his inheritance. Even he, at the peak of martial kings, did not dare to easily break the rules.
Good, very good.
Chief and Tian gritted his teeth, withdrew his palm, and glared at Lin Fan. Little bastard, consider yourself lucky.
But do you think entering the martial god tower means you will live? He sneered. The martial god inheritance test is full of dangers. In your current half-dead state, entering is a death sentence.
Bingli also coldly said, even if you pass the test by luck and obtain the inheritance, you'll still die when you come out. The five great martial king ancestors had already sentenced Lin Fan to death. The people in the square looked at Lin Fan with eyes filled with pity, mockery, and glee at his misfortune.
Injured and facing the pursuit of five great martial kings, what does it matter if he has obtained a legacy? Ultimately, he cannot escape death. However, Lin Fan laughed. He looked at the five great martial king ancestors and then at the towering martial god tower. Then, with an almost calm tone, he slowly said, Do you think that I am now gravely injured and dying, so you can do nothing about me? Chi Fenshin frowned, on the brink of death, still daring to be stubborn?
Lin Fan ignored him. Instead, he turned to look at the martial god tower.
Taking a deep breath,
using all his strength, he shouted at the martial god tower, word by word, in a hoarse voice.
Hey! You old bastard in the tower. Listen. I am gravely injured and dying.
I have no strength to pass your ridiculous test.
But I want the legacy. So?
Lin Fan bared his bloody teeth.
Either you give me the legacy right now,
or wait for me to die here, and then watch your legacy rot in the tower.
Anyway, I'm not afraid of anything. You deal with it. Ding.
At the moment of being gravely injured and dying, fiercely confronting the spirit of the ancient martial god legacy, the show-off value plus 5,000.
Current show-off value, 61,570 points. Silence.
In the square, everyone stared at Lin Fan in shock.
This guy has gone crazy? Daring to speak like this to the martial god legacy spirit? That is the will left by the ancient martial god.
Even the martial king ancestors must show respect.
He, a gravely injured, dying little martial master, actually dared to threaten the martial god legacy spirit?
Chi Fenshin and the others were also stunned, then revealed mockingly sarcastic smiles.
Seeking death. Truly seeking death. How noble is the martial god legacy spirit, not to be so desecrated.
This kid, perhaps in the next moment, will be directly erased by the power of the martial god tower.
However, to everyone's surprise,
at the top of the martial god tower, after a moment of silence, then, that ancient and majestic voice sounded again.
In its tone, there was even a hint of helplessness.
Kid, you are indeed the first to dare to speak to me like this.
Gravely injured and dying, yet daring to threaten the legacy spirit. Interesting.
As the voice fell, the great door of the martial god tower roared open. A golden light shot out from within the tower, enveloping Lin Fan.
Since you have no strength to pass the test, then let's change the approach. I want to see what kind of confidence you have to be so arrogant.
The golden light retracted.
Lin Fan's figure vanished from the spot.
He was directly teleported into the martial god tower.
In the square, an uproar. He went straight in? He didn't pass the test, yet went directly into the martial god tower? On what grounds? This is unfair.
Shi Fengchen and the others turned pale with anger. They had exhausted their efforts and even forcefully broken the relic rules to enter, all for the sake of the martial god legacy. But now, a gravely injured little guy like Lin Fan was directly invited in by the legacy spirit? Damn it! Shi Fengchen roared in rage, legacy spirit. What do you mean by this? At the top of the martial god tower, the ancient voice faintly responded. I act according to my own will, what need is there to explain to you? If you want the legacy, just wait outside. Wait for that kid to come out. The voice paused, carrying a hint of mockery. Or, die in the tower. Shi Fengchen and the others were so furious they trembled all over, but dared not say another word. They could only glare at the great door of the martial god tower, their eyes bubbling with killing intent. Waiting for Lin Fan to come out. They must tear him into pieces. And at this moment, inside the martial god tower, Lin Fan was teleported into a pure white space. In the center of the space, a blurry old man's shadow floated. The shadow looked at the bloodied and unsteady Lin Fan and sighed. Kid, your meridians are 85% damaged, your dantian is nearly exhausted, your soul's origin is shaken due to the forced use of forbidden secret methods, and your body is riddled with injuries from backlash. A usual martial artist with injuries like yours would have died 100 times already. But look at you, not only alive, but you dare to bargain with me here. Lin Fan coughed out a mouthful of dark golden blood mixed with internal organ fragments, panting heavily and said, So, will you give it or not? Give? The ghostly figure of the legacy suddenly laughed, and that smile carried a hint of malice. My legacy is not given for free. If you want it, you have to earn it with your skills. As soon as he finished speaking, the pure white space suddenly twisted and changed. It was no longer pure white, but transformed into a vast and boundless starry sky. Stars flowed, the Milky Way hung upside down, and Lin Fan found himself suspended in the center of the galaxy, with an endless cosmic abyss beneath his feet. At that moment, the ghostly figure of the legacy became incredibly clear. It was an old man dressed in rough linen clothes, his hair a messy nest, and his appearance so ordinary that he would be lost in a crowd. Yet, the old man's eyes seemed to encompass the entire universe, deep enough to make one's heart tremble. I am called the Martial Madness. In my lifetime, I love 3 things the most: fighting, drinking, and beating geniuses. The Martial Madness grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Kid, you're bold, ruthless, and reckless, just to my taste. So. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers clenched into a fist. The way I'll give you my legacy is simple and brutal. Take 3 punches from me. If you can take them, the legacy is yours. If you can't. A glimmer of mockery flashed in the Martial Madness's eyes. Then you will die here, adding a corpse to my starry sky. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. 3 punches? In his current heavily injured and dying state, let alone the will of an ancient martial god like the Martial Madness, even if a regular martial artist gave him a punch, he'd drop dead on the spot. What's wrong, scared? The Martial Madness raised an eyebrow. Scared? Lin Fan laughed, coughing blood but still standing tall. The word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Lin Fan was not afraid. At the moment the notification sound for system binding echoed in his mind, he knew he would have no ties to fear in his life. He believed he was the main character. Main characters do not die, at least in all the novels he had read, the main characters never truly died. Since obtaining the system, he had strengthened this belief by showing off and slapping faces. Until he believed it completely. The power of belief is terrifying. The strongest mortal, Ma Daolong, relied on this power to withstand the king of human strike. Now, Lin Fan possessed that same power. He took a deep breath, though this action caused excruciating pain through all his wounds. Come on. First punch. The Martial Madness nodded, not wasting words, raising his hand and throwing a punch. This punch was unremarkable. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no power to tear space, and not even a gust of wind from the punch. It was like a farmer casually swinging his fist on the street. But Lin Fan's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinprick. Because he saw. On the trajectory of that punch, the space was wailing. Not tearing, not breaking, but wailing. As if the true meaning of martial arts contained in this punch had exceeded the limits of what space could bear. This punch did not target his body. It locked on to the essence of his martial arts. Damn it, Lin Fan gritted his teeth, wanting to dodge but found he couldn't even move a finger. This punch had already locked onto the concept of his existence in this starry sky. Nowhere to escape. He could only take it head-on. But with what? Meridian shattered, dantian exhausted, body on the verge of collapse. In the blink of an eye, a trace of madness flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He abandoned all defenses. Gave up all resistance. Even relinquishing the last bit of life left in the Holy Heart technique. Instead, Using his last ounce of strength, he raised his right hand towards the martial madness's punch. Also, a punch was thrown. Using offense against offense. Risking his life to fight for his life. Come! Lin Fan roared. The voice was hoarse like the roar of a dying beast. Boom! Two fists collided. No explosion, no shockwave, not even a sound. Only Lin Fan's right fist, along with his entire right arm, at the moment of contact, transformed into powder. It wasn't broken, it wasn't shattered, it directly turned into the finest dust, dissipating in the starry sky. Immediately after, an invisible true meaning of martial arts surged into Lin Fan's body through his severed arm. Like millions of blazing steel knives, it crazily cut and burned through every inch of his veins, every piece of bone, every single cell. Ah! Lin Fan let out an inhuman scream, his body shook violently, blood sprayed from all 7 orifices. But he did not fall. He bit down hard on his teeth shattered, gums bleeding, yet he still stood. The martial madman's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He didn't die? He's still standing? He retracted his fist, looking at Lin Fan's utterly miserable form, nodding. For the first punch, I'll count it as you taking it. But the martial madman laughed, a wicked smile on his face. The second punch won't be so simple. He raised his hand again. This time, it was not just a random punch. His fingers spread wide, slowly pressing down towards Lin Fan. Second move, suppressed the universe. Boom! The whole starry sky seemed to be pressed down by this hand. Endless gravity crashed onto Lin Fan. Not physical gravity, but soul gravity. Lin Fan felt his 3 souls and 7 spirits, as if thrown into a gravity field a billion times heavier, being crazily compressed, distorted, and ground. The pain from the soul level was 1,000 times stronger than the pain of the flesh. His consciousness began to blur, and numerous phantoms appeared before his eyes, as if he could scatter at any moment. But just at that moment, in Lin Fan's mind, the ancient holy elephant's origin, which had been silent for a long time, was suddenly stimulated by this soul gravity, erupting violently. Roar! A phantom of a god elephant, stepping on hell and touching the heavens, appeared behind Lin Fan. The divine elephant roared to the sky, its trunk swung fiercely, even shouldering that terrifying soul gravity. The elephant suppresses the prison force? The martial madman's eyes brightened, it's a variant fused with the archaic holy body? Interesting. He did not hold back, but instead increased his strength. Kneel before me. Soul gravity surged tenfold. Crack! Lin Fan's leg bones shattered piece by piece. His entire body was bent downward, his knees only 3 inches away from the ground. But he did not kneel. He used his broken leg bones to resist the ground desperately, his teeth shattered and regrowing, blood gushing from his mouth, yet he still did not kneel. Old thing. Lin Fan squeezed out a voice from between his teeth, is this little strength? Do you think you can make me kneel? Chapter 83, Shifei returns to the palace. No, Lin Fan breaks through. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes burning with crazy golden flames. The phantom of the divine elephant behind him let out a long howl, the trunk striking fiercely at the starry sky. Boom! The soul gravity was briefly halted by this strike. And Lin Fan seized this 1,000th of a second opportunity. Burning life. Burning soul. Burning everything that can be burned. Break for me. He roared, using up his last bit of strength, forcibly straightening his back. His leg bones turned to dust under the immense pressure, yet he still stood with pure chi and blood and will, floating in the starry sky. The martial madman fell silent. He watched Lin Fan's body, now unrecognizable, watched that life force about to extinguish yet still stubbornly burning, watched those eyes filled with madness and unwillingness. After a long time, he slowly retracted his hand. The soul gravity dissipated. You've taken the second punch as well. The martial madman's voice rarely carried a hint of respect. Kid, you are ruthless enough. So ruthless to yourself. At this moment, Lin Fan could no longer speak. 70% of his bones were shattered, all meridians severed, his dantian completely dried up, his soul on the verge of collapse, the fire of life weak like a firefly. Yet he still floated there, not falling. The martial madman took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. Third punch. This is also the last punch. This punch, I will not hold back. If you can't take it, you will surely die. Now, you have one last chance. The madman looked at Lin Fan. Give up the inheritance, and I will send you out, ensuring your survival. But to inherit, you must take this third punch. Choose. Lin Fan slowly raised his remaining left arm, his right arm had already turned to dust. With his hand, which was cracked and on the verge of breaking, he faced the madman and raised a middle finger. Then, with his last bit of strength, he spat out 2 words.
Shut up. The madman was stunned for a second.
Then, he laughed loudly to the sky.
Ha ha ha, good. Good boy.
In my life, I have seen countless geniuses, countless ruthless people, but one as wild and reckless as you.
You are the first. Then as you wish.
The madman restrained his laughter, and his whole demeanor changed abruptly. From that unkempt, unruly old man, he instantly transformed into a divine warrior, mastering all paths of the heavens. He slowly clenched his fist. This punch, even before it was thrown, caused the entire starry sky to begin to collapse and vanish. Stars went out, the Milky Way flowed backward, and the universe returned to chaos.
This punch was called Open the Heavens and the Earth.
As the punch was unleashed, Lin Fan saw not just a fist. It was the birth and destruction of an entire world.
It was the mighty force of creation. It was the end of all things.
This punch had transcended the realm of martial skill, touching upon the laws of creation and destruction. Don't mention that Lin Fan was gravely injured and near death. Even at his peak, facing this punch would only lead to one outcome: annihilation of body and soul, never to be reborn. But Lin Fan, however, smiled. He looked at that world-opening punch, gazing at the ending of all things. With his last ounce of strength, with his last breath, with his final will, he spoke the most arrogant, wild, and reckless words of his life.
Old man.
Hit harder.
I can take it.
As soon as the words fell, Lin Fan made no defense.
He did not dodge. He didn't even attempt to absorb the punch. Instead, he
rammed his already broken body and soul into that punch. As kindling with his body, as fire with his soul.
Igniting everything, burning everything. Not for survival. Only to see.
Before death arrives, the pinnacle of that martial technique.
Boom.
The punch of opening the heavens and earth completely engulfed Lin Fan. His flesh turned into the most basic particles. His soul returned to the most primitive chaos. The fire of life was entirely extinguished. As if in this world, there had never existed a person named Lin Fan. The starry sky returned to dead silence. The madman slowly retracted his fist, looking at the place where Lin Fan had disappeared, silent for a long time.
Then, he sighed. What a madman. But in the madman's eyes, an unprecedented light erupted.
What I want in my inheritance is just this kind of madman.
He raised his hand, lightly pointing at the void. The true meaning of martial arts is rebirth.
Buzz. The area that had returned to chaos and nothingness suddenly lit up with a point of golden light. Immediately afterward, the light spread wildly. Countless basic particles were condensed again from the void, recombining, reconstructing, and being reborn along an incomprehensible trajectory. Bones reshaped, meridians restored, flesh reborn, and soul recondensed.
In just 3 breaths. A complete and intact Lin Fan, even stronger than before, emerged from the void.
He floated in the starry sky, eyes tightly closed, surrounded by a faint golden light, his vital energy surging like a great river, and his cultivation was not only fully restored but had even broken through to the peak of martial master. Only a thread's distance from half-step martial king.
Moreover, during the rebirth process of his ancient sacred elephant body, it had undergone an incredible fusion with the madman's opening the heavens and the earth punch intent, evolving once again.
Beneath his skin, countless tiny golden divine elephants could be seen galloping and roaring, each divine elephant's feet stepping on a miniature world that was being opened. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. In the depths of his pupils, the spectacle of opening the heavens and the earth flashed by. He lowered his head, looking at his intact hands, feeling the immense power surging within him, alongside the vast memories of heritage that flooded his mind.
Ding!
Enduring the 3 punches of the martial god, reborn from the brink of death, show-off value plus 10,000.
Ding!
Cultivation restored in breaking through to the peak of martial sovereign, show-off value plus 5,000.
Ding!
Primordial sacred elephant body evolution, merging heaven-splitting fist intent, body constitution evolved into heaven-splitting sacred elephant body, show-off value plus 8,000.
Current show-off value, 84,570 points.
The shadow of the martial madman looked at Lin Fan, nodding in satisfaction.
Kid, I have passed the inheritance to you.
The first 3 styles of the martial god 9 styles, breaking all laws, suppressing the universe, opening up the heavens. The complete text of the true meaning of martial Tao. And all the insights and understanding of martial Tao I have gathered in my lifetime.
All in your mind now.
He paused, his tone turning serious.
But remember. My inheritance is not for you to use to claim kingship or dominion.
The path of martial Tao is never-ending. You may seem reborn today, but the foundation of your martial Tao remains compromised due to forcibly using forbidden techniques, leaving hidden dangers. If you truly want to step onto the pinnacle of martial Tao, you must still. The martial madman did not finish his sentence. Lin Fan suddenly raised his hand, interrupting him.
Old man, you talk too much.
He moved his newly reborn arm, feeling the explosive power inside him, and grinned.
I've got the inheritance. Now.
Lin Fan turned to look into the depths of the starry sky, as if he could pierce through space to see the 5 martial king ancestors outside the martial god tower. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes.
It's time to go out. And kill people. The martial madman.
He fell silent for 2 seconds, then laughed up to the sky.
Ha 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 ha. Good. Good kid. You truly suit my taste. Go. Let those old folks outside know
what the temperament of the martial madman's successor is. As the voice fell, the starry sky dissipated. Lin Fan's vision blurred, and he was back in the pure white space inside the martial god tower. The tower door slowly opened. Outside stood the 5 martial king ancestors, radiating killing intent as they waited. There were Sumuyu, Shinyu, and others, looking both desperate and hopeful. There were over 100 survivors, each displaying a mixture of complex expressions. Lin Fan took a deep breath and stepped out. Walking out of the martial god tower,
Shi Fei returned to the palace. No.
Lin Fan has emerged from his seclusion.
Show-off value, 84,570 points. High-level lottery chances, 2 times.
Current strength, peak martial sovereign, reborn, heaven-splitting sacred elephant body, combat power can slay early martial kings. Status, inheritance acquired, killing intent boiling, ready to unleash bloodshed.
Chapter 84, is there any hope for the martial king experience card and his transformation into freedom?
The door of the martial god tower slowly opened. A figure stepped out of the tower slowly. Dressed in black, with black hair, his stature as straight as a spear.
It was Lin Fan.
But he was completely different from the severely injured and dying figure who entered. At this moment, his blood and energy roared like dragons and elephants, surging and releasing the aura of peak martial sovereign without reservation, stirring an invisible storm in the square. What was even more shocking was that beneath his skin, golden divine elephant shadows surged, each divine elephant standing on a piece of a miniature world being created, emanating an ancient and terrifying oppressive force.
The divine Fan has come out. He is fully healed? And his cultivation? Peak martial sovereign? How is this possible?
Wang Xiaoming and the others were dumbfounded. Sumuyu and Xinyu also widened their eyes. They could clearly feel that Lin Fan's current aura was more than 10 times stronger than before entering the martial god tower. Chief and Tian and the 5 martial king ancestors, who had originally been filled with killing intent, now slightly narrowed their eyes.
Peak martial sovereign?
Chief and Tian frowned. In such a short time, not only has his injuries healed, but his cultivation has also advanced.
What kind of fortune did this kid receive in the tower?
Bingli narrowed her beautiful eyes, her coldness intensifying. His physique seems to have undergone some kind of evolution, even I feel a slight chill.
Lei Bao snorted, so what if he's peak martial sovereign? A mere ant is still an ant. Before he finished speaking, Chief and Tian had already stepped forward, the terrifying pressure of the peak martial king crashing toward Lin Fan like a tsunami. Little bastard. Hand over the martial god inheritance. This royal can leave you with a whole corpse. Wherever the pressure passed, the ground of the square cracked inch by inch, and many weaker martial artists were directly crushed, spitting blood and fainting. But Lin Fan, facing the pressure that could make even a martial king at the initial stage turn pale, he merely raised his eyelids slightly. Hand over the inheritance? He grinned, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. Sure. Exchange it for your life. Ding. Facing the martial king's pressure without changing expression, retorting sharply, flaunt value plus 3,000. Current flaunt value, 87,570 points. Seeking death. Chi Tian was completely furious. As a revered ancestor of the Red Dragon secret realm and a peak martial king, when had he been so humiliated by a junior? Red Dragon burning heaven palm. He raised his hand and struck. The palm print surged up with the wind, transforming into a red dragon claw covering 100 meters, burning with the true fire of the red dragon that could annihilate the void, fiercely smashing towards Lin Fan. Though not using all his strength. It was certainly not something an ordinary peak martial zone could withstand. Even a martial king at the initial stage would be gravely injured, perhaps dying. Lin Fan. Be careful. Sumuyu exclaimed in alarm. Xinyu gripped her short sword, about to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by the martial king's pressure, unable to move. The entire square fell silent, everyone holding their breath. They all wanted to see if this Lin Fan, who had just gained a powerful inheritance, could indeed withstand a blow from a peak martial king? Or perhaps, would he be smashed to death by a single palm? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Fan moved. Not only did he not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward.
At the same time, his right fist tightened, and a pale golden aura gathered wildly on his fist.
Martial God 9 styles, first style. Break all laws. He punched out. Still an ordinary punch.
But where the punch passed, the red dragon true fire that could annihilate the void actually extinguished and dispersed as if it had met its nemesis. Even the 100-meter dragon claw showed countless cracks upon contact with his punch.
Boom. Fist and palm collided.
A terrifying energy storm expanded wildly from the point of impact, lifting layers of ground in the square, with debris flying like cannonballs.
Dust spread everywhere.
Everyone fixated on the center of the collision. Through the dust, a figure was sent flying out, rolling in midair several times and, after landing, staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely standing firm.
It was Lin Fan.
A trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, his chest clothes torn, revealing slightly reddened skin underneath.
But he stood firm.
And only suffered minor injuries. In contrast, Jiwa Tian, though unmoved, had a nearly invisible trace of blood in the palm of his striking hand. He was hurt by Lin Fan's punch.
How is this possible? Bing Li exclaimed in shock.
Lei Bao, Ing Wu Hen, and Yuan Pashan also felt their pupils shrink sharply.
A peak martial zone withstood a full power strike from a peak martial king, and not only survived but was only slightly injured, even injuring the opponent slightly?
This completely shattered their understanding.
Jiwa Tian looked down at the tiny bloodstain in his palm, his face dark enough to drip water. Shame. An enormous humiliation. He was hurt by a junior, even if it was just a bit, it was a humiliation he had never faced in his lifetime.
Kid. Jiwa Tian's voice was hoarse, a murderous intent solidifying in his eyes. You truly surprised this emperor.
But today, you will still die.
His entire body was engulfed in raging red dragon true fire, his aura rising rapidly, clearly preparing to unleash a real killing move.
But just then,
Lin Fan raised his hand, patted his torn clothes, brushing off the non-existent dust. Then, he lifted his head to look at Jiwa Tian.
With an incredibly calm yet exceedingly arrogant tone, he slowly said, "Peak Martial King?"
He paused, grinning widely.
Completely worthless. Ding.
Withstood a peak martial king's strike with only minor injuries, mocking completely worthless, flaunt value plus 8,000.
Current flaunt value, 95,570 points. Deathly silence.
In the square, even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. Everyone, including Su Muyu, Qin Yu, Wang Xiaoming, and even the other 4 martial king ancestors, stared in shock at Lin Fan.
He's gone mad. This guy has absolutely gone mad.
To withstand a peak martial king's strike and not die is already enough to turn the world upside down.
Now they dare to publicly mock the peak of King Wu as utterly confused? This is no longer arrogance. This is courting death. Sure enough. Fan Tian was first stunned, then completely enraged. Little bastard. This emperor will make your soul scatter.
His entire body erupted with crimson dragon true fire, and 9 crimson dragon phantoms simultaneously appeared, roaring towards the sky. It was clear he intended to use his ultimate forbidden technique, no matter the cost, to completely annihilate Lin Fan.
But at that moment, the Silading Wu Han suddenly spoke. Fan Tian, calm down.
His voice was ethereal, as if coming from the shadows. This boy is strange, he cannot be judged by common sense. That punch he just threw contained the true meaning of martial arts, touching upon the level of laws. This is certainly not a realm that a martial sovereign should possess. Lei Bao also said in a deep voice, indeed, this kid's inheritance from the martial god tower is likely extraordinary.
Bing Li's beautiful eyes flickered. One-on-one, we could certainly kill him, but what if he has a trump card and escapes? The consequences would be endless.
Yuan Pashan grinned, exposing his sharp white fangs. Let's go together and finish this quickly. The 5 great martial king ancestors instantly reached a consensus.
No longer caring about identity, no longer fighting alone. They joined forces to surround and kill. Although Fan Tian was reluctant, he knew this was the safest choice.
He stared fiercely at Lin Fan, his voice icily cold.
Little bastard, to force us 5 to join forces, you can indeed be proud. Now, you shall die. Boom. 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 Boom.
The 5 great peak martial kings erupted simultaneously. Crimson dragon burning heaven, ice sealing thousands of miles, thunder destroying the world, shadow killing without a trace, demon ape shaking heaven.
5 different forms of martial king domains intertwined to form a deadly net, completely enveloping the entire square.
All survivors, including Su Muyu and Qin Yu, were crushed to the ground by this terrifying pressure, even breathing became difficult.
This was a true dead end.
With the 5 great peak martial kings joining forces, let alone Lin Fan being only at the peak of martial sovereign, even if he was truly at the early stage of martial king, or even the mid-stage, he would undoubtedly die. However, In the face of this deadly situation, Lin Fan smiled. He first looked at the 5 great martial kings closing in, then glanced at the system panel showing 95,570 points of show-off value. Then, he softly said in his heart, "System. Exchange. Martial King Early Stage Experience Card, 10 minutes. Ding. Consumed 50,000 show-off value, obtained Martial King Early Stage Experience Card, 10 minutes. Remaining show-off value, 45,570 points. Buzz. A tremendous Martial King level aura exploded from Lin Fan's body. Although it was only the early stage of Martial King, it indeed contained the aura of domain power. What? Chi Fan Tian and the others' pupils constricted suddenly. He still has a trump card? A forbidden method to forcibly raise his realm? But before they could react, Lin Fan raised his right hand, fingers spread, aiming at the void, and softly said, "Past body. Manifest." Chapter 85, Martial King's End, Martial Emperor emerges. Buzz. The ripples of time once again rippled. A figure identical to Lin Fan, also exuding the aura of early-stage Martial King, slowly emerged from the void. Past body Lin Fan. Summoning the past body of the Martial Emperor? The backlash would be too great, though the Martial Emperor for 3 seconds is strong, using it would also cost him his own life, and there's no need to deal with these 5 old guys. The early-stage Martial King past body is enough. With 70% of the early-stage Martial King's power, combined with his own 100% early-stage Martial King strength, plus the inheritance of the Martial God. Lin Fan grinned, revealing his white teeth. 2 against 5. Is that fair? Ding. Summoning the early-stage Martial King past body, 2 against 5 challenging the 5 great Martial Kings, show-off value plus 4,000. Courage show-off value, 49,570 points. What kind of forbidden technique is this? Lei Bao was shocked, the clone actually has Martial King strength? Who cares about what forbidden technique? Let's kill them together. Chi Fan Tian roared. But it was already too late. Lin Fan's real body and past body moved simultaneously. Martial God 9 Technique's first move, breaking 10,000 laws. Lin Fan's real body punched toward Chi Fan Tian's Crimson Dragon. Martial God 9 Technique's second move, suppressing the universe. The past body slapped toward Bing Li's Ice Phoenix. Boom. Boom. 2 world-shaking explosions. The Crimson Dragon wailed, having its head pierced by Lin Fan's real body's punch, exploding into a shower of sparks. The Ice Phoenix cried out in sorrow, suppressed by its past self with a single strike, its icy wings shattering piece by piece. Impossible. Chi Fan Tian and Bing Li spat blood simultaneously, retreating in shock. Their strongest ultimate skills were actually broken by 2 Martial Kings at the initial stage? It's my turn now. Lin Fan's true self turned around, looking at Lei Bao. 9th style of the Martial God, 3rd form. Open the heavens. A punch was hurled out. Lei Bao's expression changed drastically, frantically swinging his thunder hammer, billions of thunders transforming into a lightning wall in front of him. But ZZZ. The intent of opening the heavens directly tore the lightning wall in half. The intent of the punch maintained its momentum and slammed into Lei Bao's chest. Puff. Lei Bao spewed blood wildly, his chest caving in, and he flew backward, crashing into a distant skeletal mountain. And you? The past self of Lin Fan looked at Ying Wuhan. Ying Wuhan retreated violently, trying to escape into the shadows. But the past self simply raised a hand, reaching for that shadow, and made a virtual grasp. Seal. Buzz. The whole space where the shadow existed was forcibly frozen. Ying Wuhan's figure was squeezed out of the shadow, unable to move. The past self stepped forward, appearing in front of Ying Wuhan, raising a hand to deliver a slap. Smack. The crisp and loud slap echoed throughout the entire square. Ying Wuhan was spun in the air after being slapped, his mask shattered, revealing a pale and furious old face. Like to hide, the past self grinned, I'll make you hide enough. He raised his hand, slapping again. Smack. 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 10 consecutive slaps sent Ying Wuhan tumbling to the ground, his mouth full of missing teeth, his face swollen like a pig's head, collapsing like a broken sack, unconscious. At last. Lin Fan's true self and past self both looked at Yuan Pashan. Yuan Pashan was now dumbfounded with fear. He looked at the gravely injured Chi Fan Tian, Bing Li, Lei Bao, then at the unconsciously tumbled Ying Wuhan, and finally at the 2 Lin Fans who resembled demonic gods. His throat moved, dryly uttering 2 words. Monster. Monster? Lin Fan's true self and past self simultaneously grinned, revealing almost identical chilling smiles. You are the monster. A bastard born from a hybrid magic ape. As the words fell. 1 person, 1 clone. Both took a step forward. Both raised their right fists.
Both slammed out,
breaking all techniques plus sealing heaven and earth.
Two styles combined.
The intent of the punch soared like a dragon, suppressing like a mountain. Yuan Pashan roared madly, his magic ape bloodline burning to the extreme, his body swelling to 10 jang tall, fists ready to clash.
But crack, crack, crack. Bones in the fists shattered inch by inch. Arms turned into blood mist. His chest was penetrated by the punch intent. Behind him, the towering illusion of the magic ape let out a despairing wail and exploded with a loud bang. Yuan Pashan's massive body dropped like a punctured balloon, quickly deflating and crashing heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. 5 peak martial kings.
One severely injured, one on the verge of death, one unconscious, and one barely breathing.
All defeated.
While Lin Fan only had a few bloodstains on his chest and slightly disordered breath.
That was all. Ding. Defeated 5 peak martial kings, bragging value plus 15,000. Current bragging value, 64,570 points.
In the square, there was a deathly silence. Everyone looked as if they were petrified, staring blankly at the young man standing in the center, dressed in black, with an aura like an abyss. And beside him, his identical clone radiating the aura of a martial king.
2 against 5. Complete victory. And it was overwhelming victory. Mon Monster, a temple knight, stammered.
Is he even human? The Round Table Council knight's face was pale. Sumuyu and Shinyu exchanged glances, both seeing the shock and a hint of bewilderment in each other's eyes.
Lin Fan had become this strong? Even peak martial kings could be crushed? At this moment,
Lin Fan's true self and past self both turned, looking at the gravely injured chief and Tian and Bingli. Now, Lin Fan's true self spoke, his voice calm yet cold, "It's my turn." Chief and Tian's face turned pale, clutching his chest, gritting his teeth and saying, "Lin Fan, you killed my secret realm successor and severely injured us, this grudge will be eternal.
The 5 secret realms will never let you go." 5 secret realms?
Lin Fan laughed, his smile filled with ridicule. "Once I slay all 5 of you.
Let's see about that."
He stepped forward, walking in front of Chief Antian, looking down at this once mighty peak of the martial king.
"You old geezers, can you still let me go?" Chief Antian's pupils shrank suddenly.
From Lin Fan's eyes, he saw unhidden killing intent.
This kid really wants to kill him? Lin Fan, you dare to kill me?
My Red Dragon secret realm has a martial emperor ancestor sitting in place. If you kill me, the martial emperor ancestor will definitely come out and tear you apart.
Martial emperor?
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, lifted his hand, and the immortal sword appeared in his grasp. The sword was pitch black, with dark red patterns swirling.
I'm so scared.
As soon as he finished speaking, the sword light soared.
Puff. Chief Antian's head shot up into the sky. The peak of the martial king fell. Ding. Killed Chief Antian, reputation points plus 3,000.
Lin Fan shook off the blood on the sword and looked at Bingli. Bingli's face was pale as paper, retreating repeatedly. "Lin Fan,
I can make a vow of martial arts, never to be your enemy in this lifetime. Spare my life." Make a vow?
Lin Fan tilted his head. "All right." A glimmer of hope flashed in Bingli's eyes.
But in the next second,
Lin Fan's sword had already pierced her heart.
Make the vow in your next life. Ding. Killed Bingli, reputation points plus 3,000.
Lin Fan turned around and walked toward Lei Bao, Ing Wuhan, and Yuan Pashan.
3 swords. 3 people fell. All 5 peaks of martial king wiped out. Ding. Killed Lei Bao, Ing Wuhan, Yuan Pashan, reputation points plus 9,000. Current reputation points, 79,570 points.
On the square, only Lin Fan stood alone. And the corpses strewn across the ground, and the survivors trembling on their knees. The figure of Lin Fan slowly dissipated, returning to nothingness. The 10-minute Martial King experience card had just ended.
Lin Fan's cultivation fell back to the peak of martial zone.
But the killing intent on him remained sharp as a knife. He scanned the scene, his voice cold.
Who else wants to die? Now, you can step forward.
No one dared to respond. Everyone, including the remnants of the Holy Hall and the Round Table Council, all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Lin Fan's gaze. Even the Martial King peak had been slaughtered.
What were they? Even less than ants.
Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, no longer caring about these people.
He walked to Sumuyu and Shinyu. Are you all right? He asked.
The 2 women shook their heads, looking at Lin Fan, wanting to say something but stopping.
Let's go. Lin Fan turned around, walking toward the exit of the ruins. It's time to go out.
Wang Xiaoming and the others quickly followed, looking at Lin Fan's back with eyes full of fervent admiration.
Fan God.
Killing kings as if they were dogs. This is the true strong.
However, just as they were about to leave the square, the sky of the ruins shattered with a bang.
3 giant hands that obscured the sky and the sun ripped through space, reaching towards Lin Fan,
viciously grabbing. Martial Emperor experts. Chapter 86, 3 old geeks bullying the junior, don't they have any face left? 3 giant hands that obscured the sky and the sun ripped apart the ruined sky, like 3 ancient mythical beasts reaching through time and space with their evil claws. Each giant hand was entangled with different laws of power. The left hand was crimson, burning with the red dragon true flame that could incinerate the 8 barren lands. The patterns in the palm transformed into 9 roaring ancient fire dragons, melting the space into glass wherever it passed. The right hand was ice blue, condensing with the ice phoenix mystical ice that could freeze the ages. Wind and snow roared between its 5 fingers, the crystal law froze even time. The middle hand was the largest, dark golden in color, covered with fierce demonic ape totems, pure power laws twisted reality, a punch capable of shattering stars. The martial emperor ancestors of the red dragon, ice phoenix, and demonic ape clans. Xin Yu exclaimed, her face as pale as paper. They actually dare to break the rules and forcefully descend into the ruins?
Su Muyu's hand holding the sword trembled slightly. The might of a martial emperor is no match for a martial king, that is a true existence touching the laws of heaven and earth. The survivors in the square had long since been scared stiff on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads.
When the martial emperor is angry, millions fall. With the 3 emperors present, this is the rhythm to completely erase the ruins.
Lin Fan looked up at those 3 world-destroying giant hands. A trace of seriousness flashed in his pupils, but his mouth curled into a rebellious smile.
You hit the young ones, and the old ones came. You hit the old ones, and even older ones came. You old geezers. You really can't afford to lose. Before he finished speaking, 3 giant hands were already looming above him, 100 feet high. The terrifying pressure felt like countless ancient god mountains crashing down, causing the white jade square beneath Lin Fan's feet to crack inch by inch, and he was pressed down. Kid, you killed the heir of my red dragon secret realm and severed the lineage of my red dragon martial king ancestor. Behind the crimson giant hand, a voice came, ancient and imposing, as if from the primal era, every word booming like heavenly thunder. Today, in the name of the red dragon, I sentence you, your soul will be destroyed, and you will never be reborn. Am I the successor of the Ice Phoenix lineage, someone you can kill? The voice from behind the ice blue giant hand was cold as ice, like the friction of 1,000 years of frozen ice. The bloodline of the demon ape cannot be desecrated. The roar from behind the dark gold giant hand was like a primal beast's howl. The 3 sovereigns struck at the same time. It wasn't a test, it wasn't a warning, this was a true killing blow containing the absolute laws of the martial emperor. Red dragon burning heaven, 9 suns destroying the world. The crimson giant hand closed its fingers, and in the palm, 9 fire dragons intertwined into a fiery golden ball that burned everything, like 9 suns falling down, crashing toward Lin Fan. Ice Phoenix freezing the universe, eternal silent ice coffin. The ice blue giant hand grasped, endless ice laws condensing into a crystal coffin that spanned the heavens. The lid opening released a chilling flow of absolute zero freezing time and space. Demon ape cracking the sky, shattering the universe. The dark gold giant hand transformed into a massive fist imprint, the pure laws of power compressed to the extreme. As one punch struck out, the space shattered like a mirror, revealing the pitch-black chaotic void beneath. 3 ultimate techniques of the martial emperor sealed all of Lin Fan's escape routes. Burning. Freezing. Shattering. This was a certain kill. Lin Fan. Su Muyu and Xin Yu screamed in despair, wanting to rush forward but were pinned to the ground by the martial emperor's overwhelming pressure, unable to move even a little. Wang Xiaoming and others closed their eyes in despair. Even if the god of mortals was strong, he was ultimately just at the peak of martial sect. How could he withstand the combined killing blow of the 3 sovereigns? However, facing this world-destroying attack, Lin Fan smiled. He took a deep breath, the golden blood and energy of the sky-opening sacred elephant body erupted wildly, countless miniature sacred elephants roaring toward the sky beneath his skin. 9 styles of the martial god. Lin Fan stepped forward, tightly clenching his right fist, striking at the first crimson golden fireball that crashed down. First style, breaking all laws. The intent of his punch soared to the heavens, fiercely colliding with the 9-yang fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded, and 9 fire dragons cried out as they shattered. But Lin Fan was also sent staggering back 3 steps, his right fist scorched black, skin broken, blood gushing. Immediately after, the cold stream of the eternal ice coffin was upon him. Second style, suppressing the universe. Lin Fan slapped out his left palm, the punch intention transforming into an invisible barrier that firmly clashed against the absolute zero cold stream. Crack!
The cold stream was momentarily halted, but the body of the ice coffin was already there. The suction released from the coffin's mouth was trying to swallow Lin Fan inside, freezing him forever.
Open for me.
Lin Fan roared, his arm muscles bulging, golden blood transforming into two giant hands, holding back the ice coffin's lid, crazily pushing upwards.
Creak. A grinding sound that made teeth ache rang out. The lid of the ice coffin was actually forced open a crack by Lin Fan.
Endless cold streams gushed out from the crack, freezing half of Lin Fan's body into an ice sculpture.
But in the end, he was not swallowed. And at this moment, the final strike, the demon ape cracking the sky fist imprint, arrived before him. This punch contained pure power laws, there was no way to avoid it, only to take it head on. Third style. Lin Fan's eyes were crimson gold, burning his life, burning his blood, burning everything. Behind him, a shadow of the sky-opening sacred elephant, standing on hell, with the heavens above, supporting the world of creation, roared toward the sky. Open heaven. Both fists struck out. The intent of this punch transformed into a colossal axe that opened the heavens, slashing down toward the demon ape's fist imprint. With a fierce blow. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying explosion. The moment the shadow of the sky-opening axe collided with the demon ape's fist imprint, the entire relic space trembled and collapsed as if a massive stone had been thrown into a lake, causing wild distortions. Centered on the point of collision, a space crack with a diameter of over 1,000 meters explosively opened, and the pitch-black chaotic currents of space surged out like a flooded dam. Devour everything. Lin Fan took the brunt of it. Puff. He violently spat a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of internal organs, his arm bones shattered inch by inch, his chest caved in, and his entire body flew backward like a broken sack, crashing heavily into the body of the martial god tower. The tower shook, and the white jade cracked. But Lin Fan did not die. He struggled to rise from the depression in the tower's body, his arms hanging weakly, his chest a bloody mess, his breath completely extinguished. But he still stood. He raised his head and looked at the three giant hands in the sky, grinning, showing his blood-red teeth. Martial Emperor? He coughed up blood but smiled even more flamboyantly. Is that all? 6 words. Like 6 loud slaps, they struck across the faces of the 3 emperors. Ding! With the body of a martial zone, you withstood the 3 emperors' ultimate killing blow and survived, show-off value plus 10,000. Ding! Severely injured and on the verge of death, still mocking the martial emperor, show-off value plus 5,000. Current show-off value, 91,570 points. Silence. Not the silence of the plaza, but the silence of the entire ruins. Even the roar of the chaotic spacetime seemed to freeze at this moment. Above the sky, the 3 giant hands paused slightly. Then, ants. The roar of the red dragon martial emperor shattered the sky of the ruins, inch by inch. How dare you? The voice of the ice phoenix martial emperor was so cold, the killing intent almost tangible. Die. The roar of the demon ape martial emperor was like an ancient beast awakening. The 3 emperors, completely enraged. They no longer held back, no longer cared about the rules of the ruins, no longer considered the consequences. The 3 giant hands simultaneously erupted with the true Martial Emperor domains. Red Dragon domain. Ice Phoenix domain. Demon Ape domain. The 3 domains overlapped, like 3 complete worlds, crushing down on Lin Fan. This was not an attack. It was a dimensional suppression. It was the ultimate method to completely erase Lin Fan and this ruined space from the world. It's over. Su Muyu's eyes were filled with despair. Lin Fan. Qin Yu gritted her teeth, wanting to burn her life to rush forward, but was firmly pressed down by the domain's oppressive force. Wang Xiaoming and the others collapsed to the ground, struggling to breathe. However, just as the 3 domains were about to crush Lin Fan into dust, at the top of the martial god tower, a deep, majestic voice suddenly sighed softly. 3 old fools, bullying a junior, do you still have any shame? The moment the words fell, the martial god tower shook violently. On the body of the tower, billions of ancient symbols lit up at the same time, releasing a golden light that illuminated the heavens. An even more vast, ancient, and terrifying will awakened. Martial madman. Is it you? The red dragon martial emperor's voice, for the first time, carried a hint of shock. You still have a wisp of true soul left here? The ice phoenix martial emperor spoke gravely. Martial madman, this is none of your business. Step aside. The demon ape martial emperor roared. At the top of the martial god tower, a ragged figure slowly materialized. It was the spirit of the inheritance, the martial madman. He casually dug in his ear and lazily looked at the sky. None of my business? This kid is my successor. If you want to kill him, you're slapping my face. The martial madman's figure grinned, his smile wicked. And my face.
He slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread, and lightly clenched them towards the three great domains.
You can't even lift it. Buzz.
A massive hand, covering the entire sky of the ruins, completely formed from the martial arts true will, appeared out of thin air. The giant hand reached out to the three domains, and lightly grasped.
Crack. Crack. Crack.
The three martial emperor domains shattered like fragile glass, breaking inch by inch.
Martial madman. How dare you?
The three emperors were filled with a mixture of fury and astonishment.
Scram.
The martial madman's figure spat out one word. The giant hand aimed at the three giant hands in the sky and slapped them down.
Smack. The crisp sound echoed through the heavens.
The three giant hands were sent flying, crashing into the distance, not knowing how many thousands of miles away they had been slapped to. The sky of the ruins returned to calm.
Although it was already shattered, revealing countless spatial rifts.
But at least, the three emperors had retreated. The martial madman's figure turned, looking at Lin Fan, who was covered in blood and on the verge of death, and sighed.
Kid, you sure know how to stir up trouble. Better than I was back in my day.
Lin Fan coughed up blood and smiled. Thank you for your kindness.
Your kindness, my foot. The mad warrior rolled his eyes. Though the three emperors have retreated, it is only for now.
Their true bodies have not arrived. What we saw was just a projection from afar.
When their true forms descend, this remnant soul of mine cannot hold them back.
What should we do?
Qin Yu asked anxiously.
The mad warrior looked at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with complexity. The ruins are about to collapse. It wasn't the three emperors who brought them down, it was my own slap that shattered the foundation of the ruins. This space won't last more than a quarter of an hour. He paused and pointed to the void crack at the deepest part of the ruins, suppressed by the War God Tower for countless years.
There lies the entrance to another dimension connected to the ruins.
In ancient times, this ruins was a transfer station between two dimensions. Now that the ruins are collapsing, the spatial turbulence will break the seal and reopen the connection.
The mad warrior looked at Lin Fan. Jump in, and you can live.
But that dimension is a true battlefield of 10,000 clans, filled with powerful individuals. With your current strength, you would face death 9 out of 10 times. Stay here and wait for the three emperors to arrive, and you will certainly die.
Choose.
Lin Fan did not hesitate.
He staggered to his feet and looked at the dark void crack.
Then he turned to look at Su Muyu and Qin Yu.
You guys. I'll go with you. Su Muyu declared firmly. Don't think about leaving us behind. Qin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth.
Lin Fan smiled and nodded.
He then looked at Wang Xiaoming and the others. God Fan. We also. Wang Xiaoming gritted his teeth. You can't.
Lin Fan shook his head. That dimension is too dangerous, I can't take you with me. He raised his hand, took out several bottles of elixirs and a few jade slips of techniques from the system space, and threw them to Wang Xiaoming.
Take these and live to return. Tell the people outside.
Lin Fan paused, a cold golden gleam flickering in his eyes.
I, Lin Fan, will return.
As the words fell,
the collapse of the ruins accelerated.
The sky shattered completely, the earth began to sink, and the spatial turbulence surged like a tide.
The mad warrior's phantom began to dissipate. Kid, remember my legacy. If one day you can reach the peak of martial arts, remember to come back. Pour a cup of wine on my grave. The phantom completely vanished. The War God Tower crashed down with a loud boom.
The dark void crack, no longer suppressed, wildly expanded, becoming a dimensional passage with a diameter of 100 feet. At the other end of the passage, a blood-colored sky could be seen, along with countless magnificent palaces floating in the air, the roaring shadows of giant beasts, and the figures locked in battle. The true battlefield of 10,000 clans.
Go!
Lin Fan shouted softly, grabbing Su Muyu with one hand and Qin Yu with the other, and leaping towards the dimensional passage.
God Fan!
Wang Xiaoming and the others shouted hoarsely. Lin Fan turned back, taking one last look at the ruins that were about to be completely erased, glancing at the survivors, and at the world he had lived in for over 10 years. Then, facing the heavens, facing the true forms of the three emperors about to descend, and facing all the forces in this world that opposed him. With his last bit of strength, he roared.
3 old dogs. And those who want to kill me. Listen up, everyone. If one day I become the martial emperor.
Lin Fan's figure plunged into the dimensional passage. The last words echoed through the collapsing ruins like an immortal vow. I will use the human-shaped radar to wipe out your entire clan.
Booming. The ruins completely collapsed.
The dimensional passage slowly closed, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the temporary exit of a legend. And a vow that sent shivers throughout the martial world.
Ding. Ruins collapsed, entered another dimension, made a vow, showing off points plus 15,000. Ding. Achievement unlocked, Dimensional Exile. Reward, high-level lottery chances times 5, showing off points plus 20,000. Current showing off points, 126,570 points. High-level lottery chances, 7 times. In the Dimensional Passage. Lin Fan was gravely injured and on the verge of death, his consciousness hazy. Sumuyu and Qinyu held on tightly to him, struggling in the violent spatial turbulence. At the end of the passage, the blood-colored sky was getting closer. And Lin Fan, before completely losing consciousness, had only one thought. System. When we get there. Give me. To rack up points like crazy. Showing off points, 126,570 points. Advanced lottery chances, 7 times. Current strength, peak martial master, near death, severely injured, meridians shattered 90%, cultivation on the verge of collapse. Status, in the midst of dimension travel, about to fall into the battlefield of all races, a true hellish arena. Chapter 88, Diamond Lottery, Shura Armor. The spatial turbulence was like millions of steel blades, madly slicing through Lin Fan's body. Consciousness floated in waves of pain and chaos. Lin Fan felt like his flesh, meridians, and even soul were being torn apart little by little. Just as he was about to completely sink into darkness. Roar. A deep and fierce roar came from the depths of his soul. It was Qiangqi. That ancient fierce beast, at the moment Lin Fan was near death, actually broke free from the system space on its own, using its massive body to fiercely block most of the impact of the spatial turbulence. Put. 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 Countless wounds erupted on Qiangqi's body, dark golden blood splattered in the void, but its crimson vertical pupils were filled with madness and loyalty, fiercely protecting Lin Fan, Sumuyu, and Qinyu. Qiangqi Lin Fan's consciousness was blurry, but he could feel Qiangqi's breath rapidly weakening. This fierce beast, recently hatched, with its bloodline only revived to 1,000th, was blocking the terrifying tearing force of the dimension passage at the cost of its own life to protect its master. Foolish dog Lin Fan laboriously pulled the corner of his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. Ahead, the blood-colored light surged. They had reached the end of the dimension passage. Boom! With its last bit of strength, Qiangqi enveloped the three, like a blood-red meteor, crashing fiercely into that strange blood-colored sky. When consciousness woke up again, Lin Fan found himself lying on a damp and cold stone floor. There were noisy voices around him, and the sharp stench of blood, sweat, and low-quality alcohol filled his nose. He barely opened a sliver of his eyes. In his blurry vision, there was a rough underground cave room, with luminescent or lights hanging on the walls. Sumuyu and Qinyu lay not far from him, both women unconscious, their clothes torn, breath weak but relatively stable. Qiangqi was not by his side. 3 rugged men dressed in tattered leather armor surrounded them, their gazes varying. At the doorway of the room leaned a woman in tight dark red leather armor, with an explosive figure and fiery red hair. The woman was about 27 or 28 years old, her features alluring yet wild, her pair of phoenix eyes half smiling, playing with a pitch-black dagger in her hand. Sister Hong, how do we handle these 3? They look half dead, don't want them to die here and bring us bad luck. A rough man's voice that was the scar-faced one-eyed man. Tisk, these 2 young ladies are quite good-looking, though they are a bit dirty, but cleaned up they should fetch a good price. Another monkey-like thin man licked his lips. Shut up. The red-haired woman Sister Hong spoke lazily yet firmly. First, carry the people inside. Lao Dao, check their injuries. The 3 men hastily carried Lin Fan and the others into a more hidden stone chamber deeper in the cave, carelessly applying some pungent dark red ointment on their wounds, and then they retreated outside. The stone chamber door closed. In the darkness, Lin Fan struggled to move his eyes, confirming that Sumuyu and Qinyu were not in life-threatening danger, then he sank his consciousness into his body. Tragic. It was too tragic. Meridians shattered 92%, Dantian half destroyed, the body covered in spatial cutting wounds and backlash cracks, his cultivation plummeted from peak martial master to early-stage martial artist, his foundation gravely damaged. Damn it, Lin Fan cursed softly in his heart, but his eyes grew fiercer. As long as he was alive, there was a chance to turn it around. Consciousness sank into the system space. Host, Lin Fan. Cultivation, early-stage martial artist, severely injured, near death, meridians shattered 92%, Dantian half destroyed. Pretentious value, 126,570 points. Advanced lottery chances, 7 times. Current dimension, blood prison battlefield, one of the all races battlefield. 120,000 pretentious value, 7 advanced lotteries. System, exchange for 3 advanced lottery chances. Ding. Consume 30,000 swagger points, exchanged for 3 high-level lottery chances. Remaining swagger points, 96,570 points. Current high-level lottery chances, 10 times. Synthesize 1 diamond lottery. Ding. Consumed 10 high-level lottery chances, synthesized 1 diamond-level lottery.
Remaining high-level lottery chances, 0 times.
Would you like to draw now? Draw.
The diamond roulette shone brightly, the pointer spun rapidly, and finally stopped on a set of dark purple armor, covered in vicious barbs, with a helmet that roared like a fierce ghost. Congratulations, host. Obtained, Shura Armor, Complete Version. Shura Armor, Complete Version. Grade, Heavenly Upper Grade, can grow. Feature 1, Absolute Defense can resist all physical, energy, and law attacks below Martial Emperor level. Attacks from Martial Emperor level are weakened by 90%. Feature 2, Judgment Power attacks carry a judgment effect, dealing greater damage the higher the target's evil value, up to 1000% damage increase. Feature 3, Heaven and Earth Human Magnetic Field. When deployed, it forms an absolute domain, where all laws are dominated by the armor. Feature 4, Time and space travel consumes great energy and allows for brief time-space jumping. Note, the armor's power is positively related to the user's strength and willpower, spiritual power. Current host state can only exert 5% of the armor's power. Heavenly Upper Grade. Can grow. Comes with time-space jumping ability. Lin Fan's heart raced wildly. This is a big win. Although he could only exert 5% of the power, it was enough for him to walk boldly under Martial Sovereign and even threaten Martial Sovereign. More importantly, absolute defense. As long as he isn't targeted by a Martial Emperor level being, he has the capital to survive in this blood-hell battlefield. Ding. Obtained Shura Armor, Swagger Points plus 10,000. Current Swagger Points, 106,570 points. His injuries were still serious. System, recommend the most suitable healing items for my current injuries. Scanning. Recommendation 1, 6th grade pill rebirth pill, can reshape meridians and repair Dantian, price, 50,000 Swagger Points. Recommendation 2, Heavenly Lower Grade Healing Holy Medicine Spring of Creation, 1 drop can bring the dead back, price, 80,000 Swagger Points. Recommendation 3, Special Item Injury Transfer Card, can transfer one's own injuries to a designated target, target must consent or be unable to resist, price, 30,000 Swagger Points. Lin Fan's gaze landed on the injury transfer card. Transfer injuries? Target must consent or be unable to resist. He looked towards the corner of the system space there. Xiangqi was curled up in a ball of blood-colored light, sleeping and healing, breathing weak but steady. This silly dog nearly died protecting its master, now to make it bear the injuries, Lin Fan couldn't do it. Then, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with a glimmer of brilliance. System, can the injury transfer card transfer to the past self? Yes. Although the past self is a transformation of the host, it has independent existence and is completely controlled by the host, meeting the consent or unable to resist condition. Purchase the injury transfer card. Ding. Consume 30,000 Swagger Points, obtained injury transfer card times 1. Remaining Swagger Points, 76,570 points. Lin Fan held the black card, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Consciousness sank into his body, operating the Transformation of Freedom method fragment. Transformation of Freedom. Past self, present. Buzz. A past self, identical to Lin Fan, but with a weaker aura and a figure so ethereal it was nearly transparent, appeared in the corner of the stone chamber. This was the weakest past self Lin Fan could manifest in his injured state, with only 1% of the main body's strength and could not last more than 3 minutes. But that was enough. Lin Fan pressed the injury transfer card onto the chest of the past self. Transfer. Buzz. The black card erupted with a strange light. The past self trembled violently, its ethereal figure rapidly filled with cracks, and the breath plummeted to near annihilation. As for Lin Fan's main body, wounds healed rapidly. Meridians reshaped. Dantian repaired. Vitality surged. His cultivation level soared from early-stage warrior to peak warrior master. Although far from the peak of martial sovereign at his prime, he at least had the means to protect himself. The past self endured all the injuries, its ethereal figure completely collapsed, dissipating into the air. The injury transfer card also turned to dust. Lin Fan slowly stood up, moving his reborn body, and his bones crackled with pops. Comfortable. He walked to the stone chamber door, ready to push it open and go out. The stone door was pushed open from the outside. Hongjie was standing at the door, still playing with the pitch-black dagger in her hand, her phoenix-like eyes scanning Lin Fan up and down, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. Oh, you recovered pretty fast. Chapter 89, Shura Armor. Fusion. Leaning against the doorframe, she lazily said, "Kid, which dimensional crack did you fall out of? That breath of higher realm on you can be smelled from afar." Lin Fan looked at her and didn't speak. Hongjie didn't mind and continued, "My name is Hongling, I'm the owner of this Bloodthorn Tavern. Your two female companions are still unconscious, but their injuries are stable, they won't die.
Why save us?
Lin Fan finally spoke, his voice a little hoarse.
Save people?
Hongjie laughed, her smile charming yet tinged with mockery. Not many kind-hearted people in this cursed blood prison battlefield.
I saved you because you might have some value. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Lin Fan. Especially you, recovering so quickly from such serious injuries, you must have many secrets, right? Lin Fan neither denied nor confirmed it. What do you want? Simple.
Hongjie raised a finger. First, tell me everything about how you fell into the blood prison battlefield, who you offended, and what troubles you're in. Second, after you've healed, either work for me to pay off your debt. The blood scab ointment I've used on you may be the lowest grade, but it's worth 10 low-grade blood crystals. Or, a cold light flashed in her eyes, be sent to the blood fighting arena, participate in 100 life and death combats, and your debt will be wiped clean.
Blood fighting arena? Life and death combats?
Lin Fan narrowed his eyes.
What if I say no?
Hongjie stopped playing with the dagger. She slowly straightened her body, a mid-stage martial sect aura faintly radiating, not strong, but carrying a bloody aura that felt like emerging from a sea of corpses. Kid, I advise you not to be ungrateful. The blood prison battlefield is not your peaceful realms, people are dying every moment here. You, as a newbie who just fell in, without the locals to guide you, won't survive more than 3 days. She pointed outside the stone chamber. Out there are at least 80 desperate people wanting to exchange your heads for blood crystals. I can protect you because I, Hongjie, still have some face in this area. But face must be given mutually. Hongjie stared at Lin Fan. Give me a reason not to throw you outside. Lin Fan fell silent for a moment. Then he suddenly smiled. He raised his right hand, palm up.
A reason? Is it enough?
Buzz. A set of fully dark purple armor, covered with fierce barbs, the helmet resembling a raging demon, slowly appeared as a phantom above his palm. Though it was just a phantom, the dominating and fierce aura, as if coming from the terrifying underworld, instantly filled the entire stone chamber. Hongjie's pupils shrank, she stumbled back 3 steps, almost dropping the dagger. This is Heaven-tier battle armor, she exclaimed in shock.
Lin Fan retracted the armor's phantom and said calmly, now, can we talk? Hongjie's expression changed, she stared at Lin Fan for a full 10 seconds, finally taking a deep breath and retracting all her aura. You win.
She turned and walked towards the exit of the stone chamber.
Follow me, I'll show you something.
The Bloodthorn Tavern lobby. Though it was called a tavern, it was more like a den of an underground black market. Rough stone tables and chairs, various fierce beast heads and weapons hanging on the walls, dozens of warriors in tattered leather armor with a fierce aura were drinking, gambling, and exchanging information.
Seeing Hongjie bring Lin Fan out, many people cast curious or greedy glances.
Hongjie ignored them, leading Lin Fan to the deepest part of the tavern, in front of a stone wall. She pressed a few times on the wall, and it slowly opened, revealing a staircase leading down. At the bottom of the staircase was a spacious underground chamber. The chamber was piled high with various supplies, weapons, armor, medicinal materials, minerals, and even a few powerful alien corpses.
And in the corner, there was a huge iron cage.
In an iron cage, there was a completely black beast, with wings on its back and a long horn on its head, emanating a fierce breath.
The nightmarish beast.
And it was an adult level 4 nightmarish beast, equivalent to the early stage of a martial grandmaster in humans. At this moment, the nightmarish beast was anxiously pacing in the cage, its scarlet eyes fixed on the 2 people who entered, letting out a low, threatening growl.
The undefeated hero, the BGM starts playing by itself. For the dream in my heart. Fighting bloodily like a raging wind.
The night will release the light.
Strange. The BGM really started playing by itself. Of course not.
The BGM won't start by itself, it was Lin Fan who deliberately made the system play it aloud.
No posing value was collected, the system finally acted like a person. The transformation doesn't match the BGM, to be honest, it's a bit dry. In the BGM of the undefeated hero, the Azura armor, combined.
Buzz.
The dark purple light, like the magical flames erupting from the 9 hells, soared into the sky.
In the entire blood arena, tens of thousands of spectators fell silent at this moment.
They saw.
That originally ordinary-looking black-clad youth, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, was instantly wrapped in a terrifying energy that flowed like dark purple liquid.
The energy surged, condensed, and solidified.
The clashing sounds of bones, the screeching sounds of metal rubbing, the roaring sounds of energy, the 3 sounds mixed into a symphony from the abyss.
In the next second, the dark purple light dissipated.
Standing in place was a towering figure of 2.5 meters, entirely dark purple, covered with fierce barbs, and at the joints exhaling ghostly blue flames, a magic armored god. The helmet roared like an evil ghost, the double shoulders armed with the barbs like demonic wings, and a scarlet eye of judgment slowly opened in the center of the chest armor. scanning the entire arena. Everywhere its gaze reached, the air froze, and the laws wailed.
The Azura armor has descended. Ding.
First summon of the Azura armor, posing value plus 5,000.
Current posing value, 84,570 points. Silence. A silence lasting 3 seconds. Then. What is that thing? Battle armor? How could there be such terrifying armor? Heaven level. At least a heaven level armor. What's the background of this human kid? The audience exploded completely.
And in the center of the arena, that originally ferocious 4th level nightmarish beast was now trembling in fear. As a dark type creature, it had an instinctive fear of energies like judgment, sanction, and law.
And the armor before it exuded a judgment power that seemed made especially to sanction dark creatures like it. It wanted to escape. But under the helmet of the Azura armor, those ghostly blue electronic eyes had already locked onto it. Run?
Lin Fan's voice came through the amplification array within the armor, cold and mechanical but with undisguised mockery.
Weren't you pretty fierce just now?
He raised his right hand. In his palm, ghostly blue energy gathered frantically, transforming into a dark purple energy spear 3 meters long, the Azura Hell Spear. On the spear blade, the Eye of Judgment pattern circulated, releasing a pressure that made the souls of dark creatures tremble.
First move. Lin Fan stepped forward, and his figure instantly vanished. Not because he was too fast. But, teleportation. The Azura armor's characteristic within the magnetic field of heaven and earth, short-distance space jumping. In the next second, he appeared behind the nightmarish beast.
The nightmarish beast didn't even have time to turn around.
The Azura Hell Spear had already pierced through its back heart. Put.
The spear blade protruded from its chest, carrying a spray of pitch-black, foul-smelling blood.
Ugh, roar. The nightmarish beast let out a painfully hoarse wail, struggling madly, its claws swiping towards Lin Fan. But. Clang. The claws struck the chest armor of the Azura armor, exploding a shower of sparks, but left not even a white mark. Absolute defense. Attacks below the martial emperor level, ineffective. Second move.
Lin Fan twisted his wrist. The judgment power surged madly into the nightmarish beast's body through the spear blade.
The nightmarish beast let out the most heartrending scream. Its body, as if thrown into concentrated sulfuric acid, its skin, muscles, skeleton, and even soul, were all being corroded, purified, and obliterated by that judgment power. In just 3 breaths.
A 4th level nightmarish predator, comparable to a human martial sovereign at the early stage, turned into a puddle of steaming pus.
Not even a bone chip was left. Soul scattered, completely obliterated. Ding. Judgment power instant killed the nightmarish beast, posing value plus 3,000. Current posing value, 87,570 points. Once again, silence in the arena. This time, it was a silence where even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Everyone, including those who bet on the nightmarish beast waiting to see Lin Fan get torn apart, was now gaping, unable to utter a single word. Staring wide-eyed, like a duck caught by the throat. Instant kill. A real instant kill. 2 moves. No, to be precise, only 1 move. A 4th-tier nightmarish predator, just like that gone?
A trembling voice came from the host's seat, the winner Lin Fan.
Boom. Silence was shattered.
In its place was a roar like mountains and seas of astonishment.
What the hell? What kind of battle armor is that? Heaven tier. It's definitely heaven tier armor. And not an ordinary one. When did the human race come up with such a monster? He's only at warrior level. How can he wield heaven tier armor?
The odds were 10 to 1. I bet 500 blood crystals on the nightmarish beast.
I bet 100 blood crystals on the human kid. I'm gonna make a fortune. The gamblers went crazy.
The joy of winning mixed with the curses of losing, intertwined with shock and greed over that dark purple armor, made the blood arena boil like a pot of hot oil.
And in the center of the arena,
Lin Fan slowly retracted the Shura Inferno glaive.
The armor was released. The dark purple glow faded, revealing his ordinary black tight-fitting clothes once more.
He stood still, his face slightly pale, summoning the Shura armor, even just its basic form, was a huge burden on his current level.
But the effect was enough. He looked up at a VIP box on the west side of the arena.
There, an old and profound gaze was piercing through the one-way glass, locking onto him firmly.
In the Blood Arena's VIP box,
Hongling sat on a beast-skin sofa, holding a cup of scarlet blood wine, but her fingertips were slightly trembling. She watched the black-clad youth in the arena, then glanced at the crystal card just delivered to her, stamped with Lin Fan wins, pays out 5,000 inferior blood crystals. 500 blood crystals as a reward, plus the 10 to 1 odds, minus transaction fees, netting 4,500 blood crystals.
This was almost equivalent to her tavern's half a year of income. Yet at this moment, Hong Ling had no mood to be happy. In her mind, the scene of the Shura armor's arrival kept replaying, along with that cold question, run? This kid, Hong Ling murmured, who on earth is he? The box door was pushed open. An old man dressed in luxurious black robes, with a dry appearance like a mummified corpse, entered slowly, leaning on a cane embedded with a skull. Behind the old man were two guards, their auras unfathomable, shrouded in black cloaks. Old Fei. Hong Ling quickly got up, respectfully bowing. Old Fei, one of the three major bosses of the Blood Arena, a powerful warrior at the early stage of king rank, was a true big shot in this neighborhood. Sit. Old Fei waved his hand, sitting down opposite Hong Ling, his dry face showing no expression. Little girl Hong, is that human kid brought by you? Yes. Hong Ling nodded, feeling a bit anxious inside. What's his name? Lin Fan. Lin Fan, Old Fei repeated slowly. What's the origin of that armor? Hong Ling shook her head. I don't know. He never disclosed it, only said it came from a certain higher plane. Higher plane. A glimmer of light flashed in Old Fei's eyes. To produce heaven-tier armor, that higher plane at least has to be a profound level or above. He paused, looking at Hong Ling. Do you think he has any backing? Hong Ling hesitated for a moment. Probably not. If he did, he wouldn't have fallen into the spatial cracks of our yellow-tier battlefield, and be injured like that. Old Fei nodded, his dry fingers tapping on the skull of the cane. No background, yet possesses heaven-tier armor. Interesting. He looked at Hong Ling and suddenly smiled, although that smile looked worse than crying. Little girl Hong, this time, you've struck gold. Hong Ling's heart tightened. Old Fei means I've taken a liking to that armor. Old Fei said blandly, you help me ask him if he is willing to sell. The price is negotiable. Hong Ling's expression changed slightly. Old Fei, that armor is probably his lifeline. Lifeline? Old Fei scoffed. In the blood hell battlefield, without strength, even the best treasures are merely death tokens. He's only at the peak of warrior rank, guarding heaven-tier armor. It's like a 3-year-old walking with a gold brick in a den of bandits. He paused, his tone turning cold. Tell him, sell it to me, and I will guarantee his safety on the blood battlefield, and give him enough resources to reach the martial king. I won't sell. A flash of cold light appeared in Fei Lao's eyes. You should understand the rules of the blood battle arena. Hong Ling's face turned pale as she tightened her grip on the wineglass. She understood what Fei Lao meant. Just now, Lin Fan had summoned the armor in the blood battle arena. By the rules, that armor had already been considered a trophy of the blood battle arena. Fei Lao was willing to spend money to buy it now, which was already a huge favor. If Lin Fan refuses to appreciate it, I will go talk to him. Hong Ling gritted her teeth and stood up. Go ahead. Fei Lao waved his hand. You have the time of a stick of incense. In the backstage lounge of the Colosseum, Lin Fan sat on a stone chair, closing his eyes to recover. Summoning the Shura armor just now had drained nearly 30% of his vitality and mental energy, while killing the nightmarish beast was thrilling. The burden was indeed not small. Footsteps came from outside the door. Hong Ling pushed the door and walked in, her expression complicated. Lin Fan, there's something. Fei Lao wants my armor, right? Lin Fan opened his eyes and interrupted directly. Hong Ling was taken aback. How did you know? That kind of old man's gaze, I've seen many times. Lin Fan sneered, greedy, hypocritical, thinking he controls everything. He stood up and moved his wrist. What did he offer? Guarantee your safety and provide you resources to reach the martial king. Hong Ling said softly, Lin Fan, Fei Lao is in the early stage of martial king, and he has 3 peak martial sect guards under him. He has a lot of power in this street area. You should consider it? Consider? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Consider how to sell the armor to him? Hong Ling fell silent. Lin Fan walked to the window, looking out at the noisy blood battle arena, slowly saying, Hong Ling, do you know what is the one thing you must never do in the martial arts world? What is it? To hand over something that ensures your life to others. Lin Fan turned around, looking at Hong Ling, his eyes glinting with a cold light. The armor is my trump card, it's my capital to survive in this hellish place. Don't say a mere early-stage martial king. Even if a martial emperor comes, I would only respond with one word. He grinned, showing his white teeth. Get lost. Chapter 91, Dying at my hands is your lifetime glory. Hong Ling trembled all over. In Lin Fan's eyes, she saw a kind of reckless disregard for life. But Fei Lao won't give up. Hong Ling gritted her teeth. The rules of the blood battle arena, you just summoned the armor in the Colosseum. According to the rules, the armor is already considered a trophy of the blood battle arena. If he forcibly seizes it, nobody would dare to say anything. Rules? Lin Fan laughed. He walked to the center of the lounge, raising his right hand. Palm facing up. Then I will let him know. Buzz. Dark purple light exploded once again. The Shura armor instantly clad him. What it means to.
Lin Fan's voice echoed through the armor's amplification array, cold and domineering, directly penetrating the walls and spreading throughout the entire backstage area.
My rules. Ding.
Overwhelmingly rejecting the Martial King's demand, show-off value plus 4,000.
Current show-off value, 91,570 points. In the VIP box.
Fei Lao's skeletal staff slightly paused in his hand. He heard the cold and domineering voice echoing from the backstage. A hint of a grim smile appeared on his withered face.
Interesting.
It's been a long time since I've seen such an angry young man.
He slowly stood up and waved to the two cloaked guards behind him. Go, teach him.
Who set the rules of the blood prison battlefield?
The two guards bowed, their figures flashing, disappearing from the box.
In the backstage lounge.
Hong Ling's face turned pale. Lin Fan. You must leave. Fei Lao's men are already here.
She could sense two terrifying auras of peak martial sect rapidly approaching. But Lin Fan stood still, unmoving. Beneath the visor of the Shura armor, his deep blue electronic eyes locked onto the lounge door.
Leave? If I leave, what about you? Hong Ling was taken aback. I've taken over the tavern, you are my person.
Lin Fan said lightly, my people, no one can touch.
The voice fell. The door of the lounge exploded with a loud bang. Two figures cloaked in black like ghosts floated in. The one on the left held a pitch-black scythe, its blade wrapped in a ghostly black mist. The one on the right held a blood-red dagger in each hand, the tips dripping with a foul-smelling poison. Both of them were at the pinnacle of martial sovereigns. And they had the aura of those who had fought on the battlefield of blood for many years. Human kid, the side guard said in a hoarse voice, Elder Fei has ordered that you hand over your armor, and we will spare your life. Otherwise, the guard with the blood-red daggers licked his lips, we will slice your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the flesh-eating ghosts in the arena. Lin Fan looked at the two and suddenly smiled. Pinnacle of martial sovereigns? He raised his right hand, the Shura Inferno pole slowly coalescing in his palm. If it were before, you wouldn't even qualify to die at my hands. But today, I feel good. Your lives, I will take. To die at my hands is the greatest honor of your lives.
As his voice fell, Lin Fan moved.
Not toward the two of them. But. With both hands gripping the pole, the tip pointed to the sky. 9 styles of the war god. He shouted, energy from the Shura armor wildly pouring into the pole, the power of judgment and the will of opening the heavens perfectly merging at this moment. On the blade of the pole, dark purple and golden light intertwined, a terrifying pressure that seemed capable of severing cause and effect and breaking rules erupted explosively. First style, break all laws pole edition. Boom. With one strike, he slashed down. Not at the two guards. But at the rules of this space itself. Shoo. Sounds like fabric being torn apart. Starting from the pole blade, a space crack 10 meters long and 3 meters wide was violently cut open. From the crack, dark chaotic streams of space rushed out, devouring everything. The faces of the two pinnacle martial sovereign guards changed dramatically. They wanted to dodge, but realized their bodies were locked by that break all laws pole intent, like sinking into quicksand, unable to move. No. In a piercing scream. The two, along with the space around them, were entirely swallowed by that space crack. The crack closed. In place, it was empty. The two pinnacle martial sovereigns, not even a trace left. Ding. With the peak of martial master cultivation, using the Shura armor to unleash the 9 styles of the war god, instantly killing two pinnacle martial sovereigns, swagger points plus 6,000. Current swagger points, 97,570. Silence. Hong Ling stared blankly at the slowly dissipating space crack, then looked at Lin Fan who stood with the pole, armored and fierce. Her throat rolled, dryly uttering 2 words. Monster. Lin Fan put away the Shura Inferno pole, releasing his armor. His face was paler than before, and his aura weakened significantly just now. That strike almost drained all of his remaining strength. But he still stood. Looking up, he faced the direction of the VIP box and grinned widely. Then, using his last bit of strength, shouted hoarsely in that direction. Old dog Fei. I killed your men. I broke your rules. Now. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his voice booming like thunder, resounding over the entire blood arena. Either you come down and fight me. Or you better shut up, and when you see me in the future, lower your head and behave. Choose. Ding. Publicly confronting the martial king, unmatched dominance, swagger points plus 5,000. Ding. Achievement acquired, name of the Shura. Reward, advanced lottery chances times 3, swagger points plus 10,000. Current swagger points, 112,570.
Advanced lottery chances, 3 times.
In the VIP box, Elder Faye's skeletal staff was crushed to powder with a crack.
His withered face was now filled with a sullen expression that could drip water.
Outside the box, the entire blood arena was eerily silent.
Tens of thousands of spectators, countless gamblers, all the staff held their breath, looking towards the VIP box.
Waiting
for the response of this martial king powerhouse.
To fight? Or to endure? After a long time, from the box came a weary, emotionless sigh. Young man, you are very good. Today's matter here ends. But
Elder Faye's voice suddenly turned cold. The blood prison battlefield is vast.
You better never be alone. The voice fell. The lights in the VIP room went out.
Old Faye chose to back down.
The crowd erupted in shock. A strong warrior was publicly provoked by a young master at the pinnacle of martial arts, and he actually endured it? Damn. This kid is going to the sky. Shura. From today on, I'll call him Shura. The blood prison battlefield is going to change. Amidst the uproar,
Lin Fan slowly turned around, looking at the stunned Hongling beside him.
He grinned, showing a tired yet still arrogant smile. Now, can I be your boss?
Hongling looked at Lin Fan's eyes, which burned with rebellious flames, and took a deep breath.
Then, she knelt on one knee. Bloodthorn Tavern, Hongling. Willing to follow young Master Lin. Chapter 92, with you, can you even be called Luo Ti?
In the underground chamber of Bloodthorn Tavern, Lin Fan sat cross-legged with closed eyes, with chi and blood like a gentle stream, slowly and firmly repairing the tiny cracks in his meridians. The cold true energy of the Holy Heart technique intertwined with the ever-growing vitality of rebirth, making his recovery speed astonishingly quick. His consciousness sank into a corner of the system space, where a rich blood-red light pulsed slowly like a heart. At the center of the light, Xiangqi slept curled up, its originally dim aura due to the damage from the dimensional passage now surged like an erupting volcano, powerful and ferocious, even stronger and wilder than before it was injured. The terrifying tearing force of the dimensional passage was a destructive disaster for ordinary beings, but for an ancient beast like Xiangqi, it became a whetstone to refine its bloodline and awaken its potential. During the process of defending Lin Fan and the others against the chaotic flow of space, the bloodline within it, which was only 1,000th awakened, was completely activated, undergoing some deep transformation. At this moment, the sleeping Xiangqi had evidently broken through the shackles of the pinnacle of the 4th stage, stepping into the early 5th stage. Equivalent to the early level of a martial king among humans. Moreover, due to the special nature of its bloodline and the heritage of ancient fierce beasts, its real combat power was probably comparable to an ordinary mid-level martial king. A blessing in disguise. Lin Fan's consciousness swept over Xiangqi, and he felt a little relieved. This silly dog guarded its master at all costs, and now its strength has greatly increased, so his investment in resources for treatment wasn't in vain. The chamber door was gently pushed open. Hongling entered holding a tray, on which was a bowl of steaming dark red meat soup, exuding a strong fishy smell. Stewed from the heart's blood of the blood main beast, it replenishes chi and blood the quickest. She placed the tray on the low table next to the stone bed, looking at Lin Fan with a complicated gaze. How do you feel? Not dead. Lin Fan opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, as golden red light gathered back into his body. Although his complexion was still somewhat pale, his breath had stabilized a lot, and his peak martial master cultivation was solidified. He glanced at the bowl of foul-smelling meat soup, furrowed his brows, but still picked it up and drank it in one go. The scalding liquid went down his throat, turning into a scorching warm current that surged into his limbs and bones, and indeed, his chi and blood recovered slightly. How's the situation outside? Lin Fan put down the bowl and asked. It's chaotic. Hongling sat down across from the stone bed, her tone revealing a hint of excitement and worry. The entire East 7th District is spreading the name of Shura. You, with your martial master cultivation, killed a 3rd-level nightshade in seconds, obliterated 2 peak martial sects with 2 moves, and publicly forced back Old Faye. Now everyone is guessing your background. She paused, lowering her voice. There has been no movement from Old Faye for now, but he is behind the Blood Blade Society. Their leader, Blood Blade Luo Ti, is a mid-level martial king, and it is rumored that he is connected to one of the 3 great emperors, Blood Emperor. You embarrassed him, and he will never let it go. Blood Emperor? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. One of the 3 great emperors of the human race in the blood prison battlefield, with the cultivation of an early martial emperor, controlling a third of the territory and resources in the Eastern District. Hongling's expression was serious. The Blood Blade Society is the eyes and knives that Blood Emperor placed in the East 7th District. Old Faye lost so much face, Blood Blade Luo Ti will definitely seek revenge, and even, the Blood Emperor may pay attention to you. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, not only did not worry, but instead smiled.
The martial emperor.
He licked his lips, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes.
Exactly, I need a solid stepping stone. Hong Ling's mouth twitched. A stepping stone? Using the martial emperor as a stepping stone? This madman. Does he really not know how to write the word death?
But she dared not voice it. After witnessing Lin Fan's terrifying armor and his unparalleled halberd techniques, she had developed an almost instinctive respect for this young man who was even younger than herself.
I have organized the tavern's accounts and personnel list. Hong Ling took out a jade slip from her pocket.
Including myself, there are 37 people staying at the tavern, of which 3 are at the early martial sec level, 12 are great martial masters, and the rest are martial masters. There are also over 50 loose cultivators in the periphery who take on occasional jobs, with varied strengths. Lin Fan took the jade slip and scanned it with his spirit, understanding it fully. The Bloodthorn Tavern's power was not bad in this neighborhood, but looking at the entire Blood Prison battlefield, it was not even third-rate. Too weak. Lin Fan shook his head. I need people who can fight tough battles, not just petty fish. Hong Ling smiled wryly. Life is cheap in the Blood Prison battlefield, it's already hard to gather these people. True experts either get recruited by large powers or form their own teams to hunt foreign races in the wild for blood crystals.
Who would stay in a small tavern?
Lin Fan said nothing, lightly tapping his fingers on the edge of the stone bed, his eyes shimmering with light.
He was deep in thought.
In the Blood Prison battlefield, all races are competing, with the strong eating the weak. To establish himself here, grow stronger, and even take revenge back in the original world, fighting alone would not work.
He needed power.
He needed a team that only listened to him, skilled in battles, and unafraid of death. Of course, this was not the main reason.
The main reason was that he wanted to test an idea.
Starting tomorrow, the tavern will be closed for a period of adjustment. Lin Fan slowly spoke. Everyone, focus on special training. I will provide some martial arts and resources. Those who meet the standards can stay, those who do not, get out.
Hong Ling was stunned. Special training? You will personally teach? I don't have that spare time.
Lin Fan shook his head.
You are in charge. Me?
Hong Ling pointed at herself. With her mid-martial sect cultivation, she was at the top in the tavern, but training others, she really was not good at that.
I will give you a set of training methods.
Lin Fan took out a blank jade slip from the system space, infused it with his spirit, and imprinted the foundational techniques of the first move, breaking thousands of laws from 9 styles of the martial god, as well as some recipes for body-tempering medicinal baths from Shinnong's classic of herbal medicine. Though it was just the most basic level, it was a tremendous opportunity for these weak foundational loose cultivators.
This.
Hong Ling took the jade slip, sensed it briefly, and her pupils suddenly shrank.
Earth-level martial arts? Basic energy manipulation and ancient medicinal bath recipes? Ding.
Displaying a glimpse of hidden depth, shocking the foreigner, show-off value plus 2,000.
Current show-off value, 114,570 points.
If practiced well, they can reach the martial sect level. Lin Fan said lightly. If not practiced well, die.
Hong Ling tightly grasped the jade slip, took a deep breath, and nodded seriously. I understand.
She knew this was a test and also an opportunity. If she could help Lin Fan build a qualified team, her status would be completely different.
Additionally, Lin Fan looked towards the other side of the secret room. Have they woken up?
In the corner of the secret room, on 2 simple stone beds, Sumu Yu and Qin Yu were still unconscious, but their breathing had become much steadier and their faces were regaining some color.
Soon. Hong Ling said.
The clear heart pill you gave works well, their soul injuries are healing, and they should wake up by tomorrow morning at the latest. Lin Fan nodded, about to give a few more instructions.
Boom.
Suddenly, a deafening roar came from outside the tavern. Following that was a flurry of footsteps, the sound of weapons being unsheathed, and terrified screams and angry curses.
Enemy attack. It's the Blood Blade Society. Sister Hong. Young Master Lin. Not good.
A tavern guard burst through the secret room door, covered in blood, shouting hoarsely, the Blood Blade Society has come out in full force.
The tavern is surrounded.
Leading the charge is Blood Knife Roti himself.
Hong Ling's face changed dramatically.
Lin Fan, however, slowly stood up, stretching his neck and producing a series of crackling noises.
You came quite fast.
A cold smirk crept across his lips.
Just in time. Let's capture them and test the knife. Outside Bloodthorn Tavern. The once lively street was now eerily silent.
Hundreds of warriors, dressed in blood-red outfits and wielding various weapons, surrounded the tavern tightly, making escape impossible. These people emanated a fierce aura, their presence overwhelming. The weakest among them were martial artists, and there were no fewer than 20 martial masters. At the forefront was a 2-meter-tall, bald man with a horrific scar that ran from his forehead to his chin. The man was bare-chested, with muscles that bulged like granite and skin a dark red, as if stained with blood. He carried a massive, blood-red knife on his shoulder, its blade radiating a tangible aura of bloody killing intent. Just standing there, his mid-stage martial king pressure made the surrounding air feel heavy.
Blood Knife, Ro-T. Leader of the Blood Blade Society, the true underground emperor of East District 7.
At this moment, Ro-T's beast-like crimson eyes were locked intently on the tavern's entrance, his voice grating like sandpaper.
Hong Ling, and that little bastard named Lin Fan. Come out. Otherwise, I will tear your broken tavern apart, leaving not a single soul.
Inside the tavern, panic spread like wildfire. Old Knife, Thin Monkey, Iron Tower, and the other tavern guards gripped their weapons at the door, their faces ashen, legs trembling. Facing the all-out assault of the Blood Blade Society, their small number was hardly enough to fill the gaps.
Where is Hong's sister Hong? Why isn't she out yet? What about young Master Lin? His armor. It's over, this time it's really over. Just as everyone despaired.
The tavern's main door slowly opened. A figure stepped out, moving calmly. Dressed in black, with black hair and somewhat pale skin, yet standing tall and straight.
It was Lin Fan.
He stood alone at the tavern entrance, facing the hundreds of elite members of the Blood Blade Society and the mid-stage martial king Ro-T without a hint of fear on his face.
With a face full of scars, you think you're a match for me?
Lin Fan dug in his ear, looking at Ro-T, his tone utterly mocking.
You dare call yourself Ro-T? Ding. Humiliated a mid-stage martial king in public, bragging points plus 3,000. Current bragging points, 117,570 points. Chapter 93, when facing the martial emperor, ice cream only costs $2. Silence.
In the street, all members of the Blood Blade Society were stunned. What did they just hear?
This peak martial artist kid just called the leader a bald gorilla?
Ro-T's scar twitched violently on his face. His beast-like crimson eyes locked onto Lin Fan, murderous intent slicing through the air like a real blade.
Little bastard, his voice was hoarse, like a demon from hell roaring, you're looking for death. Boom. The terrifying pressure of a mid-stage martial king descended like a volcanic eruption, crashing down on Lin Fan.
Where the pressure passed, the ground cracked, walls collapsed, and several guards at the tavern entrance were blown back, spitting blood. But Lin Fan stood still, unmoving. Not even the corners of his clothing fluttered.
Trying to intimidate me with pressure?
Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. When I faced the martial emperor's pressure, ice cream was only $2 each.
Ice cream makers, take note, thank you. Ro-T's pupils contracted suddenly. His martial king pressure, unexpectedly, seemed ineffective against this martial artist kid? Nonsense.
Ro-T snorted coldly, no longer testing the waters, lifting the massive red knife on his shoulder, but it ends here. Today, in the name of the leader of the Blood Blade Society, I sentence you. The blade turned toward Lin Fan. 1,000 cuts, your soul shall be obliterated. As soon as the words fell, Ro-T moved. One stride forward, the ground exploded. The massive red knife tore through the air, transforming into a blood-colored blade aura over 100 feet long, descending toward Lin Fan. Blood knife slash destroys the soul. This strike contained Ro-T's lifetime of killing intent, the power so strong, it could cleave even a mid-stage martial king in two. Before the blade aura arrived, the terrifying murderous intent had already shattered the minds of countless spectators around.
Lying limp on the ground.
Facing the terrifying blade that could threaten the early days of the martial king, Lin Fan did not summon the Azura armor. He didn't even execute the 9 styles of the martial god. He simply raised his right hand, facing the blood-red blade dissection tearing through the air, with his 5 fingers spread wide, as if he wanted to catch it with bare hands.
Fool! Ro-T sneered, daring to catch my blood blade cut with bare hands? I will make you.
His words abruptly stopped. Because behind Lin Fan, the shadow elongated by the blood-red moonlight suddenly swirled and distorted like boiling ink.
Roar! A low and fierce sound, as if a roar from ancient times, suddenly exploded. That roar did not spread through the air, but directly trembled deep within the soul of every living being. A giant beast, completely black like the deepest night, stepped out from the shadow of Lin Fan. It resembled a fierce tiger, but had a pair of bone wings that blocked the sky, with dark golden patterns flowing along the edges of the wings. Its head bore a spiral horn, with the tip swirling with annihilating black light. Its 4 claws were sharp as hooks, easily tearing apart the rocky ground. Most frightening were those crimson vertical pupils, burning with endless thirst for slaughter and destruction. 5th-tier fierce beast, Jiangqi.
The bloodline had begun to awaken, its strength comparable to that of a human martial king in mid-level. At this moment, this ancient fierce beast opened its massive blood-filled mouth, as if capable of swallowing the sun and moon, towards the blood-red blade dissection that made countless people change color.
It bit down. Crack.
An ear-piercing sound like iron being crushed echoed through the entire street. In the dazed gaze of everyone, that blood blade cut, imbued with Roti's lifetime murderous intent, capable of severing mountains and rivers,
was bitten in half by Qianqi, as if it were a crispy cracker.
The broken blade energy transformed into raging blood-colored energy, but instead of exploding, it was sucked into Qianqi's throat with a terrifying pull, like a whale drinking water, entirely swallowed.
Burp. Qianqi let out a satisfying belch, its crimson vertical pupil squinting in pleasure, the fierce and violent aura around it subtly rising. Consuming energy containing murderous intent was one of the ways it could enhance its strength. Ding. Qianqi consumed the blood blade cut, show-off value plus 2,000. Current show-off value, 119,570 points. On the street, time seemed to freeze.
All members of the Blood Blade Society, including Roti himself, were like statues, frozen in place.
What did they see?
The leader made a full-power strike capable of killing a martial king in the early stage, and it was suddenly devoured by that monster, which resembled the legendary ancient fierce beast Qianqi.
Had the snack been chewed? Fifth-tier fierce beast? A knowledgeable leader of the Blood Blade Society's voice trembled, judging by its appearance. Is it Qianqi, one of the 4 fierce beasts of ancient legends? How could such a legendary beast appear here? And obey a human brat? Impossible.
It must be some kind of illusion or disguise.
Someone shouted in disbelief.
Roti's face changed from initial rage and ferocity to shock and horror, finally turning pale and filled with deep apprehension.
A 5th-tier fierce beast. An ancient fierce beast bloodline. No wonder this brat was so fearless. Well, very good.
Roti gritted his teeth, but quickly calculated in his mind.
A 5th-tier early-stage Qianqi, its bloodline was powerful, its true combat ability was probably not weaker than his own.
Along with that brat's strange heavenly tier battle armor, today's matter is likely difficult to resolve. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Roti suddenly pulled out the blood-red token from his bosom, holding it high. The Blood Emperor's order is here. He roared, his voice infused with true energy, spreading for miles. In accordance with the command of His Majesty the Blood Emperor, capture the fierce bastard Lin Fan, who possesses heavenly tier battle armor and raises ancient fierce beasts. Those who obstruct shall be killed without mercy. Those who assist the fierce bastard shall be punished with their entire family. By the decree of His Majesty the Blood Emperor, those who see this order must immediately capture the fierce bastard, with no mistakes allowed. Blood Emperor's order. One of the 3 great emperors, the Blood Emperor's token. Seeing the order is like seeing the emperor. The mighty imperial might spread with the blood-red light of the token. Countless onlookers trembled with fear, kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. The Blood Emperor's will, in this East District, is the law of the land. Roti looked at Lin Fan with a sinister smile, as if looking at a dead man. You little brat, kneel down now, give up your cultivation, hand over your battle armor and fierce beast, and I may ask the Blood Emperor to grant you a quick death. Otherwise, the wrath of the Blood Emperor will surely peel your soul and refine your spirit, so you can never transcend for all eternity. Annoying. The 2 words coldly interrupted Roti's roar. Lin Fan reached into his ear, as if what he just heard was not the Blood Emperor's decree, but the buzzing of flies. He raised his head, looking at the blood-red token that radiated imperial might, then at Roti, whose face was twisted with ferocity, his eyes brimmed with mockery. Blood Emperor's order? What great power! He stepped forward, his voice clear and calm, yet like thunder, it boomed in the ears of every kneeling person. Go back and tell your master. His rules do not govern me. His token does not intimidate me. If he wants my things. Lin Fan grinned, that smile under the blood-colored moonlight appeared particularly eerie. Tell him to come get it himself. As for you, barking dog. He looked at Roti, his gaze suddenly freezing cold like ancient ice. Tonight, I will use your blood to add some flair to my tavern. As soon as the words fell, Lin Fan lifted his hand. Shura armor, merge. Buzz. Dark purple demonic flames shot into the sky. Shura armor, donned. Ding. Ignoring the Blood Emperor's order, domineering declaration, show-off value plus 5,000. Current show-off value, 124,570 points. The dark purple demon stood tall on the spot, the Shura purgatory glaive condensed in his hands, the spear tip aimed straight at Roti. Beside him, the 5th stage Qianqi crouched low, its crimson vertical pupils locked onto Roti, letting out a bloodthirsty growl from its throat. One man, one armor, one fierce beast. Confronting hundreds of the Blood Blade Society's elite, confronting the mid-stage king of martial arts, Roti, confronting the Blood Emperor's token that symbolized supreme authority. Killing intent, like a tangible cold wind, swept across the entire long street. Chapter 94, Personally delivering it, and discussing cooperation. Under the blood-colored moonlight, the dark purple Shura demon and the fifth stage fierce beast Xiangqi stood to the left and right, like twin death gods from the abyss, locking onto Roti in the center of the scene. The killing intent condensed like a solid, and the air was thick like plasma. Roti's forehead veins throbbed wildly, his hand gripping the crimson giant blade trembled slightly. It was not fear, but extreme rage, and a hint of heart-pounding dread that he didn't even want to admit to himself. That strange dark purple battle armor, although its aura only reached the peak of a martial master, gave him the feeling of facing an ancient ferocious beast's oppressive presence. That Xiangqi was even more needless to say, its fierce might of the early 5th stage mixed with the savage aura of an ancient bloodline was enough to make even him, a mid-stage king, feel troubled. But, the Blood Emperor's order was out, there was no way to retreat.
Playing tricks. Roti roared, forcibly suppressing that hint of unease in his heart. The blood fiend aura around him erupted explosively. Today, I will personally strip you of this turtle shell, and skin this beast. Blood Blade Society, listen to my command. Form the blood fiend killing immortal formation. Trap and kill this beast. Boom. Hundreds of Blood Blade Society elites responded in unison, their blood-red uniforms boiling like a surging wave of blood. They quickly spread out, occupying specific positions, each person bursting forth with blood-colored energy, connecting with each other, and in the blink of an eye, a massive blood-red net covering 100 zhang, about 333 meters, was woven in the sky above the street. Above the giant net, vengeful souls wailed, blood-light flowed, exuding a terrifying aura that sealed off the space and eroded vitality. A high-grade Earth-level battle formation, Blood Fiend killing immortal formation. This formation requires at least 300 martial artists with a shared understanding of the same source techniques to form, and once completed, it can trap and kill a late-stage king of martial arts. It is one of the trump cards of the Blood Blade Society. You little brat. Die. Roti stood at the formation center, his aura merging with the entire formation, his might surging. He gripped his blade, aiming at Lin Fan and Xiangqi's position with a single strike. This time, it was no longer 100 zhang blade aura. But rather, the entire blood-red giant net that covered 100 zhang. It was like the heavens themselves were collapsing, bringing with it the terrifying power to suppress everything and destroy all things, crashing down upon Lin Fan and Xiangqi. Space was imprisoned. The laws of nature were distorted. The light was devoured. This strike was close to the full power of a late-stage martial king. Young Master Lin. Hongling screamed at the tavern door, her face as pale as paper. She knew all too well the horror of the blood slaughter immortal killing formation, having once witnessed this formation slowly grind to death a mid-stage, 5th-tier savage beast that had wandered into the street. But in the face of this world-destroying, blood-colored giant net, Lin Fan laughed. Beneath the mask of the Azura armor, his deep blue electronic eyes locked onto the formation's core, where the energy was connected and immobile, targeting Luo Ti. Xiangqi, he murmured softly, his voice transmitted clearly into Xiangqi's mind through the armor's internal formation. Break the formation. I will decapitate him. Roar. A fierce bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Xiangqi's red vertical eyes, answering Lin Fan with a howl filled with even more ferocious bloodlust. Its back arched sharply, and its massive bone wings, like those of a demonic creature, fully extended, dark golden veins flowing like magma, glowing brightly. The terrifying demonic power of a 5th-tier beast, mixed with a trace of the law-breaking ability embedded in the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts, exploded in an instant. Innate divine ability, heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring. An ability gained after breaking through to the 5th tier. Xiangqi opened its bloodthirsty mouth, and this time, it was not to devour energy. Instead, it was to devour space. At the center of its enormous mouth, a terrifying vortex appeared suddenly, more than 10 yards in diameter, so black and deep that it seemed like it could even devour light. The vortex spun madly, releasing a soul-shaking pulling force, like the arrival of a cosmic black hole. The blood-colored giant net that had been suppressing them was torn apart at the moment it touched the edge of this black vortex. With a tearing sound, like a rag being shredded, it was swallowed by the terrifying vortex. Not just the blood-colored energy, but even the space that formed the array was being devoured and destroyed. What? Luo Ti's pupils shrank sharply, his heart trembling in fear. What the hell is this monster? Can it even swallow space? The blood slaughter immortal killing formation was forcefully torn open, a huge gap created, and the backlash from the formation made hundreds of elite blood blade members spit blood, causing the formation to collapse by more than half. And in that instant, when the formation wavered and Luo Ti lost focus, Lin Fan moved. Behind his Azura armor, for energy wings, like those of demons, suddenly expanded. Azura domain. The magnetic field of heaven, earth, and man. Activate. Hum. Centered on Lin Fan, within a 30-yard radius, the rules of space were forcibly twisted and rewritten. Gravity disappeared. Direction was lost. Energy went berserk. All Blood Blade members within this domain felt as if the world was spinning, their blood and chi flowing in reverse, as though trapped in an endless nightmare.
And Lin Fan, within this domain under his control, teleported. His figure, like a ghost, took a step and crossed the chaotic space, appearing in front of Luo Ti at the formation's core.
Martial God's 9 styles.
The Azura hell-piercing halberd was raised high, its blade crackling with dark purple judgment power and golden heaven-splitting fist intent, wildly intertwining, compressing, and gathering. Where the halberd pointed, the space shattered inch by inch, revealing the black void beneath. First style, breaking 10,000 laws. Second style, suppressing heaven and earth. Third style, opening the heavens and earth. The 3 styles merged into one. This was Lin Fan's first fusion attempt after his rebirth, a new understanding of the martial god's 9 styles, and his strongest killing move to date. With one strike of the halberd, it was no longer just a simple slash. It was a strike that could open the heavens and split the earth. Where the halberd's light passed, the space was violently split open. A crack appeared, as if connecting the beginning and end of the world, and with the extension of the halberd blade, it cleaved toward Luo Ti's head. Luo Ti's soul screamed in terror. He howled madly, burning his essence blood, and with all his power as a mid-stage martial king, he poured it into his red giant blade. A blood-colored demonic god with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared above the blade. Blood Blade's ultimate secret, Blood God's Descent slash. The demonic god's phantom merged into the blade's aura, becoming a blood-colored flood that connected heaven and earth, charging straight toward the strike that opened the heavens and the earth. Boom! A terrifying explosion beyond words erupted. At the moment when the spear light collided with the knife aura, the buildings within 100 meters collapsed like sand sculptures, the ground was lifted into a massive pit several meters deep, and the violent energy shockwave swept outward like a tsunami. Dozens of elite members of the Blood Blade Society who were slightly closer were torn into pieces before they could even scream. Hong Ling and the others had long hidden back in the tavern, activating all defensive formations, yet they were still shaken to the point of blood seeping from their ears and noses. At the center of the explosion, the crimson giant knife shattered inch by inch. The blood-colored phantom of the demon god howled and disintegrated. The knife handle in Luo Ti's hand shattered, his arm bones completely shattered, and a deep wound that exposed his bones was torn on his chest by the residual waves of the spear light, dark red internal organs faintly visible. He spewed blood like a broken sack, flying backwards, smashing heavily into a wall that was not completely collapsed, his breath instantly weakening to the extreme. Defeated. Luo Ti, at the mid-stage of Martial King, still lost under the enhancement of the Blood Slaughter formation. He lost to the joint efforts of Lin Fan and Xianqi, lost under that spear that could split heaven and earth. Ding. Defeated mid-stage Martial King Luo Ti, show-off value plus 8,000. Current show-off value, 132,570 points. As the dust slowly cleared, the street had turned into ruins. The surviving members of the Blood Blade Society looked at their gasping leader embedded in the wall, then at the figure standing with the spear, the dark purple armor looking like a demon under the blood moonlight, and the terrifying beast crouched beside him, licking the blood off its claws. The will to fight completely collapsed. Run! Run! No one knew who shouted first, but the remaining members of the Blood Blade Society scattered like frightened rabbits, dropping their weapons and fleeing while crying for their mothers. In the blink of an eye, the street was left with nothing but corpses and ruins, except for Lin Fan and Xianqi, as well as the dying Luo Ti embedded in the wall. The Azura armor was released. Lin Fan's face was as pale as paper, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his hand holding the spear trembling slightly. The burden of the 3-style fusion far exceeded his imagination, nearly draining all his vitality and soul power, and his meridians sent piercing pain again under the unbearable load. But he still held on, step by step, walking to the crumbling wall. Luo Ti was embedded in the wall, his chest a bloody mess, his arms hanging down limply, only a pair of blood-red eyes still glaring fiercely at Lin Fan. Inside them was filled with resentment, unwillingness, and a deep fear. Cough, cough. He coughed up blood foam. You little bastard, the Blood Emperor will not let you go. Lin Fan squatted down, looking at Luo Ti with calm eyes. I know. He reached out, pulling out the Blood Emperor's token that was still emitting a faint bloodlight from Luo Ti's tattered garment. The token felt warm in his hand, but it carried a heart-pounding imperial pressure. So, Lin Fan toyed with the token, looking at Luo Ti. I have decided to be more proactive. Luo Ti was taken aback. What do you mean? Lin Fan grinned, showing a smile that sent chills down Luo Ti's spine. Doesn't your master want my armor and my ferocious beast? I will personally deliver them to him. By the way. He paused, emphasizing each word. To talk to him about cooperation. Chapter 95, When My Knife, Why Should You? Luo Ti's pupils suddenly contracted. You want to join the Blood Emperor? Do you think the Emperor will trust you? You killed so many of my subordinates, tarnished the majesty of the Blood Emperor's token. So I need a letter of allegiance. Lin Fan interrupted him, his gaze cold. Luo Ti's heart sank suddenly. He understood Lin Fan's meaning.
No, you can't.
He rasped, wanting to struggle, but severely injured and dying, he couldn't even move a finger. Lin Fan slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his hands.
I will borrow your head. As soon as the words fell,
the spear light flashed.
Luoti's terrified and desperate head shot up into the sky.
Midstage Martial King, Luoti of the Blood Knife, has fallen.
Ding. Killed Luoti, show-off value plus 3,000. Current show-off value, 135,570 points.
Lin Fan reached out to catch the head, casually wrapped it with a piece of tattered cloth, and held it in his hand. He turned around, looking at the others from the tavern, including Hong Ling, who had just walked out. Clean up the aftermath, treat the injured.
Before I return, the tavern is closed to guests. No one is allowed to go out.
Hong Ling looked at the bloody head in Lin Fan's hand, her throat rolling. She said with difficulty, "Young Master Lin, are you really going to see the Blood Emperor?"
That is the Martial Emperor. What about the Martial Emperor?
Lin Fan interrupted her, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. He needs my knife, and I need to borrow his power.
It's simply a matter of mutual benefit.
He paused and looked at Hong Ling. If I don't return in 3 days, take Sumuyu and Xinyu, leave the Blood Prison battlefield, run as far as you can. Lin Fan was betting that the other party was a clever person, but not too clever.
He didn't have 100% confidence. He didn't need 100% confidence.
After all, he wasn't like his elder brother who was always 90% sure.
Hong Ling shivered all over and nodded heavily, yes.
Lin Fan said no more, holding up Luoti's head, and turned, striding deeper into the street. Towards the tallest and most magnificent palace, entirely built from blood-colored crystal stones, walking towards the direction of the Blood Emperor. Xiongqi growled low, shrank in size, and transformed into a black shadow, silently merging into Lin Fan's shadow.
Under the blood-red moonlight. One person, one spear, one human head. Stepping on ruins and blood, walking towards the ruler of 1/3 of the Eastern District, the Blood Monarch. Blood Emperor Palace. Located in the core of the Eastern 7 District, covering 1,000 acres, the palace is majestic, with strict guards. At this moment, deep within the Blood Emperor Hall, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark golden royal robe, wearing a blood-colored jade crown, with a handsome face yet carrying a hint of feminine eeriness, was leaning on a throne carved entirely from blood marrow jade. He lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers, and in his blood-red pupils, a water mirror floated in midair, reflecting the details of the battle outside the Bloodthorn Tavern just now. From Lin Fan summoning the Azura armor, to Qiongqi devouring the blood slaughter array, to that earth-shattering spear killing Luoti. Interesting.
The Blood Emperor's lips curled up in a playful arc. Heaven-class battle armor, ancient fierce beast Qiongqi, and that technique, containing the essence of opening the sky. This little guy named Lin Fan has more secrets than this emperor imagined. Beside him, an old man shrouded in a black robe, with an aura like that of an abyss, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, this boy is unruly, with a strong killing intent. He is a wolf that cannot be tamed."
Cannot be tamed?
The Blood Emperor chuckled lightly. This emperor doesn't need his loyalty, just needs him, sharp enough. He looked at the water mirror, at the black-clad boy carrying Luoti's head coming toward the Blood Emperor Palace. This dog, Luoti, has been raised for so many years, it's time for a change.
Since a sharper knife has come to the door.
A cold golden light flashed in the Blood Emperor's eyes. This emperor will certainly make good use of it.
At that moment, the announcement of a guard came from outside the hall. Report. Your Majesty. A young human boy named Lin Fan seeks an audience. He is holding the head of the president of Luoti.
The Blood Emperor and the old man in the black robe exchanged glances.
Let him in. This emperor wants to see.
The Blood Emperor sat up straight, the royal robe fluttering without wind, a terrifying imperial majesty, vast as the sea, slowly spread out. How sharp this new knife really is. Outside the Blood Emperor Palace,
Lin Fan threw Luoti's head to the guarding servant.
Under countless gazes filled with fear, curiosity, and boiling killing intent, he calmly stepped into this palace symbolizing supreme power in the Eastern District. Through the long blood-colored corridor, past layers of guards.
Finally, he arrived at the majestic Blood Emperor Hall. The palace doors opened with a roar.
Lin Fan looked up. At the end of the hall, on that throne of blood marrow jade, a figure dressed in a dark golden royal robe with a blood jade crown was quietly watching him with a gaze that seemed to pierce through the soul. The pressure from the martial emperor felt like an invisible mountain, slowly bearing down.
Lin Fan took a deep breath.
The golden blood in his body, from the heavenly opening sacred elephant body, slightly boiled, and the shadow of the Azura armor flashed beneath his skin, forcefully withstanding this imperial might.
Then, he stepped forward, entering the hall, stopping 10 paces away from the throne.
He raised his head, making eye contact with the Blood Emperor.
Human, Lin Fan.
He spoke slowly, his voice calm but clearly echoing in the grand hall.
Today, bring me the head of Luo Ti. I come here to.
Lin Fan paused, his gaze locked onto the Blood Emperor's blood-red pupils, and spoke word by word.
Surrender to your majesty, and wish to be your majesty's hand. The sharpest knife. Ding.
Faced with the martial emperor, willingly offering service, swagger value plus 5,000.
Current swagger value, 140,570 points.
Inside the Blood Emperor's hall, there was a dead silence. Only Lin Fan's words, wish to be your majesty's sharpest knife, echoed slowly, drifting between the massive pillars. Upon the throne, the Blood Emperor's blood-red pupils narrowed slightly, as if examining a peculiar and dangerous weapon. He did not respond immediately, merely tapping his fingertips lightly on the blood marrow jade armrest, producing a crisp and rhythmic tap sound. The invisible pressure of the martial emperor had not dissipated, instead washing over Lin Fan's will and body like a tide, testing his limits. Lin Fan stood in the hall, his back straight. The golden aura of the heavenly opening sacred elephant body surged within him, the phantom of the Azura armor flickering beneath his skin, forcefully enduring the imperial might that could make even martial kings tremble. His face was paler than before, fine cold sweat beading on his forehead, but his eyes remained calm, even revealing a hint of restrained defiance that could be perceived. He knew that the Blood Emperor was testing him, and also exerting pressure.
Submission? The other side might not fully believe it.
But the head of Luo Ti and the battle earlier were enough to prove his value and sharpness.
What he needed now was an opportunity to showcase his value, gain trust, and at the same time, buy time and resources. The sharpest knife?
After a long while, the Blood Emperor finally spoke, his voice steady, revealing no emotion. Under my command, there are 27 martial kings, over 1,000 martial zongs, and countless exceptional talents.
You are not the first to claim to be the sharpest.
He leaned slightly forward, the dark golden patterns on his royal robe shimmering with a blood-like glow.
Tell me, why? Chapter 96, 3 days is too long, 1 day is enough.
Lin Fan raised his head, meeting those blood-red eyes without any hint of avoidance.
Because I can, as a martial master, reverse/Luo Ti.
Because I possess heavenly tier battle armor, capable of resisting imperial might.
Because I have ancient fierce beasts, with endless potential. He paused, emphasizing his tone. Even more because I fear nothing. If your majesty wants someone dead, I will kill them.
If your majesty wants to exterminate a family, I will slaughter them. No questions asked, no fear of consequences, leaving no survivors.
Is this knife sharp enough?
A spark of amusement flickered in the Blood Emperor's eyes.
Fear nothing? Such a bold claim. He leaned back, reclining once more on his throne. What if I commanded you to die right now?
Then your majesty would lose a freshly obtained knife that has yet to drink its fill of blood. Lin Fan replied without hesitation, and I would simply be trading one place to die for another. But before that, I will let all those who wish to pick up the scraps know what price must be paid to touch your majesty's knife. This was straightforward. I can die, but before I die, I will take a few bites for you, to intimidate the unworthy. The Blood Emperor fell silent. His finger tapping on the armrest quickened slightly. The pressure in the hall quietly dissipated. He. The Blood Emperor suddenly chuckled, a trace of satisfaction in his laughter. Good, very good. Lin Fan, you are quite interesting.
He raised his hand and pointed to Lin Fan below. I will give you a chance.
In the East 3 district, the leader of the Crazy Shark Gang, Angry Sea King Zhang Han, is a martial king in the early stages, with 3 peak martial zone deputy leaders under him, over 1,000 gang members, controlling 3 blood crystal mines and 2 underground black markets. 3 days ago, Zhang Han secretly contacted an envoy from the Bone Emperor's side, suspected of intending to betray under my command and switch allegiance to the Bone Emperor. The Blood Emperor's voice turned cold. I want you to go to East 3 district and bring back the heads of Zhang Han and his 3 deputy leaders. Deadline, 3 days. Enjoy the treatment of the Blood King, blood crystals, techniques, beauties, and mansions, all at your disposal.
I can't do that.
A glimmer of blood light flashed in the Blood King's eyes.
Then bring your own head to meet me.
The Blood King wanted to see if Lin Fan's ability to kill the King of Warriors was a one-time thing or a permanent skill. Lin Fan sneered coldly in his heart. Cleansing the rebels, killing to establish power, and conveniently testing his strength and loyalty.
This Blood King is playing a good game.
But what he wanted was this opportunity.
3 days is too long.
Lin Fan spoke, shocking everyone with his words.
The Blood King raised an eyebrow. Oh? 1 day.
Lin Fan extended his index finger. At this time tomorrow, the heads of Zhang Han and his 4 men will definitely be presented to your majesty.
Ding.
Accepted the Blood King's test mission, and voluntarily shortened the time.
Show-off value plus 3,000. Current show-off value, 143,570 points. The Blood King's pupils constricted, then he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Good. Quite arrogant. This emperor will wait for you for one day. He waved his sleeve, and a blood-colored token flew toward Lin Fan. The front of the token was engraved with the words blood clothes, and the back had 1,000 households mark. With this token, in the Eastern District, except for the forbidden areas of the royal city and the lands of a few kings, you can mobilize any grassroots forces subordinate to this emperor for assistance. You can kill first and report later. Go ahead. Let this emperor see. The Blood King stared at Lin Fan. In the depths of his blood-red eyes flickered a cold and expectant light. How fast and sharp can this knife of yours be? Lin Fan took the token, feeling its warmth in his hand, faintly sensing a connection as if it had been marked by something. He said nothing more, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. As he took a few steps away, the Blood King's faint voice called out from behind. By the way, Zhang Han has a woman named Shui Rou under him. She is his most beloved concubine and also his advisor. This woman is skilled in seduction and poison, and she's very cunning, so be careful. Also, the technique Zhang Han cultivates, the Furious Sea Tide technique, has a desperate forbidden move called Sea God's Fury, which can burn vital blood to temporarily unleash mid-level King of Warriors' power. Do not be caught off guard when he is about to die. Lin Fan's footsteps paused slightly, he nodded, did not look back, and strode out of the Blood King's palace. Outside the palace, the moonlight was still dimly red. Lin Fan stood in the square in front of the Blood King's palace, gripping the blood-colored token, feeling the faint hint of surveillance and connection within it. You want to use me as a knife, yet fear I might bite back. He murmured softly to himself, a trace of mockery flickering in his eyes. Let's see, in the end, who cuts whose hand. Not departing immediately, Lin Fan returned to the Bloodthorn Tavern first. The tavern had been simply tidied up, the broken door was replaced, and the bloodstains on the floor washed away, but the air still lingered with a faint smell of blood and a chilling atmosphere. Hong Ling and the others were relieved to see him return safely, but they were soon struck speechless by the blood-clothes 1,000 households token he brought back and the task of taking the head of the King of Warriors within one day. Young Master Lin, this is too dangerous. Hong Ling said urgently. Zhang Han is a well-known king of warriors with deep roots in the Crazy Shark Gang in the East 3rd District. One day. I have my own measures. Lin Fan interrupted her, looking towards the secret room where Su Muyu and Qin Yu were. Are they awake? They just woke up not long ago, their energy is still a bit weak, they are adjusting their breathing, Hong Ling hurriedly replied. Lin Fan nodded and walked toward the secret room. Inside the secret room, Su Muyu and Qin Yu were each seated on stone beds. Although their faces were still pale, their eyes had regained clarity. Upon seeing Lin Fan enter, both women perked up. Lin Fan. Su Muyu spoke first, her voice a bit dry. Where are we? Are you okay? Qin Yu also looked at him with concern. She keenly sensed a trace of weakness on Lin Fan and a faint smell of blood. Blood Hell Battlefield, a place called the Eastern 7th District. I'm fine. Lin Fan succinctly explained what happened after they lost consciousness and their current situation. Hearing that Lin Fan had actually killed the mid-level King of Warriors, Luo Ti, and had actively allied with the local Blood King to take on such a dangerous task, both women displayed shock and worry on their faces. You are too reckless, Qin Yu frowned. The Blood Emperor is clearly using you. Once he achieves his goal, he may not spare you. I know, Lin Fan replied calmly, but I need time to restore my strength, I need resources to improve my cultivation, and I need a relatively stable environment for you to recover and adapt here. The Blood Emperor's power is currently the best springboard. He looked at the two women. How are your injuries? There's nothing serious, I've recovered about 70 to 80%, Su Muyu answered, a flash of determination in her eyes. We will go with you. Yes, if we live together, if we die together, Qin Yu added. Lin Fan smiled helplessly, even being surrounded and hunted by peak martial emperors, I didn't die, how could I fear a mere martial king? I will go alone for this mission. Before the two women could argue, he continued, first, this is a test from the Blood Emperor for me, and it is also my chance to establish authority, bringing others would instead make me fall behind. Second, the Crazy Shark Gang has a martial king stationed, and although you are strong, you are newcomers and not familiar with the power structure and combat styles here, it's easy to suffer losses. Third. He paused, his tone softening, I need you to stay here and help me stabilize the rear, keeping an eye on Hong Ling and the tavern people. I don't trust them. Lin Fan had changed. His emotional intelligence had increased. He clearly looked down upon the two women's strength, yet still insisted on laying out points 1, 2, and 3. In the past, he would surely have said, you two little birds, do you really think I brought you here to help? Isn't it better to just be a pretty vase? Of course, it could be understood. Humans are not wood or stone, who can be without feelings? After all, they had experienced life and death together, so it's only right to give a little face and consideration. Su Muyu and Qin Yu exchanged glances, knowing Lin Fan was reasonable, but their worries did not diminish. You two hurry to recover and get familiar with the environment. When I return, that will be when we truly drive the first nail into this blood hell battlefield.
After saying this, he said no more and turned to leave the secret chamber.
Chapter 97, It Doesn't Matter, the Azura Armor, Fusion. East District 3, Fury Sea Tower.
Rather than a tower, it is more like a sea fortress built from deep blue ocean crystal stones. The entire building is constructed around an underground dark river's exit, standing 3 stories high and occupying a vast area, with the outer walls carved with various fierce sea beast patterns, shimmering with a cold light under the bloody dawn. Surrounding the building is a river about 10 jang wide, the water murky and swift, faintly revealing sharp iron spikes and some lurking dark shadows beneath the surface. At this moment, Fury Sea Tower's main gate was tightly closed, and on the rooftop lookout, several henchmen dressed in sharkskin soft armor were vigilantly patrolling the surroundings. The atmosphere seemed calm, but there was a feeling in the air as if a mountain storm was about to break. Last night, the Blood Saber Society was destroyed, Luo Ti was beheaded, and news of the Blood Emperor requiring a Shura blade had already spread throughout the entire East District like it had grown wings. As a potential target for cleansing, the Crazy Shark Gang had naturally become highly vigilant. On the top floor, in the most luxurious Fury Sea Hall, the gang leader, Zhang Han, sat upright in a large chair sculpted from solid deep-sea jade, his face dark as water. He was around 40 years old, tall and sturdy, with a full beard and eyes deep as sea whirlpools, exuding a powerful aura typical of a beginning martial king. Dressed in a deep blue robe embroidered with the pattern of a raging shark, he tightly grasped the armrests of the chair, the veins on his hands bulging. Below, 3 imposing deputy leaders, Mountain Crusher Zhao Mang with dual hammers, Venomous Serpent Sun Xie with a chain gun, Ghost Shadow Zhou Yu with his expertise in hidden weapons and agility, and a woman named Watersoft, dressed in a water-green gauze skirt, her figure graceful and her expression alluring but with cold eyes, stood on either side.
Has the news been confirmed?
Zhang Han's voice was low, like muffled thunder.
It has been confirmed.
Watersoft gently parted her red lips, her voice charming yet with a chill. Luo Ti is indeed dead, and his head was personally presented to the Blood Emperor by that kid named Lin Fan. The Blood Emperor granted him the blood clothes and command, and ordered him within a day to bring back the heads of his elder brother and 3 older brothers for a report.
One day? Ha ha ha.
Zhao Mang laughed wildly, his voice like a thunderclap. A kid just stepping into martial arts, relying on a heavenly tier battle armor and a beast to have luck to kill Roti, truly thinks he is invincible? Dare to come and act recklessly in my angry sea tower, I will twist his head off and use it as a night pot. Sun Xie toyed with the dark chain gun in his hand, speaking coldly, don't be careless. He was able to kill Roti, there must be something unusual.
The Blood Emperor's actions are both a cleansing and a test. We need to be fully prepared.
Zhou Yu, small in stature, shrank like a ghost in the shadows, his voice thin and sharp. The formation outside the tower has been fully activated, the underwater iron-toothed ghost shark has released 30 heads, and the elite 500 of our gang are in position. Even if that kid had heaven-defying skills, wanting to break through Angry Sea Tower in one day is just a fool's dream. Zhang Han slowly nodded, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. That old man, the Blood Emperor, is too much. I've served him for over 10 years, and even if I have no merit, I have worked hard.
Now, just because I've had a little contact with the Bone Emperor's people, he wants to get rid of me?
He suddenly slammed the armrest, and the cold jade chair let out a groan under the unbearable weight. Since he is merciless, don't blame me for being unjust.
Shui Ro, contact the Bone Emperor's envoy, we.
Before he finished his sentence.
Boom!
A deafening explosion came from the direction of the main entrance of the Angry Sea Tower. Followed by the guards' horrified screams, and a cold, calm yet clear voice entered the ears of everyone in the tower. Lin Fan, chief of the Blood Garment Guards, under the Blood Emperor's command.
Here to take the heads of Zhang Han, Zhao Mang, Sun Xie, and Zhou Yu.
Those unrelated, roll. Those who block the way, die.
They have come. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed dramatically. So fast?
Zhang Han suddenly stood up, his martial king aura erupting, shaking the entire hall with a buzzing sound.
What courage! You really dare to charge into my Angry Sea Tower alone? Brothers, follow me to meet the enemy. At the main entrance of Angry Sea Tower.
The originally tightly closed heavy iron doors were now twisted and deformed, with a large hole in the middle, dark purple energy burn marks remaining at the edges. Lin Fan, dressed in black, stood in front of the broken door, holding the Snowdrink Crazy Blade. At his feet lay more than 10 corpses in disarray, each dead from a single blow, blood staining the steps in front of the door. His face was calm, as if he had merely done something trivial. Raising his eyes, he looked at the pouring out of the tower like a tide, the elite of the Crazy Shark Gang, his gaze sweeping over the shocked and angry faces, finally locking onto the few powerful figures swooping down from the top floor.
Zhang Han.
Lin Fan spoke, his voice not loud, but overshadowed all the noise.
Cut off your own head, so I don't have to do it. Your 3 deputy leaders can remain whole. Ding.
An invitation to a gathering, arrogant demand for life, boasting value plus 3,000.
Current boasting value, 146,570 points.
Zhang Han, along with 3 deputy gang leaders and Shui Rou, landed 10 Zhang in front of Lin Fan, looking at the corpses of the gang members on the ground and Lin Fan's calm demeanor as if strolling in his own backyard, trembling with rage.
Little bastard! How dare you be so arrogant?
Zhang Han's hair stood on end, deep blue vital energy rolling around him like angry waves. Today, if I do not tear you apart, I cannot dispel the hatred in my heart. Zhao Mang roared even louder, swinging 2 black iron hammers the size of watermelons, like a mad bull charging at Lin Fan.
Die for me!
The twin hammers swung, creating a piercing sound of breaking air, the shadows of the hammers closing in, sealing off all of Lin Fan's escape routes, undoubtedly a full power strike from the peak of martial sovereign. Facing this force capable of smashing mountains and splitting stones, Lin Fan merely glanced indifferently. Then, he lifted his hand. That ordinary long knife in his hand, under the incredulous gazes of everyone, gently slashed toward the roaring twin hammers. 9 styles of the martial god, breaking 10,000 methods, knife revision. Swish! The knife light flashed.
There was no earth-shattering collision. Zhao Mang's rushing figure suddenly froze.
He looked down in shock at the 2 dark iron hammers he had fought with for many years, which had smashed countless enemies' heads and weapons.
The hammer silently slid down. The broken edge was as smooth as a mirror. Immediately after, he felt a chill in his neck.
His vision began to spin and flip. He saw his headless body still rushing forward, saw blood spraying like a fountain, and saw the indifferent profile of the black-clothed youth with his dagger sheath.
Then, darkness swallowed it all. Thud! The head rolled onto the ground.
The headless corpse fell down with a loud crash.
Peak martial sect master, mountain crumbling Zhao Mang, dead. 1 strike, killed in an instant. Ding! Killed peak martial sect master Zhao Mang, show-off value plus 2,000. Current show-off value, 148,570 points. Deathly silence. The members of the Crazy Shark Gang looked at Zhao Mang's body on the ground, then at the ordinary long knife in Lin Fan's hand, which didn't even have a blade rolled, and a chill surged from their feet straight to the top of their heads. That was Zhao Mang, the vice leader. Peak martial sect. His raw strength was even praised by the leader. Just like this cut down by a single blade? Zhang Han's pupils shrank to the size of needles, his rage replaced by intense shock. That strike too fast. Too eerie. It seemed casual, but contained a terrifying meaning of cutting through everything and shattering all methods. Sun Xie and Zhou Yu turned ashen, unconsciously stepping back half a step. Shui Rou's charming face also showed seriousness for the first time. She secretly crushed a light green talisman hidden in her sleeve. Good knife technique. Zhang Han gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing his shock, but if you think you can rampage in my angry sea tower with this, you are very mistaken. All gang members, listen up. Set up the Crazy Shark Sea overturning formation. Trap and kill this beast. Sun Xie, Zhou Yu, join me. Shui Rou, cover the formation. Boom. The remaining elite of the Crazy Shark Gang awoke from their stupor and roared as they formed the formation. The blue vitality energy linked together, turning into a furious tide of energy, enveloping a radius of several dozen feet around Lin Fan. Within the formation, water vapor filled the air, and the pressure surged, as if trapped in the deep sea, slow in movement, the energy flow sluggish. At the same time, Zhang Han, Sun Xie, and Zhou Yu charged toward Lin Fan in a triangular formation. Zhang Han gripped his hands loosely, and a trident formed from deep blue energy appeared in his hand, its tip exuding a cold light, stabbing out like a giant shark from the deep sea lunging for Lin Fan's face. Angry Sea Crazy Shark Stab. Sun Xie's chain gun moved like a poisonous snake out of its hole, silently attacking Lin Fan's side under the ribs, the gun tip ghostly green, obviously coated with deadly poison. Zhou Yu's figure shook, turning into several indistinguishable ghostly shadows, throwing hidden weapons like a torrential rain toward Lin Fan's vital points. 3 top experts, enhanced by the formation, launched a joint attack. Facing this ambush capable of throwing even a mid-level martial king into a frenzy, Lin Fan finally made his move. He put away the snow drink crazy blade back into his storage space. Then, he raised his right hand. Fingers spread, palm facing up. Shura armor, unite. Chapter 98, damn it, Lin Fan actually started thinking. Buzz. Dark purple demonic flames soared into the sky. Shura armor, donned. The Eye of Judgment opened in the center of the chestplate, surveying the entire scene. An invisible field of power expanded centered on Lin Fan, reducing the suppression effect of the Crazy Shark Sea overturning formation by half. At the same time, he grasped at the side and rear with his left hand where the chain gun and countless hidden weapons attacked him. Devour. The shadow boiled. Xiangqi's figure leaped out like a ghost, opening its large mouth, a terrifying sucking force erupted. Sun Xie's chain gun seemed to sink into a swamp, its speed dropping dramatically. The poisoned hidden weapons Zhou Yu scattered were devoured like swallows returning home, crushed to pieces. What? Sun Xie and Zhou Yu were horrified. And Lin Fan had already met Zhang Han's imposing trident head-on. He did not use the Shura Purgatory Trident.
He simply raised his right fist covered in dark purple armor
against the sharp trident tip. A fist struck out. 9 styles of the martial god modified punch. The punch made the space condense. Zhang Han felt as if his trident had pierced into eternal ice. The advance became immensely difficult. That oppressive fist intent flowed along the trident's body. Let his blood boil, his spirit shake. Break for me. Zhang Han roared, the martial king's power exploding wildly, the blue light on the trident gleaming fiercely, finally breaking free from that strange solidifying force field, and viciously stabbing Lin Fan's fist. Clang! Like the sound of a great bell crashing. Zhang Han imagined Lin Fan's fist being pierced, his arm exploding, but that scene did not appear. His trident seemed to stab into an ancient and immortal divine mountain. Sparks flew from the tip of the trident, the shaft bent. The countershock force hit him, Zhang Han's tiger mouth cracked, his arms went numb, he grunted, and staggered back 3 steps. And Lin Fan only had a shallow white mark added to his fist armor, his body didn't even sway. Absolute defense, terrifying like this. Ding! Hard clash against the martial king's attack without a scratch, show-off value plus 3,000. Current show-off value, 151,570 points. Impossible. Zhang Han's eyes wanted to explode, unable to accept this fact. His full force strike actually couldn't break through the opponent's defense? Elder brother, be careful. Sun Xia's scream came. Zhang Han snapped back to reality, and saw that terrifying Qiangqi had extinguished the chain gun and hidden weapons, now turning into a black lightning bolt lunging toward Zhou Yu. And Lin Fan, after taking his trident head-on, actually came in like a shadow, the armored knee fiercely thrusting towards his lower abdomen. Fast. Too fast. Zhang Han could only hastily pull back the trident to block. Bang! The knee collided with the trident shaft, making a dull, huge sound. Zhang Han felt an irresistible enormous force coming, the trident shaft violently smashing into his abdomen, his internal organs felt as if they had shifted positions, his throat sweetened, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, his whole body flying back like a cannonball, crashing through a wall behind him, buried in rubble. Leader! Sun Xia and Zhou Yu were terrified. At this moment, Qiangqi had already pounced in front of Zhou Yu, its massive mouth open wide, a foul wind blowing in. Zhou Yu was so scared that his soul nearly left his body, desperately using his movement techniques to evade, but in front of Qiangqi's terrifying pressure and speed, it was like child's play. Crack! The sound of bones shattering was heart-wrenching. Qiangqi bit off half of Zhou Yu's body, the remaining remnants casually tossed aside. Ghost Shadow Zhou Yu, dead. On the other side, Sun Xia saw the situation was bad and turned to flee into the building. But just as he turned, a dark purple trident shadow, like lightning piercing through space, stabbed into his back and came out through his chest. Shura Hell Refining Trident. Sun Xia looked down at the trident tip protruding from his chest, life quickly fading from his eyes. Poisonous Flood Dragon, Sun Xia, dead. From Lin Fan summoning the armor, to Zhang Han being knocked away, Zhou Yu being bitten to death, and Sun Xia being pierced, it was only a matter of 3 to 5 breaths. 3 peak martial sect deputy leaders, all wiped out. The formation collapsed, the surviving members of the Crazy Shark gang were already terrified, fleeing in all directions. In the ruins, Zhang Han struggled to stand up, drenched in blood, looking at the dark purple armor which resembled a demon god, staring at the terrifying beast guarding the armor, gazing at the ground filled with corpses and the fleeing members. Despair, like a cold poisonous snake, coiled around his heart. But a flash of madness suddenly sparkled in his eyes. You pushed me to this. Zhang Han roared, his hands forming a strange seal, his blood seemed to boil, blue veins appeared densely on the surface of his skin, his aura started to rise at a terrifying speed. Early Martial King. Peak Early Martial King. Mid Martial King. Forbidden Technique See God's Wrath. He burned his life essence, forcefully pushing his realm up to Mid Martial King for a brief moment. The price was that after this battle, his foundation would be utterly destroyed, his cultivation would fall drastically, and he might even die on the spot. But at this moment, he only wanted to drag this monster in front of him down with him. Die for me. Zhang Han's body swelled up, his eyes turning red and blue, like a sea god descending, his hands cradling a deep blue energy ball, over 10 feet in diameter, completely made of violently compressed gaseous energy. In the energy ball, it seemed like a furious sea was roaring, like crazy sharks were howling. The power of this strike has truly reached the level of a mid-stage martial king, and even stronger. However, in the face of this terrifying energy ball capable of flattening half of the angry sea tower, beneath the mask of the Shura armor, Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold arc. Desperation? You dare? He raised his right hand, the Shura Purgatory halberd pointing diagonally at the ground. Then, his left fist slowly clenched. On the armor, dark purple patterns flowed as if they had come to life, and the judgment eye on his chest burst forth with blinding red light. Shura Domain, unleash the magnetic field of heaven and earth. 9 styles of the martial god, open the heavens. halberd and fist united. Boom! Lin Fan moved. Not to dodge, nor to defend, but to become a dark purple lightning bolt, charging actively towards that world-destroying deep blue energy ball. The right halberd thrust out, the will of the opening heavens condensed to its peak at the tip, and the space was torn asunder, creating a pitch-black crack. The left fist followed closely, the power of judgment's dark purple lightning wildly leaping at the fist edge. The halberd tip pierced the energy ball first. Sizzle! Like a red-hot iron rod plunging into ice and snow. The raging deep blue energy, faced with the halberd tip containing the intent of breaking the heavens, was forcibly split open. Next, the left fist crashed in. The power of judgment surged in like the most domineering purifying light, flooding crazily into the energy ball through that crack. Boom! It was not an explosion. It was obliteration. The deep blue energy ball, a yard in diameter, immediately imploded like a burst balloon upon the instant it was filled with judgment power, its internal structure completely collapsing, energy wildly dissipating and merging away. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into nothingness. And Lin Fan's figure had already passed through the dissipating energy, appearing in front of Zhang Han, whose breath had plummeted and face was dull due to the backlash from forbidden techniques. The halberd tip rested against his throat. God of the Sea's fury? Lin Fan's voice came through the armor, cold and filled with mockery. Relying on the defense. Poof! With a light push of the halberd tip, Zhang Han's throat was pierced, the last spark in his eyes frozen, filled with endless terror, unwillingness, and despair, as he fell back against the sky. The leader of the Crazy Shark Gang, the early-stage martial king Zhang Han, is dead. Ding! Slaying Zhang Han, completing the Blood Emperor's trial, show-off value plus 5,000. Ding! Achievement unlocked, 1 day slaughtering kings. Reward, high-level lottery chances times 2, show-off value plus 10,000. Current show-off value, 161,570 points. High-level lottery chances, 5 times. The battle is over. In front of the angry sea tower, there was destruction everywhere, corpses lay sprawled, and blood flowed like rivers. The dark purple demon god stood holding his halberd, as the ferocious beast beside him licked the blood on its claws. In the distance, Shui Rou lay limp on the ground, bloodless, looking at the figure that seemed to come from hell, unable to muster the strength to flee. Lin Fan removed his armor, revealing a somewhat pale face, but his eyes remained sharp. Continuous high-intensity battles, especially breaking through God of the Sea's fury, had taken a huge toll. He walked to the corpses of Zhang Han, Zhao Mang, Sun Xie, and Zhou Yu, expressionless, and severed their heads, wrapping them casually in a piece of flag torn from nearby. Then, carrying the bundle, he walked to Shui Rou. Shui Rou trembled all over, closed her eyes, waiting for death to arrive. However, the expected attack did not come. She opened her eyes to see that Lin Fan merely glanced at her coldly. Tell the envoy of the Bone Emperor. I, Lin Fan, have taken Zhang Han's head. If you want revenge, you are always welcome. Lin Fan has truly changed. Indeed. Damn, he actually started to think. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the terrified woman, turned around, carrying 4 heads, stepping over blood and ruins, and walked back the way he came. His back stretched long under the blood-red dawn. Chapter 99, Claiming Rewards, Mall Refresh, 9 turns Golden Pill. The blood-red dawn spread over the ruins of the East 3 district. Lin Fan carried 4 dripping heads, slowly walking back to the East 7 district under countless fearful and odd gazes. Wherever he passed, the crowd parted like the tide, whispers rising and falling. Shura, he really did it. 1 day slaughtering kings, for great martial sovereigns, this achievement is simply shocking. Your Majesty the Blood Emperor has truly found a treasure this time. Lin Fan's expression was calm, as if what he held in his hands were not the heads of 4 royal warriors, but freshly bought groceries. To show off coolly and casually, this is the highest state of being. Ding! Carrying heads through the market, the invisible show-off is the deadliest, show-off value plus 2,000. Current show-off value, 163,570 points. In the Blood Emperor's palace, the main hall. When Lin Fan threw the blood-soaked flag onto the glossy blood jade floor, the 4 heads rolled out, and Zhang Han's pair of eyes, refusing to close even in death, faced the throne. The entire hall was so silent that one could hear the sound of the blood marrow jade armrest being lightly tapped. Tap, tap, tap. The Blood Emperor's fingers tapped rhythmically, his blood-red pupils slowly moving between the 4 heads and Lin Fan. After a long while. Good. A single word, plain and ordinary. But the dozens of blood guards standing in the hall, the old man in black robe, and several powerful royal warrior guests could all feel a trace of unhidden satisfaction in His Majesty's tone. In a single day, I have killed Zhang Han, wiped out the 3 deputies, and pacified the mad shark gang. The Blood Emperor slowly stood up, the dark golden royal robe moving on its own, and the royal aura spread like a tide, yet it specifically bypassed that figure in black in the hall. Lin Fan, you have indeed not disappointed me. Lin Fan slightly bowed, serving your Majesty is my duty.
He lowered his posture enough, but his back remained straight. He indicated his attitude while not losing his edge. A glimmer of amusement flashed in the Blood Emperor's eyes. He liked intelligent people, but he loved intelligent and sharp people even more.
Deliver my decree.
The Blood Emperor's voice suddenly rose, like the clash of gold and iron, echoing throughout the Grand Hall. From this day forth, I bestow Lin Fan the title of 1,000 households of the Blood Guard, grant him the title of Shura, and provide him with royal warrior treatment. Reward him with 100,000 blood crystals, 3 earth-grade cultivation methods, 100 bottles of profound-grade elixirs, 1 mansion, 30 maidservants, and 500 personal guards. The territory of the original Blood Blade Association in District East 7 shall be entirely under the jurisdiction of 1,000 households Shura. As his words fell, a suppressed gasp reverberated throughout the hall. This reward was too heavy. Especially giving the entire territory of the original Blood Blade Association to Lin Fan, this was almost creating a new noble in the East District out of thin air. Several royal warrior guests flashed their eyes, some showing envy, some showing jealousy, and more deeply, showing profound caution. The old man in black robe seemed hesitant to speak, but looking at the Blood Emperor's unwavering gaze, he eventually lowered his head in silence.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Lin Fan clasped his fists, his expression still calm. As if this award, which could drive countless people crazy, was merely a matter of course.
Ding.
Appointed as Blood Guard 1,000 households, unshaken by favor or disgrace, show-off value plus 3,000.
Current show-off value, 166,570 points.
The Blood Emperor waved his sleeve, and a blood-red token, more exquisite than the previous one, engraved with the word Shura on the front and the 1,000 households emblem on the back, flew toward Lin Fan.
With this token, you may freely enter the first 3 levels of the Blood Emperor's treasury and can mobilize 30% of the grassroots strength of the Blood Guards in East District.
3 days from now, I will lead an expedition to a foreign tribe stronghold on the edge of Bone Graveyard. You will accompany the troops.
At that time, let those foreign scum see.
The Blood Emperor stared at Lin Fan, the cold light gleaming in his blood-red eyes. How sharp this new knife under my Blood Emperor's command is. When leaving the Blood Emperor's palace, it was already noon. Lin Fan, guided by 100 households of the Blood Guards, arrived at the mansion rewarded by the Blood Emperor. A luxurious residence located in the core of East District 7, covering nearly 100 acres, complete with pavilions, towers, and beautifully carved beams, even drawing a spiritual vein from underground as the source of spiritual energy for the training room. On the plaque, 3 golden characters danced, Shura Mansion. Inside the mansion, 30 beautiful maidservants, all with cultivation above warrior level, and 500 personal guards, all fierce and at least great warrior level, had already lined up waiting.
Greetings, Lord 1,000 households.
They kneeled in unison, shaking the house's rafters. Lin Fan glanced around and nodded slightly. The Blood Emperor truly acted generously. These people were not weak in strength, and their gazes held not only reverence but also an instinctive admiration for the strong. In chaotic times, following the strong was the way to survive.
Get up.
Lin Fan waved his hand to the Blood Guard 100 households guiding him and said, "Please thank His Majesty for me."
The 100 households respectfully withdrew. Then, Lin Fan arranged for a personal guard to go to the tavern to bring Xinyu, Sumuyu, Homling, and others over.
He himself walked straight into the deepest part of the residence, entering the meditation chamber and activating the formation to block all prying eyes. Only at this moment did a trace of fatigue show on his previously calm face. Continuous high-intensity battles, especially the hard break of the sea god's fury, left him seemingly unharmed on the surface, but his internal meridians were already faintly aching, and his Dantian's vital energy felt a bit unstable. At the peak state of martial sage, his foundation had been damaged by a previous severe injury and had yet to fully recover. I must quickly restore my strength and break through to Martial King.
Otherwise, Blood Emperor will always be a threat to me.
While pondering this, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind.
Ding. The 0.1 discount mall has been refreshed. This week's products are as follows. Buzz.
The familiar virtual hall appeared in his consciousness, where stars swirled on the dome and the red light flickered in the center of the 0.1 discount area, with 5 product projections floating in the air. Lin Fan's spirit lifted as he hurriedly looked.
Product 1, Eastern Emperor Bell, Replica. Original price, 88888888888 bragging points. 0.1 discount price, 88888888888 bragging points.
Description, a replica of the treasure born from Eastern Emperor Tai.
Ringing it can distort time and space, subduing the universe. Anyone below martial god will face backlash, resulting in destruction of their soul.
Friendly reminder, the host's current bragging points are not enough, just take a look. Lin Fan's mouth twitched.
Here we go again? Skip it. Product 2, Chaos Jade Plate, Fragment. Original price, 6666666666666 bragging points. 0.1 discount price, 66666666666 bragging points.
Description: a supreme divine object containing fragments of the 3,000 great Tao laws. Understanding it can directly point to the origin of the Tao. Requires a saint-level mindset to touch, otherwise, the Tao heart may collapse, becoming a wasted person. Friendly reminder: the host's Tao heart is roughly non-existent, buying this would be suicide. Lin Fan, System, U. Who are you cursing? Product 3, Mysterious Blind Box. Original price, 1 million bragging points. 0.1 discount price, 10,000 bragging points. Description: contains a random item from countless realms. It could be trash or a supreme treasure. For lucky gamblers only, caution advised for the unlucky. Friendly reminder: the host's luck is currently exceptionally high, it might be worth a gamble. A blind box? He felt a little tempted. Especially with those 5 words about exceptional luck. However, with his current bragging points, he needed to buy what was most necessary. Moreover, this annoying system sometimes talks nonsense as if it were just passing gas. He continued to look down. Product 4, 9 turns Golden Elixir of the Supreme Lord, broken. Original price, 5 million bragging points. 0.1 discount price, 50,000 bragging points. Description: a defective product accidentally leaked from the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Lord, containing only 1% of the full medicinal power. It can heal all injuries below martial king, restore one's foundation, and reshape the source of martial arts. Product 5, Void Divine Crystal. Original price, 3 million bragging points. 0.1 discount price, 30,000 bragging points. Description: a peculiar crystal produced from the void cracks, containing fragments of space laws. Refining it can enhance comprehension of space-type techniques and has a small chance of awakening spatial talents. Caution: the refining process is dangerous, those with weak wills may be torn apart by chaotic spatial currents. 2 affordable items. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. The 9 turns Golden Elixir, broken, is exactly what he needs right now to heal injuries, restore his foundation, and push his cultivation back to the peak of martial sage. The Void Divine Crystal is a pleasant surprise. His transformation into freedom technique already involves space and time, and the Azura armor also has spatial jumping abilities. If he enhances his understanding of space, his combat power will surely skyrocket. System: purchase the 9 turns Golden Elixir, broken, and Void Divine Crystal. Ding! Consumed 50,000 plus 30,000 is equal to 80,000 bragging points, purchase successful. Remaining bragging points, 86,570 points. Items have been stored in the system space. Lin Fan eagerly took out the Golden Elixir, the size of a dragon's eye, its surface marked with 9 cloud patterns, though 3 of them were dim and lifeless. As soon as the elixir appeared, a refreshing and enchanting fragrance filled the chamber, just one whiff made his internal energy surge a little. As expected of the Lord's product, even the defective ones are so amazing. Lin Fan took a deep breath and swallowed the elixir. Chapter 100, Swallowing the Heavenly Demon Technique, Martial King is within reach. Boom! As the elixir entered his belly, it instantly transformed into 9 streams of golden flood, surging into his limbs and bones. A warm yet unimaginably powerful medicinal force spread through him, like a spring breeze turning into rain. Nourishing every inch of damaged meridians, repairing the cracks in the dantian, and rebuilding the foundation of martial arts. Lin Fan grunted softly and quickly sat cross-legged, operating the sacred heart technique to guide the medicinal power. Golden light circulated around him, and beneath his skin, faint images of miniature divine elephants surged, his breath madly increasing at a visible speed. Martial Zone Early Stage. Martial Zone Middle Stage. Martial Zone Late Stage. Martial Zone Peak. In just half an hour, not only did his cultivation completely recover, but he also broke through the shackles and reached the peak of Martial Zone perfection. Only 1 step away from Martial King. Even more miraculous, the hidden injuries left from forcibly using forbidden techniques, the flaws in the foundation, and the subtle cracks in the meridians were all restored to their original state, even more solid and perfect than before he was injured. Lin Fan opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of golden light deep within his pupils, and his aura was full and harmonious, no longer at all shallow. That feels good. He moved his body a bit, his joints popped like thunder, and his blood surged like the Yangtze River. Martial Zone Peak, combined with the open sky sacred elephant body and the Shura armor, his combat power was enough to crush the late-stage Martial King. If all trump cards were displayed, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was invincible below the Emperor level. But to confront the Emperor head-on was still not enough. The higher the realm, the harder it is to fight beyond one's level. Especially each breakthrough in the later stages was equivalent to a leap in life level. To put it another way, the biggest ant can still be crushed by a human foot in daily life. There's still the Void God Crystal. Lin Fan took out the palm-sized, fully transparent crystal with countless silver points swirling inside. As soon as he touched it, he felt a slight fluctuation in the surrounding space, as if this crystal was one with the void itself. Refine it. Lin Fan operated his transformation freely technique, injecting his mental energy into the God Crystal. Buzz! The God Crystal erupted with glaring silver light, and countless fragments of spatial laws surged into Lin Fan's mind like a tide. In that moment, Lin Fan felt as if he were in an endless chaotic flow of the void, witnessing the birth and destruction of space, the folding and unfolding of dimensions, the flowing and crossing of time. A splitting headache. The profundity of spatial laws was astonishing, and with his current cultivation, forcibly comprehending it felt like an ant trying to observe the heavens. One wrong move and his soul could collapse. But Lin Fan gritted his teeth and held on. The strong blood energy of the open sky sacred elephant body protected his soul, and the energy of the Shura armor was also assisting secretly. He didn't know how long it had been. Crack! Cracks appeared on the surface of the void god crystal, which eventually turned to powder and vanished. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, and in the depths of his pupils, a faint silver streak flashed by. Ding! Refining the void god crystal, spatial perception significantly enhanced, transformation freely technique proficiency plus 30%, small chance to awaken spatial talent. Judging. Congratulations, host. Awakened talent, spatial affinity, beginner. Spatial affinity, beginner sensitivity to spatial fluctuations increases, casting spatial skills costs reduced by 20%, can slightly distort the surrounding space for defense or evasion. Spatial affinity, not bad. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Although it was only beginner level, it had already elevated his perception and control over space by several levels. Now, when he used the transformation freely technique to summon his past self, the consumption would be lower, and the duration would be longer. Even combined with the spatial jump ability of the Shura armor, he could achieve more precise and quicker teleportation. Still over 90,000 bragging points left. Lin Fan looked at the system panel. High-level draw costs 10,000 each, 5 times for 50,000. System, exchange for 5 high-level draw chances. Ding! Consumed 50,000 bragging points, exchanged for high-level draw chances times 5. Remaining bragging points, 36,570 points. Current high-level draw chances, 10 times. Synthesize 1 diamond draw. Ding! Consume 10 high-level draw chances, synthesize diamond level draw times 1. Would you like to draw now? Draw. The diamond roulette burst with radiance, the pointer spun rapidly, finally stopping at an ancient book's phantom, fully black with Swallowing Heaven inscribed on the cover, giving off an aura of devouring all things. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Heaven Swallowing Devil Art, Imitation, Part 1. Heaven Swallowing Devil Art, Imitation, Part 1. Rank, Heavenly Grade, Upper Tier. Description, an ancient magic path masterpiece, imitated from the supreme magic art created by the ruthless emperor, capable of devouring the essence of all things and nourishing oneself, with a cultivation speed far exceeding ordinary techniques. This part can be cultivated to the peak of Martial King. Feature 1, Swallowing Heaven and Earth, can devour spiritual energy, blood energy, soul power, and even fragments of laws for one's own use. Feature 2, Demon Seed Path, the magic essence cultivated possesses strong corrosiveness, capable of corroding the enemy's vital energy and polluting their treasures. Feature 3, 10,000 transformations of the demon body, intermediate level can change form, advanced level can simulate the breath of others. Warning, this technique is extremely lethal. To cultivate it, one must have a firm heart, or else it is easy to fall into the devil path and become a monster that knows only slaughter. Heavenly Grade Upper Tier Magic. Although it can only be cultivated to the peak of Martial King, combined with Lin Fan's current martial god inheritance and Azura armor, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Devouring all things to nourish oneself, this cultivation speed will likely break through Martial King in no time. Lin Fan held the dark ancient book, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. The martial god inheritance is pure and yang, while the heaven-swallowing devil art is dark and evil. Cultivating both may lead to an unprecedented path. As for falling into the devil path? He grinned widely, a rebellious smile revealing everything unspoken. As a traveler from modern society, Lin Fan would never fall into the devil path. This, he was more sure of than anyone else. Let's put it this way. Before crossing over, if Lin Fan ever sensed a nightmare coming, he would use his strong willpower to think of a name. Then he would forcefully erase the nightmare to nothingness. So, he wasn't worried at all. System, learn the first part of Heaven Swallowing Devil Art. Ding! Consumed 10,000 bragging points, initiating learning of Heaven Swallowing Devil Art. Remaining bragging points, 26,570 points. Boom! A massive amount of technique information surged into his mind, countless cultivation insights and energy paths, and swallowing methods were branded deep into his soul. In a short moment, Lin Fan had preliminarily mastered the basic operation methods of this ancient devil art. He tried to operate it and instantly felt the surrounding spiritual energy surging in like it was drawn in, and he could even faintly perceive the pure energy flowing in the underground spiritual veins, as well as the fragments of laws contained within the secret chamber's array.
Swallowing heaven and earth, the name does not disappoint.
With this technique and the endless slaughter and resources in the blood prison battlefield, breaking through Martial King is just around the corner. Lin Fan reined in his aura, his eyes flashing coldly. 3 days later, I will set out for the Bone Wasteland, just in time to test the power of this heaven-swallowing devil art on those alien races.
3 days later.
In front of the Blood Emperor Palace, on the square, 3,000 elite blood guards stood in formation, filled with murderous intent. At the forefront, 10 blood guards, each holding a unit commander rank, lined up. Their lowest aura was at the early Martial King level, and some even reached the late Martial King. Lin Fan wore a black tight suit, with a blood guard commander order at his waist, standing in the ranks, looking exceptionally young. But beside him, the small figure crouched like a black cat on his shoulder, and the aura faintly radiating from him at the peak of Martial Sovereign made several Martial Kings feel a sense of dread, preventing anyone from underestimating this newly promoted Azura commander. On the high platform, the Blood Emperor donned dark golden armor, a blood-red cloak billowing behind him, exuding imperial might. Today we set out for the Bone Wasteland, targeting the Black Bone race stronghold, with only one purpose. The Blood Emperor's voice was cold, echoing throughout the venue. Wherever we go, not a blade of grass shall grow. With the blood of the alien races, we will dye the flag of my Blood Emperor red. With the corpses of the alien races, we will pave the road for the rise of our humanity. March out. Boom. The 3,000 blood guards roared in unison, shaking the heavens. The army set off like a torrent of blood, surging towards the direction of the Bone Wasteland. Lin Fan followed in the ranks, looking back at the increasingly distant Blood Emperor Palace, a cold arc forming at the corner of his mouth.
The hunt has begun. This time, I intend to swallow them whole.
On his shoulder, Chochia's crimson vertical pupils flashed with a hint of bloodthirsty light.
Chapter 101, The Correct Way to Open the Heaven-Swallowing Devil Art. The Bone Wasteland is located at the eastern edge of the Blood Hell battlefield. It lives up to its name.
As far as the eye can see, everything is gray and white. Gray and white sky, gray and white earth, gray and white bones piled into mountains, stretching to the end of the horizon. The air is filled with the smell of decayed death and a certain chilling rule, with spiritual energy so thin that it is pathetic, instead filled with an eroding death energy that is extremely harmful to living beings.
This is the territory of the Black Bone Clan. The Black Bone Clan, the natives of the Bone Wasteland, is a strange race born from the awakening of ancient bones.
They take many forms, some maintaining human-like skeletons, while others are monsters made from various fierce beast bones, sharing a common point of burning blue soul fire in their eye sockets, with a morbid craving for all living flesh and souls. The Blood Emperor chose this place as the test ground for Lin Fan, and the intention is clear: harsh environment, strange enemies, the best place to test a knife's sharpness and toughness. The Blood Cloak Guard army stopped at the edge of the wasteland. 3,000 elites, all at least great martial masters, now look serious, with many using their internal energy to fend off the ever-present death energy invasion.
100 miles ahead is a medium-sized stronghold of the Black Bone Clan, Bone Break City.
A cold-faced Blood Cloak Guard 1,000 householder codenamed Bloodblade pointed to a vague gray and white building silhouette on the distant horizon and said in a deep voice. According to the information, there are at least 5 Black Bone Clan leaders in the city, with strength equivalent to early Martial Kings. There are over 10,000 ordinary Black Bone warriors, among whom there are many skeleton generals at the Martial Sovereign level. He looked at several thousand householders beside him, and finally set his gaze on Lin Fan.
His Majesty has ordered, this battle focuses on extermination, quick battle and quick resolution. Bone Break City has 4 gates east, west, south, and north. We 5 will each lead our units to attack from 4 directions, and finally converge at the Soul Fire altar in the city. Lin Thousand householder, Bloodblade looked at Lin Fan, his eyes calm. You are responsible for the west gate. Any problems? The gazes of several thousand householders were different.
The west gate, the intelligence shows, is relatively weak in Black Bone Clan defenses, but it is also the area with the most complex terrain and easiest to ambush. Giving this task to the newest member, whose cultivation is only at the pinnacle Martial Sovereign, seems like care, but in fact, is a test. The Qiangqi on Lin Fan's shoulder yawned, its crimson vertical pupils lazily glanced at Bloodblade.
Lin Fan smiled. No problem. How long to take it down?
Bloodblade frowned slightly. 1 hour.
The 4 routes must converge at the altar. Those who exceed the time. Too long.
Lin Fan interrupted him, raising 3 fingers. 30 minutes. 30 minutes later, we meet at the Soul Fire altar. After saying this, without waiting for Bloodblade to respond, Lin Fan waved to his 500 personal guards behind him.
Let's go.
The 500 personal guards responded in unison, their fierce aura gathering, even faintly suppressing the death energy of the wasteland. These personal guards are the chosen elite soldiers of the Blood Emperor, already strong, and in these 3 days, Lin Fan had trained them using the simplified version of the blood-devouring spirit array recorded in the heaven-swallowing demon technique, connecting their energies, greatly boosting their battle power beyond ordinary troops. Watching Lin Fan lead his 500 troops rapidly towards the west gate, several thousand householders exchanged glances.
30 minutes?
Does he think the Black Bone clan is made of clay? One mid-level martial king thousand householders sneered. Young and impetuous, a bit of hardship would be good for him, another shook his head. Bloodblade's gaze was deep, watching the direction Lin Fan disappeared, muttering softly. His Majesty wants us to see how sharp this knife really is, then let's watch closely.
At Bone Break City, West Gate.
Rather than a city gate, it is more like an arched entrance made of countless gigantic bones piled up. The entrance is about 10 zhang tall and 5 zhang wide. Deep inside, continuously ethereal grayish-white death energy surges out. On the city walls, densely packed with various forms of Black Bone clan warriors. They hold bone spears and bone knives, their eye sockets filled with flickering blue soul fire, silently watching the rapidly approaching human team outside the city. At the forefront of the team, Lin Fan stopped his steps.
He looked up, gazing at the skeleton city gate and the thousands of Black Bone warriors on the city wall.
Master, how do we fight? The leader of the Royal Guard, a robust man in the early stages of martial arts, quietly asked.
Lin Fan didn't answer.
He simply raised his right hand, palm facing up.
Azura armor.
Merge.
Buzz. Dark purple demonic flames soared into the sky. The armor clad him. The Eye of Judgment opened.
Immediately, the fierce beast, Chonyo, on his shoulder let out a growl, jumped down, and as it landed, its body expanded wildly, instantly returning to the enormous form of a fifth-grade ferocious beast, an overwhelming aura.
A stir arose among the Black Bone tribe on the city wall.
The fires of their souls transmitted an instinctive feeling of dread. But the next moment, a sharp, piercing wave of soul energy, like the sound of bones grinding, came from within the city.
Humans, flesh, souls, delicious. Kill, devour. Boom. The Black Bone warriors on the city wall, as if receiving an order, had their soul fires surge in their eye sockets, releasing a silent roar, like a grey-white tide, surging down from the city gate in various parts of the wall. Tens of thousands.
At the very least, they were all martial artists. Amidst them were dozens of skeletal generals, comparable to great martial artists. They had no formation, no strategy, only the most primal desire for slaughter and devouring, overwhelming Lin Fan and his 500 royal guards. Facing this bone frenzy that could make an ordinary martial king's scalp tingle. Beneath the mask of the Azura armor, Lin Fan's mouth, however, curved into a cold yet eager arc.
Come, it's a good challenge.
Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, actively welcoming the bone frenzy. At the same time, his left hand gestured behind him to the 500 royal guards.
Bloodfiend's soul-absorbing formation, activate. Stand your ground, form a defense. Boom. The 500 royal guards, highly trained, instantly formed a formation.
Blood-red energy intertwined, creating a semicircular blood-red barrier that protected them within it. On the surface of the barrier, a faint absorbing power flowed. It was Lin Fan simplifying the devouring characteristic of the heavenly devouring demon art into the formation. Though it could not actively devour, it could greatly weaken enemy attacks and slowly absorb scattered energy to nourish those within the formation. And Lin Fan himself had already plunged alone into the very center of the bone frenzy. Divine Martial 9 styles, shatter all laws. His right fist smashed out. Wherever the fist intent passed, dozens of Black Bone warriors ahead were like being struck by an invisible giant hammer, their skeletal bodies instantly shattering into dust. The eerie blue soul fires wailed as they extinguished.
Calm the universe.
With his left palm pressing down, the space within a radius of 10 zhang seemed to freeze, and over 100 Black Bone warriors suddenly stiffened, as if caught in quicksand.
Open up the heavens. His fists struck together, the explosive fist intent released, a golden fist energy plowed through, clearing a long path of 30 zhang in length and 3 zhang in width, annihilating all Black Bone tribe members along the way. But there were simply too many Black Bone tribes. After killing one group, immediately more filled in, infinitely endless. Furthermore, the skeletal generals hid among the ordinary warriors, occasionally launching sneak attacks. A bone dagger, burning with eerie blue soul fire, silently stabbed toward Lin Fan's ribs from the side. Clang!
The bone dagger struck the Azura armor, erupting a shower of sparks. The attacker was a 2 zhang tall skeletal general, constructed from some giant beast's bones, its aura comparable to that of a mid-stage martial sovereign. Seeing the sneak attack ineffective, the soul fire flickered, and the eerie blue flames on the bone dagger surged, carrying a strange property that could corrode souls, striking again.
Heavenly devouring demon art.
Lin Fan did not dodge, his left hand transformed into a claw, reaching for that skeletal general, grasping at the air.
Boom! A pitch-black, ink-like, bizarre sucking force erupted from Lin Fan's palm.
The bone dagger struck by the general, along with its eerie blue soul fire, and even the death energy essence within its skeletal body, surged toward Lin Fan's palm like 100 rivers returning to the sea.
Roar!
The skeletal general let out a terrified soul shriek, struggling madly, but it was futile.
In just 2 breaths,
Its massive skeletal body rapidly dimmed and weakened. With a sudden crash, it scattered into a lifeless sea of ordinary bones. The soul fire extinguished, the essence of death energy was completely devoured. And Lin Fan clearly felt a cool yet pure energy flowing into his body through his palm, quickly refined by the devouring demon skill, replenishing the consumption from the earlier battle, even slightly strengthening his blood energy. Indeed, killing and devouring are the correct ways to unlock this skill. A flash of excited bloodlight shone in Lin Fan's eyes.
Chapter 102, Too Arrogant, we should wait until we gather.
He no longer limited himself to the 9 styles of the martial god. Instead, he incorporated the devouring characteristic of the devouring demon skill into every attack. With every punch, he not only broke the enemy but also devoured their soul fire and death energy. Each palm strike not only suppressed but also plundered the essence of their bones. He even actively removed part of the absolute defense of the Shura armor, allowing some attacks to hit him, then operated the devouring demon skill to devour and refine the energy contained in those attacks. The more he fought, the braver he became. The more he killed, the stronger he grew. He was like a black hole walking in a sea of bones. Where he passed, the Black Bone Clan fell in droves, turning into his nourishment.
Ding! Used the devouring demon skill, devoured enemies, shocked the entire battlefield, show-off points plus 4,000. Current show-off points, 30,570. On the side of Qiangqi, it was even more bloody and violent.
It didn't defend at all, relying solely on its powerful body and terrifying recovery ability to withstand attacks, opening its massive jaws to crush and swallow dozens of black bone warriors. The ancient fierce beast's stomach could even digest spatial turbulence. Mere death energy from bones was just an appetizer. It even specifically targeted those bone generals, and after swallowing them, its fierce aura visibly grew. One man and one beast, like 2 tireless killing machines, carved out a path paved with shattered bones amidst a tide of tens of thousands of bones. The 500 loyal guards formed a defensive formation, their blood boiling, their admiration for Lin Fan reaching a peak. Master, so fierce. With Lin Qianhu, this battle is thrilling. Kill. We can't let our master lose face. The formation operates, devouring the death energy that leaks over, replenishing ourselves. They even began to try to control the formation to actively absorb the energy dissipating from the battlefield. Although their efficiency was far less than Lin Fan's, it greatly reduced their consumption, making them more spirited as they continued to fight.
On the city wall,
3 powerful presences, wearing tattered bone armor, with soul fire glowing deep blue in their eye sockets, were coldly watching the dark purple killing machine below.
Humans. Martial King level combat power, plus an ancient fierce beast.
The tallest among them, holding a spinebone whip, expressed a serious soul fluctuation.
We can't let him continue to kill.
The sacrifices for the soul fire altar require a large amount of souls and death energy. The leader on the left, holding a bone shield and bone spear, let out a sharp shriek. Together, let's kill him. Devour his flesh and soul, we might be able to advance further. The slender leader on the right, seemingly stitched together from countless small bones, holding 2 bone bows, had already drawn one, and a gray arrow made entirely of compressed death energy appeared on the bowstring.
I will test his defenses first. Whoosh! The gray arrow shot through the air, silent and swift beyond vision. Where the arrow passed, the space left faint gray traces, emitting a terrifying aura that extinguished life. This arrow was enough to severely injure someone at the early Martial King level. Below, Lin Fan had just smashed several black bone warriors with a punch, devouring their soul fire. A warning sign suddenly arose in his heart. He quickly raised his head and saw the gray arrow right in front of him. So fast. So hidden. There was no time to dodge. The judgment eye on the chest of the Shura armor glowed brightly with red light. Absolute defense, activate. Devouring demon skill, devour for me.
Lin Fan roared, unexpectedly not relying entirely on armor defense, but instead operating the devouring demon skill to form a miniature devouring vortex in front of his chest, while concentrating the armor's defense at one point.
Puff! A gray arrow shot into the chest. Buzz!
The devouring vortex spun wildly, violently churning and absorbing the pure and toxic death energy arrow. Lin Fan's body shook violently, stepping back half a step, with a shallow dent appearing in his chest armor, but it quickly repaired under the flow of energy. Not only was he unhurt, but he felt that after refining the death energy with the sky-devouring demon technique, his understanding of the law of death had subtly deepened.
A nice supplement.
Lin Fan looked up at the 3 figures on the city wall, his gaze locking onto the slender leader with a bow, his voice coming through the armor.
Do you have more? Bring more. Ding.
Successfully took a king-level death energy arrow and mocked, show-off points plus 3,000.
Current show-off points, 33,570.
The 3 leaders of the Black Bone Clan on the city wall had their soul fires flickering violently.
Blocked it? And taunting? Looking for death.
The leader holding the spine whip was furious and leaped down from the city wall. The other 2 leaders followed closely. The three leaders of the Black Bone clan, equivalent to three initial king levels, formed a triangular formation, surrounding Lin Fan in the center. They stopped talking and launched their strongest attack directly. Soul Whip. The whip leader swung the spine whip, the whip shadows filling the sky, each strike aimed directly at the soul, specifically injuring the spirit. Bone Cage. The shield spear leader thrust the bone spear into the ground, countless pale bone spikes crazily shot up from under Lin Fan's feet, forming a huge bone cage, sealing the space. Rain of Death Arrows. The archer leader floated in midair, the bone bow shook continuously as dozens of gray arrows poured down like a torrential rain, covering all of Lin Fan's escape space. The three leaders worked together seamlessly, unleashing their deadly moves.
This was an absolute killing move capable of surrounding and slaying mid-level kings.
In the distance, Bloodblade and other captains had already led their teams into the other three gates and sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations erupting from the west gate, turning their heads in response.
3 king-level Black Bone leaders. Can Lin Fan withstand it? That's too arrogant.
We should wait for our reunion before the words could finish. In the center of the West Gate battlefield, Lin Fan's cold and excited voice rang out.
Finally, something decent has come.
Xiangqi, those two with the shield and bow are yours.
In 10 minutes, I want to see their soul fires extinguished in your belly. Roar!
Xiangqi roared in response, transforming into black lightning, directly launching himself at the shield spear leader and the archer leader.
Facing two, his ferocity was terrifying.
As for Lin Fan himself, he turned to face the leader holding the spine whip, the one with the strongest aura.
The azure-held glaive condensed in his palm. The tip of the glaive pointed at the opponent. Your whip looks like... It's very suitable for hanging. Ding. Assigned task, Dominant Duel, show-off points plus 2,000. Current show-off points, 35,570. The whip leader's soul fire boiled, feeling the blatant insult. Human, you will pay the price for your arrogance.
It swung the long whip, the shadows transforming into a giant net of souls, descending upon Lin Fan. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spewed a rich gray-white death energy, countless vengeful souls wailing within, corroding the flesh and contaminating the spirit.
Faced with this double attack,
Lin Fan, however, took an action that left the whip leader and all hidden observers dumbfounded.
He voluntarily removed the facial armor of the Azura armor, revealing his own face. Then, he opened his mouth, facing the incoming soul whip shadows and vengeful death energy. He took a deep breath. Sky devouring, earth devouring. Chapter 103, I want to break through to King. Boom.
A pitch-black vortex over 3 meters in diameter suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fan.
In the center of the vortex, it seemed to connect to an endless abyss.
The soul whip shadows that could injure the souls of kings, and the vengeful death energy that could corrode the flesh of kings, upon touching the pitch-black vortex. Like ice and snow meeting boiling oil, they crazily dissolved and shattered, then were violently pulled into the vortex by that terrifying devouring power, swallowed into Lin Fan's body.
Ugh!
Lin Fan let out a muffled groan, his face instantly turning pale, a layer of dark death energy appearing on his body, even his eye sockets faintly radiating a ghostly blue. Devouring such a massive and pure amount of soul attacks and death energy, even with the sky-devouring demon technique, placed a heavy burden on him.
But in the next moment, the sky-devouring demon technique was operating frantically.
The golden vitality of the opening heaven-holy elephant body erupted explosively, forcefully suppressing and refining the invading soul power and death energy in conjunction with the technique. The gloomy death energy was dispelled, and the ghostly blue in his eye sockets quickly faded, replaced by a more refined golden light of consciousness, fleeting in Lin Fan's pupils, along with a faintly enhanced aura around him.
He actually treated the enemy's killing move as medicine, forcefully swallowing it down. And digested it.
Tastes nice, Lin Fan licked his lips, although his complexion still appeared somewhat pale, his eyes shone dangerously bright, just a bit stuck in my teeth.
Is there more?
The soul fire of the whip leader was no longer merely anger, but fear.
What kind of monster is this? Swallowing souls? Swallowing death energy? You are not human, you are a devil.
It let out a terrified soul scream, actually taking a step back.
Devil?
Lin Fan grinned, closing his visor again, his dark purple electronic eye locking onto the opponent.
Then you should take a look. What a true devil looks like. As the words fell, Lin Fan's figure vanished. Teleportation. The spatial affinity talent activated, combined with the space jump of the Shura armor, the speed increased by nearly 30% compared to before. The whip leader only felt a flash before the dark purple demon figure appeared above its head. The Shura Inferno glaive, carrying the judgment power of the opening heaven fist intent, along with a new aura of devouring everything. It came crashing down. Martial God 9 forms open heaven swallowing heaven transformation. With one sweep of the glaive, the space tore apart, devouring all.
The whip leader frantically swung the long whip to defend, soul fire burning to the limit. But sizzle! The whip was severed by the glaive blade. The glaive's momentum did not diminish, cleaving the black bone leader in two from head to toe, along with its incredibly tough skeletal body. At the point of fracture, no shattered bones flew out. Because all the essence of the skeletal energy was in that moment of contact with the glaive blade, completely drained by that terrifying devouring power. Two pieces of dried and decayed bones fell weakly to the ground, shattering into pieces. The soul fire was completely extinguished. Ding! Slayed the Black Bone Clan military king leader, devoured all its essence, show-off value plus 4,000. Current show-off value, 39,570 points. Almost simultaneously. On the other side, two piercing soul wails rang out. Xiangqi bit through the shield spear leader's bone shield, its claws tore open its chest, pulling out the deep blue soul fire and swallowing it into its stomach. Meanwhile, the archer leader was smashed by Xiangqi's bone wings, the remaining soul fire was sucked into its mouth like a jelly with a slurp. Two major leaders fell. The three great leaders surrounded and attacked, instead fell to Lin Fan and Xiangqi, all killed within 10 minutes. And it was the kind that was devoured completely clean. On the battlefield, the remaining Blackbone warrior soul fires trembled, losing the command and suppression of the leaders, their meager intelligence submerged by fear, starting to scatter and flee. Lin Fan did not pursue. He stood still, feeling the surging power within him. The sky-devouring demon technique refined part of the essence of the three great leaders, most of it was snatched by Xiangqi, solidifying his cultivation at the peak of the martial zone, even slightly touching that martial king barrier. More importantly, his resistance and understanding of the laws of death and soul power had greatly improved. Only one opportunity away from becoming a martial king. Lin Fan clenched his fist, his eyes sharp. He looked at the tall altar in the city, burning with enormous ghostly blue soul fire. Soul fire altar, the energy gathered there should be enough for me to break through? He waved his hand, removing the defensive formation of his guards. Enter the city, target the soul fire altar. Kill without mercy to those who block the way. Yes. 500 guards roared in unison, their momentum like a rainbow. They had witnessed Lin Fan's battle power like a demon god, and at this moment, loyalty and admiration had reached their peak. This team, like a blade drawn from its sheath, closely followed Lin Fan, charging fiercely towards the heart of bone-shattering city, to the altar burning with eerie blue flames. Unstoppable. Ding. Break through the west gate and slay the three main leaders, shaking the entire army, show-off value plus 5,000. Current show-off value, 44,570 points. Soul Fire Altar. When Lin Fan's group arrived first, the other three Blood Cloak guards had not even finished clearing their own enemies. The altar was 30 feet high, entirely built of a pitch-black soulstone, with countless twisted runes carved into its surface. At the top of the altar, a ghostly blue soul fire over 3 feet in diameter burned fiercely, emitting a cold and powerful soul wave that faintly drew the death energy of the entire bone-shattering city. Beneath the altar, the last few hundred elite members of the Black Bone Clan gathered, along with an old man dressed in tattered black robes, hunched over, holding a bone staff, with soul fire of a light purple color. His aura clearly reached the peak of mid-martial king, even touching the threshold of late martial king. Humans, you dare desecrate my clan's holy ground. The old man in black raised his head, the light purple soul fire locking onto Lin Fan, the bone staff crashing down heavily. Boom! The death energy in the entire altar area crazily gathered, forming a huge grey white domain, enveloping Lin Fan and his personal guards within it. Inside the domain, gravity increased sharply, death energy eroded, and countless vengeful soul phantoms howled, violently impacting everyone's souls. It's the High Priest of the Black Bone Clan. The Bloodblade 1,000 households who arrived later changed his expression. He burns the soul fire, using the power of the altar. The domain's might has approached late martial king. Lin 1,000 households, retreat quickly, wait for our meeting. Before he finished speaking, in the center of the domain, that dark purple demon figure slowly raised its head. Under the Shura mask, those electronic eyes calmly observed the soul fire at the top of the altar and that high priest. Then, Lin Fan said something that stunned everyone. That fire looks pretty warm. Let me warm my hands. Saying this, under the horrified gazes of Bloodblade and others, Lin Fan actually took off his Shura armor, exposing his flesh and blood in the terrifying death energy domain capable of eroding mid-martial king. At the same time, he formed an ancient and strange seal with his hands. Black demonic energy erupted violently around him. Sky-covering demonic art, running at full force. Demonic art sky-covering. Lin Fan looked up, gazing at the huge ghostly blue soul fire at the top of the altar, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Give me. Swallow it. Boom. A terrifying vortex, black as an abyss and 10 times larger than before, erupted centered around Lin Fan. The entire bone-shattering city and the surrounding skeletal wilderness changed color. The gray-white sky was stirred, forming a huge vortex cloud layer, echoing with the black swallowing vortex on the ground. The earth trembled, countless bones shattered and flew up, pulled by the irresistible swallowing force, thrown into the center of the vortex, instantly reduced to dust, with the essence of death energy brutally stripped away and devoured. Roar! At the top of the soul fire altar, that gigantic ghostly blue soul fire seemed to sense a deadly threat, emitting a silent yet soul-shaking shriek. It burned furiously, trying to resist, even actively splitting off countless ghostly blue fire snakes, like dying tentacles, striking towards Lin Fan. Each fire snake contained the terrifying soul flame capable of incinerating the souls of martial kings. However, at the moment of touching the edge of the swallowing vortex, these fiery serpents were like mud cattle entering the sea, torn apart and dissolved by the domineering swallowing power, transforming into the purest soul energy, merging into the torrent of the vortex, and ultimately surging into Lin Fan's body. Ugh! Lin Fan raised his head to the sky, letting out a roar that was not like that of a human. Having scattered the Azura armor, his entire body now showed three strange shining lights on the surface of his skin at the same time. On the left side of his body, golden light flowed, the blood energy of the heaven-opening holy elephant body surged like a dragon, utterly young and utterly strong. On the right side of his body, pitch-black demonic energy surged, the swallowing heaven demon technique operated crazily, utterly and utterly evil. And in the center, his chest, between his eyebrows, and in his dantian were occupied by the forcibly infused eerie blue soul fire energy, cold and lifeless, violently assaulting his spirit and flesh. Three completely different, even conflicting terrifying energies clashed, tore apart, and merged furiously within him. The surface of his body continuously exploded with fine blood openings, yet quickly healed under the immense medicinal power and robust physique. His bones groaned under unbearable pressure, his veins felt as if pierced by billions of steel needles, and his spirit felt like it was thrown into a meat grinder, experiencing the agony of countless cuts. This was risking his life. No, this was simply suicide. When a normal warrior breaks through to the martial king, which one does not seek a quiet place rich in spiritual energy, prepare ample pills, set up a grand array, and carefully draw upon the heaven and earth's spiritual energy to easily condense the embryonic form of a domain? Who would do like Lin Fan, directly on the battlefield, forcefully swallowing a soul fire core accumulated over countless years by a race, using this most violent, most dangerous method to impact the martial king barrier? Crazy, he is crazy. Bloodblade Shin, who stood outside the domain, watching the terrifying scene as if a demon god had descended, looking at Lin Fan's nearly bursting body, even though he had been through countless battles, he felt his scalp go numb and his heart turn cold. The other Qianhas were also filled with horror, even instinctively taking a few steps back, fearing being affected by that swallowing vortex. He wants to use the power of the soul fire to forcefully break through to the martial king? Impossible. That soul fire condensed countless death energy and remnant souls in this place, its attributes are cold and sinister, fundamentally conflicting with human blood energy. Forceful swallowing will surely lead to backlash, resulting in the destruction of the spirit. But he seems to really be absorbing. Under the terrified gaze of all, the originally 3 zhang large eerie blue soul fire was visibly shrinking. 2.5 zhang, 2 zhang, 1.5 zhang. With each shrink, the pitch-black swallowing vortex became more condensed, and the aura erupting from Lin Fan became increasingly violent. And the Blackbone tribe high priest below the altar was already scared out of its wits. Its soul fire core, which it relied on to survive and control the entire city, was actually being eaten little by a human, like gnawing on bread? No. That is our tribe's supreme treasure. It is the holy fire given by our Lord. The high priest let out a desperate soul-piercing scream, waving its bone staff, crazily calling upon the remaining death energy in the domain, transforming it into grayish-white spears, shooting towards Lin Fan. However, these attacks, the moment they touched the swallowing vortex, were similarly devoured and dissolved, instead becoming Lin Fan's nourishment. It even tried to detonate the remaining soul fire, taking them both down. But it was too late. When the soul fire shrank to less than 1 zhang, at the center of the swallowing vortex, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes wide. His left eye shone with brilliant gold, like the sun rising. His right eye was as black as ink, as if gazing into an abyss. And at the depths of his pupils, a flicker of eerie blue soul fire mark slowly rotated, icy cold and lifeless. The 3 kinds of light surprisingly reached a subtle balance at this moment. Give me. Lin Fan opened his mouth, his voice hoarse, yet filled with a determination that could sever everything. Break. Boom. The last zhang of eerie blue soul fire was swallowed into his stomach. The swallowing vortex suddenly contracted, all energy pouring back into Lin Fan's body. In that moment, the aura of the entire person disappeared. Not hidden, but as if transcending this space. Reached a certain mysterious realm. Immediately following. Buzz. A terrifying pressure, seemingly able to control heaven and earth, erupted violently, centered around Lin Fan. Martial King pressure. And not an ordinary early-stage martial king. That pressure contained, at the same time, the masculine fist intent that could break open the heavens, the devouring evil aura that consumed all, and the cold, lifeless soul fluctuations. 3 completely different laws of aura perfectly fused together, forming an unprecedented, tyrannical, unique realm prototype. Boom! The deathly domain set up by the high priest around the soulfire altar shattered and crumbled like paper under the impact of this new realm. Puff! The high priest's soul fire dimmed, its figure staggered, its bone staff broke, and its aura plummeted. It looked at the center of the realm, that young figure slowly rising into the air, surrounded by 3 kinds of light, like a god or demon descending to the world, with only endless fear and despair left in its eyes. Martial King. How is this possible? 3 attributes, fusing. It murmured, the soul fire gradually extinguishing, its body turning into a pile of dry bones. With the soul fire taken and the realm broken, its life was completely extinguished. Lin Fan floated in mid-air, closing his eyes to feel the earth-shattering changes within his body. In the Dantian, the original Chi-Si had disappeared, replaced by a martial King Dan, slowly rotating, with vague images of a world rising and falling within. The Dan was 3 colors, gold, black, and blue, symbolizing 3 different attributes of power, yet existing in harmony, emanating an overwhelming energy far beyond an ordinary early-stage martial king. The meridians widened by more than 10 times, blood and chi surged like a great river, and his physique, through the earlier tearing and healing, had strengthened once more. His divine soul had become as solid as reality, with a greatly increased sense range, even able to faintly hear the subtle sounds of the laws flowing in space. Most importantly, he could clearly feel that within 100 zhang, about 100 meters, radius around him, he possessed an absolute sense of control. With a thought, he could draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a realm unique to him. Though still rough, with limited range, this was the fundamental sign that distinguished a martial king from a martial venerable, the power of the realm. Finally, Lin Fan opened his eyes, the 3-color light in his pupils slowly drawing back, ultimately returning to a deep calm. Martial King. He clenched his fist, and the space emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable pressure. Now, early-stage martial emperor. I can also cut down. Ding. Successfully broke through to early-stage martial king. Show-off value plus 10,000. Ding. Devoured the soul fire altar, fused 3 laws, forged a unique realm, show-off value plus 15,000. Ding. Achievement unlocked, battlefield breakthrough, martial king descends. Reward, advanced lottery chances times 5, show-off value plus 20,000. Current show-off value, 95,570 points. Advanced lottery chances, 5 times. Deathly silence. Within Broken Bone City, whether among the remaining Black Bone clan or the blood-clad guard soldiers, and even among the Qian who like Bloodblade, everyone held their breath, gazing blankly at that figure in the sky. Battlefield breakthroughs were already rare. Moreover, to forcefully devour the enemy's soulfire in such a nearly suicidal manner, fusing 3 conflicting laws to break through to the martial king, was absolutely unheard of. Furthermore, the pressure of the newly born martial king domain even made Bloodblade, a late-stage martial king, feel a slight, heart palpitation. What the hell is this monster? Roar! An excited roar broke the silence. Xiangqi shrank in size, turning into a black shadow leaping onto Lin Fan's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek, its crimson vertical pupils full of joy. It also absorbed a large amount of essence during the recent dispersal of soulfire energy, its aura subtly rising again, getting close to mid-stage 5. Lin Fan patted Xiangqi's head, his gaze sweeping below. The remaining Black Bone clan had already been scared out of their wits, scattering and fleeing. The blood-clad guard soldiers had eyes full of fervor, as if gazing upon a deity. Several Qianhu had complex expressions, with shock, caution, and a hint of respect. Bloodblade took a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart, stepped forward, and clasped his fists, saying, "Congratulations, Qianhu Lin, no, congratulations, Shura Martial King." Successful breakthrough. The Martial King thus earns the right to be called king. Though he is only just a newly formed martial king, Lin Fan's terrifying potential shown moments ago is enough to make any martial king take him seriously, even feel awe. Other 1,000 households also clasped their hands in congratulations, their attitude far more respectful than before. Lin Fan slowly descended to the ground, his aura retracting, becoming plain and simple again. But no one dared to underestimate this seemingly young martial king anymore. Clean up the battlefield, collect soul crystals and useful materials. Lin Fan issued the calm order, as if the earth-shattering breakthrough was merely a casual act. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison, their efficiency unprecedentedly high. Bloodblade hesitated for a moment, then quietly asked, "Lin. Azura King, your earlier act of devouring the soulfire and merging various laws might affect your foundation. Should we immediately enter seclusion to stabilize?" Lin Fan glanced at him and smiled. "It's nothing. My path is indeed to devour all things, melting them into one.
The mere soul fire is just an appetizer. His tone was flat, yet it radiated immense confidence and dominance. Bloodblade felt a chill in his heart and chose not to say more. Chapter 105, Your Majesty, I hope you don't mind. Half a day later. Blood Palace, Great Hall. In the water mirror, everything that happened at the west gate of bone-shattering city was clearly replayed, from Lin Fan breaking the city in 30 minutes, to devouring the soul fire alone, and finally breaking through to Marshal King on the battlefield. When witnessing Lin Fan remove his armor, forcefully devour the soul fire, and his body nearly exploding yet still merging 3 laws to achieve a breakthrough, the pressure of his domain causing even the water mirror to tremble slightly. The hall was utterly silent. The old man in black robes, several core visiting guests, and even the high-ranking blood guards standing on both sides all had grave expressions, even fear. On the battlefield, breaking through, devouring soul fire, 3 laws in harmony. A late-stage Marshal King visiting guest murmured, "What kind of monster is this child?" Though his domain is just at the early stage of Marshal King, its high quality and perfect integration are the best I've ever seen in my life, another guest skilled in formation said solemnly. If he stabilizes it completely, even a late-stage Marshal King may not be his opponent. Not just that. The old man in black robes spoke slowly, his voice dry. Did you not notice? At his breakthrough, that Xiongqi was also absorbing the energy of the soul fire, its aura skyrocketing. The master and servant both elevated simultaneously. This synergy is simply terrifying. Everyone fell silent. Both the master and servant breaking through meant a power increase that wasn't as simple as adding 1 + 1. On the high platform, the Blood Emperor still leaned against the throne, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, his blood-red pupils deep and emotionless. But those who knew him understood that the Emperor's heart was anything but calm at this moment. After a long while, the Blood Emperor slowly spoke. Send the order. Azura King Lin Fan, who conquered bone-shattering city, successfully broke through to Marshal King, demonstrating extraordinary combat power. Promote him to Deputy Commander of the Blood Guards, ranking above the visiting guests, enjoying treatment equal to that of a late-stage Marshal King. Bestow upon him an Azura Hall, allowing the establishment of 3,000 personal troops, with all necessary resources prioritized for him. After a pause, a glint of blood flashed in the Emperor's eyes. Also, 3 days later, I will host a banquet in the Imperial City to celebrate him. Invite all leaders of forces at the Marshal King level or above in the Eastern District, as well as the envoys of the Bone Emperor and Ice Spirit Emperor. I want everyone to know. The Blood Emperor's lips curled into a cold arc. This new blade of mine is not only sharp. It can also chop off the heads of kings. Ding. Blood Emperor's promotion, generous rewards, reputation spreads far and wide, boast value plus 5,000. Current boast value, 100,570 points. The news spread like a hurricane, instantly sweeping the entire eastern district of the Blood Hell battlefield. Did you hear? The new Azura King under the Blood Emperor devoured the soul fire of the Black Bone tribe on the battlefield of Bone-Shattering City and broke through to Marshal King right then. Not just that. It is said he merged 3 laws, and the pressure of his domain even astonished Bloodblade's 1,000 household. The Blood Emperor directly promoted him to Deputy Commander, his status just below that of several Marshal King guests. He also wants to host a grand banquet to celebrate him. Things are about to change in the Eastern District. The Bone Emperor and Ice Spirit Emperor will probably not sit still. Various forces were shaken. There was envy, jealousy, fear, and also secret plotting. And at this moment, at the center of the storm, Lin Fan sat in the newly granted Shura Hall, listening to Hong Ling report on the various reactions, his expression calm. Sumuyu and Xinyu sat to the side. Both women had stabilized their breath at the late stage of the great martial master, not far from the peak. Looking at the increasingly unfathomable young man on the throne, their eyes were filled with pride, but also a hint of urgency. They had to become stronger faster, in order to keep up with his pace. My lord, this grand feast of the Blood Emperor is named for celebration, but it is truly to establish authority, and to push you to the forefront, Hong Ling said solemnly. The envoy of the Bone Emperor and the envoy of the Ice Soul Emperor will surely attend, and they may make their move on the spot. Lin Fan played with the newly acquired Deputy Commander token in his hand, and said flatly. Make a move? Perfect. I need a few targets to establish my authority. He looked towards the dim red sky outside the hall, a cold gold glimmer flashing in his eyes. The 3 emperors? Let it all start from this banquet. One by one, I'll collect them. 3 days later. In Blood Emperor City, the main hall of the palace. Lanterns were lit and guests gathered. Leaders and representatives of dozens of small and large forces in the Eastern District, all with Marshal King cultivation, were gathered together. Moreover, there were also the envoys from the other 2 emperor powers, the Bone Envoy under the Bone Emperor, and the Frost Envoy under the Ice Soul Emperor, who sat in the honored seats, their breaths cold and their gazes unfriendly. Halfway through the banquet, the atmosphere seemed lively, but there was a hidden undercurrent. Finally. The bone envoy of the Bone Emperor, a tall figure shrouded in pale bone armor with green soul fire burning in his eye sockets, slowly stood up.
He slammed his bone cup down heavily, creating a piercing sound.
Immediately, the entire hall fell silent.
All gazes turned towards him. The Bone Envoy looked at the Blood Emperor on the high platform, as well as Lin Fan, who was sitting on the lower left side of the Blood Emperor with his eyes closed, and spoke in a hoarse yet icy voice.
Your Majesty Blood Emperor, at today's grand feast, I represent my Emperor to ask one question, please enlighten me.
The Blood Emperor raised his eyelids slightly, speak.
The Bone Envoy pointed a bony finger at Lin Fan.
This person, Lin Fan, devoured the sacred fire of my Black Bone clan in Broken Bone City, killed our clan's high priest, and destroyed our clan's stronghold.
This is an open provocation against my esteemed Lord Bone Emperor.
His voice turned harsh. Your Majesty not only does not punish him, but rather rewards him greatly and holds a feast to celebrate.
Could it be that your Majesty Blood Emperor intends to start a full-scale war with my Bone Wasteland? As the words fell, the temperature in the hall dropped suddenly. Killing intent filled the air. Countless gazes, some tense, some amused, some gloating, turned to the Blood Emperor and Lin Fan. The Frost Envoy of the Ice Soul Emperor, a stunning woman with blue hair and blue eyes surrounded by cold air, also set down her wine cup, watching coldly. Faced with this near-palace pressing accusation, the Blood Emperor had yet to speak. On the lower left side, Lin Fan, who had been keeping his eyes closed, slowly opened them. He didn't even glance at the Bone Envoy. He simply picked up the wine cup in front of him and took a sip. Then, he casually uttered a sentence. A dog barking? The master hasn't spoken yet. What are you interjecting? Ding. At the banquet, disrespecting the envoy, swaggering value plus 4,000. Current swaggering value, 104,570 points. The sky cleared, the wind stopped, Lin Fan became crazy again, the old Lin Fan had returned. Silence. Followed by countless sounds of gasps. The Bone Envoy's soul fire danced wildly in his eye sockets, his killing intent nearly solidifying. You little brat, you seek death. He was one of the 3 envoys under the Bone Emperor, at the late stage of the Martial King, esteemed in status. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Boom! The terrifying pressure of the late Martial King exploded, mixed with the unique dead silence of the Bone Wasteland, crashing towards Lin Fan. The pressure froze the tables and shattered the cups. Many Martial Kings with weaker cultivation turned pale and retreated again and again. However, faced with this pressure that could suffocate even mid-stage Martial Kings, Lin Fan simply put down his wine cup and slowly stood up. Then, he took a step forward. Buzz! A unique field of gold, black, and blue intertwined erupted around him. Within this field, life and death coexisted, devouring and creation were present at the same time. The powerful dead silence pressure of the Bone Envoy, upon crashing into this 3-color field, actually began to dissolve and disintegrate rapidly like ice melting in boiling oil. What? The Bone Envoy's pupils constricted. His field was actually nullified by a junior in the early stage of the Martial King. Did you block it? Even, is it subtly suppressed? Is this all you can do? Lin Fan looked at him, his eyes calm to the point of terrifying. You are worthy to represent the Bone King? You are worthy to. He paused, stressing each word. Bark in front of me? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan's figure vanished. Teleportation. His affinity with space, combined with his king-level control of his domain, made his teleportation speed incredibly fast. The Bone Envoy had not even reacted. A hand covered in dark purple armor, entwined with 3-colored light, appeared before him as if it had pierced through space. 5 fingers spread open, aimed directly at his bony face. With a fierce press. Kneel. Boom. The terrifying power of devouring, the suppressing force, and the soul-shocking impact exploded in a triple wave. The Bone Envoy felt as if he had been struck by an entire mountain of bones, cracks instantly spread across his armor, and his knees buckled, causing him to actually thud to the ground. The ground shattered. Silence prevailed in the hall. A falling needle could be heard. All the guests, including the Blood King and the Frost Envoy, were dumbfounded, staring at this unbelievable scene. One of the 3 envoys under the Bone King, a late-stage warrior, the Bone Envoy, kneeling on the ground under the palm of Lin Fan, who had just broken through to the early stage of a warrior. Ding! 1 palm suppresses the late-stage royal envoy, show-off value plus 8,000. Current show-off value, 112,570 points. Lin Fan pressed the Bone Envoy's head and slowly raised his gaze to the countless horrified eyes in the hall. Finally, he looked at the Blood King on the high platform. His voice was calm, yet exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Your Majesty. This dog dares to bark in our territory. I helped you. Teach him a lesson. You won't mind, right? Chapter 106, Knowing When to Stop? Then I, Lin Fan, have not just broken through. Silence. A death-like silence shrouded the Blood King's hall. All the guests, whether leaders of the various factions in the Eastern District or envoys of the other two kings, held their breath, eyes wide, staring at the incredible scene in the center of the banquet. One of the three envoys under the Bone King, a late-stage warrior, the Bone Envoy, was being held down by Lin Fan in black clothes, his knees deeply embedded in the cracks of the floor, humiliatingly kneeling there. The green soul fire in the Bone Envoy's eye sockets danced wildly, showing his extreme anger and humiliation. But his armored body felt as if it were crushed by millions of mountains. No matter how he urged the death energy or burned the soul fire, he couldn't escape that casually placed hand on his head. That hand shone with gold, black, and blue light swirling. Emitting a strange domain fluctuation that fused vitality, devouring, and silence, it was this unique domain power that completely suppressed and sealed the Bone Envoy's late-stage warrior domain. Waves surged in his heart. Sharp, too sharp. So sharp that it made his heart race. He. The Blood Emperor suddenly chuckled, his laughter breaking the dead silence in the hall. He slowly stood up, his dark golden royal robe moving without wind, his imperial might spreading like a tide, yet it deliberately avoided the area where Lin Fan was. Lin Iching, take care of the unruly evil guest for me, I. The Blood Emperor paused, his blood-red eyes sweeping over the silent guests below, finally landing on the slightly changed face of the Frost Envoy, his voice suddenly turning cold. Why would I mind? A single sentence, expressing his stance. Support Lin Fan. The Frost Envoy's eyes turned cold, but looking at the immobilized Bone Envoy still kneeling there, then glancing at the commanding Blood Emperor high above, and that unfathomable Lin Fan. She forcibly suppressed her impulse to turn hostile. Your Majesty the Blood Emperor, the Frost Envoy stood up, her voice as cold as ice. The Bone Envoy's words may have been excessive, but Lin Fan publicly humiliated my Emperor's envoy, isn't that too overbearing? She pointed her spear at Lin Fan, trying to use the word overbearing to stir up the other guests' fear and dissatisfaction towards Lin Fan. Indeed, many leaders of faction showed flickering eyes, glancing at Lin Fan with mixed feelings. Lin Fan was too strong, too young, too arrogant. A person like this, if he cannot be a friend, will surely become a hidden danger. Facing the Frost Envoy's questioning, Lin Fan finally released his grip on the Bone Envoy's head. The Bone Envoy collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, gasping for air, his soul fire dim, unable to stand up for a while. Lin Fan didn't even glance at him, turning to face the Frost Envoy. Overbearing? He repeated the word, suddenly laughing. The smile was faint, yet it inexplicably tightened the Frost Envoy's heart. I just broke through to Martial King, my realm is unstable. Lin Fan slowly spoke, his voice not loud but clear to everyone's ears. Senior Bone Envoy, a late-stage Martial King, exerting pressure like a mountain, wanting to suppress me on the spot. I had no choice but to protect myself with all my strength. Who knew? He shrugged, a look of helplessness on his face. Maybe the senior has grown old, unsteady on his feet, and couldn't stand firm. How did it turn into me being overbearing? Ding. Turning black and white, mocking the Frost Envoy, show-off value plus 3,000. Current show-off value, 115,570 points. You. The Frost Envoy was so angry her chest heaved, cold air uncontrollably erupted around her, instantly freezing the ground underfoot. Shameless. Too shameless. It was clearly you who pressed someone down to kneel, and now you say it was because they couldn't stand firm? And grew old, unsteady on his feet? The Bone Envoy was from the skeletal race, where did age and legs come from? What's wrong? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, does the Frost Envoy also believe it was my fault? He stepped forward. Buzz. The three-colored domain silently spread out, enveloping the Frost Envoy. No violent pressure, no fierce attack. Only a feeling as if it could devour everything and analyze all laws, a gazing feeling. The Frost Envoy suddenly felt as if she had been stripped and thrown into an icy world, all secrets, weaknesses, and the running paths of her techniques laid bare under that strange three-colored domain. The Ice Soul profound technique she cultivated, the cold ice energy circulating within her, the thread of extreme cold ice soul hidden deep in her dantian, seemed to tremble faintly, as if encountering some higher-level restraining force. What, is this domain? The Frost Envoy was horrified in her heart. Her frost domain was cultivated under the guidance of the Ice Soul Emperor, of extremely high quality, rarely encountering rivals of the same level. But at this moment, facing Lin Fan's three-colored domain's invisible gaze, she felt a terrifying illusion of her domain being invaded, analyzed, and copied. As if the other party was learning to simulate, or even, devouring her frost laws in a way she couldn't understand? I've heard that the Ice Soul Emperor reigns supreme with the Ice Soul Profound technique, the frost laws are magical. Lin Fan's voice echoed again, interrupting the Frost Envoy's horror. He looked at her calmly, as if stating a fact. Coincidentally, I've recently taken an interest in the frost laws. How about? Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold arc. Please, Frost Sorceress, enlighten me?
As the words fell, Lin Fan raised his hand, grasping at the air towards the Frost Sorceress.
Congeal. A single word was spoken.
The violent cold air that originally erupted from the Frost Sorceress's body was, in that moment, forcibly controlled and compressed by an invisible hand of rules. Centered on her, the temperature did not drop, instead, it strangely began to rise. And the frost that crystallized on her body began to grow and twist in reverse, transforming into crystalline chains that sparkled and emitted a frigid aura even more piercing than her own.
Ice Soul. Congeal shape? This is impossible.
The Frost Sorceress screamed in disbelief, her voice filled with terror. Congealing the Ice Soul was a high-level technique that could only be performed when the Ice Soul profound art was cultivated to an extremely high level, reaching an understanding of the frost laws to the transcendence stage. After 100 years of hard cultivation, she could barely manage to conjure ice spears and shields, and was far from achieving congeal shape.
And this Lin Fan, merely by looking at her a few times within his domain, managed to casually bring it forth?
Moreover, the chill radiating from those crystalline chains was even purer, even more dominant than the Ice Soul energy she cultivated herself.
You, who exactly are you? How do you know my Emperor's secret techniques?
The Frost Sorceress frantically urged her energy, trying to shatter the chains, but they clung to her like a stubborn disease, not moving an inch. Instead, they tightened even more, the terrifying chill seeping into her bones, freezing her blood and soul power.
Secret techniques?
Lin Fan tilted his head, seemingly puzzled.
Is it so difficult? I just looked at it, and I understood. Ding. Successfully learned Imperial-level technique on-site and countered its user, show-off value plus 6,000. Current show-off value, 121,570 points. Boom. As these words came out, the entire venue exploded. You learned it just by looking?
That was the famed Ice Soul Emperor's signature skill, the Ice Soul Profound Art.
A heavenly-level technique that countless ice cultivators dream of.
The cultivation threshold is extremely high, and the understanding of the laws required is incredibly profound.
You learned it just by looking? Is he even human?
The Frost Sorceress's face turned as pale as paper as she looked into Lin Fan's deep, calm eyes. An unprecedented chill spread from the depths of her soul.
A monster. This is a monster that cannot be understood by common reason. Devouring soul fire, breaking through 3 realms, his domain is strange, and now he can even look once to steal and counter an Imperial technique? If such a person were to be an enemy. The Frost Sorceress dared not think further. She even started to regret why she had to take the lead today. On the high platform, the Blood Emperor's eyes suddenly brightened with bloodlight. He stared intensely at Lin Fan, his shock far greater than anyone else's. Because he saw more clearly. What Lin Fan had just performed was not the true Ice Soul Profound Art at all. It was merely an imitation. A terrifying ability that used its unique 3-color domain as a basis, forcibly analyzing and simulating the appearance of the frost laws. Though it was only an appearance, achieving the effect of Ice Soul Congeal shape meant that his understanding and control of the laws had reached an unimaginable realm. This was scarier than truly learning the Ice Soul Profound Art. Because it meant he possibly possessed the potential for universal understanding. Very, very good. The Blood Emperor slowly sat back on the throne, a hint of undisguised admiration and fervor finally showing on his face. This blade was numerous times sharper than he had imagined. Perhaps it was not just a blade. Lin Iching, it's time to stop. The Blood Emperor spoke, his voice returning to its usual authority. The 2 sorceresses have traveled far as guests, do not lose your manners. His tone was calm, but it carried an undeniable royal authority. An obscure yet vast martial emperor pressure slowly spread, attempting to calm the situation, while also reminding Lin Fan here who the true master was. According to reason, as a subject, he should respectfully accept the command and step down. However. Chapter 107, No More Pretending, Time to Show the Cards.
Lin Fan slowly turned around. He did not release the crystalline chains on the Frost Sorceress, nor did he even glance at the Blood Emperor. Just raising a hand, facing the still limp bone envoy with dim soul fire on the ground, grasping emptily from afar.
Devour. Boom. A power of devouring even more tyrannical than before erupted.
The remaining death energy and soul fire essence of the bone envoy, even the law fragments contained in his King of War bones, were forcibly stripped away, turning into a gray-white gas stream that surged into Lin Fan's palm. Ugh! The bone envoy let out a final sharp scream of the soul, his entire set of bone armor turning to ashes, the soul fire in his eye sockets extinguished, becoming an ordinary skeleton that had completely lost its vitality. One of the 3 envoys under the skeletal throne, Peak King of War, dead. In front of the Blood Emperor, in front of all the guests, Lin Fan drained him dry.
Ding! Swallowed the royal envoys in public, unparalleled tyranny, show-off value plus 5,000. Current show-off value, 126,570 points. Lin Fan.
The Frost Envoy, witnessing this scene, screamed in horror, frantically struggling, but was completely unable to break free from the chains infused with strange coldness. On the high platform, the Blood Emperor's action of striking the handrail suddenly stopped. He slowly stood up, his dark golden royal robe moving without wind. In his blood-red pupils, for the first time, a chilling killing intent clearly emerged.
I said.
The Blood Emperor's voice was like ancient ice rubbing together, each word causing the temperature in the hall to drop sharply.
Enough. Boom. The true pressure of the King of War, no longer concealed, erupted with a roar. No longer was it the soothing tide from before, but like an entire sea of blood pouring down, like an ancient divine mountain collapsing, carrying the imperial laws that crush all things and determine life and death, heavily descending towards Lin Fan. The ground of the hall cracked inch by inch, countless tables and chairs splintered to dust. Except for a few peak King of War guest elders and envoys, all the other guests were brought to the ground by this imperial pressure, bleeding from mouth and nose, their souls trembling. This is the King of War. A life level with a fundamental difference from the King of War.
The domain was no longer a rudiment, but a nearly complete small world. The laws were no longer borrowed, but initially grasped. When the Blood Emperor was enraged, laying waste across miles, it was no empty words. Facing this terrifying imperial might that could crush peak kings of war into meat paste, Lin Fan finally raised his head, looking at the Blood Emperor. On his face, there was no fear, no respect, not even a ripple of emotion.
Only a kind of almost indifferent calmness.
Then, he spoke. His voice was not loud, but rang like thunder, exploding in the silent hall, echoing in the depths of every soul.
You? Are you teaching me to do things? Ding. Face the pressure of the King of War head-on, retorted, show-off value plus 8,000. Current show-off value, 134,570 points. Mad. Everyone felt Lin Fan was crazy. He actually dared to speak to a monarch in such a tone? He actually dared to question the Blood Emperor. Are you teaching me to do things, in the Blood Emperor's palace, in front of the Blood Emperor?
This was no longer arrogance, it was outright, courting death.
Good, very good.
The Blood Emperor, in extreme anger, laughed instead, blood light soaring into the sky, the entire hall seeming to transform into a bloody world.
I originally valued you, wishing to use you as a knife to expand territory. Didn't expect to raise a wolf that devours its master. Today, I will personally.
Before the Blood Emperor finished speaking,
Lin Fan moved.
He did not summon the Shura armor. Did not use the 9 styles of the martial god.
Not even operating the devouring heavenly demon skill.
He merely raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and lightly beckoned towards the Blood Emperor on the high platform.
So much nonsense.
If you want to fight, come down.
Let me see.
Lin Fan grinned, revealing his white teeth, his eyes burning with crazy and excited fighting intent.
You, Blood Emperor, how much do you weigh? Ding. Actively provoking the King of War, inviting the monarch to battle, show-off value plus 10,000. Current show-off value, 144,570 points. Boom. The Blood Emperor was completely furious. He had never suffered such humiliation. Being publicly challenged to battle by a junior who had just broken through to the King of War? Court death.
The Blood Emperor stepped out, his figure vanishing in place. In the next instant, he had appeared above Lin Fan, his right hand forming a claw, fiercely grabbing down towards Lin Fan's crown.
Blood Emperor claw. Tear the sky.
As a claw came out, the entire hall space seemed to be torn apart. 5 bloody claw marks pierced through the void, carrying terrifying force that could tear apart the laws and extinguish vitality. Enveloping all the space around Lin Fan to dodge. The martial emperor, filled with anger, strikes out. This claw is enough to tear a late-stage martial king into pieces.
Come on.
The sparkle in Lin Fan's eyes burst forth. Not only did he not retreat, but he also leaped up, tightly gripping his right fist, compressing the 3-color domain to its limit, and slammed his fist toward the claw that could tear the sky.
Martial God's 9 techniques open the world. The fist and claw collide. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying explosion. Centered on the point of collision, a destructive shockwave swept out like a tsunami. The roof of the Great Hall was directly blown away. The walls collapsed. The ground exploded into deep pits. The guests, collapsed on the ground, were swept away like straw, screaming in horror. Even the Frost Sorceress was shaken, and her ice crystal chain shattered, spewing blood and flying backwards. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a figure shot out, heavily crashing through several walls, plowing a chasm dozens of yards long in the square outside the hall before barely stopping. It was Lin Fan.
He knelt on one knee, his right sleeve completely shredded, his arm covered in spiderweb-like blood marks, a trickle of fresh blood oozing from his mouth, his breath slightly chaotic.
But he held on.
With the body of a martial king in the early stage, he withstood an enraged blow from the martial emperor, only suffering minor injuries. On the other hand, the Blood Emperor remained suspended in midair, but his outstretched right hand had the tips of his 5 fingers glowing with subtle gold black-blue energies, like maggots, constantly eroding away his Blood Emperor's aura.
3 types of laws fusing can actually erode my imperial aura? The Blood Emperor's pupils constricted, stunned in his heart. He had just used 70% of his strength with that claw and yet couldn't instantly kill Lin Fan? This guy's domain and aura were bizarre to the extreme. It seems that without using my true power, I really can't handle this wolf cub. The Blood Emperor's gaze turned completely cold, murderous intent boiling. He formed seals with both hands, blood light frantically gathering around him, and behind him fatally emerged the majestic shadow of an emperor clothed in royal garments, wearing a crown of peace and standing on a sea of blood. Bloodline divine power Blood Emperor descends. Boom! The Blood Emperor's aura surged wildly. His early-stage martial emperor cultivation, at this moment, forcibly soared to the peak of early-stage martial emperor, even touching the threshold of mid-stage martial emperor. This was a faint bloodline inherited from the ancient Blood Emperor within him. Under its burning, it could greatly increase his battle power for a short time. It was one of his trump cards. The cost was that afterwards, he would suffer severe exhaustion and even diminish his lifespan. But at this moment, the Blood Emperor had been completely provoked by Lin Fan and vowed to kill him on the spot as a warning. To force me to use my bloodline divine power, Lin Fan, you can be proud. The Blood Emperor's voice was like that of heavenly justice, vast and dignified. But now, the game is over. He raised his hand and pressed down toward Lin Fan below. Imperial Tao Supreme Technique Blood Sea Burial. Boom, boom, boom. Endless blood laws converged, transforming into a vast, surging sea of blood covering 100 yards and crashing down toward Lin Fan. In the blood sea, wailing souls screamed, eroding flesh, polluting souls, and containing terrifying laws such as suppression and decay. The power of this strike had truly reached the mid-stage martial emperor level. This was a guaranteed kill. The Blood Emperor was confident that even a true early-stage martial emperor facing this strike would be either dead or severely injured. Your Majesty means business. Bloodline divine power combined with Imperial Supreme Techniques Lin Fan is doomed. The remaining guests turned pale with horror and retreated frantically. The Frost Sorceress also looked pale, watching the surging tsunami-like blood sea pressing down, left only with a sense of relief. Lin Fan had not used his full strength against her earlier. Faced with this world-destroying blood sea burial, within the deep pit, Lin Fan slowly stood up straight. He wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the imposing Blood Emperor in the air, gazing at the endless blood sea crashing down. In his eyes, there was not a trace of despair. Instead, a cold smile flashed by, as if a plan had succeeded. System. He silently called in his heart. Purchase the Martial King version of the life-burning pill and use it directly. Ding. Consume 30,000 show-off points, purchase Martial King version of life-burning pill times 1. Remaining show-off points, 114,570 points. Boom! The violent medicinal power instantly ignited Lin Fan's life essence. His cultivation soared like a rocket, wildly shooting up. Peak of the early Martial King, mid-Martial King, peak of the mid-Martial King, late Martial King. In just a moment, his aura broke through shackles and reached the late stage of Martial King. The price was that his once black hair turned gray at a visible pace. His skin also lost some luster, and vitality was rapidly fading. But Lin Fan didn't care at all. No other reason, just skillful hands. He felt the explosive power surging within him, and let out a long howl towards the sky. Blood Emperor. Do you think you are the only one with hidden cards? As soon as the words fell. Shura armor. Merge. Buzz. Dark purple magic flames shot into the sky. The Eye of Judgment opened. The Shura Purgatory pole was in his hand. The Shura armor, under the cultivation of the late Martial King, was several times stronger than before. The patterns on the armor flowed as if alive, emitting a terrifying pressure that made the space wail. Transformation into freedom. Past body. Lin Fan roared, his hands forming seals, and the space violently rippled. A figure exactly like him, also wearing dark purple Shura armor and holding the Shura Purgatory pole, with aura surprisingly reaching the late Martial King, stepped out from the void. Past body Lin Fan. Summoning the past body of the late Martial King consumed a lot, but for Lin Fan, who was burning his life at this moment, it was nothing. Body. Past body. Dual late Martial King. Dual Shura armor. Now. Lin Fan's main body and past body looked up simultaneously at the overwhelming blood sea descending down, gazing at the Blood Emperor's suddenly changed expression in the air. 4 electronic eyes locked onto the same target. 2 against 1. Very fair. Kill. Boom. Boom. The main body and the past body turned into 2 streaks of dark purple lightning, soaring against the blood sea, charging skyward. 9 styles of the martial god breaking 10,000 laws. Suppressing heaven and earth. Opening the world.
The main body merged three styles, the pole transforming into a giant axe that slashed towards the center of the blood sea. Swallowing heaven, devil skill, swallowing heaven and devouring earth. The past body held its hands in an embrace, and a gigantic, pitch-black vortex appeared in front, crazily devouring the energy of the blood sea.
Two forces, one slashing and one swallowing, closing in from the inside and outside. Boom! A terrifying collision that could not be described in words. The giant axe split the blood sea open, creating a huge crack. The devouring vortex was like a bottomless black hole, wildly sucking the split blood sea inside. The Blood Emperor's expression changed wildly, frantically urging his chi, trying to maintain the blood sea, but that swallowing power was too bizarre and tyrannical, even his royal chi was being slowly consumed. Impossible. What kind of devil skill is this?
The killing skill that will end you. Lin Fan let out a long howl, crossing through the shattered blood sea, instantly teleporting in front of the Blood Emperor.
Sure, a purgatory pole, ultimate judgment.
On the pole blade, the patterns of the Eye of Judgment ignited to the extreme, blending the essence of the opening heaven fist, the devouring magic energy, and a trace of blood laws just analyzed from the blood sea, transforming into a terrifying three-colored radiance as if it could judge all beings, fiercely stabbing toward the Blood Emperor's chest. The Blood Emperor roared, his hands gathering bloodlight, forming a blood-colored shield inscribed with ancient runes, blocking in front of him.
Blood Emperor's shield. Defend. Clang.
The pole and shield collided like stars clashing. The blood-colored shield shook violently, the surface runes flickering and unstable, and the pole tip even pierced in half an inch. A raging energy storm shredded everything within hundreds of meters around them to dust.
Get lost.
The Blood Emperor burned his bloodline, power erupting again, pushing Lin Fan back. But in the next moment, past body Lin Fan already killed from the side, the Shura purgatory pole sweeping through thousands of troops, aiming straight at the Blood Emperor's waist. The Blood Emperor hurriedly defended, but was once again shaken to the point of blood surging.
The main body and past body worked seamlessly together, the offense like a storm, relentless.
One launched a frontal assault, the other an ambush from the side. One contained the ultimate force of opening heaven and earth, the other carried the ultimate devil skill of devouring all. Although the Blood Emperor possessed the peak cultivation of early martial king, he was actually being put in a difficult position and left in utter disarray by two late martial kings. His royal domain was firmly suppressed by Lin Fan's three-colored domain. Time of bloodline magic passes swiftly, the combination of life-burning pill and his transformation is too complicated.
With each loss and gain. Puff.
Finally, Blood Emperor made a slip, and his past self was pierced by a spear, causing a spray of royal blood. Although the wound was not deep, the devouring power within was crazily eroding his vitality.
Ah! I do not believe. I am the martial emperor. How could I be defeated by you?
Blood Emperor went completely mad, burning his essence blood without care, and the phantom of Blood Sovereign behind him solidified as he punched towards Lin Fan's main body. This punch contained all his lifelong cultivation and was a desperate strike fueled by burning his bloodline, with power nearly reaching the peak of mid-martial emperor.
Come!
Lin Fan's main body also showed a hint of madness, not dodging at all, pouring all his strength into the Azura raging hell spear, thrusting it towards the Blood Sovereign's punch imprint. This spear cuts down the emperor.
Boom!
The punch and spear collided again. This time, there was no stalemate. The terrifying recoil force sent both of them flying at the same time. Blood Emperor sprayed blood frantically, the phantom behind him dissipated, his aura plummeted, crashing heavily into the ground, creating a deep pit in the shape of a person. He struggled to get up, but coughed up blood again, his face pale like paper, his blood light dim, clearly suffering serious internal injuries. The backlash of bloodline magic began to show. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's main body was not doing well either. The effect of the life-burning pill started to fade, his gray hair turned snow-white, wrinkles appeared on his skin, and his aura rapidly fell from late martial king to early martial king, continuing to weaken. The Azura armor lifted, revealing his pale, aged face. The past self also slowly dissipated due to excessive consumption.
But, he stood. Holding the broken spear shaft, swaying yet still standing.
Step by step, he walked to the edge of the deep pit. Looking down, he saw Blood Emperor, gasping for breath, with disbelief and despair all over his face. Slowly raising the broken spear shaft, he pointed at him. His voice was hoarse yet firm.
You lost. Ding.
Defeated the martial emperor at a higher level, completed the act of killing an emperor, show-off points plus 20,000.
Ding. Achievement unlocked, the fall of the emperor?
No, it is the submission of the emperor. Reward, advanced lottery chances times 10, show-off points plus 50,000.
Current show-off points, 184,570 points.
Advanced lottery chances, 10 times.
Silence. An even deeper silence covered the ruined palace.
All the survivors, whether guests, guards, or generals under Blood Emperor, were like petrified. Dumbfounded, they looked at the figure standing at the edge of the pit, old and grey yet resembling a demon god, then glanced at the Blood Emperor at the bottom of the pit, once unstoppable but now gasping for breath. Blood Emperor has lost? Defeated by someone who just broke through to Martial King, relying on the life-burning pill and the secret technique of transformation? Hardly.
This completely overturned their understanding of martial arts.
Martial King countering Martial Emperor was not unheard of, but those in the legends were all unmatched prodigies, possessing fortuitous opportunities. Yet today, they witnessed the legend with their own eyes. Cough cough. At the bottom of the pit, Blood Emperor coughed violently, each cough resulting in fragments of his internal organs coming out, and he looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of unwillingness, anger, and a hint of confusion.
Why? He asked hoarsely. I treated you well, gave you power resources, why? Treated me well?
Lin Fan interrupted him, his voice cold.
Used me as a tool, disposable when used, this is called treating me well? Used me to shock the other two emperors, deflecting conflicts, this is called treating me well? When I lose my value, or when my brilliance threatens you, you would casually erase me, this is called treating me well? Blood Emperor was speechless.
Because what Lin Fan said was exactly what he thought in his heart.
In this world, strength is revered.
Lin Fan slowly crouched down, looking into Blood Emperor's eyes. You want to use me, I want to use you, there is no right or wrong.
It's just that now, my fist is bigger than yours.
So, the rules must follow mine.
Blood Emperor stared at him, you want to replace me? Replace you?
Lin Fan shook his head, suddenly smiling, the smile containing a kind of ambition that Blood Emperor could not understand.
Your vision is too small. A small blood prison battlefield East District, a Martial Emperor early level throne, what's that?
He leaned in a bit closer. Lowering the voice, yet like a devil's whisper, it entered the Blood Emperor's ears.
Do you want to know what scenery lies above the Martial Emperor? Do you want to know how many vast worlds exist outside the blood prison battlefield? Do you want to break through Martial Sovereign, or even higher, to see the true peak of martial arts?
The Blood Emperor's pupils contracted suddenly.
Above the Martial Emperor? Martial Sovereign? Higher?
These words thundered like a storm in his mind. He had been trapped in the early stage of Martial Emperor for 100 years, fully aware of the difficulty of breaking through. A higher realm was like a mirage to him.
You know the way to break through? The Blood Emperor's voice trembled, unsure if it was due to his injuries or excitement. I don't know.
Lin Fan replied calmly, but I know that trapped in this small place, you will never have the chance to know.
Follow me.
Lin Fan stood up, looking down at the Blood Emperor with an undeniable tone.
I will take you out.
I will take you to see a broader world, to seize greater opportunities, to climb higher realms. In exchange, your life, your power, everything about you, will temporarily belong to me.
This transaction.
Lin Fan paused, his gaze freezing.
Will you do it, or not?
At the bottom of the pit, the Blood Emperor fell silent. He looked at Lin Fan's eyes, though aged but still burning with ambition, feeling the intimidating will that, although weakened, was still heart-stopping.
Defeat was defeat. His life was in the hands of the other. And the pie drawn by the other was too tempting. Martial Sovereign, higher, a broader world.
The Blood Emperor closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if using up all his strength. When he opened them again, only despair and a touch of resignation remained. He struggled, with his heavily injured body, slowly kneeling on one knee before Lin Fan at the edge of the pit, lowering his once proud head. This Blood Sovereign is willing to serve Lord Lin as master.
In this life,
I will follow Lord Lin, battling across the heavens, willing to die 1,000 times. The voice was not loud, but like thunder, announcing a complete change in the Eastern District's structure.
Ding! Subduing the Martial Emperor Blood Emperor, show-off value plus 30,000. Current show-off value, 214,570 points.
Lin Fan looked at the kneeling Blood Emperor, a satisfied smile appearing on his pale face. He raised his hand, sending a blood talisman he crafted, containing the restrictions of the sky-swallowing demon technique, into the Blood Emperor's brow. This talisman can help you heal, and it will allow me to sense your life and death as well as your location.
Don't harbor any ill thoughts, or else, your soul will be annihilated. The Blood Emperor's body trembled, and he said softly, this subordinate dares not. Good.
Lin Fan turned around, looking at the guests and commanders in the ruins, who were as silent as cold cicadas. His voice echoed in all directions. From this day forth, Blood Emperor City is renamed Azura City.
In the Eastern District, I am the respected one. Anyone with objections?
He paused, his gaze sweeping over the Frost Messenger and every guest.
Can stand up now. No one dared to move. Even the Blood Emperor had been defeated and surrendered, who would dare to object? Since there are none. Lin Fan looked up towards the direction of the Bone Wasteland and the Ice Spirit Royal Domain.
His eyes flickered with a cold light.
Then next. It's time to pay a visit to the other two emperors.
Chapter 109, The Two Emperors Come in Person, Free to Transform, Now in Body. Above the ruins of the Blood Emperor Palace, there was silence. Lin Fan's line, "It's time to visit the other two emperors," was like a huge rock thrown into still water, causing turbulent waves in everyone's hearts.
But no one dared to question.
In the previous battle, Lin Fan, at the early stage of Martial King, had physically forced the Blood Emperor, who was at the early stage of Martial Emperor, to kneel and submit. This was no longer a challenge across levels, this was a reversal against an emperor, a legend that would be recorded in the annals of the Blood Prison battlefield. The Frost Messenger's face was as pale as paper. She witnessed the entire process of the Bone Messenger being drained and the Blood Emperor being suppressed, and now she couldn't even muster the courage to escape.
Lord Lin.
Her voice trembled, "I am willing to represent your Majesty the Ice Spirit, to you."
"You cannot represent."
Lin Fan interrupted her, without even glancing at her, simply saying to the Blood Emperor, who was kneeling on one knee behind him, "Blood Emperor, take her to the side hall, and treat her well."
The Ice Spirit Emperor's people should know a lot of interesting information.
The Blood Emperor struggled to rise. Although heavily injured, he still had the foundation of a martial emperor. His gaze was icy as he swept over the Frost Envoy. "As you command, Lord Lin." The Frost Envoy trembled all over, wanting to say something more, but was bound by a blood barrier from the Blood Emperor and dragged directly away from the ruins. The other guests, seeing this, fell silent as if frozen in fear.
Only then did Lin Fan turn around, looking at his 500 personal guards and the hurriedly arriving Su Muyu, Xinyu, Hongling, and others.
"Muyu, Xinyu, you take people to clear the ruins and rebuild the Shura Palace. Hongling, tally up all the resources, troops, and industry details under the Blood Emperor. I want to see the report within 3 time periods. Old Knife, bring the personal guard team to take over the defense of Blood Emperor City. All blood soldiers will be temporarily under your control, those who disobey will be killed." Commands were clearly issued, and everyone responded in unison, their eyes filled with fervor. This is their lord, who had just defeated a martial emperor and was now calmly taking control of the largest power in the Eastern District.
Ding! Swiftly taking control after battle, demonstrating leadership style, show-off value plus 3,000. Current show-off value, 217,570 points.
Lin Fan sat cross-legged, with various resources piled in front of him taken from the Blood Emperor's treasure vault, blood crystals piled high, medicinal herbs emitting an unusual fragrance, and several items radiating waves of law. His face remained pale, his hair completely white, and the wrinkles on his skin had not fully faded. The backlash from the burning life pill was heavier than he had expected. If it weren't for his solid foundation when breaking through to Martial King, he might have fallen in rank by now.
System, exchange for 10 high-level draws, merge into a diamond draw. Ding!
Consume 10 high-level draw opportunities, merged into diamond-level draw ×1.
Would you like to draw now? Draw.
The diamond roulette shone brightly, the pointer spinning rapidly. This time, it stopped on an item that caused Lin Fan's pupils to shrink. "Congratulations, host.
You've obtained Time Reversal Symbol, 1-time use. Time Reversal Symbol, 1-time use. Grade, Divine Level, Flawed.
Description: a heaven-defying divine symbol containing fragments of the time law. Using it allows one state to return to any moment one day prior. Only usable in non-death status, and memory is retained after the reversal. Warning: using it will incur backlash from the time law. Specific effects are unknown.
Use with caution. Time reversal?
Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with brilliance.
This thing was like a second life.
Although it's one-time use and carries considerable risk,
at a critical moment, it could reverse life and death. A good thing. I'll keep it for now.
He carefully stored the divine symbol deep within the system space. Then, his gaze fell on the resources in front of him. Swallowing Heaven's Devil Art, give me strength. Lin Fan formed seals with his hands, and dark magic energy surged from his palms, turning into 2 whirlpools that enveloped the mountain of blood crystals and medicinal herbs in front of him. Buzz. Pure energy surged into Lin Fan's body like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. The Swallowing Heaven's Devil Art operated at full force, quickly refining this energy, transforming it into nutrients to heal injuries and replenish the essence of life.
Time quietly passed. Lin Fan's injuries were steadily improving.
But at the same time, Lin Fan also noticed the limitations of the Swallowing Heaven's Devil Art.
Devouring ordinary resources is still too slow in efficiency. He looked at the system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Cultivation, Early Martial King, Steady.
Techniques: Swallowing Heaven's Devil Art, upper section, can be cultivated to Martial King Peak. 9 forms of the Martial God, Flawed, Transformation into Freedom Technique.
Show-off value, 217,570 points.
Items: Time Reversal Symbol ×1, Shura Armor. The upper section of the Swallowing Heaven's Devil Art can only be cultivated to the peak of Martial King. To break through to Martial Emperor, one must either obtain the middle section or create their own path.
System, how long until the 0.1 discount mall refreshes? Ding.
0.1 discount mall cooling time, refreshes in 2 hours and 13 minutes.
Then I'll wait.
Lin Fan closed his eyes and continued to devour resources.
2 time periods later. Ding. 0.1 discount mall has refreshed. This week's products are as follows. Lin Fan's spirits lifted, and his consciousness sank into the mall. It was still the 5 products phantoms floating in the area bright with red light. Product 1, Chaos Blue Lotus Seed, Fake. Original price, $999999999 show-off value. 0.1 discount price, $9999999 show-off value. Description, a replica of the seeds produced by the Chaos Blue Lotus, containing a trace of chaotic energy. Consuming it can reshape one's foundation and enhance the quality of techniques. Using it below Martial King will definitely lead to explosion and death. Lin Fan twitched the corner of his mouth. Skip. Item 2, Void Beast Cub Egg. Original price, 800 million show-off points. Discount price, 8 million show-off points. Description, a rare beast egg that controls the laws of space by nature, infinite potential after hatching. Requires daily nurturing with essence blood, hatching period is random. Warm reminder, if you can't raise it, don't buy it, if hungry, it may even bite its owner. Skip again. Item 3, Destiny Roulette Experience Ticket, one time. Original price, 500,000 show-off points. Discount price, 5,000 show-off points. Description, temporarily boosts luck for 15 minutes after use. During this time, blessings deepen, but may trigger unknown causality. Warm reminder, gamblers, a second choice, the unlucky should use with caution. This is somewhat interesting. Lin Fan's gaze continued moving down. Item 4, Martial Sovereign Breaking Barrier Pill, Imitation. Original price, 3 million show-off points. Discount price, 30,000 show-off points. Description, imitation of the ancient breaking barrier pill, can increase the probability of breaking through Martial Sovereign by 30%. Side effect, regression by one major realm upon failure. Item 5, Transformation into Freedom Technique, Middle Fragment. Original price, 10 million show-off points. Discount price, 100,000 show-off points. Description, a middle fragment of the Transformation into Freedom technique, includes the initial refinement method of current self and some insights on time and space. Completing it allows summoning the current self, strength synchronized with the main body. Warning, high talent in time and space is needed for cultivation, otherwise, one's soul may go mad, forever falling into nothingness. Seeing the last item, Lin Fan's breath quickened. The Transformation into Freedom technique middle fragment. What he was currently cultivating was merely a fragment, allowing him to summon his past self with only 1% of his true strength, and for a very short time. If he could obtain the middle fragment and cultivate the current self, with strength synchronized with the main body, that would be like having an identical double. The joy of 2 against 1, he had just experienced, that was the result of the life-burning pill and the hastily catalyzed transformation into freedom fragment, at a huge cost. If he could truly cultivate the current self. System, purchase the Destiny Roulette Experience Ticket and the Transformation into Freedom Technique Middle Fragment. Ding. Consume 5,000 plus 100,000 is equal to 105,000 show-off points, purchase successful. Remaining show-off points, 112,570. Items have been stored in the system space. Looking at the drastically reduced show-off points, Lin Fan felt a moment of pain, but his gaze quickly became firm. Worth it. The middle fragment of the Transformation into Freedom technique was enough to fundamentally change his combat power. Let's cultivate first. Lin Fan took out the ancient black jade slip and pressed it against his forehead. Boom. A massive amount of information surged into his mind. Mysteries of time and space, the refinement of the double, the true essence of the present. Countless profound methods and insights were etched into the depths of his soul like a brand. Ding. Enlightened by the Transformation into Freedom technique middle fragment, consumed 50,000 show-off points. Remaining show-off points, 62,570. Lin Fan closed his eyes, immersed in cultivation. Uncertain how long it passed. Suddenly, outside the secret chamber, hurried footsteps echoed, followed by Hong Ling's slightly tense voice. Master Lin. Urgent report. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, a flash of silver timespace light flickering deep within his pupils. Come in. Hong Ling pushed the door open and entered, her expression serious. I just received a message from the Border Scouts. There's a large-scale troop movement simultaneously from the Bone Wasteland and the Ice Spirit Emperor domain. 2 armies, each with about 8,000 elite troops, are encircling Ashura City from the east and west. The leaders of the armies are the Bone Emperor and the Ice Spirit Emperor themselves. Both emperors are coming. Hong Ling's voice trembled. 2 martial emperors, 16,000 elites, expected, in 3 hours, they will be at the city. Chapter 110, sorry, it seems there are too many people. Two emperors leading the charge. They intend to take advantage of the Blood Emperor's recent defeat and Lin Fan's unstable footing to entirely destroy Ashura City, dividing the eastern zone. Despair filled Hong Ling's eyes. Master Lin, should we avoid the heat for now? Avoid heat? Lin Fan chuckled. He slowly stood up, stretched his neck, and his bones cracked loudly. I just finished cultivating and was worried about not having a place to try my new methods. And they just delivered themselves to my door. How considerate. Ding. Facing two emperors without changing color, sarcasm maxed out, show-off points plus 5,000. Current show-off points, 67,570. Hong Ling was stunned. Master, you. Issue an order. Lin Fan walked to the secret chamber's window, looking out at the distant, dim red sky. All guards of Shura City, hold your positions. Open the city gates. I alone am enough. Hong Ling's pupil shrank. Lord Lin. But there are two martial emperors. 16,000 elite troops. You just fought a major battle, and your injuries are not healed, how can you? Before she could finish speaking, the door to the secret chamber was pushed open again. Dressed in a black battle robe, the Blood Emperor, whose aura had recovered to 70 to 80%, strode in. He knelt on one knee and said solemnly, Lord Lin, my injuries have recovered 60%, and I can hold back one of the emperors. Please, grant me a chance to make up for my past mistakes. The Blood Emperor's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He had lost to Lin Fan and was convinced. But the Bone Emperor and the Ice Phoenix Emperor? Those two old ones, back in the day, did not stop challenging him openly and secretly. Now that he was loyal to Lin Fan, it was time for him to prove his worth. However, Lin Fan only glanced at him lightly. You? Take care of your injuries, guard the city well. Those two old things. Lin Fan grinned, his smile rebellious, with a crazy and excited light flickering in his eyes. I haven't had enough fun yet. Just right, let's try my new toy on them. The Blood Emperor shivered all over and looked up at Lin Fan, seeing the deep gaze that seemed to have time and space flowing within it. 3 hours later. Outside the east gate of Shura City, the vast wasteland. The colors of the heavens and earth changed. From the east, a grayish-white death energy spread like a tide, withering the grass and trees, and rotting the earth. 8,000 Bone Legion marched in step, each footstep shaking the ground. At the forefront of the Legion, a towering figure 3 zhang tall, clad in sinister bone armor with deep purple soul flames burning in its eye sockets, stepped on a bone dragon, soaring through the air. Bone Emperor. He held a twisted scepter made of countless vertebrae, at the top of which a skull emitted a wave of terrifying laws that made souls tremble. To the west, an icy blue cold wave swept across the world, with the temperature dropping to absolute zero, and countless ice crystals forming in the air. 8,000 Ice Phoenix guards were like ice sculptures, silent and murderous. At the forefront, a woman dressed in ice blue palace attire, wearing a crown, with a stunningly beautiful but cold face like eternal frozen ice, sat on a war chariot pulled by 9 ice phoenixes, slowly approaching. Ice Phoenix Emperor. She held a spinning ice crystal orb in her hand, which seemed to seal a world of ice and snow, radiating a terrifying coldness that froze time and space. The two emperors had arrived. The pressure of the martial emperors was like two invisible mountains, fiercely pressing down on Shura City. On the city wall, all the guards turned pale, and many weaker ones had already collapsed on the ground, unable to stand up. This is the might of the emperors. Unlike the Blood Emperor, the Bone Emperor and Ice Phoenix Emperor were in their prime state, leading their most elite troops. Blood Emperor. Get out here. The Bone Emperor's voice echoed like the cries of 10,000 ghosts, resonating through the heavens and the earth. To submit to a young martial king is to disgrace the dignity of martial emperors. Today, I will flatten your Shura City, and extract the soul of your so-called Lin Lord, to serve as an example. The Ice Phoenix Emperor's cold voice followed, each word seeming to freeze the soul. Blood Emperor, if you change sides now, capture Lin Fan, and offer him to me, I can spare your life. Otherwise, your Blood Emperor's city will change its name today. The voices of the two emperors echoed across the wasteland. On the city wall, the Blood Emperor's face darkened, and he was about to respond. Suddenly, a casual voice came from the sky. Hey, you two old brothers and sisters, having a nice chat? Want to create a group for convenient head-giving in the future? After all, it's rare to see you two team up to give away your heads. The Bone Emperor and Ice Phoenix Emperor suddenly looked up. They saw a figure in black clothing and black hair suspended high in the sky, grinning widely while looking at them. It was Lin Fan. He actually stepped out of Shura City alone and arrived in front of the two emperors. Ding. Provoking two emperors alone, show-off value plus 8,000. Current show-off value, 75,570 points. The purple fire in the Bone Emperor's eye socket surged, pointing the scepter. Lin Fan? You dare to come out alone? You're really looking for death.
The Ice Spirit Emperor's beautiful eyes sparkled with cold light, her spiritual sense swiftly scanning the surroundings.
Confirming there was no ambush, she coldly said, "Arrogant fool. Do you think just because you defeated the Blood Emperor, you can look down on everyone?"
Lin Fan dug in his ears, looking quite impatient.
"You talk too much. You too, will you come one by one, or both at the same time? I am in a hurry. After all." He grinned, revealing his stark white teeth. "If I wipe you out, the Eastern District will be unified. Then I can head to the Central District sooner." Ding! The two emperors personally led the charge, and the protagonist faced them alone, swagger points plus 5,000. Current swagger points, 80,570. High-level lottery chances, 0. System shop cooldown, refresh in 6 days and 23 hours.
Lin Fan's light words, like a spark falling into oil, instantly ignited the towering wrath of the Bone Emperor and the Ice Spirit Emperor.
Arrogant!
The Bone Emperor hurled to the sky, deep purple soul fire rising fiercely, as he brought his spine staff down hard onto the dragon skull.
Boom!
Centered on him, a grayish-white domain of death instantly enveloped the surrounding area within 1,000 feet. Within the domain, grass and trees turned to ash, the earth cracked and rotted, as countless vengeful spirits and bones crawled out from underground, letting out shrill wails. This was the Bone Emperor's field of 10,000 bones, dedicated to devouring life and eroding souls, formed from countless years of death energy accumulated in the Bone Wasteland. At the same time, the Ice Spirit Emperor moved as well. She lightly raised her jade hand, and the ice crystal orb floated up, shining with countless ice blue rays of light.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
The visible cold wave crazily spread from her center, freezing space and stagnating time. Even the drifting death energy turned into ice crystals and fell.
Ice sealed eternal domain. The two great emperors' domains unfolded simultaneously, stacking upon each other, and their power skyrocketed.
Gray-white and ice blue intertwined, the dead silence and frozen barrier completely sealed off the space where Lin Fan stood. At the center of the domain, Lin Fan felt a terrifying eroding power crazily tearing at his body, and a freezing chill penetrating directly to his soul. If he had not broken through to the Martial King and had the protection of the three-colored domain, he would have likely lost his life and had his spirit frozen by now. The two emperors' domains are indeed interesting.
He. But this is just the right intensity.
Lin Fan licked his slightly cracked lips, yet his eyes burned with even hotter battle intent. System, purchase the Martial King version of the life-consuming pill, and use it.
Ding!
Consume 30,000 swagger points, purchased Martial King version life-consuming pill X1.
Remaining swagger points, 50,570. Boom!
The violent medicinal power erupted like a volcano, instantly igniting his life source. His hair turned gray again at a visible speed, wrinkles appearing on his skin as his life force rapidly drained.
But at the same time, his aura skyrocketed like a rocket. Martial King early peak. Martial King mid-stage. Martial King mid-stage peak.
Martial King late stage. In just a breath, Lin Fan's realm forcibly surged to late-stage Martial King.
There was a price to pay. But Lin Fan didn't care at all.
Life can be replenished. If I don't show off for a day, I feel uncomfortable all over.
Not just show off, but show off big time. Shura armor merge. Wong. Dark purple demonic flames erupted like a volcano from the nine hells, soaring into the sky.
This time, with the support of late-stage Martial King cultivation, the power of the Shura armor completely erupted. On the surface of the armor, menacing spikes seemed to come alive, extending and growing, while the ghostly blue energy flames at the joints surged several times, and the Judgment Eye at the center of the chest fully opened, its crimson light sweeping the world, causing even the two emperors' domains to tremble slightly. A dark purple demon, 3 meters tall, stood in the air, holding the Shura infernal glaive, with swirling gold, black, and blue lights, emitting a terrifying pressure that ripped apart the laws and judged all beings.
Not enough. Lin Fan growled lowly, his hands forming mysterious seals as the power of time and space gathered in his palms. Transformation into freedom past self, appear. Wong.
The space twisted, and a figure exactly like Lin Fan's real body emerged, but with slightly weaker aura, about 70% of his real self. A figure draped in dark purple Shura armor stepped out from the river of time.
In the past stood Lin Fan.
Holding a somewhat illusory Shura purgatory spear, he stood to the left of his original self.
Transformation into freedom, current self, condense.
Lin Fan formed a seal again. This time, the fluctuations of time and space became even more intense. A figure completely identical to Lin Fan's original form, with the same aura, cultivation level, armor, and weapon, emerged from the time of now, standing to the right of his original self.
Current self Lin Fan.
His strength synced with the original self, also at the late stage of Martial King, and equally clad in complete Shura armor.
One main body, 2 avatars. 3 dark purple demonic beings stood in a triangular formation, 3 pairs of electronic eyes simultaneously locking onto the Bone Emperor and Ice Soul Emperor below. 3 against 2.
Lin Fan's original self spoke, his voice transmitted through the amplification array of the armor, filled with unabashed mockery.
Sorry, it's a bit crowded, allow me to apologize. Ding.
Burning life breakthrough, dual bodies appearing simultaneously, 3 against 2 formation suppression, show off value plus 10,000.
Current show off value, 60,570 points. Chapter 111, if you're ugly, don't come out to scare people. Silence.
On the desolate plain, 16,000 elites, along with Blood Emperor Hong Ling and others on the city wall, were all dumbfounded.
3 Lin Fans?
And each one exuded the terrifying aura of the late-stage martial king, clad in that strange dark purple king rank battle armor. The Blood Emperor was stunned.
Damn, he wasn't even using his full power when fighting me.
Lin Fan, laughing to death, he didn't use full power either.
At the same time, the Blood Emperor felt a bit of relief. At least it proved that the opponent didn't really want to kill him. How to put it, he just didn't understand Lin Fan's speed of power increase enough. Avatar technique? And there are 2?
The Bone Emperor's eyes burned with purple fire, his voice filled with disbelief.
Impossible. The Avatar technique can summon at most 1, and its strength is far inferior to the original. What kind of skill is this?
Ice Soul Emperor also exclaimed in shock, for the first time showing a serious expression on her stunning face. They originally thought that even if Lin Fan had a trump card, he would at most summon 1 helper.
Who knew, the opponent summoned 2 directly.
And 1 at 70% of the original strength, 1 completely identical to the original.
3 against 2. Quantity suppression. Now.
Lin Fan's original self slowly raised the Shura Purgatory Spear, the spear tip pointing towards the Bone Emperor.
The game begins. As the words fell, the 3 dark purple demonic beings moved simultaneously. Kill.
Lin Fan's original self transformed into a purple lightning bolt, charging at the Bone Emperor. On the spear blade, the fusion of heaven-opening fist intent, devouring demonic energy, and judgment power clashed together, a single strike tearing through space.
Old Bone, your domain, so disgusting. Break for me. The Bone Emperor raged, you little brat seeking death.
He swung the spine staff, the domain of myriad bones decaying and thriving crazily contracted, endless death energy turned into grey-white bone dragons, roaring towards Lin Fan. At the same time, the bone dragon beneath him opened its massive mouth and spat out the revenant dragon breath that could corrode Martial King's vigor. Boom! The spear light collided with the bone dragons, death energy and 3-color energy frantically annihilating each other. At this moment, current self Lin Fan had killed in front of Ice Soul Emperor. Old maid, your ice lump domain, it's cool, but too hard. Let me break it? Current self Lin Fan grinned, although it couldn't be seen through the faceplate, sweeping his Shura Purgatory Spear, the judgment power mixed with a trace of Ice Soul laws just learned from Ice Soul Emperor's domain, transformed into an ice blue spear light, fiercely slashing towards the frozen eternal domain. You dare to steal my law? Ice Soul Emperor was both shocked and angry, her jade hand waved, the ice crystal pearl shone brightly, countless ice crystal spears condensed out of thin air, shooting towards current self like a rainstorm. Clang 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 clang. Current self didn't dodge at all, letting the ice spears crash against the armor, exploding with a series of sparks, yet leaving not a single white mark. Use a bit of strength, I can handle it. Current self taunted fully, striking down on the surface of the frozen domain, with a snap, a fine crack even appeared in the domain. At the same time, in the past, Lin Fan was not idle. Although he only had 70% of his original strength, it was more than enough to deal with those elite legions. Xiangqi. It's time to eat. Roar. Xiangqi, hiding in Lin Fan's shadow, roared out, its body instantly expanding to 10 zhang, the terrifying pressure of a 5th-grade fierce beast mixed with the wild and fierce aura of ancient bloodlines, erupting explosively. Heavenly talent, divine ability, devour heaven and earth change. Xiangqi opened its massive blood-red mouth. This time, it did not devour energy, but instead devoured space. Centered on its giant mouth, the space within 100 zhang shattered like a mirror, revealing the dark chaotic void below. A horrifying pulling force erupted, and hundreds of white bone warriors and ice crystal guards charging at the front, without even having time to scream, were pulled into the chaotic void and shredded into pieces. You beast! Stop being so arrogant! One of the mid-stage Bone King's generals roared as he charged forward, a bone sword in hand slashing towards Xiangqi. Your opponent is me. Lin Fan's past self flashed, blocking in front of the Bone General, thrusting out a spear. Clang! The Bone General, along with the sword, was blasted away 100 zhang, his tiger's mouth shattered, and his soul fire flickering. Late-stage warrior king? This clone is this strong? The Bone General was horrified. Surprised? Lin Fan's past self swung the spear tip, his tone calm. There is even more surprising to come. His figure flashed again, directly charging into the enemy's formation. Wherever he passed, bones shattered, ice armor exploded, like a tiger entering a sheepfold, no one could stop him.
Ding. 3 bodies in action, suppressing the double emperors, slaughtering elites, show-off value plus 8,000. Current show-off value, 68,570 points. In the high-altitude battlefield.
Lin Fan's main body had already fought with the Bone King for dozens of rounds. Spear Light and Bone Dragons collided wildly, the realm of death and the three-color realm eroding each other, the space constantly exploding and healing. The Bone King became increasingly alarmed as he fought. This Lin Fan, clearly only a late-stage warrior king, thanks to the burning life pill, but his combat power was close to the early-stage warrior emperor. The defense of that battle armor was simply unbeatable, his death aura erosion and Bone Dragon's bites barely sparked a few embers upon impact. And that strange spear technique, fused with the power of 3 laws, consumed his death aura with every collision, dissecting the structure of his realm.
I can't drag this out. Must end it quickly.
A ruthless glint flashed in the Bone King's eyes as he suddenly bit his tongue, if he had one, spraying out pure Emperor's bone blood, merging it into the spine scepter. Bloodline forbidden technique, 10,000 bones bow to the Emperor's descent.
Boom.
The skull at the top of the scepter erupted with piercing purple light, a towering phantom standing 100 zhang tall, adorned in imperial robes and wearing a bone crown, slowly emerged from the void. The ancestor's phantom of the Bone King, a fragment of the will of the ancient Bone Emperor. Although it had only 1/1000th of its power, it was nonetheless the will of an emperor-level existence. The moment the phantom appeared, the death aura in the entire world wildly gathered, even suppressing the Ice Crystal Emperor's icy realm by 30%. Youngster. To force this emperor to use the ancestral blood forbidden technique, you are worthy of pride. The Bone King's aura plummeted, clearly exerting this technique came at a huge cost, but his eyes were filled with madness.
Now, let this emperor die.
The Bone Emperor's phantom slowly raised its hand, pointing down at Lin Fan. This finger seemed to carry the silence and decay of countless ages from the entire Bone Wasteland, embodying the ultimate law of all things shall return to dust. Before the finger arrived, the space around Lin Fan began to disintegrate and vanish, the 3-color realm trembled violently, showing signs of collapse.
Emperor-level forbidden technique?
Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly, but then he grinned.
What a coincidence. I have one too.
He suddenly thrust the Shura Purgatory Spear into the void, clasping his hands together, 3-color light crazily surged into the spear.
Heaven-swallowing demon art. 9 styles of the war god. Shura judgment. 3 laws unite.
Lin Fan roared to the sky, his gray hair dancing wildly.
This spear is named Emperor Subduing. Boom.
On the spear blade, gold, black, and blue light completely fused, transformed into a chaotic gray light of a spear, charging towards the descending finger of the Bone Emperor.
Rise against the reverse slash.
On one side is the forbidden technique containing the will of an emperor. On the other side is a unique killing move that merges 3 laws.
Needles point at each other. Boom. An indescribable terrifying explosion. At the point of collision, a black hole with a diameter of over 1,000 zhang exploded, wildly devouring everything around it. Energy tempest surged like a flood bursting its banks, sweeping in all directions as the armies battling on the wasteland were blown away like straw, cries of agony rising. Even the Ice Phantom Emperor and Lin Fan had to temporarily halt their fight, each raising their domains to withstand the impact. At the center of the explosion. Crack. A clear sound of shattering rang out. The Bone Emperor's phantom, with its finger pressed down, began to shatter from the tip. Next, the entire arm, then half of the body. The phantom let out a roar of unwillingness, finally disintegrating completely, transforming into a sky full of death energy that scattered. The grayish spear light that Lin Fan struck out also slowly dissipated after defeating the phantom, energy exhausted. Poof. The Bone Emperor spewed out a mouthful of purple-black royal blood, and the spine staff in his hand snapped in two with a crack, his aura falling to rock bottom. Forbid dance technique broken, ancestral blood backfired. He looked in disbelief at that dark purple figure in the air, though its aura was somewhat disordered, it still stood unyielding. You actually broke my ancestral blood forbidden technique? Is it that difficult? Lin Fan's voice was hoarse yet still carried a mocking tone. Your forbidden technique looks quite impressive. But in reality... He paused and spat out a few words. Homemade little hamburger by old 8. Ding. Hard-hitting a royal-level forbidden technique and counter-killing, extreme ridicule, show-off value plus 12,000. Current show-off value, 80,570 points. The Bone Emperor trembled in anger, wanting to say something more. Suddenly. A piercing scream from the Ice Phantom Emperor. Bone. Be careful. The Bone Emperor turned his head sharply. He saw that, at some point, Lin Fan had actually abandoned his entanglement with the Ice Phantom Emperor, silently appearing behind him. And the Ice Phantom Emperor was entangled with past Lin Fan and Xiangqi, completely unable to provide help.
Old bone, remember this in your next life. Present Lin Fan raised the Azura Purgatory Spear, the patterns of the Eye of Judgment burning to the extreme on the spear blade. If you look ugly, don't scare people out here. At the end of his words, the spear light flashed.
Put. The Bone Emperor's skull, engulfed in purple flames, soared into the sky. Royal blood sprinkled across the sky. Cause of death, being ugly. Ding. Slaying the Bone Emperor, show-off value plus 15,000. Current show-off value, 95,570 points. Chapter 112, the Ice Phantom Emperor surrenders, and another general joins.
The Bone Emperor's head traced an arc in the air, deep purple soul flames dragged a mournful trajectory, before it finally thudded down onto the frozen wasteland, rolling a few times, the flames in its eye sockets gradually extinguishing.
An emperor has fallen.
One of the three great emperors of the Eastern District, ruling the Bone Wasteland for hundreds of years, the Bone Emperor has now lost his head, soul scattered.
The world fell into complete silence.
Even the howling cold wind and the raging energy tempest seemed to freeze at this moment. Below, 16,000 elite warriors, whether from the Bone Legion or Ice Phantom Guards, all froze in place, their weapons clattering to the ground, eyes filled with endless fear and confusion.
The Emperor is dead? The supreme and nearly invincible Emperor in their minds, just like that, was slain? Your Majesty has fallen.
A Bone General slumped to the ground, soul flames flickering, faith collapsing.
In the sky.
The Ice Phantom Emperor stared blankly at the rolling head, then looked up at the three figures in the air, like demonic gods, her beautiful face revealed, fear for the first time. True terror emanating from the depths of her soul. For hundreds of years, she had fought against the Bone Emperor in the light and shadows, fully aware of his strength. The Bone Emperor's forbidden technique, all bones worship the ruler, required even her to avoid its edge and pay a great price just to defend against it. And Lin Fan actually faced it head-on, smashing the forbidden technique and killing the Bone Emperor.
Does this not mean that Lin Fan's strength has already surpassed the ordinary martial emperor of the initial stage?
Even more terrifying is that the opponent has two avatars. One has the same strength as the main body, while the other possesses 70% of the main body's battle power.
3 against 1, what does she have to fight with? Escape. Must escape. The Ice Soul Empress almost instantly made a decision.
What dignity of a sovereign, what dominance of the Eastern District, all are nothing compared to her life.
Ice Phoenix escape technique, 9 Heavens Ice Shadow.
She formed a seal with her jade-like hands, and the 9-headed Ice Phoenix beneath her let out a mournful cry simultaneously, exploding with a loud bang, turning into 9 beams of ice blue light, shooting out in 9 different directions. Each beam of light exuded the same aura as her main body, incredibly fast, instantly disappearing at the edge of sight. This is the Ice Soul Empress's ultimate escape technique, sacrificing 9 Ice Phoenixes cultivated over hundreds of years to create 9 indistinguishable escape shadows. Even a mid-level martial emperor would find it hard to distinguish the real body for a moment.
Want to run?
Lin Fan, the main body, chuckled coldly and did not even move.
Now body, go. Yes. The current body Lin Fan responded and instantly vanished. The next moment, 100 miles away, in front of a beam of ice blue light, the space twisted, and a dark purple demon god appeared out of thin air, slashing down with a spear. Puff. The ice blue light shattered, revealing nothing inside, it was fake.
At the same time, the past body Lin Fan also moved, chasing after another beam of light. But the true body of the Ice Soul Empress had already mixed in with the 9 beams of light, madly fleeing towards the territory of the Ice Soul Empress.
Pretty fast. Lin Fan, the main body, raised an eyebrow, a hint of silver light flashing in his eyes, space affinity talent activated.
In his perception, the spatial trajectories of the 9 beams of light were clearly visible, among which one had a denser trajectory and contained a faint life fluctuation.
Found you. Lin Fan, the main body, took a step forward, blending into the void. Teleport. 1,000 miles away.
The Ice Soul Empress revealed her form, her face pale, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The cost of using 9 Heavens Ice Shadow was enormous, her aura had now dropped to the peak of a martial king, and her origin was injured. But she dared not pause for a moment, gritting her teeth and continuing to flee. As long as she escaped back to the territory of the Ice Soul Empress and activated the protective formation, no matter how strong Lin Fan was, he couldn't break through for a while.
However, where do you think you're going, beauty?
A flippant voice, like a ghost, echoed in front of her. The Ice Soul Empress froze all over, raising her head sharply. In the void ahead, Lin Fan, the main body, stood with his arms crossed, leisurely floating there as if he had been waiting for a long time.
You, how is this possible? The Ice Soul Empress's voice trembled. Your escape technique is good, but unfortunately, your manipulation of space is too crude. Lin Fan shrugged, in my eyes, you're no different from a mere rabbit.
The Ice Soul Empress's face alternated between red and white, a mix of shame and anger, but more so despair.
No escape.
She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan.
Lin Fan, do you really want to leave no room for survival?
I admit you are strong, but if you push me too hard, I will burn my royal origin and self-destruct my domain. You might not escape unscathed. At that time, even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured, and other forces in the Eastern District will surely take the opportunity to counterattack.
How about we make a deal?
The Ice Soul Empress bit her silver teeth, suppressing the humiliation in her heart. I am willing to offer 30% of the resources in the Ice Soul Empress domain in exchange for a ceasefire and promise not to oppose Shura City for 100 years.
30% of resources? Lin Fan laughed. If I kill you, the entire Ice Soul Empress domain will be mine. Why would I want 30%?
The Ice Soul Empress was momentarily taken aback, her face looking even worse. Then what do you intend to do? Lin Fan did not answer but instead looked her up and down, his gaze sweeping over her stunning face and slender figure, rubbing his chin, as if deep in thought. The Ice Soul Empress felt uneasy under his gaze, a foreboding feeling rising in her heart.
This devil does he want?
Just then, Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Looking at your attire, the Ice Crystal Crown, and the 9 Phoenix War Chariot, you must be someone who values aesthetics.
Not like that old skeleton.
My whole body is in pain, my eyes are burning, just looking at it makes me feel sick. He paused, looked at the Ice Soul Emperor, and said seriously. So, I have decided to give you a chance.
The Ice Soul Emperor's heart raced. What chance? Submit to me.
Lin Fan's tone was calm, but it carried an undeniable dominance. Offer your soul blood, plant my seal, and from now on, the Ice Soul Emperor domain will merge into the Shura City, and you will be my second general, well, right behind the Blood Empress. The Ice Soul Emperor's pupils shrank sharply.
Submit? Offer soul blood? Plant a seal? What's the difference from becoming a slave?
Impossible, she shouted, I would rather die then.
Don't be so quick to refuse.
Lin Fan interrupted her, pointing into the distance.
Do you know why I didn't capture the Bone Emperor?
The Ice Soul Emperor instinctively asked, why? Lin Fan grinned, revealing his white teeth.
Because he is too ugly.
Every day facing that skeleton, I fear it will ruin my appetite.
But you are different. He glanced at the Ice Soul Emperor's face again, nodding.
Although you are a bit older, you are well preserved, at least you don't make me nauseous.
Having you around, at least it's pleasing to the eye.
So? Lin Fan opened his palm, and a pitch-black blood talisman, exuding a devouring aura, appeared.
This is your last chance. Submit, or...
His eyes suddenly turned cold. I'll send you down now to accompany that old skeleton. Let you two down there compare who is uglier.
Ding. Judging by appearance, Emperor, flaunting value plus 8,000. Current flaunting value, 103,570 points.
The Ice Soul Emperor trembled all over, her beautiful face displaying changing expressions.
Humiliation, anger, fear, unwillingness. But in the end, all emotions turned into deep helplessness.
She looked at the heart-pounding blood talisman in Lin Fan's palm and recalled the dropped head of the Bone Emperor.
Submit, at least she could still live.
She could still see a broader world and have the chance to break through to a higher realm. She vaguely understood some of what Lin Fan had said to the Blood Empress earlier.
And resistance only led to a dead end. Perhaps her body would even be.
Lin Fan, defamation, she is defaming me.